300 years ago, chaos descended upon the world as secret kingdoms and dungeons suddenly appeared, bringing with them an army of terrifying demons. These creatures declared the end of humanity, plunging the world into an age of destruction. But amid the turmoil, a new power emerged, those known as job changers. These awakened individuals possessed incredible abilities, allowing them to fight back against the monstrous invasion and push humanity away from the brink of extinction. Over time, job changers became the backbone of society, venturing into hidden kingdoms in search of wealth, resources, and greater power. Nations prioritized their training, ensuring that every person had the chance to awaken their class at the age of 18. The long-awaited day of awakening arrived for a group of students. To awaken a class, each student had to touch a magical blue crystal. One by one, they stepped forward. Some succeeded, like Li Wei from Class 3, who awakened as a swordsman, and Wang Hao, who became a crafter. But not everyone was so fortunate. Wang Wei from Class 2 failed to awaken any class, earning the dreaded label of classless. Awakenings were divided into three main categories: combat, support, and creation. The combat category was the most sought after, as it provided the strength to fight monsters directly. Meanwhile, the creation category was considered the weakest, as those who awakened it lacked direct combat ability and were often looked down upon. As more students took their turns, excitement and disappointment filled the room. A purple-haired student celebrated after unlocking the powerful magic swordsman class, while another student broke into tears upon receiving a creation-based class, knowing it would make him an outcast. Then came the moment everyone had been waiting for, Jiang Chen's turn. As he placed his hand on the crystal, something incredible happened. A blinding light erupted from the stone, sending a wave of energy soaring toward the sky. The other students watched in stunned silence. Someone pointed at Jiang Chen, calling him the prodigy of the academy, while whispers spread. Was this the awakening of a divine rank class? The crystal's glow intensified, and in mere seconds, a massive tree of light materialized in the sky, towering over the entire city. This was no ordinary awakening. Throughout history, every divine class awakening had caused a phenomenon capable of shaking the world. And yet, as all eyes fixated on Jiang Chen, he remained unfazed. With one hand still on the crystal, he casually slipped the other into his pocket and simply gazed at the sky, calm, composed, and completely indifferent to the spectacle he had just created. At that moment, Director Wang stepped forward, making his way toward Jiang Chen with a proud expression. He congratulated him, calling him the pride of the academy. While he had always believed Jiang Chen would awaken a combat class, he never expected something as rare as a divine rank awakening. Curious about the details, Director Wang asked Jiang Chen what class he had received. Jiang Chen turned slightly toward him, a small smile playing on his lips. With a hint of surprise, he admitted that his class wasn't combat-related. The director's expression froze. His confident smile wavered as he processed Jiang Chen's words. Unable to hide his shock, he quickly followed up, asking if it was at least a support class. Instead of answering right away, Jiang Chen turned fully toward the director. Extending his hands to the sides, he summoned a set of ethereal, glowing plants that hovered in his palms. He then revealed his class, the Divine Rank Creation class, Spiritual Master. He explained that his abilities were centered around enhancing the growth of plants and nurturing small creatures. Silence filled the room. The shock on Director Wang's face deepened. The excitement from moments ago was suddenly replaced with concern. He sighed, explaining that this was bad news. No matter how rare, a creation class without combat ability would always be seen as useless. One of the professors standing beside the director quickly stepped in, trying to reassure Jiang Chen. He advised him not to be discouraged. After all, spiritual masters were highly valued in research fields. However, he hesitated before mentioning that the special recommendation they had planned for him was no longer possible. Instead, he suggested that Jiang Chen consider a research career, offering to help him get a different letter of recommendation. Before the professor could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen cut him off with a polite smile. Thanking him for the offer, he casually slid his hands into his jacket pockets and turned to walk away. He had other things to do. Meanwhile, the murmurs among the students grew louder. Laughter broke out as one student turned to his friend, shaking his head. What a joke, he scoffed. I thought he awakened some kind of overpowered divine combat class, but it turns out it's just a creation class. His friend smirked, placing a hand near his face. Life's full of surprises, he mused. Everyone thought the academy's prodigy would become a powerhouse. But now, no matter how smart he is, he's just another nobody. Jiang Chen paid no attention to the growing mockery around him. Hands still in his pockets, he walked toward the exit without a word. The taunts continued as students whispered behind his back, enjoying the irony of the situation. Can you believe this? One student chuckled. Jiang Chen has been the king of hard work since he got here. And for what? A useless class? Another student nodded. Meanwhile, school beauty Lin, the academy's second-ranked student, just awakened a secret combat class. Talk about a twist. Despite the ridicule surrounding him, Jiang Chen simply smiled. Just moments ago, those same students had treated him with admiration, yet now they mocked him without hesitation. It was clear strength was all that mattered in this world. As he pondered the situation, he couldn't help but question why the creation class was looked down upon. Raising his hand, a system window suddenly appeared in front of him. A notification confirmed that he had successfully awakened his divine rank spiritual master class. But that wasn't all. His awakening had also triggered the activation of something unexpected, the natural calamity insect system, unlocking the initial mother of insects. Jiang Chen turned his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the system window, and a smirk crept across his face. This class was a perfect fit for him. His name was Jiang Chen. In his previous life, he had died, only to be reborn in this world, one where strength dictated everything. After the Dark Era ended, monsters and dungeons reshaped the world, and humanity had no choice but to respect power above all else. Born an orphan, Jiang Chen had struggled to survive, knowing he had nothing but his own determination to rely on. Then, a month ago, everything changed. Out of nowhere, a mysterious system window appeared before him, stating that the insect calamity system would merge with his class upon awakening. It promised great power, but only after a successful class transfer. Jiang Chen placed a hand on his chin as he analyzed the system window. The insect race, a species that had once brought humanity to the brink of destruction, was feared as one of the most powerful forces in history. It was said that during the last natural calamity, 9 of humanity's 12 kings had sacrificed themselves just to seal it away. His expression hardened as he clenched his fist. In this world, strength was everything. There was no room for hesitation. If he could harness the power of the insect race for himself, then instead of being humanity's greatest threat, they would become his greatest weapon. Without wasting another second, Jiang Chen activated the system. Instantly, his surroundings changed. He found himself in a strange space, blinking in confusion. Looking around, he raised a hand to shield his eyes as he tried to take in the unfamiliar environment. This place, was it his sea of consciousness? Before him stood an enormous spiritual tree, radiating an overwhelming presence. He hadn't expected his talent to manifest as a tree. More system windows popped up, revealing details about his abilities. Jiang Chen had multiple class talents, each tied to the evolution of all things and requiring sacrifices to activate. These abilities could be used once every 10 days and were limited to 1 use per target. The first talent, Fruits of All Things, allowed him to accelerate the growth of fruits through sacrifice. In return, a special fruit with unknown effects would randomly appear. The second talent, Improved Growth, increased the growth rate of all living beings by 10%. With this ability, Jiang Chen could enhance the speed of development for anything he chose. This talent had a cooldown of 8 hours. Jiang Chen placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought as he analyzed the system window. The system had even proactively assessed his talent, which was impressive. While his abilities didn't seem suited for direct combat, they could still be integrated into his system. Just as he was considering his options, a new system prompt appeared, asking if he would like to summon the mother insect. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen confirmed the summoning. Immediately, an ominous energy surged from the ground. A system notification flashed, informing him that the mother insect was being summoned. Jiang Chen watched as the sinister aura intensified, and he couldn't help but acknowledge its overwhelming presence. Seconds later, another system window appeared. Summoning complete. Natural calamity rank mother insect, 9 miasma wing, has been successfully summoned. Jiang Chen's eyes widened as the enormous creature took form. The mother of insects was a towering, monstrous being, its sheer size forcing him to instinctively take a few steps back. His system interface displayed her status. Name, 9 miasma wing. Title, Sovereign of Death. History, once a catastrophic calamity, she had brought destruction on the scale of a natural disaster before vanishing during the Third Era. Devouring value, 0%. Affinity with host, 100%. Jiang Chen quickly realized that in order to unlock her full abilities, he would need to begin the devouring process and start breeding the next generation of insects. As he stood there, still processing everything, the mother insect turned her piercing gaze toward him. To his surprise, instead of attacking, she lowered her head and addressed him as master. She introduced herself as Little Nine and immediately voiced her hunger, expressing a strong desire to devour fierce beasts to grow stronger. A system window popped up, confirming that her growth rate had increased by 10%, and Jiang Chen was given an opportunity to enhance her using a sacrificial object. However, thanks to his talent, the first enhancement wouldn't require a sacrifice. Raising his head slightly, Jiang Chen glanced at the system window. If he could enhance her immediately without using any resources, then there was no reason to hesitate. Without wasting a second, he commanded the system to begin the upgrade process. A radiant green light engulfed the mother insect's body, pulsating with intense energy. As Jiang Chen observed the transformation, he quickly realized something: she needed to devour in order to grow stronger. This meant she would always be hungry, and keeping her satisfied wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, an immense aura erupted from her form, forcing Jiang Chen to instinctively take a defensive stance. Slowly, her grotesque insect body began to change, her limbs reshaping, her exoskeleton shifting. And then, in mere seconds, she was no longer a monstrous beast. The mother insect had evolved. Her new form was that of a white-haired woman clad in dark armor, exuding a terrifying presence. Her cold, piercing gaze locked onto Jiang Chen, and with slow, deliberate steps, she began advancing toward him. Above her head, a system window appeared, revealing her new abilities. 1. Feed allows her to share 10x experience with the host. 2. Poisonous Mist grants her the ability to transform into deadly miasma, corroding everything in her path. 3. United enhances all of the host's abilities by 20%. Jiang Chen stared in disbelief at the newly evolved mother insect. Her transformation had been drastic, but before he could fully process it, she suddenly lunged forward and wrapped him in a tight hug. Beaming with excitement, she announced that Little Nine had evolved. Jiang Chen blinked, momentarily stunned. He wasn't sure how to react. As he glanced at her, now in human form, he couldn't help but blush slightly. This was not what he had expected. Sensing his confusion, Little Nine finally let go and looked up at him, her expression filled with admiration. Without thinking, Jiang Chen reached out and gently patted her head. She closed her eyes, clenched her fists with excitement, and once again referred to him as master. With a small, almost playful smile, she eagerly declared her hunger for flesh and blood. As Jiang Chen absent-mindedly stroked her head, a status window appeared above her. Name: 9 Miasma Wing. Abilities: Poisonous Mist, Feed, Fury, and Unity. Devouring value: 0%, needs to be filled before she can start producing offspring. Passive abilities: Experience Return, Attribute Enhancement. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he analyzed the interface. His spiritual master talent could accelerate Little Nine's devouring growth and experience gain, which in turn would make him stronger at an incredible rate. Not only that, but her passive ability boosted all of his attributes by 20%. His class and the insect calamity system were a perfect combination. A smirk crossed Jiang Chen's face. Who needed a combat class when he had this? Raising his hands, he activated his abilities. Instantly, countless insects began crawling out from his palms, skittering forward in droves. Watching them move, Jiang Chen felt a rush of excitement. As long as he could devour and grow quickly, he would soon command an unstoppable army. He then turned his attention toward the great spiritual tree. The system had referred to the insects of the abyss as a catastrophe on par with a natural calamity. Though the details remained unclear, one thing was certain: this was not something that could be revealed to the world. If anyone found out, he would instantly be seen as a threat to humanity. Jiang Chen stuffed his hands into his pockets and stared at the spiritual tree in deep thought. For now, he decided it was best to hide his true abilities. He would use his creation class identity as a cover, while secretly using Little Nine's poisonous miasma and devouring abilities to hunt monsters and grow stronger. However, hiding forever wasn't his style. One day, he would become so powerful that he wouldn't need to hide anything. Before he could think further, the waters of his sea of consciousness suddenly began to ripple. Sensing danger, Little Nine instantly leapt into the air, wings spread wide. She scanned the surroundings, then turned back toward Jiang Chen with a mischievous grin. Her golden eyes gleamed with anticipation. She could sense it. A threat was near. A moment later, Jiang Chen snapped back to reality and exited the system space. The moment he returned to the real world, his breath hitched. Standing in front of him was a man, much taller than him. He had jet black hair, a rugged beard, and a long scar over one eye. His powerful presence was suffocating. Slowly, the man stepped forward, locking eyes with Jiang Chen, his piercing gaze cold and unreadable. Jiang Chen's instinct screamed at him. This man was dangerous. For several seconds, the towering man remained silent, his gaze locked onto Jiang Chen. Then, in a calm but firm voice, he finally spoke. Was the awakening phenomenon that the entire city had witnessed caused by him? Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. He could tell immediately this man was at least master rank, if not higher. His presence alone was suffocating. Instinctively, Jiang Chen became alert, trying to figure out why he was being approached. Meanwhile, the crowd around them had started paying attention. Even though the man stood at a distance, his sheer aura was palpable, radiating with a powerful green energy. Whispers spread among the onlookers as they speculated about his rank. Why was someone so strong speaking to Jiang Chun? Was there some kind of conflict? The man remained silent, his gaze unwavering, pressuring Jiang Chun without a single word. The intensity of his stare made Jiang Chun uneasy. Was he testing him? Just then, Little Nine appeared, casually licking her finger. The moment she laid eyes on the man, her expression darkened. She leaned in close to Jiang Chun and, with a voice dripping in murderous intent, declared that this man was a threat. To her, he looked delicious. Jiang Chun's heart pounded. Something was very wrong. His system immediately reacted, flashing multiple warning windows. The insect mother had identified a high-value target for devouring. Before Jiang Chun could process what was happening, Little Nine prepared to attack. Suddenly, Jiang Chun's aura exploded outward, spreading in all directions. The sheer force of it sent a chilling wave through the area, reaching the same students who had mocked him earlier. They instinctively shielded their faces, their expressions shifting from amusement to fear. Why does Jiang Chun's aura feel so cold and sinister? One student stammered. Jiang Chun clenched his fists, his expression darkening. He had just realized a critical flaw. When the insect mother's devouring value was low, her aggressiveness increased. If he didn't find monsters for her to consume soon, she would start targeting people. Meanwhile, the man in front of him did not look intimidated. Instead, he simply smiled. Jiang Chun immediately understood. This guy was testing him. But in the process, he had accidentally triggered Little Nine's instincts. The situation was dangerous, but thankfully, Jiang Chun was still able to suppress her. With a deep breath, he forcefully calmed the insect mother, and a system notification confirmed her temporary suppression. However, this was only a short-term solution. If he didn't begin devouring and breeding soon, this would keep happening. The man, hands tucked casually into his jacket pockets, studied Jiang Chun with keen interest. Then, with a nod of approval, he congratulated him. Despite just finishing his awakening, Jiang Chun had already managed to face his test and even fight back. That was impressive. You truly are worthy of a divine awakening, the man said. Your future is limitless. Jiang Chun remained silent, carefully processing every word. He felt relieved. The man hadn't discovered his true abilities. Taking a cautious step forward, Jiang Chun met the man's gaze and finally asked, "Who are you?" The man's smile widened. He extended a hand and introduced himself, Ji Gang, leader of the Night Watch. With a glint of admiration in his eyes, he then made an offer. Jiang Chun, how about joining us? Jiang Chun's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Ji Gang to be part of the Night Watch. The Night Watch was a special task force under Long Xia, responsible for resisting demon invasions and beast hordes. Whenever a beast tide struck, or a new dungeon or secret realm appeared, they were the first to investigate or eliminate the threat entirely. However, being on the front lines came with a price. The mortality rate among Night Watch members was alarmingly high, which was why most people avoided joining. But for Jiang Chun, this was an opportunity. The insect mother needed a constant supply of monster flesh and blood to accumulate devouring value and begin reproducing. Once that process started, no one knew how much chaos it would cause. A wild, monster-infested battlefield was the perfect breeding ground. As Jiang Chun stared at Ji Gang's outstretched hand, a small smile formed on his lips. The Night Watch was the perfect cover for him. Meanwhile, the students watching from afar whispered among themselves. Is he crazy? No one volunteers for the Night Watch. One of them muttered. The death rate is insane, another agreed. There's no way he'll actually join. Ji Gang overheard their murmurs and let out a forced smile. Hoping to persuade Jiang Chun, he assured him that the rumors were outdated. Things had changed, and to sweeten the deal, he offered Jiang Chun comprehensive training and exclusive resources, privileges granted only to divine rank awakeners. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun grasped Ji Gang's hand and firmly called him leader. There was no need for further discussion. Looking directly into Ji Gang's eyes, Jiang Chun spoke with conviction. To restore the glory of the Night Watch, our generation must not shy away from its duty. With that, he officially agreed to join. Ji Gang blinked, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected such an easy acceptance. What he didn't know was that Jiang Chun had his own reasons. He intended to use the Night Watch to breed his insect army. Still, Ji Gang couldn't help but ask, "Are you serious?" Before Jiang Chun could answer, a system notification popped up. Then another, and another. The insect mother had appeared, and she was furious. Her golden eyes burned with rage as she stomped toward Jiang Chun. "Master, I am not happy about this," she declared, crossing her arms. She shot a murderous glare at Ji Gang. "I wanted to eat him." Jiang Chun internally panicked. Suppressing a sigh, he closed his eyes for a moment, then turned back to Ji Gang. "Yes," he reaffirmed. "I meant what I said, Before Ji Gang could question him further, Jiang Chen quickly excused himself, claiming he had an urgent matter to attend to. As he walked away, he glanced over his shoulder, giving Ji Gang a casual wave. In 3 days, I'll report to Night Watch headquarters. Don't be late, leader. Ji Gang watched Jiang Chen disappear into the distance, standing there in silence. This was too easy. He had expected negotiations, hesitation, maybe even some resistance. But Jiang Chen had agreed immediately. Something didn't add up. And then before Ji Gang could think further, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky, landing beside him. One of them was a high-ranking elder from the martial arts academy. Ji Gang turned his head, his expression unreadable. If you're here to steal talent from the Night Watch, he said, his tone flat, then you're already too late. The 8th elder ignored his remark and got straight to the point. Where is the boy who awakened a divine rank creation class? Ji Gang furrowed his brow, clearly confused. He turned to the 8th elder and asked what he was talking about. The old man took a step closer, locking eyes with Ji Gang. His expression carried a mix of shock and disbelief. You're seriously planning to let a divine rank creation class awakener join the Night Watch? The elder scoffed. You're just sending him to his death. Ji Gang's eyes narrowed. Divine rank creation class? It suddenly clicked. Jiang Chen had awakened a divine rank creation class. At the same time, elsewhere in the city, Jiang Chen made his way through the streets when an older man named Wang Yi spotted him. Kid, were you the one who caused that phenomenon in the main city? Wang Yi asked, his voice carrying a mix of excitement and curiosity. Jiang Chen simply nodded. Yeah. Before Wang Yi could say anything else, a young woman with purple hair approached. She placed a hand on her waist and sighed. Lower your voice, old man, she warned. If the wrong person hears, you might bring trouble down on yourself. Wang Yi chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Ah, don't mind her. I just talked too much. Jiang Chen closed his eyes briefly, then smiled. It's fine, Wang Yi. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Wang Yi studied him for a moment before letting out a small sigh. Well, even if the creation class can't fight, I've heard that companies are always looking for people to cultivate spiritual plants. If your parents were here, they'd be so proud of you. Jiang Chen's expression softened. Over the years, the people in this building had helped him survive. With a sincere smile, he reassured them, I won't forget you all in the future. Wang Yi waved him off. Don't sweat the small stuff, kid. Then, his eyes lit up as if he had just remembered something. Actually, you came at the right time. We're about to head into a beginner-level secret realm to pick up some gear. Why don't you join us? You'll level up faster. Jiang Chen nodded. Sounds good. I appreciate the invite. Just then, a system notification popped up, confirming that the team formation was complete. Minutes later, inside the secret realm, Jiang Chen and the others stepped through the portal, entering the secret realm. With his hands in his jacket pockets, Jiang Chen glanced around, taking in his surroundings. Was this really the interior of a secret realm? Before he could process it further, torches around the area suddenly ignited, signaling that the matchmaking process was complete. At that moment, the monsters inside the dungeon turned toward them. The Temple of the Dead, a C-rank secret realm, was now officially open. A system notification appeared. Guaranteed 100% drop rate for items and equipment. Experience points will be calculated upon dungeon completion. Leaving voluntarily means forfeiting both experience and loot. Wang Yi's expression tensed as he examined the enemies ahead. These are undead soldiers. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead as realization hit him. Wait, why did the secret realm system match us with this level of dungeon? Jiang Chen scanned the horde of undead soldiers and quickly understood. This wasn't going to be easy. The purple-haired girl stepped forward, crossing her arms. It's because Jiang Chen is a divine rank awakener, she explained. The celestial system automatically adjusted the difficulty. Wang Yi turned slightly toward her, raising an eyebrow. Did you forget? Jiang Chen awakened in the creation category. The brown-haired girl stepped forward as well, her gaze locked on the undead soldiers ahead. Shouldn't we just abandon the dungeon? She suggested cautiously. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Yi cut her off. He unsheathed his sword, a glint of excitement in his eyes. There's no need to run. We don't come across secret realms of this level every day. Then, with a smirk, he added, besides, thanks to Jiang Chen, we're about to hit the jackpot with equipment drops. The moment Wang Yi unsheathed his sword, the undead soldiers roared in fury. Their hollow eyes flickered with eerie light as they prepared to strike. Wang Yi, however, was unfazed. Gathering momentum, he lunged forward and called out to Jiang Chen. These undead are stronger than your average C-rank monsters. Stay back for now. With that, he and the others rushed toward the core of the dungeon. Wang Yi's sword swung down in a brutal arc, landing a direct hit on the skull of one of the undead soldiers. The impact sent cracks rippling through the creature's decayed armor. Without missing a beat, he turned his head and called out, Luing, boost me now. In response, Lu Ying clasped her hands together, activating her ability. A faint golden glow surrounded Wang Yi as his talent was enhanced. With his strength amplified, he delivered a final blow, completely shattering the undead soldier's skull. The monster collapsed lifeless. While Wang Yi and the others fought fiercely, Jiang Qun simply stood at a distance, observing. He watched as they risked their lives against monsters every single day, all just to survive. It suddenly made sense why they always returned covered in wounds. His gaze flickered toward Lu Ying. He had heard that she became an adventurer to earn enough money to heal her brother's eyesight. Jiang Qun clenched his fists. He needed to grow stronger quickly. Once he had the means, he would properly repay those who had helped him. Lost in thought, he didn't immediately notice that little Nine had materialized beside him. With her hand under her chin, she studied the fallen undead soldier's corpse. "Master, there's so much blood and flesh here," she murmured, her voice filled with hunger. "I want to devour them." Jiang Qun, still calm and composed, slid his hands into his pockets and turned toward the undead corpse. A small smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Little Nine had already detected the bodies. Given the situation, Jiang Qun decided it was time to test her abilities. Extending his hand to the side, he activated the level 1 poison barrier skill, Corrosion. A thick, dark green fog swirled in his palm, pulsating with deadly energy. "Go ahead," Jiang Qun commanded. Little Nine's eyes gleamed, and she let out a pleased hum. The poisonous fog surged forward, creeping toward the undead corpses. The moment the mist made contact, the bodies began to corrode at an alarming rate. Within seconds, the decayed flesh melted away, leaving behind nothing but a blackened stain on the dungeon floor. Jiang Qun narrowed his eyes. The skill was far more potent than he expected. A system notification popped up. Devouring successful. Devouring value +10. But there was a downside. Since the undead were low-level monsters, the growth rate was painfully slow. Little Nine needed to consume stronger prey. Jiang Qun glanced back at Wang Yi and his group. They had already pushed deeper into the dungeon, their teamwork seamless, a sign of partners who had fought together for years. His only concern was his poison mist. Since it was an area of effectability, he still couldn't control it properly. If he wasn't careful, he could accidentally injure his own allies. To avoid any collateral damage, Jiang Qun decided to follow from behind and quietly dispose of the fallen monster corpses. But then, Little Nine tensed. Her expression shifted. She suddenly turned to Jiang Qun and whispered, "Master, I sense something." Jiang Qun followed her gaze. The ground began to tremble. A chilling presence spread through the air as dark silhouettes emerged from the shadows. More monsters were appearing. Little Nine's lips curled into a hungry grin. "They're fresh," she purred, "and their blood smells delicious." A system notification appeared. New enemy identified. Level 10 Shadow Lurkers. Strength, 20. Agility, 15. Defense, 10. Stamina, 5. These creatures were specialized in ambushing their prey. Hiding in the darkness, they targeted the weakest stragglers. As Jiang Qun locked eyes with the Shadow Lurkers, he noticed that their names were displayed in red. He wondered, was it because their level was much higher than his? However, when it came to raw attributes, these monsters were far inferior to him. A status window appeared before him. Name, Jiang Qun. Title, Lord of Insects. Occupation, Divine Rank Spiritual Master. Devouring Value, Level 1. Talents, O Growth of All Things, LV.1. O Divine Evolution, LV.1. O Ancestral Tree of All Things, LV.1. Equipment, none. Companion, 9 Miasma Wing, Natural Calamity Level. Stats, O Strength, 35. O Agility, 31. O Endurance, 27. O Constitution, 20. O Combat Power, 41 stars. Abilities, O Experience Return, Passive. O Attribute Enhancement, Passive. Current Devouring Value, 100. Current Experience, 0. Jiang Qun smirked. It was time to test his abilities. Turning slightly, he gave Little Nine a simple command. "Transform into poisonous mist and follow me." Without hesitation, she obeyed. Her body dissolved into a thick, eerie fog, slithering along the ground like a living entity. At that moment, the Shadow Lurkers lunged. Jiang Qun barely moved. His expression remained calm as he brought his hand up, allowing Little Nine's poisonous mist to swirl around his palm. He was waiting. The moment the monsters got close, he dashed forward. The Shadow Lurkers struck first, but he effortlessly dodged, weaving through their attacks with precision. As he moved, he brushed his hand against their bodies. A second later, the monsters froze in confusion. They turned their heads, looking at the spots where Jiang Qun had touched them. The poisonous mist had already started spreading. Jiang Qun paused, smirking. Then, he slowly extended his hand toward them. and with a single deliberate motion, he clenched his fist. The poisonous mist around the monsters thickened in an instant, sinking deep into their bodies. They screeched in agony as their flesh began to corrode. Their forms withered away, melting into nothingness. Jiang Chun didn't react. He simply turned his head slightly, watching in silence as the mist consumed them. A series of system notifications popped up. Shadow Lurker defeated. Special points plus 200. Devouring value increased. Jiang Chun glanced at the pile of corpses and chuckled. They were no match for me. His devouring value was increasing rapidly, far faster than before. This was exactly what he needed. Just as he was lost in thought, Little Nine reappeared, materializing from the mist. Her golden eyes gleamed. Master, she purred, more blood food has appeared. Jiang Chun turned, his smirk fading. From the darkness, more shadow lurkers emerged. He stood still, hands in his pockets, unmoving. His gaze darkened as he studied the approaching creatures. But then a thought struck him. Wang Yi and the others. His eyes narrowed. If there were this many hidden monsters here, how many more were lurking deeper in the dungeon? A sliver of concern crept into his mind. He needed to check on them. Without hesitation, he decided to finish off these monsters quickly. Little Nine, he called out, can you handle them? In response, Little Nine grinned. Slowly, she began to manifest herself from the poisonous mist, her figure taking shape once more. Extending a hand toward the approaching monsters, her voice was filled with pure amusement. Leave them to me, master. These creatures are nothing but small prey. Several minutes later, Jiang Chun arrived at Wang Yi's location. The moment he laid eyes on the scene, his expression darkened. Wang Yi was badly injured, blood dripping onto his face. He and Lu Ying were completely surrounded by monsters. Wang Yi stood firm, gripping his sword with both hands, while Lu Ying had both arms raised, ready to activate her ability. But the monsters weren't giving them a break. They continued advancing, their numbers overwhelming. Gritting his teeth, Wang Yi stared at the approaching monsters. They're getting stronger, he muttered. At this rate, there's no way we're getting out alive. He then turned to Lu Ying, his expression grave. Find Jiang Chun and get out of here. I'll hold them off. Lu Ying's eyes widened in shock. What are you saying? She protested. Before he could respond, a sudden movement caught his attention. An undead soldier had broken through their defenses. Its rusted sword gleamed, slicing through the air as it lunged straight for Wang Yi's head. Wang Yi sensed it immediately, but it was too fast. As he whipped around, his heart clenched. It was too late to block. But just before the attack landed, a dense, dark mist erupted. The poisonous fog wrapped around the undead soldier, corroding its body in an instant. The monster let out a ghastly screech, its form melting away as if swallowed by an unseen force. Wang Yi's breath hitched. He spun around stunned. And there, standing before him, was Jiang Chun. Are you two okay? Jiang Chun asked, his tone calm. Wang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Chun, he muttered. Jiang Chun stepped forward, unfazed. With a flick of his wrist, he commanded Little Nine's mist to spread further. The remaining undead soldiers barely had time to react before the corrosive mist engulfed them all. Their decaying bodies dissolved, disintegrating into nothingness. Silence fell. Wang Yi gripped his sword tightly, his face a mix of shock and confusion. How? His voice was barely above a whisper. You're an awakener from the creation class. How can you do this? Jiang Chun stopped in front of him. His body pulsed with energy as he turned his gaze toward Wang Yi and gave a knowing smile. I have a hidden ability called Poisonous Mist. To demonstrate, he extended his hand once more. A thick, lethal fog coiled around his palm before rushing out, consuming the remaining undead in its path. But Jiang Chun wasn't done yet. He turned toward Lu Ying and Yi Qian. Take Wang Yi and head to the portal. He's too injured to keep fighting. I'll stay behind and cover you. The entire group froze. Lu Ying's eyes widened in shock. Wang Yi's jaw tightened. Even if you have a divine class, this is too dangerous. Jiang Chun. Wang Yi snapped. Lu Ying nodded in agreement. You should come with us, not stay behind to fight alone. As they pleaded with him, Yi Qian simply pressed a hand near her mouth, remaining silent. Jiang Chun turned his back on them. His aura surged, waves of power rippling around him. Then, without turning fully, he glanced over his shoulder. Don't worry, he said smoothly. I'll be fine. And with that, he walked forward alone. His body radiated power, his energy intensifying as he approached the oncoming monsters. Just then, a system notification echoed through the secret realm. Alert! The final level conditions have been met. The boss of the secret realm is now being summoned. Wang Yi's eyes widened. At the same time, he watched as Jiang Chun moved further away, advancing toward the horde of undead soldiers. His instincts screamed at him to stop the boy, but just as he opened his mouth, Lu Ying cut him off. She turned to him, her expression calm yet firm. Jiang Chun isn't reckless, she reminded him. Trust him? Wang Yi hesitated, but after a moment of deep thought, he sighed and made his decision. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed his sword toward Jiang Chun. Take this, Wang Yi said, but don't forget to return it later. Jiang Chun effortlessly caught the weapon, gripping it firmly. With a smirk, he nodded. Don't worry, he replied. I'll bring it back. A system notification appeared. You have obtained the Novice Conqueror's Sword. Plus 25 speed. Plus 30 strength. Plus 2% attack speed bonus. Passive ability activated. Jiang Chun lifted the sword, studying its gleaming edge. This was perfect. With a blade in hand, he could extend the range of his poisonous mist. As the undead soldiers lunged toward him, Jiang Chun activated the mist, allowing the toxic fog to coil around the blade. The moment the first monster attacked, he dodged with ease, then countered. In a blink, his sword sliced through them, leaving their bodies corroding in blackened mist. One by one, the undead fell, disintegrating into nothing. They were no match for him. After all, Jiang Chun was the best swordsman in the entire school. But then, something changed. A powerful presence surged through the battlefield. Before Jiang Chun could react, a much stronger monster appeared, rushing toward him at high speed. Its blade gleamed as it closed in. Jiang Chun hadn't sensed the attack at first, but as he turned his head, his instincts flared. The monster was already too close. Thinking fast, Jiang Chun leapt into the air, dodging just in time. The monster's blade struck the ground with explosive force, shattering the earth beneath it. Jiang Chun landed safely, but the enemy wasn't done. With burning red eyes, the monster locked onto him, gripping its sword even tighter. Then, in a split second, it attacked again. Jiang Chun barely managed to block in time, but the sheer force of the impact sent a shockwave through his arms. A sickening crack echoed through the battlefield. Jiang Chun's eyes widened in horror. The Novice Conqueror's sword had snapped in half. The sheer difference in strength was staggering. Jiang Chun was sent flying backward, but he quickly twisted his body midair and landed, skidding to a stop. His grip tightened as he glanced at the broken blade in his hands. He wasn't worried about the boss. He was more worried about how to explain this to Wang Yi. Then, another system notification appeared. Boss monster. Undead King, level 15. Jiang Chun slowly lifted his gaze. Standing before him was the Undead King. A towering figure. Its skeletal frame was clad in dark armor, its grip firm around its massive sword. The boss locked eyes with Jiang Chun, radiating killing intent. Then, its body vibrated. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. Jiang Chun's heart pounded. Where did it? Before he could react, a chilling aura appeared behind him. His instincts screamed in warning. Jiang Chun whipped around, and his eyes went wide with shock. The Undead King was right behind him. Sword raised. Attack incoming. For the first time, Jiang Chun felt a flicker of fear. How, he muttered. How did it move so fast? His body tensed. His mind raced. Then, with gritted teeth and a fierce glare, he shouted one name. Little Nine! Just as the Undead King's sword was about to strike Jiang Chun, Little Nine appeared. With one swift motion, she caught the blade in her bare hand. Her golden eyes locked onto the Undead King, unblinking. A dangerous glint flickered across her face as she turned to Jiang Chun. Master, can I eliminate him? She asked, almost too eagerly. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. Do it. Upon hearing his approval, Little Nine grinned. Then, without even flinching, she shattered the Undead King's sword with her bare hand. A massive shockwave rippled through the battlefield. Little Nine extended her arms to the sides, her body radiating an overwhelming aura that surged in all directions. Sensing the danger, the Undead King tensed. Now that it had lost its weapon, it had no choice but to fight with its fists. Taking advantage of Little Nine's momentary distraction, the Undead King lunged forward at full speed, aiming to strike her down. But just as its attack was about to land, Little Nine's eyes snapped open. Her entire presence shifted. Her murderous intent flooded the battlefield. With razor-sharp tentacles bursting from her back, she instantly switched to an offensive stance. The Undead King never stood a chance. Her tentacles lashed out like swords, striking with deadly precision. First, she severed its left arm, then its right arm. Finally, she decapitated it in one clean strike. With one final motion, she impaled the Undead King's severed head on a tentacle. Then, without a second glance, she turned her back to it. Behind her, the headless body collapsed to the ground. Silence. Jiang Chun stood there, watching in awe. Little Nine, in front of a secret realm boss, had remained completely calm. He couldn't help but smile. At this point, he was certain she was an absolute monster. Just as he was about to relax, a bright energy crystal materialized in front of him. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. What is this? The crystal floated upward, and suddenly, it began absorbing magic from the corpses scattered across the battlefield. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Seconds later, the crystal pulsed violently. A massive, towering figure materialized. It was 20 times bigger than both Jiang Chun and Little Nine. A system notification flashed. True boss identified. Undead Tyrant. The undead tyrant slowly lifted its head, its glowing red eyes locking onto Jiang Chun and Little Nine. Its sheer presence sent a chilling wave through the air. Jiang Chun clenched his fists. This was the real boss, all along? Realizing the crystal was the key, Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and shouted, "Little Nine, destroy the energy crystal inside it." But before she could move, the undead tyrant let out an earth-shaking roar. Then it swung its massive mace downward. The attack was aimed directly at Little Nine. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Using the momentum from the attack, she launched herself off the wall, dodging effortlessly. The undead tyrant's mace slammed into the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Jiang Chen watched as the colossal beast raised its weapon again. It struck once more, aiming for Little Nine. But she leapt into the air, dodging again with perfect timing. The ground split apart from the sheer force of the blow. Still airborne, Little Nine's expression turned cold. With a murderous gleam in her eyes, she extended her tentacles forward. Sharp as blades, they shot toward the undead tyrant, aiming to tear through its massive body. But it dodged, effortlessly. Jiang Chen's breath hitched. This thing is massive, yet somehow, it was moving at impossible speeds. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth, his mind racing for a plan. His eyes darted to the ground, where several plants lay among the debris. A chance. This was his only shot. The undead tyrant was too fast, its attacks devastating. Every swing of its mace carried enough force to shatter the earth. Right now, it was like a raging bull completely out of control. But that also meant it had a weakness. Little Nine lashed out with her razor-sharp tentacles, but the undead tyrant spun at high speed, effortlessly dodging her attacks. Then, using the momentum, the colossal beast charged forward, its massive form barreling toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heart pounded. It was coming too fast, and then it leapt. Jiang Chen's head snapped up, eyes locked onto the airborne monster. His instinct screamed this was bad, but then he sensed it. Beneath the battlefield, hidden roots lay dormant in the soil. This was it. The undead tyrant clutched its mace in both hands, its descent toward Jiang Chun unavoidable. Jiang Chun remained calm. He waited, just a little closer, closer, and then, now, Jiang Chun thrust his hand toward the ground. A glowing green symbol flared in his palm as he activated his spiritual master talent. In an instant, the hidden spiritual roots surged from the earth. From massive roots shot upward, piercing straight through the undead tyrant's body, trapping it midair. The monster let out a deafening roar, struggling violently. But it was too late. It was immobilized. Jiang Chun, his hand still raised, radiated pure dominance. His aura flared, his eyes burning with calculated fury. Then, without turning, he spoke. "Little Nine, it's your turn." In the blink of an eye, Little Nine moved. She landed on the undead tyrant's head, one hand pressing down firmly. With her other hand, she extended her claws, their edges gleaming menacingly. Her eyes locked onto the helpless creature, filled with murderous intent. "Understood, Master." The undead tyrant's eyes widened. It realized what was coming. Panic flickered across its twisted face. It struggled, trying desperately to break free. But it was in vain. Before it could react, Little Nine attacked. With a feral grin, she drove her claws deep into the undead tyrant's chest. Then, with a flick of her tentacles, she tore its body clean in half. The spiritual roots shattered, their purpose fulfilled. The undead tyrant's remains plummeted to the ground. Jiang Chun, his hands still extended, exhaled slowly. He gazed at the fallen boss, and for the first time he felt proud. He had done it. This battle had proven something crucial. His abilities were more than just support. If he used them correctly, he could dominate any battlefield. Just as he was lost in thought, a system notification appeared. Growth acceleration is now on cooldown for 8 hours. The spiritual roots slowly faded away, sinking back into the earth. And then, a core emerged from the undead tyrant's corpse. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he lunged forward. Before the core could escape, he snatched it in his grasp. With a tightened fist, he crushed it into dust. As the fragments scattered to the ground, Jiang Chen stared at his hand, his eyes cold and resolute. This battle was over. As soon as the battle ended, a series of system notifications popped up. "Congratulations! You have cleared the C-rank secret realm, Temple of the Undead." The system then began calculating individual contributions. A few seconds later, the final secret realm rankings were generated. Jiang Chun, level 0, spiritual master, S rank. Wang Yi, level 12, swordsman, B rank. Lu Ying, level 11, warlock, A rank. And Lin, level 10, boxer, B rank. Following this, the heavenly system started generating team rewards. A glowing reward window appeared in front of Jiang Chun, displaying his options. A few moments later, the system finalized the team rewards, and the window expanded. Jiang Chun could now choose from several weapons. 1. Dagger. 2. Scepter. 3. Heavy axe. 4. Light axe. 5. Hammer. As the spiritual roots slowly sank back into the ground, Jiang Chun studied the system window, lost in thought. After a few seconds, he reached inside and selected the dagger. A system notification popped up. You have obtained Edmu's Swift Dagger, rank D. Plus 50 attack points. Plus 5% speed bonus. Bonus. 2 professional attributes related to swords. Jiang Chun examined the dagger's blade, testing its sharpness. Not bad. This would make a decent replacement for Wang Yi's broken sword. However, his eyes flicked back to the system window. There was still a lot of equipment left. He quickly realized something. All of it was geared towards combat. He frowned slightly. Wasn't there anything suitable for creation class awakeners? Curious, he reached back into the system window and decided to check the stats of each weapon. His gaze landed on the hammer. The moment he pulled it out, it slammed into the ground with a loud thud. It was unbelievably heavy. A system notification appeared. You have obtained Call of the King, Legendary Hammer. Plus 100 strength, minus 100 agility, due to extreme weight. Effect, 10% chance to trigger 5x critical damage. Jiang Chun tried to lift it, but even with both hands, it barely budged. Just then, a new system notification flashed before him. Experience rewards calculated. Distributing earned experience. Jiang Chun's eyes widened. The system was now rewarding him with the experience points from the secret realm. As the experience flowed into his body, something changed. The once heavy hammer felt lighter and lighter, until in just a few seconds, he was able to lift it effortlessly. Another system notification appeared. United ability activated. All attributes increased by 20%. A surge of powerful energy enveloped Jiang Chun's body. With one hand, he easily held the massive hammer, while his other hand casually slipped into his pocket. He turned his gaze toward the hammer, studying its new weight in his grip. Under Little Nine's passive ability, his level had skyrocketed to level 6. With that, the effects of United became even stronger. Not only had his overall attributes increased, but he now realized that his physical combat ability was rising alongside his level. As Jiang Chun stood lost in thought, Little Nine tugged at his shirt, snapping him out of his trance. She pointed at the system window, eyes gleaming with curiosity, and asked if she could eat everything inside. Setting his hammer down, Jiang Chun met her gaze and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He explained that the equipment was meant for Wang Yi and the others to exchange for money. If she ate it, she'd end up with a terrible stomachache. Hearing this, Little Nine pouted, placing one hand behind her back while touching her lips with the other. Her disappointment was short-lived, though, as she turned her attention toward the massive corpse of the undead tyrant. With hopeful eyes, she asked if she could devour that instead. Jiang Chun had completely forgotten about the boss's remains. The devouring value was too precious to waste. His powerful aura flared slightly as he turned to look at the towering corpse before giving Little Nine the go-ahead. It belonged to her, after all. Wasting no time, she approached the monstrous body. Jiang Chun couldn't help but wonder if this thing was a bit too big. If she used her poisonous mist to break it down, it might take a while. Then, without warning, Little Nine stretched out her arms, closed her eyes, and muttered something about digging. Her body trembled for a moment before she reverted to her natural form. Now, in her true state, she fixed the undead tyrant's remains with a predatory glare, opened her maw, and lunged forward. Despite the tyrant's colossal size, it was nothing compared to the sheer scale of her true form. Seeing this, Jiang Chun felt a chill run down his spine. With a deafening roar, Little Nine sank her fangs into the corpse, devouring it at an alarming pace. The force of her feeding created powerful gusts of wind, sending debris flying. Jiang Chun took advantage of the chaos to quickly remove all the equipment from the system window. Holding his hammer in one hand, he shielded his face with the other. Her roar was deafening. If they had been in the main city instead of this secret realm, there would have been no hiding from the commotion. As the last remnants of the undead tyrant disappeared, a system notification appeared, rewarding Jiang Chun with 400 devouring points. Peeking out from behind his arm, he noticed the devouring value was skyrocketing. As expected, boss-level creatures provided a huge boost. They needed more of these monsters if they wanted to push it even further. But before he could think too much about it, the sound of footsteps snapped him back to reality. His expression tensed. Wang Yi and the others were heading their way, drawn by the ruckus Little Nine had caused. The devouring value was now at 8,876 points, so close to being filled. Rushing over to Little Nine, he urged her to revert to her other form immediately. Grinning playfully, she nodded. Understood, master. Jiang Chen sighed. What a pity. If only they had a little more time. A few seconds later, Wang Yi and the others arrived. Their eyes immediately fell on the scattered equipment, confirming that Jiang Chen had indeed cleared the level. Jiang Chen explained that his sword had broken during the fight, but to make up for it, he handed Wang Yi a dagger. Without hesitation, Wang Yi took it. The moment he realized it was a rare item, he waved off the issue of the damaged sword. This was more than a fair trade. Meanwhile, Luing examined a necklace among the loot and pointed out that it was also a rare item, something that could fetch a high price. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was still in shock. She demanded to know how Jiang Chen had managed to take down the boss all on his own. Scratching the back of his head, Jiang Chen gave a casual response. His poison seemed to work particularly well against monsters like this. But as he spoke, his expression turned serious. The secret realm was now fully cleared, meaning it wouldn't refresh again. If he wanted to continue increasing his devouring value, he'd need to hunt down another boss. With that in mind, the desert seemed like his next destination. Wang Yi studied Jiang Chen for a moment before sighing. It was a shame that he was heading toward the research department. Someone with his talent, who could defeat a boss monster despite not even reaching level 1 yet, would become incredibly powerful once he started leveling up. Curious about his next move, Wang Yi asked about his plans. Jiang Chen turned to him with a smile and admitted he hadn't mentioned it before to avoid worrying him. But he was preparing to join the Night's Watch. This revelation stunned Wang Yi. He immediately questioned if Jiang Chen was serious about enlisting in the Night Watch. Jiang Chen simply placed a hand on his head and confirmed it. He would be leaving in 3 days. But before that, he wanted to increase his level, so he planned to head into the wilderness soon. The response shocked everyone. Yi Qian covered her mouth in disbelief, and Luing reached out, her expression stern. She warned him that the wilderness was incredibly dangerous, but before she could finish, Jiang Chen cut her off. Clenching his fist, he let a trace of Little Nine's poisonous mist seep through his palm. His voice was calm, but firm. He knew what he was doing. Instead of worrying about him, they should be worrying about the real threat, the monsters out there. Later that day, a few hours after their conversation, Jiang Chen boarded a train heading toward the outskirts of the city. As it slowed to a stop, the conductor announced that those heading into the wilderness should disembark. Jiang Chen stepped off the train, now wearing a cloak to avoid drawing attention. He scanned his surroundings and stood still for a few moments. In front of him, a bridge was packed with awakeners, all preparing for their journeys. Ever since awakening his system, his appetite had grown significantly. But what was even stranger was that despite the instability of his devouring value, he noticed a small increase, just from eating. Pulling out a loaf of bread, he took a bite, and sure enough, his devouring value ticked up by 2 points. At that moment, Little Nine materialized beside him. She put a hand near her mouth and grimaced at the sight of the bread. With an unimpressed look, she informed Jiang Chen that his food didn't look tasty at all. Hearing Little Nine's complaint, Jiang Chen decided to find something better for her to eat. He reached out and summoned a map, opening it with Little Nine by his side. He hadn't expected Wang Yi to be so generous. Aside from most of the equipment, he had also given Jiang Chen an important storage ring and a detailed map of the area. Considering he was heading into the desert, these items would be invaluable. As he walked across the bridge, he recalled Wang Yi's warning. The wilderness was heavily influenced by the power of the Heavenly Way, which meant all electronic devices would be rendered useless. It was almost like an apocalyptic wasteland where monsters constantly migrated between their nests. These maps had an extremely short lifespan. Without up-to-date intelligence, tracking down monsters, let alone boss creatures, was nearly impossible. According to the map, firebirds and thunder rhinoceroses were the most common creatures in the area, easily identifiable when they moved. There was also a section marked with a question mark, something Wang Yi had explicitly warned him to avoid, as it housed an extremely dangerous nest. However, the Goblin Dungeon seemed like the perfect spot for him. It had low-level monsters, decent numbers, and very few people exploring it. Clenching his fist with determination, Jiang Chen smiled. With a map in hand, finding the dungeon would be easy. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out, ordering him to stop. Instantly on alert, Jiang Chen turned his head to see who it was. A cloaked man had approached and placed a hand on his shoulder, staring at him aggressively. The man had apparently been calling for him for a while and demanded to know why Jiang Chen had ignored him. He insisted he only wanted to ask a question. Had Jiang Chen seen a girl with golden hair in the area? Jiang Chen turned to him, his gaze cold and dangerous. Without hesitation, he replied that he hadn't seen anyone matching that description. Then, narrowing his eyes, he added a sharp warning. The man should be careful with how he spoke. At that moment, a faint trace of Little Nine's poisonous mist began seeping from Jiang Chen's shoulder, sticking to the man's hand. The man quickly yanked his hand back, his expression shifting to confusion. He clenched his teeth and examined his hand, clearly wondering if this was poison. It didn't make sense. Jiang Chen hadn't even reached level 10 yet. How could he possibly wield such a dangerous ability? But despite the man's strength, being a level 27 main defense warrior, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. Without looking back, he calmly advised the man to find a healer quickly, as his poison wouldn't be easy to cure. Then, with a smirk, he added that the man should also take better care of his brain. With that, Jiang Chen turned and walked away. The man's face twisted in anger. Gritting his teeth, he barked at Jiang Chen, demanding to know who had given him permission to leave. Jiang Chen paused and slowly turned his head, his gaze now carrying a murderous intensity. The air around them grew heavy. The man stepped forward, his body radiating a powerful aura. Locking eyes with Jiang Chen, he sneered and demanded, "How dare you lay a hand on the Shao family?" Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Was this man referring to that Shao family from the Battle of Heaven? He barely had time to process the thought before the man lunged at him with full force. But Jiang Chen had already anticipated the attack. Just as the man's fist came crashing down, Jiang Chen swiftly sidestepped, leaping away in one fluid motion. The impact shattered the ground, sending debris flying. Still airborne, Jiang Chen raised a hand in front of his face, his expression darkening as he studied his attacker. What exactly did the Shao family want? The man, clearly seething, clenched his teeth and charged forward at high speed. Unsheathing his sword, he couldn't help but acknowledge Jiang Chen's agility. "Not bad," he muttered. Seeing the fight escalating, Jiang Chen pulled back his hood and stretched his hand to the side. In an instant, Little Nine's poisonous mist swirled around him. His gaze sharpened as he gave her a simple command. It was no longer necessary to hold back. Little Nine materialized within the mist, her eyes locked onto the man with a murderous glint. "Understood," she replied. But instead of backing off, the man became even more aggressive. He let out a furious shout, mocking Jiang Chen for trying the same trick again. Did he really think this poison would scare him twice? Just as Jiang Chen was about to teach this guy a painful lesson, a voice cut through the tension. "Zheng Tai," someone called out sharply. The sudden interruption made Zheng Tai freeze. His expression changed in an instant. His rage was replaced by something close to fear. Slowly, he turned his head, his jaw clenched so tightly it looked painful. Jiang Chen remained silent, watching intently. Who was this? A man with striking blue hair, dressed in a hooded cloak, had appeared behind Zheng Tai. His presence alone exuded authority, and his expression was nothing short of furious. His gaze locked onto Zheng Tai like a predator eyeing weak prey. "What the hell are you doing here?" the blue-haired man demanded, his voice filled with irritation. "I told you to find someone, not start a damn scene." Zheng Tai visibly trembled. He tried to explain, but before he could get a single word out, the man turned away slightly and scoffed. "Trash," he muttered coldly. "All you do is cause problems." Zheng Tai's fear spiked. He barely had time to react before the blue-haired man delivered a brutal uppercut to his chin. Blood spurted from his nose as he stumbled back, gasping in pain. Jiang Chen observed the exchange, realizing that this man wasn't just part of the Shao family. He was someone with serious authority. The blue-haired man turned his head slightly, his energy flaring ominously. Fixing Zheng Tai with a deadly glare, he reminded him, "You're nothing but a dog of the Shao family. You have no right to even speak our name." Zheng Tai, still reeling from the punch, could do nothing but tremble in fear. Zheng Tai immediately dropped to his knees, bowing his head in submission. He apologized profusely, swearing that he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Now that the confrontation had de-escalated, Jiang Chen calmly pulled his hood back on, turning his gaze toward them in silent observation. Strangely enough, he had never sensed the presence of the blue-haired man before. It didn't take long for him to realize that this guy was far more dangerous than the so-called warrior he had just dealt with. As Zheng Tai shakily got back on his feet, the blue-haired man approached Jiang Chen, his tone surprisingly polite. He offered an apology, explaining that his dog had a bad habit of biting things. As compensation, he was willing to make amends. Jiang Chen waved it off. "No need," he replied simply. The man smiled and took another step closer. "Are you heading to the desert?" he asked, his aura subtly intensifying as he locked eyes with Jiang Chen. "Want to travel together?" Jiang Chen met his gaze but remained silent for several moments. Then, without a word, he turned his back on them and started walking away. He preferred to go alone. The blue-haired man watched him go, saying nothing. But in his mind, he found Jiang Chen very interesting. He already knew that Jiang Chen had awakened the divine class ability, known as Spiritual Master. Once Jiang Chen was far enough away, Zheng Tai cautiously approached the man and hesitantly asked if he should continue searching for the target they had been after. The man barely glanced at him before shaking his head. "No, By the time you find her, it'll already be too late. His tone was cold yet assured. Besides, I already have a clue. The girl escaped the city. She's probably trying to cross the desert to reach the next station. With that, he raised a hand and pulled down his hood, revealing his full face. As he began walking away, he gave a final order. Make sure she never arrives. Zheng Tai pressed both hands against his chest, lowered his head, and closed his eyes in submission. Understood, he responded solemnly. The world had changed. Humans had once spread across this planet, building countless cities. But with the arrival of the awakened era, waves of beasts, secret realms, and dungeons had invaded their homes. Ancient human settlements had been remodeled and repurposed to withstand the chaos. Now, only the awakened, those who sought power, dared to return to these places, battling monsters to level up and claim wealth. These perilous zones were now known as the Wildlands. Jiangchen advanced through the desolate area, coming across a few scattered mutant rats along the way. Hours passed, and eventually, he arrived at a remote and ruined part of the city. He paused, glancing around. Did I get lost? He had been heading toward the goblin beast's nest, but after walking for what felt like forever, the sun had already set, and he still hadn't arrived. Little Nine, who had been growing increasingly hungry, decided to take matters into her own hands. She hunted down a rat, hopped onto Jiang Chen's head, and bit into her prize. But the moment she tasted it, her expression soured. Chewing slowly, she came to a tragic realization. Not all food was worth eating. As Jiang Chen traveled through the area, he had encountered plenty of monsters, but none of them were strong. The creatures here granted only a tiny boost to his devouring value. If he didn't find a proper beast boss nest soon, it would be a waste of time. And with his impending entry into the Night Watch, he couldn't afford delays. Lost in thought, Jiang Chen gazed ahead with a serious expression. Then, without warning, the sky darkened as heavy storm clouds rolled in. Within seconds, rain began to fall. At that moment, a giant spider lurking nearby sensed his presence. Moving slowly, it descended from the shadows, its many eyes locking onto him with murderous intent. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, letting raindrops gather on his palm. Immediately, he noticed something unusual. The rain carried traces of magical fluctuations. His eyes lit up. This meant he had wandered into an area where beast slayers operated. A mistake in navigation had actually turned into an unexpected stroke of luck. They had found the beast nest after all. Now, all that was left was hunting down a powerful enough monster to finally fill his devouring bar for the first time. Sensing movement behind him, Jiang Chen turned his head and met the spider's piercing gaze. The two stared at each other in silence for several seconds. Little Nine manifested beside him, her sharp eyes fixed on the creature. Do you want me to handle it? She asked. Jiang Chen lifted his chin slightly and studied the monster. Despite its intimidating size, its actual level wasn't high. It was just big. Without breaking eye contact, he responded, no need, as if taking that as a challenge. The spider landed on the ground with a heavy thud, its sharp legs flexing as it prepared to strike. Its beady eyes glowed with predatory hunger. Then, without hesitation, it lunged. The spider's razor-sharp legs slashed toward him, but Jiang Chen barely exerted any effort. His movements were swift and precise, dodging each attack with effortless jumps, as if he was dancing through the rain. Sensing an opening, he suddenly gathered momentum and leaped high into the air. In the blink of an eye, he was above the monster. The spider's head tilted back, its eyes widening in panic. What is he doing? Jiang Chen clenched his fist tightly, then brought it down with devastating force. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, shattering the stone beneath them and crushing the spider instantly. Its lifeless body collapsed, sprawled out in the destruction. Jiang Chen remained standing on top of the fallen monster, momentarily lost in thought. Then, Little Nine appeared beside him, placing a hand on her forehead as if sensing something. More monsters are coming, she informed him. Her voice snapped him out of his trance. He turned his head and was immediately surprised. The sound of his strike had drawn the attention of the other creatures lurking in the area. All around him, giant spiders began creeping closer, their gleaming fangs ready to strike. Still standing atop the fallen beast, Jiang Chen calmly stretched his hand to the side. With a swirl of poisonous mist, he summoned the dagger he had obtained earlier from the secret realm. As he and Little Nine stared at the oncoming horde, a smirk tugged at his lips. It's time for a good meal. Jiang Chen and Little Nine locked eyes with the approaching giant spiders, their expressions sharp and deadly. He turned to her. Ready? Without hesitation, she nodded. Always. With that, Jiang Chen activated Little Nine's poisonous mist and lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the spiders, his dagger slicing through their bodies with ruthless precision. The mist seeped into their wounds, corroding them from the inside. As they advanced, their levels climbed rapidly. If they kept fighting monsters at this rate, they could easily level up 2 more times on their way back. The battle was over in seconds. Those that hadn't died immediately collapsed moments later as the poison finished its work. In an instant, the battlefield was reduced to a massive pile of corpses. Jiang Chen approached the remains and gestured toward them. "Go ahead, little nine. Devour them all." Her eyes sparkled with delight. Stretching her arms out, she beamed at him. "Thank you." Just as she was about to begin, she suddenly froze. Tilting her head to the side, she focused on something in the distance. "Something big, powerful, and delicious is coming," she murmured. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. If she was this excited, then there was no doubt. It had to be the boss. Turning toward the approaching presence, he extended his hand, poisonous mist swirling around him. "Prepare to attack," he ordered. Through the thick fog, a shadowy figure emerged. Little Nine, obeying without question, lunged forward. A sharp cry of pain rang through the air. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. That didn't sound like a monster. Glancing toward the source of the scream, he was met with an unexpected sight, a woman. Little Nine had miscalculated. Instead of attacking the boss, she had struck an unknown woman, tearing part of her clothing in the process. Within seconds, the stranger collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Jiang Chen remained still, studying her. What kind of magical creature is this? Several seconds later, the woman stirred. Her eyes fluttered open, filled with confusion as she gazed up at the sky. "Where am I?" she wondered. Slowly, she pushed herself upright with one hand while placing the other on her head, trying to regain her bearings. She had no memory of coming to this place. Jiang Chen approached and casually sat beside her, resting his elbows on his knees. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, he then flashed a relaxed smile. "You're awake." The sound of his voice jolted her alert. Her body tensed as her mind raced. Who is he? Without hesitation, she jumped to her feet, instantly creating distance between them. Adopting a defensive stance, she kept her eyes locked on him. "Who are you? Don't come any closer." Jiang Chen stood up as well, but remained calm. Facing her directly, he spoke in an even tone. "Relax. I'm just a job changer. I came to the desert to hunt monsters." He paused before adding, "I have no intention of harming you." As the woman looked at Jiang Chen more closely, a spark of recognition flashed in her eyes. Her expression shifted, and she placed a hand on her chest while pointing at him with the other. "You? I know you. You were the one who attacked me," she exclaimed, staring at him intently. Jiang Chen let out a small, nervous chuckle. Closing his eyes briefly, he flashed a polite smile and apologized. "That was my mistake. I thought you were a monster." Hearing this, she pouted and turned toward him, her cheeks slightly flushed. "How could you mistake a beautiful girl like me for a monster?" she huffed. "That's just presumptuous." Then, as if the thought had just hit her, panic set in. She frantically touched her face, feeling her nose and ears, checking to make sure everything was still in place. Jiang Chen simply observed her in silence. He had used all his strength when he attacked, yet here she was, standing in front of him as if nothing had happened. His curiosity grew. Who exactly is she? After confirming that she was unharmed, she finally relaxed. With a quick motion, she extended her hand to the side, causing the golden ring on her finger to glow and emit a faint green energy. A holographic display appeared, revealing the time. The moment she saw it, her expression darkened. Too much time wasted, she muttered under her breath. Without another word, she turned her back on Jiang Chen and started walking away in a hurry. Jiang Chen didn't stop her, but his sharp gaze followed her every move. Why is she in such a rush? More importantly, who is she running from? The woman had almost completely distanced herself from him when, suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face as she covered her mouth and began nervously biting her nails. Jiang Chen immediately sensed something was wrong. Without hesitation, he approached her. "Is there a problem?" he asked, studying her closely. Her posture stiffened. With her back still turned, she slowly glanced over her shoulder, forcing an obviously fake smile. "Oh, yeah, there are monsters up ahead," she stammered. "Since I'm not very good at fighting, I decided to turn back and let you handle them." The moment those words left her mouth, her nervous demeanor disappeared. Turning away once more, she casually waved over her shoulder. "Well, that's that. See ya." And just like that, she took off again. Jiang Chen stood still, his expression blank. Then, after a brief pause, he sighed. Her acting skills are truly pathetic. At that moment, the rain intensified, and the woman disappeared into the downpour. Jiang Chen resumed walking, his thoughts shifting. If there were monsters up ahead, then good. He wanted more monsters. They weren't a threat to him, and every battle meant more devouring points. But there was another problem. He turned his head slightly, his eyes darkening with a serious expression. Dealing with other job changers? Now, that could be tricky. The desert had always been a lawless place. Many who came here weren't just hunting monsters. They were hunting people, looting and killing without consequence. His thoughts circled back to the woman from before. Would it be a good idea to capture her and question her properly? While Jiang Chun was deep in thought, Little Nine suddenly materialized beside him, pointing ahead with a serious expression. A lot of monsters are coming from that direction, she informed him. Far from feeling alarmed, Jiang Chun was thrilled. He turned slightly toward her, a grin forming. That's great news. But his excitement was short-lived. As he shifted his gaze forward, his eyes widened in shock. Emerging from the darkness were hundreds of giant spiders, identical to the ones he had just defeated. But among them was something even more terrifying, an enormous spider, much larger than the rest, its many eyes fixed on him with a murderous glare. Jiang Chen's energy flared around him as he took in the situation. This isn't good. Fighting a handful of them was one thing, but taking on an entire swarm? That was another matter entirely. As the spiders inched closer, he couldn't help but recall the woman's warning. So she wasn't lying after all. Despite being surrounded, he felt oddly relieved. He'd much rather deal with monsters than get caught up in battles with ruthless job changers. Then, without warning, the swarm charged. Their enraged screeches filled the air as they lunged toward him, their monstrous bodies moving at terrifying speeds. Jiang Chen's excitement returned. Why would he ever run from something so valuable? Each of these creatures meant more devouring points. Without hesitation, he unsheathed both daggers, his energy surging as a suffocating aura enveloped him. Little Nine, he commanded, activate the poisonous mist. Understood, she responded instantly. A thick, venomous mist poured from the daggers in his hands. In a blink, the first wave of giant spiders reached him. They bared their fangs, their grotesque mouths widening as they prepared to strike. Jiang Chen didn't move. For several tense seconds, he remained still, letting the mist coil around him like a living entity. Then, one of the spiders lunged. In an instant, Jiang Chun vanished, moving at blinding speed. Reappearing midair, he slashed through the spider's body in a single motion, cutting it clean in half. Poison seeped into its wounds as the severed pieces hit the ground with a sickening thud. Still airborne, he turned his head slightly, his fierce gaze locking onto the rest of the swarm. Something's off. These spiders were faster than before. Why? Before he could dwell on it, another spider shot toward him at incredible speed, aiming to take him by surprise. Jiang Chen immediately sensed the attack. He glanced back, slightly startled by how quickly it had closed the gap. But unfortunately for the creature, Jiang Chen wasn't one to be caught off guard. Just as it lunged, he moved. In one fluid motion, his daggers flashed, slicing through its body effortlessly. The spiders remained scattered across the ground. Seconds later, Jiang Chen landed, his stance firm, both daggers dripping with venomous mist. His gaze flickered to the lifeless bodies around him. But something felt wrong. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a faint stinging sensation. A thin cut ran across his abdomen. It was barely a wound, but the fact that one of them had managed to land a hit at all meant something had changed. Suddenly, the smaller spiders surged forward, moving in perfect coordination. Jiang Chen quickly realized something was different. These monsters weren't acting randomly. They're cooperating. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned the swarm. Then he spotted it, a massive spider, far larger than the rest, with 6 glowing eyes that burned with intelligence. The boss. It didn't take long for Jiang Chun to come to a conclusion. This spider was controlling the others. And then, as if summoned by the boss's will, thousands of spiders emerged from the darkness, surrounding him on all sides. Jiang Chun remained completely still, his body shrouded in Little Nine's poisonous mist. Now it all made sense. The creatures in this area didn't just rely on sheer numbers. They had strategy. This was why no one dared enter this place. Fixing his gaze on the boss, Jiang Chen knew the only way to win was simple. Kill the leader, and the swarm would fall apart. But with this many enemies, even though it was easier said than done. As he weighed his options, Little Nine materialized through the mist, placing a hand on his shoulder. Her expression was serious as she locked eyes with the boss. I understand now, she said. These creatures, they're trying to challenge their master. Jiang Chun frowned slightly, turning toward her. Challenge? What are you talking about? Little Nine scoffed, folding her arms. How arrogant. Without another word, she extended her arms to the sides, tilted her head back, and let out a thunderous roar. The effect was instantaneous. The spiders, previously moving with terrifying unity, suddenly froze. And then, complete chaos. The swarm panicked. Spiders scattered in every direction, their formation crumbling as they desperately tried to flee. Jiang Chen blinked, momentarily stunned. Wait, they're running? His mind raced. Could it be that these creatures, despite being monsters, were also insects? If that was the case, then Little Nine turned to him, a smug expression on her face. I severed the connection between the boss and its swarm, she announced. Jiang Chun hadn't expected her abilities to work like this. But now, with the horde in total disarray, the battle had just become a lot easier. He tightened his grip on his daggers, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Nice work, he praised. Now let's end this. Little Nine began shifting back into her true form, her predatory gaze locked onto the boss. Understood, master. With his body still radiating poisonous mist, Jiang Chun gathered momentum and launched himself forward. In a blur of movement, his daggers sliced through the chaos, cutting down the now disorganized spiders with ease. Without the boss controlling them, they were nothing more than scattered prey. And Jiang Chun? He was the predator. Jiang Chun moved at lightning speed, slicing through the scattered monsters with his daggers. Now that they were disorganized and no longer a threat, he wasted no time. In just a few swift movements, several monsters fell before him. Without hesitation, he gathered momentum, leaped high into the air, and locked onto his final target, the boss. The monstrous creature let out a deafening roar, its murderous gaze fixed on Jiang Chun. But he didn't flinch, meeting its stare with unwavering confidence. He knew this was the last obstacle standing in his way. More importantly, this boss held the highest devouring value. The beast attempted to defend itself, but before it could even react, Jiang Chun struck. With both daggers, he landed a precise and deadly blow to its head, infusing the wounds with Little Nine's poisonous mist. Despite its overwhelming size, the boss crumbled in seconds, its massive body collapsing to the ground. Jiang Chun landed smoothly atop the fallen creature, his dagger still in hand as the venomous mist swirled around him. Staring at the lifeless corpse, he knew it was time. The moment had come to breed the swarm of insects. As he stood there, a system window flashed before his eyes, announcing his victory. He had leveled up. Now at level 14, his power evaluation soared to 127 stars, and his passive abilities and level-up effects remained active. Clenching his fist, he felt the surge of newfound strength flowing through his body. A smirk formed on his lips. With 127 stars, his combat power was already approaching that of a level 25 professional in the combat class. But there was still more to gain. Turning his attention back to the battlefield, he realized the remaining small spiders had begun to flee. They weren't foolish creatures. Recognizing Jiang Chun's overwhelming strength and the terrifying aura of the mother insect, they knew they stood no chance. Though he could have hunted them down for more points, he decided against it. There was something far more important at hand. It was time to begin the process. Stepping toward the fallen monsters, the poisonous mist thickened. Little Nine slowly emerged, her presence exuding an eerie, lethal energy. Fixing his gaze on the boss's corpse, Jiang Chun clenched his fist tightly, then raised the other toward the sky. With a firm declaration, he granted the remains to Little Nine. Hearing this, she acknowledged him with gratitude before reverting to her true form. With a single leap, she lunged toward the massive corpse, sinking her fangs into its flesh. As she began devouring the body, another system window appeared. The reward? 600 devouring points. While Little Nine feasted on the fallen boss, Jiang Chun turned to the side, deep in thought. Elite monsters like this one were on a completely different level from regular creatures, providing a much higher devouring value. It didn't take him long to realize that hunting more of these powerful foes and rapidly breeding his swarm of insects was the most efficient path to gaining strength. Just moments later, a system notification popped up in front of him. The devouring value had reached its maximum. The system prompted him to begin the insect breeding process. As Jiang Chun stared at the notification, he couldn't help but be impressed by how quickly the value had filled up. It confirmed what he had suspected. Elite monsters were far more rewarding than ordinary ones. Seconds later, Little Nine returned to her human form. Kneeling before him, she placed one hand on the ground and lowered her head in respect. She informed him that she was ready to reproduce and requested permission to continue following him, now with even greater strength. Jiang Chun remained silent for a moment, his powerful aura radiating around him as he processed everything. Then, with a faint smile, he decided it was time to begin. Right on cue, another system notification appeared, confirming that Little Nine had initiated the first generation of mass insect breeding. Suddenly, both of their bodies emitted waves of energy, and the system informed him that his passive abilities, accelerated growth of talents and blessing of the growth of all things, were now in effect. Jiang Chun turned his gaze toward Little Nine, realizing just how effective his abilities were in accelerating the process. Then, a strange mark appeared on his hand. He didn't have to think too hard to understand what it meant. A system notification quickly confirmed his suspicion. He had unlocked 2 new exclusive abilities, Insect Nest and Dominion. Before he could fully process this, another message appeared. The breeding process had been accelerated, and only 8 seconds remained. Lifting his head toward the sky, Jiang Chun's eyes widened in shock. What he saw was nothing short of astonishing. Little Nine stood with her arms spread wide, and in the blink of an eye, an overwhelming swarm of insects filled the air around them. The system congratulated him. The first insect swarm had been successfully bred. The total? 2,300 insects. Jiang Chun turned to the side, watching the massive colony in awe. A grin spread across his face. He hadn't expected the first breeding cycle to produce over 2,000 offspring. And this was just the beginning. If this was a result of the first generation, what kind of numbers would he see by the third or fourth? One of the newly born insects fluttered toward him. Feeling its presence, Jiang Chun reached out and gently stroked its head. He actually liked these creatures. However, their abilities were quite different from Little Nine's. As if responding to his curiosity, a status window appeared, revealing the swarm's name. Son of Nine, Wings of Miasma. It had 4 powerful abilities. 1. Poisonous Mist, a corrosive toxin that could devour anything it touched. 2. Camouflage, a skill that allowed the insects to blend into their surroundings by reflecting light off their wings. 3. Fury, an ability that consumed devouring value in exchange for temporarily boosting strength and speed. 4. Self-destruction, a last resort attack where the insect would detonate its body, unleashing deadly toxins and causing massive damage. Jiang Chun analyzed the newly acquired abilities, particularly camouflage and self-destruction. Both seemed incredibly useful. Lost in thought, he barely noticed when Little Nine silently approached him from behind. With a gentle hug, she closed her eyes and smiled, drawing his attention back to the moment. Hearing her soft voice, Jiang Chun snapped out of his trance. Turning his head slightly toward her, he couldn't help but smile. A rare sense of ease washed over him. Facing her fully, he reached out and lightly ruffled her hair. Something about her felt different, yet in many ways she was still the same. With a bright, joyful expression, Little Nine placed her hands on her chest and informed him that the insect breeding process was complete. Then, without hesitation, she clasped Jiang Chun's arm with both hands and requested to rest. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow at her words. Rest, he thought. Before he could ask for clarification, Little Nine's body began to fade. Startled, he turned his gaze toward his hand, watching in confusion as she completely disappeared. A system notification popped up at that moment, explaining what had happened. Little Nine had returned to the insect nest. Jiang Chun examined his hand, and, realizing she was safe, let out a small chuckle of relief. The system space was truly remarkable. It could house entire insect swarms, meaning he no longer had to worry about them being discovered by outsiders. The insect nest ability was a powerful tool, granted at its maximum level, meaning it couldn't be leveled up any further. Curious about his other newly acquired skill, Dominion, Jiang Chun decided to test it. Extending his hand to the side, he activated the ability. Immediately, a suffocating aura exploded from his body, his eyes glowing ominously. The insects surrounding him reacted instantly. One by one, they turned toward him, their gazes filled with an eerie, murderous intent. Jiang Chun met their stares with equal intensity, instinctively understanding the nature of the skill. Raising his hand to the sky, he activated Dominion, and the swarm began to absorb into his control. A realization struck him. Manipulating this ability was as effortless as moving an arm. But what truly amazed him was the extent of his connection. Not only could he command the insects, but he could also see through their senses. As his perception expanded, he became aware of the hidden dangers lurking in the area. The entire place was teeming with monsters, lying in wait for their next prey. Turning his head slightly, he observed his insects' behavior and smirked. They were just as eager as he was. With a deadly glint in his eyes, Jiang Chun locked onto the monsters. The poisonous mist of Little Nine swirled around him as he issued a simple command, attack. Without hesitation, thousands of insects surged forward, their first act of destruction, reducing a nearby building to rubble. The deafening collapse echoed through the area, successfully drawing the attention of every lurking monster. As expected, the creatures turned their heads toward the disturbance, their curiosity piqued. One by one, they began to close in, eager to investigate. Jiang Chun saw no reason to wait any longer. With Little Nine's poisonous mist swirling around him, he advanced toward the monsters. They quickly realized what was about to happen and attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Before they could make a move, the deadly mist surged forward, engulfing them in seconds. The corrosive toxin clung to their bodies, eating away at their flesh as they let out agonized cries. One by one, they collapsed, their bodies dissolving into nothingness as the mist continued its relentless feast. Jiang Chun walked up to the fallen creatures, his gaze fixed on their remains. With the swarm of insects at his side, there was barely any need for him to lift a finger anymore. The range and potency of the poisonous mist had increased significantly, devouring its targets faster and more efficiently. On top of that, with Dominion, he now had shared vision with his swarm. Common monsters had nowhere to hide. As he observed the mist breaking down the corpses, a satisfied smile crossed his lips. Soon, he would be able to breed even more insects. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked how much devouring value was required for the next breeding cycle. Opening the system window, his eyes widened in shock. Something unexpected had appeared on the interface. What was this? Before he could process it, the scene shifted. Not far from Jiang Chen's location, inside an abandoned warehouse, a hooded man with green hair had just returned, his face pale with fear. Gasping for breath, he hurried over to his leader and reported his findings. The tall, braided-haired man narrowed his eyes. "You're late," he snapped. "Now, tell me, what's really going on in the spider's nest?" The green-haired subordinate swallowed hard before speaking. His voice trembled as he revealed the unbelievable truth. The entire spider's nest had been annihilated. A complete, merciless massacre. Not a single monster had survived. Silence filled the room. The leader's eyes widened in shock. "You think this is some kind of joke?" he asked, his voice laced with disbelief. Another man standing nearby stepped closer, equally stunned by the report. The green-haired man shook his head. "It's the truth," he insisted, his expression deadly serious. "The city of monsters, it's in ruins." The leader placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought. How is this possible? The nest had been reduced to ashes, completely wiped out. It was terrifying to even imagine. His first suspicion was that the Night Watch might be responsible. However, he quickly dismissed that theory. This wasn't their style. That meant only one thing: a hidden force was at work. Perhaps a secret operation from a powerful family or a highly skilled assault squad. Either way, one thing was clear: they needed to retreat. For them, this mission had ended in utter failure. They had been tasked with collecting venom from a wolf spider, but now that was out of the question. Frustrated, the leader decided they would recoup their losses another way, by robbing some unfortunate souls on their way back. Hearing this, one of the men beside him stiffened, breaking into a nervous sweat. Something about this felt off. Just as they were discussing their next move, the door to the abandoned warehouse suddenly creaked open. The sudden creak of the door sent a jolt through the three men. Instinctively, they snapped their heads toward the entrance. The green-haired man tensed, immediately warning the others. They had an unexpected visitor. Their minds raced. Who could it be? A figure stepped forward, pushing the door open with a deliberate slowness. His calm voice echoed through the dimly lit warehouse. "Finally, I found some professionals." The leader narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" The newcomer, Jiang Chun. Without hesitation, he strode toward them, his movements confident and unhurried. Dropping a severed arm to the ground, he extended his hand toward them, his expression unreadable. In a composed tone, he assured them there was no need to be alarmed. He had only come to level up. He even added that he was looking to trade some food. The leader exhaled slightly, relieved to see Jiang Chun had arrived alone. Studying him closely, he smirked and agreed to an exchange, remarking that food in the desert wasn't cheap. With a casual air, he asked Jiang Chun what he had to offer. But not everyone was convinced. The man standing beside him tensed, his demeanor shifting into an aggressive stance as he locked eyes with Jiang Chun. Undeterred, Jiang Chun stepped closer to the leader, maintaining steady eye contact. A faint smile played on his lips as he calmly reassured them. There was no need for hostility. He claimed to have some truly valuable items for trade. At this, the tense man's expression flickered, first with doubt, then with intrigue. He couldn't help but wonder what Jiang Chun was hiding. The leader, equally curious, ordered him to reveal his so-called trade goods. The moment the words left his mouth, the two men beside him subtly adjusted their grip, their hands drifting toward their swords. Then, with eerie smiles, they slowly began unsheathing their blades. Jiang Chun barely reacted. He simply turned his head slightly, watching them from the corner of his eye, and let out an amused chuckle. As expected, he had never trusted them to begin with. Without hesitation, he activated the ring. Raising his hand, he released its contents. In the blink of an eye, several wolf spiders emerged, their gleaming eyes locking onto the men with piercing, predatory intent. Jiang Chun turned his back on them, his tone dripping with mockery. "So, do my products interest you?" The effect was immediate. The men stiffened, their smirks vanishing. Panic set in as they sheathed their swords and instinctively stepped back, their bodies now rigid with tension. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. They knew exactly what these spiders were: wolf spiders. But that didn't make sense. Hadn't the entire spider's nest been annihilated? A terrifying realization struck them all at once. Was Jiang Chun the one responsible for the massacre? Jiang Chun, now at level 17, turned his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with an overwhelming, almost suffocating presence. With a knowing smirk, he addressed them once more. "Don't think I don't know what you were planning. Then, with complete nonchalance, he sat down on a nearby rock, resting one arm on his knee. After a brief pause, he spoke again, his tone far too calm for comfort. I'm in a bad mood right now. So, I'd suggest you pick up your things and get lost. The three men didn't need to be told twice. Grabbing their belongings, they spun around and bolted for the exit. As they ran, they yelled apologies over their shoulders, swearing they meant no trouble and promising to leave immediately. Minutes later, once the warehouse had fallen silent again, Jiang Chun stretched out his hand. Little Nine's poisonous mist seeped into the air. He issued a command, summon the swarm. Still seated on the rock, he casually lifted an arm and let the mist release 2 of his insects. They fluttered into the air, their murderous gaze scanning the surroundings for any hidden threats. Jiang Chun casually sipped the leftover soup from the men who had fled earlier. His hunger was getting worse, and he realized he should have expected this. When he first obtained Little Nine, he never imagined that leading a swarm of insects would have side effects like this. As he drank, a system notification suddenly popped up. His devouring value had increased. Devouring value, 2,768/1 million. The system advised him to increase it as soon as possible. Jiang Chun frowned. Originally, he thought that once his insect swarm doubled, the devouring value would increase much faster. However, what he hadn't expected was that the cost of the next reproduction cycle had also doubled. This complicated things. At this rate, even if he wiped out every beast nest outside the city, it wouldn't be enough to reach the required devouring value. Even elite monsters were now just a drop in the bucket. Jiang Chun lowered his gaze, lost in thought. He recalled hearing rumors that the Night Watch controlled powerful beast nests and secret realms, but they weren't made public. That meant if he truly wanted to rapidly strengthen his swarm, he would have to join the Night Watch as soon as possible. As he sat there, he glanced at his hand, where Little Nine still hadn't woken up. Seeing this, he quickly concluded that the burden of reproduction was immense. Just then his instincts flared. Someone was approaching. His expression darkened as he snapped his head to the side, his entire body tensing. Clenching his fist, he adjusted his stance, muscles coiled like a spring. The air was thick with the scent of battle. Someone was being pursued. Seconds later, a girl using an invisibility spell stumbled into the warehouse and crashed directly into him. The sudden impact knocked her to the ground. It was her. Supporting herself with one hand, she winced, pressing the other against her aching head. Jiang Chun turned to her, his brows furrowing in confusion. Why had he encountered her again? The girl, still on the ground, lifted her head and locked eyes with him. Recognition flickered across her face. She knew him. Her gaze immediately filled with fear. "Don't tell anyone you saw me here," she pleaded, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiang Chun was taken aback. He turned to her, his expression shifting into one of shock. She had been so close, and he hadn't even sensed her presence. It didn't take him long to piece it together. The person being hunted, the one that blue-haired man had been chasing, was her. He quickly decided to get her out of there. But before he could make a move, he felt it. Another presence. Jiang Chen's body stiffened as he turned his gaze toward the warehouse entrance. It was too late to leave. Moments later, several figures entered the warehouse. Among them was Jing Tai, accompanied by a man with striking blue hair, a member of the Shao family. As they advanced toward Jiang Chun, Jing Tai quickly recognized him, and a chill ran down his spine. Panic flickered across his face as he pointed at Jiang Chun, urgently informing his leader that this was the same person they had encountered before. The blue-haired man casually slipped a hand into his pocket, studying Jiang Chun with a smirk. Amused, he praised his subordinate for having a sharp sense of smell. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun remained unfazed, sitting back down on a nearby rock, resting his hands on his knees, and maintaining his silence. Taking a closer look around, the man realized the warehouse was deserted, aside from Jiang Chun, who seemed to be camping alone. Jing Tai's expression darkened as he glared at him, his anger barely restrained. Without wasting time, he demanded to know if a girl had entered the warehouse moments ago, warning that if Jiang Chun didn't answer immediately, this time he wouldn't be so forgiving. Before Jing Tai could escalate the situation, the blue-haired man raised a hand to stop him, signaling for patience. He took a seat on a rock in front of Jiang Chun, his interest piqued. From the energy Jiang Chun radiated, he could tell he belonged to the spiritual master class. But what surprised him even more was the rapid increase in his level. It had been less than a day since their last encounter, yet Jiang Chun was already at level 16. Intrigued, the man set that thought aside for now, shifting his focus back to the matter at hand. Leaning slightly forward, he drew his sword and casually aimed it at Jiang Chun's neck, his expression turning serious. Without hesitation, he asked if a girl with black hair had passed through this area. His subordinates, now gathered behind him, remained silent, awaiting Jiang Chun's response. Jiang Chun, however, remained calm, locking eyes with the man. In that instant, he could tell This person's aura was overwhelming, far surpassing level 30. The accuracy with which the man had assessed his class and level made Jiang Chun suspect he possessed some sort of detection artifact. After a brief pause, Jiang Chun turned his head slightly and pointed toward the back door of the warehouse. He explained that he had seen a shadow moving in that direction, but admitted he wasn't sure if it was the person they were looking for, as he wasn't of the perceptive class. The blue-haired man considered his words for a moment before slowly rising to his feet. Though still skeptical, he chose to believe Jiang Chun for now. However, he left him with a warning, advising him to be more honest in the future. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by the remark. The man then turned his back to him, but cast a final glance over his shoulder, his gaze laced with silent threat. With an unmistakable sense of menace, he warned Jiang Chun that if he found out he had helped that girl, the Shao family would make sure he paid the price. Jiang Chun, unfazed, simply smirked. A few moments later, the man and his subordinates exited the warehouse. As Jiang Chun watched them fade into the distance, a thought crossed his mind. The Shao family might be dangerous, but in Jiang City, the Shao family was the true powerhouse. Jiang Chun fixed a penetrating gaze on the blue-haired man, his mind racing. The city's clans had deep roots, their history stretching back to ancient times. Each of them operated like feudal lords, shrouded in mystery, rarely emerging unless disaster loomed. Some of their strongest warriors were said to wield power great enough to tear the heavens apart. This man, he was even more formidable than Jiang Chun had expected. And being remembered by someone like that? Definitely not a good thing. After a few silent moments, Jiang Chun subtly turned his head toward the warehouse exit. Seeing that the men had already left, he decided there was no reason to linger. Just as he was about to leave, the girl emerged from her hiding spot, hands on her hips, and shot him a grateful smile. She thanked him for saving her. Jiang Chun stood up, turned to face her, and said nothing. Then, without warning, he grabbed her arm. The sudden action made her panic, her mind racing with thoughts of what he was planning. His sharp gaze locked onto hers as he leaned in slightly, his tone firm. She had almost tricked him the last time. Since he had helped her again, he wanted to know exactly how she had gotten into trouble with those men. With Jiang Chun standing so close, she felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. Looking away for a moment, she hesitated before finally explaining. Her family was drowning in debt. That man had tried to take the valuables they were transporting, and intended to kill them all to keep the secret buried. But she had managed to escape. Now, he was after her to make sure no one found out. After finishing her explanation, she glanced at Jiang Chun warily. Her voice dropped slightly as she asked if he was planning to silence her too. Jiang Chun let go of her arm, turned his back on her, and started walking away. Seeing him leave, she placed a hand over her chest, then reached out toward him. Her voice carried sincerity as she told him she would always remember what he had done for her, and that she would be forever grateful. Jiang Chun kept walking, his eyes closing as he clenched his fists. He had no intention of getting tangled in her affairs. But just as he was distancing himself, something felt off. His instincts flared. He abruptly stopped, eyes snapping open. The girl noticed it too. Her face paled as she whispered in alarm. Someone had just cast a barrier spell around the warehouse. Outside, an unseen figure gave the order. Within seconds, movement stirred in the shadows. Jiang Chun turned his gaze toward the warehouse entrance. Escape was now impossible. Even if the girl claimed she didn't know him, their enemies wouldn't believe her. Activating his insect perception, Jiang Chun scanned the surroundings. A cold realization settled in. There was no way out. They were completely surrounded. His expression darkened as he slowly turned toward the entrance, bracing himself for the fight ahead. The girl, sensing the incoming danger, clutched her chest in fear. Then, like a storm rolling in, the blue-haired man and his subordinates reappeared. Their presence was suffocating, an unmistakable killing intent radiating from their bodies. The blue-haired man locked eyes with Jiang Chun, his expression twisted with anger. He had seen through the lie. Without hesitation, he demanded that Jiang Chun hand over the girl. His voice dripped with venom as he called him a bastard, making it clear he knew Jiang Chun had deceived him. Raising a hand, he gave the order. His subordinates lunged forward, their sights set on the girl. Jiang Chun stood motionless, his gaze locked onto the blue-haired man, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the girl's face drained of color the moment she saw him. Panic set in, fear gripping her as she turned to Jiang Chun. Her voice trembled as she revealed the truth. This man had already stripped the Luo family of everything they owned. And yet, that still wasn't enough for him. Summoning what little courage she had left, she demanded to know why he was so determined to kill her. The blue-haired man regarded her with an eerie calm. Then, with an almost mocking tone, he asked if he really needed a reason. Jiang Chen's attention shifted to the girl upon hearing that she belonged to the Luo family. His gaze deepened, studying her intently. From their position on the second floor of the abandoned warehouse, Jiang Chen and the girl watched as the man and his subordinate stood below on the first floor. She clenched her fist, extending the other arm defensively as she faced him. With unwavering resolve, she warned that if he killed her, the Luo family would never forgive him. They would hunt him down, ensuring he never lived in peace. Jiang Chen, standing just behind her, simply let his arms fall to his sides, silently watching. The man with blue hair, however, threw his head back and erupted into laughter. His subordinates quickly followed, smirking at her words. Mocking her, he asked if she truly believed that a family like the Luo family had the power to seek revenge. With one hand on his waist, he lowered his head, covering his face with the other as his laughter echoed through the warehouse. The very thought that a second-rate family with a bit of wealth considered themselves a threat was hilarious to him. Then his tone darkened. He revealed a truth that made the girl's blood run cold. Without the protection of the Shao family's ancestors a century ago, the Luo family would have been wiped out long ago. One of his subordinates unsheathed his sword, while the others continued to sneer. Zheng Tai folded his arms, glancing at Jiang Chen with amusement. Lowering his hand from his face, the blue-haired man raised his head and fixed the girl with a serious look. In the eyes of the Shao family, she and her kin were nothing more than lowly peasants. To him, they were cattle, meant to be slaughtered at the Shao family's will. Jiang Chen's expression hardened. His gaze turned sharp, filled with raw hatred. The sheer arrogance of this man was beyond belief. With a smirk, the blue-haired man lifted his hand, his palms suddenly surging with a powerful red energy that crackled and pulsed toward the sky. His eyes locked onto the girl as he taunted her. What could the Luo family possibly investigate if there was nothing left to find? In an instant, the unleashed energy formed a powerful barrier around the abandoned warehouse. The Dragon Prison Formation, an ability unique to the Shao family. The girl's eyes widened in horror. As she looked up at the sky, the realization hit her like a crushing weight. She clutched her chest, her fingers trembling. Panic overtook her. There was no way out. Jiang Chen lifted his head, his eyes narrowing as he took in the barrier surrounding them. Despite the looming danger, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This blue-haired man was truly an interesting opponent. From their vantage point on the second floor of the abandoned warehouse, Jiang Chen and the girl watched as Zheng Tai unsheathed his sword below. His gaze locked onto the girl, his intent clear. With a cold, ruthless tone, he ordered his men to obey the young master's will. No one was to be left alive. His subordinates responded in unison. Understood. The blue-haired man stood beside Zheng Tai, observing in silence. Seconds later, Zheng Tai prepared to strike. But before he could make a move, the man with blue hair stepped forward and raised a hand, signaling him to stop. His gaze shifted back to Jiang Chen, and a smirk crept onto his face. The girl from the Luo family must die today, he declared. But his attention remained fixed on Jiang Chen, his interest in him only growing. He had long since realized that Jiang Chen wasn't just any fighter. He possessed the divine rank creation class. Still watching him, the man casually explained that the spiritual master, Jiang Chen's class, was an exceptionally rare profession. Unlike most people, he understood its true value. With that, he extended a hand to the side and made an offer. If Jiang Chen captured the girl and handed her over, he would spare his life. Not only that, but he would allow him to serve under the Shao family, an opportunity to obtain everything under the sky. With a confident smile, he asked, "So, what do you think?" The girl, who had her hands on her waist, froze in shock. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen simply let his arms fall to his sides, his expression unreadable. For a few moments, he said nothing. Then a chuckle escaped his lips. He lowered his gaze to the ground, shaking his head slightly before letting out a mocking remark. The bastards of the Shao family sure were good at making offers. The girl immediately turned to look at him, her heart pounding. Was Jiang Chen actually considering it? Panic filled her eyes as uncertainty gripped her. Then, Jiang Chen's demeanor shifted. His gaze snapped back to the blue-haired man, sharp and murderous. "Take your Shao family and go to hell." His voice was laced with contempt. His fists clenched tightly, and in an instant a thick, poisonous mist began to seep from his body, Little Nine's venomous aura spreading into the air. His expression remained cold as he made his stance clear. "I refuse." Then his tone grew even sharper. "If you want to fight, come and get it." The girl gasped as she stepped back instinctively, bringing her hands close to her chest. The venomous mist curling around Jiang Chen sent a shiver down her spine. She had no idea what was happening, but one thing was certain. This was no ordinary ability. The blue-haired man's smirk vanished. His expression twisted with anger. To reject his offer so blatantly, this was an insult. His voice darkened as he barked a single command. "Kill him." Without hesitation, his subordinates sprang into action. Swords were unsheathed, feet pounded against the ground, and within moments, they leaped into the air, surging toward Jiang Chun with deadly intent. Amidst them, Zheng Tai locked his eyes on Jiang Chun and gave a sharp warning to his comrades. Be careful. This one won't go down easily. As the enemies closed in, Jiang Chun remained perfectly still, his sharp eyes tracking their every move. He made no attempt to flee, no sign of fear, just silent observation. Within seconds, they reached the second floor. Zheng Tai's eyes widened as he noticed the poisonous mist surrounding Jiang Chun's body. Wasting no time, he warned his comrades that Jiang Chun could use poison and cautioned them not to attack directly. Realizing the fight was inevitable, the girl quickly hid behind Jiang Chun. At that moment, Jiang Chun deactivated the poisonous mist. Instead, he extended his hand, and a vibrant green energy surged around his body. His gaze locked onto Zheng Tai, his expression unwavering as he revealed a startling fact. Not only could he wield poison, but he also possessed a powerful talent ability. The girl, still behind him, took a few steps back, clutching her chest. Her confusion grew. She had no idea what this ability was. In an instant, green spiritual roots erupted from the ground, spreading rapidly like living vines. Zheng Tai gripped his sword with both hands and lunged forward, preparing to strike. But the moment he looked down and saw the massive roots twisting toward him, he froze in shock. Well, what is this? Before anyone could react, the roots surged forward and coiled tightly around Zheng Tai and his subordinates, trapping them in place. Panic erupted as they struggled against the sudden entanglement, completely bewildered. Jiang Chun, his hand still outstretched, calmly explained. This was his ability, the evolution of all things. The spiritual roots constricted tighter around Zheng Tai's body, squeezing with increasing pressure. He gritted his teeth, gripping the roots in an attempt to break free. His mind raced. A divine rank class? His confusion deepened. He knew Jiang Chun could use poison, but this was something else entirely. Realizing he couldn't afford to hesitate, Zheng Tai gripped his sword with both hands and, using all his strength, slashed through the roots binding him. The others followed his lead, hacking away at the vines. Attack the roots! They're fragile, Zheng Tai shouted. One by one, the severed roots collapsed to the ground, near where the blue-haired man stood. Annoyed, he casually pushed them aside with his hands. But as he did, something clicked in his mind. His expression shifted. You idiot, he suddenly shouted at Zheng Tai. This is just a distraction. But it was too late. While they had been preoccupied cutting through the roots, Jiang Chun had already made his next move. A swarm of insects emerged, their piercing gazes locking onto their prey. Poisonous mist began to swirl around Jiang Chun once more as he extended his hand to the side, his intent clear. His voice carried an air of finality. You're already too late. The girl, still on the ground, leaned back on her hands and lifted her head. Upon seeing the insects, her eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Zheng Tai's subordinates remained focused on cutting the roots, completely unaware of the looming threat. Then, Zheng Tai turned his head slightly, only to freeze. His breath hitched, his eyes widened. As he took in the sight of the approaching swarm, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. What were those things? The swarm of insects surged forward at blinding speed, launching a relentless assault on Zheng Tai and his men. Reacting quickly, Zheng Tai raised his sword to block the attack, but his confidence shattered just as quickly as his weapon. Within seconds, the insects tore through the blade like it was made of paper. He froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Jiang Chun had just destroyed his sword. A cold sweat formed on his forehead as he took a closer look. That wasn't poisonous mist at all. It was something far worse. These weren't just toxins. They were summoned creatures. His stomach dropped. Before he could process what was happening, one of the insects crept up behind him, its mandibles opening wide, ready to strike. He barely had time to react before he felt its presence looming over him. His instincts screamed at him. His head snapped upward, and the moment he saw it, sheer panic took over. He let out a desperate scream, warning his comrades. This isn't poison, it's monsters. But it was too late. Jiang Chun, still controlling the creatures with his outstretched hand, watched Zheng Tai with a cold, murderous gaze. A slow, knowing smile spread across his lips. He had him right where he wanted him. Just as the insect lunged for its prey, a sudden force crashed down onto Zheng Tai's shoulder. A foot. A voice followed, dripping with contempt. Trash. Get lost. Zheng Tai barely had time to turn his head before confusion overtook his face. Jiang Chun, too, was momentarily stunned. The man standing over Zheng Tai was none other than the blue-haired leader of the Shao family. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword with a single hand. Gathering momentum, he leaped into the air, his aura flaring as he closed in on Jiang Chun. As he advanced, his body was engulfed in a fierce, orange glow. This was the first form of the king's 9 forms. Jiang Qin remained silent, his body still shrouded in little Nine's poisonous mist. The girl, still sitting on the ground nearby, gasped. She covered her mouth with both hands, eyes wide with fear. Jiang Chun lifted his head. In that instant, he realized something. This man was faster than a mist. His expression tensed. His teeth clenched. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. There was no time to hesitate. Summoning his power, he activated one of the Shao family's most feared techniques, chasing dragons. A massive dragon, forged from pure spiritual energy, materialized in an instant. Its eyes locked onto Jiang Chun, burning with raw intensity. Then it struck. The sheer force of the attack obliterated the area where Jiang Chun stood, reducing it to rubble. A dense cloud of smoke and dust filled the warehouse, masking everything from view. The blue-haired man stood at the center of the destruction, his sword extended, unwavering. His gaze remained fixed on the swirling smoke. A smug grin spread across his face. Bastard, he muttered. He knew Jiang Chun would be a challenge. But fortunately for him, Jiang Chen's level wasn't high, and his speed wasn't fast enough to keep up. With this blade alone, he was confident he could finish the job. But then, as the dust began to settle, his expression changed. His body stiffened, his breath hitched, because once the smoke cleared, he saw something that made his blood run cold. As the dust settled, Jiang Chun remained standing, alive, but only thanks to the girl. She had used her hidden profession ability, Earth Eternal Shield, to conjure a barrier just in time. But now, with her hands still outstretched toward the shield, cracks spread across its surface like shattered glass. Her body trembled, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth as she turned to Jiang Chun, her voice strained. It hurts? Jiang Chun, standing behind her, stared in shock. Until now, he hadn't realized. She was a defensive type. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man, who had all but forgotten about her, now burned with fury. His attack had been blocked. His teeth clenched as his gaze darkened, and without hesitation, he prepared to strike again. Jiang Chun, however, saw an opportunity. Without wasting a moment, he extended his hand to the side, releasing a thick poisonous mist. Then, with a swift movement, he landed on the ground, ready to counterattack. Just then, a panicked voice called out. One of the blue-haired man's subordinates, lying on the ground, reached out to him in desperation. Be careful. Turning his head slightly, the man caught sight of what the warning was about. Dozens of Jiang Chen's summoned insects were closing in fast. Reacting instantly, he grabbed the nearest subordinate by the hood. The man barely had time to register what was happening before he found himself yanked forward, used as a human shield. The swarm of insects, too simple-minded to realize the trick, sank their fangs into the unfortunate subordinate instead. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the warehouse. The sheer force of the attack sent both bodies flying backward. As the chaos settled, the blue-haired man dropped to one knee, his sword pressed into the ground for support. Blood trickled from his mouth as he coughed, his gaze lowered. From the second floor, Jiang Qin watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. But internally, he could only think, what a disgusting bastard. Sacrificing his own man without hesitation. The fallen subordinate, now lying in a pool of his own blood, coughed weakly. His chest had been torn open by the attack, yet somehow, he was still clinging to life. The blue-haired man turned his head slightly, acknowledging him. You endured well, he muttered. Slowly, he stood up and approached Jiang Chun, but not before glancing back at his dying subordinate. I didn't train you for nothing, he added coldly. You truly are strong. But strong wasn't enough. Within moments, the man breathed his last. Ignoring the corpse, the blue-haired man reached into his pocket, pulled out a dragon yuan pill, and swallowed it in one swift motion. He hadn't expected to be pushed this far. But now, Jiang Chun had forced his hand. The moment the pill took effect, his energy surged. With slow, deliberate steps, he advanced toward Jiang Chun, dragging his sword along the ground. The blade scraped against the stone, causing small rocks to lift into the air, as if responding to his aura. Jiang Chun, sensing the shift, immediately assumed an offensive stance. Nearby, the girl remained seated, one hand clutching the wound on her arm. She didn't dare move. The blue-haired man lifted his sword, pointing it directly at Jiang Chun. His eyes burned with murderous intent. This next strike, he growled, will take your head. Jiang Chun remained calm, his eyes locked onto the blue-haired man. He stood firm, ready for whatever came next. The Dragon Yuan pill had fully taken effect. Behind the blue-haired man, the elemental energy dragon surged in size, its glowing eyes flaring as if acknowledging its master's intent. It was ready to strike. With a thunderous stomp, the man shattered the ground beneath him, his energy so intense that the surrounding rocks floated in response. His grip tightened around his sword, his gaze burning with determination. This time, he would end Jiang Chun. Jiang Chen's eyes flicked toward the dragon, and for the first time, a trace of unease crossed his mind. Could he withstand this attack? Without hesitation, the blue-haired man unsheathed his sword. This time, he activated the second form of the Nine King Styles, Descending Dragon's Cut. A surge of overwhelming power erupted from his body as he swung his blade. In an instant, the elemental dragon lunged forward, its massive form tearing through the air, mouth open wide, ready to consume Jiang Chun in a single devastating strike. At that moment, the girl suddenly stepped in front of Jiang Chun. Extending her hands toward the incoming attack, she activated Earth Eternal Shield once again. Jiang Chun instinctively raised an arm to shield his face from the incoming impact, but his eyes widened as he turned toward her. Despite her injuries, she was still willing to block another attack. A brilliant green shield materialized around them just as the dragon struck. The sheer force of the impact shattered the ground, kicking up a thick curtain of smoke. With her arms still outstretched, the girl clenched her teeth, her body trembling. Gritting through the pain, she turned to Jiang Chun, her voice strained. The Dragon Yuan pill. It's made the Shao family's technique several times stronger, she gasped. My shield, it won't hold. Cracks began to spread across the protective barrier. Realizing the inevitable, she pushed herself to her limits, determined to buy as much time as possible. Jiang Chun, meanwhile, tightened his grip on his cloak, his gaze locked onto the energy dragon. He couldn't help but be impressed. Each strike from that beast was lethal. The previous attack had already been overwhelming. Yet this man had even more power to unleash. Above them, the blue-haired man leaped forward, his sword raised high. As soon as he saw the shield cracking, a cruel smirk crossed his lips. Without wasting a second, he unleashed multiple descending dragon's cuts in rapid succession, each strike hammering against the already weakened shield. Jiang Chun exhaled sharply and turned his gaze upward. No more hesitation. He raised his hand toward the sky, activating the swarm of insects mark. Against an enemy this ruthless, this powerful, there was no room for mercy. A moment later, the shield shattered completely. Then, a deafening buzz filled the air. From Jiang Chen's outstretched hand, thousands of insects burst forth, swarming into the sky like a living storm. The blue-haired man's eyes widened as he looked up, his arrogant smirk vanishing in an instant. His teeth clenched as a sudden, sinking realization hit him. What is this? Thousands of insects poured out of Jiang Chen's hand, filling the air with a deafening buzz. His gaze remained fixed on the blue-haired man, his voice calm yet menacing. Get ready. The girl, still sitting on the floor behind him, clutched her wounded shoulder, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had assumed Jiang Chun was from the creation class, but now, she wasn't so sure. Surrounding Jiang Chun, several insects turned their piercing gazes toward the blue-haired man, their bodies tensed, ready to strike. Jiang Chun took a step forward. Attack! At his command, the swarm surged toward their target. For the first time, the blue-haired man clenched his teeth, a flicker of panic flashing across his face. He knew one thing for certain. If this many insects attacked at once, survival would be impossible. Still, he refused to back down. Unsheathing his sword, he assumed a defensive stance, his eyes locked onto Jiang Chun. With a deep breath, he activated Descending Dragon Cut. A wave of energy exploded from his blade as he swung furiously, determined to slice through the approaching swarm. They're just disgusting little bugs, he spat, cutting down insect after insect with each strike. But Jiang Chun remained unmoved, his body still cloaked in the poisonous mist of Little Nine. He extended a hand, his tone laced with mockery. Do you really believe that's enough? A horrifying sight unfolded before the blue-haired man's eyes. The severed insect bodies began to regenerate. His breath hitched. What? The insects reformed almost instantly and resumed their relentless assault. Realizing he couldn't stop them, panic set in. He swung again, slashing more insects in half, but each time, they regenerated and came back stronger. Jiang Chun observed him with cold amusement. Let's see how long you can last. The girl, still behind Jiang Chun, turned her head toward him, astonished. Just how powerful was he? The blue-haired man, now furious, tightened his grip on his sword. With a roar, he unleashed another Descending Dragon Cut, this time targeting a large insect directly in front of him. The spiritual dragon materialized once more, its mouth opening wide as it devoured the creature's midair. Unlike his sword, the dragon's energy continuously consumed the insects, preventing them from regenerating. For a moment he smirked, but in that brief moment of confidence, he let his guard down. One of the insects seized the opportunity, lunging from behind and sinking its fangs deep into his arm. A sharp pain shot through his body. His sword slipped from his grip. His head snapped to the side, eyes wide with horror. This isn't good. Poison was already spreading through his veins, numbing his right hand. Without his sword, his situation had gone from bad to worse. Realizing he had no other choice, he reached into his robes with his uninjured hand. The insect saw the opening and surged forward, closing in on him. But just before they could land another blow, he yanked a small red object from his clothes, raising it high into the air. J protection of life. A surge of crimson energy erupted from his body, forming a protective aura around him. With a sneer, he turned to Jiang Chun, his voice dripping with arrogance. Did you really think a few pathetic insects could kill me, the great Xiao Yuanwu? Jiang Chun stood still, his gaze locked onto Yuanwu. He made no move, nor did he speak, just silently observed. Then, he extended a hand toward Yuanwu, his expression unreadable. What kind of treasure is that? He asked calmly. How does it hold such power? Without waiting for an answer, he gave a simple command. Devour him. The swarm responded instantly, surging toward Yuanwu like a tidal wave. But the moment they reached him, they were stopped cold. A translucent shield, glowing faintly with an ancient aura, surrounded Yuanwu's body. The insects attacked relentlessly, yet no matter how fiercely they bit and clawed, they couldn't leave so much as a scratch. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. This wasn't normal. Yuanwu, still pressing a hand against the wound on his arm, turned his head slightly, his lips curling into a smirk. You're wasting your time, he said. This is the Jade Treasure, an inherited relic of the Xiao family. It possesses divine power. Jiang Chun refused to back down. Attack again? The insects obeyed, launching another frenzied assault. But once more, the shield held firm. Yuanwu slowly stepped forward, completely unfazed. I'll admit, you've impressed me, he said, his tone almost amused. To think you could push me this far, even forcing me to use an ancestral treasure. His smirk widened. But even if you throw everything you have at me, it won't make a difference. As long as the shield is active, you can't lay a finger on me. Jiang Chun remained silent, his eyes unreadable as he watched the insect struggle against the barrier. Meanwhile, the girl beside him hesitated, then grabbed onto Jiang Chun's sleeve. Yuanwu, wiping the blood from his lips, let out a low chuckle. You're strong, but you lack vision. He took another step closer, confidence radiating from him. I'll make you one last offer, he said smoothly. Join me. Swear loyalty to the Xiao family, and I'll grant you the Xiao surname. An honor countless men would kill for. His eyes gleamed with superiority. Think carefully, he added. This is an opportunity you won't get twice. Jiang Chun didn't react right away. Instead, he simply stared at Yuanwu, his expression calm, almost as if he were considering it. For several moments, he remained deep in thought. Then his gaze darkened. A quiet anger bubbled beneath the surface as he looked at Yuanwu, at the sheer arrogance of a man so blinded by his own power that he couldn't even recognize the danger he was in. The girl glanced at Jiang Chun, noticing the subtle shift in his demeanor. Her brows furrowed in confusion. What was he planning? Yuanwu extended a hand toward Jiang Chun, his smirk unwavering. Enough with the pride, he said. Whether you accept or not doesn't really matter. Even if I don't kill you today, the Xiao family's influence stretches across the entire country. You can't run. You can't fight us. Sooner or later, we will. Jiang Chun suddenly cut him off, his voice smooth yet sharp. Didn't you say something earlier? Yuanwu frowned slightly. Jiang Chun's lips curled into a smirk. You said one can't investigate something if there's nothing left to find. Yuanwu's expression flickered. Jiang Chun tilted his head slightly. So tell me, what happens if you die here, leaving no trace behind? Boom! A thunderous impact shook the ground. Yuanwu's eyes widened as he instinctively turned his head. From the depths of the insect swarm, something massive emerged. A grotesque, towering tentacle slammed into the ground behind them, leaving deep cracks in the stone. His breath hitched. What? His body stiffened, his pulse hammering in his chest. Then slowly he looked up. Towering above him, emerging from the writhing swarm, was the insect mother. She was monstrous. Her massive, twisted form cast a shadow over the battlefield, her many eyes glistening with a predatory hunger. The girl gasped, her knees giving out as she collapsed onto the ground, staring in pure horror. Yuanwu's entire body tensed. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he realized, for the first time in his life, he was afraid. Jiang Chen's gaze remained cold and steady as he gave the command. Devour him. At his words, Little Nine let out a delighted hum, slithering forward with eerie excitement. Finally, she purred. I'm starving. Yuanwu's expression twisted in pure terror. A fear unlike anything he had ever known gripped him as the monstrous creature loomed over him, her massive tentacles writhing hungrily. Then, with a wicked smile, she struck. Her powerful tentacle smashed into Yuanwu's shield with overwhelming force. The impact sent him flying, his body crashing violently through the warehouse wall, shattering it into rubble. A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. This can't be real, he gasped, his voice shaking. What kind of monster is she? Jiang Chun, completely unfazed, simply answered with calm indifference. She just finished reproducing. You, and that jade treasure of yours? You're exactly what she needs to satisfy her hunger. Yuan Wu's breath hitched. Little Nine wasted no time, her tentacles striking him over and over again, each blow creating shockwaves that kicked up thick clouds of dust and debris. The warehouse trembled under the sheer force of her relentless assault. Within seconds, cracks splintered across Yuan Wu's so-called impenetrable shield. His confidence shattered along with it. No, no, this is impossible, he choked, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed onto the ground. His mind raced in denial. The Shao family's jade treasure, an ancient relic said to be unbreakable, was crumbling before his eyes. If the shield failed, if he fell here, the Shao family would lose everything. As the last fragments of the shield disintegrated, Little Nine loomed over him, her predatory gaze locked onto her prey. With slow, deliberate movements, she raised her tentacle for the final blow. Jiang Chun remained motionless, watching silently. Then, a devastating strike. The ground beneath them shattered into countless pieces, and when the dust finally settled, nothing remained of Yuan Wu except a pool of blood. Little Nine lifted her tentacle from the ground, her expression satisfied. Jiang Chun exhaled slowly. No one could ever find out about this. With that thought, he raised his hand toward the sky, activating the swarm mark. Little Nine's body shimmered. Then, within seconds, she transformed back into her human form. Smiling sweetly, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Jiang Chun in an affectionate embrace. Delicious, she murmured, closing her eyes. Thank you, Jiang Chun. You really are the best. Then, with a playful smirk, she added, and don't forget, I'm the one who loves you the most. From a few feet away, the girl on the ground turned her head toward them. The sight of Little Nine in her human form left her utterly bewildered. A mixture of confusion and fear flickered across her face. Jiang Chun said nothing. He simply turned his back to her and started walking away. But then, after a brief pause, he glanced back at her. He had unfinished business. The girl tensed immediately. Her heart pounded as a cold realization hit her. She had seen everything, and now that she knew his secret, the question was, would he let her live? Jiang Chen's gaze darkened as he looked at her, deep in thought. His body tensed slightly, releasing faint traces of Little Nine's poisonous mist. Behind him, several insects emerged, their sharp eyes locking onto the girl. Their intent was clear. Jiang Chen took a slow step toward her. Give me one good reason, he said quietly, his tone unreadable. Why I shouldn't kill you right now. The girl's breath hitched. Panic took over. Without hesitation, she dropped to her knees, trembling. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a handful of gold coins, her entire fortune. Head bowed, she held them out with both hands, her voice shaking. This is everything I have, she stammered. It's worth millions, practically my entire life. Please take it. Take all of it. Just let me live. Jiang Chen picked up a gold coin, rolling it between his fingers as he studied the girl. She seemed sincere, but sincerity wasn't enough. She had seen too much, lied too many times. Eliminating her would be the safest option. Sensing the danger, she suddenly stood up, eyes shut tight. With one hand raised toward the sky, she swore by her name, Luo Sandow. If I'm lying, may the heavens strike me down with 5 thunders. Jiang Chun arched a brow, slightly amused yet skeptical. Luo Sandow. He wasn't sure if that was even her real name. After all, lying seemed to be second nature to her. Without hesitation, she stepped closer, holding out an identification card. Her gaze was steady, her expression serious. I'm telling the truth, she insisted. I don't know what my parents were thinking when they gave me this name, but I'm not deceiving you. Jiang Chun took the card, lifting it for a closer look. His eyes landed on the image. A round-faced, chubby girl stared back at him. He blinked. Then, his gaze flickered between the photo and the girl standing before him. Are you sure this is you? Luo Sandow sighed dramatically. She grabbed strands of her hair, twisting them into makeshift ponytails. Puffing up her cheeks, she closed her eyes and struck a pose. That was 2 years ago, she exclaimed. I hadn't grown yet, and I hadn't lost weight either. Jiang Chen stared at her for a moment. Then, a deep laugh erupted from him. He turned away, shaking his head as he laughed out loud. Even the insects hovering behind him seemed momentarily confused. After regaining his composure, Jiang Chen looked at her again, his expression turning serious. Still, he said, his voice calm yet firm, I can't trust you. His gaze darkened. This secret is something only the dead can keep. Before he could finish a sentence, Luo Sandow suddenly leaped forward. A portal appeared beside her as she activated her storage ring. Without hesitation, she reached inside and pulled out a scroll. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as she approached him, her face unusually serious. "Don't worry," she said. His gaze flickered to the scroll in her hands. "What is that?" Luo Sandao carefully unrolled it, gripping it with both hands. "This is a sealing scroll?" Jiang Chen's expression shifted slightly. She continued, her voice unwavering. "If I reveal your secret, I will die immediately." Jiang Chen studied her carefully. There was no trace of hesitation in her eyes, only fear. She wasn't bluffing. Then, a system window appeared before him. "Luo Sandao has sworn to protect your secret with her life. If she reveals it, she will be executed immediately." Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Something like this actually existed. He picked up the scroll, closing one eye as he inspected it with the other. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Fine, she had signed a literal life-binding contract. For now, he would let her live. Hearing Jiang Chen's decision, Luo Sandao let out a deep breath of relief and quickly thanked him. Jiang Chen, however, turned his head toward her, his expression unreadable. "How much does this scroll cost?" he asked. She tapped a finger on her cheek, thinking for a moment before responding. "I'm around 10 million. Jiang Chen's grip on the scroll tightened. His eye twitched. This meant she had just used the most valuable item in her storage ring. Luo Sandao noticed his sudden shift in demeanor and immediately panicked. She waved her hands frantically, her voice filled with nervous laughter. "But if you take me home, my parents will definitely reward you. They'll treat you really well and give you way more than just 10 million. Jiang Chen turned his back on her, uninterested. "I don't have time for that," he said flatly. "Tomorrow morning, I need to report to the night watch. I can't waste any more time." With that, he started walking away. "Good luck." Luo Sandao scrambled to her feet. Watching him disappear into the distance, she quickly called out, Wait. At least take me home." Jiang Chen stopped but didn't turn around. "My house is much closer than the night watch headquarters," she explained. "And there's a teleportation station nearby. You'll still make it on time." At first, he refused, but after considering her words for a moment, he changed his mind. Several hours later, they arrived at the Luo family mansion. It was breathtaking, massive, elegant, almost like a castle. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, a solemn atmosphere filled the grand hall. Hooded men knelt in submission before a regal woman seated on a grand throne. A man approached her and bowed deeply before delivering urgent news. "Your daughter has returned." At first, the woman was shocked. Impossible. The Xiao family was ruthless. They didn't just steal, they killed without hesitation. Yet now, they dared to spread lies as well. As fury boiled within her, the man quickly interjected, urging her to contain her rage. "Please, my lady, I am merely the messenger. I am not the one who caused you suffering." Minutes later, Luo Sandao entered the hall. Without hesitation, she ran to her mother, sat beside her, and buried her face in her lap, sobbing uncontrollably. Her mother gently placed a hand on her head, comforting her daughter. But as her gaze shifted toward her subordinates, her expression hardened. This would not go unanswered. She made up her mind. She would not let the Xiao family get away with this. Just then a man, her husband, stepped forward. Placing his hands to his sides, he spoke with a firm, level voice. "For now, we must remain calm." His gaze met his wife's, steady and unwavering. "The most important thing is that Luo Sandao has returned safely." He took a deep breath before adding, "The Xiao family is one of the most powerful forces in this country. We cannot afford to act recklessly. We are merchants, not warriors." Jiang Chen stood silently to the side, watching everything unfold. So, her real name is Luo Sandao after all. Moments later, Luo Sandao's father turned toward Jiang Chen. With a respectful nod, he handed him a black card. "Take this." Jiang Chen examined the card as the man closed his eyes and smiled. "This is our token of gratitude," he said warmly. "Thank you for saving our daughter." He then added in a firm tone, "Do not lose this card. It may come in handy in the future." At that moment, Luo Sandao's mother turned to face Jiang Chen. Her previous fury had faded, replaced by a graceful, almost motherly warmth. With a kind smile, she said, "You are our benefactor. As thanks, I have prepared a meal for you. Eat, rest, and then you may use our teleportation station to continue your journey." Jiang Chen accepted the black card with a nod, closing his eyes briefly as he smiled. "I won't be staying to eat," he said casually. But the moment he finished speaking, growl, a loud stomach growl echoed through the room. Jiang Chen froze. A faint redness crept up his ears as he awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. With a sheepish grin, he quickly changed his mind. "Actually, maybe just a little." Luo Sandao's father chuckled, pointing him toward the dining area. "Right this way. We'll have everything ready shortly." Meanwhile, her mother covered her mouth with a hand, closing her eyes as she smiled knowingly. Within minutes, the best chefs in the Luo family prepared an extravagant feast. Jiang Chun wasted no time digging in. Plate after plate, dish after dish, he devoured everything in front of him with surprising speed. Before long, he had stacked the empty plates into a precariously high column. A passing waiter, bringing another dish, paused mid-step. His eyes widened at the sight. Was Jiang Chun building a tower out of his plates? Unbothered, Jiang Chun leaned back slightly, resting one hand on the table while the other held a massive meat thigh. As he continued eating, a thought crossed his mind. The more my insects grow, the hungrier I get. Beside him, Luo Sandow sat quietly, watching him with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Slow down, she laughed. No one's going to take your food away. Seated next to her, her parents exchanged a glance. They simply smiled, sipping their tea as they silently observed Jiang Chun. As he continued eating, Luo Sandow found herself staring at him, her cheeks warming slightly. Her mother, gently swirling her cup of tea, finally spoke. Sandow mentioned that Jiang Chun is from the creation class and even possesses a divine rank. She glanced at her husband. It's quite fascinating, isn't it? Her father, resting his chin on his hand, nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, he mused, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chun. Though our daughter hasn't said much, I suspect Jiang Chun has hidden abilities. He's not as simple as he seems. After a brief pause, he added, and he's quite handsome too. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. If Jiang Chun was capable of standing against the Xiao family, if he could protect their daughter for a lifetime, then perhaps he was the perfect person. Luo Sandow's mother suddenly leaned forward, her eyes twinkling as she smiled warmly at Jiang Chun. Tell me, Jiang Chun, she asked, her voice pleasant. Do you have a girlfriend? Jiang Chun, mid-bite, nearly choked. Before he could even process the question, she continued cheerfully. You see, our Sandow doesn't have a boyfriend either. Luo Sandow visibly tensed. She's quite talented, her mother added smoothly. An expert in business, a skilled financial manager, and, of course, very responsible. Her father, standing behind Jiang Chun, gave him a very enthusiastic thumbs up. And her body is quite... Wait, what? Jiang Chun turned his head slightly, sensing something very wrong. Very sexy, her father finished proudly. Her measurements are 36-24-36. Luo Sandow practically exploded. Father. He, however, was not done. In fact, he continued excitedly. We've already thought of names for your future children. Jiang Chun, who had just taken a sip of water, immediately spat it back out. Coughing violently, he slammed his glass onto the table, eyes wide in pure shock. Meanwhile, Luo Sandow's face turned as red as a tomato. Her hands shot up to her burning cheeks as she shrieked internally. What is even happening right now? Without a second thought, Jiang Chun bolted from the dining hall. Thank you for your hospitality, he called over his shoulder. His excuse? He was full and had urgent matters to attend to. Truthfully, he just needed to escape. Luo Sandow's father watched him disappear and quickly called out, Wait, we still need to talk. Before he could finish, Sandow rushed forward and clamped a hand over his mouth. Quiet, she hissed, her face still burning with embarrassment. Her mother, however, simply turned to her daughter, eyes narrowing slightly in disappointment. Calmly, she sat down in her chair, letting out a small sigh. Meanwhile, her father pried Sandow's hand away and muttered, Our son-in-law ran away. Then, with a teasing smile, he added, As his wife, shouldn't you go after him and say goodbye? Sandow's entire body stiffened. Before she could protest, her mother chimed in. No need to worry, she said with a knowing smile. He has the black card. No matter where he runs, we can track him. Sandow immediately grabbed her knees, clenched her eyes shut, and let out a frustrated scream. Just be quiet. Lowering her head, she groaned, her mind swirling with thoughts of Jiang Chun. Yes, he was strong. Yes, he was handsome. But he was also terrifying. Then again, even though he was terrifying, there was no denying how strong and handsome he was. Meanwhile, within the Xiao family's estate, Xiao Yuanshan, the head of the family, sat rigidly in his chair, his fingers gripping the armrests. His expression darkened as he received the news. His grandson, Xiao Yuanwu, was dead. Fury ignited in his eyes. His voice was cold and sharp as he issued his command. Find out who did this. Immediately, his suspicion fell upon Xiao Jinluo, another powerful figure within the family. Without hesitation, he ordered his other grandson to send men to investigate him. As one of his subordinates knelt before him, another figure entered the room. A man named Xiao Beihan, hands casually tucked into his pockets, stepped forward. With an amused smirk, he extended one hand to the side and spoke. Grandfather, let's be honest. Yuan Wu was already over 20 years old and had only reached level 30 of the second transformation. His tone was indifferent as he continued. He was useless. He then glanced toward his grandfather and shrugged. Is his death really something to grieve over? Xiao Yuanshan, still seated, rested both hands on his knees and observed Xiao Beihan carefully. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You're right. Yuan Wu was mediocre. Nothing compared to you. He leaned forward slightly, his voice cold. But in the end, he was my grandson. His eyes flickered with menace. Even when beating a dog, one must consider who its owner is. His fingers curled slightly. I want to know, who in this country dared to kill someone from the Xiao family? Hearing this, Xiao Beihan's smirk widened. He stepped forward, extending his hand. A sinister, dark energy swirled around his palm. Grandfather, there's no need to concern yourself with this trivial matter. He turned his hand slightly, watching the dark energy shift between his fingers. Once we're finished dealing with the Tianjiao camp, it won't matter who the culprit is. His smile sharpened. I'll handle it for you. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had already arrived at the Night Watch office. Pushing open the heavy doors, he stepped inside. Inside the dimly lit room, several figures stood waiting, including Ji Gang and a group of high-ranking officers. Ji Gang turned slightly, surprised to see Jiang Chun had arrived. Jiang Chun introduced himself as the newest member of the Night Watch, casually scratching the back of his head. Curiosity crept in as he wondered why so many people had gathered. Ji Gang, always the charismatic one, approached Jiang Chun with a welcoming gesture, placing a hand on his shoulder and extending the other dramatically to the side. With a warm smile, he revealed they had all been waiting for him. Jiang Chun was taken aback by this unexpected reception. Ji Gang wasted no time introducing Jiang Chun to the group's key members. First up was Yun Xiaoku, a level 45 healer in the second stage. Ji Gang teased that she used to be the youngest until Jiang Chun stole her title. Flustered, Yun Xiaoku blushed as her eyes lingered on Jiang Chun. She couldn't help but think he was the most handsome teammate she had ever worked with. Next was Duan Feng, a level 49 archer, also in the second stage. He was stoic and somewhat full of himself, but with a confident pose. One hand on his hip, the other saluting his forehead. He politely welcomed Jiang Chun to the team. Then came Chu Bulang, a level 49 warrior, whose small frame betrayed his remarkable strength. A talkative soul, he stood proudly before Jiang Chun, grinning with his eyes closed. He enthusiastically declared it a lifetime achievement to have someone of Jiang Chun's divine-level expertise join their ranks. Finally, there was Tan Jin, the sub-commander of the group. A level 61 master in the third stage and a formidable fire class expert. She radiated authority and warmth. She approached with a motherly demeanor, playfully ruffling the heads of both Chu Bulang and Jiang Chun. Flashing a pleasant smile, she insisted they call her Aunt Tang from now on, promising they'd enjoy meals together daily. Jiang Chun humbly introduced himself as a spiritual master from the creation class, modestly downplaying his worth. Despite his divine-level power, he was well aware that the creation class was often undervalued. Sensing his self-doubt, Ji Gang dismissed such concerns, waving off the opinions of narrow-minded critics. He assured Jiang Chun that everyone here respected his abilities. Tanjin chimed in with her usual cheer, emphasizing that Jiang Chun was special because he chose to join the Night Watch. She warmly declared that this group was now his family. The mood shifted as Ji Gang addressed a pressing matter. If Jiang Chun wanted to enroll in the prestigious Tianjiao training camp, he needed to reach level 20. Ji Gang hesitated, unsure of Jiang Chun's current status. Calmly, Jiang Chun revealed he was already level 17, despite having only switched jobs 3 days earlier. Ji Gang was visibly impressed. Gripping Jiang Chun's shoulders with excitement, he burst into hearty laughter, convinced he'd made the right choice in recruiting him. Ji Gang declared with confidence that Jiang Chun's divine talent would make reaching level 20 in 3 days a breeze, immediately deciding to enroll him in the Tianjiao Genius Camp. Ji Gang slowly opened his eyes and turned his head, noticing that everyone around him had suddenly gone quiet, their expressions unusually serious. Sliding a hand into his pocket, he shifted his gaze to Jiang Chun, his tone turning grave. He asked if Jiang Chun had gotten himself into trouble with someone dangerous in the past 3 days, revealing that an unknown third-grade master was currently using their divine class abilities to investigate his whereabouts. Jiang Chun lowered his gaze, his mind racing at the possibility. Could it be someone from the Xiao family? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, Ji Gang, ever the leader, crossed his arms and instructed Yun Xiaoku to handle the situation. Without hesitation, she acknowledged his command and raised her hands toward the sky. Almost instantly, a surge of green energy spread out, forming a protective barrier around their headquarters. Turning to the group, she calmly explained that this would prevent any form of espionage, allowing them to speak freely without the risk of being overheard. Jiang Chun stood motionless, observing the power unfolding before him. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of ability Yun Xiaoku possessed. Her energy expanded rapidly in all directions, strengthening the barrier until it encompassed the entire area. Ji Gang then approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. With a warm smile, he gently asked if there was something Jiang Chun was hiding, reminding him that they were all here to support him. The rest of the group listened intently, waiting for his response. Jiang Chun exhaled deeply, lowering his head as his fingers ran through his hair. His expression darkened before he finally revealed the truth. Just yesterday, he had killed Xiao Yuanwu from the Xiao family. Though he had meticulously erased all traces of the event, he wasn't certain whether the Xiao family had other means of tracking him. Silence fell over the room, but the shock on everyone's faces spoke volumes. Tanjin's expression stiffened in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Chun, her voice laced with urgency as she asked if he had truly eliminated a member of the Xiao family. Ji Gang's reaction was no different. His eyes widened as he reached out toward Jiang Chun, his voice filled with surprise. He asked if Jiang Chun had actually killed Xiao Yuanshan's grandson, a cultivator whose strength was at the terrifying 8th stage of cultivation. The weight of the revelation hit the group hard. Just how powerful was Jiang Chun to have pulled off such a feat? Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, seeing their stunned reactions, ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Had he just dragged all of them into trouble? But Ji Gang, rather than showing fear, folded his arms and addressed the group. He reminded everyone that the Xiao family had long been infamous for their corruption, with their younger generation causing countless problems over the years. In his eyes, Jiang Chun had done the world a favor by taking out someone like Xiao Yuanwu. His expression remained serious as he acknowledged the power of an 8th stage master. But from what he had heard, Yuanwu was the weakest and least favored among Xiao Yuanshan's descendants. That being the case, there was a chance that the old master wouldn't personally intervene. Tanjin, who had one hand on her waist, extended the other toward Jiang Chun with a determined look. With unwavering confidence, she assured him that if the Xiao family came seeking revenge, the Night Watch would stand by him. After all, they were far from weak. Jiang Chun looked at Ji Gang with warmth in his eyes, a rare smile forming on his lips. For the first time in his life, he felt a sense of belonging. He had grown up as an orphan, relying on the kindness of neighbors. But this was different. This felt like home. Ji Gang, however, had other concerns. Turning his back to Jiang Chun, he took a few steps away, deep in thought. Even if Xiao Yuanwu had been incompetent, reaching the 2nd level of cultivation meant he wasn't entirely weak. Suddenly, Ji Gang spun back around, grabbed Jiang Chun firmly by the shoulders, and locked eyes with him, his expression filled with disbelief. He demanded to know how Jiang Chun, a level 17 awakened to the creation class, had managed to kill someone of level 30 in the combat class. Jiang Chun hesitated, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. A nervous sweat broke out as he lifted a hand in a calming gesture, urging Ji Gang not to get too excited. He admitted that, at that crucial moment, someone had helped him. Ji Gang immediately pressed him for details, wanting to know who had been his ally. With a forced smile, Jiang Chun finally confessed. It was the 3rd daughter of the Luo family from Jiangnan. She had awakened a hidden defense class. The entire group fell silent, their gazes locked onto Jiang Chun in shock. The Luo family? The wealthiest merchant family in Jiangnan? Could he possibly be talking about Luo Sandao? Ji Gang wasted no time. He grabbed Jiang Chun by the shoulders again and started shaking him, laughing heartily. Even though the Luo family wasn't known for producing warriors, their wealth alone made them a powerful force. If Jiang Chun ever found himself in trouble, having the Luo family on his side would be no small advantage. Jiang Chun, still being shaken, could only sweat nervously, wondering what on earth Ji Gang was doing. But then, something changed. A powerful surge of purple energy began radiating from Jiang Chun's body. Ji Gang, mid-laugh, suddenly stopped, his eyes widening as he instinctively pulled his hands away. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as he stared at Jiang Chun, his mind racing. If Luo Sandao had awakened a defense class, then her offensive abilities were minimal, which meant the one who had actually killed Yuanwu was Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, as if confirming Ji Gang's thoughts, extended his palm forward. A sinister mist of dark poison appeared, swirling ominously in his hand. The air around him grew heavy as he finally revealed the truth. He wasn't just an awakened to the creation class. He was also specialized in a 2nd, hidden class, poison. Duan Feng, who had been silently observing from behind, took an involuntary step back, his expression filled with disbelief. He wasn't the only one. The entire group stared at Jiang Chun, processing what they had just learned. Ji Gang, however, wasn't done yet. He reached out again, attempting to shake Jiang Chun's hand, half laughing as he asked just how many more secrets Jiang Chun was hiding. But Jiang Chun quickly moved his hand aside, warning that the mist in his palm was highly toxic. If Ji Gang wasn't careful, even he might not be able to withstand it. The group remained silent, watching with wary fascination. But before Jiang Chun could finish explaining, Ji Gang suddenly grasped his hand without hesitation. Closing his eyes, he smiled reassuringly and told Jiang Chun not to worry. He knew how to handle poisons. As the venomous mist of Little Nine made contact with Ji Gang's skin, Tanjin's gaze sharpened. She studied the interaction carefully, her expression tense. What kind of poison was this? A few seconds later, Ji Gang finally let go of Jiang Chen's hand and pulled back, only to realize that his own hand had already been poisoned. His expression stiffened as the toxic mist began to spread across his skin. This was bad. Jiang Chen placed a hand on Ji Gang's shoulder, shaking his head with his eyes closed. He sighed and told Ji Gang that this time, he had really overdone it. But Ji Gang didn't seem the least bit panicked. Instead, he grabbed his own wrist, stared Jiang Chen down, and snapped at him, demanding he stop acting like this was a big deal. He hadn't even attempted to defend himself against the poison in the first place. Behind them, Tanjin chuckled, closing her eyes as if entertained by the whole ordeal. Meanwhile, Chu Bulang crouched near Ji Gang's poisoned hand, studying it with intense curiosity. What kind of poison was this? Realizing that the situation was getting out of hand, Ji Gang turned sharply toward Yun Xiaoku and called her over to help remove the poison. Without hesitation, she deactivated the protective barrier, allowing its green energy to slowly dissipate. Placing a hand near her mouth, she laughed lightly before agreeing to assist. Jiang Chun, however, couldn't help but remind Ji Gang, again, that this poison was no joke. As he sat down on the couch, he rested one hand on his knee while extending the other to the side, showing the poison's lingering effects. Yun Xiaoku approached him with a calm smile, closing her eyes before placing both hands near his affected hand. A soft glow radiated as she used her abilities to cleanse the poison. As she worked, Ji Gang turned his head toward Jiang Chun, his expression unreadable. Then, with a forced smile, he admitted that the poison was actually quite impressive. He added that the more skills Jiang Chun had, the better it would be for him in the long run. Chu Bulang, who had been silently observing from a distance, moved closer. He placed both hands on the arm of the sofa and watched Jiang Chun intently, analyzing him without a word. Once Yun Xiaoku had completely removed the poison, Ji Gang's demeanor shifted. His usual confidence gave way to a more serious expression as he locked eyes with Jiang Chun. Despite recognizing his talent, Ji Gang advised against enrolling in the Tianjiao camp. With the Xiao family now involved, it was simply too risky. The camp might offer valuable resources, but there was no doubt that a prodigy from the Xiao family would be participating as well. It wasn't worth gambling their safety for a few benefits. Behind him, Tanjin crossed her arms, nodded in agreement, and closed her eyes as if sealing the decision. But Jiang Chun wasn't convinced. A confused look crossed his face as he asked Ji Gang what exactly he meant by resources. Ji Gang, still rubbing his wrist, explained patiently. The camp provided access to rare materials, fierce beast blood, advanced equipment, and other valuable items. For those who ranked among the top participants, there were even greater rewards, mysterious fruits and scrolls leading to hidden realms. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Was Ji Gang serious? As his mind raced, he couldn't help but imagine the possibilities. If what Ji Gang said was true, then these resources were far superior to simply hunting fierce beasts in the wild. Perhaps the insects could even reproduce again. With that thought lingering in his mind, Jiang Chun, still surrounded by a faint trace of the poisonous mist, met Ji Gang's gaze with unwavering determination. He insisted on enrolling in the camp, declaring that he wasn't afraid of danger. He had full confidence in his abilities and knew he could protect himself. Ji Gang studied him carefully before sighing. He raised a hand, signaling Jiang Chun to wait. He needed some time to think this through. In the middle of the vast West Lake, a grand temple stood in isolation, its presence commanding respect. Suddenly, the calm waters began to shift as someone entered, using their immense power to part the lake, revealing a deep crack in the ground. The water trembled as the figure moved forward, making his way toward the temple. This was Xiao Beihan, the grandson of Xiao Yuanshan, and the undisputed strongest genius of the Xiao family. His combat prowess had reached a terrifying new level, leaving onlookers in silent awe. As droplets of displaced water fell around him like rain, Beihan stood tall, gripping his sword with one hand. Without turning fully, he cast a sharp gaze over his shoulder and ordered his subordinates to stop their pointless chatter. Then, with a serious tone, he demanded to know if they had found what they were looking for. 3 hooded men, standing respectfully before him, placed their hands on their abdomens and bowed their heads. One of them spoke, revealing that they had uncovered crucial information. Young Master Yuan Wu had been pursuing a woman named Luo Sandao before his disappearance. Moreover, she hadn't been traveling alone. She was accompanied by someone named Jiang Chun. Hearing this, Beihan's eyes darkened as he processed the information. He knew that the girl from the Luo family wasn't a combat class warrior, which left one question. Who exactly was Jiang Chen? His subordinate quickly answered. Jiang Chen had awakened a creation class ability of divine rank, and the latest reports indicated that he had gone to the Night Watch headquarters. Another hooded man stepped forward, placing a hand over his chest in a formal gesture. With his head still lowered, he disclosed even more information. Both Jiang Chen and Luo Sandao had recently enrolled in the Tianjiao camp. However, there was still no direct evidence linking them to Yuan Wu's death. A slow, sinister smile crept across Beihan's face. His gaze turned sharp as he stared into the distance. Evidence? That didn't matter. To him, these two were already prime suspects. What intrigued him even more was Jiang Chen's divine rank awakening. Someone like that was worth his attention. But now that they had joined the camp, there was no need for him to personally track them down. A cold resolve settled in his mind. After 3 days, he would simply eliminate them both at the camp. Inside Ji Gang's office, the atmosphere was heavy with thought. Both he and Jiang Chen sat on the sofa, the weight of their earlier discussion still lingering. Ji Gang, resting one arm on his knee, extended his other hand to the side as he studied Jiang Chen carefully. Despite having already enrolled Jiang Chen in the Tianjiao camp, Ji Gang couldn't shake his concerns. However, he had taken precautions. He had secured a powerful ally for Jiang Chen, someone who could provide both protection and valuable connections. That person was Mu Hanxiu, the little princess of the Mu family. At the 7th level of transformation, she was an elite cultivator and widely regarded as one of the strongest among the camp's participants. But before heading to the camp, Jiang Chen would need to accompany her on a mission to explore a secret realm. Not only would this help him increase his level, but it would also allow him to establish relationships with potential allies before entering the camp. Jiang Chen, seated across from Ji Gang with his elbows resting on the arms of the sofa, remained silent, listening intently. Then, with his usual playful smirk, Ji Gang leaned in, took Jiang Chen's hand, and grinned. He mentioned that Mu Hanxiu was not only incredibly powerful, but also known for her stunning beauty. Since she was the same age as Jiang Chen, Ji Gang suggested, with a mischievous glint in his eye, that Jiang Chen should use his charm to win her over. Jiang Chen, caught completely off guard, instantly broke into a nervous sweat. His expression tensed as he forced an awkward smile. Unsure of how to respond, he scratched the back of his head and hesitantly replied that he'd give it a try. As Ji Gang and Jiang Chen sat in the office, a sudden knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Ji Gang casually granted permission to enter, and soon, 2 figures stepped inside. One of them was a young woman, Mu Hanxiu. She rested her elbow on one hand, propped her chin on the other, and studied Jiang Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. Without wasting time, she stated that Ji Gang had asked her to accompany someone to a secret realm. Beside her, a man with a relaxed demeanor placed his hand behind his head, closed his eyes, and smiled as if he found the whole situation amusing. Mu Hanxiu, however, turned to Ji Gang with an impatient look, questioning whether he had changed his mind. Ji Gang responded with his usual charm, saying it was an honor to meet her in person. Mu Hanxiu crossed her arms, glancing at the ground in mild confusion, while the man next to her continued to touch his head, still smiling, as if he was enjoying the moment. Seeing their strange reactions, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder what exactly was going on. Both he and Ji Gang stood up, and without hesitation, Ji Gang draped an arm over Jiang Chen's shoulder, his other hand resting on his waist. With a confident stance, he explained the reason for his delayed response. Apparently, he had been angry with Mu Hanxiu's grandfather yesterday, which was why he hadn't answered. But today, he was willing to accept the arrangement, with one special condition. Mu Hanxiu would have to take Jiang Chen with her. Jiang Chen's expression shifted immediately. Surprise flashed across his face as he wondered what was happening. Mu Hanxiu placed a hand on her hip, then walked toward them with a confident stride. She reminded Ji Gang that she had already given him a level 30 secret realm scroll. Then, with a raised brow, she asked if he still wanted to add more conditions. Ji Gang, still relaxed, shrugged slightly and told her that everyone had their own conditions. Mu Hanxiu thought about it for a moment, then came to a conclusion. Ji Gang was simply looking for someone reliable to help Jiang Chen level up. Since Jiang Chen couldn't enter a secret realm lower than level 50, it made sense why they were pushing for her assistance. Meanwhile, the man behind her placed his hands behind his back, still smiling silently as he walked toward them, observing the interaction with quiet amusement. Mu Hanxiu then turned her full attention to Jiang Chen. Staring into his eyes, she asked what level he was and what class he had awakened. Jiang Chen met her gaze with a calm expression and answered that he was level 17 and had awakened the creation class. Upon hearing this, Mu Hanxiu placed a hand on her waist, pointed at him with the other, and openly scoffed. With a look of complete disdain, she dismissed him as trash. Jiang Chen's patience wore thin. His irritation flared as he immediately labeled her a spoiled brat in his mind. But before he could say anything, Ji-gang's mood changed in an instant. His face darkened, and his fists clenched tightly. Rage filled his eyes as he prepared to teach her a lesson. With an unfiltered burst of anger, he called her an empty-headed brat and demanded that she show some respect, reminding her that Jiang Chun had awakened a hidden divine rank ability. The tension in the room escalated, but before Ji-gang could act, the man accompanying Mu Hanxiu quickly stepped in. Moving swiftly, he grabbed Ji-gang by the waist, closed his eyes, and with a forced smile, urged him to calm down. He explained that Mu Hanxiu's outburst wasn't personal. Her boyfriend had just dumped her, and she was taking out her frustration on others. Upon hearing this, Mu Hanxiu flinched slightly. She turned her head away, and for the first time, uncertainty flashed in her eyes. She realized she might have gone too far this time. Jiang Chun, still processing Ji-gang's intense reaction, felt a mix of surprise and confusion. Since when did Ji-gang get this worked up on his behalf? Feeling a wave of nervousness, Mu Hanxiu quickly turned her body toward Ji-gang, closed her eyes, and extended both hands in a gesture of apology. With a noticeably softer tone, she sincerely asked him to calm down. Jiang Chun rubbed the back of his head, finding the entire situation rather strange. Despite the tension, their main task still lay ahead. The secret realm they were headed to was known as the Village of Light. It was a level 30 realm with strict entry conditions. Only 5 people below level 50 could enter. The objectives to clear the realm were straightforward: eliminate all the monsters, defeat the boss, or destroy the sacrificial altar. Several hours later, the group finally reached the portal leading to the Village of Light. Standing at the front, Duan Feng placed a hand on his waist and turned to face everyone with a serious expression. He wasted no time asserting his authority. This time, he would be the leader. His instructions were clear. If anyone got separated or found themselves in danger, they were to return immediately to this teleportation point. While the chances of the secret realm becoming unstable were low, they couldn't afford to be careless. If anything went wrong, retreating was the priority. Mu Hanxiu, arms crossed, listened silently with a faint, amused smile on her lips, as if the whole situation entertained her. Meanwhile, Chu Bulang stepped toward Jiang Chun, reaching a hand toward the portal. With a smirk, he closed his eyes and casually mentioned that a level 30 secret realm scroll was worth at least 1 billion. A reminder of just how valuable this opportunity was. Yun Xiaoku, standing nearby with one hand resting on her elbow, also remained silent, listening. Mu Hanxiu, however, had other thoughts. Turning her head toward Jiang Chun, she shot him a smug look before calling him a newbie. With a condescending tone, she warned him not to start crying like a baby once they entered, as she didn't want him holding the team back. Jiang Chun simply stared at her without saying a word. With that, the group stepped into the portal. As they disappeared into the swirling energy, Chu Bulang turned back with a reassuring grin, telling Jiang Chun not to worry. He'd protect him. Jiang Chun took a step forward, but despite the fact that this was only a level 30 secret realm, an uneasy feeling crept over him. Something about this place felt off. After several minutes, the group emerged in a vast, open landscape. They stood atop a lush green mountain, surrounded by thick forests and rolling hills. In the distance, nestled between towering snowy mountains, was a mysterious village. The sight was breathtaking, almost too peaceful. Standing at the back of the group, Chu Bulang admired the scenery, commenting on how beautiful the village looked. But as his gaze wandered, he couldn't help but ask, where were the monsters? Jiang Chun remained silent, simply observing the eerie village below. Duan Feng, his hand still resting on his waist, stared down at the village as well. After a moment of thought, he made an unsettling observation. The monsters were probably hiding inside the villagers' houses. Without wasting time, he decided they would need to search each house individually. The group carefully made their way down the mountain, approaching the village cautiously. As they walked, Duan Feng reassured the others not to worry. He quickly assigned roles. Chu Bulang would act as the vanguard, attracting enemy attention. Duan Feng himself would focus on dealing damage. Yun Xiaoku would be responsible for healing. Jiang Chun and Mu Hanxiu were instructed to stay close behind them and not fall behind. Everyone nodded in agreement, responding with a firm, understood. Deeper within the village, a strange stone sat atop a large rock. Inscribed upon it were the words, Guangming Village. However, instead of radiating light or warmth, the stone exuded a strong and evil aura. Duan Feng, Yun Xiaoku, and Jiang Chun approached the mysterious rock. Sensing something was off, Duan Feng immediately raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. His instincts told him this was no ordinary rock. There was something deeply suspicious about it. He urged everyone to proceed with extreme caution. Yun Xiaoku, standing beside him with her magical staff in both hands, frowned. She admitted she hated the atmosphere of this village, going so far as to say it felt dark, as if something unnatural lurked beneath its surface. Jiang Chun remained silent, his eyes fixed on the unsettling scene before them. After a brief pause, Yun Xiaoko made a decision. Before going any further, she would apply a purification buff to the entire village. Closing her eyes, she extended a hand toward the sky. Instantly, blue magical energy erupted from her palm, spreading like a mist throughout the village. The entire area was bathed in shimmering magical dust. Jiang Chun instinctively raised a hand to his face, watching as the sparkling particles danced around him. A look of surprise crossed his face as he quickly realized something. This buff was incredibly powerful. Not only did it clear the mind, but it also significantly increased attributes and energy. Suddenly, a strong wind howled through the village, carrying with it an ominous presence. A thick cloud of smoke began to form, swirling violently as the once clear sky darkened, turning a deep, blood-red hue. The flickering lanterns in the village suddenly came to life, casting eerie shadows against the stone walls. Above them, an evil energy gathered, pulsing in the sky like a living entity. Everyone tensed, their instincts screaming that something was terribly wrong. Duan Feng's sharp eyes immediately locked onto the source of the disturbance, the mysterious stone they had just examined. A terrible realization struck him. This wasn't just an ordinary artifact. It was the cause of the corruption. His expression turned grim as he turned back to the others, urgently shouting for everyone to run. But before he could finish his warning, the stone released a powerful force, pulling him in like a vortex. Caught off guard, Duan Feng struggled against the invisible grip, but it was too late. His body was dragged into the stone. With his final breath before disappearing, he desperately called out, "Stay away from the stone. Call for reinforcements immediately. This is a mutation." Then he was gone. A blinding light descended from the sky, crashing into the center of the town. An invisible force expanded outward, forming a magical barrier around the entire village, sealing them inside. There was no escape. At that moment, multiple system windows flashed before everyone's eyes. Warning! The secret realm, the beautiful town, has undergone a mutation. It is now classified as the Village of the Dead. Difficulty level, Nightmare. New completion conditions. Eliminate all the undead in the Village of Light. Kill the final boss. A final system message followed. The light fades away. Darkness flourishes. That is when the door to the Kingdom of Death will finally open. The thick smoke suddenly dispersed, and before Jiang Chen could react, he found himself teleported into a dimly lit house. Jiang Chen's breath was unsteady as he processed the system messages. His mind raced. This wasn't just a difficulty increase. The realm had jumped directly from normal to nightmare level. Worse, the group had been scattered. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He clenched his fists. At his current level 17, going up against nightmare-level threats alone was suicide. He recalled Duan Feng's strict orders. If you get separated or find yourself in danger, return to the teleportation point immediately. Jiang Chen wasn't about to take any unnecessary risks. He made a quick decision. Getting out came first. Without wasting another second, he rushed toward the wooden wall of the house. With all his strength, he delivered a powerful kick. Crack! The wooden planks splintered apart, but instead of an exit, Jiang Chun found himself inside another room. The atmosphere was unsettling. From the ceiling, dimly lit lamps swayed eerily. The floor was littered with old, decayed coffins. But what caught Jiang Chen's attention was a framed painting hanging on the wall. It was an old man. Something about the painting sent a chill down his spine. The old man's expression was blank, lifeless. But then, the old man in the painting moved. His lips curled into a smile. Jiang Chen's body tensed. His instinct screamed that something wasn't right. Is this an illusion? He wondered. Before he could react, a loud creak echoed through the room. One of the coffins began to shift. The lid slowly opened, revealing a set of razor-sharp claws emerging from the darkness inside. Jiang Chen immediately spun around, his body tense as he locked onto the source of the noise. His confusion deepened. What the hell was happening? The other coffins suddenly burst open, and from within, several necromancers emerged. Their skeletal frames, wrapped in tattered robes, radiated a dark, twisted energy. Their hollow eyes glowed with an eerie light as they fixated on Jiang Chun. The system instantly identified them. Level 30 Necromancers. Abilities: Charge, Decapitate, Corrosion. Main characteristic: Immune to normal physical attacks. Jiang Chen's heart pounded. Immune to physical attacks. That meant conventional weapons would be useless. The Necromancers moved fast, closing in on him with inhuman speed. Their clawed hands twitched, preparing to strike. But Jiang Chen wasn't about to wait for death. His expression darkened as he raised his hand. A thick, purple mist began to swirl around his palm. It was the poisonous mist of Little Nine. He narrowed his eyes, watching as the necromancers advanced. If normal attacks don't work, then I'll just use poison. The hunt begins, Little Nine's feast. Just as the necromancers prepared to strike, Jiang Chun moved first. With lightning speed, he unleashed the poisonous mist of Little Nine, filling the entire room in seconds. The thick, toxic fog spread rapidly, enveloping the undead figures in its deadly embrace. Without wasting a moment, Jiang Chun bolted out of the house, leaping effortlessly onto the roof of a nearby building. From his vantage point, he kept a sharp eye on the house below, waiting to see the effects of his attack. But then, they emerged. The necromancers walked out of the mist unharmed, their skeletal bodies completely unaffected by the poison. Jiang Chun frowned. So it was as he thought. Poison was still considered a physical attack, making it ineffective against them. He needed a different approach. If he wanted to deal with these creatures properly, he had to find Yin Xiaoku as soon as possible. Only a mage's magic could truly counter these undead beings. As he was lost in thought, a familiar presence stirred beside him. Little Nine manifested herself. Clenching her tiny fists and bringing them close to her chest, she stared at the necromancers below with an intense, hungry gaze. Drool dripped from the corner of her mouth as she eagerly licked her lips. "Can I eat them?" she asked, her voice filled with excitement. Jiang Chun turned to her, momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected this reaction. With a confused look, he hesitated before asking, "Wait, you can devour necromancers? Wouldn't that still count as a physical attack?" Meanwhile, the necromancers began advancing toward the house, their lifeless eyes fixed on Jiang Chun. Little Nine, her body now surrounded by a dark, pulsating aura, kept her eyes locked on them like a predator sizing up its prey. A wicked grin spread across her face as she confidently declared, "I can eat them. They're delicious." Jiang Chun studied her carefully before nodding. "All right, give it a try, but don't push yourself. If you get into trouble, I'll get you out." Upon hearing this, Little Nine's grin widened. She launched forward with incredible speed, her expression turning murderous as she charged straight at the necromancers. From the rooftop, Jiang Chun observed her movements closely. She was terrifyingly fast. Before the necromancers could even react, Little Nine tore through their bodies, cutting them apart with razor-sharp precision. She ripped into them with an almost playful aggression, devouring them piece by piece. Once the fight was over, she casually sat down on the ground, pulling her knees together and resting her chin on her hands. Closing her eyes, she let out a satisfied sigh, smiling like she was in heaven. To her, these necromancers were nothing more than a delicious meal. Jiang Chun, watching from above, couldn't help but be amazed. His mind drifted back to what he knew about Little Nine's origins. She came from the abyss, which meant she was essentially an undead being herself, a creature of darkness. Now that he possessed divine evolution, she could continue to grow stronger, eventually becoming the mistress of the abyss, a being whose very essence surpassed these low-level necromancers entirely. Remembering this, Jiang Chun made a decision. Stretching out his hand toward the battlefield, his body began to emit the poisonous mist of Little Nine once more. He looked down at her and smiled. If she could devour these necromancers, then it was time for the others to feast as well. His body trembled as he unleashed a powerful surge of energy. A split second later, thousands of insects erupted from his body. The swarm of dark, venomous creatures spread like a plague, descending upon the necromancers without mercy. Jiang Chun issued a single command. "Spread out. Feast. But don't let the others see you." Like a well-coordinated army, the insects swarmed their prey, ripping into the necromancers and devouring them whole. System notification. Your spiritual pets have killed 3 low-level necromancers. You have gained 15,210 points. Little Nine has devoured additional necromancers. She has gained 4,602 points. As the swarm of insects devoured the remaining necromancers, another system window appeared before Jiang Chun. "Congratulations. You have leveled up. Level 17, level 18. +1 to all attributes, +10 potential points." Jiang Chun stepped back inside the house, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Extending one hand to the side, he clenched the other into a tight fist, watching the power surging through him. A satisfied grin spread across his face. This is insane. In mere seconds, he had racked up over 500,000 experience points and leveled up instantly. This secret realm wasn't just a challenge. It was a paradise tailored for him. Now that the necromancers had been wiped out, Jiang Chun turned his attention back to the old man's photograph. Before, the old man had been smiling. But now, the smile was gone. The man in the picture looked absolutely terrified, his entire body trembling with fear. Jiang Chun placed his hands on his waist, smirking as he mockingly asked the old man, "Why aren't you smiling anymore?" At that moment, Little Nine materialized beside him. Glancing outside, She casually reported that everything had already been eaten. Jiang Chun gave her a thumbs up. Good work. But then he turned back to the trembling photo and, with a sly smile, asked, "Hey, can you eat this too?" Little Nine's eyes glowed hungrily. She stared at the photograph like it was her next meal. The moment the old man saw her hungry gaze, his trembling worsened. And then, bang! The photograph exploded into pieces. Both Jiang Chun and Little Nine flinched, momentarily stunned. A system window popped up. Congratulations. You have successfully scared off the level 35 Elite Death Guardian. You have earned 8,701 experience points. As the shattered remains of the photograph fell to the ground, Jiang Chun and Little Nine stared at the pieces. A strange sense of disappointment settled over them. For some reason, they both felt a little let down. Elsewhere in the village, Duan Feng was fighting for his life. With a powerful swing, he smashed a necromancer across the face with his bow, sending it staggering backward. More undead surrounded him. Teeth clenched, Duan Feng gripped his bow tightly, using it as both a weapon and a shield. He swung fiercely, striking another necromancer with enough force to send it crashing to the ground. Another undead lunged at him from behind. Reacting instantly, he twisted his body and used the sharp string of his bow to slice clean through its outstretched hand. His heart pounded. If I didn't have a longbow, I wouldn't even be able to fight these things. As he continued battling, his mind drifted to the others. Most of them were strong enough to hold their own, but Jiang Chun, he wasn't even level 30 yet. Duan Feng clenched his jaw. If something happened to Jiang Chun, he didn't know how he would explain it to Ji Gang. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a system window appeared in the sky. Teammate has killed a lower-level Spectre and an elite rank Guardian, level 35. You have earned 12,161 points. Duan Feng's head snapped up. His body froze. Wait, what? A Asterisk Spectre? An elite Guardian? A level 35 boss? His hands trembled as his mind raced. Who? Who could have done this? His thoughts were cut short as another horde of necromancers suddenly rushed toward him. No time to think, he turned and ran. As he sprinted, his mind replayed the system message. Someone was wiping out monsters instantly, and that person had to be insanely strong. At first, he suspected Chu Balang, but no, his physical stats were too passive. Then, he thought about Yin Xiaoko, but while she was a mage, she wouldn't be able to kill this many enemies so quickly. Finally, he considered Muhanxio. Was she this powerful? If so, then there was hope. The necromancers continued to close in on him, forcing him to pick up his pace. At least now, with a hidden powerhouse on their team, there was a chance to save the others. Still, he hoped Jiang Chun could hold on a little longer. Somewhere else in the village, a figure staggered through the darkness, one hand clutching a deep wound on her shoulder. Her body was covered in scratches and bruises, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. It was Muhanxio. Behind her, a horde of necromancers relentlessly pursued her, their hollow eyes glowing with an eerie light. She was barely holding on. Each step felt heavier than the last. Her strength was draining fast, and even her primary ability, speed, had become useless in her current state. Her breathing was ragged. She didn't want to die. I can't die here. I still have to participate in the young talent camp. I have to revitalize my family. But no matter how much she tried to fight back, her hope was fading. She wanted to go home. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stumbled forward, her legs trembling. Just as she was about to collapse, she noticed something strange. The necromancers behind her suddenly changed direction, running away. Muhanxio's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Was it one of her teammates? Did someone just kill the undead? Summoning the last bit of her strength, she pushed forward, forcing herself to walk faster. A few moments later, she reached the end of an alley. But then, a thick purple mist began to drift from around the corner. The moment she felt its presence, her heart pounded. This energy, it's powerful. Relief washed over her. If this was coming from one of her teammates, then I'm saved. She just had to hold on a little longer. But luck wasn't on her side. Her legs finally gave out. She collapsed to the ground, arms barely supporting her weight as more blood dripped onto the cold floor. Her vision blurred. This isn't good. The necromancers closed in, their bony hands reaching for her. Panic surged through her as she stretched her hand forward, eyes filled with desperation. Oh, please. And then, Jiang Chun appeared. His sharp gaze locked onto her, his expression unreadable. Muhanxio's breath hitched. The necromancers were running away from him? She reached her trembling hand toward him, shocked beyond belief. What? How is he this strong? But the necromancers weren't going to wait. They lunged. With her last ounce of strength, she desperately reached for Jiang Chun. Save me! For a brief moment, Jiang Chun remained silent, staring at her in deep thought. Then, just as the necromancer's claws sank into her arm, Jiang Chun grabbed her wrist. With one powerful motion, he yanked her away from danger. Get out of here. he commanded, his voice cold and firm. And stop interfering. Mu Hanxiu barely had time to process what happened before she was thrown backward. She hit the ground hard, tumbling until she finally stopped. Groaning, she pushed herself up, one eye half closed as she wiped the dirt from her face. Her breathing was heavy as she lifted her head to look at him. Jiang Chun, you're insane? But then, the air changed. A surge of purple energy erupted around him. Mu Hanxiu's expression twisted in shock. She watched, wide-eyed, as Jiang Chun extended his hand forward. And then, a swarm of insects burst forth, surging toward the necromancers like a living storm. The undead barely had time to react before the swarm tore into them, ripping their bodies apart. Mu Hanxiu's realization, falling for Jiang Chun. Behind Jiang Chun, Mu Hanxiu sat frozen, staring at him. Her heartbeat quickened, watching him command thousands of insects with ease. Poison mist swirling around him like a dark aura. She found herself unable to look away. For the first time, she seriously questioned everything she had believed about him. Was this really the same useless guy from the creation class? Jigang had mentioned that Jiang Chun had 2 classes, but she never paid much attention. But now she understood. This wasn't some weak, insignificant ability. This was power. His true power. A faint blush spread across her cheeks as she placed a hand over her mouth. Her gaze softened, her chest tightening as she continued watching him in admiration. She was in love. 30 minutes later, the rest of the team finally regrouped after finishing off the remaining necromancers. Chu Bulang, exhausted, placed both hands on his knees, panting. Damn, these necromancers are no joke. Duan Feng, rubbing his temple, frowned in confusion. Something was off. He hadn't encountered a single necromancer since leaving that house. The whole thing felt unnatural. Yun Xiaoku, gripping her magical staff with both hands, turned toward Duan Feng and spoke up. Could it be that Mu Hanxiu has the ability to control necromancers? It was a wild thought, but not impossible. They had no idea if she had awakened any hidden class. This entire situation felt strange. But before they could discuss further, Yun Xiaoku suddenly pointed ahead. Look over there, she exclaimed. The group followed her gaze and spotted clear traces of a battle. The ground was scorched and torn apart, proof that someone had fought not long ago. Chu Bulang furrowed his brows. What the hell happened here? Duan Feng, however, wasn't focused on the battlefield. He was worried about Jiang Chun. Was he okay? Not far from them, the remnants of necromancers lay scattered on the ground, shrouded in Little Nine's poisonous mist. The moment Yun Xiaoku saw the remains, she froze. Duan Feng's face paled. This is bad, he muttered. If Jiang Chun was here, we need to find him. Now! Panic set in. If something happened to Jiang Chun, none of them would be able to explain it to Ji Gang. Without hesitation, the team split up and began searching. After several minutes, they followed the traces through the village. Turning a corner, they stopped in their tracks. And what they saw left them completely stunned. Duan Feng's eyes widened in shock. Yun Xiaoku was speechless. Even Chu Bulang, who was usually the most laid-back, froze in disbelief. In front of them, on a small stairway, sat Jiang Chun. He rested his elbows on his knees, his head supported by his hand, looking completely calm and relaxed. But the real shock was who was behind him. Sitting directly behind Jiang Chun, Mu Hanxiu clenched her fists tightly and was massaging his back. The granddaughter of a king, massaging Jiang Chun? Near them, more necromancer remains littered the ground. Chu Bulang, still trying to process the scene, leaned toward Duan Feng. Is that Jiang Chun? Yun Xiaoku, still pointing at the sky in disbelief, confirmed it. It's really him. Duan Feng, however, didn't move. His instincts screamed that something wasn't right. He narrowed his eyes. Don't move, he ordered. Something is off. There was no way Mu Hanxiu, the arrogant and prideful granddaughter of a king, would lower herself to massage Jiang Chun like a servant. This had to be an illusion, a trick from the boss of this secret realm. Doubts and confusion. Is this really Jiang Chun? Mu Hanxiu clenched her fists, standing behind Jiang Chun as she continued massaging his shoulders. But the moment they looked up and saw Duan Feng and the others, they both froze. Jiang Chun immediately stood up, casually pointing his thumb toward the side. The boss is in the backyard, he informed them, his voice relaxed. However, instead of looking relieved, the group tensed up. Duan Feng immediately raised his bow, his expression serious. Nobody move. Chu Bulang clenched his fists, ready to charge, while Yun Xiaoku tightened her grip on her magical staff. She locked eyes with Jiang Chun and spoke firmly. We'll ask you one question. Answer honestly. Jiang Chun and Mu Hanxiu exchanged confused glances. Before he could respond, Mu Hanxiu stepped forward, placing herself in front of Jiang Chun. Extending her arms to the sides in a protective stance, she shot the group a serious glare. If you want to hurt Jiang Chun, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Jiang Chen blinked, stunned. What is she doing? For a second, he couldn't help but wonder why she was acting like this. With a sigh, he placed a hand on her face and gently pushed her aside. Stepping forward, he faced Duan Feng directly, closing his eyes and pressing a hand to his chest. With a playful smirk, he calmly said, I know what you're thinking. Relax. I'm not a monster. I just have a little more charm than most. The group remained silent. Seeing their unmoved expressions, Jiang Chun decided to prove himself. Your boss is Ji-gang. Aunt Tang's cooking is amazing. Yun Xiaoku immediately stepped closer, placing both hands on his chest. Are you hurt? She asked. Jiang Chun simply touched his head, closed his eyes, and smiled. Chu Bulang let out a relieved sigh. Seeing Jiang Chen's usual behavior, he finally relaxed. Duan Feng, however, still looked a little suspicious. Meanwhile, Muhan Xiao, who had been hiding behind Jiang Chun, gripped the edge of his cloak, blushing furiously. Don't be mad at me, she muttered, her face as red as a tomato. I was just being obedient. Duan Feng narrowed his eyes at her. Tell the truth and stop lying. His sharp words took the others by surprise. Even Yun Xiaoku raised an eyebrow, not expecting him to be so direct. Duan Feng, however, was already smirking. I see. So this is Jiang Chen's real skill, conquering women? Chu Bulang chuckled, shaking his head. He's hopeless. Jiang Chen's face darkened. Enough already, he shouted, feeling overwhelmed by their teasing. Aren't we supposed to be fighting the boss? The others laughed and quickly changed the subject. Yeah, let's go. Sometime later, they finally arrived at the backyard of the village. With a determined look, Jiang Chun delivered a powerful kick to the door. Bang! The others fell silent. As the door swung open, revealing the dark battlefield ahead, they cautiously stepped inside. And there, it stood. A colossal figure loomed before them, its glowing red eyes filled with a murderous gaze. The boss of the secret realm. It slowly lowered its head, its chilling gaze locking onto Jiang Chun. A system window appeared. Boss encounter. The undead god. Rank boss. Level 40. Jiang Chun raised his head, staring at the terrifying enemy before him. Everyone stared at the towering boss, frozen in shock. With a serious and determined expression, Duan Feng spoke up, revealing that this was a level 40 boss. His voice carried urgency as he warned the team to stay cautious. He quickly assigned roles. He would attract the boss's attention first. Mu Hanxiu was tasked with protecting Jiang Chun. Yun Xiaoku was reminded to apply buffs and stay alert for the boss's attacks. This isn't a game, Duan Feng reminded them. They needed to be careful. The boss remained silent, watching them. Then, without warning, it began to move. Duan Feng immediately signaled to the others. It's moving. Stay sharp and spread out. But instead of attacking, the boss crouched down. Resting its elbow on the ground, it lowered its massive head and prostrated itself before them. Silence. The entire team stood in utter disbelief. Duan Feng was dumbfounded. What is happening? He muttered, his mind racing. Chu Bulang was equally astonished. Why is it begging for forgiveness? Even Mu Hanxiu, who had braced herself for battle, was at a loss for words. Jiang Chen took a slow step forward. Extending his hand toward the kneeling boss, his body began to emit Little Nine's poisonous mist. Everyone was injured from their previous battles, so he decided to handle the boss himself. Seeing this as a perfect opportunity, he called out to Little Nine. It's time to eat. In an instant, Little Nine materialized in her full insect mother form. Opening her massive mouth, she lunged forward, prepared to devour the boss whole. The boss lifted its head in horror, looking to the side as if contemplating escape. But before it could react, Little Nine devoured it completely. Jiang Chen remained silent, simply smiling as his pet finished her meal. Several system windows appeared. Congratulations! You have slain the boss, God of the Undead. Rewards, 76, 60, 190 experience points. Another system message followed. Little Nine has transferred 31,224 experience points to you. In an instant, Jiang Chen leveled up from 25 to 26. All his attribute points increased, and he received 10 additional potential points. Within seconds, the boss was completely gone. The poisonous mist slowly returned to Jiang Chen's body. Another system notification appeared. Secret Realm cleared. You have completed Village of the Undead, Nightmare difficulty. The system began calculating their final rewards. As Jiang Chun absorbed the notifications, Duan Feng and the others were hit with realization. Not only had Jiang Chun instantly eliminated the boss, he had also wiped out all the necromancers in the village. Jiang Chun scratched his head, forcing an awkward smile. Oh yeah, total coincidence. My poison just happens to work well against necromancers. The system finished its calculations, and the final mission status window appeared. The team's evaluations were as follows. Duan Feng, level 49, C rank. Chu Bulang, level 49, D rank. Yun Xiaoku, level 46, D rank. Muhan Xiao, level 36, E rank. Jiang Chun, level 26, triple S rank. A golden medal materialized in the sky. The entire team was stunned. They had just cleared a level 30 Nightmare difficulty secret realm with a triple S rank evaluation. The system granted them a special reward. Item obtained. Dead Soul Medal. Effect. Can withstand one deadly attack. Bound to player. Cannot be transferred or sold. Duan Feng's jaw nearly dropped. This is insane. Even the standard individual rewards were already impressive. But now, they had also obtained a top-tier survival item. Something none of them had ever received before. And it was all thanks to following Jiang Chun. They had won without even doing anything. The team approached Jiang Chun, placing their hands on their knees and bowing their heads in gratitude. Thank you, they all said in unison. Jiang Chun rubbed the back of his head, laughing awkwardly. Aha, it was nothing, but in reality he had gained the most. Among his many rewards, there were 2 skill books, a metal glove, a magic scroll, a mysterious crystal, a scythe, a necklace, a ring, a shield. As he crossed his arms and examined the items, he couldn't help but think, no wonder the secret realm had such a high death rate. The rewards were worth billions. But among all these treasures, one item stood out the most. Invisibility Cape, Platinum Quality. Plus 80 Agility. Plus 50 Energy. Grants invisibility for 3 minutes, cooldown, 2 hours. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was perfect. Not only was it practical and useful, but it was also fashionable. Without hesitation, he reached for the cape, claiming it for himself. As for the other items, most weren't particularly useful to him. He decided he would sell them once he returned and use the money to buy pure blood for his insects. Just then, a portal appeared in the sky, accompanied by a system window. Due to the mutation of a secret realm and the successful completion of the challenge, this realm will soon disappear. Please exit immediately. Jiang Chun checked his devour value. It had increased significantly. If his insects drank a little more blood, they would be able to reproduce for the second time. But there was no time left. Night fell, and they returned to the Night Watch headquarters. After arriving, the team reported back to Ji Gang. They informed him that 1. The secret realm had mutated. 2. Jiang Chun had single-handedly cleared it. 3. Muhan Xiao had been conquered, a fact they made sure to emphasize with teasing smirks. Upon hearing this, Ji Gang was speechless. He quickly dismissed everyone from the office, stating that he needed to speak with Jiang Chun alone. Duan Feng, standing behind Jiang Chun, nodded. Understood. Once the room was empty, Jiang Chun stepped inside. Ji Gang turned to face him, his expression serious. His voice was stern as he spoke. Confess everything now, and I'll be lenient. If you resist, I'll have no choice but to punish you severely. Jiang Chen's body stiffened. Huh? His voice trembled slightly as he asked, what exactly am I supposed to confess? Ji Gang's sharp eyes locked onto his. Jiang Chen had told the others that the Venom class was effective against necromancers, but Ji Gang wasn't buying it. He saw right through him. This was an excuse, one meant to deceive Duan Feng and the others. Ji Gang knew Jiang Chun was hiding something. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he stepped forward. What are you hiding? He asked, his voice calm, but filled with undeniable pressure. Jiang Chun began sweating. His mind raced. Inside his consciousness, little Nine trembled in fear. Are the insects about to be discovered? The abyssal insects were an ancient, forbidden plague. If people found out about their existence, would they even let him live? Ji Gang stepped even closer, his gaze piercing. Speak. Jiang Chen's heart pounded. He hesitated, his voice shaking as he tried to explain. But before he could finish, Ji Gang suddenly grinned. Then, he started laughing. Loudly. Jiang Chen blinked, completely thrown off. Ji Gang, still laughing, placed one hand on his hip and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with the other. Jiang Chen, still tense, slowly relaxed. Wait. Why am I so nervous? He had killed monsters without hesitation. Yet now he was sweating like a guilty criminal. His confidence from the secret realm had vanished in seconds. Jiang Chun was sweating like crazy. For a moment, his entire body tensed, but then he finally realized Ji Gang was just messing with him. Letting out a long sigh, he dropped onto the sofa, resting one arm on the backrest. Extending his other hand toward the ceiling, he spoke calmly. You weren't pulling my leg. You just don't want to pressure me into talking. Ji Gang remained silent, watching him carefully. But it's fine, Jiang Chen continued, placing a hand on his chest. I promise you don't have to worry. I'll tell you when the time is right. For now, he decided not to reveal anything. But in return, I'll get you an epic-level piece of equipment. Uncle Ji. Ji Gang closed his eyes and burst into laughter. An epic-level piece of equipment? Did Jiang Chen even realize how rare that was? Seeing his reaction, Jiang Chen smirked. I'm serious. Ji Gang's laughter slowly faded. The atmosphere shifted. Extending his hand toward the ceiling, he activated a magic circle. His expression grew serious. It's good that Jiang Chen has a hidden ace up his sleeve, but there are things he still needs to understand. A moment later, 3 bandaged corpses suddenly fell from the magic circle, landing with a heavy thud right in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in confusion. Uncle Ji, what is this? Ji Gang stared at him, his voice calm but firm. These guys were all at least 3rd-grade masters, level 60 or higher. 2 of them were even 4th-grade grandmasters with a level above 90. Jiang Chen felt a cold chill crawl up his spine. Even Ji Gang himself couldn't handle these kinds of people. Jiang Chen gulped, a drop of sweat trickling down his cheek. His gaze flickered between Ji Gang and the corpses. Are you saying all these guys wanted to kill me? Ji Gang rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. These guys weren't after you. They were after Manhua. Jiang Chen's head snapped toward him. Manhua? Ji Gang reached into his coat and pulled out a scroll. Holding it in one hand, he tossed it toward Jiang Chen. Read it. Jiang Chen took the scroll with both hands, unrolling it carefully. The moment his eyes scanned the text, his expression darkened. Great Summer Hunting List. First place. Ingzhan, level 46, Invincible Descendant. War Zone, Capital Zone. Reward, 3 Celestial Rewards. Second place. Ji Xinyue, level 46, Invincible Descendant. War Zone, Demon City Zone. Reward, 3 Celestial Rewards. Third place. Jiang Wushuang, level 45, Invincible Descendant. War Zone, Jiangnan Zone. Reward, 3 Celestial Rewards. 12th place. Xiao Beihan, level 41, National Defender Descendant. War Zone, Jiangnan Zone. Reward, 2 Celestial Rewards. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. What is this list? He didn't recognize a single name. The Great Summer Hunting List, a dangerous truth. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he examined the scroll more closely. Then his gaze froze. A familiar name appeared, Xiao Beihan. His heart skipped a beat. With a surprised look, he turned to Ji Gang. Wait, isn't this guy from the Xiao family? The ones who protect the country. Ji Gang met Jiang Chen's gaze with a serious expression. Yes, all of them on this list are the top geniuses of their generation. And Xiao Beihan is one of them. Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Ji Gang continued, his voice grim. Xiao Beihan will also be participating in the Tianjiao camp. But more importantly, Xiao Beihan will be in the Yangtze River Southern War Zone. The same one you will be in? Jiang Chen stiffened. Ji Gang didn't stop there. Listen carefully. If someone reaches the 7th transformation, they are considered a king protector. If they reach the 8th transformation, they are a country protector. And if they reach the 9th transformation, they are considered invincible. The top 100 prodigies of Great Xia were all descendants of sealed kings. And Mu Hanxiu, being one of those 12 descendants, had only managed to rank 77th. Jiang Chen tightened his grip on the scroll. There was information about her as well. Rank 77, Mu Hanxiu, descendant of a sealed king. Current location, Jiangnan War Zone. Bounty, Celestial Level Reward. Jiang Chen slowly exhaled. This wasn't just a ranking. This was a hit list. Ji Gang glanced at him. If the descendants of sealed kings are already this powerful, then imagine how terrifying the Xiao family is. Several minutes later, Jiang Chen finished reading the entire scroll. He stepped forward and returned it to Ji Gang. With a serious expression, he finally spoke. You showed me this, so I wouldn't be completely unprepared in the Tianjiao camp, right? Ji Gang took the scroll from his hands and nodded. Exactly. The stronger you appear, the more danger you'll attract. Don't expose your power recklessly unless it's absolutely necessary. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His gaze dropped to the floor as he processed everything. Unlike these other so-called geniuses, he had no powerful family backing him. Ji Gang was his only protector, and while he was strong, he was still only a 3rd-grade master. Ji Gang himself looked troubled. I had a good master, but I never mastered the arts well. So far, I'm only a 3rd-level master. He hesitated. I don't know if I can protect you properly, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen lifted his head. Then, without hesitation, he smiled. I understand, Uncle Ji. I won't reveal my power in Tianjiao camp. He made a mental note. Ji Gang didn't just accept his secrecy. He was actively protecting him. Even knowing Jiang Chen was hiding something big, Ji Gang was still willing to help him survive. Jiang Chen couldn't help but respect that. He placed his hand under his chin, a small smirk forming. If the others found out about my performance in the secret realm, I'd probably outrank Mu Hanxiu on the list. But strangely enough, she hadn't said a single word to anyone about it. She was keeping a secret. Why? At that moment, Ji Gang suddenly stood up. Still keeping his hand under his chin, he slowly walked toward Jiang Chen. Then, he leaned in close. His eyes glinted mischievously as he smirked. Now, be honest with me, Jiangchun. Jiangchun blinked, confused. What? Ji Gang's smirk widened. What exactly did you do to Muhanxiu? Jiangchun froze. Ji Gang sighed, dramatically. There were only necromancers in the secret realm, so your tastes must be really strange, huh? Feeding the insects. A new generation is born. Jiang Chen's face stiffened as he stared at Ji Gang, sweat dripping down his forehead. He needed to escape this conversation. Quickly turning his back, he waved goodbye while walking away. I'm going to take a shower and get some sleep. I need a rest. Ji Gang, still looking confused, called after him. Wait, did I ever say it was a bad thing? Jiang Chen pretended not to hear and disappeared down the hallway. Hours passed, and night fell. Back in his apartment, Jiang Chen stood before a table covered in jars. His eyes sparkled with excitement. 33 units of 3rd-level blood. 14 units of 4th-level blood. He had sold most of his equipment to get these resources. But it was worth it. This amount of blood should be enough for the insects to reproduce a 2nd generation. Jiang Chen picked up a jar, removed the lid, and began pouring the thick, purple blood onto his arm. With a smile, he called out to his insects. All right, little ones, time to eat. He decided to start with the 3rd-level blood first. This blood was equivalent to devouring a human master of level 60 or higher. To extract, just one jar required hundreds of ferocious beasts. Jiang Chun sighed dramatically and told the insects, Your father worked really hard for this. At that moment, Little Nine appeared. She climbed onto Jiang Chen's head, staring intently at the blood on his arm, her hungry eyes glowing. I want to eat too, she whined. Jiang Chen glanced up at her with an amused look. Not yet. You still have a long way to go before you can reproduce. The moment she heard this, she pouted. Her tiny hands grabbed his hair, and her eyes welled up with tears. Then, like a spoiled little girl, she started crying. Jiang Chen sighed. Fine. He plucked her off his head and tossed her onto the table. Little Nine immediately perked up, grabbing a jar of blood with sparkling eyes. You're the best, Dad, she giggled, popping off the lid. A tiny straw appeared in her hand, and she began happily sipping the blood like it was some luxury drink. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen grabbed another jar, removed the cap, and poured the 4th-level blood onto his arm. This was different. 4th-level blood was equivalent to a great human master of level 90 or higher. The moment its scent filled the air, the insects inside his body reacted. Thousands of them crawled out, eagerly drinking the blood. A system window appeared. System notification. Reproduction process of 9 wings insect larvae has begun. Each insect can reproduce between 40 and 60 larvae. Divine evolutionary acceleration is in progress. Jiang Chen watched silently as more and more insects emerged, drinking the blood. Minutes later, another system window appeared. System notification. Reproduction process completed. Total new offspring, 100,000. Jiang Chen's hand trembled. Suddenly, a thick, purple mist erupted from his palm. But it wasn't just mist. It was made of living insects. Jiang Chen's breath hitched. He stared at his own hand in confusion. His instincts screamed at him. Something had changed. His expression hardened as he went on full alert. What is happening to me? The insect rebellion. A terrifying discovery. For a brief moment, Jiang Chun stood frozen. Then, the insect larvae began pouring out of his hand. His eyes widened in horror. Panicked, he grabbed his wrist, trying to force the insects back inside. But it was useless. All 100,000 insect larvae erupted from his arm, filling the apartment in an instant. They swarmed through the air, devouring everything in their path. Jiang Chen looked up. The ceiling was already being eaten. His heart pounded. Are they rebelling? Gritting his teeth, he extended his fist toward the ceiling and roared. Return to the nest. Now! The insects froze midair. Then, like a wave retreating into the ocean, they quickly swarmed back into his arm, vanishing inside. Jiang Chen let out a long breath. He turned his head. The insects had already devoured part of the table and an entire painting. A cold realization hit him. These insects are terrifying. If I lose control for even a second, they could destroy everything. On the table, Little Nine was still happily licking the last drops of blood from a jar, completely unbothered by the chaos around her. Jiang Chen's eye twitched. Are you serious right now? With an angry look, he scolded her. You're too busy eating to keep an eye on your mischievous offspring? Little Nine ignored him. She let out a content sigh, hugging the empty jar like a satisfied child after a big meal. Jiang Chen groaned. She's hopeless. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen turned his attention to his status window. A glowing system panel appeared before him. Jiang Chen status. Level, 26. Title, Sovereign of Insects. Profession, Divine Rank Creation Class. Talents, O Growth of All Things, Level 1. O Divine Evolution, Level 1. Oh, ancestral tree? Unawakened. Then, another status window appeared, this time for Little 9. Little 9 status, level 21. Title, Insect Mother, 9 wings of miasma. Disaster rank. Offspring count, 100,000 units. Combat power, 197 stars. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Her combat power had skyrocketed. At 197 stars, she was already approaching the level of a 3rd-level master. A grin spread across his face. This is insane. The growth rate is too fast. His body hummed with power. He clenched his fist tightly. Everything is ready. Tomorrow, he would enter Tianjiao camp. Once he reached level 30, he could finally complete Little 9's 2nd reproduction cycle. Jiang Chen's mind drifted for a moment. He imagined the next mother insect, a sexy, dangerous existence. His smirk deepened. Things are only going to get more interesting from here. Meanwhile, at the Night Watch headquarters, Tianjin had just returned. She sat across from Ji Gang, her brows furrowed in concern. Are you really thinking about calling Chanawang for this? Her voice held a hint of disbelief. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over Jiang Chen? Ji Gang sat on the sofa, resting one hand on the armrest while placing the other under his chin. His gaze was deep and unreadable. I'm doing this just in case. Tianjin's expression tightened. Ji Gang's voice lowered. In the Yangtze River Southern War Zone, Jiang Chen will cross paths with Xiao Beihan, the prodigy of the Xiao family. But that's not the real problem. His fingers tapped against the sofa. The real danger is Tianjiao camp itself. There are no secrets in Tianjiao camp. Tianjin stiffened. Ji Gang's gaze darkened. There's something about Jiang Chen that terrifies me. Tianjin frowned. You're exaggerating. Ji Gang shook his head. No, I don't think I am. He leaned forward, his voice low. It's his poison. Jiang Chen is hiding many secrets. Tianjin's breath caught in her throat. She met Ji Gang's eyes, and for the first time, she saw genuine fear. A chill ran down her spine. Are you trying to scare me? The forbidden professions. A fear from the past. Tianjin's expression darkened as old memories surfaced. She recalled something that had happened 600 years ago, a time when the Devourer caused mass disturbances in Great Xia. To counter the threat, the kingdom had created the forbidden professions. Anyone found using these forbidden abilities was hunted down and eliminated on sight. A chill ran through her body. Standing up, she looked at Ji Gang with fear in her eyes. If Jiang Chen really had a forbidden profession, it would have been revealed at the moment of awakening. You're overthinking this, Ji Gang. Ji Gang didn't respond immediately. Instead, he clasped his hands together, his gaze locked on the ground. His expression was full of terror. I hope she's right. I hope I'm just being paranoid. The next morning, Jiang Chen left his apartment and headed toward a dense forest. Holding a map in both hands, he squinted at the markings. Which way is the right one? He wasn't entirely sure. Had he gotten lost again? Before he could figure it out, a loud voice interrupted his thoughts. Help! Someone help me! Jiang Chen turned his head, frowning. Who the hell is screaming this early in the morning? He looked behind him and spotted a giant tree. At the base of the tree, a sword was stabbed into the ground. At the top of the tree, a man with white hair clung desperately to a branch. The man's voice trembled with fear. Please, help me. I'm afraid of heights. Jiang Chen stood there in silence. His brain refused to process what he was seeing. This guy had climbed all the way up, only to realize he was afraid of heights? Is he an idiot? Jiang Chen sighed. Whatever. Might as well help him before he dies of stupidity. Raising his hand, he activated Growth of All Things Vine. Immediately, thick branches emerged from the ground, twisting upward. Just as the man lost his grip and began to fall, the branches wrapped around him, gently lowering him to safety. Once on the ground, the man collapsed onto his hands and knees, panting heavily. I was so scared, he gasped. Jiang Chen folded his arms, watching him with a blank expression. The man continued rambling. I just wanted to save a bird's nest. I thought it wasn't that high, but when I climbed up, I realized it was really high. Jiang Chen stared at him. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. So let me get this straight. This guy is afraid of heights, yet he still climbed a massive tree just to save a bird's nest? He took a deep breath. This man is definitely an idiot. A mysterious swordsman. An offer rejected. The older man stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. Extending his hand toward Jiang Chen, he gave him a pleasant smile. Thank you for saving me. Then, as if it was completely normal to get stuck in a tree, he added, So, what do you want in return? Jiang Chen, still trying to process this man's existence, scratched his head. Actually, I'm just trying to find my way to Tianjiao camp. Do you know the way? The man turned his back on Jiang Chen, closing his eyes as he walked away. With a calm smile, he waved his hand. Follow me. I'm heading there too. I have a task there. Jiang Chen sighed in relief. Thanks. Putting his hand behind his head, he fell in step behind the old man. As they walked, Jiang Chun felt curious. This man carried a sword on his back instead of storing it in his system inventory. That was unusual. Extending his hand toward the man, he asked, "Are you a job changer too?" The old man chuckled, shaking his head. "No, I never change jobs. I'm just an enthusiast who loves practicing with the sword." Jiang Chun blinked. "Seriously?" The man smiled. "When I was young, I didn't have talent. I failed to change jobs." He turned his head slightly, meeting Jiang Chun's gaze. "For 10 years, I fought and struggled, but I couldn't even afford to buy a bathroom in the city." Jiang Chun's eye twitched. That's an oddly specific way to describe being broke. The man continued, his tone suddenly nostalgic. "At my lowest point, I ran to the mountains, found a small, abandoned cabin, climbed onto a table and—" Jiang Chun's expression tensed. "You were going to?" The man nodded. "Yeah, I was ready to hang myself. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a sword." Jiang Chun frowned. "A sword?" The old man's smile returned. "Something inside me changed. I decided to live. From that moment on, I trained with the sword every single day. I practiced drawing the sword for 20 years. Then I practiced fencing for 30 years. His eyes gleamed with excitement. And one day, I had a revelation." He paused dramatically. "Amazing, isn't it?" Jiang Chun stared at him. A long silence followed. Then, forcing a polite nod, he replied, "Yes, that's certainly something." The old man beamed, gripping the hilt of his sword. "Want to learn a special move? I can teach you right now." Before he could even finish saying the name of the technique, Jiang Chun immediately cut him off. "No thanks." The old man froze. Then, with a calm chuckle, he slowly put the sword back. "You're a bit impatient, huh? It's fine. I'll wait. One day, you'll come asking me to teach you." Jiang Chun ignored him and turned his eyes toward the sky. That's when he saw it. Tianjiao Camp. His eyes lit up. "Look, isn't that Tianjiao Camp?" He turned to the old man, expecting a response. But when he looked back, the old man was gone. Jiang Chun froze. His head snapped left and right, but there was no sign of him. He frowned. Where the hell did he go? That old man was too strange. At the entrance of Tianjiao Camp, helicopters hovered in the sky. A long line of participants stretched out before a registration desk. A receptionist stood at the front, addressing the crowd. "All geniuses entering the camp must line up for registration. Each of you will receive an identification bracelet. Once worn, it cannot be removed unless you are eliminated." Among the newcomers, a man with black hair slowly approached the entrance. After waiting in line, it was finally Jiang Chun's turn. The receptionist glanced at his registration details. Jiang Chun from Chujiang City. He handed Jiang Chun an identification bracelet, which he promptly secured around his wrist. Just as he finished, he felt two intense gazes on him. Turning his head slightly, he saw Manhua and Luo Sundao. Both of them had their hands over their chests. Their eyes locked onto him with a dreamy expression. Their faces slowly turned bright red. Jiang Chun blinked. What's happening? He understood why Luo Sundao was looking at him that way. He was her benefactor. That made sense. But Manhua, why was she acting like this? Before he could make sense of it, the two girls suddenly turned on each other. Their expressions darkened. "What are you doing here?" Luo Sundao's tone was sharp. "I should be asking you that." Manhua shot back. The tension escalated instantly. Their aggressive stares turned into full-blown insults. Luo Sundao crossed her arms. "Why are you even calling Jiang Chun love?" She gave Manhua an exasperated look. "I told you to stop reading those romance novels. Now you're hallucinating." Manhua smirked. "You're right. I was clueless before. But now I know what true love is." She flipped her hair dramatically. "Compared to me, you're nothing." Luo Sundao's eyebrow twitched. The argument continued, growing more intense. Meanwhile, Little Nine materialized, casually pulling out a slice of watermelon. Taking a slow, satisfied bite, she glanced at Jiang Chun. "This is getting good," she mumbled between chews. Jiang Chun remained completely silent. "This information is too much to process." Luo Sundao, frustrated, pointed at Little Nine. "And why is she so close to Jiang Chun?" Before Little Nine could respond, Manhua swooped in, grabbing Jiang Chun's arm. She smirked at Luo Sundao. "Jealous much?" Then, mockingly, she added, "Stop being so narcissistic. I'm not following him." With a teasing smile, she leaned her head against Jiang Chun's shoulder. "Besides, Jiang Chun has the final say in this." Jiang Chun still didn't say a word. Luo Sundao's eyes narrowed. "You told me something similar a long time ago." She smirked. "And now it's actually happening." Manhua's face turned even redder. Fidgeting, she muttered, "Double. Jiang Chun is very handsome." Luo Sundao approached her, resting a hand on her shoulder. With a playful laugh, she asked, "So, Are we good friends again? Muhan Xiao hesitated. Then, nodding firmly, she declared, we're no longer just friends. We're rivals in love. We're frenemies. Jiang Chun started sweating. Girls are really strange. Just as things were getting out of control, a loud explosion echoed across the area. Bang! The entire camp fell silent. Everyone turned their heads toward the source of the blast. A curtain of smoke rose in the distance. Jiang Chen's instincts flared. What's going on? Luo Sundao narrowed her eyes, focusing on the scene. Someone's fighting. Through the fading smoke, a figure emerged. It was the black-haired man from the camp entrance. Rolling up his sleeves, he clenched his fists, his expression livid. With gritted teeth, he barked, who the hell is fighting already? Not everyone has even entered yet. His eyes burned with fury. Is someone looking for death? The arrival of the elite. Chaos unfolds at Tianjiao camp. Jiang Chun, standing behind the scenes, narrowed his eyes. His gaze locked onto the black-haired man, the one shouting earlier. This guy, he's a patrol instructor. But what shocked Jiang Chun the most was the sheer power of the fighters in the area. Do instructors normally have third-level master strength? The instructor stormed toward the battlefield, but before he could even react, bang! A fist slammed into his stomach, sending him flying backward. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. The instructor crashed into the ground, coughing up blood. Clutching his chest, he forced himself to speak. Notify the superiors. This is getting out of hand. Silence fell over the camp. Luo Sundao stood frozen. A third-level master had been taken down in 1 second? Her voice trembled as she whispered. Who did that? Muhan Xiao's expression darkened. They're from Jiangnan's war zone. The standouts. A woman with blood-red eyes stepped forward. Her form-fitting assassin gear emphasized her deadly aura. Resting a hand on her hip, she stared at the downed instructor, saying nothing. Her presence alone sent chills down people's spines. Her name was Tang Ying, an assassin. Her name carried fear because of one simple fact. She had recently assassinated a level 4 grandmaster in Sakura country. Then, a second figure emerged. A man with fiery red hair, his body crackling with raw, destructive energy. His lips curled into a crazed smile. Apathetic, his name was by phone. People called him the little god of death. He wasn't just any prodigy. He was the personal disciple of the chief commander of the East Sea Defense Line, a future warlord. But there was one problem. He had severe psychological issues. When he lost control, he turned into a demon on the battlefield. And finally, the third figure stepped forward, a man with deep blue hair, gripping his sword tightly. With a sharp flick, he pointed his sword toward Jiang Chun, smirking. His name was Xiao Beihan. His grandfather was one of the 7 guardians of Great Xia. His profession? Qing Lian, sword immortal. A divine rank profession. Luo Sundao's face turned pale. I know that damn dog. Her fist clenched as she glared at Xiao Beihan. That epic sword in his hand. It was stolen from my house. Jiang Chun turned his calm gaze toward Xiao Beihan. And that's when he confirmed it. This wasn't just any swordsman. This was Xiao Beihan. There was no doubt in his mind now. His strength far surpassed Xiao Yuanwu. But even more pressing was the battle unfolding in front of them. In the center of the fight, a shirtless man with striking orange hair stood tall, unshaken. His muscles tensed, his posture unchanging. Yet, despite being surrounded, his murderous aura only grew stronger. He clenched his fists, preparing to attack. As the smoke cleared, his piercing gaze locked onto his enemies. Then, boom! His fist struck the ground, shattering it into pieces. The earth split apart, sending shockwaves through the air. Jiang Chen's breath hitched. This guy. The entire camp held its breath. Jiang Wushuang, the third-ranked invincible descendant. It was rumored he possessed 3 hidden, unique professions. And right now, not even 3 elite prodigies could take him down. Muhan Xiao and Luo Sundao's faces paled in shock. Even Jiang Chun felt uncertain. Can my insects even face this guy? But before he could dwell on it, Xiao Beihan leaped into the air. With both hands gripping his sword, he prepared to strike. Jiang Chun looked up, his eyes narrowing. This isn't good. Xiao Beihan landed forcefully, his sword striking the ground with immense pressure, causing the earth to crack beneath him. He was far too close to Luo Sundao. Reacting instantly, Jiang Chun grabbed her by the waist, leaped into the air, and dodged the attack. Xiao Beihan's sharp gaze locked onto Jiang Wushuang. A rare flicker of admiration appeared in his eyes. Your wind fist not bad. But before Wushuang could respond, Xiao Beihan's attention shifted. His eyes met Jiang Chen's. A wave of recognition flashed across his face. Slowly, he sheathed his sword. Then, he drew it again, pointing the tip directly at Jiang Chun. His aura surged, crackling with lethal intent. So, you're the one who killed Xiao Yuanwu. His tone was calm, but his eyes burned with hatred. He may have despised Xiao Yuanwu for being useless, but that didn't mean he would let an outsider get away with killing him. Jiang Chun remained unmoved. With a determined expression, he extended his hand. A dense, purple mist spread around him. Little Nine's poisonous mist. His voice was unwavering. I may be weaker than you, but don't act like the Xiao family isn't just as rotten at its core. Xiao Beihan smirked, extending his sword to the side. Then he stepped forward. Each movement carried unshakable confidence, as if Jiang Chen's struggle was meaningless. Jiang Chen stood his ground. He extended both arms, preparing to unleash his full strength. I promised Uncle Ji Gang I wouldn't reveal my power too soon. But now, I have no choice. Luo Sundao watched from behind, silent. Then, before the battle could begin, slash! A powerful sword strike cut through the battlefield, splitting the ground in two. A voice echoed through the air. Enough! Step aside. Both Jiang Chun and Xiao Beihan instantly deactivated their powers. They turned toward the source of the attack. A figure stood in the distance, sword extended. Jiang Chen's body stiffened. He recognized him instantly. No way. It was him. The same old man Jiang Chun had saved from the tree. Only now, he wasn't a helpless fool afraid of heights. He was the chief instructor of Tianjiao Camp, the Heavenly Blade King, a man so powerful that even the 4 strongest prodigies in camp froze in place. Jiang Chun broke into a cold sweat. That weird old man is this strong. With just a single sword energy attack, he had forced 4 top-ranked geniuses into submission. Jiang Chun didn't even know if his insects had survived that shockwave. The old man lowered his sword, gripping the hilt. His piercing gaze shifted between Jiang Chun and Xiao Beihan. Then, without a word, he sheathed his sword. At that moment, another figure stepped forward, a man in military uniform, the vice commander of Tianjiao Camp, Yang Guang. With a calm expression, he spoke. All 300 geniuses have arrived. He turned to the Heavenly Blade King. Please prepare to take the stage and lead the opening ceremony. The old man gave a small nod, then walked toward the stage. All around the camp, whispers spread like wildfire. Some of the newcomers trembled in fear. I heard there were many Tianjiao camps in Jiangnan, but none of them ever had a king-level figure in charge. This is insane. Even from dozens of meters away, he could kill us all in a single move. For many, this was beyond terrifying. The Heavenly Blade King was not someone to defy. The Blade King's return. A mystery unfolds. The camp was buzzing with speculation. One of the bystanders muttered, "This is strange." They said the old master was living in seclusion. Another nodded, "Yeah, why is he suddenly showing up now?" Some of them had overheard the instructors talking privately. Apparently, the Sword King himself had taken the initiative to come here. Could he be looking for a disciple? Someone whispered. If that were the case, then this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. But most of them quickly shook their heads. People like us should stop dreaming. If he's recruiting, he's only taking the absolute best. Tang Ying, the deadly assassin, stared at the old man, her shock visible. He really came? Beside her, Bai Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had finally met the living legend. Xiao Beihan, gripping his sword tightly, made a firm decision. I'll defeat Jiang Wushuang once camp begins. I need to leave a strong impression. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang cracked his fingers, a feral grin appearing on his face. He had never expected the old man to actually attend. Perfect. He wanted this man as his master. Jiang Chun, still confused, pointed at the old man. Wait, who exactly is this guy? Luo Sundao's eyes sparkled. She rushed up to Jiang Chun, clenching her fists excitedly. You don't know? I've been hearing about his legend since I was a kid. Her voice was full of awe as she recalled one of his greatest feats. One time, a red dragon appeared, threatening the empire. But the old man jumped onto its head and, with a single sword strike, drove his blade straight into its skull. She gestured dramatically, mimicking the dragon's dying screams. Jiang Chun blinked. That sounds ridiculously exaggerated. But Luo Sundao wasn't done. He's not even an awakened. Yet he can suppress a group of 7th Transformation Sealed Kings. Some say his power even rivals an 8th Transformation Master from the Xia Empire. He once killed a dragon in a single blow. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. This guy killed a dragon. Meanwhile, Mu Hanxiu placed her hand under her chin, deep in thought. She added, even though he's at the level of a sealed king, my grandfather always said he was the most respected figure in our world. Then, her expression turned a little sour. My grandfather once asked him to take me as a disciple, but he rejected me. Jiang Chun looked at her, surprised. Mu Hanxiu sighed. At first, I was furious, but then I found out that even the invincibles from the Jinan Empire had been rejected. Jiang Chun turned back toward the old man, his curiosity growing. Wait, so, you're saying it's really that hard to become his disciples? Mu Hanxiu turned to him, her expression serious. Are you joking? As far as I know, Both Jiang Wushuang and Bai Feng were rejected by the sword god before. The truth about the Sword King, a disciple's struggle. Jiang Chun had personally witnessed Jiang Wushuang's monstrous strength. If even he wasn't good enough to be the old man's disciple, then just how difficult was it? His shock was evident as he turned to Muhan Xiao. Is it really that hard to become this guy's disciple? At that moment, Luo Sundao stepped forward. She lifted her hand, pointing toward the sky. With a serious expression, she explained, "You might not know this, but the old master has only ever taken 2 disciples in his entire life. And that was over 20 years ago." Jiang Chun stiffened. His mind flashed back to the strange old man clutching a tree in fear. The same old man who, after casually sheathing his sword, had turned to him and said, "Do you want to learn from me?" Jiang Chun closed his eyes. His head hurt just thinking about it. Could that tree-hugging lunatic really be the same king of the celestial sword they were all talking about? He exhaled slowly. With a forced smile, sweat dripping down his cheek, he muttered, "Now I understand everything." On the stage, the old man cleared his throat. He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. His presence alone silenced the entire camp. Then, with a serious tone, he introduced himself. "I am Gu Katian, Heavenly Blade King, the chief instructor of Tianjiao camp." He placed both hands on the table, leaning forward. His next words sent a chill through the air. As you all know, the Tianjiao camp in Jiangnan has been performing below average in recent years. His voice carried weight. The fight's here? A farce. If you don't dare to give it your all in training, then in a real battlefield, you will die. No burial. No second chances. The atmosphere grew heavy. Then, Gu Katian's expression shifted. He gripped the microphone tightly and smiled. "That's why, starting this year, I've introduced a new rule." His eyes glowed with terrifying intensity. "I call it the death quota." The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd erupted. Standing behind him, Yang Guang paled. His body tensed with fear. "Wait, what?" With a horrified look, he stepped forward, trying to interrupt. "Instructor Gu, you can't." Before he could finish, Gu Katian raised his hand, silencing him. His smile never faded. "I have the final say here. If something happens, I take full responsibility." Yang Guang's face was drenched in sweat. His mind raced. What the hell is he talking about? There has never been a death quota in Tianjiao camp before. Why wasn't I informed of this? Meanwhile, Gu Katian raised the microphone again. His voice remained calm, but merciless. "Starting today, 10 of you will die in every round of the test. If you wish to withdraw, do it now." The panic was instant. A young boy grabbed his friend's arm, his face pale with fear. "I can't back out. If I do, my entire family will be disgraced." His friend swallowed hard, his hands trembling. "I don't want to die." At the front of the crowd, Jiang Wushuang remained still. His arms were crossed over his chest. Then he grinned. A wild, bloodthirsty excitement flickered in his eyes. As expected from the senior Heavenly Blade King, the game of death begins. A target on Jiang Chen's back. Jiang Wushuang crossed his arms, smirking. This should have been done years ago. Meanwhile, Xiao Beihan turned his head, his eyes locking onto Jiang Chen. A chilling smile spread across his face. "This rule was made just for you." Jiang Chen remained calm, analyzing the situation. Xiao Beihan's meaning was clear. Once the camp started, he was planning to take him out immediately. But Jiang Chen also realized something important. With this new rule, even if he killed Xiao Beihan, Uncle Jigang and the others wouldn't have to worry about retaliation. This death quota gave him a free pass to kill. Minutes passed. Not a single person withdrew. Gu Katian, still holding the microphone, placed a hand on his waist and grinned. "Seems like you all have some pride." Behind him stood the 4 vice commanders. He lifted his hand, shouting, "Let the entrance evaluation begin." The 300 participants tensed, waiting for instructions. Gu Kan gripped his sword hilt and unsheathed it. His voice boomed across the battlefield. "Scattered across the camp, 150 advancement flags have been hidden. I don't care how you get them. The round ends at dawn on the second day. If you have a flag, you advance. If you don't, you're out." His sword gleamed under the sunlight as he pointed it at them. His eyes burned with intensity. "Fight confidently. Kill confidently. You can fight alone, form alliances, even destroy the entire camp if you wish. Show me your bloodlust." Then, with a sharp motion, he raised his sword to the sky. "Begin!" At his signal, chaos erupted. As soon as the test started, participants scattered in all directions. Some, knowing they weren't strong enough, immediately ran into hiding. They planned to find a flag and avoid conflict. Survival was more important than pride. But Xiao Beihan had a different goal. As his body became shrouded in powerful blue energy, he grinned. Then, he unsheathed his sword and began walking toward Jiang Chun. Step by step, he closed the distance. Jiang Chun, standing between Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao, remained silent. Then, he extended his hands to the sides and issued a command. Find a flag. I'll handle this. Mu Hanxiu's face paled. Her voice trembled as she grabbed his arm. Are you sure? Jiang Chun didn't answer. Instead, he raised his hand, took a defensive stance, and gave them a cold order. Go. Now. Seeing his determined expression, Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao reluctantly turned their backs and ran. As Xiao Beihan's sword radiated blue mana, he began to laugh. A rookie who hasn't even reached his second transfer wants to be a hero? His tone was mocking. He wasn't taking Jiang Chun seriously. Jiang Chun's face remained expressionless. Slowly, he extended his hand to the side. A thick, purple mist seeped from his palm. Little Nine's poisonous mist. Despite Xiao Beihan's terrifying sword aura, Jiang Chun wasn't afraid. He had faced worse. However, one thought lingered in his mind. Even though I'm much stronger than before, can I handle Xiao Beihan using only poison, without revealing the mother insect? An unexpected intervention. The assassin's disruption. Jiang Chun stood his ground, his body enveloped in Little Nine's poisonous mist. With a calm gaze, he looked at Xiao Beihan and spoke. Stop talking nonsense. Xiao Beihan's expression darkened. He gripped his sword tightly, eyes burning with rage. TCH. No point wasting words on a dead man. Then, with full force, he swung his sword, sending a devastating slash toward Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun braced himself, preparing to counter. But before the attack could reach him, stop! A rain of small knives shot through the air, shattering Xiao Beihan's attack into pieces. Jiang Chun's eyes widened. Standing before him was Tang Ying, holding more throwing knives in her hands. Tang Ying stared coldly at Xiao Beihan. Her gaze was sharp, full of anger. Xiao Beihan clenched his sword, his expression dark and serious. What the hell are you doing? Jiang Chun, still on edge, turned his head toward Tang Ying. Is she really the assassin Tang Ying? Before he could ask, Tang Ying put her hands on her hips and shouted at Xiao Beihan. Did you forget our agreement with by phone? Her tone was harsh and unforgiving. We agreed to kill Jiang Wushuang as soon as camp started. Yet you keep running off to deal with insignificant matters. She crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes. Tell me the truth. Are you just using excuses because you're scared of Wushuangs? Xiao Beihan's fist tightened. His aura flared with anger. Who said I was afraid? Tang Ying smirked. Then prove it. She turned her back on Jiang Chun, pointing toward the forest. Wushuang ran that way. Bai Feng is already chasing him. Xiao Beihan gritted his teeth, but ultimately turned away from Jiang Chun. Fine. I'll deal with Wushuang first. It's not too late to handle the trash afterward. With that, both Xiao Beihan and Tang Ying left Jiang Chun behind. Jiang Chun exhaled slowly, deactivating his poisonous mist. That was close. His gaze followed Tang Ying as she walked away. Just before she disappeared, she turned back, put a finger near her mouth, and winked at him. Jiang Chun froze. She was helping me. But why? They didn't even know each other. Unseen by others, Tang Ying's expression shifted. Her gaze lowered, a sadness flickering in her eyes. She was the niece of Tang Jin. Before the camp started, her aunt had given her a secret mission, protect Jiang Chun. But with her current abilities, she couldn't fight Xiao Beihan directly. The best she could do was buy time and redirect his focus. For now, Jiang Chun was safe. But she could only hope that Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao would protect him moving forward. While Xiao Beihan walked away, a man with black hair named Huang Yongqiao approached. He carried a bow on his back, and in his hands were 3 advancement flags. Then, he knelt before Xiao Beihan. My father is a loyal subordinate of your grandfather. These 3 flags are a token of my dedication to you. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. Tang Ying remained silent, watching closely. Xiao Beihan, looking down at the kneeling man, responded coldly. I don't need the flags. Then, his expression darkened. But if you really want to prove your loyalty, there is something you can do for me. Tang Ying's body tensed. This is bad. If Xiao Beihan gained more allies, it would only make things harder for Jiang Chun. She could only pray that Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao could protect him. A deadly ambush. Jiang Chun's next battle begins. At the same time, Luo Sundao successfully obtained 2 advancement flags. Holding them in her hands, she closed her eyes and smiled. With a joyful expression, she turned to Jiang Chun. I just found 2 flags. She rushed over to where Jiang Chun was, placing the flags on the table. Jiang Chun, standing with one hand resting on his waist, responded in a calm voice. You 2 take the flags first. I'm going to check something elsewhere. Luo Sundao frowned slightly, resting both hands on the table. We'll help you find one together. Beside her, Mu Hanxiu remained silent, arms crossed. Then, whiz! A deadly arrow tore through the air, heading straight for them at high speed. Jiang Chen's instincts flared instantly. His eyes sharpened. Be careful. Without hesitation, he grabbed the table and hurled it into the sky. Boom! The arrow collided with the table, shattering it into pieces. Wooden debris rained down around them. Luo Sundao looked up, her heart pounding. Her face paled as panic set in. She quickly hid behind Jiang Chun, clutching his arm tightly. Peeking out slightly, she whispered, "What's happening?" Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stepped forward, his voice cold. "Who's attacking?" His gaze swept the area. "Are you after the flags?" Beside him, Muhan Xiao drew her 2 daggers, gripping them tightly in both hands. She took a defensive stance, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Then, a figure leaped into view. A man holding a bow, his eyes locked onto Jiang Chun. His arrow radiated with powerful energy. The attacker's identity was revealed. Huang Yongchao. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. "So, it's him?" Luo Sundao and Muhan Xiao also recognized him immediately. "That's Huang Yongchao." They turned to Jiang Chun, their voices filled with urgency. "He has the hidden profession, Extreme Archer of the Sunchasur. He's level 39. His father is a 6th transfer venerable and serves under Xiao Beihan." Luo Sundao's expression darkened. "My Eternal Earth Shield might not be able to stop his attacks." Huang Yongchao's penetrating gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. Then, he fired. Boom! The arrow surged with energy, its blade glowing menacingly as it sped toward them. Jiang Chun knew he had to act. He turned to Luo Sundao and Muhan Xiao. "Step aside." Then, he leaped forward. His eyes gleamed with determination as he charged toward the incoming attack. Extending his hand, his palm began releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. His voice was cold and unforgiving. "I can tolerate a lot of things, but if you want to take my life, don't blame me for being ruthless." His aura surged. After all, someone has to fulfill the old master's death quota. Luo Sundao, standing behind him, clutched her chest in fear. Muhan Xiao, gripping her daggers tightly, stared at Jiang Chun in shock. She swallowed hard, her mind racing. What is he planning to do? A ruthless victory. Jiang Chun strikes back. Jiang Chun thrust his hand forward, releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. The dark purple fog surged, colliding head-on with Huang Yongchao's arrow. Boom! The arrow shattered instantly, completely overpowered by the corrosive mist. But Jiang Chun didn't stop there. The mist kept advancing, surging toward Huang Yongchao. Still hovering in the air, Huang Yongchao's eyes widened in terror. His grip on his bow tightened, but his body froze. This wasn't what he had been told. "Wait, poison?" His voice trembled. Wasn't he supposed to be a life-type awakened? Panic set in. Desperately, he shouted for backup. "Stop hiding! Attack together!" But he never finished a sentence. The poisonous mist reached him. It wrapped around his body like a living nightmare, instantly corroding his flesh. "Ayaha!" His agonized screams filled the air. The swarm of insects burst out from the mist, hungrily devouring his body piece by piece. His so-called allies? They turned and ran. Fear gripped them. If even a long-range expert like Huang Yongchao couldn't survive, then those with close combat professions had zero chance. They had to escape, before they became the next victims. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stood firm, his hand controlling the swarm. Within seconds, the insects finished their feast. Huang Yongchao's body no longer existed. Inside the monitoring room, Chief Instructor Gu Katian and Vice Commander Yang Guang observed the battle through surveillance cameras. Gu Katian's sharp eyes followed Jiang Chen's movements. Seeing how effortlessly he killed, the old man smiled in approval. "Impressive." He leaned back, crossing his arms. Not only a creation class user, but also poison class. Behind him, Yang Guang was frozen. His mouth hung open in disbelief. A second transformation prodigy, killed in seconds? He tried to process what just happened. Jiang Chen wasn't just strong. He was terrifying. A dangerous, unknown factor. Why didn't Chu City's Night Watch report anything about him? As his mind spiraled, Gu Katan turned toward him, his expression serious. "Go. Inform the others." Yang Guang snapped out of his daze. "Right away." But just as he was about to leave, "Wait." Gu Katian cleared his throat. Yang Guang paused, turning back. Deep down, he feared. Was the old man regretting all this? Gu Katian simply rubbed his chin, staring at the ceiling. Then, in a calm voice, he issued another order. "Bring in 10 third-level ferocious beasts." Yang Guang's eyes widened. "What?" Gu Katan's smirk grew wider. "And release them separately." Then, he leaned forward, his eyes flashing with amusement. "Also, place the advancement flags on the beasts. The battlefield shifts, a new challenge begins." Yang Guang turned around, gave a military salute, and, despite his confused expression, responded with a firm Understood? Deep down, he couldn't help but be impressed. The old man's move was brilliant. By releasing ferocious beasts with advancement flags, he would force the strongest contenders to fight first. This way, those monsters could eliminate each other before they turned on the weaker participants. It was both strategic and ruthless. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Tang Ying, Bai Feng, and Xiao Beihan had surrounded Jiang Wushuang. All three drew their weapons, preparing to strike. On the other side, Jiang Wushuang stood with his arms crossed. He had been fighting Bai Feng for several minutes, and even though he was injured, his confidence never wavered. Bai Feng clutched his chest wound, panting heavily. Jiang Wushuang smirked. I told you already. Even if you gang up on me, you still won't win. Then, with mocking amusement, he asked, will you really feel proud winning a 3-on-1 fight? Xiao Beihan gritted his teeth. Gripping his sword tighter, his blue energy surged, making his blade glow. His eyes sharpened. Winning this way isn't honorable, but fighting strong opponents is the only thing that keeps me entertained. At that moment, the camp loudspeaker crackled to life. A mechanical voice echoed across the battlefield. Participant Huang Yongqiao has been eliminated by Jiang Chun. The entire camp fell silent. Then, shockwaves rippled through the crowd. Jiang Chun had made the first kill? Not just anyone, but a level 39 second transformation prodigy? Most people couldn't believe it. Xiao Beihan's smile faltered. His expression darkened. That fast. Even though Huang Yongqiao wasn't top tier, he was still among the top 50 geniuses in camp. He was also far stronger than Xiao Yuanwu. And yet, he had been erased in seconds. Tang Ying, clutching her throwing knives, felt her heart drop. This isn't good. She had been told Jiang Chun was only level 26 in the creation class. And yet, he had effortlessly slaughtered a level 39 combat class prodigy. Even she, an assassin, couldn't have killed Huang Yongqiao so easily. Bai Feng, still catching his breath, looked to the sky and smirked. This year's Tianjiao camp is full of hidden monsters. Jiang Wushuang, still standing there, tilted his head and grinned. Are you sure you want to waste your time with me? Shouldn't you be worried about that other expert? Jiang Chen? Xiao Beihan ignored him. All three tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to attack. Before they could strike, the camp loudspeaker blared again. Attention. 10 third-level ferocious beasts are being released into the battlefield. Each beast carries an advancement flag. Participants who acquire a flag will receive an additional ranking score. The top 10 participants will receive special rewards. First place will receive 100 million. The moment the announcement ended, Xiao Beihan, Bai Feng, and Tang Ying immediately backed away. Jiang Wushuang's grin widened. His arms still crossed, he chuckled. Looks like the king of the celestial sword just gave us some new toys to play with. He turned to the side, his smirk growing. Fine, I'll join in. He had set his sights on the blue flag. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stood in the distance, still processing what he just heard. His expression shifted. A 100 million reward? The moment he remembered how fast his insects could reproduce, his eyes gleamed. If he secured first place, he wouldn't just get money. He'd get resources. And with more resources, he could evolve his insects even faster. A giant beast falls from the sky. A new battle begins. Suddenly, boom! Something massive dropped from the sky, shaking the ground upon impact. Jiang Chun, who wasn't far away, instantly went on alert. His eyes narrowed. What is that? The dust settled. Standing before them, a massive mutant wolf. Luo Sundao, standing next to him, gripped her shield. It's the first ferocious beast. Jiang Chun examined it closely. His brows furrowed. This is a third-level beast. Nearby, Mu Hanqiu's face paled. Her voice trembled with urgency. Be careful. This thing is as strong as a level 90 awakened. The beast's enormous frame trembled. Its body was partially paralyzed from the fall. Luo Sundao squinted. Then, turning to Jiang Chun, she asked, it's still regaining consciousness. Should we take advantage of this? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. He stepped forward, his hands releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. Move back. He prepared to strike. But, swoosh! A powerful slash shot toward him from above. Jiang Chun reacted instantly. He jumped, dodging the attack at the last second. Landing on the ground, he clenched his fist tightly. His mind raced. Who just attacked me? Then, his gaze lifted. Standing atop the beast's head, gripping his sword, Xiao Beihan. Xiao Beihan's eyes locked onto Jiang Chun. His lips curled into a smug smile. Not only did you kill Huang Yongqiao in seconds, now you're trying to steal my flag? Jiang Chun didn't waste words. He thrust his hand forward, unleashing Little Nine's poisonous mist. If you're here to fight, stop talking. Xiao Beihan laughed. Then, he jumped into the air, raising his sword. Heaven and Earth Wind Dragon Slash. A massive, swirling wind slash tore through the battlefield, slicing through everything in its path. It collided with Jiang Chen's mist, dispersing it instantly. Xiao Beihan landed back on the beast's head, his sword glowing with blue energy. His expression was full of confidence. No wonder you're so arrogant. His eyes gleamed. Turns out you have the hidden poison class. He smirked. Too bad for you. Poison is difficult to control, and in front of my wind, it's nothing. Muhan Xiao clenched her fists, her face tense. She turned to Luo Sundao. This isn't good. Wind counters poison. We need to help him. But Luo Sundao grabbed her arm. Her expression was serious. No. Muhan Xiao froze. Luo Sundao's voice was calm, but firm. Jiang Chen's poison isn't ordinary poison. If we interfere, we'll just get in his way. The poisonous dragon versus the blue lotus. Jiang Chen's deadly counterattack. Jiang Chen took an offensive stance, his body engulfed in poison. His eyes locked onto Xiao Beihan. This had gone on long enough. It was time to end it. Then, he unleashed his technique. Poisonous Mist Dragon. From the swirling toxic mist, a massive poison dragon emerged. Its serpentine body coiled through the air, its sinister green eyes burning with deadly energy. With a roar, it opened its mouth, ready to devour everything in its path. Seeing the sheer size of the dragon, Xiao Beihan's confidence wavered. Teach, this isn't good. He knew just slicing it wouldn't work. So instead, he made a bold decision. Gripping his sword tightly, he ran his fingers across its blade. The winds howled around him. Then, he lifted his sword toward the sky and activated a forbidden technique. Immortal Swordsman of Blue Lotus. A massive, glowing blue flower bloomed behind him, radiating with sword energy. The lotus petals began to absorb the poison dragon. Xiao Beihan smirked. Watch as my sword's energy consumes your poison. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed. His lips curled into a smile. Are you serious? Xiao Beihan had just created the perfect meal. Within the mist, Little Nine manifested. Her eyes sparkled. She licked her lips. Then, she lunged at the giant flower, her mouth wide open. Crunch! She began devouring it, petal by petal, sword energy by sword energy. The blue lotus was delicious. Jiang Chen's devouring value skyrocketed. +2000. He glanced at Little Nine, grinning. She's eating the entire thing. Xiao Beihan's smirk vanished. His eyes widened in horror. What? In the blink of an eye, the blue lotus shattered. The sword energy collapsed, releasing a surge of poisonous mist. Boom! The toxic cloud exploded, engulfing Xiao Beihan. His body was thrown backward. Slam! He crashed into the ground, gasping for breath. His sword trembled in his grip. Pain surged through his nerves. His chest burned from the poison. Impossible! His mind reeled. How could poison overpower sword energy? The poison dragon, now larger than before, slithered through the sky. Its glowing eyes locked onto Xiao Beihan. Then, it lunged forward, aiming to end him. Xiao Beihan's mind raced. He knew, if that dragon touched him, he was dead. So, he hugged himself, activating his life gem. A glowing shield surrounded his body. The poison dragon slammed into it. Boom! But the life gem held firm. Xiao Beihan gritted his teeth. He had survived. Now, it was Jiang Chen's turn to die. Jiang Chen analyzed the situation. Xiao Beihan had used a life gem. Poison alone won't break through, and the battlefield has cameras everywhere. If he unleashed the insects here, his secrets would be exposed. He needed cover. He turned his head toward Luo Sundao. Can you create an opaque earth shield around this area? Luo Sundao clenched her fists. She nodded firmly. I'll try. She raised her hands to the sky. Energy surged. Then, earth protection, shield cover. A dome of earth formed, enclosing the battlefield. Xiao Beihan stared upward, confused. What is he doing? Luo Sundao dropped to her knees, breathing heavily. She had used a lot of energy. Jiang Chun turned back to Xiao Beihan. With the cameras blocked, it was time to finish this for good. The battle escalates. Xiao Beihan's defense begins to crumble. Jiang Chun stood calm and composed, his hand releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. His eyes locked onto Xiao Beihan. Can you guess how Xiao Yuanwu died? Xiao Beihan's face twisted with anger. Surrounded by his magical barrier, he extended his sword to the side, his voice filled with disdain. You think that worthless trash's death compares to mine? Naive. Jiang Chun remained silent. For a few seconds, he simply stared. Then, Little Nine reappeared. Her sinister grin widened as she locked eyes with Xiao Beihan. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but firm. Are you really comparing the past me to the current me? Now that's naive. He was tired of this. He turned to Little Nine. Teach him a lesson. Little Nine's body surged with energy. Her hands extended to the sides, releasing waves of poisonous mist. Then, she charged. Xiao Beihan raised his sword, positioning it defensively. His eyes narrowed. Who is she? Little Nine struck at high speed. Left, right, above, below. But Xiao Beihan's blade intercepted every single attack. No matter how fast she moved, he deflected everything. Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed in surprise. He's using protective sword energy? This was unexpected. Xiao Beihan's defensive mastery was far beyond what he anticipated. Then, a new danger arrived. A deafening roar filled the battlefield. The giant mutant beast suddenly lunged forward. Its massive jaws opened wide, aiming straight for Little Nine. Both Little Nine and Xiao Beihan turned. They immediately went on alert. Jiang Chun reacted instantly. His hands surged with poisonous mist. His gaze locked onto the beast. It had fully awakened. Now, it was time to unleash everything. Jiang Chun extended his hand, summoning two poisonous mist dragons. They coiled through the air, their eyes burning with deadly intent. Then, he released his small insect swarm. That's top-quality fierce beast meat. First to arrive, first to eat. The insects surged forward. Their tiny wings buzzed, filling the battlefield with an eerie hum. Now, the fight had become even more chaotic. Xiao Beihan's eyes darted between the incoming attacks. His sword energy had been corroded. He could no longer counter Little Nine. The beast turned, roaring a warning to Xiao Beihan. But Little Nine was already on the move. She closed the distance instantly. With a devilish grin, she threw her full strength into a punch. Boom! Her fist collided with Xiao Beihan's magical barrier. Cracks spread across the shield. She didn't stop. Another punch. Another. With each impact, the barrier weakened. Xiao Beihan's strongest defense was starting to crumble. Xiao Beihan's barrier begins to shatter. Jiang Chun sees the weakness. Jiang Chun stood calmly, his arms crossed, watching the battle unfold. He had realized something. Xiao Yuanwu had been weak because the Xiao family favored some grandchildren over others. But Xiao Beihan? He was one of their true elites. Defeating him was far more difficult. Yet, Little Nine's relentless barrage of punches was slowly cracking the magical barrier. Her eyes gleamed, sensing victory approaching. Inside the fading shield, Xiao Beihan was drenched in sweat. His panic grew. He knew. If before she had needed 3 seconds, now she needed at most 3 minutes. He clenched his sword tighter. He couldn't believe it. His life gem's protection was actually breaking. Meanwhile, inside the Tianjiao camp surveillance room, Yang Guang's expression darkened. On the monitors, a blue magical barrier covered the battlefield. This anti-vision shield prevented them from seeing inside. He knew what that meant. Xiao Beihan was at a disadvantage. Yang Guang turned sharply to Fang Qingyuan. His voice was stern. Conduct a manual investigation. If the situation is too dangerous, stop the fight immediately. Fang Qingyuan, a 4th-level great master of the spatial system, pressed his fingertips together and nodded. Understood. In the corner of the room, Gu Kaitian, aka the king of the celestial sword, sat with one leg crossed, his chin resting on his hand. His expression was calm, but curious. Are they really this desperate to protect the Xiao family's grandson? Yang Guang turned toward him, placing his hands behind his back. You don't understand. His voice was calm but heavy. It's not about favoritism. It's about consequences. If Xiao Beihan was injured or killed, nobody knew how the Xiao family would react. Gu Kaitian raised an eyebrow. Then, with a slight smirk, he asked, Are you really prepared for war with the Jingwei Empire? Yang Guang froze. A chill ran down his spine. Zhima, if word got out about what happened inside Tianjiao camp, things could spiral out of control. He clenched his teeth. No information leaves the camp. Not until this ends. Gu Kan leaned back, his eyes drifting to the ceiling. He didn't know if Jiang Chun could actually kill Xiao Beihan. But he was curious. Why had Jiang Chun created an anti-vision barrier? What was he hiding? Back at the battlefield, Jiang Chun had defeated the mutant beast. The giant wolf collapsed, its body engulfed in poisonous mist. Jiang Chun stood beside it, arms still crossed. His expression was indifferent. Powerful? Sure. But when facing his insects, it had met its natural predator. At the same time, Little Nine's attacks had reached their peak. The barrier surrounding Xiao Beihan was now covered in deep cracks. A particularly large fracture split through the shield. Xiao Beihan tightened his grip on his sword. His panic turned into dread. No, this can't be happening. The life gem's barrier was actually failing. Jiang Qin's eyes locked onto the barrier. Then, his gaze sharpened. With a calm but firm voice, he spoke. Little Nine attacked there. He pointed at the largest, deepest crack. That was the weak point. A sudden warning. Jiang Chun must end it now. Just as Jiang Chun was about to strike the final blow, a voice echoed in his mind. Don't play around too much. Fang Qingyuan, the great master of the spatial system, has arrived. Jiang Qin's expression changed instantly. His eyes widened in shock. His heart pounded. A spatial master was here? That meant he was being watched. If they see the insects, I'll be exposed. No hesitation. Jiang Chun extended his hand toward Little Nine. Return. Little Nine mid-punch froze. Her fist was inches from breaking the barrier. Her eyes flickered with confusion. Huh? What's happening? But she obeyed. She dissolved into poisonous mist, retreating back into Jiang Chen's body. Now, he needed to end this fight immediately. Jiang Chen raised his hand. A massive insect appeared. It crawled toward Xiao Beihan's barrier. Then, it began to glow. Inside the barrier, Xiao Beihan's breathing was ragged. He saw the strange insect approach. His brow furrowed in confusion. Then, his face paled. His entire body tensed. He began to sweat uncontrollably. What is that? Then, it was too late. Boom! The insect exploded. The energy pierced through the magical barrier. Then, a massive chain reaction. Boom! A shockwave surged outward. The barrier shattered instantly. But the explosion didn't stop. A second explosion erupted inside the broken barrier. It was so powerful. It was like a miniature nuclear blast. The explosion tore through the battlefield. Luo Sundao's earth shield collapsed under the impact. She clutched her stomach, gasping in pain, before falling to the ground. Luo! Mu Hanxiu rushed forward, catching her before she collapsed completely. Her eyes were filled with concern. Are you okay? Luo Sundao forced a weak smile. I'll be fine. Meanwhile, the dust slowly settled. What remained? The ground was completely destroyed, scattered across the battlefield, advancement flags, and the only thing left of Xiao Beihan, his severed arm and his sword. Jiang Chen walked forward. His gaze scanned the remains. He picked up the sword. Then, his eyes narrowed. Did he die? Or had he been rescued by the spatial master? He wasn't sure, but he grabbed the severed arm anyway, just in case. Jiang Chen approached Luo Sundao. With a calm expression, he tossed her the sword. Take good care of your family's weapon. The sword spun in the air, descending toward her. Luo Sundao reached out her hands, catching it. Her cheeks turned red. She hugged the sword tightly. Her voice was soft, but grateful. Thank you. Meanwhile, Mu Hanxiu picked up the fallen flags. She turned to Jiang Chun with an excited smile. We're in the top 10. Jiang Chun looked at the flags. He offered to share them. But Mu Hanxiu shook her head. No, her eyes were determined. I want to see you surpass Jiang Wushuang and take first place. Luo Sundao smiled. I don't need the flags either. She held up the sword. Getting this back is enough. Jiang Chun smirked. Bang! A fist slammed onto the table. Yang Guang's face was twisted in anger. Beside him, Fang Qingyuan. Yang Guang gritted his teeth. His voice was filled with rage. What the hell happened? Why didn't you teleport Xiao Beihan in time? The poison was too strong. Fang Qingyuan's failure. Fang Qingyuan closed his eyes, deep in thought. Then, with a calm yet resigned voice, he explained. The poison was too strong. He barely managed to extend his spiritual energy toward Xiao Beihan. But the moment it touched the poisonous mist, it corroded instantly. He hadn't seen anything clearly. Then, boom, the explosion erupted. He had tried to teleport Xiao Beihan with all his strength. But it was already too late. Yang Guang explodes in rage. He pointed an accusing finger at him. His eyes burned with disbelief. How the hell can poison corrode mental power? His voice rose with fury. Stop making excuses. You failed to do your job. Then, a booming voice cut through the room. Shut up, Yang Guang. Yang Guang froze. He turned around, his body trembling. Then, he stiffened. The one who had spoken was Gukatian, the king of the celestial sword. Gukatian glared at Yang Guang. His voice was sharp. Do you know why you're stuck at the peak of the fifth transformation? Yang Guang gulped. Gukatian continued. Because you always follow the powerful. Because you lack the heart to stand on your own. He folded his arms. A moment ago, you mentioned consequences, commanders, and generals, but do you know what a real battlefield is? His gaze darkened. Even those who have reached the ninth transformation can die in battle. Xiao Beihan was no exception. Yang Guang took several steps back, his confidence shattered. His face paled. I wasn't talking about the great general. I only meant Commander Duan. Gukhan turned his back to him. Then, with a calm but commanding voice, he gave his order. Report everything inside the camp first. Keep all information strictly confidential. Until tomorrow at 6 a.m., before the evaluation ends, no one, not even Xiao Beihan, is allowed to leave the camp. Then, without another word, he walked toward the door. His final words echoed behind him. I'm heading to the Southern Command. Yang Guang and Fang Qingyuan remained silent. At that moment, a system window appeared in the sky. It announced, Xiao Beihan has been eliminated by Jiang Chun. Silence. Then, shock. Everyone looked up in disbelief. Their minds refused to process what they had just heard. Xiao Beihan? Eliminated? By Jiang Chen? Impossible. He was the legitimate grandson of the great general of the nation. And yet, he was gone. Elsewhere, a massive boar-like beast charged forward. But Tang Ying and Bai Feng dodged effortlessly. The beast crashed into the ground. Tang Ying stood frozen, staring blankly at the sky. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Jiang Chen actually eliminated Xiao Beihan? Bai Feng, however, remained calm. His expression turned serious. Something's not right. Meanwhile, a white lion-like beast lunged forward. Then, bam! A single punch sent it flying. It crashed into the dirt, lifeless. Standing over its corpse was Jiang Wuxuan. He crossed his arms. A smirk played on his lips. Interesting. A secret conversation. The mystery of Jiang Chen's poison. A hand slowly lifted the lid of a teacup. The fragrant steam rose into the air. The man holding the cup was none other than Duan Xinghai, commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan military district. He took a slow sip of tea and then glanced at Gu Katian. With a calm yet curious tone, he asked, "So, have you found any remarkable talent? Is that why you called me here so urgently?" In front of him, Gu Katan remained silent. Then, he closed his eyes. He raised his hand toward the sky. A powerful energy surged from his palm. He used the ability called Forbidden Listening. The energy spread outward, forming a protective barrier around them. Duan Xinghai watched quietly. Once the barrier was in place, the two men moved to another room. They sat down to enjoy their tea. Duan crossed his legs and took another slow sip. Then, his eyes sharpened. "You're being cautious. This means the situation is more serious than you're letting on." Gu Katan, resting one hand on the chair and the other on the table, made his decision. He needed to ask Duan something. Something important. His eyes locked onto Duan's. Then, can poison corrode mental strength? Duan paused. Then, with a knowing smile, he set down his cup. He closed his eyes. Theoretically, it's possible, but it would be extremely difficult. He leaned forward slightly. Poisonous mist and miasma typically affect the physical body. Mental strength, however, is different. It comes from the soul itself, formed by pure thought and intent. He tapped his fingers against the wooden table. For poison to corrode something like that, he shook his head. I can't even begin to estimate the level of toxicity required. Gu Katian watched him closely. Then, with a calm and unreadable gaze, he asked, "Have you ever seen someone accomplish this?" Duan placed his hand under his chin, deep in thought. His gaze drifted downward. After a moment of silence, he replied, "No, I once knew a poison king at the peak of the fourth transformation. Even he couldn't do it." Then, Duan lifted his head. A playful smirk appeared on his face. "Are you telling me that Tianjiao camp has produced a poison prodigy with such terrifying power?" He leaned back slightly. If someone can truly corrode spiritual energy, then they are holding a weapon more lethal than any blade. Gu Katian crossed his arms. Then, he shook his head. He closed his eyes. His voice was firm. It's too soon to draw conclusions. Duan remained calm. He had refrained from questioning Gu Katian's decisions before. But now, something was wrong. Very wrong. With a sharp gaze, he finally spoke. "What's happening? And why aren't you telling me the whole truth?" Gu Katan opened his eyes. His gaze met Duan's. Then, with a serious expression, he asked, "What if the poison had its own consciousness?" Duan froze. Then, he burst into laughter. He reached out and patted Gu Katian on the shoulder. "You're joking, right?" Then, his expression turned serious. "Poison doesn't have consciousness, unless—" His voice trailed off. His eyes darkened. His breathing slowed. Then, a single drop of sweat ran down his cheek. With a calm but deeply thoughtful look, he whispered, "Unless it's not actually poison, but something else entirely. A forgotten calamity. The 9 wings of miasma." Duan Xinghai's eyes darkened. Then, a memory resurfaced. He pictured an ancient ruin, a place lost to time. Its name was Ruin Number 0. Inside that ruin, he had once seen an ancient record. It described a calamitous creature, a being known as the 9 wings of miasma. It was said that this creature could transform into a poisonous mist. Its birth had nearly destroyed the world. A great calamity from the past. Then, Duan imagined something else. A small, shadowy figure, hugging her knees. A pair of glowing eyes. The creature that had been born in the 9 hells. The very same existence recorded in Ruin Number 0. And now, it had reappeared. Gu Katian's entire body tensed. His mind raced. "This is bad. Very bad." Duan Xinghai extended his arms, laughing loudly. His voice was filled with amusement. "What? Are you scared?" Then, he smirked. "Come on, old friend. This type of calamity has been extinct for a long time. It's impossible for it to still exist. Gukan remained silent. His expression did not change. But deep down, he was not so sure. Suddenly, a portal appeared in midair, a crack in space itself. Gukatian stood up from his chair. Then, he turned his back on Duan and walked toward the portal. Duan reached out a hand to stop him. Wait, I haven't told you the good news yet. Gukatian ignored him. He stepped inside the portal without hesitation. Duan sighed. Then, he shook his head. Inside the portal, Gukatian crossed his arms. He closed his eyes. Then, he thought of her. Little Nine, a walking disaster. Jiang Chun, the boy who awakened a divine-level class called Growth of All Things. It was no surprise that he had climbed to the top of the hunter list. But Jiang Chun still had too many secrets. Then, he remembered something else. A conversation from just a few days ago. Jigang had approached him with a cheerful smile. He had said, I have someone named Jiang Chun. His talent is incredible, but he's still developing. Oh, and he got into trouble with the Xiao family. So, I need you to watch over him while he's at Tianjiao camp. At the time, Gukatian had listened silently. But now, as he walked through the dimensional corridor, he realized the truth. Jigang hadn't asked him to watch over Jiang Chun. He had asked him to cover for him. That old bastard. Gukatian emerged from the portal. Then, he snapped his fingers. A gust of wind followed his motion. The sword could kill, but it could also protect. He muttered to himself. Buddha and demon exist in the same heart. Then, his eyes sharpened. I've made my decision. From now on, Jiang Chun is under my protection. Still, even if he had decided to protect Jiang Chun, a calamity should never be underestimated. So, he needed confirmation. A final piece of evidence. He raised his hand. Then, he fired an arrow into the sky. The arrow flew backward, vanishing into the horizon. This arrow carried an urgent order, a command for Hong Yao. Go to ruin number 0. Investigate the 9 wings of miasma. Find out the truth, because this concerns my new disciple. A sudden attack. Jiang Chun versus the final fierce beast. Gu Kaitian stepped into the surveillance room. His gaze locked onto the screens. With a calm but curious tone, he asked, How's the entrance evaluation progressing? Yang Guang turned back. With a composed look, he reported the current status. It's nearly over. The ordinary awakened are still struggling for flags. But the elite talents have already defeated 9 of the fierce beasts. Now, only one remained. On the screen, several geniuses displayed overwhelming strength. Laze and Lu Jiezi teamed up. The beast charged at them, but Laze met it with a devastating punch. The creature slammed into the ground, defeated instantly. Elsewhere, Tang Ying and Bai Feng worked together. She leapt onto the beast's back, ended its life in a single move. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang stood atop a pile of beast corpses. 3 fierce beasts had fallen before him. Without hesitation, he turned and started heading toward one place. Jiang Chun. Gu Kaidian watched the screens closely. Where is Jiang Chun? Yang Guang answered immediately. He's already defeated 2 fierce beasts. The 9th beast was just released near him. A shadow loomed over the battlefield. From the sky, the final beast descended. Jiang Chun looked up, eyes shining. Instead of panic, he smiled. Time to eat, little Nine. The beast lunged, but before it could even attack, Jiang Chun extended his hand. Poisonous mist erupted outward. In seconds, little Nine materialized. With no hesitation, she devoured the beast whole. The system flashed with a notification. Plus 2,000 devouring value. Jiang Chun watched calmly. Little Nine chewed happily. And then, she leveled up. Now level 22. She grinned, satisfied. Jiang Chun smiled too. But his joy didn't last. A fist of spiritual energy suddenly appeared in the sky and descended upon them. Jiang Chun and the others looked up. Realization hit instantly. This was an attack. They snapped into alert mode. A battle between monsters. Wu Shuang versus Jiang Chun. Mu Hanxiu drew her daggers, stepping into a defensive stance. Her eyes flashed with urgency. Jiang Chun, it's a surprise attack. Luo Sundao didn't hesitate. With a determined expression, she extended her hand. Earth Protection Shield. A powerful green barrier emerged, shielding them from the attack. But the moment Jiang Chun got a closer look, his eyes narrowed. This technique, it was Wang's fist style. The energy fist smashed into the barrier. Cracks spread instantly. The shield wasn't holding. Boom! In mere seconds, it shattered completely. The impact sent Luo Sundao and Mu Hanxiu flying backward. Blood spilled from their lips. Jiang Chun was the only one left standing. Jiang Chun didn't waver. He clenched his fists. Poisonous mist surged around his body. Then, he threw his hand forward. Little Nine's poisonous mist exploded outward, colliding with Wang's attack. But Even with the poison, the force was overwhelming. Jiang Chen's body was blasted backward. Sliding across the ground, he planted his feet firmly, stopping his momentum. He raised his arm defensively. And then, he waited for the next strike. The last remnants of the attack dissipated into smoke. From within the haze, Wang appeared. His body radiated terrifying energy. He clenched his fists. His intense gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. Mu Hongqiu's body hit the ground behind Jiang Chun. Luo Sundao struggled to rise. Jiang Chun wiped his lips, staring at Wang. It's no wonder they call you the third genius of Daxia. Then, he tightened his fist. Poisonous mist coiled around it. With a sharp smile, he asked, "So, you came to steal my beasts?" Jiang Wushuang laughed. His body pulsed with red energy. No need to misunderstand. He cracked his knuckles. "I know your poison already killed the beast." Jiang Chen's expression darkened. "What do you mean?" Jiang Wushuang grinned. "I just came to satisfy my curiosity." Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, his fingers cutting through the dense, swirling poison mist conjured by Little Nine. His gaze locked onto Jiang Wushuang, his expression cold. "Are you really willing to bet your life just to satisfy your curiosity?" Jiang Chen's voice carried a sharp edge. Jiang Wushuang clenched his fists, his lips curling into a confident smile. "Of course. If you're not willing to stake your life, then are you really living?" Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, sending the poisonous mist surging toward Jiang Wushuang. But instead of retreating, Wushuang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He planted his feet, drawing in a deep breath before suddenly striking out with his fist. The sheer force of his punch stirred the air violently, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Just before the venomous mist could engulf him, Jiang Wushuang executed 1,000-feet wall, stomping down and unleashing a powerful energy barrier in front of him. The force of his technique didn't just block the poison, it shattered it. Without wasting a second, he launched another devastating strike at Jiang Chen. The energy blast surged forward like an unstoppable wave. Jiang Chen, still mid-motion, was momentarily caught off guard. His outstretched hand trembled as he realized the sheer power behind the attack. Just as it was about to strike him head-on, he instinctively leaped backward, throwing his arms over his head to shield himself. Though he managed to avoid the full impact, a portion of the attack still grazed him, sending him skidding back. His boots dug into the ground as he struggled to regain his footing. His breathing was heavy, his body aching from the force of the blow. "That guy's fists are insanely fast and brutal, while my poison is slow and not strong enough." Jiang Chen frowned, his mind racing for a new strategy. Meanwhile, Little Nine stood to the side, hands clenched near her face, her eyes filled with worry. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from his mouth, his clothes now tattered and dust-covered. He smirked slightly and muttered, "Hey, Little Nine, if you devoured Jiang Wushuang, how many levels do you think you'd go up? The guy's got a lot of meat on him." Within his consciousness, Little Nine materialized, pressing her hands to her chest. Her usually playful expression was gone, replaced with rare solemnity. "Even if I leveled up dozens of times, I wouldn't be able to defeat him," she admitted. "But, if it comes to it, I'd rather die than let you get hurt." Jiang Chen blinked in surprise. This is the first time I've ever seen Little Nine this scared. Sweat beaded on his forehead as exhaustion crept over him. His legs felt like lead, his arms numb. There was only one strategy left, using the self-destruction ability of the insects. But he hesitated. If this failed, it was game over. He clenched his jaw, shaking his head. "No, Little Nine, hide. I'll find another way." Reluctantly, she obeyed, disappearing into the shadows. Jiang Chen let out a slow breath and steadied himself, even as his limbs trembled. He placed a hand on the ground, trying to gather his strength. Smoke swirled around him from the impact of Jiang Wushuang's attack, momentarily obscuring his form. As the smoke slowly cleared, Jiang Wushuang strode forward, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen. Seeing his opponent barely able to move, he frowned. Was this really the guy who defeated Xiao Beihan? He had expected more. Not one to waste time, Jiang Wushuang pressed his palm to the ground, his eyes glowing with power. Thick vines erupted from the earth, twisting and growing at an incredible speed. Just as he was about to make his move, the vines shifted, forming a barrier around Jiang Chen instead of attacking him. Wushuang paused, his lips curling into an amused smirk. "Oh, so this is your divine talent." He chuckled. "Using a barrier to trick your opponent, clever. No wonder Xiao Beihan lost inside one." Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, a group of observers monitored the fight closely. Fang Chengyuan turned to Jiyu Kaitian and reported, "Jiang Chen has blocked our vision again." Jiyu Kaitian, standing behind him with his arms crossed, barely reacted. Instead, he issued a command. "Be ready to intervene if necessary." Fang Chengyuan straightened, giving a sharp salute. "Understood." Yang Guang, watching the screen, wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. Given the battle situation, neither of them should need rescuing. But Jiyu Kaitian, however, remained skeptical. He turned to Yang Guang and muttered, You only said that to protect Jiang Chen, didn't you? Yang Guang raised an eyebrow. And? Isn't that a little hypocritical? Jiu Kaitian interjected, his tone firm. Enough. Jiang Wushuang is level 46. Jiang Chen is only level 26. My disciple. Of course, I want to protect him. Back inside the barrier, Jiang Chen forced himself to his feet. He extended his hand skyward and issued a silent command. Instantly, a swarm of insects burst forth from his palm, flooding into the air. Within seconds, the sky darkened, filled with countless buzzing wings. Jiang Wushuang looked up, his smirk vanishing. His body tensed as realization struck. This is Jiang Chen's true power. Jiang Chen remained silent. His gaze locked onto his opponent as more insects poured from his fingertips. The swarm hovered for only a moment before diving toward Jiang Wushuang, their razor-sharp mandibles glinting in the light. Wushuang didn't panic. Instead, he spread his legs, adopting a defensive stance. His body pulsed with golden energy as he activated Move Mountains and Overturned Seas, preparing to withstand the incoming attack. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. He pointed at Wushuang, summoning even more insects. The swarm grew larger, surging toward its target like a living tidal wave. Wushuang's grin returned. Not bad, but let's see if your bugs can handle this. He clenched his fists, leaned back, then slammed both fists into the ground. The earth rumbled violently as countless energiformed fists erupted from the ground, each one slamming into the oncoming swarm. Insects were crushed instantly, torn apart by the sheer force of the technique. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened. Time to switch things up. With a quick motion of his fingers, he signaled the insects to maneuver around the incoming energy fists. As Jiang Wushuang remained focused on smashing the ground, a portion of the swarm skillfully evaded the attacks and darted toward him at high speed. Wushuang glanced up and, for the first time, showed a hint of surprise. The insects closed in fast, and just as they reached him, Jiang Chen clenched his fist. Boom! The swarm exploded in an instant, unleashing a thick smoke screen that consumed the battlefield. Jiang Chen smirked, confident that the sudden blast had done some damage. But before he could relax, a shadow flickered above him. Jiang Wushuang shot through the air, completely unharmed. His movements were fluid, his expression unfazed. Jiang Chen's smirk vanished. His muscles tensed. He's still standing. What's going on? Wushuang, now descending toward Jiang Chen, chuckled. Now I get it. This must be how Xiao Beihan lost. With that, he thrust his hands toward the ground, unleashing Wind Fist. A surge of golden energy roared to life, tearing through the battlefield like a hurricane. Jiang Chen's instinct screamed at him. Bad news. He barely managed to throw his arms over his head before the crushing force of the attack slammed into him. The pressure was overwhelming. His body trembled violently as he was forced to his knees, struggling to withstand the sheer power of the technique. His breath came in ragged gasps as he fought to stay conscious. This guy is on a completely different level. Jiang Chen quickly realized that this Wind Fist was far stronger than the previous one, several times stronger. Was this the power of an invincible descendant? Even after two of his insects had self-destructed near Jiang Wushuang, they hadn't left a single scratch on him. His body was running out of strength. His breath was ragged as he studied Wushuang carefully. If I really want to take him down, I'll need dozens, maybe even hundreds of insects to self-destruct at once. But that was the problem. Raising these insects had been a long and arduous process. He didn't want to sacrifice them so recklessly. Still, he had no other choice. A massive explosion erupted near Jiang Wushuang, followed by another, then another. Flames and smoke engulfed the area. But Wushuang, sensing the trap, quickly stepped back, dodging the blasts with ease. Unfortunately for him, that was exactly what Jiang Chen had planned. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he thrust his other forward. Vines erupted from the earth, snaking toward Wushuang at incredible speed. But just before they could reach him, Wushuang stopped them with one hand. Effortlessly, he looked at Jiang Chen and shook his head. No need to push yourself any further. This fight is over. Jiang Chen, still catching his breath, was stunned. What do you mean, over? Wushuang, standing tall and relaxed, gave him a nod of respect. You're strong. Even though you're only in your first transformation, you forced me to use 80% of my strength. His grin widened. I can't wait to fight you again when you become even stronger. Jiang Chen placed a hand on his knee and slowly pushed himself up, realization hitting him. So that whole thing about betting his life? That was just to force me to go all out. He only wanted to see if I was worth fighting. Wushuang yawned, rubbing the back of his neck. Man, I'm tired. I think I'll go take a nap. He stretched lazily before turning to Jiang Chen. Mind handling the last fierce beast for me? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Are you giving me first place? Wushuang chuckled, shaking his head. Nah, I'm just tired. I need to find a good place to sleep. Without another word, he turned around, walking away casually as if the battle had never even happened. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, frustration bubbling up. Don't give me that crap, he shouted. I'm not some idiot blinded by pride. Stop pretending. Wu Shuang didn't stop. He simply closed his eyes and smirked. Yep, this guy's interesting. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Jiu Kaitian crossed his arms, watching the scene unfold. One shouldn't use strength to oppress the weak, he mused. Jiang Wu Shuang truly is an invincible descendant. Today, has made me see him in a new light. On the other side of the room, Fang Chengyuan, already poisoned once before, started foaming at the mouth again. Yang Guang quickly rushed over, slapping him on the back to help. Jiu Kaitian turned away from the screen and issued an order. Release the 10th fierce beast. Let Jiang Chen take first place. A monstrous creature descended from the sky, a grotesque mix of a centipede and a scorpion, its massive body twisting in the air. It opened its mouth wide. Jiang Chen stood firm, his eyes locked on the massive beast above him. With a steady breath, he extended his hand, ready for battle. Meanwhile, in a mysterious realm known as Heritage Zero, an abandoned village shrouded in eerie fog, night had fallen. A red-haired woman stood atop a jagged rock, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Hong Yarou, the great disciple of the Heavenly Blade King and the eldest sister of Ji Gang, frowned. Even for someone of her level 7 transformation, this place was unsettling. Annoying, she muttered. The energy in this place was enough to drive most people mad. No one below the 6th transformation should even be able to set foot here. Suddenly, several ghostly figures flickered into view, drawn by her presence. Without hesitation, Hong Yao leaped forward, gripping her sword tightly. Let's make this quick. She moved at blinding speed, slicing through the spirits with little effort. As their forms dissipated, she landed gracefully in front of an ancient tombstone, its surface covered in cracks and radiating a sinister energy, an energy eerily similar to Little Nine's poisonous mist. Her eyes narrowed. This must be the source. Despite its damaged state, the tombstone's power was undeniable. It felt ancient, at least 100 years old, but its energy remained potent. Activating her divine consciousness, Hong Yao commanded her system to scan the relic. A series of glowing blue windows materialized in front of her, filling with text and images. She used speed reading, absorbing the information in seconds. Then, an image flickered onto the screen, a photo of an insect. As the image printed itself onto a translucent sheet and floated down, she instinctively caught it. The moment her eyes landed on it, her body stiffened. Her fingers trembled. Sweat formed on her brow. No way. This is a mother insect. Specifically, the 9 miasma wings, an ancient, near-extinct monster born from the darkest depths of the U-realm. In the 4th century, this terrifying creature nearly wiped out the world. Its black-purple body, its 9 deadly wings, and its venom, capable of corroding even spiritual voids, had made it one of the most feared creatures in history. Hong Yao clenched her teeth. This isn't good. She turned her gaze back to the tombstone, now fully enveloped in malevolent energy. As the moonlight bathed the scene, an uneasy feeling settled in her chest. Jiang Chen, you're harboring a calamity. Without hesitation, she made her decision. She had to report this to Master. Immediately. Meanwhile, back at the Tianjiao camp, the fierce beast roared, its massive jaws preparing to strike. But moments later, its body collapsed. The insect swarmed over it, devouring it completely. Jiang Chen stood beside the fallen creature, one hand resting on his waist as he calmly observed the aftermath. This marked the 4th beast his insects had consumed. Their devouring value had skyrocketed. If he secured first place in the entrance camp evaluation, he would be able to achieve his 2nd transformation much sooner than expected. He turned toward Mu Hanqiu and Luo Sandao, raising his hand toward the sky. A total of 10 blue flags floated around him. These are more than enough for me to stay in first place, he said casually. Then, in an unexpected move, he tossed one flag to Mu Hanqiu and another to Luo Sandao. Take these. At least this way, you'll make it into the top 10. The 2 warriors caught the flags, momentarily stunned. But as they looked at Jiang Chen, their expressions softened. Closing their eyes, they smiled gratefully. Thank you, they said in unison. Without lifting a finger, they had just secured their place in the rankings. Elsewhere in the camp, Bai Feng and Tian Ying stood victorious over the corpse of a fierce beast shaped like an eagle. Tian Ying, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground beside the fallen beast. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, her chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. She exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. We actually did it. Bai Feng, standing nearby, noticed that the entrance evaluation was about to conclude. He had no doubt Jiang Wushuang would take first place. Just then, the camp's loudspeaker crackled to life. The entrance evaluation has officially ended. All participants who have advanced, report to the central square. Those eliminated must leave the camp within 3 minutes. Offenders will be executed. Jiang Chun gazed up at the sky, slightly surprised. It's over already? It didn't take him long to realize. All 10 fierce beasts had been killed. The air around him still carried traces of Little Nine's poisonous mist. He thought for a moment. Wasted remains of beasts were still food. Without hesitation, he commanded his insects, "Go, find whatever remains of the fierce beasts and consume everything. Avoid people as much as possible." Immediately, his swarm scattered into the camp. Meanwhile, nurses arrived to retrieve the injured. Among the wounded was Xiao Beihan, lying on a stretcher, his severed arm tightly bandaged. He was alive barely, his face twisted with pain and rage as he glared at the sky. Though furious, a part of him felt relieved. "At least I'm leaving this damn camp." Through gritted teeth, he growled, "Jiangchen, just wait. When I get home, we'll see how my grandfather deals with you." At the same time, Gu Kaitian stepped onto the stage. His presence immediately silenced the participants. He crossed his arms, his expression calm and unreadable. Then, in a firm voice, he commanded, "All who have advanced, follow me to the Forbidden Zone for the next test." A wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. The Forbidden Zone? No one had expected this. Even Gu Kaitian hadn't mentioned it. The 8 great Forbidden Zones of China were legendary, dangerous yet filled with priceless treasures. While some were excited at the prospect, others couldn't hide their fear. Entering a Forbidden Zone was no easy feat. How could so many people even be allowed in? As the group debated amongst themselves, Gu Khan reached for the hilt of his sword. Slowly, he unsheathed it. His eyes gleamed with determination as he held the blade up, pointing it toward the crowd. The participants fell silent. Gu Kaitian had his reasons. Hong Yao's research confirmed it. Jiangchen harbored the forbidden calamity, known as the 9 wings of miasma. He tightened his grip. Only the celestial sword could handle such a calamity. Without hesitation, he swung the sword rapidly, his strikes precise but impossible to read. Then, dawn broke. Gu Khan dropped to one knee, his gaze locked on the horizon. The one they were waiting for was about to arrive. As his sword touched the earth, the ground trembled. Then it shattered. The very land beneath their feet detached from the earth. And then it began to rise. Gu Katian prepared himself in advance, the only way to overcome the time difference. Rocks floated around him as a powerful aura surged from his body. With a swift motion, he extended his hand and activated Imperial Sword Flight. The ground trembled as his sword, glowing with a fierce orange aura, shot up from beneath him. Without hesitation, he took off, heading south, toward the forbidden zone of Dream Lake. Meanwhile, the ground beneath the participants continued moving toward the mountains. Amazement spread among them. This is the strength of Daxia's first king. The entire Tianjiao camp was being moved, an unimaginable feat, something only predecessor Wang Tanda had ever achieved. Jiang Qin turned to Luo Sandow and Mu Hanxiu, his curiosity piqued. "How much do you two know about Dream Lake's Forbidden Zone?" Luo Sandow exchanged a glance with Mu Hanxiu, both uncertain. "I'm not sure," Luo admitted. Mu Hanxiu hesitated before responding. "My grandfather mentioned it once. The danger level of Dream Lake is incredibly high. Even though it's the least dangerous of China's forbidden zones, it has its own unique risks." She paused before explaining further. "The real danger isn't hidden enemies. It's the distortion of time and space." Jiang Qin frowned. "Distortion of time and space?" Mu Hanxiu continued. "Dream Lake is filled with dimensional fragments, interconnected by unstable portals. The space inside those fragments is even larger than the blue planet itself. They constantly shift, making it extremely easy to get lost. And once you're lost, there's no way out." Jiang Qin took a step closer, studying her face. "If space is chaotic there, does it affect time as well?" She nodded gravely. "Yes. The time inside the fragments is completely different from the outside world. There's an old story about a worker who entered Dream Lake 100 years ago, ready to risk it all. He came out just 2 hours later as a 7 transformation king. But in reality, over 200 years had passed." Jiang Qin's breath hitched. 2 hours inside, 2 centuries outside? She continued, "My grandfather once explored Dream Lake. He was inside for 3 days, but in the outside world, 3 years had passed." A drop of sweat slid down Jiang Qin's cheek. "Winning or losing in Dream Lake is completely random." Luo Sandow, seeing his concern, reassured him, "Don't worry. If old man Wang Tanda dares to bring us in, it means he already has a safe route." Jiang Qin forced a small smile. "I hope you're right." Though Dream Lake was clearly dangerous, he couldn't shake the feeling that Gu Kaitian had chosen it because of him. Under the starry sky, Gu Kaitian stood with his arms crossed. Now that Hong Yao had confirmed the 9 wings calamity, it was only a matter of time before Xena surpassed him. If that happened, this secret could no longer be kept. Dream Lake would buy him time to find allies. The next day, several men arrived at what used to be Tianjiao camp. But instead of a bustling training ground, all that remained was a massive hole. Standing atop a rock, they scanned the area in shock. The king of the Celestial Sword had taken away the entire camp. Tianjiao Camp wasn't just any camp. It was regarded as the strongest training ground for the next generation in the Southern War Zone. Had he betrayed them? Something wasn't right. One of them frowned. Why hasn't Commander Duan arrived yet? At that moment, a figure leaped through the air. Commander Duan. With his arms clasped behind his back, he moved swiftly toward the gathering men, his expression unreadable. Gu Kaitun, that old fool. What was he thinking? Was he really asking him to gamble his life along with his? 2 minutes earlier, Gu Katian had sent him an urgent message, explaining that the situation had escalated. For that reason, he was taking the young ones to the Forbidden Zone for their next trial. He had assured Duan that he would bear all the consequences. Now, standing before the group, Duan could already sense the tension. One of the men turned to the others, voice anxious. The commander has arrived. Duan, still calm, remained silent as he took in the nervous and panicked expressions of the gathered warriors. One of them, clearly distressed, spoke up. We arrived too late. What if we can't reach them in time? Another man, his face pale, clenched his fists. My son is still up there. If something happens to him, His voice cracked, his fear evident. Duan slowly stepped past them, his gaze dropping to the ground as he walked. He extended one hand backward, signaling for silence. Enough! His tone was firm. The Celestial Sword King took them for a selection test, he explained. They'll be back by the end of the day. There's nothing to panic about. The men fell silent, exchanging glances of shock. Duan's own mind, however, was in turmoil. A bead of sweat formed on his forehead. Was it really necessary to rush into the Forbidden Zone just for that invincible prodigy? Or was Gu Kaitian trying to hide something? Or run away? Then, suddenly a realization struck him. His expression shifted as he recalled Gu Kaitian's exact words. 9 wings of miasma. If that was truly what this was about, then this was much bigger than just a test. Meanwhile, an arrow sliced through the sky, heading straight for the Night Watch headquarters in the city. It wasn't just an arrow. It carried a secret message for Ji Gang. The contents were brief yet chilling. Jiangchen carries a great calamity. As his master, I am taking him to a forbidden zone to hide for now. While I'm gone, gather allies from the Sealed Kings. When I return, there will be war. Upon reading the message, Ji Gang's eyes widened. His hands tightened around the parchment as his body tensed. A calamity? What the hell is going on? Hours later, Ji Gang sat on a sofa, his head bowed, fist pressed against his forehead. Everything was happening too fast. Jiang Chun had killed a member of the Hong family, cut off Xiao Beihan's arm, and now he carried a world-ending calamity. This wasn't just a difficult situation. This was a disaster waiting to happen. Next to him, Tanjin sat down, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. No challenge is easy, she said gently. But we'll get through this. You've already decided to protect Jiang Chun, so stop dwelling on the past. Focus on what's ahead. She paused before adding, I spoke with my father. He's willing to support us? Ji Gang lifted his head slightly, processing her words. His mind raced, picturing the people now on their side. Duan, Hong Yao Gu Kata. They now had 4 sealed kings backing them, enough to withstand any storm. Ji Gang took a deep breath and stood up. Tanjin watched as he walked toward the door, his resolve now clear. My sister has already gone to meet the master. Now it's my turn. His eyes narrowed with determination. I'll visit the sealed king of the Mu family and the merchant Liu family. Even if I have to lie, I'll gather as many allies as possible for Jiang Chun. Tanjin silently observed Ji Gang as he prepared to leave. He paused, turning his head back to look at her. His expression was serious, unwavering. If things went from bad to worse, he was prepared to unleash the same energy he had when he stormed into the Xiao family. This time, he would give it everything he had. Tanjin's lips curved into a small smile. It had been years since she had last seen Ji Gang this fired up. Several hours later, as daylight broke, Gu Kaitan's sword expanded, growing to an immense size beneath the floating island. He infused it with his energy, guiding them toward the Forbidden Zone. As the island drifted forward, he glanced at Hong Yao. What do you think we should do after we return? Hong Yao, chewing on a piece of gum, blew a bubble, her expression relaxed. I think Jiang Chen's 9 miasma wings are pretty cool. Wish I could raise one myself. Before she could say another word, Gu Katan flicked his finger. A small energy arrow shot out, popping her bubblegum in an instant. He turned his head slightly toward her, his face deadpan. Silly girl, can you be serious for once? Hong Yao's gaze softened. You already know, don't you? Grand Xia doesn't tolerate calamities. If even you can't solve this, then what makes you think I could? Then, she smirked. Tell me, could you take down a great Geno general in one blow? Gu Katian's eyebrow twitched. Without hesitation, he smacked her lightly on the head. Watch your tone, he scolded. Hong Yao clutched her head, fake crying as she rocked back and forth. Ow, ow. That hurt. Ignoring her theatrics, Gu Katian closed his eyes, lost in thought. His disciples, what a strange bunch they were. Despite his reputation, he had ended up taking in a bunch of misfits. Hong Yao, always loud and rowdy, never taking anything seriously. Ji Gang, stubborn to the bone, his mind dead set on whatever he wanted. And Jiang Chun, a divine talent yet insisted on playing with the forbidden. Hong Yao rubbed the bump on her head, then sidled up to him with a teasing smile. Why are you so dead set on protecting Jiang Chun anyway? Gu Kan turned his back to her, his gaze fixed on the landscape ahead. Do you really want to know? He asked. Without waiting for a response, he raised his head, looking toward the sky. When I took you in as my disciple, it was because you were wearing red armor. I thought it looked cheerful. That's all. As for Ji Gang, that was even more random. I mistook him for a regular client outside a club. Hong Yao blinked. Wait, what? Gu Katian continued, his voice quieter now. When the heir of the Shao family tried to force Tanjin into marriage, Ji Gang stood up to him. And I was ready to lay down my life to protect him. The Shao family's warriors had swarmed him. A battle broke out. Amid the chaos, Ji Gang grabbed Tanjin in his arms and fled. Gu Katian sighed. Not everything needs a reason. I protect Jiang Chun because I care. His gaze lowered, a rare sadness flickering in his eyes. Jiang Chun was just like Ji Gang had been back then. From the moment they met, he knew they would get along. He had simply accepted Ji Gang's wishes. If Jiang Chun was his disciple, then there was no reason not to protect him. Hong Yao watched him carefully, her playful demeanor fading. She stepped closer, a warm smile on her face. You know, you might just be the best master in the world. Gu Katian scoffed. Stop flattering me. Hong Yao stretched her arms over her head. I'm not flattering you. I'm just saying there's only one way to truly protect Jiang Chun. Hong Yao leaned her head on Gu Katian's shoulder, her eyes drifting shut as a contented smile formed on her lips. The supreme military commander of Great Xia, one of the 3 invincible supremes, Gu Katian remained silent, watching her with a calm expression. She opened her eyes slightly, tracing circles on his shoulder with her finger. The only way to truly protect Jiang Chun is with the help of his grandfather, the martial god, Jiang Xianji. At the same time, deep within Pejun Cave, a battlefield raged, filled with warriors from countless races locked in fierce combat. A towering figure in a red cape stood at the center of the chaos. With a single, thunderous motion, he clenched his fist and drove it down into the ground. Boom! The earth shattered beneath his strike, sending a violent shockwave through the cavern. The sheer force of the impact sent enemy soldiers flying, knocking them unconscious as their bodies crumpled to the ground. The red-caped warrior barely spared them a glance. He was the invincible martial god, Jiang Xianji. His body pulsed with overwhelming energy as he surveyed the battlefield. The sight of so many foreign races daring to invade Great Xia filled him with nothing but merciless intent. Foolish. Without hesitation, he took a step forward. A deep crater remained where his fist had struck, a testament to his strength. More enemies lined up in front of him, but he didn't slow down. After this battle, these so-called invaders should learn their place. He gave a simple command. Guard the entrance. His warriors immediately responded. Understood, martial god. Just then, a familiar yet unexpected energy signal reached him. One strikingly similar to Jiang Wang's. Xinji's eyes narrowed. Why now? Jiang Wushuang should still be at Tenu camp. Then, to his surprise, a spatial ripple formed in front of him. A figure materialized. Gu Katian. Xinji's eyes darkened. The celestial sword king himself? His instincts flared, and he unconsciously clenched his jaw. If Gu Katian was reaching out like this, something serious had happened. What do you want? Xinji's tone was cold, his guard raised. If you've gone through the trouble of contacting me through Wang, I assume there's trouble in the camp. Speak clearly. Gu Katian extended his hand toward the sky, his expression calm, yet unreadable. Not entirely, martial god. Xinji's frown deepened. Gu Katian exhaled slowly. I came to strike a deal. A vivid image formed in his mind. Jiang Chun, surrounded by the poisonous mist of Little Nine. I've taken in a new disciple. Jiang Chun. Xinji's brows twitched. He had heard that name before. Gu Katian continued. He has a divine-level creation class, but he also carries the 9 miasma wings. Silence. Xinji's expression instantly hardened. The ancient calamity? The 9 miasma wings? He could hardly believe what he was hearing. His entire body tensed, and for the first time in years, a chill ran down his spine. You must be joking, Xinji finally said, his voice dangerously low. Gu Katian remained steady. I need you to protect his life. Xinji's fist clenched at his sides. You want me to protect a calamity? His voice was sharp with disbelief. Great Xia has always stood by one belief. It is better to kill a calamity than to let it roam free. His glare deepened. Do you truly believe the martial god is omnipotent? Behind him, Duan, who had been listening silently, finally spoke, his face unreadable. Is that really true? Xianji's gaze remained sharp. Name your terms. Gu Khan's eyes gleamed as he met the martial god's stare. Have you heard of Taishu in Yunming Marsh? Xianji's expression shifted slightly. Gu Khan continued, only I know the way to all Grandia. I can take Jiang Wushuang there and grant him a great opportunity. Xianji's eyes narrowed as he pictured Taishu Hall, the legendary treasure trove of celestial Dao. If Jiang Wushuang could enter, his cultivation would skyrocket. Slowly, he reached out his hand, and his cape billowed behind him, his aura surging. Fine, but on one condition. His voice turned cold. Jiang Chun is forbidden from using the 9 miasma wings during the Prodigy Tournament. And if he fails to take first place in the overall ranking of Great Xia's prodigies. Xianji's gaze darkened. I will throw him onto the battlefield of the mixed races and let him fend for himself. Gu Katian turned his head slightly, his expression uncertain. Xianji, already walking away, glanced at the ground and added, if you truly wish to save Jiang Chen's life, this is your only option. Gu Katian clenched his jaw. Sending Jiang Chun to the battlefield was still better than letting him be executed by General Xiao and the others. His fists tightened. Damn it. After a long moment, he exhaled. Fine. Xianji continued walking, his thoughts turning inward. The 9 miasma wings, an ancient exotic species. It couldn't possibly become a true calamity so soon. Besides, this generation of Great Xia had already produced 3 other divine talents. Jiang Chen was merely the 4th, and his power was creation-based. Without his calamity, there was no way he could pass Wang's test, much less take first place. But even if Jiang Chun somehow managed to stir up trouble, as the martial god, Xianji could erase any threat in an instant. His cape fluttered behind him, his gaze steeled. If Jiang Chun truly became a problem, I will remove him myself. Meanwhile, the floating island reached the Forbidden Zone, a landscape filled with shimmering portals, each twisting and shifting unpredictably. Jiang Chun scanned the surroundings, eyes wide with realization. They had already entered Yunming Marsh. He turned to the others. Does anyone remember how we got here? Muhan Xiao, dumbfounded, shook her head. Remember the path? Impossible. These dimensional fragments shift constantly. The Celestial Sword King navigated us purely by sensing aura. She crossed her arms, her face serious. It said Yunming Marsh has 10 levels. The 10th and 9th are relatively safer, but the deeper we go, the easier it is to get lost. My grandfather once explored the 7th level and disappeared for years. Jiang Chen frowned, then let out a breath. If the path couldn't be remembered with the eyes or the mind, then there was only one option. Without another word, he sat down cross-legged on the ground, pressing his palms together. Meditation. Muhan Xiao and Luo Sandao exchanged glances before following suit, closing their eyes and steadying their breaths. Jiang Chun sank into his consciousness. Inside his mind, the tree of all things stood tall. The world within was eerily still, no wind, no movement. But then he noticed something. The tree was shifting, slowly, deliberately, toward something. Jiang Chun didn't know what it was, but he could feel it. Something was ahead, and the tree desperately longed for it. Jiang Chun focused his gaze on the tree of all things, noticing something unusual. A rose-shaped fruit had bloomed. Just as he reached out toward it, a system window appeared before him. You have obtained a red functional fruit. Skill copy card. His eyes widened as he read the description. This card allows you to randomly copy one ability from a target. The copied ability has no class restrictions. It could belong to anyone. However, the result is unpredictable. The ability could be weaker, stronger, or altered. The copy must be completed within 3 hours, or the card expires. Jiang Chun stared at the system window, stunned. A skill copying ability with no class limits? He couldn't help but feel tempted. The Tenu camp was filled with top-tier prodigies. If he copied someone strong, it could be a game-changer. His best targets? Jiang Wushuang, Baifeng, or Tianning. But then hesitation crept in. It was random. There was a chance he could end up with a completely useless skill. He closed his eyes, thinking carefully. Was it worth the risk? Just as he was debating, Gu Katian's voice snapped him back to reality. Standing on a rock, Gu Katian addressed the entire group. We've arrived at the 6th layer of Yunming Marsh, Taishu Realm. He gestured ahead, and he pointed at an ancient structure in the distance. Is Taishu Hall, the place I brought you all here for? Jiang Chen looked up, his mind clearing. This was the legendary hall. A smirk crept onto his face. Maybe this was the perfect time to test the skill copy card. His eyes flickered toward Gu Katian. The old man always bragged about some secret technique. even saying he wanted to take Jiang Chun as his disciple. Fine, Jiang Chun thought. I'll copy from him. Consider it an early lesson. Soon after, the floating island arrived at an awe-inspiring temple atop another floating island. The only way up? Magical floating steps. The participants broke into excited whispers. This is it, the legendary Taishu Temple. Stories circulated about the temple's powerful legacy. In the past, a legendary field king had become a king in a single step here. He was one of Great Xia's 3 invincibles. Even the Great Dreamer had achieved enlightenment at this very place. Beyond the temple, majestic mountains stood tall, holding another trial, the Hall of Great Emptiness. Gu Katian extended a hand toward the temple. There are 3 levels to this trial. 1. The first level, the 1,800 steps, each step granting a chance at a heavenly reward. 2. The second level, the Steel of the Great Void, a trial where only the Great Dreamer had ever succeeded. 3. The third level, inside the temple itself, a place no one has ever entered. This is the final test, Gu Katian declared. Of the 150 people here, only the top 10 will advance to represent the Jiangnan War Zone in the Great Xia Genius Finals. Excitement erupted through the crowd. The moment the trial began, participants rushed toward the steps, grinning with anticipation. Among them, Luo Sandao eagerly took off, only to be halted by Jiang Chen's hand on her shoulder. Slow down, Jiang Chen said, smirking. The temple isn't going anywhere. Unlike the others, Tang Ying, Bai Feng, and another boy didn't rush forward. Instead, they sat down, pressed their hands together, and began to meditate. Jiang Chen turned slightly, glancing back at Luo Sandao with a serious expression. Watch carefully, he said. None of them are in a hurry. They're taking their time to adjust their mental state. Luo Sandao hesitated, then nodded. Jiang Chen had a point. Without another word, she, Mu Hanxiu, and Jiang Chen also sat down, pressing their hands together in meditation. Mu Hanxiu murmured, in a place like Taishu Temple, each person can only ascend once. We should be in our best state before we take that step. Meanwhile, Hong Yao had a different approach. She sat cross-legged on top of her floating spear, casually spinning it beneath her like a makeshift seat. Up above, Gu Katian stood tall on the spear, arms behind his back, observing the scene. Seeing the younger generation choosing patience over recklessness, he gave a rare nod of approval. Jiang Chen exhaled slowly. Now's the time. His gaze flickered toward Gu Katian. Before climbing the steps, he had to copy the Celestial Sword King's skill. The skill copy card would expire soon. He had to use it now. He activated the skill copying process, selecting Gu Katian as his target. A system window appeared. Warning. The copied skill may degrade or improve during the process. Do you wish to continue? Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. Yes. He hoped for the best. Not an upgrade, not a downgrade, just a real thing. The system processed his request. Another window popped up. Copying skill. Opening of the sky. Legendary quality. Jiang Chen's eyes widened slightly. It worked? Relief washed over him. The old man hadn't been bluffing. This technique actually existed. Just as the copying completed, a sudden pull yanked Jiang Chen out of reality. His vision blurred. Then, everything changed. Jiang Chun found himself in a different world. A forest stretched before him, wind whispering through the trees. He was shirtless, a sword in his hand. As he gripped the blade tightly, a strange realization hit him. He wasn't just standing there. He was practicing. His movements felt familiar, yet foreign at the same time. Each swing of the sword sliced through space itself. He was mimicking Gu Katian's power. Leaves fell around him. He exhaled, steadied his stance, then swung his sword. A single leaf split cleanly in half. Time passed. He lifted the sword above his head. The blade began to hum with energy, as if answering his call. A blizzard of sword energy erupted around him. Then, he slashed downward. The ground shattered. Mountains in the distance split clean in half. More time passed. Jiang Chen looked at his reflection in a nearby stream. His hair had grown long. His face was aged. He had a beard. How much time had passed? Yet he didn't question it. Lifting his sword once more, he muttered to himself. Man follows the earth. The earth follows the sky. The sky follows the Tao. The progress bar in his vision reached 120%. And it was done. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality. The skill copying was complete. A final system window appeared. You have obtained the following skills. 1. Man's Strength, purple quality. 2. Earth Knife, purple quality. 3. Sky Knife, legendary quality. 4. Great Path Power, shadow knife quality. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, feeling the new power flowing through him. He had not only copied Gu Katian's technique, he had gained multiple abilities from it. Jiang Chun, still seated in meditation, slowly exhaled, his mind buzzing with realization. Not only had he successfully copied Opening of the Sky, but he had broken it down into 4 separate styles. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Hong Yao turned toward Gu Kaitian, a curious look in her eyes. Jiang Wushuang and the others have already started climbing, she said. Only Jiang Chun is still sitting there. The best rewards come at the start of the trial. Did he fall asleep or something? Gu Katian studied Jiang Chun in silence, saying nothing. Minutes passed. Jiang Chun, Luo Sandao, and Mu Hanxiu remained completely motionless. Gu Katian furrowed his brows. Adjusting one's mental state shouldn't take this long. Something was off. Suddenly, Hong Yao's spear trembled violently in her grip. Her heart skipped a beat. What's going on? She instinctively went on alert, turning to Gu Katian. Master, my spear's heart is resonating. Gu Katian's eyes flashed with shock. Not just your spear, he murmured. Beneath the floating island, the celestial sword itself began to tremble. Hong Yao's breath hitched. No way. This is because of Jiang Chun? Her mind reeled. Back then, she too had once tried to break down the celestial sword's technique. She had believed it could be divided into 4 distinct movements, but her thinking had been too rigid. Because of that, she had been stuck at master level for years. And yet, Jiang Chun had actually done it. Gu Kaitian's eyes darkened as realization struck him. The sensation that had just flickered and disappeared was far too familiar. This shouldn't be possible. Could it have been an illusion from the temple? Before he could think further, Hong Yao's sharp voice cut through the air. Master, look, Jiang Chun is moving. Jiang Chun rose to his feet. His gaze lifted toward the floating steps, his body calm, composed, and ready. Hong Yao's heart pounded. Which step will he reach? She clenched her fists. Even after years of training, she had only managed to reach step 3001. And Jigang? He had failed miserably, stopping at step 298. As for the great dreamer, the only person to ever reach the top, his feat had been so terrifying, no one understood how he had done it. Just then, a golden list materialized in the sky, showing the current rankings of the participants. 1. Jiang Wushuang, step 2089, invincible descendant. 2. By phone, step 1253, little godkiller of the east. 3. Lu Tanjing, step 1248, Tanji killer. 4. Li Zhe, step 2011, young master of 10,000 Demon City. 5. Mu Hanxiu, step 1199. 6. Luo Sandao, step 1170. The crowd erupted into whispers. If we had known we were coming here, we would have prepared mind potions. The first 100 steps are nothing but illusions, and after that, it gets worse. Every step beyond that feels like carrying an entire mountain on your back. Jiang Chun simply cracked his knuckles, took a deep breath, and placed his foot onto the first step. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder. Quiet down, someone hissed, drawing everyone's attention. The poisonous demon, Jiang Chun, is about to start climbing. A few chuckled, others watched with curiosity. Let's see if he's just another Jiang Wushuang. Struggling to get past the first few steps, Jiang Chun ignored the noise. He kept his eyes on the stone steps, his mind steady. If the first steps tested illusions, his mental strength should be enough to handle them. With that thought, he lifted his foot and stepped forward. The moment his foot touched the first step, his world shattered. A suffocating aura engulfed him. A towering figure emerged from the shadows, his eyes gleaming with pure killing intent. Xiao Beihan's grandfather. His presence alone sent a wave of pressure crashing down onto Jiang Chun. The old man slowly unsheathed his sword with one hand, his gaze burning with hatred. You dare touch the legitimate heir of the Xiao families? Jiang Chen's breath caught in his throat. Xiao Jinghua? Before he could react, the blade flashed. Jiang Chun instinctively raised his arms to defend, but the difference in strength was too overwhelming. Bam! The force of the attack sent him flying backward, crashing onto the ground. Pain shot through his body. Just as Xiao Jinghua approached to deliver the final strike, a group of figures appeared in front of him. Ji Gang and the others. Jiang Chun, run! They shouted, standing as a shield between him and the old monster. Jiang Chen's face twisted in panic. No! Get out of here! But before they could move, Xiao Jinghua blurred. Xing! His sword sliced through them effortlessly. Ji Gang, Luo Sandao, Mu Hanxiu. All of them were cut down in an instant. Blood splattered onto Jiang Chen's face. His entire body trembled. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. His friend's gone. Xiao Jinghua loomed over him, his blade raised for the final blow. Jiang Chun collapsed onto the step, his hands shaking, tears streaming down his face. Outside the illusion, Hong Yao and Gu Katian watched closely. Did he get stuck on the first step? Hong Yao asked, brows furrowed. Gu Katian shook his head. No. This step tests all 4 dimensions: spirit, physicality, agility, and strength. He folded his arms, his expression serious. All the prodigies here were tempered since childhood with celestial materials and earthly treasures. But Jiang Chun, he's self-taught. This trial is going to be much harder for him than for anyone else. Hong Yao gritted her teeth, worry creeping into her chest. If he fails, the god of war will throw him onto the battlefield. Inside the illusion, Xiaojing stabbed his sword forward. Jiang Chun knelt on the ground, motionless. His eyes were empty. So this is it? He had hurt too many people. Maybe it was better to just accept it. Just as the blade was about to pierce him, a white branch burst through Xiaojing's chest. The old warrior's body froze, his eyes widening. His form began to fade, disintegrating into light. Jiang Chun, still on his knees, stared in shock. What just happened? Was this the illusory world? Xiaojing vanished completely, and the illusion collapsed. Back in reality, Jiang Chun gasped, snapping back to the real world. His hand instinctively clenched into a fist. The first step was an illusion, but it had felt too real. His friends had died, and instead of fighting, he had given up. His face flushed with frustration. Never again. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun took another deep breath and stepped onto the next step. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth. This illusory world was mocking him. Fine. If the illusions wanted to play dirty, then he'd beat them down personally. Summoning the spiritual tree, he prepared to give it a good thrashing. But just as he was about to step onto the next step, 2 system windows flashed in front of him. He instinctively went on alert. You have obtained 5 Star Wish fragments. Jiang Chen's eyebrow twitched. Star Wish fragments? The system explained. 1,000 fragments could be combined into 1 complete Star Wish. If a skill was between level 1 and level 3, consuming 10 fragments could increase it by 1 level. If a skill was between level 4 and level 6, it required 100 fragments to upgrade. Jiang Chen stared at the window and then grinned. These fragments were worth millions on the market. He had barely started the trial and was already racking up high-value rewards. Forget using them for skill upgrades. If he sold them, he could feed his little insects for months. Now that was a real treasure. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the second step. Several seconds passed. No illusion appeared. Instead, Jiang Chun found himself within his subconscious mind. Slowly, the branches of the spiritual tree began to grow. And grow. And grow. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with realization. The spiritual tree of all things had blocked the illusion entirely. This tree is amazing. He stood motionless on the second step, watching the tree effortlessly nullify the illusion. Meanwhile, the other geniuses, who had yet to start climbing, were watching Jiang Chen's actions with confusion. Wait a second. Wasn't this guy crying on the first step? And now he's just standing there, grinning like an idiot? He was stuck on the first step for ages, and now he's laughing on the second? The crowd quickly came to a conclusion. Jiang Chun was the weakest of all. Up in the air, Gu Katian and Hong Yao remained silent, observing Jiang Chun. Hearing the mockery from the others, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with determination. Fine. You want to laugh? I'll show you what a crushing victory looks like. But then, he glanced back. Gu Katian was watching. Jiang Chen quickly calmed himself down. It's better not to attract too much attention. For now, his priority was catching up to Jiang Wushuang, who had already reached step 300. Hong Yao let out a sigh. Looks like little Jiang Chun got stuck on step 2. No way he's making it past step 10. Gu Katian, still watching closely, suddenly frowned. Something was off. Stop talking, he muttered. Look at what he's doing. Jiang Chun took his next step. Again, the spiritual tree blocked the illusion. This time, Jiang Chun placed his hands behind his back, started humming a song, and without a care in the world, began ascending step after step. It was effortless, as if this entire challenge was nothing more than a children's game. The crowd watched in horrified silence. Their mouths hung open as Jiang Chun casually walked up 100 steps at once, just by humming. It didn't take long before the realization hit. He had deliberately stalled on the first 2 steps, because he liked the illusions. Now, there was no doubt in their minds. Jiang Chun truly was a master of poison. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chun surpassed Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sandow. As he passed, he waved casually and, while still humming his ridiculous tune, called out, I'll climb 300 steps without fear. Mu Hanxiu stared at him, her cheeks instantly turning red like a tomato. Was he singing to cheer her up? Her heart pounded uncontrollably. Feeling suddenly motivated, she clenched her fists and pushed forward. I have to try harder? Meanwhile, Luo Sandow, though equally amazed, had a different reaction. My benefactor is incredible, but this song is too embarrassing. Above them, Hong Yao was sweating. Her arms were crossed, but her fingers were slightly trembling. Master, is there something wrong with the Taishu Hall test? She asked cautiously. Jiang Chun had already climbed over 200 steps, and he wasn't even slowing down. Gu Katan, watching with an unreadable expression, simply shook his head. Even I have never seen anyone do what Jiang Chen is doing. As Jiang Chun continued his climb, he effortlessly passed two more geniuses, leaving them frozen in terror. Wait, what just happened? Are we even climbing the same stairs as him? Is this an illusion? Someone wake me up. Further ahead, near step 299, stood Jiang Wushuang, Tang Ying, and Bai Feng. They had all stopped, staring at the next step, not advancing. Jiang Chen quickly took note and went on alert. Why did they stop here? Noticing his confusion, Gu Katian spoke. Every 300 steps form a new level. Even for celestial geniuses, this is where things get tough. Hong Yao let out a dry laugh, remembering her own struggles. I had to give it everything to pass that step, she admitted. After that, every step felt like carrying a mountain. Now, the real question was, who would be the first celestial genius to break through? Jiang Chen reached step 298. Jiang Wushuang, Tang Ying, and Bai Feng all turned to face him. Jiang Wushuang's lips curled into a smirk. You didn't disappoint me, Jiang Chun. Tang Ying, seeing him arrive so quickly, felt relieved and happy. Bai Feng? He simply remained silent, watching Jiang Chun with an unreadable expression. Then, Jiang Wushuang stepped forward. The moment his foot touched step 300, his body surged with power. Suddenly, several glowing chains appeared around him, wrapping tightly around his limbs. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Chains? What kind of ability is this? He had a divine-level class himself, but Jiang Wushuang's power felt different. Could he be hiding a double divine class? He had never heard of such a thing before. Then one of the chains snapped. Jiang Wushuang's expression remained calm, but his fist clenched tightly as he took another step forward. Crack! One by one, the chains shattered. As he ascended to the next level, he closed his eyes, spreading his arms wide. A deep purple energy surged toward him, rushing into his chest. As the energy expanded outward, Bai Feng's eyes narrowed. A reward? Tang Ying, though impressed, wasn't surprised. After all, this was Jiang Wushuang. Wushuang exhaled slowly, his voice calm. In the Palace of Emptiness, there are 180 steps per section. Every 300 step is the hardest. It determines if you're worthy of continuing. He turned slightly, his purple aura still pulsing. People think this step tests willpower, but in truth it's a test of soul strength. Jiang Wushuang stared at Jiang Chun, his gaze lost in thought. Your origin is weak, he murmured. Unlike us, you weren't purified by heaven and earth's treasures as a child. Compared to our foundations, yours are flawed. He sighed, then added, you should be careful. Don't rush to break through barriers. Move at your own pace. Find a way among us. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen casually hopped on his step 300. The air fell silent. The geniuses froze in place. Jiang Chen looked around, then glanced at Jiang Wushuang, his brows furrowed in confusion. Wait, was this really that hard? He tilted his head. Am I supposed to be struggling like you guys? Jiang Wushuang's face twitched. A strange mix of shock and rage boiled inside him. How the hell did Jiang Chen step onto it so easily? Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Congratulations! You have climbed 300 steps of the Taishu Hall. You have received an origin crystal. A green crystal materialized in his hand. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. An origin crystal? He clenched his fist around it, excitement flashing in his gaze. This wasn't just an ordinary reward. This was incredible. Even though his insects couldn't use it, he had heard that Uncle Ji Gang had been stuck in the third transformation for years, until he obtained this very crystal and advanced to the fourth transformation. This was leagues above Jiang Wushuang's reward. Then, Little Nine manifested, her red eyes gleaming with hunger. Jiang Chen, she whined. Climb faster. I want to eat the trail. Jiang Chen blinked. The trail? Little Nine pointed upward, her tail flicking impatiently. Up there, on top of the hall. I can smell it. Jiang Chen looked toward the peak of Taishu Hall, his expression confused. Before he could ask more, her stomach let out a loud growl. Jiang Chen's sweat dropped. Wait. Just because you're hungry doesn't mean you can rush me up there. Little Nine pouted, her tail wrapping around his arm. Meanwhile, Tang Ying and Bai Feng had turned around, completely speechless. Jiang Wushuang, however, was not amused. His fists clenched tightly, his jaw tightening in pure rage. I won't let Jiang Chun surpass me. His body trembled as 8 phantom arms materialized behind him. Then, he charged forward like a madman, climbing step after step at a reckless speed. Bai Feng, watching this unfold, scoffed. Annoying. His gaze darkened as he let out a suffocating energy. People like them should just die. He lifted his hands to the sky. Blood of gods and demons, dye the sky blue. A chilling energy erupted from his body. Ghostly figures began swirling around him. He let out a cold breath. I won't let them surpass me either. Then, he exploded forward, tearing up the steps with inhuman speed. Several seconds later, two more geniuses arrived, their expressions filled with shock and confusion. They saw Tang Ying just standing there, not competing with Jiang Wushuang or Bai Feng. Strange. One of them furrowed his brows. Why aren't you climbing with them? Tang Ying turned toward them, her face calm, serene. I'm an assassin, she said. I can't be compared to those ogres. One of the men exhaled in relief, nodding. I see. I thought. Then, Tang Ying smiled, and her body began to shift. Before their eyes, she transformed into a massive snake. Her eyes turned cold, deadly, and with a chilling aura, she slithered up the steps at an alarming speed. The two men froze, their bodies trembling. Then, without a word, they hugged each other. Mr. Tiger was right. These people are terrifying. Among the four top geniuses, each had an insane ability. Jiang Wushuang summoned 8 ghostly hands and raged up the steps. Bai Feng went berserk, releasing suffocating energy. Tang Ying morphed into a snake and slithered upward. And then there was Jiang Chun, who casually climbed the steps as if he were on a leisurely stroll. At this point, he was the most terrifying of them all. Hong Yao's jaw tightened as she watched the scene unfold. Jiang Wushuang had summoned 8 hands. Bai Feng had lost his mind. Tang Ying had transformed into a snake. And yet, Jiang Chun was the one making them lose their composure. Her heart pounded. Gu Katian suddenly let out a loud, hearty laugh. No wonder, he said, eyes gleaming. He's my favorite disciple. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chun reached the top, the second person in history to ever achieve it. A wave of relief washed over him. Finally, he exhaled, his muscles relaxing. But just as he was about to enjoy the view, Hong Yao's face filled with terror. Wait, what is Jiang Chun doing? Jiang Chun extended his hand toward the sky. A dark mist began to swirl. Then, without hesitation, he released his insects. All of them. They swarmed forward, rushing toward the Taishu steel. Hong Yao's eyes widened in horror. Did he release the 9 miasma wings? The Taishu steel was an incredible relic, so mysterious that even the invincible dreamer had used it for enlightenment. And now, Jiang Chun's insects devoured it. In seconds, no trace remained. Gu Katian's face paled. He was speechless. Jiang Chun had absorbed the Taishu steel by himself, something even he couldn't comprehend. As Jiang Chun stood atop the temple, Jiang Wushuang climbed several more steps, then stopped. He stared at Jiang Chun, his expression dark, full of unspoken rage. He had lost, but he refused to show weakness. Taking a deep breath, he accepted defeat. For now. Next time, at the Great Xia Prodigy ranking, he would not lose again. Without saying another word, Jiang Wushuang turned and began his descent. Bai Feng and Tang Ying, seeing even Jiang Wushuang give up, quickly made their decision. This isn't worth it anymore, Tang Ying muttered. She had almost died, just getting here, forcing her body any further would only harm her essence. With that, she and Bai Feng withdrew. Down below, Mu Hanqiu and Luo Sandao beamed with pride. Master is incredible. They had both completed their mission, but this was beyond anything they expected. Jiang Chun had reached the top. Then a golden ranking window appeared in the sky. Final results. 1. Jiang Chun, 1,800 stages, first place. 2. Jiang Wushuang, 623 stages, second place. 3. Bai Feng, 609 stages, third place. 4. Tang Ying, 600 stages, fourth place. 5. Lai Zhe and Liu Biji, 534 stages, fifth place. 6. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanqiu, 300 stages, sixth place. Jiang Chun stood alone at the top, unchallenged, unmatched. And now, the real challenge awaited. Gu Katian stood with his arms crossed, a rare smile playing on his lips. Without Jiang Chun, none of the others would have made it this far. Meanwhile, Hong Yao's gaze softened. For her, Jiang Chun was truly incredible. This new generation was stronger than she and her peers had been back then. She was sure of it. But then, several minutes passed. Jiang Chun remained motionless, standing at the top, doing absolutely nothing. Hong Yao frowned. Why is he just standing there? Everyone else already came down. Her confusion deepened as she watched him. Inside Jiang Chun's subconscious, the Taishu steel had been teleported to the insect nest. Little Nine, now hugging the massive hunk of metal like it was her favorite stuffed animal, purred in satisfaction. Her level shot up from 22 to 25, gaining several thousand devouring value. Jiang Chun stood there, hands on his hips, watching her cling to the steel like a baby. His lips curled into a smirk. Not only had Little Nine leveled up, but the devouring values of all the insects had drastically increased. At this rate, they'd be able to breed a third generation soon. Then, His eyes flickered to a stats window that had appeared before him. Taishu steel, originally an abyssal anchor stone found at the bottom of the abyss. A condensed artifact and a fundamental essence of the abyss itself. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. The Taishu steel came from the abyss? He turned toward Little Nine, who was still happily clinging to the steel. If she was the ruler of the abyss, then no wonder she wanted it more than anyone else. It was connected to her very essence. Jiang Chen blinked. He was back in reality. The moment he returned, a dense poisonous mist began to rise from the spot where the Taishu steel had once been. His body stiffened. What's going on? Before he could react, his surroundings shifted. His vision blurred, and in the next instant, he found himself standing in a completely different space. Then, a voice echoed in his mind. You have been recognized as the master of the Taishu realm. Jiang Chen froze. Master of the Taishu realm? A flood of information poured into his consciousness. No matter where he was, he could teleport to the Taishu realm with a single thought. No one else could open the doors of the Taishu Hall except its master. The Taishu Hall could now serve as his ultimate trump card. Jiang Chen's fingers twitched. This was huge. This wasn't just some power-up. This was a safe haven, a hidden weapon, an untouchable sanctuary. He exhaled. For now, it was best to keep this a secret. Too many eyes were watching. With a single jump, he left the realm. The moment he emerged, two figures grabbed him. Hong Yao and Gu Katian. Before he could react, they pulled him into the sky. Come with us? They flew high, disappearing from sight. The participants below looked up in shock. The Celestial Sword King captured Jiang Chen. It must be because of the Taishu steel. Tisich serves him right for being so arrogant. But none of them truly knew. Jiang Chen had just gained something far more valuable than any of them could imagine. The cold winds howled through the snow-capped mountains. Far from prying eyes, Gu Katian and Hong Yao had taken Jiang Chen to a remote area. Gu Katian stared at him intently. His presence alone was overwhelming, but Jiang Chen remained still, his mind racing. The Dreamer, one of the three invincible figures of Grand Xia, was the only person who had ever observed the Taishu steel for enlightenment. Yet he himself had absorbed it, and Gu Katian wanted to know how. His voice was calm, but sharp. How did you use the 9 miasma wings to absorb the Taishu steel? Jiang Chen's breath hitched. So he knew. His body tensed. Was this a trap? Had they brought him here to kill him? A bead of sweat rolled down his temple, but Gu Katian's next words caught him off guard. With a cheerful look, the old master smirked. Did you really think you could turn the miasma wings into poisonous mist and fool everyone? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Hong Yao, standing beside them, closed her eyes and laughed. Your face just now. So cute. Jiang Chen blinked. Wait, they're not planning to kill me? He exhaled, calming down. Since they weren't hostile, it was better to tell the truth. With a serious expression, he explained. The 9 miasma wings and the Taishu steel, they both come from the abyss. They share the same origin. Or rather, the Taishu steel originally belonged to the 9 miasma wings. Gu Katian didn't even flinch. His expression remained eerily calm. You do understand Great Xia's stance on calamities, right? He said. Then, he laid out Jiang Chen's 2 choices. 1, live in exile forever. Stay in Yunmeng Swamp and spend the rest of his life hiding, running, clinging to survival. 2, return with him and fight for his life. Face an entire world that wanted him dead, even those at the general and invincible level. Jiang Chen's stomach dropped. This was worse than he thought. Even the strongest figures in the world, people at the very peak of power, would see him as a threat. His existence alone was a crime. He swallowed hard, his mind reeling. The old master had come all this way just to offer him an escape. Why? If they had met before, would things have turned out differently? Lost in thought, he barely noticed Hong Yao stepping closer. She jabbed a finger at his forehead and frowned. What are you thinking about? She demanded. Master asked you a question? Her voice snapped him back to reality. Jiang Chen's eyes cleared. Then, without hesitation, he made his decision. I'll return. His voice was steady. Even if he carried a calamity, he had only killed bad people. His conscience was clear. He had done nothing wrong. There was no reason to run. Hong Yao studied him for a moment, then smiled. Gu Katan, arms still crossed, let out a booming laugh. I expected nothing less from my disciple. He paused, then smirked. Even though I don't want to admit it, Ji Gang wasn't as good as you back then. Jiang Chen tilted his head. Wait, what does Uncle Ji Gang have to do with this? Hong Yao sighed and rested her fist on his shoulder. Remember, she said, smirking, I'm your older sister, and Uncle Ji Gang is your second older brother. Jiang Chen blinked. Huh, she continued, her voice softer now. Back then, Ji Gang almost died at the hands of General Xiao when he attacked the Xiao family to steal the ant tank. Her gaze darkened. The master told him to hold his position, but he refused. He didn't want to drag the master into his problems, so he made his own choice. In the end, he was exiled to Chujiang City. Jiang Qin's eyes flickered with understanding. So, Uncle Ji Gang also carried a grudge against the Xiao family. Before he could say anything, Gu Katian turned his back to them, his aura calm but firm. Old grudges no longer matter, he said. Whether they're invincibles or generals, as long as your will is firm, we'll face them together. When we return to Jiangnan, my sword will clear a path for you. His words ignited a fire in Jiang Qin's chest. His hands clenched into fists. Without hesitation, he knelt before Gu Katian, lowering his head. Master, please accept the reverence of your disciple. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan City, the sun rose over the towering skyscrapers, casting golden light across a high-rise meeting room. Seated around a massive conference table were the war zone's highest-ranking generals. At the head of the table sat Duan Xinghai, the supreme commander of Jiangnan's war zone. His hands were interlocked, his expression unreadable. Since all 12 titled kings of Jiangnan have gathered here, except for Gu Katian and Hong Yao, I'll get straight to the point. The room fell silent. Everyone leaned in, waiting for his next words. Duan Xinghai's gaze sharpened. Based on our research, Jiang Qin's poisonous mist isn't ordinary. His next words sent a ripple through the room. It's the 9 miasma wings. Murmurs broke out among the generals. Duan Xinghai raised a hand, silencing them. He continued, according to Great Xia's taboo ordinance, anyone who awakens a calamity-type ability or controls a taboo object must be killed mercilessly. His gaze swept across the room. What are your thoughts? A man with fiery red hair raised his hand. Mu Hanchio's grandfather, Mu Hinyan. A faint smile played on his lips as he spoke. The 9 miasma wings have caused great catastrophes in the past, yes. But in this era, it's almost impossible for it to grow to that scale. He leaned back in his chair. As long as Jiang Chun is under proper supervision, there shouldn't be a problem. And in the worst-case scenario, his eyes gleamed. We can simply extract and destroy the 9 miasma wings. No need to kill the boy. Another general nodded in agreement. Tang Wangchuan, the father of Tang Jin, raised his hand next. I agree. He crossed his arms, his expression unwavering. The taboo ordinance was issued 500 years ago when Great Xia was weak. But today, we're strong. We should approach taboo matters with more flexibility. As the generals debated, 2 of them whispered among themselves. Who was at close ties with Jiang Chun from the beginning? They had heard rumors that Mu Hinyan's granddaughter had grown quite close to Jiang Chun in the prodigy camp. Then there was Ji Gang. And now, even Tang Wanchuan's daughter, Tang Jin, seemed to be involved. The realization hit hard. The elders of powerful families were already tangled in Jiang Chen's fate. Tang Wangchuan's face darkened. Before he could respond, boom! The doors to the meeting room exploded into splinters. A massive cloud of smoke filled the chamber. The generals jumped to their feet, hands reaching for their weapons. A terrifying presence flooded the room. As the smoke cleared, a figure emerged. An old man. His body surged with overwhelming energy, his eyes burning with pure hatred. It was none other than General Xiao Yuanshan of the Xiao family. His sword gleamed in his hand as he pointed it at the room. His voice was cold as death itself. Anyone who dares speak in Jiang Chen's defense. His killing intent surged. Must be ready to taste my sword. Duan Xinghai's face paled. The room descended into chaos. He clenched his fists, his mind racing. If it weren't for General Xiao interfering, I could have helped negotiate this. But now, he was alone. If Gu Katian chose to blindly protect Jiang Chun, he would be dragged down as well. And Duan Xinghai wasn't willing to go down with him. A few hours later, near the landing site of the prodigy camp, a group of figures arrived. Among them, Ji Gang, Duan Feng, and Tang Wanchuan. Ji Gang's eyes narrowed as he scanned the mountains. He spoke in a low, dangerous voice. General Xiao has deployed the Celestial Punishment Squadron. They're hiding in the nearby mountains, waiting for Jiang Chun. His fingers tightened around his sword hilt. Tang Wangchuan's expression darkened. This is a grand setup. They knew Jiang Chun and the others would return soon. Ji Gang exhaled slowly, then drew his sword slightly from its sheath. If a fight breaks out, his eyes gleamed with killing intent. Tang Jin and I will draw our swords. His voice turned ice cold. Old grudges. New grudges. We'll settle them all today. Then, he turned to Duan Feng. The night watch of Chujiang City is now in your hands. Duan's face paled, his hands shaking as he waved them frantically. He had been with Ji Gang when they crashed the wedding, and now he was getting dragged into more trouble. Again. Meanwhile, Xiaoke stood with her arms crossed, eyes closed, an unimpressed expression on her face. She placed a hand on her hip and scoffed. Don't even look at me. Do you need a healer or something? Duan Feng, standing next to her, snorted. Get lost, he said with a grin. I love a good brawl, and there's no way I'm missing this. Tang Jin, smiling, teased the old master. Come on, old Gu, stop being so formal, she said playfully. We're family, aren't we? Then, her gaze lifted to the sky. A bright light was approaching. She squinted. Is that Jiang Chun and the others? Meanwhile, on a distant mountain, General Xiao Yuanshan's squad had already locked onto their target. One of the commanders raised a hand. Target confirmed. His voice was cold as he issued the command. Heavenly Punishment Squad, prepare to fire. Divine crossbows, aim at the sky. A row of elite soldiers pulled out massive crossbows, each engraved with divine sigils, their arrows glowing with a deadly aura. At the same time, the Tianjiao camp descended rapidly. Hong Yao peered down, her eyes flashing with amusement. She grinned. This feels just like the wedding. The last time Ji Gang stormed in, she hadn't been able to vent properly. This time, perfect. However, Gu Katian remained calm. He shot her a sideways glance. At least pretend there's first courtesy, then action, he said dryly. If we start a fight immediately, people will think our whole family are just brutes. Hong Yao smirked. His words were calm, but his aura told a different story. A deep orange energy slowly radiated from Gu Katian's body. His killing intent was immense. Hong Yao chuckled. Like master, like disciple. Behind them, Jiang Chun remained silent. Hong Yao glanced back at him, raising a brow. Well, what's your opinion on all this? She asked playfully. No response. Jiang Chun wasn't even listening. His mind was elsewhere. Inside the insect nest, a system window appeared before him. 9 miasma wings reproduction, complete. Mother insect level, 27. New offspring, 5.11 million. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The third generation had been born before the war even began. He clenched his fists. It wasn't enough to take down an entire nation, but it was more than enough. A sudden touch on his shoulder snapped him back. Jiang Chen blinked. Hong Yao stood next to him, smirking. Don't be scared, she teased. Even if you're not strong, you've got Master and me on your side. Jiang Chen's expression twitched. I'm not scared. He pointed to the mountains ahead. Uncle Ji Gang and the others are there, he said. I want to see them first, and give them a gift. Gu Katian nodded. Fine, we'll pass by there later anyway. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smirk. His poisonous mist surged around him as he leaped from the sky, diving straight toward the mountain. Above, Jiang Wushuang watched him go. A playful glint flashed in his eyes. Hey, he called out. Try not to die too soon. I haven't played enough with you yet. Tang Ying, standing nearby, exhaled sharply. At this point, she wasn't even surprised that Jiang Chun carried a calamity. No wonder he killed Xiao Beihan in an instant. Even Bang, usually carefree, frowned slightly. The second person in Great Xia's history to complete the ladder of emptiness. He better not die so soon. As Jiang Chen distanced himself, Mu Hanchio's gaze followed him, her face clouded with worry. Her master had brought them all here. But would her grandfather come to help or not? Next to her, Luo Sandao let out a sigh. Worrying won't change anything, he muttered. This level of war is beyond us. All we can do is not cause problems. That's already enough. Sometime later, Jiang Chen landed where Ji Gang and the others were waiting. Seeing them, a wave of relief washed over him. They had come. He stepped forward, pulled a green crystal from his inventory, and extended it toward Uncle Ji Gang. Remember, Jiang Chen said with a grin, I promised to gift you a set of epic equipment. He smirked. Didn't manage to get that. But this should be just as good. Ji Gang took the crystal, turning it in his palm. His eyes widened in shock. An origin crystal. Ji Gang's breath hitched. This was a key to the 7th realm. Before Ji Gang could even respond, Jiang Chun pulled out more items. To Aunt Tang, he handed a set of powerful equipment. To Duan Feng, he gave a silk scarf. To Chu Bulang, a high-grade bow. To Hanky, platinum level gear. Each one a treasure of immense value. Meanwhile, high above, atop a cliff, a storm of killing intent gathered. Old Xiao Yuanshan stood at the edge, his fury burning through his veins. His eyes locked onto Jiang Chen. The Heavenly Punishment Squad stood behind him, poised ready. His voice was ice-cold. Prepare. Just as the order was about to be given, a figure stepped forward. Duan Feng. Raising a hand, he gestured for restraint. Wait. Old Zhao's gaze snapped toward him, burning with rage. Duan Feng remained calm. More than 100 days have passed since the Tianjiao camp disappeared. Gu Katian was the one in control. We can't afford to act carelessly. Old Xiao's eyes narrowed. For a moment, he hesitated. Then slowly his gaze lowered. After a long silence, his rage sharpened into murderous resolve. Then I'll just kill Gu Katian too. If he doesn't know how to appreciate what he has, then he'll die along with Jiang Chun. Minutes later, The Tianjiao camp finally arrived near the battlefield. Duan Fang's voice echoed across the field. Gu Katian, surrender in hand over Jiang Chun. His voice rang with authority. If a battle breaks out, the city will suffer great losses. His tone hardened. For Jiangnan's sake, it's better to sacrifice Jiang Chun. Standing atop the Tianjiao camp, Gu Katian let out a slow breath. His expression didn't waver. His voice was steady, filled with absolute certainty. I refuse. In this life, I have nothing to be ashamed of. Not in Jiangnan. Not in Great Xia. His eyes flashed with conviction. I brought back 150 heroes from the district. I took them to the Palace of Emptiness. The crowd stirred. The parents of the young prodigies stiffened. The Palace of Emptiness, a place of legends and miracles. A place where countless powerful figures had sought strength, only to fail. Yet, Gu Katian had led them there. And now, their children had succeeded. One by one, the parents stepped forward. Their voices were firm. We won't betray our own. We won't join the Xiao family. Even if they couldn't save Jiangnan, they wouldn't side with its executioners. Duan turned slightly, extending his hand to the side, a confident smile on his face. With these 150 heroes, Jiangnan's reputation will rise like the tide. His voice echoed across the battlefield. But before anyone could respond, a terrifying presence surged through the air. The sea trembled. The rivers twisted and roared. Old Xiao Yuanshan appeared. His eyes gleamed with power, his aura pressing down on the battlefield like a tidal wave. Lifting his hand, he summoned 2 massive blocks of water, their sheer size enough to drown entire cities. The very water from the rivers and sea gathered above, forming a monstrous sphere of crushing weight. His voice was calm, yet absolute. Jiang Chun controls a calamity, and according to the laws of Grand Xia, he must be executed. His gaze flickered toward Gu Katian. And you, his tone hardened. You violated the rules, Katian. You've sealed off Prodigy's camp, trapped the examiners, and protected someone wielding the forbidden. You've endangered the entire Prodigy camp. The air grew heavy. Everyone looked up. The massive water sphere slowly descended toward the camp. Among the generals, no one dared to act. Even though they were all powerful, Gu Katian and old Xiao Yuanshan were on a different level. They were monsters among men. Choosing a side meant choosing life or death. And so, they chose neutrality. Gu Katian's expression remained steady. Then, his voice cut through the tension. Jiang Chun returned. He then turned to Hong Yao, his tone firm. Control the flight path of the Tianjiao camp. Hong Yao's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, she raised both hands, her aura flaring. The Tianjiao camp trembled, then began to slowly move away. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun spread his arms wide. A dense poisonous mist surged outward, wrapping around Ji Gang and the others, forming a protective barrier. Stay inside, Jiang Chun said calmly. This barrier will only disappear once the battle ends. Ji Gang's brows furrowed. When did you cast this spell? Jiang Chun just smirked. You can't break it, so don't bother trying. Above, the battlefield shifted. Gu Katian's sword began to glow, golden energy radiating from its edge. Old Xiao Yuanshan hovered above, his own sword resting lazily on his shoulder. Behind him, a massive water tornado swirled, howling like a beast. He shook his head. You really want to draw your sword against me? His eyes gleamed with amusement. My power surpasses the 8th level, and I possess over 10 forbidden water spells. And you? He chuckled. You're just a man with a sword. Both warriors prepared to strike. But, before they could move, boom! A massive ice barrier erupted between them, blocking their attacks. Both men instinctively stopped, eyes narrowing. A figure floated above, controlling the ice with just his fingers. General Duan. His voice was steady but urgent. Both of you, calm down. If you fight here, the camp will be destroyed. And worse, Jiangnan itself will suffer. For everyone's sake, don't do this. Before anyone could respond, a voice echoed from the sky. Cold, merciless, familiar. No need for war. Jiang Chun and I will settle this with a duel. Everyone turned. From the distance, a figure approached, soaring through the air. Xiao Beihan, alive, his body shrouded in a dark aura, a sword in his grip. Duan's eyes widened in shock. You're alive? Xiao Beihan grinned, flexing his fingers. He lifted his right arm, the one Jiang Chun had severed. It was whole again. Duan's voice tightened. You regrew your arm? Xiao Beihan smirked. Someone like Jiang Chun took my arm, but today, his grip tightened on his sword. I'll be the one to take his head. Xiao Beihan shot forward, ready to attack. Duan Fang raised a hand. Wait! Xiao Beihan halted, irritation flashing across his face. Duan Fang spoke calmly. For the good of the people, this should be settled between the young. The old generation should not interfere. His gaze swept over the battlefield. This is the best solution for both sides. Jiang Chun floated into the air, his gaze fixed on Xiao Beihan. He knew it. A one-on-one death match wouldn't favor him. So instead, he asked, "What are your conditions?" Xiao Beihan's smile widened. "Smart boy." Then, with a smug expression, he laid out his terms. 1. Jiang Chun couldn't use Little Nine. 2. Jiang Chun couldn't use poison. Above them, old Xiao Yuanshan burst into laughter. "As expected of my grandson." His voice boomed across the battlefield. "This duel is for the peace of Jiangnan and the well-being of the people." But before anyone could nod in agreement, Shing, Gu Katan's sword unsheathed in an instant, golden energy radiating from the blade. His eyes were sharp, aggressive. Pointing the sword directly at Xiao Yuanshan, he scoffed. "Stop talking nonsense. Standing on your high moral ground doesn't mean you can do whatever you want." His killing intent surged. "If you have the guts, stop harassing the kids and fight me instead." The tension exploded, but just before Gu Katian could charge, Jiang Chun grabbed his arm. "Wait!" Gu Katian turned, his eyes narrowing. Jiang Chun smiled. "We can't let them think we're just brutes." He jabbed a thumb at himself, his confidence unwavering. "I don't need Calamity to win. I have another way to deal with him." Xiao Beihan's smirk faltered. "Oh!" His eyes narrowed in amusement. "What other way do you have?" Jiang Chen's gaze flickered toward Gu Katian. "You said before, you'd teach me a secret technique?" Gu Katian's entire body stiffened. "Secret technique?" Hong Yao, flying nearby, nearly choked on air. Her face palmed with panic. "Joking, right? It took me over 10 years to learn that technique." She turned to Ji Gang. "You still haven't mastered it." Meanwhile, Xiao Beihan let out a roaring laugh. "Let me guess, you want me to wait 10 years while you learn it?" Jiang Chun grinned. "Nah, 5 minutes is enough." Silence. Then, Duan Fong snapped. "You little... The sword style isn't something that can be learned in 5 minutes." Xiao Beihan's laughter only grew louder. But across from him, old Xiao Yuanshan remained silent. Jiang Chun stepped forward. He reached for Gu Katan's sword, gripping its hilt. With his other fist, he clenched his hand tight. Then he smirked. "Teach me." Gu Katian remained still, his gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, the sword hummed. A powerful resonance vibrated through the air. Gu Katian's eyes widened slightly. This feeling, his grip tightened. Jiang Chun had somehow awakened the resonance of the heart of the sword. Inside the void of space, Gu Katian lowered his gaze. Jiang Chun leaned in slightly, whispering, "Trust me." Gu Katian stared at the ground. For a long moment, he was silent. Then, his head lifted. His eyes met old Xiao Yuanshan's. His voice was calm, resolute. "Show me what you can do." Jiang Chun smiled. With Gu Katian's approval, the death match was set. Duan Fong raised a hand to the sky. A massive energy wave erupted, its force shaking the heavens. He clenched his fingers, and a small island rose from the sea. The floating island descended, stopping in the center of the battlefield. Duan Fong moved again, and a transparent barrier formed. No interference, no escape. Xiao Beihan landed on the combat platform, his face full of arrogance and confidence. His smirk widened. This time, Jiang Chun wouldn't be able to rely on his 9 miasma wings. This time, he would crush him in front of everyone. The fight was about to begin. Outside the barrier, boom! A powerful strike slammed against the barrier, but it didn't even crack. The attacker? Ji Gang. His sword flashed, sending a flurry of devastating attacks, but none could break through. His rage erupted. "Jiang Chun," he roared. "Do not fight him." His eyes burned with fury and guilt. This was his fault. If he had never let Jiang Chun enter the camp, none of this would be happening. His hands trembled as his sword struck the barrier again and again. "How could you let this happen, master?" Beside him, Duan Fong frowned. Ji Gang's reaction confused him. "The master doesn't make decisions without thinking," he said firmly. "Don't doubt him now." Gu Katian slowly unsheathed his sword. He held it with both hands, raising the blade toward the sky. A golden light radiated from its edge. His voice was calm, but filled with unshakable resolve. "Jiang Chun, remember, the sword of heaven is the sword of will. You must not think. You must feel. You must let the sword guide you." Jiang Chen's eyes locked onto the blade. For a moment, he fell silent. He could hear it, the sword's whisper. Gu Katian took a deep breath. Then, bringing the sword closer to his face, his gaze turned sharp. "Watch carefully." Then, boom! He swung his sword. A blinding golden slash erupted, tearing through the sky at blinding speed. The attack shot toward Xiao Yuanshan. Xiao Yuanshan's expression darkened. So, he's attacking first? Without hesitation, He drew his own sword, pointing it toward the heavens. His body surged with red energy, powerful and overwhelming. Total defense. A crimson aura engulfed him. He stood firm, waiting for the attack to crash against him. But it never came. The golden slash passed by his side, missing him entirely. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes widened in shock. What? Duan Fong, watching from afar, broke into a sweat. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. This makes no sense. They had agreed. This was supposed to be a duel between Jiang Chun and Xiao Beihan. Then why is Gu Katian attacking? Up above, hidden in the sky, something moved. A barrier shattered. And from within, a monstrous presence was revealed. A giant dragon. The golden energy slammed into its tail, slicing it in half. The severed tail plummeted downward, crashing toward the earth. The dragon's roar shook the heavens. Its massive eyes burned with murderous rage as it locked onto Gu Katian. You bastard! It let out a thunderous roar. Then, its body vanished into a crack in space. But its final words lingered. I will return for you. Jiang Chun, Beihan settle things with a duel. Yet Gu Katian was the first to attack. Duan Fong's hands clenched into fists. This wasn't part of the deal. Beihan landed gracefully, arrogance dripping from his every move. His smirk widened as he eyed Jiang Chun. This time, the boy wouldn't have his 9 miasma wings to protect him. This time, he would humiliate him completely. He was eager for the fight to begin. He wanted to teach Jiang Chun a lesson he would never forget. The master swordsman rested his blade on his shoulder, his expression calm. That dragon was after the 9 miasma wings. The beast is 8th grade, half the cultivation level of the wings themselves. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes flickered with realization. This old thief. He had been several steps ahead of them all. Gu Katian turned back, exhaling slowly. Then, he let out a booming laugh. Well, he looked at Jiang Chun. Wasn't it impressive to see your master wield his sword for the first time? Jiang Chun stepped forward, fist clenched. His eyes sparkled with excitement. It was incredible. Gu Katian smirked. So, what did you learn? Jiang Chun didn't answer immediately. Instead, he extended a hand toward the ground. A soft green energy flickered to life. A root shot out, weaving toward Jigang. The elder was momentarily startled before realizing what Jiang Chun wanted. With a sigh, he handed over his sword. The root coiled around the blade, pulling it toward Jiang Chun's grip. He grasped the weapon, smiling. Gu Katian frowned. Why not use my sword? Jiang Chun grinned. Soon you'll understand. Then, he leaped onto the combat platform. His stance, his aura, he was mimicking his master's posture. Gu Katian, watching from afar, raised a brow. This kid is seriously trying to copy me? Hong Yao descended onto the island, her face full of worry. She clenched her fists. How can master allow this? This is the same as sending Jiang Chun to his death. Her eyes flickered toward Duan Fong, who still stood idly. He was benefiting from all of this, yet he did nothing? She gritted her teeth. What kind of invincible? Just stood by and watched. Her heart pounded. She couldn't let this happen. She made up her mind. She was taking Jiang Chun away, whether he liked it or not. Gu Katian stood with his arms crossed, watching Jiang Chun closely. He remained silent, deep in thought. Beside him, Hong Yao made her decision. She would intervene. But, just as she was about to move, her body stopped. She couldn't move. Her eyes widened in confusion. What's happening to me? A single force bound her in place. Gu Katian's calm voice cut through her panic. In this arena of life and death, only Jiang Chun and Beihan may enter. His expression remained firm. No one else. Hong Yao's heart pounded. She had underestimated the strength of an invincible being. This was not just any battlefield. The energy sealing the arena was absolute. She couldn't break through. She clenched her fists. Her eyes filled with regret. She had just spoken ill of master, and now she understood. Gu Katian continued, his voice steady. Jiang Chun does not want war. He turned to her. He does not want to see Jiangnan in ruins. Hong Yao whipped her head toward him. Then why? Her voice trembled. Why must Jiang Chun risk his life for the sake of others? Gu Katian's gaze was unwavering. Because, he said, Jiang Chun is not going to die. Hong Yao's breath hitched. What? Gu Katian smirked. I just taught him how to use the celestial sword. Both Jiang Chun and Beihan raised their swords. Beihan let out a booming laugh. That old man is crazy. He sneered. Does he really think you can learn the celestial sword just by watching? His eyes darkened with disdain. You're just trash. But Jiang Chun remained unfazed. He gripped his sword tightly. Golden energy surged around him. His lips curled into a confident smile. Then let's see if trash can teach you a lesson. Beihan's smirk faded. His fist clenched. A suffocating, malevolent aura erupted from his body. His hatred burned in his eyes. If you're not using the 9 miasma wings, then let's see if you can survive me. From the sidelines, Bei Feng turned to Jiang Wushuang. Who do you think will win? Jiang Wushuang's gaze was unreadable. If Jiang Chun uses the poisonous mist, he'll win. Bei Feng narrowed his eyes. But according to the rules, he can't use it. Jiang Wushuang sighed. Then he'll die. Beihan has already tasted defeat before, and he came back even stronger. His heart is now completely focused on martial arts. He won't stop until Jiang Chun is dead. Beihan's hatred burned. His sword emitted a powerful green energy. It was no ordinary weapon, ranked 20th among the divine weapons of Great Xia. Jiang Chun held his sword close to his face, assuming an offensive stance. Beihan pointed his blade at him. His smirk returned. At least you have initiative. He twirled his sword, dying under the glow of the moon with that broken sword of yours. Will be an honor. Jiang Chun smirked as he gazed at Beihan. Enough talking, he said. He raised his sword to the sky. A deep purple energy erupted from the blade. His free hand stretched forward. Then, he called out, Master, watch closely. If I make a mistake, correct me. Gu Katian's brows lifted slightly. Was this brat serious? Jiang Chun channeled his strength. Then, slash! A colossal energy wave tore through the air. The sheer power of the attack sent shockwaves through the arena. The onlookers shielded their faces, closing their eyes as a piercing light filled the battlefield. It burned. It cut deep, but it wasn't a physical attack. It targeted the soul. Hong Yao appeared in a flash. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a red barrier around the weaker spectators. Her voice rang out. Those with weak souls, close your eyes. Her own eyes trembled with disbelief. How does little Jiang Chun have this much power? Even Gu Katian's usual smirk faded. His arms remained crossed, but his eyes flashed with surprise. He actually learned it, but his focus sharpened. The sword of humanity could only attack the soul. And Beihan was from the Xio family, a family renowned for its powerful soul defenses. Beihan's expression changed. For a moment, he was stunned. Then he moved. With impeccable precision, his sword flashed. Clang! He deflected the attack with ease. He let out a loud, mocking laugh. Is this the legendary sky sword? His lips curled into a taunting grin. It's nothing, just an attack that tickles the soul. He gripped his sword tightly. You must have forgotten. The Xio family specializes in soul power. Against me, this move is worthless. Beihan's aura surged. A golden moon appeared behind him, illuminating the battlefield. His voice thundered. Star and moon cut. With a single powerful slash, a massive golden arc of energy shot toward Jiang Chun. He ran a finger along the blade of his sword, grinning. That was just a warm-up. He adjusted his stance. This second strike, his gaze darkened with pure hatred, will not be aimed at your soul. Jiang Chen's response. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened. His stance shifted. Then, boom, his sword cleaved downward. Earth knife! A mighty energy slash surged forward, colliding with Xio Beihan's golden moon. Crack! The moon split in half, and in the same instant, Beihan staggered back, blood spilling from his chest. His eyes widened in disbelief. How? The energy wave didn't just shatter the moon. It cut through the arena itself. Duan Fong, still floating the island with his powers, felt the tremors immediately. His face paled. This arena, it's going to explode. See water lifted into the air, swirling unnaturally. Sweat dripped down his brow. He clenched his fists. A second-level cultivator did this? His voice was filled with disbelief. Then his eyes narrowed. This was getting dangerous. Time to reinforce the battlefield. Duan Fong extended both hands, and the island trembled once more. Jiang Chen's attack surged forward, slamming into Xio Beihan. But he was ready. With a roar, Beihan drove his sword into the ground, summoning a golden barrier around his body. Boom! The attack collided with the barrier, sending shockwaves across the arena. Xio Beihan gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his forehead. He knew, if he hadn't blocked that attack, he would have died. His eyes burned with rage. Then he spoke. One must lift their head and look toward the northwest, where the floating clouds rest. His grip on the sword tightened. One must lean on the blade that stretches 1,000 miles. Then he activated a forbidden spell, the maximum essence. A violent force erupted from Beihan's body. Across the battlefield, every participant's sword suddenly trembled. Then whoosh! The swords flew into the sky, beyond their owner's control. Cries of confusion echoed throughout the arena. What's happening? Some tried to call their swords back, but it was useless. No one could control their weapons anymore. Beihan's laugh echoed through the battlefield. High above, the sky turned dark. A storm of swords filled the heavens. Each blade emitted a powerful aura. Beihan, still gripping his sword, used a divine weapon technique. Soul Moon. At his command, the swords turned toward Jiang Chun. and began to fall. A sky full of blades. Jiang Chun gripped his sword tightly, his stance firm. He had no idea what this attack was, but he knew one thing. Bayan was aiming to kill him. Beihan's smirk widened. This was it. With this spell, Jiang Chun was dead. The arena begins to collapse. Up above, Duan Fong clenched his jaw. His hand trembled as he maintained the floating arena. Sweat dripped down his face. These two, they're insane. If this continued, the entire arena would collapse. He turned to his subordinates. Reinforce the battlefield now. Two men beside him nodded, quickly channeling their energy to support the crumbling space. Jiang Chen's counterattack. Beihan's eyes glowed with confidence. It's over, he sneered. But Jiang Chen smiled. A cold, confident smile. His grip tightened around his sword. Why do you underestimate me? He asked. Then he moved. His sword flashed, and he activated Curse Cutter. A radiant golden slash surged forward. Boom! It collided with the falling swords. A colossal explosion erupted in the sky. A blinding light engulfed the battlefield. Beihan's face twisted in horror. His attack was breaking apart, and then so was he. Xio Beihan's body trembled. Cracks formed across his skin. His eyes filled with terror. No, this can't be happening. His hands reached out, but his fingers turned to dust. His legs crumbled. His torso disintegrated. How are you this strong? Jiang Chun remained silent. Beihan's eyes filled with tears. Then he was gone. His body vanished into ashes, scattered by the wind. The once arrogant warrior was no more. Xiao Yuanshan, who had been watching from above, felt his blood run cold. His grandson, massacred, gone. His hands trembled with fury, but for the first time in his life that he felt fear. Ji Gang dropped to his knees, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was the dream he had never reached in his youth. And yet Jiang Chun had achieved it in minutes. The reactions of the elite. Hong Yao, usually confident and carefree, was visibly shaken. Her body trembled, and sweat dripped down her face. 5 minutes, she whispered. He learned the celestial sword in 5 minutes. She clenched her fists. This wasn't normal. This wasn't human. Gu Katian let out a low chuckle. Though his fist remained clenched, his smile carried pride. His energy still isn't enough, he admitted. But his gaze flickered with admiration. He didn't just learn the techniques. He improved them. Ji Gang had trained for years and failed. Jiang Chen, 5 minutes. Jiang Wushuang exhaled sharply, his eyes locked onto Jiang Chen. His excitement and fear mixed together. This guy, he muttered. He's a monster. If someone like Jiang Chen became his enemy, it would be terrifying. Bei foam covered his mouth, his breathing uneven. Sweat dripped from his forehead. This wasn't just talent, this was madness. Tang Ying raised a hand to her forehead. Still stunned, she thought she had seen powerful geniuses before. But Jiang Chen? He was in a league of his own. On the other side, Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu embraced each other, crying. He won. He's really that strong? The battlefield itself had changed. Jiang Chen's final attack had left a gaping hole in the island. The destruction stretched from one end to the other. High above, 2 men appeared. They floated effortlessly in the sky. Gazing down at the battlefield, the first, a black-haired man, watched with amusement. Jiang Chun had piqued his interest. Interesting, he mused. The disciple of the Celestial Sword King is quite something. A smirk crossed his lips. Don't kill him yet. I want to use him as a stepping stone for prodigy. Beside him, a man with fiery orange hair shook his head. He spoke casually. I never came here to kill Jiang Chun in the first place. The black-haired man, his hands still behind his back, smirked again. His presence alone carried an oppressive force. This man was an invincible being. The god of the sword, Ji Lingxiu. His gaze locked onto Jiang Chun, his smirk widened. Even if I don't act, his eyes flashed with intrigue. Things are about to get interesting. Xiao Yuanshan was seething with rage. He would not stand by and do nothing. His grandson was dead, and Jiang Chun had to pay. But just as he prepared to strike, a monstrous energy erupted. Surging in all directions, the air grew heavy. Xiao Yuanshan's instinct screamed danger. His body tensed. He knew this presence. The god of war, Jiang Xianji. The arrival of the true powerhouses. Beside the black-haired sword god, Ji Lingxiu, stood another invincible being. A man with fiery orange hair. The god of martial arts, Jiang Xianji. Xianji turned to Xiao Yuanshan, his tone calm but firm. Ji Lingxiu is right, he said. You shouldn't interfere. Xiao Yuanshan's hands clenched into fists. His mind screamed for vengeance. But Jiang Xuanji's energy only grew stronger. Then, Xianji spoke. His voice carried absolute authority. If you wager your life in a death match, you must be prepared to die. Xiao Yuanshan's rage faltered, his heart sank, that he knew that Xianji was right. But still, he couldn't accept it. Jiang Chun takes the offensive. At that moment, Jiang Qin moved, with one hand gripping his sword. He leapt into the air. His voice rang out. I have a fourth technique, get ready. Xiao Yuanshan turned, stunned. His eyes narrowed. What? The celestial sword moves once more. Gu Katian's eyes widened in panic. Stop, he shouted. Don't be reckless. Hong Yao covered her mouth, frozen in fear. Jiang Chun had just drawn his sword against Xiao Yuanshan. Against a general, against a legend. Jiang Xinji, still with his arms crossed, raised a brow. That kid is insane. Messing with a tiger's whiskers is the same as seeking death. Ji Lingxiu, however, closed his eyes and smirked. There's no saving him now. Xiao Yuanshan's face darkened. With a slow, deliberate motion, he unsheathed his sword. His power surged, causing the water beneath him to rise into a massive wave. You dare to raise your sword against me? His voice was filled with killing intent. This is a joke. A mere second-level insect. Challenging me? He raised his blade, ready to end this farce, but Jiang Chun didn't flinch. He gripped his sword with both hands. That a violent aura exploded around him. The blade trembled, overflowing with power. Then he struck. Celestial sword technique. Defend justice. Expel evils. Uppercut. With all his strength, he unleashed two devastating slashes. The attacks roared toward Xiao Yuanshan, and Jiang Chun stood still. He had made his move. Now, the world would witness its result. Jiang Chun stood still, his eyes locked on Xiao Yuanshan. The battlefield was silent. Everyone watched, waiting. Jiang Wushuang was the first to react. His breath hitched. His eyes widened in disbelief. He's insane. Jiang Chun's attack wasn't just strong. It was monstrous. That blow. It's comparable to a full-powered strike from a level 5 Sea King or Mountain King. Even Bang, usually unfazed, froze in fear. His voice trembled. He's throwing his life away. Tang Ying remained silent, sweat dripping down her forehead. If this were the city of 10,000 demons, she swallowed hard. That monkey would have devoured him alive. Xiao Yuanshan's lips curled into a smirk, his fists clenched. Then, with a simple motion, he controlled the water around him. The sky twisted as floating water droplets hovered in midair. His calm voice carried absolute confidence. Even your master is no match for me. You? His smirk deepened. You don't stand a chance. Then, he snapped his fingers. The water surged forward, forming an impenetrable wall. Jiang Chen's attack crashed into it, and was completely blocked. Or so he thought. Xiao Yuanshan lowered his arm. His expression was smug, pathetic. But then, his face paled. Something was wrong. His instincts screamed that he looked up, and his heart stopped. The sky was swarming with insects. Thousands. Millions. They descended upon him like a living storm. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes widened. The 9 miasmal wings. Jiang Chen smirked. His voice was cold, ruthless. Did you really think I was trying to defeat you with a sword? The previous attack had only been a distraction. Now that I'm no longer in the arena. He raised his hand. There are no rules stopping me from using my real power. Xiao Yuanshan threw his arm in front of his face. His breathing quickened. This wasn't part of the plan. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, and with a wicked grin, he gave the order. Explode. Boom. The first wave of insects detonated. Xiao Yuanshan barely had time to react. When? Boom. 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 A chain reaction of massive explosions filled the sky. The world turned white with fire. The battlefield descends into chaos. Duan Fong and the others turned and fled. Run. The sky was collapsing. The sheer power of the explosions was unthinkable. Xiao Yuanshan, trapped in the storm, activated his power. The explosions turned into blood. His eyes locked onto Jiang Chun. Rage. Pure, unfiltered rage. I'll kill you. No more mercy. Jiang Chun had pushed him too far. Now, he would end him. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes burned with hatred. You think you can challenge me and live? He raised his hand, channeling his power. A dark red aura pulsed around him. Then, curse of water, blood explosion. Boom. A massive burst of blood shot forward, slamming into Jiang Chen's chest. He staggered, eyes widening in shock. Then a blood barrier formed around him, trapping him. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed. What is this? Suddenly, pain. Unbearable pain. His blood began to seep out. From his eyes, his nose, his ears, even his fingernails. Jiang Chun stared at his trembling hands. His pupils contracted in fear. Xiao Yuanshan was controlling his blood. And worse, it wasn't stopping. The barrier thickened, draining more and more blood from his body. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth. His vision blurred. His body weakened. He was dying. The smoke from the insect explosions cleared. Xiao Yuanshan's figure emerged untouched. His gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. Murderous intent filled the air. He clenched his fist, and with a chilling voice, he called out, compressed blood. Boom. Jiang Chen's blood gushed out violently, shooting from his eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and nails like pressurized jets. His body convulsed. Panic. Pure, unfiltered panic that he knew this was bad. Ji Gang's fist slammed against the barrier. Stop! His eyes filled with regret. This was his fault, that if he hadn't let Jiang Chen enter the prodigy camp, this wouldn't be happening. But he couldn't break through, and he couldn't reach him. Jiang Chen was alone. But then, two figures moved. Hong Yao and Gu Katian drew their weapons. They jumped into the air, eyes burning with resolve. They wouldn't let Jiang Chen die, not today. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu followed suit, their fear replaced with courage. They rushed forward, prepared to fight. But, whip! Ropes of pure energy wrapped around their waists, yanking them back. They struggled. But the force was unbreakable. Their bodies were dragged back to the floating island, confused. They looked around, until their eyes landed on a man with pink hair. He stood with his hands on his hips, watching calmly. His voice was flat, but firm. Rushing in like that is just suicide. Beside him, another man, the one who had summoned the ropes, remained silent. The battlefield grew tense. Jiang Chen was on the brink of death. And now, only a miracle could save him. Luo Sandao hit the ground hard, landing on her, but she looked up, and her breath caught in her throat. The gray-haired man standing before her, her father. Beside her, Mu Hanxiu, who had also been thrown back, turned her head and froze. The other man, her grandfather. Mu Hanxiu's eyes filled with panic. She scrambled to her feet, her voice urgent. Grandfather, she pleaded, please save Jiang Chen. Luo Sandao wasn't far behind. She stood up, turning to her father, her tone sharp. Do we have any treasure that can save him? Luo Sandao's father remained calm, his voice steady. No. His answer hit them like a hammer. Mu Hanxiu's grandfather sighed, his gaze heavy. The forbidden curse of blood explosion. Once it takes hold, there's nothing left to do but wait for death. Mu Hanxiu's face drained of color. Her body shook. Luo Sandao bit her lip, fists clenched. Their only hope was Gu Katian and the others. But even they could only try to negotiate. And Xiao Yuanshan? He wasn't going to listen. Not after Jiang Chen had killed both of his grandsons. Above them, Xiao Yuanshan hovered in the sky, his fist clenched. He continued siphoning Jiang Chen's blood, his expression filled with satisfaction. At that moment, Gu Katian appeared. He drew his sword, his voice firm. Stop! Hong Yao was right beside him, furious. You old bastard, she yelled. Undo the spell now. But Xiao Yuanshan's expression remained cold. He smiled. It's too late. He gestured to Jiang Chen, who was on the brink of death. He's about to explode. Xiao Yuanshan let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I can avenge my grandsons. Seeing that negotiation was pointless, Gu Katian moved. Slash! A golden arc of sword energy shot toward Xiao Yuanshan. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes narrowed, seeking death. Hong Yao wasn't far behind. Her sword flashed, and she unleashed. Blade that opens the sky. A devastating slash toward Xiao Yuanshan. But, boom! With a single motion, Xiao Yuanshan raised his hand, and a massive water barrier materialized. Flow that softens the heart. The barrier absorbed the attacks effortlessly. Gu Katian gritted his teeth. Damn it, Xiao Yuanshan smirked. Your sword is good, he admitted. But do you really think it can rival me? Gu Katian wiped the sweat from his brow. Then he smirked. Let's see how many more attacks you can block. Hong Yao gripped her sword tighter. A powerful orange energy erupted around the blade. Her eyes burned with determination. She took a deep breath and whispered under her breath. Fine, then we'll just smash this guy to pieces. Together, Jiang Chen screamed in agony. His hands clutched his head, his body convulsed. His blood draining away. The energy barrier shrank, tightening like a coffin. Xiao Yuanshan watched with pleasure. He smirked, his voice dripping with mockery. What's wrong, Gu Katian? Aren't you going to say your last goodbye to your beloved apprentice? His fist clenched. Blood explosion. Boom! The barrier contracted violently. Jiang Chen's body swelled. Until a massive explosion ripped through the sky at a cloud of smoke. A heartbreaking silence. Everything went still. A thick smoke curtain engulfed the battlefield. For a moment, there was no sound. Then, no! Uncle Ji Gang dropped to his knees. Tears streamed down his face. His hand shook. His student. His disciple. His family. Gone. Hong Yao's eyes filled with tears. Her shoulders trembled. Even though they hadn't known each other long, Jiang Chen was like a little brother to her. Gu Katian stood frozen, his eyes empty. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu stared in horror. Mu Hanxiu's voice cracked. No, this is a joke. Luo Sandao shook her head violently. Right? Jiang Chen always jokes. This isn't real. Above them, Xiao Yuanshan threw his head back and laughed like a madman. Beihan Grandpa has avenged you. His laughter echoed through the battlefield. Pure, unfiltered joy, the final triumph over his greatest enemy. He gripped his sword, savoring the moment. But a killing intent surged forward. Gu Katian's eyes burned with fury. His body blurred as he rushed at Xiao Yuanshan, sword drawn. Even if he had to die today, he would slaughter this bastard. Hong Yao was right behind him. She wasn't letting her master fight alone. If Jiang Chun was truly gone, then they would take Xiao Yuanshan with them. Duan Fang's face paled. His heart pounded. This is bad, he muttered. This is very bad. If this fight continued, the entire south of the Ji River would be in danger. He turned to the god of war, Jiang Xinji. If you don't intervene now, this will become a bloodbath. Jiang Xuanji's gaze darkened. His body tensed. Duan Fang was right. If this fight escalated, all of Great Xia would tremble. Gu Katian and Hong Yao charged forward, their weapons gleaming with killing intent. Xiao Yuanshan braced himself, gripping his sword tightly. But, boom! A powerful force erupted between them, locking their bodies in place. They couldn't move. Hong Yao struggled, her body trembling from the force. Gu Katian, however, remained still, his gaze unreadable. Xiao Yuanshan's expression darkened, his grip on his sword tightening. From above, the god of war Jiang Xinji observed them with a calm but commanding gaze. If you want a decisive battle, this is not the place. His voice was absolute. But then, a thick poisonous mist began to swirl. And from within it, a voice echoed. No one is allowed to interfere. The voice of Jiang Chun. Xiao Yuanshan spun around, eyes widening in confusion. His mind raced. That couldn't be right. He had watched Jiang Chun die with his own eyes, yet the poisonous mist dissipated and standing there, alive. Unharmed, Jiang Chun. He stared at Xiao Yuanshan, his gaze cold and piercing. Xiao Yuanshan's face twisted in shock. Impossible. Gu Katian and Hong Yao were frozen in disbelief. Their minds failed to process what they were seeing. Jiang Chun had survived? Jiang Chun smirked, crossing his arms. Did you really think it would be that easy to kill me, old man? I have more cards up my sleeve than you could ever imagine. Xiao Yuanshan's breath hitched. His hands trembled on the hilt of his sword. This was unnatural. Bei Feng began to sweat, his mind spun with questions. Did Jiang Chun have some hidden power? Jiang Wushuang stood stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief that he had witnessed death. Yet Jiang Chun was here, standing. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu collapsed onto their knees. They hugged each other, tears streaming down their faces. He really was joking. Chu Bulang, who had been watching in stunned silence, suddenly understood. His voice was low but sure. That's the aura of the dead. It's the effect of the undead metal. Xiao Ke's eyes sparkled with realization. She clenched her fists, her lips curling into a smile. That's it. The undead metal we found in the village of the dead. It has an incredible effect. Now, everything made sense. Jiang Chun hadn't just survived, that he had been reborn. Jiang Chun extended his hand toward the sky, that a thick poisonous mist spread like an ominous storm. Now that you've failed to kill me, it's my turn. With a cold command, he released all his insects. Hundreds of thousands of them burst from his body, swarming the entire sky. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes widened in horror. This was a true calamity. Up above, Ji Lingqiu watched with his hands behind his back. The number of insects is absurd. Jiang Xinji, the god of war, narrowed his eyes. Didn't this boy just change jobs? How did he raise so many insects so quickly? He smirked. I underestimated him. Ji Lingqiu's gaze flickered. So, you've made your decision? Xinji didn't respond. He simply watched. Xiao Yuanshan knew he couldn't stand idly by. His body surged with power, releasing an energy wave to repel the insects. But Xinji moved first before Yanshan could unleash his power. A crushing force locked his body in place. Yanshan struggled but couldn't move. His voice was filled with fury. God of war, why are you interfering? Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed. Don't waste my time. He waved his hand. The insects charged forward. Explosions erupted around Yanshan. The sky burned with countless detonations. Mu Hanxiu watched, astonished. This doesn't make sense. Why would the god of war help Jiang Chun? Her grandfather merely smiled. Because the answer is simple. Jiang Chun raised his hand again. The insects moved as one. An unstoppable force, her grandfather continued. Most people with calamities are too cautious to challenge an invincible. They hide, but Jiang Chun? He's different. In a short time, he created hundreds of thousands of insects. His talent is unparalleled. He doesn't just break the rules. He makes his own. Mu Hanxiu's breath hitched. That it wasn't recklessness. That it was a declaration. Jiang Chun was making the world recognize him. The explosions engulfed him. His body burned. His screams echoed across the battlefield. His face twisted in agony, but through the flames, His eyes shone with madness. All of you must die. Daxia deserves death. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a wicked grin. Not so tough now, are you? Xiao Yuanshan roared in fury. Don't think you've won. Yet, even in this dire moment, he sneered. Don't think you can finish me off that easily. Jiang Chen's... A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he revealed his trump card. Even as the insects continued their assault, Xiao Yanshan stood firm, his gaze locking onto Jiang Chun Xinji. In that moment, he realized something crucial. The technique Jiang Chun had used was merely an illusion, summoning every ounce of power he had accumulated over his lifetime. Xiao Yanshan prepared to break free. There was no longer any need for restraint. Survival was all that mattered. He activated a forbidden spell, the power of the divine soul. A blinding light surged forth as the illusion shattered. Jiang Chen's attack had been formidable, but Xiao Yanshan wasn't finished just yet. Xiao Yanshan's body erupted with a powerful crimson aura. Just as the explosions threatened to engulf him, he propelled himself out of range, advancing straight toward Jiang Chun. Hovering in the air, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. He survived? Alarm surged through him as he realized the battle was far from over. Below, Xiao Yanshan drew his sword, his face twisted with rage and hatred. Prepare to die, Jiang Chun, he roared. Jiang instinctively raised his arm to shield himself, his mind racing. How did he break free from the god of war's seal? There was no time to think. Xiao Yanshan was closing the distance fast. Just as Xiao Yanshan was about to strike, a brilliant blue flash split the air. A bolt of energy, sharp as a blade, pierced straight through his chest. Xiao Yanshan staggered, his mouth opening in shock as blood spilled from his lips. His furious expression gave way to confusion. What just happened? The energy solidified into an arrow, locking him in place. From the distance, a voice rang out, calm yet absolute. It's over. It was the invincible sword god, his presence radiating an overwhelming aura of authority. His gaze fixed coldly on Xiao Yanshan. Move even an inch and your head will roll. Your soul will be erased from existence. Xiao Yanshan's mind reeled. Even Ji Lingxiu is against me? He had never imagined this betrayal. Jiang Chun, who had remained silent, suddenly realized something. This was his moment. A ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his hand. The sky darkened once more as a new wave of insects swarmed toward Xiao Yanshan. Now severely wounded and immobilized, Xiao Yanshan could do nothing but watch as the creatures closed in. Jiang Chen's voice was cold and merciless. Explode. One by one, the insects detonated, their combined blasts forming an endless chain of destruction. Xiao Yanshan's screams filled the battlefield. The pain was unbearable. He couldn't believe this was happening. General Xiao Yanshan, the pillar of Daxia, the warrior who had led countless battles, crushed rebellions, and even fought against the order of the ancient gods, was being torn apart by mere insects. His desperate cries faded into the deafening roar of explosions. Little by little, his body was consumed. His legacy, his strength, his very existence, reduced to nothing but dust. A few moments later, Jiang Chen signaled for the explosions to stop. The battlefield fell eerily silent, smoke rising from the scorched earth. Xiao Yanshan's body was barely holding together. His limbs had been devoured, and a massive hole gaped in his chest from Ji Lingxiu's attack. His broken form collapsed to the ground, landing on his knees. His gaze, hollow and lost, fixated on the dirt beneath him. After a long pause, he slowly looked up at Jiang Chun and rasped, "Are you really going to kill an old man like me?" Jiang Chun floated down, his feet touching the ground as poisonous mist curled around his hand. He let out a cold laugh. "Your body's already gone. The only thing left is your soul. And after all this, you still ask such a ridiculous question." Xiao Yanshan remained kneeling, lowering his head. His desperate eyes flickered with regret. I was wrong. The Xio family was wrong. If you spare me, I will compensate you for everything." Jiang Chun tilted his head, amused. How quickly people beg when death is at their door. But instead of answering, he turned to his companions behind him. Hong Yao, Gu Katian, and Ji Gang. "What do you guys think?" he asked with a smirk. His question stunned them. Sparing the man who had just tried to kill him? Who had slaughtered countless innocent people? Even Jiang Xinji, who had been silently observing, furrowed her brows. Meanwhile, Xiao Yanshan, still kneeling, raised his head toward the heavens. "War God," he called out desperately. "If you save me, I swear, I will go to the abyss and fight until my last breath." Jiang Xinji hovered above, arms crossed, considering his words. Xiao Yanshan wasn't just some noble. He was the general of the war district of Jiangnan. That status alone made his offer worth evaluating. Jiang Xinji stepped forward, his voice firm. "Then answer me this. Are you willing to admit your guilt?" The XIO family has oppressed the market, seized property by force, and trampled countless innocent lives underfoot. Do you take responsibility for all of it? Xiao Yanshan's eyes darted between them, sensing an opportunity. If admitting guilt meant survival, then so be it. Without hesitation, he nodded vigorously. Yes, I admit to everything. Jiang Xinji and the others exchanged looks before Jiang Xinji spoke again, his tone unwavering. Given your past merits in serving Daxia, a balance will be struck. Your family's properties will be confiscated, and you, he narrowed his eyes. You will be exiled to the abyss as a vanguard soldier. You'll fight on the front lines until the day you die. No escape, no mercy. Xiao Yanshan's already battered body trembled. Terror flashed through his eyes, but deep down, he knew he had no other choice. He clenched his teeth and nodded. I accept. Jiang Chun wasted no time. Raising his hand, he pointed a single finger at Xiao Yanshan. A brilliant golden glow surged at his fingertip, condensing into a spear of pure energy. Soul Seal. The golden energy shot forward like an arrow, piercing Xiao Yanshan's back. His body arched as an agonized scream tore from his throat. The seal branded itself into his very soul, ensuring that if he ever tried to flee, his essence would shatter into nothingness. Moments later, Xiao Yanshan's consciousness faded, and his body crumpled to the ground. Jiang Chun stood over him, watching in silence. Even now he was surprised. This was one of the so-called invincibles of Great Xia. Yet in the end, all it had taken was an illusion to bring him to his knees. With the XIO family's threat eliminated, Jiang Chun turned away. His objective was complete. It was time to leave. Jiang Chun was lost in thought when Jiang Xinji appeared behind him, arms folded behind his back. Has this verdict calmed the fire in your heart? He asked. Jiang Chun snapped out of his trance, his eyes flickering with surprise. He hadn't expected Xinji to approach so suddenly. With a slightly nervous chuckle, he replied, Of course. The god of war's judgment was wise. Honestly, I wasn't even that angry. I just wanted to act cool. Jiang Xinji smirked. Not only is this kid exceptionally talented, but he also understands his limits. When to advance, when to retreat. Just for these qualities alone, today had been worth his time. Hearing Xuanji's praise, Jiang Chun gave a slight bow. Thanks for the recognition. At that moment, Feng rushed toward them, pointing at the sky in a panic. God of War! The poisonous mist, if it lingers too long, it could contaminate the entire region. We might be looking at an abyssal-level disaster. Jiang Xuanji's gaze dropped to the ground as he fell into silent contemplation. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun looked up at the sky, watching his swarm of insects still hovering freely. Yeah, this probably isn't good. Deciding it was time to act, Jiang Xinji raised his head, snapped his fingers, and unleashed a massive surge of energy. In an instant, a shockwave exploded through the sky, wiping out every last insect and purging the poisonous mist. Jiang Chun stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. He got rid of everything with just a snap of his fingers? The sheer power left him speechless. Terrifying. As the golden arrow remained embedded in Xiao Yanshan's body, Jiang Xinji floated above the battlefield, arms crossed. His gaze swept over the gathered warriors before he spoke. You have all witnessed it today. We now have the strength to suppress anything. Therefore, from this moment forward, the law restricting taboos is abolished. Anyone who possesses a taboo, yet remains loyal to the nation, shall be recognized as an ally. Those who turn against us will be our enemies. His eyes locked onto Jiang Chun with a sharp, unreadable expression. A moment of silence stretched between them as he pondered what to do with him. Jiang Chun shifted uneasily, glancing toward Jiang Xinji, waiting for his response. Before anyone could speak, Mu Hanqiu's grandfather stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. With a confident smile, he extended his other arm outward. The god of war is wise, he declared. Jiang Chun was raised with humility. His heart is brave, and although he carries the taboo of the 9 miasma wings, he is no threat to Daxia. On behalf of the Mu family, I am willing to take full responsibility for him. Jiang Chun turned, eyes widening in confusion. Wait, what's happening? Before he could fully process it, another voice rang out. Tang Wuang, representative of the Tang family, stepped forward. The Tang family is also willing to vouch for Jiang Chun. Not long after, a messenger from the military district of Jiangnan spoke up. The military is prepared to welcome him into our ranks. One by one, powerful figures stepped forward, pledging their support. Above them all, Jiang Xinji remained silent, still hovering in the sky, deep in thought. Luo Sundao nudged her father insistently. Come on, Dad. Everyone's taking Jiang Chen's side. Don't just stand there. Her father hesitated, his forehead breaking out in sweat. The sheer pressure of the moment had him frozen in place. But after a few seconds, something shifted. His face turned red with enthusiasm. Clenching his fists, he shut his eyes and bellowed, "I too will take responsibility for Jiang Chun." Luo Sundao sighed, placing a hand over her forehead. Useless. Absolutely useless. Meanwhile, Hong Yao, flying beside Gu Kaitian, couldn't hide her amazement. The god of war had not only intervened in the fight, but had outright abolished the ancient restrictions on taboos. Even the most prestigious elders had stepped up to defend Jiang Chun. This feels unreal. Buin, arms crossed, was deep in thought. Maybe Jiang Chun saw all this coming, he mused. Maybe that's why he deliberately crossed swords with Zhen Gu. Hong Yao's eyes widened. Could it be? If Jiang Chun had truly planned this far ahead, then his foresight was terrifying. Now looking at Jiang Chun with a serious expression, finally spoke. The god of war has been well aware of Xiao Yanshan's crimes. But if it weren't for Jiang Chun's extraordinary potential, he wouldn't have acted so quickly. A murmur ran through the crowd. Now that Jiang Chun's 9 miasma wings had been exposed, staying in the shadows was no longer an option. He would either prove himself or become the target of every major faction. After all, the 9 miasma wings weren't just feared by humans, but by every race in the abyss as well. Some people whispered concerns about Jiang Chun's insects being completely wiped out. But one voice reassured them. Come on, this is Jiang Chun we're talking about. You think he doesn't have more of those things stashed somewhere? Hearing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but smile. Everything is playing out exactly as I planned. If you're going to reveal your cards, do it with a bang. High above, Jiang Xuanji watched the scene unfold. With so many powerful figures willing to vouch for Jiang Chun, he saw no need for further discussion. That's enough, he declared. Jiang Chun, take care of yourself. Use your insects wisely. Jiang Chun lowered his head in gratitude. I will. Thank you. Then, Jiang Xinji, arms crossed and eyes sharp, delivered his final announcement. In 10 days, the Great Prodigy Competition will begin. The champion of this edition will be named the first divine son of the prodigies, receiving privileges and resources equal to an 8th grade national protector. Jiang Chun blinked. That's insanely tempting. But before he could dwell on the thought, Jiang Xinji added, however, the 9 miasma wings are forbidden in the competition. Jiang Chun met his gaze calmly. So that's how it is. For a brief moment, he wondered if the god of war was setting all of this up just for him. But he quickly dismissed the thought. No, someone at that level wouldn't change the rules for a single person. That would be far too small-minded. His lips curled into a confident smirk. This wasn't over yet. With a determined look in his eyes, he was ready for the next challenge. Jiang Chun nodded firmly. I promise not to use the 9 miasma wings in the prodigy competition. Hearing this, Jiang Xuanji's lips curled into a subtle smile. Good. He truly is worthy of being my apprentice. Jiang Chun, however, was deep in thought. Even if I can't use my insects, it doesn't matter. I'll be able to obtain a new mother insect while completing the second change mission. More importantly, he suspected the god of war wanted to test his raw ability, without relying on the power of the 9 miasma wings. If that's the case, I'll make sure not to disappoint him. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuanji, standing with one hand behind his back, slowly raised his other hand. A faint ripple spread through the air before a massive crack in space appeared beside him. His expression remained unreadable. It's time to clean up some unfinished business. A murmur spread through the crowd. The poisonous mist had already been wiped out, so what else needed to be dealt with? Jiang Xinji didn't wait for an answer. His voice echoed with authority. Great dreamer, rise and carry out your duty. The moment he spoke, a figure emerged from the spatial crack. The great dreamer, one of the 3 invincibles of Xia, stepped forward, clutching a stuffed rabbit in one hand. A hood with cat ears covered her head, and her oversized, cat-themed outfit made her look more like someone ready for a nap than a legendary warrior. She let out a long yawn, rubbing her eyes sleepily. Her gaze lazily swept across the battlefield, stopping momentarily on the king-rank warriors present. Way too much work. A dead silence filled the air as everyone took in her bizarre appearance. Jiang Xinji remained composed. With a serious expression, he gave his order. Erase the memories of everyone below king level regarding the 9 miasma wings. Once you've done that, you can go back to sleep for another year. At that, the great dreamer's droopy eyes snapped open with excitement. She turned to Jiang Xinji, clenching her tiny fists. Wait, for real? A whole year of sleep? But before she could celebrate, she suddenly froze. Her expression darkened as she rubbed her chin. Wait, if I do this, that means I'll have to deal with the commander of the Night Watch again. A deep sigh escaped her lips. Ugh, no thanks. Too much of a hassle. She slumped her shoulders and shook her head. Pick someone else. I'm too sleepy. Everyone was left speechless. One of the most powerful beings in the realm, and she just wanted to nap. Jiang Xinji observed her in silence for a few moments, his mind working through possible solutions. Eventually, he settled on a different approach, but, for now, instructed her to handle erasing the memories of those present. The great dreamer had no choice but to comply, despite her exhaustion. With a weary sigh, she snapped her fingers, activating her ability, Butterfly Dream. Almost instantly, a flurry of ethereal butterflies materialized in the sky, their wings shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The unexpected sight left the members of the Prodigy camp speechless, their eyes widening in confusion. What was this? What kind of power was at play? Before they could react, the butterflies drifted towards them, releasing a mesmerizing magical energy. Within seconds, a wave of fatigue washed over the camp. Some warriors swayed on their feet, their eyelids growing heavy as if they hadn't slept in years. Others yawned uncontrollably, their resistance crumbling under the sheer weight of drowsiness. It didn't take long before one by one, they collapsed into a deep sleep. Hong Yao, watching in fascination, turned to the master and asked why Jiang Chun, Xinji, and the great dreamer were taking such drastic measures. Gu Kaitian, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. He explained that it was all to protect Jiang Chun. Delaying any potential disaster was crucial, especially in a place as dangerous as Xia. He conjured an image of Xia's map in his mind and detailed its numerous perils. 8 unexplored and highly dangerous forbidden zones, 3 legendary caverns fought over by various races, and the ever-present threat of internal conflicts in the Church of the Ancient God. However, the Great Dreamer's power wasn't selective. It also affected Jiang Chen himself. He slumped to the ground, knocked out like a log. Hong Yao, still puzzled, asked why his memories needed to be sealed as well. The Great Dreamer stepped forward, her voice calm but firm. "This isn't a seal," she clarified. "I'm reinforcing his divine soul to prevent him from being remotely killed through curses or other mystical means. His cultivation level is still too low, and his soul foundation is weak. If left unguarded, he's an easy target." Hong Yao's brows furrowed in surprise. It made sense, but the implications were unsettling. Meanwhile, the Great Dreamer turned her gaze forward, only to freeze in shock. Something was wrong. In front of her, Jiang Chun was still lying on the ground, but instead of sleeping peacefully like the others, something felt off. Narrowing her eyes, she studied him closely. That's when she realized he was faking it. Her expression darkened, irritation flickering across her face. Clenching her jaw, she grabbed the rabbit-shaped stuffed animal she always carried and stomped toward him. Jiang Chun, sensing her approach, broke into a cold sweat. This was bad, really bad. A few moments ago, he had indeed felt the drowsy effect of her power, but the ancestral tree of all things within him had instinctively rejected it. Since everyone below the king level had already fallen asleep, he figured it was safer to play along, showing some respect to the Great Dreamer. After all, she was Uncle Ji Gang's direct superior. Inside Jiang Chen's consciousness, Little Nine had dropped to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. She had just lost many of her beloved insects to the Dreamer's power, and her heart ached at the loss. As the Great Dreamer loomed over Jiang Chun, the tension in the air thickened. She wasn't one to be easily deceived, and Jiang Chun was about to find out just how unforgiving she could be. Seeing Little Nine so upset, Jiang Chun tried to console her, taking the blame upon himself. But to his surprise, she placed one hand on her cheek and the other on her belly, then suddenly broke into a joyful smile. She wasn't too worried after all. Having reached level 30, she could now raise insects again. This drastic shift in mood left Jiang Chen momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, outside his consciousness, Jiang Chen continued pretending to sleep until a voice broke through his act. "All right, you can stop faking now. I know you're awake." His body tensed. That voice belonged to none other than the Great Dreamer. He could feel her presence looming over him, her gaze piercing through his charade. "Wake up," she ordered. A wave of nervous sweat trickled down Jiang Chen's face as he reluctantly sat up. With one hand bracing against the ground, he rubbed the back of his head and let out a sheepish chuckle. Sorry about that, Sister of Illusions," he said, trying his best to sound apologetic. The Great Dreamer, now crouched on the ground with both hands resting on her knees, tilted her head in mild confusion. She placed a hand on her cheek, closed her eyes, and seemed to savor the moment before turning to Jiang Xinji. "Did you hear that?" she asked with a hint of amusement. Jiang Xinji, arms crossed, floated above them with an expression of mild curiosity. "Yeah, I heard it," he replied. Despite being over 800 years old, the Great Dreamer still had a surprisingly soft heart at times. He had considered cracking a joke about it, but knowing her temperament, he decided against it. Who knew what kind of chaos she might unleash if she got too excited? Before Jiang Chun could process what was happening, the Great Dreamer suddenly grabbed him by the mouth. His eyes widened in confusion as she leaned in close, locking eyes with him. Then, with a warm smile, she declared, From now on, you're my little brother. Jiang Chen blinked. Huh? I'll protect you from all dangers in Xia, she continued. If you ever find yourself in trouble, just say my name in your dreams. Jiang Chen's body froze. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he tried to make sense of the situation. But before he could react, the great dreamer casually tossed a ring into the air. She observed him for a moment, then nodded to herself. Your soul is already strong enough, so no need for extra reinforcement, she remarked. This ring, however, will block any spying attempts, spiritual investigations, or curse-related tracking. Jiang Chen instinctively reached out and caught the ring. He stared at it in silence, unsure of what to say. Was this some sort of welcome gift? The great dreamer then turned back, raising a single finger with a cheerful smile. Well, I'm off to sleep now. Don't forget to visit me in your dreams, okay? With that, a crack opened in space, and without another word, she stepped through and disappeared. Jiang Chen stared at the fading crack in disbelief. Just like that, he had somehow become the younger brother of the great dreamer. Just because he called her sister once? Hong Yao, standing beside him, was equally stunned. A mischievous thought crossed her mind, and she muttered, so if I call her sister, does that make me your sister too? Before she could dwell on it further, Jiang Xinji turned to Jiang Chen, his gaze sharp. In 10 days, during the Celestial Geniuses competition, if you can secure first place without using the 9 miasma wings, then it will prove you are truly worthy of being nurtured with the full resources of the country. A storm was coming. A new era of great conflicts was about to begin, and there wasn't much time left. Jiang Chen lifted his eyes to the sky and smiled. Got it. Thanks. Jiang Xinji, already turning away, cast a glance over his shoulder. No need for thanks. You earned this yourself. Just then, a portal shimmered into existence. Ji Lingxiu, standing with one arm behind his back, approached Jiang Xinji. He had enjoyed watching the amusing spectacle unfold, but it was time to move on. Let's go, he said. We have a black dragon from the Yangtze River to deal with. Without another word, they stepped through the portal and vanished. Before Jiang Chen could fully process what had just happened, he felt someone approach from behind. He turned to see Mu Hanqiu's grandfather and Tang Ying's uncle all standing there with serious expressions. Tang Ying's uncle spoke first. Tang Ying is my niece from Aunt Tang's side of the family. I believe a marriage between you two would bring our families even closer. Jiang Chen blinked. What? Before he could respond, Luo Sando's father stepped forward. You're a bit late on that offer, he declared. My daughter is Jiang Chen's legitimate wife. The Duaba house is even willing to offer 20% of our shares as a dowry. Jiang Chen's jaw nearly dropped. What is happening right now? Then, as if fate had one final joke left, Mu Hanqiu's grandfather took a step forward, refusing to be outdone. That's nothing, he said with a grin. My granddaughter is already pregnant with Jiang Chen's child. Silence. Jiang Chen's entire body stiffened. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Excuse me? What? His mind raced, trying to piece together when, where, and how this could have possibly happened. He was pretty sure he would remember something like that. Meanwhile, Hong Yao turned to her master with a hopeful expression. Master, do you think I still have a chance with Jiang Chen? Gu, who had been watching all of this unfold with growing irritation, finally lost it. With an exasperated sigh, he smacked Hong Yao on the head. Stop talking nonsense. Ow! Hong Yao rubbed her head, her eyes brimming with a mix of pain and frustration. Finally, some peace. By the time night fell, Jiang Chen finally made it back to the house. As soon as he shut the door behind him, he leaned against it and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, some peace and quiet. Now he could focus on something that actually mattered, reproducing Little Nine's second swarm. He entered his consciousness, where Little Nine was cradling her belly with a radiant smile. She was pregnant with a new swarm of insects, and the joy on her face was undeniable. Jiang Chen stepped forward, placing his hand gently over hers. His expression turned serious as he activated Divine Evolution, a skill that accelerated insect reproduction. A glow surrounded Little Nine as she started floating slightly off the ground. Her smile widened, her eyes sparkling with excitement. They're coming, so many babies. The skill was a success. The system notified Jiang Chen that the reproduction of the second swarm would take an hour, generating a total of 5,900 miasma wings. As he navigated through the system interface with his finger, he activated the second transformation. A new notification popped up. He met the conditions to change classes, being a level 30 professional with a combat rating of 237 stars. The system immediately assigned him a class change mission, Celestial Tower of Magic City. His objective? Complete the Celestial Tower, defeat the boss on the 50th floor, and claim its sword. The catch? He had to do it alone, and he only had one day to succeed. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin, deep in thought. If he wanted to maximize his chances, he needed to make some serious preparations. He decided to sell off all his extra equipment, worth several billion, and exchange it for the blood of fierce beasts. With this, he could boost the strength of his second-generation swarm before tackling the tower tomorrow morning. As Jiang Chun finished strategizing, his attention shifted to the ancestral tree of all things standing before him. His eyes widened in surprise. On one of its branches, a vibrant red fruit had appeared. Again, curious, he reached out his hand, and the fruit detached from the branch, falling into his palm. Instantly, a system notification revealed its effect. Void Eye grants the ability to detect and mark enemies using invisibility, illusions, or stealth-based abilities. The range is determined by the user's divine soul strength. Currently, it covered a 10-kilometer radius. The only downside? The ability consumed a considerable amount of energy when used continuously. Jiang Chun smirked. Not bad. This could come in handy. Tang Ying's secret. Deciding to test Void Eye, Jiang Chun activated the ability. Instantly, a detailed scan of the surrounding area appeared in his vision. Several houses were visible, but one person in particular caught his attention, Tang Ying. She was outside, walking aimlessly, absorbed in her phone. What's she doing out here this late? Just then, a red system window appeared, revealing her stats. Hidden profession, Nightmare Hunter. Level, 43. Combat strength, 149 stars. Special title, Favored Daughter of the Assassin System, the precious jewel of the Tang family. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. So she's a high-level assassin, huh? But what caught his attention more was what she was doing. She was writing a letter? He looked closer and was surprised to see that it was addressed to him. Realizing she was thinking about their arranged marriage, Jiang Chun quietly turned off the lights in his house. Out of sight, out of mind. Tonight he needed rest. Tomorrow, he had a tower to conquer. Outside, Tang Ying stopped in front of his house. When she saw the lights go out, she blushed slightly, looking confused. The next morning, Jiang Chun arrived at Celestial Tower in Magic City. The structure was colossal, its peak vanishing into the clouds. Inside, the atmosphere was intense. Countless professionals were gathered, their eyes glued to the giant scoreboard displaying current rankings. At the top, a name stood out. Jai Xinhua, 40th floor in 12 minutes. The crowd murmured in awe. Of course it's Jai Xinhua, someone said. Yeah, she's the pride of the city's war zone. No one's been able to beat her record from 6 months ago. Some had just begun their tower trials, but none could match her speed. Jiang Chun, standing at the entrance, cracked his knuckles. 50 floors in one day, huh? His lips curled into a grin. Let's see what this tower's got. Jiang Chun stood among the crowd, his gaze fixed on the scoreboard. Jai Xinhua. She wasn't just some random competitor. She was the second-ranked genius of Great Xia, her strength surpassing even Jiang Wushuang's. She had dominated every record in the second round of the Celestial Tower, making her the one to beat. A small smirk formed on Jiang Chun's lips. All right then, when it's time to compete for the genius ranking, I'll take her on. Just then, the system notified him that his turn had arrived. Participant Jiang Chun, are you ready? He hadn't expected it to be his turn so quickly, but he didn't hesitate. Let's do this. The moment he confirmed, a magic circle formed beneath him. Bright energy surged around him, and in the blink of an eye, he was teleported to the first floor of the Celestial Tower. First floor, the trial begins. As soon as Jiang Chun appeared, countless monsters turned their attention toward him. The Celestial Tower was unique. Its difficulty scaled based on the level of whoever entered. There meant no easy fights, no warm-ups, just immediate danger. Activating Void Eye, Jiang Chun scanned the battlefield. A status window popped up, revealing the details of the monsters before him. Fallen Elves, level 40, HP, 790,000. Combat power, 42 stars. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Not bad. If the first floor had monsters this strong, then by the 50th floor, he'd be dealing with level 90 enemies. It was no wonder that even a genius like Jai Xinhua had only reached the 40th floor. But Jiang Chun? He wasn't worried. To him, these monsters were nothing more than insect food. He extended his hands outward, summoning his swarm. The insect mother emerged alongside countless creatures, their collective energy creating an eerie hum. The insect mother's eyes gleamed as she advanced, saliva dripping from her mouth. So much food, she murmured hungrily. Jiang Chun sighed. Calm down. This meat isn't that good. I'll get you something better later. Reluctantly, she nodded, and the swarm surged forward, ready to devour everything in sight. Meanwhile, in the Red Lake Cave, far away, deep within a cave where a red lake shimmered under dim light, a man sat in quiet meditation. His white hair contrasted with the eerie glow of the water around him. Droplets floated in midair as he manipulated them with precise control, his breathing steady, his focus unshaken. This was Daxia's first genius, Ingzhan. Suddenly, a figure in a black suit appeared behind him, holding a document high in the air. Victory is assured. the man declared excitedly. Come take a look at this information. Budding Jean remained still. He didn't even bother to turn around. His expression didn't change, and his meditation continued uninterrupted. Uncle Fong, he finally spoke, his tone calm and indifferent. It's unnecessary. He had already sensed Jiang Chen's presence, and yet he wasn't concerned in the slightest. Jean remained composed as he listened to Uncle Fong's words. He already knew that Jiang Wushuang had divine-level classes, but there were significant differences among divine classes. Not all were created equal. However, when Uncle Fong mentioned Jiang Chun, Jean's interest barely flickered. A new disciple of Gu? A so-called never-before-seen divine level? It sounded like a joke. There's no way someone with a creation class awakening is worth paying attention to, Jean remarked dismissively. Uncle Fong, undeterred, extended his hand and revealed something shocking. Jiang Chun killed Xia and even drew his sword against the protector of the kingdom, and he survived. Silence. Jean's previously indifferent expression shifted. Slowly, he stood up, and the floating water droplets in the cave crashed back into the red lake. Taking the document from Uncle Fong, he skimmed through its contents, his eyes narrowing as curiosity replaced skepticism. A creation class? And he did all that? A red dragon materialized before him, staring at him with piercing eyes. Jean, deep in thought, barely acknowledged it. His mind was preoccupied with new information. The 9 miasma wings, the 4 blades of heaven, the 8 transformations to purify the realm. This is getting interesting, he muttered. Yet, despite his growing intrigue, disappointment settled in. Jiang Chun wouldn't be allowed to use the 9 miasma wings during the Celestial Prodigy competition. A shame, Jean said quietly. If he were allowed to fight at full power, this competition might have actually been fun. Meanwhile, in a training field, elsewhere, in a vast training arena, a pack of dog-shaped beasts prowled the battlefield. Their snarls echoed across the field, only to be drowned out by the sharp twang of a bowstring. A blindfolded woman moved gracefully between them, her golden bow gleaming under the sunlight. This was Daxia's second genius, Ji Xinyue. She leaped into the air, releasing a single arrow that pierced through a beast's skull with pinpoint accuracy. Without pausing, she spun midair, her silhouette blurring, and fired a barrage of arrows at the remaining beasts. Her attacks moved at light speed, each shot striking its mark. The creatures roared in agony, their bodies collapsing to the ground one by one. Not far away, atop a metal platform, 2 guards stood observing her performance. Each of them held long spears, their postures relaxed yet alert. Ji Xinyue is terrifying, one guard muttered. She's already comparable to a first-level grandmaster. His companion scoffed. Your standards are too low. You're forgetting Jiang Wushuang, Daxia's third celestial genius. He's already fought against warriors with 5 transformations and came out victorious. The first guard fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. Daxia's prodigies were on another level, and soon, Jiang Chun would have to face them all. Ji Xinyue's attacks were so powerful that the beasts couldn't withstand them, their bodies shattered into pieces upon impact. Watching her display of dominance, Ji added, she's ranked 1 position above Jiang Chun. That means her strength should be at least equivalent to a 5 transformation master. After finishing off the beasts, Ji Xinyue gracefully landed on the ground. Though already invincible in long-range combat, she had recently started practicing close-quarters combat as well. One of the guards observing her speculated, she must be preparing to face Jiang Wushuang. But Ji shook his head. Worthless compared to her, he dismissed coldly. Not even the so-called number 1 genius, Jean, can match her. As the two continued discussing, a commanding presence suddenly filled the training field. The arrival of the commander. A tall man walked toward them, casually holding a cat in one hand. His aura radiated unshakable authority. This was Ji Hongyin, the chief commander of the city's war district. With a calm demeanor, he extended his free hand toward Ji Xinyue and spoke. That's enough for today. Rest for a while. Upon recognizing his voice, the guards immediately bowed their heads and closed their eyes as a sign of respect. Ji Xinyue, still immersed in her training, paused and removed her blindfold. The moment she laid eyes on her father, her expression lit up with joy. Dad, she exclaimed, immediately running toward him. Without hesitation, she excitedly reported, today, I improved a lot. Ji Hongyin, still gently stroking his cat, glanced down at her with an amused smile. Why are you pushing yourself so hard just for an elite list ranking? He asked. It's not worth it to be first. Closing his eyes, he raised his head slightly and continued. You should learn from me. If you ever get the chance to relax, take it. Ji Xinyue, however, wasn't having any of it. Her cheeks puffed out in annoyance as she retorted. You've been relaxing for 30 years, and yet somehow you ended up as the general commander of the Magic War District and the 4th sealed king of Daxia. She crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. Are you really telling me you got there by relaxing? Ji Hongyin hadn't expected such a sharp response. He let out a short chuckle, choosing not to argue further. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his mobile phone. I figured you'd want this, he said, handing it to her. It has information on the prodigies you wanted me to look into. Ji Xinyue took the phone, her eyes full of curiosity and something else. A hint of fear. She read the contents in silence, her face growing more serious with each passing second. Ji Hongyin observed her reaction before asking calmly, So, do you think you can surpass Jiang Chen? Ji Xinyue stared at her phone in shock. Jiang Chen is strong, she murmured. But after a moment, she added with a strange expression, and also weird. There was something about him that didn't make sense. A part of her feared that he might actually be stronger than Ing Zhan. Ji Hongyin, listening to her, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His mind drifted to the sword god, Ji Lingxiu, a legend who, despite being over 100 years old, still looked remarkably young. Then, turning to his daughter, he spoke. Your great-grandfather sent me a message, he said. He warned us to be careful of Jiang Chen in the upcoming Great Prodigy competition. Ji Xinyue's eyes hardened with determination. She turned her back to her father. If Jiang Chen was truly that strong, then she had no choice. She had to surpass the 50th floor of the Celestial Tower. Only then would she stand a chance at claiming first place. Ji Hongyin sighed, closing his eyes. Don't you ever get tired of being so competitive? He asked, half amused, half exasperated. Before Ji Xinyue could answer, a family subordinate entered the room. He bowed respectfully, then clapped his fist against his palm, signaling that he had urgent news. My lady, he reported, your record for the first 10 floors of the Celestial Tower has been broken. Ji Xinyue raised an eyebrow. By how much? She remembered her time clearly, 1 minute and 13 seconds. If Jiang Chen had broken her record, it was probably by just a few seconds, right? The guard hesitated before revealing the truth. Jiang Chen completed the first 10 floors in 37 seconds. Silence. Ji Xinyue's entire body stiffened. Her eyes widened in disbelief. 37 seconds? That was impossible. Even someone at her exact level would need at least a full minute to clear the first 10 floors. Before she could fully process the information, the guard checked the leaderboard again. His expression changed slightly. And now, my lady, he added, Jiang Chen has just surpassed the 20th floor. Ji Xinyue felt like she had been slapped in the face. Her shock quickly turned to anger. She turned away from her father and stormed toward the door. Jiang Chen, you bastard, she thought furiously. You appeared early just to mess with my confidence, didn't you? You want to crush me before the competition even starts? Her fist clenched tightly. Fine, she muttered under her breath. Let's see who wins in the end. Without another word, she headed straight for the Celestial Tower, ready to fight Jiang Chen until the very end. Ji Hongyin's perspective. Ji Hongyin watched his daughter leave with a slightly confused expression. Why was she so competitive? He sighed. While he had always taken things calmly, his daughter was the complete opposite. And now, Jiang Chen had completely thrown her off balance. Jiang Chen stood amid the battlefield, watching as his insects swarmed over the fallen beasts, devouring their remains. A system window popped up. Congratulations. You have broken the record for floor 20. Rewards. Spirit Arrow. A skill book available only for level 40+ professions. Treasure map fragment of God Gi. Collect all 16 fragments to unlock a special item. Jiang Chen placed his hands on his waist, taking a deep breath. The Celestial Tower's rewards weren't bad, but most of them weren't particularly useful to him. The only thing of value was the treasure map fragment. He hoped to gather the remaining 15 pieces by clearing the entire tower. Another system prompt appeared. Level 21 is about to begin. Are you ready? Without hesitation, Jiang Chen continued forward, releasing more insects with each step. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the world reacts to Jiang Chen's feat. The awakened warriors in the tower gathered around the ranking board. Their expressions turned to shock as they saw Jiang Chen's name. He had completely obliterated the record held by Ji Xinyue, the princess of the Ji family. People began whispering in disbelief. Who the hell is this guy? Where did this monster come from? Even the floor 20 boss was level 50, and he crushed it like it was nothing. Luo Sandow's shock and fury. At the same time, in the Luo family palace, Luo Sandow sat on her bed, scrolling through her phone. Her eyes widened in disbelief when she came across a shocking news article. Mysterious young man breaks the record of the goddess of Magic City, Ji Xinyue. At first, she thought it was fake news, but when she opened the official Celestial Tower rankings, reality hit her. Current rankings. First place, Jiang Chen, floor 30 in 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Luo Sandow nearly dropped her phone. The comment section was even worse. People were furious, calling Jiangchen an outsider who had come from the Jiang military district to Magic District just to steal their glory. Get lost, Jiangchen. Magic belongs to Ji Xinyue. Take your record somewhere else. This guy is just a troublemaker. He should leave our goddess alone. Luo Sandao's expression darkened with rage. She clenched her fist. Idiots! They're insulting my benefactor? Without hesitation, she called Xiao Qiu, her voice filled with anger. Get on the live stream right now. Those damn magic idiots are trash-talking Jiangchen. Not only that, if insulting them online wasn't enough, she was prepared to head to magic herself. Ji Xinyue's counterattack. At the Celestial Tower, a familiar figure arrived. Ji Xinyue. Her eyes burned with determination. She had come to reclaim her throne. The moment people saw her, the entire crowd erupted in excitement. She's here. Ji Xinyue will put that outsider in his place. With a serious expression, she activated her second transformation. A magic circle formed beneath her feet, power radiating outward. The crowd cheered, raising their fists in the air. The Celestial Tower ranking belongs to us. We won't let an outsider take magic's glory. As the tower's challenge began, one thing became clear. Ji Xinyue wasn't just aiming for the top ranking anymore. She was coming for Jiangchen. The entire Magic District firmly believed that Ji Xinyue would reclaim her rightful spot at the top of the Celestial Tower rankings. The moment she accepted the challenge, a magic circle appeared beneath her, and she was teleported to the first floor. A horde of monsters immediately surrounded her, but she stood firm, drawing her golden bow. Last time I was here, I hadn't undergone my second transformation, she thought, her eyes filled with determination. My strength back then was nothing compared to now. The monsters lunged. Ji Xinyue unleashed her energy, her aura surging as she fired off a volley of deadly arrows. She knew that now, with all her upgraded equipment and skills, reclaiming the #1 spot wouldn't be a problem. Reality hits hard. 2 minutes later, she reached the 10th floor. A scorpion boss lay dead at her feet, its corpse still twitching. A system window popped up. Floor 10 cleared. Time. 59 seconds. Panting from exhaustion, Ji Xinyue wiped her cheek with the back of her hand. Her expression darkened. 59 seconds? She had given it her all, yet even with her current strength, it had taken too long. Her chest tightened as she remembered Jiangchen's time. 37 seconds. How the hell did he do that? She extended her hand, summoning a magical portal. This wasn't a skill issue. It was a profession issue. Her divine level class, the Sun Destroyer, was an elite long-range combat class. It specialized in taking down bosses with precision shots, not clearing swarms of weak monsters like the ones that filled the first 10 floors of the tower. Jiangchen, on the other hand, relied on insects, a perfect counter for low-level monster waves. Fine, she thought, gritting her teeth. Let's see how you handle the real test. Instead of wasting time on more small-fry monsters, she used the portal to skip directly to the 41st floor, where the real fights began. From this point on, only high-ranking bosses awaited her. And in boss fights, Jiangchen had no advantage over her. A near disaster on floor 50. 5 minutes later, Ji Xinyue stood before a terrifying boss. A massive octopus-like creature with writhing tentacles. The moment she dodged, the beast struck with inhuman speed, grabbing her limbs and lifting her into the air. Her expression turned serious. She knew better than anyone. This was bad news. The monster tightened its grip, preparing to finish her off. But Ji Xinyue wasn't done yet. Summoning all her strength, she activated her ultimate ability, Golden Crow's Fire Rain. A burning arrow formed in her hands, glowing like a miniature sun. Burn! With a final, powerful shot, she fired directly into the beast's head. Boom! The monster shrieked in agony, its massive form collapsing to the ground as flames consumed its body. Floor 50 cleared. Time. 5 minutes, 29 seconds. As the tentacles loosened and fell limply to the floor, Ji Xinyue staggered backward, her hands on her waist, gasping for air. She had set a new record for the 50th floor, but her mind was elsewhere. If she had struggled this much, then just how strong was Jiangchen? She had been twice as fast as before on the 40th floor, securing the glory of Magic City. No matter how hard Jiangchen tried, there was no way he could surpass her record this time. Or so she thought. In her mind, this was his first loss against her, but she was certain it wouldn't be the last. The upcoming Prodigy Rankings competition would be another chance to crush him. Meanwhile, Jiangchen had already stepped onto the 50th floor. The boss barely put up a fight before falling to him, and as the swarm of insects devoured its corpse, he casually opened the system window, scanning through his progress. With a serious look, he analyzed the quality of the beast's flesh at this level. It was excellent. Once the insects finished feeding, they'd be able to reproduce for 3 more generations. Even better, passing the 50th floor would reward him with a sword and complete his second transformation. Excited, Jiang Chun smirked. The second insect mother was about to arrive. At that moment, little Nine pouted, her voice filled with grievance. "I want to eat too." Jiang Chun chuckled and ruffled her head. "Be good. Let the insects have this one. When we get back, I'll sell everything and buy you something even tastier." With that, he activated a magic surge and left the 50th floor, returning to the Celestial Tower. The moment he appeared, a man nearby gasped in horror and grabbed his friend's sleeve. "The princess, she's back." His friend visibly trembled and hurriedly hushed him. "Keep your voice down." The fear in the air was almost palpable. She took in their reactions, her brows furrowing in confusion. Why was everyone acting so terrified? All she had done was clear the 50th floor and update the rankings. Then a system window popped up. Jiang Chun has cleared the 50th floor in 4 minutes and 9 seconds. Her eyes snapped to the leaderboard, and what she saw made her freeze. He had beaten her record by an entire minute. Her fingers clenched around a red pill, her teeth grinding in frustration. Her gaze burned with determination. No way was she letting Jiang Chun steal the spotlight. Even if it meant pushing herself to the absolute limit, she was going back in. This enhancing pill would burn some of her vital essence, but right now, she didn't care. Back on the 50th floor, Jiang Chun wiped sweat off his forehead and exhaled. With the insects successfully reproducing, the hard part was over. However, he frowned slightly. Where was the sword? A system notification chimed. "Congratulations. For clearing the 50th floor, you have received an epic tier reward." It was either an epic armor or an epic saber, awarded at random. Seconds later, the system made its decision. Epic armor. Jiang Chun glanced at his new gear, while little Nine happily fluttered around, still thinking about food. Jiang Chun stared at the system window, his expression darkening. This system was seriously testing his patience. If he wanted another reward, he'd have to clear floors 41 to 50 all over again. Letting out a sigh, he turned to little Nine. "All right, time to eat." Meanwhile, Ji Xinyue reached the 50th floor, where a massive octopus-shaped boss loomed over her. Just as it moved to attack, she leaped forward, channeling her burning arrow technique. A blazing projectile shot through the air, slamming directly into the monster's forehead. "Ding! Congratulations! You have cleared the 50th floor in 3 minutes and 7 seconds." She had just shattered the record. Wiping the sweat from her chin, Ji Xinyue took a deep breath, exhaustion evident in her eyes. But as she looked at the system window, a sense of satisfaction filled her. First place was hers again. Jiang Chun had taken a whole minute longer than her. There was no way he could surpass her now. Or so she thought. At the same time, Jiang Chun had re-entered the 50th floor. Once again, the octopus boss spawned, its many tentacles writhing. Little Nine, however, had other ideas. Instead of attacking, she hovered near the boss, curiously poking its tentacles with a playful smile. "Hee hee, it's got so many legs." Jiang Chun's eyebrow twitched. "Stop messing around and eat already. I need to give you a little brother." Little Nine's smile froze. Her big eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Jiang Chun, heartbroken. "You don't want to see me anymore? Am I not enough for you?" Jiang Chun was speechless. "Where the hell did you learn this nonsense?" He rubbed his temples before explaining. "Even if I have a second one, you'll still be the eldest. If he annoys you, you can just beat him up." He smirked. "Think about it. You were born first, you're stronger, and you have thousands of insect minions backing you up. What's there to worry about?" Little Nine sniffled, then slowly started smiling. She tapped her cheek with a finger, her thoughts already drifting. A younger sibling, someone to bully and pinch all day? Her excitement soared. Without another word, she lunged at the boss and took a huge bite, tearing through most of its body in one chomp. As the poisonous mist spread, consuming the remains, a system notification flashed before them. Little Nine has leveled up from level 35 to level 37. Meanwhile, back in the Celestial Tower's main hall, a massive screen displayed the latest ranking update. Ji Xinyue, 50th floor record, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. A smug blonde man, Hua Yunfei, stood before the screen, his hand dramatically placed on his chest while he extended the other upward. With a self-satisfied smirk, he closed his eyes and declared, "Jiang Chun has lost. The top rank belongs to our city's goddess once again." He turned to the surrounding crowd, sneering. As for those flies from Jiang Chen's battle district, they should scurry back to their stinking city. Behind him, Muhan Q and Luo Sandao crossed their arms, their expressions turning dark. "Shut the hell up, you bastard," Luo snapped. Jiang Chun had been casually clearing floors at his own pace, never treating this as a competition. To him, this was nothing more than a game. He wasn't even trying his hardest. But then something unexpected happened. The Celestial Tower's record updated. Jiang Chun, 50th floor completion time, 2 minutes and 58 seconds. The hall fell in a stunned silence. Hua Yunfei stood frozen, his face twitching in disbelief. "Icha? How?" Meanwhile, Luo Sandao and Muhan Xiao clenched their fists in excitement. Ah, and that's not even his full strength, Muhan Xiao smirked. Ji Xinhua? Crushed like nothing. Ji Xinhua's expression turned ghastly. Her knees gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. How? How had he surpassed her again? Panic seized her mind. Despair twisted her thoughts. With shaking hands, she pulled out another red pill, determination burning in her exhausted eyes. If she had to push herself past her limits, so be it. She would not accept defeat. But just as she brought the pill to her lips, the ranking updated again. Jiang Chun, 50th floor completion time, 2 minutes and 47 seconds. A full 11 seconds faster. Ji Xinhua's fingers trembled. Her eyes widened. And then, she broke. Tears welled up and spilled over. She dropped the pill, collapsed on her hands and knees, and began sobbing like a child. The crowd gathered around, whispering among themselves, confused by their so-called goddess's behavior. Then, a golden light burst from the sky. Boom! A figure descended, cloaked in divine energy, Ji Xinhua's father. The entire hall went dead silent. Not a single soul dared to speak. His furious gaze swept over the room before locking onto his crying daughter. Who made my little princess cry? Someone in the crowd hesitated before muttering. I was Jiang Chun. The father's face darkened, his fist clenching tight. His golden aura flared with vengeful rage. Don't cry, my child, he said coldly. When Jiang Chun comes out, I'll teach him a lesson myself. His gaze flickered to the leaderboard. His expression shifted slightly. There was something off about this. Was Jiang Chun really just clearing floors? Or had he discovered something deeper within the Celestial Tower? At first, he suspected Jiang Chun had uncovered the secret mission of the Celestial Tower. Perhaps he was after the legendary Julie treasure. But then he shook his head. Impossible. The Emperor Julie's divine treasure was scattered across 12 map pieces, each split into even smaller fragments. Even if someone knew of its existence, obtaining it was an impossible task. The Ji family had spent years searching for the treasure and had only managed to collect 4 pieces of the map. There was no way Jiang Chun could have obtained all 12 in such a short time, or so they thought. Meanwhile, inside the Celestial Tower, Jiang Chun casually pulled out all 12 treasure map fragments. The system immediately began synthesizing them. Watching the process, Jiang Chun rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The Celestial Tower was a nightmare for anyone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. After all, completing the treasure map required running the tower over and over again. But in reality, the key lay in completing hidden missions that only triggered under certain conditions, depending on when a player changed classes and at what level. Finally, the system fully synthesized the map. A golden light burst from it, and multiple system windows popped up. Mythical-grade treasure map acquired. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he studied the details. According to the system, this map originated from the Gi tribe, an ancient civilization that had once split off to form humanity itself. At their peak, they ranked 53rd among the 10,000 races, a staggering achievement. And now, this treasure map, one of 12 in existence, revealed the location of a divine weapon once wielded by the legendary Emperor Ji. By activating the map, Jiang Chun would obtain the secret location, with no level restrictions and no time limit. But there was a catch. The place was unimaginably dangerous. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes at the repeated warnings in the system notifications. Even with the golden sword of the Emperor as a reward, recklessly charging it would be suicide. For now, he made a calculated decision. He would complete his second transformation first. With all conditions met, the system initiated his class change. Jiang Chen's vision blurred, and in an instant, he found himself teleported into his subconscious space, standing before the ancestral tree of all things. He stared at the massive tree, contemplating its significance. A moment later, the system chimed. Class change successful. Jiang Chun had officially reached his second transformation. Plus 100 free attribute points granted. But more importantly, the ancestral tree of all things had evolved. A new fruit had appeared. Fruit of Destiny. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed. What was the purpose of this fruit? Why had the system upgraded it now? Questions flooded his mind, but for now, he set them aside. He had something far more important to do. Summoning the second insect mother. A crack split open in front of him as the system announced. Because you have completed your second transformation, you will obtain a random insect mother. A powerful red glow erupted from the crack. Then, it appeared. A calamity-level red beetle emerged, its entire body radiating a terrifying crimson energy. The beetle's wings unfurled as it hovered, emanating an aura of absolute dominance. This was no ordinary creature. It was a monster born from the depths of hell itself. A being that had once dwelled within the souls of gods and demons, absorbing the energy of their resentment, their defiance, their unbreakable memories. For countless eras, it had vanished alongside the annihilation of eternal hell. But now, it had returned. Jiang Chun extended his hand, and the calamity-level red beetle immediately flew toward him. He watched in fascination as it landed lightly on his finger. The system window revealed its unique traits. For every 10 levels, the beetle could produce anywhere from 49 to 108 offspring. Even more impressive, with every evolution, Jiang Chun could extract one of its abilities, which would then evolve every 30 levels. Bringing his finger closer to his face, Jiang Chun examined the beetle carefully. It was about the same level as Little 9, but much smaller in size. Its design was more abstract, less like a traditional insect, and more like a creature of legend. Intrigued, Jiang Chun raised his hand toward the ancestral tree and activated divine evolution. A golden glow engulfed the beetle. In an instant, its tiny form underwent a shocking transformation. A powerful crimson armor wrapped around its body, a sharp horn jutted from its head, and its wings pulsed with terrifying energy. The red beetle slowly opened its eyes, crossed its arms, and to Jiang Chun's surprise, called him father. Jiang Chun blinked. Wait, what? Unlike the hyperactive Little 9, this one was calm, composed, and radiated an air of maturity. He exuded the aura of a seasoned warrior rather than a playful spirit. Jiang Chun smirked. All right, I'll call you Xia. He hadn't expected this evolution to result in a male insect mother. But then again, asexual reproduction didn't adhere to conventional gender rules. The evolved form was simply random. Xia's status window appeared. Plague-type insect. Offspring, 0. Affinity 100. Special abilities, multiple. One ability caught Jiang Chun's attention, Infernal Furnace. This skill allowed Xia to condense and refine vital essence, the energy of heaven and earth, and even the power of the sun, moon, and stars into a source of life. Jiang Chun grinned. This was insane. If he could extract Infernal Furnace in the future, then just by eating he could grow endlessly stronger. With a calm expression, Xia spoke. Father, you only need to help me complete my first life leap. If you do that, I won't have to wait until level 30 to unlock your first ability extraction. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. First life leap? Xia nodded. To complete it, I require 10 drops of divine and demonic essential blood. Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned. This guy was barely born, and he was already asking for the blood of gods and demons. He sighed, rubbing his temples. You sure don't hold back, huh? Still, Jiang Chun wasn't against the idea. He simply didn't have that blood on hand. All right, he said, waving his hand. Go check out the nest and meet your sister first. As for the divine and demonic blood, I'll ask Master about it once I leave here. Xia closed his eyes, gave a slight bow, and answered, yes, father. At the same time, news about Ji Xinyue's father spread like wildfire. General Duan was casually scrolling through the latest news when he suddenly froze, his face turning pale. Crap, this is bad. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he turned to Gu Katian, who was peacefully sipping tea behind him. I just saw a broadcast. Ji Xinyue is crying. Gu Katian barely blinked. And General Duan gulped. You don't get it. The king doesn't care about much, but when it comes to his daughter, he loses his mind. Without another word, he summoned a portal and bolted. Gu Katian's teacup clattered to the floor. His calm demeanor shattered as he hurriedly chased after him. Wait. If you're panicking, that means this is really bad. Meanwhile, inside the Celestial Tower, Jiang Chun stepped into the main hall, and instantly, the atmosphere shifted. Everyone turned toward him, eyes gleaming with anticipation. At the center of the hall, the king was already rolling up his sleeves, his furious gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. You dare make my daughter cry, he growled. Fine, time to teach you a lesson. Ji Xinyue, seated beside him, immediately panicked. Father, stop. This isn't necessary. He ignored her protests, cracking his knuckles. I know exactly what I'm doing. Jiang Chun, unfazed, continued walking. But as he took another step, a group of generals rushed in and grabbed him by the arms. He blinked, confused. The hell is this? General Duan and Master Gu Katian had arrived. Kid run, General Duan hissed. We'll explain on the way. Before Jiang Chun could process what was happening, the king suddenly lunged forward. A golden energy burst from his hand, aimed straight at Jiang Chun. Stop! Duan Jai roared, blocking the attack with a sudden wall of ice. The king narrowed his eyes. This brat made my daughter cry. As punishment, I demand Jiangnan surrenders its territory. From now on, the 3 great dungeons in Celestial Dragon Canyon will belong to magic. Duan Jai sneered. Not happening. He stepped forward, his icy aura intensifying. Jiangnan has risen. In this year's Celestial Genius rankings, its magic will be ceding territory to us. The king's face twisted in rage. His aura flared, but before he could strike again, Jiang Chun and his group had already vanished. Back in the hall, the king seethed. They ran? No matter. His gaze darkened. I'll go to Jiangnan myself. Even if they kneel and beg for forgiveness, it won't be enough. Then, an idea struck him. Actually, I should just make Jiangchen marry my daughter. That way, we can humiliate him day and night. Silence. A beat passed. Behind him, Ji Xinyue's face turned bright red. Father, what are you even saying? She stammered. A crowd had gathered, all staring at her. Whispers spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, the king simply nodded to himself. As long as my daughter is happy, she can do whatever she wants. Ji Xinyue collapsed to the ground, flustered beyond words. After thinking it over carefully, she took a deep breath and stood up. I should go home. She turned on her heel. But before leaving, she clenched her fists, engraving Jiang Chen's name into her mind. She wouldn't forget this. If she wanted to surpass him, if she wanted to win in the prodigy competition, she needed to get stronger. Jiang Chun, Gu Katian, and Duan had barely escaped when they were met with an unexpected sight. Ji Xinyue and her father standing right in front of them, still fuming. The king crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. What are you doing in my house? Gu Khan calmly closed his eyes, brought a fist to his mouth, coughed lightly, then replied, we have a request. The king's expression darkened. So, even the celestial sword king lowers himself to ask favors? He sighed in disappointment. Still, he wasn't an unreasonable man. Fine. What do you need? Gu Katian's expression remained neutral. Jiang Chun is my disciple. He requires 10 drops of divine and demonic essential blood for his profession change mission. As far as I know, only the Ji family possesses such a thing. Duan immediately raised a finger and forced a smile. This has nothing to do with the previous conflict. Jiang Chun just needs it for his profession change. And, if necessary, as compensation, we're willing to offer the Celestial Dragon Cannon. The king placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder, deep in thought. The Celestial Dragon Cannon? Huh. He rubbed his chin before shaking his head. That's not a fair trade. Not for even 1 drop of divine and demonic blood. Then, his eyes gleamed with a wicked idea. But I will agree on one condition. Jiangchen must marry my daughter. Silence. Ji Xinyue froze. Her face turned bright red. Father? With a smug smile, her father continued, think about it carefully, my dear. If you have Jiang Chun by your side, you'll be even more motivated to train harder. Seeing him every day would give you infinite energy to improve yourself, to become stronger, and to protect our city. Ji Xinyue's face went even redder. Her hands trembled. What are you even saying? Meanwhile, Duan had had enough. He slammed one foot on the table, pointed at them dramatically, and snapped, this is ridiculous. I'm taking this straight to Mahankyu and Tang Wangchuan. If you think you can pressure us into something like this, think again. Jiang Chun, still seated, wiped sweat from his forehead. How the hell did things spiral into this mess? Gu Katian's expression hardened. Mind your words, king, he warned. The king simply grinned, extending his hand to one side. Relax. Even if Jiang Chun doesn't marry my daughter, it would still be beneficial to establish ties as in-laws. Ji Xinyue's gaze snapped to her father. Her jaw dropped. Her face turned scarlet. What are you trying to pull? She shouted. You're not forcing me into a marriage, are you? Because if you are, why don't you marry Jiang Chun instead? The king remained calm, his smile unwavering. Feelings can be cultivated, he said, his tone reassuring. Young people these days aren't too keen on marriage first and love later, but it's not impossible. Ji Xinyue, however, wasn't having any of it. Without a word, she turned her back on her father and stormed toward the door. She was so furious that she didn't even want to continue the conversation. Her father's expression shifted. His eyes flickered with both confusion and concern. He reached out to stop her, but hesitated. Then, a sudden spark of mischief returned to his face. Turning to Jiang Chun, he flashed a confident grin. Young man, he said smoothly, why don't you stay at my house for a few days? Give it some time, let's see if my daughter falls for you. If nothing happens, you're free to leave. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This old man is up to something. But after a moment of thought, he forced a smile and accepted. There was no way Ji Xinyue would fall for him in just a few days, so this arrangement was harmless. Besides, earning the king's trust might make it easier to get his hands on the divine and demonic blood. That night, after Gu Katian and Duan left the Ji family mansion, the king kept his promise. He handed Jiang Chen a box filled with small red bottles. Each one contained divine and demonic blood. Jiang Chun could feel the immense power radiating from them. Just a single drop could instantly elevate an ordinary person to a king-level cultivator. But, of course, there was a catch. If someone unqualified consumed it, their body would explode, and their soul would be annihilated without a trace. The king's expression turned serious. Be careful with this blood, he warned. It contains a terrifying will. If you're not prepared, It will devour you. Jiang Chen simply smiled. Understood. He examined the bottles in his hand, then decided it was time. Xia manifest. A powerful red energy filled the room as Xia appeared before him. But something was off. Xia had his head lowered, his aura filled with gloom. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. What's with that depressed look? Xia let out a sigh. Little Nine doesn't like me. What? Xia's voice was full of grievance. She wants to kick me out of the nest. Jiang Chen extended a hand toward him, trying to console him with an awkward smile. Did she hit you? Xia's expression darkened. He turned his head away. No, a pause. Then, with a voice full of pride, he added, I refuse to fight a mere insect woman. She's no match for me. That's why. I just left the nest before things got messy. Jiang Chen's confusion deepened. Xia was talking as if he were stronger than Little Nine. But wasn't she supposed to be the dominant one? Where was this arrogance coming from? It was baffling. Xia was a terrifying existence from eternal hell. Yet here he was, sulking over a petty nest dispute. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chen shrugged it off. Whatever. Kids should settle their own problems. Placing a hand on Xia's shoulder, Jiang Chen forced a smile, then reached for the box of divine and demonic blood. Forget about it, he said. Just eat first. Xia, still brooding, sighed. Understood. With a simple gesture of his hand, the bottle caps flew into the air. The thick, ancient blood began to rise from the bottles, swirling toward him. Eyes closed, Xia began to drink it, his body absorbing every last drop. The moment he finished, a surge of terrifying energy erupted around him. System notifications flashed in Jiang Chen's vision. Level transition complete. Ability extraction in progress. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, watching the system work its magic. This was a gamble, and he knew it. Would he get a top-tier ability? Or would he end up with something mediocre? His heart raced as the system finalized its selection. Then, he was teleported into his subconscious. A massive energy wave exploded from within his body. You have obtained the divine body of the guardian elephant, legendary grade. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. This wasn't infernal furnace. Instead, he had acquired a divine constitution type ability. According to the system, the human body contained 840 million microscopic particles, and each one carried the strength of a colossal elephant. If all of these particles awakened, they would transform his body into something akin to a divine elephant, an entity powerful enough to stir seas and rivers, roar until the stars trembled, leap across the moon, and devour the sun itself. More importantly, Xia's body had transformed into primordial particles, meaning he could now integrate directly into Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stared at his palm, his face a mix of surprise and confusion. Wait, is this an upgraded version of the infernal furnace? Then, a wave of power rushed through his body. The energy radiating from him was now identical to Xia's. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. A slow smirk crept across his face. This was huge. If he played his cards right, and his insects reproduced for just 2 more generations, he could match Jiang Wang's strength. But the best part? Since Xia could now merge with him, there was no need for him to fight Little Nine for dominance in the insect nest. A perfect solution. Xia suddenly manifested, his crimson energy swirling as he looked up at Jiang Chen. Father, I'm hungry, he said casually. I want some divine or demonic meat. Jiang Chen snapped out of his trance, blinking in confusion. Did he just ask for food? His eyes narrowed. Since when did you start talking like this? Xia crossed his arms. I learned it from Little Nine. I figured if I acted like her, she might accept me as her brother. Jiang Chen nearly face-bombed. This guy, a terrifying existence from eternal hell, was now mimicking Little Nine just to win her over? He sighed, rubbing his temples. I'll deal with this later. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain range, a towering temple loomed over the desolate landscape. This was the temple of the cult of the ancient sacred god of Jiangnan. Inside, a row of hooded figures stood in perfect formation before a throne, upon which their leader sat, exuding an air of dominance. His voice was low but firm. Any new information? One of the subordinates stepped forward. Jiang Chen of Jiangnan's War District has learned to wield the celestial sword. He has already developed 4 techniques. The last one, called the Wei, may even be of divine level. Another hooded man spoke up. There's also been some suspicious activity involving Jiang Chen and the great state-protecting general, Xiao Yuanshan. We attempted to investigate, but even through soul-searching, we found nothing. The air in the room grew tense. The searchers, the leader asked. Dead? A heavy silence fell over the hall. The leader's eyes flickered with understanding. The great dreamer. Only one person could have erased information so thoroughly. He sighed, leaning back against his throne. Some things are better left alone. Then, with a decisive motion, he adjusted the cult's hunting list. The top 3 remain unchanged, he announced. Moved Jiang Chenchang to 4th place. As he descended from his throne, His presence became even more suffocating. Raise the reward level for the top 4. Anyone who succeeds in killing them will receive purification from the ancient god, ascending immediately to a stellar level of 6 transformations. The cult members trembled in excitement, but the leader's expression darkened. Remember, he warned, ranks 2 through 5 of our church were slaughtered by Ji Lingxiu. The room fell deathly silent. The leader's fists clenched. We've remained silent for too long. It's time to rise. He turned toward a dark corridor where something massive lurked. The deeper he walked, the stronger the presence of an ancient beast became. There, in the dim light, a giant creature stirred, a monstrous entity with dozens of glowing eyes watching him from the shadows. The leader took a deep breath and knelt. "Oh, great one, thank you for not abandoning us." His voice was filled with devotion. "This is a divine opportunity. We must act in service of the ancient gods." The cavern was filled with thick cobwebs, stretching like a nightmarish tapestry. The leader looked up and locked eyes with a terrifying figure, the Spider Queen. He smiled. "Allow me to introduce myself," he said smoothly. "I am the 7th seat of the Church of the Ancient Gods." His voice turned dark. "This time, I have come to propose an alliance." The Spider Queen extended one of her razor-sharp legs, her many eyes gleaming with suspicion. She stared down at the man before her, making it clear she did not trust humanity. The man simply bowed his head, placing a hand over his chest. "We are not like ordinary humans," he explained. "While we may still possess impure human bodies, our souls have already been offered to the ancient gods." His tone was reverent. "We are no longer mere mortals. We are the apostles of the ancient gods." The Spider Queen remained still, her presence dominating the cavern. Her strength ranked among the top 100 races in the abyss, making her a force feared by even the strongest demons. The man knew this well, and he was certain she had already been given orders to cooperate. After all, their objectives were aligned. But the Spider Queen had no patience for pleasantries. She clicked her mandibles, her voice cold. "Get to the point. I don't care for your nonsense." The man's lips curled into a sinister grin. His eyes gleamed with unholy excitement as he revealed his true plan. "The lands south of the river are empty." The Spider Queen's massive body shifted slightly as she listened. "The prodigy competition will be held soon," the man continued. "That would be the perfect time for you to lead a horde of beasts into Jiangnan City. Burn it to the ground, crush it into dust, and destroy Jiangchun." The Spider Queen fully emerged from the shadows now, her monstrous form towering over him. The man spread his arms wide, his voice filled with fanatic devotion. "With this sacrifice, we will summon the ancient god's arrival." His eyes shone with madness. "And in that moment, you may ask for anything you desire." The next day, Ji Mansion. Ji Xinyue stomped toward Jiang Chen's room, knocking on the door. "Hey, wake up!" She scowled. This guy was still sleeping? But when the door swung open, Jiang Chen was already up and smiling. A kind, gentle smile. Ji Xinyue froze. Her face turned bright red. She took a step back, confused. Why was he smiling like that? Then, before she could speak, Jiang Chen calmly looked at her and said, "Are you here to ask me out on a date?" Ji Xinyue's entire brain short-circuited. Her blush deepened. "W?" Jiang Chen leaned slightly against the doorframe, his voice casual. "Or, do you just want to come inside?" Her face exploded like a tomato. "No, what are you even saying?" Flustered, she spun around, refusing to look at him. "Hurry up and come with me. My father has something to tell you." Jiang Chen chuckled, amused by her reaction. So easy to mess with. The Ji family's training field was lively, as always. And there, lounging in a beach chair, completely relaxed, was the king himself. Jiang Chen arrived with Ji Xinyue, only to find the king casually reclining, surrounded by several men. Jiang Chen blinked. "Isn't it a bit early for this?" The king of lounging around lived up to his name. The king stretched, then gestured toward the group of men beside him. "These are the prodigies of the city," he said casually. "And in a few days, they'll become your enemies." Jiang Chen felt the hostile stares before he even turned to face them. Envy, hatred, resentment. Every single one of them was furious at the mere sight of him. Jiang Chen sighed. "Man, I just woke up, and I already have haters." The king smirked. "Let's start with the first one." He gestured toward a young man with blonde hair, his expression twisted with disdain. "This is Hua Yunfei," the king introduced. "He possesses the only hidden profession of heroic spirit summoner." Just as he was about to reveal Hua Yunfei's ability, Ji Xinyue quickly stepped forward, her sharp gaze on her father. "Don't reveal everything to our enemies," she scolded. "That's basically betrayal." Hua Yunfei, who had been feeling uneasy, sighed in relief when she intervened. "Thank God." The king chuckled, rubbing his forehead. My bad. I just woke up." Jiang Chen watched the exchange, noting how casual the king was around him. This guy doesn't even treat me as an outsider. Still, introductions weren't necessary. Jiang Chen had the eye of the void, meaning he already understood who was who without needing a formal meeting. Then, the king's expression turned serious. There are 8 days left until the great summer ranking competition. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. In order to push your levels higher, I've decided to open a sacred relic of Gi. You will all enter and undergo trials. The entire field went silent. Everyone's eyes snapped toward him. Shock, awe, disbelief. Ji Xinyue's expression was one of pure surprise. This was a massive investment in them. Her father was going all out. Hua Yunfei's eyes gleamed with excitement. The divine treasure of Gi was Daxia's ultimate secret. Jiang Chun, however, remained unimpressed. So he dragged me here just to say this? He rubbed his chin. Wait, this isn't some elaborate scheme to get me to sell my body, right? The king ignored him, continuing his explanation. You'll be exploring the third divine vault of the Ji. Inside rests a 10,000 jiang long ancient divine corpse. Jiang Chen's eyebrow twitched. That's insanely big. 80% of its interior has already been explored, but even now, it remains incredibly dangerous. The king's voice turned grim. Under no circumstances should you enter the head of the divine corpse. If you do, you will die. Just then Xiao manifested. Father, I'm hungry, he said again. Jiang Chun sighed in disappointment. He rubbed his temples. Xiao, you gotta stop. This is bad for my poker face. Xiao blinked. But Jiang Chun cut him off, raising a hand. Look, repeating the same line every time ruins the moment. Xiao pouted. Jiang Chun smirked. Tell you what, if the king doesn't set any conditions, I'll take you to eat later. Deal? Xiao's wings fluttered with excitement. Deal. The king stood up, waving his hand. Enough chit-chat. Follow me. Everyone began to move, except Jiang Chun, who remained standing still. The king glanced back, raising an eyebrow. What? You don't want to go? Jiang Chun grinned. No, I'm coming. But since you didn't set any conditions, it looks like Xia's getting his food. Xiao let out a happy buzz. Hua Yunfei frowned, a hint of worry in his voice. Your Majesty, why is an outsider like Jiang Chun allowed to enter the divine treasure? The king's expression didn't change. His voice remained calm. For now, Jiang Chun is an outsider. But in the future, he will be someone very close to us. Turning back, the king winked at Jiang Chun and gave him a thumbs up. And that's why, my dear son-in-law, you should protect my daughter in there. Ji Xinyue's face turned bright red. Father, stop saying that. She spun toward Jiang Chun, still flustered. I don't need your protection. Jiang Chun just stayed silent. This was getting out of hand. On the other side, Hua Yunfei's face twisted with anger and jealousy as he watched the scene unfold. Meanwhile, deep in a desolate forest where the trees stood bare and lifeless, a massive coffin loomed. In front of it stood a man gripping a golden staff, his sharp gaze scanning the eerie surroundings. This place reeks of danger, he muttered, tightening his grip. Everyone, step back. Not far from him, Ji Xinyue's father arrived, his posture calm and composed. With a firm hand placed over his chest, he stepped forward and addressed the staff-wielding man. I am Ji Hongyin, head of the Ji family, he introduced himself. We've come in search of the divine treasure. Would you be so kind as to open the entrance for us? The man eyed him for a moment before silently raising his staff and pointing toward the coffin's entrance. The heavy air grew even more oppressive as a deep crimson glow flickered from within. Ji Hongyin gave a slight nod, signaling his group to proceed. Jiang Chun followed alongside the others, his sharp eyes scanning the coffin. Despite the Ji family's formidable reputation, even they approached this place with caution, a clear sign that whatever lay within was no ordinary relic. The staff-wielding man lifted his weapon and slammed it into the ground. Instantly, a swirling red energy burst forth, spreading in intricate patterns across the land. Jiang Chen's breath hitched as an unusual scent filled the air. What is this power? He whispered to himself, feeling an eerie sensation creeping up his spine. Ji Hongyin remained motionless, hands clasped behind his back, observing in silence. Then, he turned to face the group. This energy originates from the 20% of the divine soul that remains undiscovered within the ancient god's corpse, buried in the sea of consciousness. His voice was steady, but carried undeniable weight. The group exchanged glances, their attention locked on Ji Hongyin's every word. A moment later, small flags were distributed among them. As Jiang inspected his, Ji Xinyue approached with her arms crossed. Ji Hongyin took a step forward, sweeping his hands outward. It's highly likely that there will be unexpected changes inside. Under no circumstances should you stray too far or attempt to enter unknown regions. His gaze hardened. I'm giving you each a teleportation flag. Use it immediately if you sense danger. Jiang chuckled. rubbing the back of his head. Got it. Appreciate the heads up. Ji Xinyue turned, waving dismissively at her father. All right, we'll be fine. Just head home already. Then, facing the group, she clapped her hands together. Let's go. Stick close. I'm leading the way. A short while later, they stepped inside the ancient god's corpse. The air was thick with mystery, and an overwhelming presence loomed around them. Ji Xinyue took charge, her voice steady as she explained their location. This is the calf region of the corpse. Right now, we're walking through its meridian. She glanced over her shoulder. I've been here plenty of times. Normally, there's not much danger, just some blood beasts. But hey, that's a plus. Taking them down will strengthen your bodies and boost your experience. Jiang smirked. Sounds like a win-win. Lead the way, boss. With that, they ventured deeper, ready for whatever lay ahead. As they walked, Jiang Qin's eyes remained fixed on the sky above. It stretched endlessly, its height and width spanning dozens of meters. His mind buzzed with questions. Is this really just the meridian of the ancient god's corpse? If so, just how massive was this being in its prime? Perched on his shoulder, little Jia studied him with a calm expression before breaking into a sly grin. The little creature had realized something. His father had brought him here for one reason, to feast on the magnificent corpse of the ancient god. Father is the best, little Jia thought, his admiration growing. Of course, that admiration might have been fueled more by the thought of an all-you-can-eat buffet than anything else. Jiang Qin glanced at him, amused. Go ahead. Eat as much as you want, he said, giving his son permission. But don't get caught. With a flicker of energy, little Jia transformed into a small beetle and scurried away, vanishing into the shadows. At that moment, a deep, guttural panting echoed through the air. A six-eyed blood beast emerged from the darkness, its breath ragged and heavy. Before anyone could react, an entire horde followed, surrounding them. Some stood in formation to block their escape, while others crouched, ready to pounce. Ji Xinyue's face tensed as she spun around, drawing her bow. Everyone be careful, she called out, her sharp gaze scanning the battlefield. A glowing status window flickered before them, listing the beast's levels and abilities. Level 35 Blood Beasts, Blood Mist, Blood Explosion, Blood Arrow. Hua Yunfei, on the other hand, grinned ear to ear, excitement burning in his eyes. Flames ignited in his palm as he confidently stepped forward. Finally, a decent fight, he said, his voice brimming with arrogance. Without waiting for anyone, he charged straight at the beasts, eager to show off. Jiang Chun, however, remained unfazed. His gaze drifted toward little Jia's disappearing form. Strange, he's not even interested in these beasts? Hua Yunfei launched his attack, sending a wave of fire surging toward the creatures. The flames struck them with a violent explosion, causing agonized roars to fill the air. Within moments, over 10 beasts collapsed, their lifeless bodies hitting the ground. Clenching his fist, Hua Yunfei turned to Jiang Chen with a smirk. What do you think? Can you take out more than 10 at once? Jiang Chen simply gave him a thumbs up. Wow, amazing. His voice was completely flat. Ji Xinyue placed a hand on her hip, watching the scene with mild annoyance. You're bragging over something this small? She muttered. Seeing her unimpressed expression, Hua Yunfei immediately shifted gears. He placed a hand over his chest, closed his eyes, and nodded deeply. Understood, goddess. I shall humbly follow your guidance. Jiang Qin's smile twitched. Great, he's a bootlicker too. Ji Xinyue sighed, crossing her arms. Let's move on. The real training grounds are deeper inside. The heart section of the corpse has even stronger blood beasts. She glanced at them over her shoulder, her tone turning more serious. Also, this ancient god didn't have a body structure like ours. It had 3 hearts. A heavy silence followed her words as the group prepared to venture even further into the unknown. At that moment, little Jia's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Don't listen to her nonsense, he scoffed. The ancient god of Jili actually had 4 hearts, not 3. And as long as even one remains intact, it can revive. Jiang Chen's breath hitched, his entire body tensing. Wait, are you telling me that thing is still alive? A deep sense of unease washed over him as little Jia continued. Yeah, and guess what? I just found the hidden 4th heart. It's still intact. Meanwhile, in his beetle form, little Jia had already reached the undiscovered heart, its massive form pulsating faintly with a strange energy. Without hesitation, he started flying toward it. Jiang Chen's stomach dropped. Oh no. No. Get back here. Now, he ordered. But little Jia was unfazed. Relax, I'm just figuring out how to eat this thing, he said, circling the heart with keen interest. Jiang Chen felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. This is bad. Thinking fast, he tried to bargain. If you stop right now, I'll take you to eat something way tastier. Trust me, that thing is probably disgusting, Little Jia hesitated for a split second, but Jiangchen wasn't taking any chances. With fear and urgency tightening in his chest, he turned to one of the men nearby, gripping his shoulder with a firm hand. "Stop moving forward," Jiangchen said, his expression dead serious. "There's danger ahead." The man looked at him, confused. "What are you talking about?" Hua Yunfei, overhearing the conversation, turned with an arrogant smirk. "Danger? You mean those blood beasts from earlier?" He let out a mocking laugh. "What, are you scared? Should I hold your hand?" Jiangchen ignored him. His mind was too focused on the real problem. "Everyone, use the teleportation flags. Get out of here now." The urgency in his voice made Ji Xinyue and the others hesitate. Their gazes locked onto him, full of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Hua Yunfei strutted forward, grinning like an idiot. "Teleport? Over what? Some imaginary danger?" He sneered. "Or are you just a coward?" Jiangchen slowly turned to face him, his eyes dark with suppressed rage. He said nothing. Hua Yunfei scoffed. "What's wrong? Keck out your tongue." Jiangchen exhaled sharply, already making a decision. This guy's a lost cause. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and drove it straight into Hua Yunfei's face. The arrogant fool didn't even have time to react. His body launched backward like a ragdoll, slamming into the ground several meters away. Silence. Everyone stared in shock. Ji Xinyue's face darkened. "What the hell are you doing?" she snapped, her eyes locked on Jiangchen. Jiangchen stretched his shoulders casually. "Nothing much. Just felt like punching him." Ji Xinyue turned toward Hua Yunfei, who sat up, rubbing his now bruised cheek. His expression twisted with fury as he pressed his palm against the ground, his breathing ragged. "You?" His voice was laced with venom. "You dare hit me?" Jiangchen rolled his shoulders. "Yeah, what of it?" Hua Yunfei's expression darkened further. "You're seeking death." With that, a powerful surge of energy erupted from his body. A massive, glowing blue heroic spirit materialized behind him. A towering knight, its body carved from pure energy, gripping a massive blade. The pressure in the air thickened as the giant sword hummed ominously. Jiangchen didn't even flinch. Instead, he sighed. "Here we go again." Jiangchen stood firm, his expression unshaken as he eyed Hua Yunfei's summoned knight. He let out a mocking chuckle. "That's it? All this drama, and it's just this," he said, shaking his head. "Kinda underwhelming?" At that moment, little Jia returned, slipping back into Jiangchen's body. Feeling his presence, Jiangchen's lips curled into a confident smile. Perfect timing. With a casual stretch, he extended his hands, releasing the raw energy of little Jia. A surge of power rippled through his body, causing the air around him to crackle. Hua Yunfei, still burning with vengeance, roared in fury. "You talk too much. Let's see you laugh after this." His heroic spirit moved, the massive knight raising its colossal claw to strike. The force behind it sent tremors through the ground, but Jiangchen's eyes gleamed with excitement. A perfect chance to test the divine body of the guardian elephant. The moment the knight's claw descended, Jiangchen met it head-on. With a single strike, an explosive force erupted from his fist, obliterating the knight's spirit into nothingness. Silence. Ji Xinyue and the others stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. In just one move, Jiangchen had shattered Hua Yunfei's ultimate technique as if it were nothing. Hua Yunfei staggered backward, his face drained of color. His voice cracked, his confidence crumbling. This shouldn't be possible. Before he could process what had happened, Jiangchen moved. In an instant, he leaped into the air, appearing directly above Hua Yunfei. Before Hua Yunfei could react, Jiangchen's fist crashed into his body like a meteor, sending him hurtling into the wall with bone-rattling force. He crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Ji Xinyue rushed forward, anger flashing in her eyes. What the hell was that for? The rest of the group stared in shock. Jiangchen had defeated Hua Yunfei without even drawing his sword or activating his 9 miasma wings. It was a clean, effortless victory. Jiangchen smirked, closing his eyes for a brief moment. "Relax. He's not dead," he said casually. "But if no one treats him soon, the damage might be permanent." Ji Xinyue narrowed her eyes. "Wait, are you saying you did this on purpose? To stop him from competing in the genius competition?" Jiangchen turned his back to them, exhaling. "Believe what you want. But if we waste any more time here, he will die." The weight of his words sent a wave of unease through the group. The fear in their eyes was unmistakable. Without hesitation, they reached for their teleportation flags, ready to escape. Then, I can't use mine," one of them stammered, panic creeping into his voice. Jiangchen's eyes snapped open. "What?" He spun around, watching as several others frantically tried to activate their flags, only for them to remain unresponsive. A sinking realization dawned on him. His expression darkened. When little Jia found the 4th heart, The corpse must have sensed his presence. A low, ominous rumble echoed through the cavern. The air grew thick with an unnatural energy. Something was waking up. Jiang Chen's hand instinctively rose to his face as dread settled in his chest. His master had once told him that a true god's power peaked at level 9. But if this thing was sealing their teleportation flags rather than outright destroying them, that meant it was at least level 10 or higher. If that's the case, we're dead. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to stay calm. Panic would only get them killed faster. He gripped his teleportation flag, testing it once more. The restriction was there. It wasn't destroyed, just sealed. That meant the god itself wasn't fully revived. It must still be bound by some kind of limitation, meaning we still have a chance. With renewed determination, he turned to Little Jia. Take me to the fourth heart. Now! Little Jia, sensing the urgency, immediately flew ahead to guide him. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. He had to treat this situation as if the god were alive, because if it fully awakened, they were all dead. Without another word, he took off at high speed, leaving the others behind. Ji Xianyue's eyes narrowed as she watched him go. So, he knew something was wrong this whole time. That's why he wanted us out of here as fast as possible. One of the men hoisted Hua Yunfei's unconscious body onto his back. The group hesitated for only a moment before following Jiang Chun. Whatever he had figured out, they needed to stay close. As Jiang Chun neared the fourth heart, a chilling presence made him skid to a halt. More blood beasts. A horde of monstrous creatures materialized from the shadows, their eyes burning with bloodlust. Their levels ranged from 70 to 120, twice as strong as the ones they had faced before. Ji Xianyue and the others caught up, only to freeze in horror. Among the beasts, a few even reached level 150. This is impossible, one of them stammered. Jiang Chen exhaled sharply and stretched out his hand. Little Nine go? From the void, a massive figure emerged, Little Knight. The creature's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of so much fresh prey. Ji Xianyue, hold the rear, Jiang Chen commanded. Keep them busy. She nodded, drawing her weapon. You heard him. Hold your ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen turned toward a thick, pulsating vein along the cavern wall, one of the lifelines of the ancient god's body. His expression darkened. If the heart won't stop beating, I'll just have to force my way inside. Ji Xianyue, expression shifted. You can't be thinking of breaking through the god's veins. That's impossible. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with determination. Then watch me. Bracing himself, he activated the divine body of the guardian elephant. Power surged through his muscles, his body radiating an overwhelming force. He threw his fist forward, slamming it into the massive vein with all his strength. The impact sent shockwaves through the cavern. For a split second, nothing happened. Then, a gash appeared where his punch had landed. The group's eyes widened in astonishment. He actually did it. But before they could celebrate, the wound began regenerating at an unnatural speed. Jiang Chun grit his teeth. So, it's not going to be that easy. Ji Xianyue turned sharply, her breath catching as she saw it, a cut in the ancient god's vein. Her expression flickered between shock and disbelief. This shouldn't be possible, she muttered. Even if you damage the vein, the corpse will heal itself almost instantly. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. Then I'll just have to hit it harder. He reared back and struck again. The impact sent a deafening crack through the cavern, shattering the area into pieces. If breaking through the outer layers was impossible, then going inside was the only viable path forward. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He powered up once more, launching another devastating punch. A thick cloud of dust and smoke exploded around him, obscuring the battlefield. As the dust settled, a large hole had opened in the vein. Jiang Chen, his fists still clenched, exhaled slowly. Now's my chance. Without looking back, he stepped forward, slipping through the opening just as the vein began to regenerate. Wait! Ji Xianyue called out, her voice laced with concern. But he was already gone. Her fists tightened. Damn it, Jiang Chen. Around them, the blood beasts roared and pressed in. Two warriors from the group raised their hands, channeling their energy to form a massive shield, temporarily holding the creatures at bay. Ji Xianyue's gaze sharpened. Lu Fei, Song Yumming, she called out, turning to the team's frontline defenders. Cover the left side. Hold your ground. Lu Fei gave a curt nod, stepping forward with her weapon at the ready. She extended her hand, directing Su Manman and Ningbo Zhang Chujing to reinforce her position. You two, left flank. Me and Su Yao will handle the right. The group snapped into action. One of the warriors sprinted toward the left flank while the rest braced themselves, forming a tri-layer defense. A shield wall at the back and two barriers on the sides to prevent the blood beasts from overwhelming them. Then, the beasts attacked. Ji Xianyue raised her bow, her fingers steady on the string. Her sharp gaze darted between the creatures as she took in the dire situation. Listen up, she called out. Whether we survive or die here is entirely up to us. I won't lie, our chances aren't great. But she hesitated, then took a deep breath. My great-grandfather Ji Lingxiu is on his way. He'll get us out of here. A glimmer of hope spread through the group. Their morale lifted, and they gritted their teeth, ready to fight for their survival. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, a figure stepped into Ji Xianyue's father's office. It was the guardian of the divine corpse. His expression was grim. "We have a problem," he said. "I've lost contact with the group inside." Ji Xianyue's father stiffened, his eyes darkening with concern. His hands pressed firmly against the desk as he tried to make sense of what he had just heard. "When exactly did we lose contact?" he asked, his voice laced with urgency. The guardian stood at attention, his expression grim. 3 minutes ago, right when there was a sudden energy fluctuation inside." "A fluctuation?" the father repeated, his brows knitting together. The guardian nodded. "Yes, something unprecedented. When I entered the divine residence to investigate, I found that the entire corpse had become completely isolated from the outside world. A heavy silence fell between them. The strange part," the guardian continued, his gaze sharp, "is that the ancient god's corpse hasn't disappeared. It remains within its original dimensional space. The calf region is still inside our formation range, but something is preventing all forms of external access." Ji Xianyue's father leaned back into his chair, his fingers tapping the desk in thought. The fear in his eyes was evident. The Ji family spent over 100 years just to open a path to the calf. And now, even with all our strength, we can't break through from the outside. His grip tightened. "Notify the elder immediately. He must return at once. We need him." The guardian bowed. "Understood. And one more thing," the father added. "Inform Gu Kaitian of Jiangnan about this. He needs to know what's happening." Inside the corpse's meridian, Jiang Chen stood firm as a horde of blood beasts swarmed toward him, their crimson eyes glowing with malice. Without hesitation, he drew his sword, his piercing gaze cold and calculating. "Fine," he muttered. "Let's get this over with." With a flash of steel, he moved. His blade carved through the creatures with ruthless precision, leaving a trail of mangled bodies in his wake. Little Jia manifested beside him, his celestial energy radiating power. He wielded the celestial sword, slashing through multiple beasts at once with graceful, deadly efficiency. Jiang Chen struck again, severing another beast clean in half. The battlefield quickly became littered with corpses. Little Jia placed a hand on the back of one of the slain creatures, inspecting it with mild disinterest. "Meh," he sighed. "This is low-tier trash. Not worth eating." He pulled back, shaking his head. "The real feast comes later." Jiang Chen barely acknowledged him. His mind was locked on a single thought, pushing forward. He wasn't going to let this place become his grave. Elsewhere, above the clouds, several blue dragons soared majestically through the sky. On a floating platform between them stood a white-haired man, his sharp eyes locked onto a magical water sphere displaying Jiang Chen's battle. Watching the scene unfold, the man exhaled in mild surprise. Never would I have thought there'd be such a talented child among humans. Beside him, a massive dragon loomed, its gaze fixated on Jiang Chen's movements. "You're not wrong, Brother Duanxiu," the beast rumbled. "This boy, he's different." Duanxiu's eyes narrowed. "To avoid catastrophe, I faked my death and crossed the sea, hiding my heart for generations, waiting for the new era to arrive. For hundreds of years, no one has been able to find my heart." His fingers curled slightly. "But now," he murmured, eyes gleaming, "a mere child has discovered it." The dragon's attention remained on the magic sphere, now displaying Jiang Chen's insects, creatures that radiated an unsettling, destructive aura. Duanxiu's voice was low but certain. "Jiang Chen is no ordinary brat. Those insects of his, they aren't normal. They're forces of nature, disasters in their own right. And to think, he also possesses the 9 miasma wings." The dragon let out a deep growl. "If he keeps moving forward, he might break through." Duanxiu's fingers reached toward the magical sphere, adjusting its vision. "Perhaps, but now that the space is sealed, he's trapped. A dead end." The two continued to observe, waiting for Jiang Chen's next move. Duanxiu's eyes narrowed as he observed Jiang Chen's relentless advance. More and more strange things were surfacing about this boy, and a creeping unease settled in his chest. Could he really be capable of reaching my heart? For now, the only thing Duanxiu could do was summon more blood beasts, but even they were struggling to slow Jiang Chen down. If his heart was destroyed, he would lose the ability to shelter them, and worse, his entire existence might fade. Beside him, Nanlong conjured a blue flame in his palm, its eerie glow reflecting in his confident smirk. "Relax, Duanxiu," he said, twirling the flame between his fingers. "I still have plenty of power left. Killing a mere child isn't even worth worrying about." Meanwhile, Jiangchen wiped the blood off his mouth with the back of his hand, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. The blood beast just kept coming. No matter how many he cut down, more took their place, stronger than before. Some were even at level 150 now. His chest tightened. Something's wrong. What about Ji Xianyue? He needed to hurry. If he took too long, something terrible could happen to her. Little Jia, hovering ahead, suddenly pointed forward, his expression serious. Father, the intercession is up ahead. We need to go through it to reach the heart. Jiang Chun didn't waste a second. He shot forward, determination burning in his veins. He knew that this ancient god wasn't just massive, it was also cunning. If it had 4 hearts, it could hide any of them anywhere inside its body. He had to finish this before it was too late. As he moved, something strange happened. The blood beasts ahead started fleeing. Jiang Chun slowed, confusion flashing across his face. Why are they running? Then his stomach dropped. An unnatural darkness washed over his sea of consciousness. His vision blurred, and when he tried to focus on his ancestral tree, he couldn't see it. A cold sense of dread seeped into his bones. Then he felt it, a presence. Slowly, he turned his head. A massive dragon loomed behind him. Its piercing eyes locked onto him, like a predator stalking its prey. Its scales shimmered with an eerie glow, and the sheer force of its aura sent shivers down his spine. Jiang Chen's instinct screamed at him, "Run." But before he could react, the dragon lunged. Its massive claws clamped around him, lifting him off the ground. His limbs locked up, immobilized. A wicked grin stretched across Duong Su's face. Watching through the magical sphere, he exhaled in relief. "He's done for," he muttered. Nanlong smirked. About time, the dragon's grip tightened. A chilling frost began to creep over Jiang Chen's body, spreading rapidly. His breath came out in ragged gasps as the overwhelming cold numbed his senses. His eyelids grew heavy. His consciousness wavered. A deep, unnatural sleep threatened to take hold. For the first time in a long time, Jiang Chun felt fear. Jiang Chen's body remained frozen, completely unable to move. A deep, gnawing fear gripped his heart, an unfamiliar sensation. Sensing something was wrong, little Jia darted over, grabbing Jiang Chen's face with a worried expression. "Father, what's happening? Say something." He patted Jiang Chen's back frantically, his usual calmness replaced by panic. But Jiang Chen couldn't respond, his throat locked, his voice stolen. Then, a blinding light erupted from the ring on Jiang Chen's finger. The sheer force of it shattered the ice, encasing him in countless shards, and in an instant, the dragon's massive claw exploded into fragments. A deafening roar of rage shook the entire space. Jiang Chen gasped, stumbling as sensation returned to his limbs. He had just suffered a curse attack, one so powerful that it bypassed even his ancestral tree of all things. That should have killed me. But he was still standing. His gaze dropped to the ring on his finger, the heart of the star god. A gift from the great dreamer, a powerful artifact that had just saved his life. But now, Jiang Chen clenched his fist. "It's damaged." A wicked snarl rumbled from the dragon. Its eyes burned with fury as it prepared to attack again. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, a dangerous smile creeping across his face. The ancestral tree manifested once more behind him, and with a swift motion, he unsheathed the celestial sword, its radiant energy crackling in his grip. "Looks like it's my turn now," he muttered. Elsewhere, Nanlong collapsed to his knees, his hand clutching his throat. His breathing was ragged, his expression filled with disbelief. This is impossible." Behind him, Duan Xiu loomed, his outstretched hand crackling with energy. "What are you waiting for?" he barked. "Attack again? He won't escape the next curse." Nanlong gritted his teeth, his mind racing. The difficulty of this curse is beyond anything he can imagine. Centuries ago, his soul's essence had been nearly exhausted. If he released another curse now, he wouldn't just weaken, he would fall into eternal sleep. Duan Xiu stepped closer, his face dark with rage. He locked eyes with Nanlong, an unsettling smirk forming. "Well, what's it going to be?" Nanlong's blood ran cold. He's waiting for me to die. A terrifying realization struck him. He's planning to either devour me, or leave me to perish once I fall into eternal sleep. Nanlong's breathing quickened. His fingers twitched. He had to act first. Summoning every ounce of power he had left, he launched himself at Duan Xiu, prepared to strike. But before he could even land a blow, countless small dragons coiled around him, their fangs tearing into his flesh. His screams echoed through the space as his body was devoured alive. "Wait!" Nanlong choked. "How are you controlling these monsters?" Duan Xiu stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back, watching in silence. His expression unreadable. Then, in a cold, final voice, he spoke. "It's too late." With a wave of his hand, he absorbed Nanlong's remaining power, draining every last drop of his energy. A slow, satisfied smile crept across his face. Now, time to finish this, Duan Xiao murmured. Jiang Chen couldn't be allowed to destroy the last heart, but he wouldn't stop him directly. Instead, he would use the essence of the barbarian dragon to plant karma in Jiang Chen's soul, binding him to this place. When the time came, Jiang Chen would become him. Inside the corpse, Jiang Chen and little Jia finally reached the fourth heart. It was massive, pulsing with a deep, ancient energy. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, gripping his sword tightly. How long will it take to break the restriction? Little Jia flapped his wings and grinned. For me? Piece of cake. Without hesitation, he transformed into thousands of tiny beetles, swarming the heart like a living storm. Just give me a moment, father, little Jia said, his voice echoing through the swarm. It'll all be over soon. Jiang Chen stood in silence, his gaze locked onto the massive, pulsating heart before him. Meanwhile, little Jia worked tirelessly, his razor-sharp teeth tearing through the blood vessels like a ravenous beast. Bit by bit, the restriction binding the heart was being lifted. Then, a sharp pain struck Jiang Chen's chest. His breath hitched as he clutched at his heart, his fingers trembling. What is this? His heartbeat was pounding violently, as if in perfect rhythm with the ancient god's heart. Was it an illusion? Or something far worse? Little Jia, on the other hand, was overjoyed. His hungry grin stretched wide as he dived into the heart, sinking his teeth in deep. He devoured it slowly, his movements methodical, almost instinctive. Cracks began to spread across the heart's surface. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. His breath grew uneven. His heartbeat was slowing. No, this isn't right. Another sharp jolt of pain lanced through his chest. His body shuddered. It was as if his own heart was stopping alongside the ancient gods. A strange aura began to rise from his body, wrapping around him like an unseen force. His vision blurred, his mind bombarded with an overwhelming urge. Go to the brain? His fingers dug into his chest. The sensation was suffocating, overwhelming. The idea of heading to the ancient god's brain refused to leave his thoughts. And then, his heart stabilized. The pain vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a lingering sense of unease. Jiang Chen exhaled sharply, pressing a hand to his forehead. What the hell was that? His eyes flickered toward the lifeless heart before him, his gaze unreadable. Is this fate's way of guiding me? Is there really some kind of great opportunity waiting in the brain? Even if he wanted to go, it was too risky. First, he needed to get Ji Xianyue and the others out of here. At that moment, little Jia appeared before him, hands on his belly, eyes closed, a contented smile stretching across his face. I can't eat anymore, little Jia mumbled. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised to see his son looking completely stuffed. Little Jia let out a small burp and grinned. I refined the rest of the heart into blood essence and stored it. We could take it with us. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. Blood essence was incredibly valuable, and knowing little Jia had managed to condense it so efficiently was even better. His lips curled into a proud smile. Good work, little Jia, as energy surged. He had just leveled up to 30 and now had the ability to reproduce 3 times. But there was no time to celebrate. Jiang Chen's expression hardened. Let's regroup with Ji Xianyue and the others first. We can figure out the next step once everyone is safe. Meanwhile, dark silhouettes of small dragons soared through the cavern, their eerie movements casting shifting shadows. Above them, Duan Xiao hovered in the brain of the ancient god's corpse, his expression cold, his presence oppressive. A fireball flickered to life in his palm, crackling with an ominous energy. The curse has already been planted, he muttered, staring at Jiang Chen through the magic sphere. A twisted smirk played at his lips. Escape is no longer an option. His fingers clenched into a fist, and the fireball vanished. Now that Duan Su was no longer an obstacle, there was nothing stopping him. A sinister gleam flashed in his eyes. Time to have some fun. Elsewhere, Duan Xiao smirked as he observed Jiang Chen's movements through the magic sphere. It doesn't matter, he mused. Sooner or later, he'll come looking for me in the brain. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. The trap had already been set. Meanwhile, Ji Xianyue's group was on the brink of collapse. One by one, warriors fell, some severely injured, but those still standing refused to surrender. A soldier stomped the ground, gritting his teeth. Hold the line. Don't give up. While one fighter struggled to maintain a defensive barrier, 2 others extended their hands, summoning another protective shield. But the horde of beasts kept coming. Ji Xianyue, her breath ragged, gripped her bow tightly. With what little strength she had left, she activated her god's arrow ability. Golden arrows rained down upon the beasts, piercing through their thick flesh. Behind her, the battlefield was littered with fallen comrades, some barely breathing, others covered in blood, holding on to their last shreds of consciousness. Two women sat slumped against a rock, their hands trembling. Ji Xinyue was exhausted. Every muscle in her body screamed in protest, her vision blurring from fatigue. She turned to check on the others, but the moment she looked back, a monstrous beast loomed above her. Its jaws gaped open, saliva dripping as it prepared to strike. Her heart pounded. No, we're going to be wiped out. Her body refused to move. Instinctively, she raised her arms, closing her eyes, bracing for the inevitable impact. Then, a deafening crack echoed through the battlefield. Jiang Chun appeared out of nowhere, his fist colliding with the beast's face, sending it soaring through the air. It crashed into the ground with an earth-shattering impact, its body twitching before going still. A stunned silence filled the battlefield. The remaining beasts froze, their eyes flickering with fear. Ji Xinyue slowly opened her eyes, her breath hitching when she saw him standing there, alive, unharmed, unyielding. Relief flooded her chest. Jiang Chen turned to her, his gaze steady. Sorry I'm late. A light of hope flickered in the eyes of the survivors. Ji Xinyue quickly moved to one of the injured men, slinging his arm over her shoulder to help him stand. Jiang Chun, meanwhile, raised his hand, activating the Star God's blessing. The ring on his finger emitted a brilliant blue aura, wrapping around the wounded warriors. Despite being damaged, the ring's healing properties remained intact. A soft warmth spread through their bodies. A woman touched her neck, feeling the pain fade. This feels incredible, a man beside her gasped, staring at his healing wounds in shock. The pain, it's disappearing. Even while surrounded by blood beasts, Jiang Chun remained calm. His lips curled into a small, confident smile. He turned slightly and gave a small nod. Little Nine, Little Jia, you guys rest. You've done enough. The battle wasn't over. But Jiang Chun would handle the rest. Little Nine suddenly appeared behind Jiang Chun, her small hands gripping his shoulders as she shut her eyes and burst into tears. She was heartbroken. How could Jiang Chun take little Jia to play while leaving her behind? Sniffling, she complained that many insects had died, and she needed someone to console her. Jiang Chun panicked. He glanced at her, trying to find the right words. You worked really hard, he said carefully. Why don't you head over to the Tao Monument in the Sea of Consciousness? It'll help you recover. But Little Nine wasn't in the mood for explanations. Instead, she swore to teach Little Jia a lesson, one so thorough that he wouldn't know whether to cry or run. Poor Little Jia, who had been hiding behind Jiang Chen's head, trembled in fear, his tiny body shaking like a leaf. Meanwhile, one of the men quickly set up a protective barrier, sensing danger. But it was barely up before more bloodthirsty beasts started closing in on them. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, raising a finger and pointing toward the wall. He glanced at the others, relieved to see their wounds healing. However, his expression darkened. The blood beasts are coming again, he announced. Without hesitation, he made a bold decision. He would open a passage through the meridians of the sacred god's corpse. Follow me, he ordered. Time was running out. His defensive spells wouldn't last much longer. Steeling himself, Jiang Chun strode up to the wall, clenched his fist, and turned to Little Jia. Merge, he commanded. A powerful red aura surged around him as he activated the divine body of the elephant. Focusing all his strength, he struck the wall's vein with a devastating punch. The entire structure trembled before shattering into pieces. Without wasting a second, Jiang Chun used both hands to widen the opening, his expression serious. Get in, he ordered. The others obeyed, scrambling inside one by one. Relief washed over them as they finally had a moment to breathe, but Jiang Chen's face remained tense. The beasts are heading for the vein, he shouted. Ji Xinyue's eyes widened in shock. Last time, it had taken Jiang Chun dozens of punches to break through. Now, with just one blow, he had created a massive gap. How had he grown so strong? Before she could dwell on the thought, the beasts lunged toward them. Jiang Chun wasted no time. He scooped Ji Xinyue into his arms and took off running. What are you doing? She stammered, her face turning bright red. We need to move. The gap's about to close, he said, his tone firm. True to his words, the wound in the vein began sealing itself, cutting off the beasts before they could squeeze through. With Ji Xinyue still in his grasp, Jiang Chun led the others away, putting as much distance between them and the danger as possible. Once he was sure they were safe, he finally set Ji Xinyue down. Her face was still as red as a tomato. All right, he said, turning to the group. We should be safe for now. Rest up. Exhausted, everyone collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. They had narrowly escaped death and needed a moment to regain their strength. Jiang Chun, however, wasn't done yet. He crouched down, pressed his palm to the ground, and locked eyes with Ji Xinyue. His voice was calm but firm. Which part of this area is connected to the Ji family? Ji Xinyue, leaning against the wall, pointed toward one side. This is the formation's core, she explained. If you manage to break it, you'll find the Ji family sanctuary on the other side. Jiang Chen nodded, but she quickly added, the outer defenses are much stronger than the interior, so be careful. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and clasped his hands together. Before making his move, he decided he needed a breakthrough. Ji Xinyue watched him in confusion, unsure what he was trying to accomplish. Inside the sea of consciousness, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. Little Jia, get out here. It's time to reproduce. Little Jia, arms crossed, eyes closed, appeared behind him and nodded. Meanwhile, little Jia was hiding behind the Taishu monument, peeking out cautiously. Little Nine, standing nearby, clutched her hands to her face and wailed, tears streaming down her cheeks. This is my territory, she sobbed. Jiang Chen glanced at her, then at little Jia, who was still cowering behind the monument. He sighed. Relax, little Nine. We're just borrowing your space. As soon as little Jia finishes reproducing, we'll leave. Little Jia, still confused, poked his lip with his finger. Why don't I have my own home? He asked. Little Nine instantly flared up, her temper igniting like dry leaves in a wildfire. That's your problem, she snapped. Jiang Chen, arms crossed, sighed again. Fine. I'll buy you a home later. Satisfied with his promise, little Jia finally got to work. His body shrank, transforming into a small beetle, and then the process began. In a matter of seconds, his form started duplicating. Jiang Chen sat back down, meditating to accelerate the process. 3 simultaneous reproductions of the infernal red shell beetle began. The waiting time? 30 minutes. The total offspring? 324. Before he could even blink, the sky above him swarmed with hundreds of tiny beetles. Jiang Chen stood up, scanning the scene in surprise. That many in just an instant? He had expected little Jia to be efficient, but this was beyond his calculations. Realizing the divine corpse was an incredible energy source, he couldn't help but wonder, if a heart alone could provide this much power, what would happen when little Jia devoured the brain? But before he could finish the thought, little Nine, still fuming, transformed into her insect mother form. Her rage was volcanic. She lunged at little Jia, bit onto his cape, and started dragging him away. Little Jia shrieked, his tiny limbs flailing. Father, save me. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality. Hey, stop that, he ordered, reaching for her. Seeing she wasn't letting go, he gave her a firm flick on the forehead. Thud! A bump instantly formed on her head. Little Jia, seizing the opportunity, bolted behind Jiang Chen, using him as a human shield. Jiang Chen sighed. I swear, dealing with you two is more exhausting than fighting blood beasts. Little Nine burst into tears. Little Jia is your favorite, she wailed. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. His fists clenched, and his eyes blazed with fury. How dare you try to eat your own brother? He demanded. His gaze sharpened as he issued a command. All beetles, return to me. The swarm of infernal beetles immediately obeyed, merging into his body. Jiang Chen placed his hand over the vein, preparing to strike. His fist crackled with overwhelming energy. He had fused the power of over 300 beetles, and the strength coursing through him was enough to rival the mightiest of warriors. With a determined expression, he turned to the others. Stay sharp. This might be our only shot at survival. They nodded in understanding, quickly preparing themselves. Meanwhile, outside the ancient god's corpse, the air was thick with tension. Ji Xinhua father and the grandfather of the Ji family arrived at the site, their expressions grave. Arms crossed, the grandfather assessed the situation. Now that the passage is sealed, there's no way to get inside from here, he muttered. The only way in is by breaking out from within, but that won't be easy. The children are still inside. Ji Xinyue's father paled. Panic flickered in his eyes. Then what do we do? The grandfather placed a hand on the ancient tomb, his face unreadable. Prepare for the worst. If anything happens, we must destroy the sanctuary and exile the entire dimension into eternal chaos, the realm where the ancient god's body is kept. His words sent a shudder through the air. Ji Xinyue's father's breath caught. But Xinyue is still in there, he protested. Do you understand what that means? His existence alone is worth more than billions of people in Daxia. If whatever is inside that corpse gets out, it will be a catastrophe. The grandfather's jaw tightened. He knew the truth in those words, and it only deepened his frustration. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. Just then, Gu Kaitian stepped forward. His eyes burned with resolve as he gripped the hilt of his sword. The god of the sword exists to serve his country and its people, he declared. But I'm just an old man now. It doesn't matter if that thing is rank 8 or 9. If anyone dares lay a hand on my disciple, I will fight to the death. The grandfather turned to him, his voice grave. Think before you act, Gu Kaiyan. But Gu Kaitian was undeterred. He unsheathed his sword, its edge gleaming under the dim light. At the very least, I will uphold the honor of my master's name. Silence settled over them. Then, suddenly, knock, knock. A deep, eerie sound echoed from inside the coffin. Every head snapped toward it. A cold dread settled over the gathered warriors. The grandfather's eyes widened in horror. Impossible! Gu Katian's voice rang out, sharp and urgent. Don't just stand there. We need to act now. The coffin trembled again. The knocking grew louder. Something inside was waking up. Inside, Jiang Chun finished his meditation and rose to his feet. Without hesitation, he strode toward the wall and unleashed a flurry of blows using the divine elephant fist. Each punch sent shockwaves rippling through the air, forcing Ji Xinyue and the others to shield their faces from the sheer force of the impact. The group was already exhausted, their bodies bruised and battered. Ji Xinyue's eyes widened as she quickly realized the power behind Jiang Chen's attacks. Her expression turned serious. Everyone, step back. If you stay too close, you'll be crushed, she warned. Seconds turned into minutes, but Jiang Chun didn't stop. His punches intensified, each strike landing harder than the last. He refused to give up. Taking an aggressive stance, he gathered all his strength and struck again. Boom! The wall of flesh began to crack. A hole started forming. This is it, Jiang Chun shouted. Now's your chance. Get out. But just as the first person stepped forward, the wound in the wall started regenerating. The speed of healing was beyond anything they had anticipated. Within moments, the passage sealed itself again, blocking their escape. Jiang Chen's fist clenched. His eyes burned with determination. He wasn't about to let it end like this. Little Nine, he called. I need your help. Summon some insects. We need an explosion. Little Nine wiped her tears and quickly complied, summoning a swarm of creatures. Jiang Chen infused them with Little Jia's energy before launching another devastating punch. Boom! A small explosion shook the area, opening another gap. But once again, the corpse's powerful regeneration kicked in, sealing the wound almost instantly. Ji Xinyue clenched her fists, fear flickering in her gaze. Despite the damage they had caused, the wall continued to heal itself at an unnatural speed. Jiang Chen briefly considered giving up, until suddenly the wall started breaking from the outside. His mind raced. What's going on? As the dust settled, two figures emerged from the smoky opening. Ji Xinyue father and great-grandfather. The elderly man looked slightly fatigued, while Gu Kaitian, standing beside him, seemed completely unfazed. They had broken through the wall from the outside. Ji Xinyue's great-grandfather extended his hand to one side, his voice calm but firm. Everyone, get out. Now! Seeing a way to escape, the exhausted group, including Hua Yunfei, mustered their remaining strength and dashed through the opening. Some collapsed the moment they made it outside, their bodies too drained to go any further. Gu Kaitian glanced around. Where's Ji Xinyue? Where's Jiang Chun? Inside, three members of the group were still making their way out. But Jiang Chun and Ji Xinyue had yet to leave, and the wound was already beginning to heal. Panic surged through Ji Xinyue. She grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulder. We have to go. Now! But Jiang Chen didn't move. His eyes were calm, yet filled with complexity as he turned his back to her. The gap's too small for two people now, he said. You go first? Ji Xinyue's heart pounded. Why are men always like this? She blurted out. Do you have a death wish? But Jiang Chen had already made up his mind. He started stepping away from the closing gap. No! Ji Xinyue panicked. She wasn't going to leave him behind. If they had to find another way out, then so be it. She was staying with him. But before she could do anything, Jiang Chen activated a technique. Growth of all things. Roots burst from the ground, wrapping around her body like living vines. She struggled. Jiang Chen, but his expression remained firm. Go, now. The roots pulled her toward the exit, forcing her out of the corpse against her will. As the gap sealed completely, she could only watch in helpless despair as Jiang Chen disappeared from her sight. The roots forcefully expelled Ji Xinyue from the closing gap. She stretched her hand toward Jiang Chen in desperation, her voice breaking. Stop! Don't do this! But it was too late. The roots pushed her out, and she hit the ground hard. The wound in the wall sealed almost completely, trapping Jiang Chen inside. Her father rushed toward her, his face filled with worry. Nearby, Gu Kaitian and the grandfather watched in grim silence. The moment they saw Ji Xinyue emerge, their eyes darted around, searching for Jiang Chen, but he was nowhere to be seen. The passage was gone. Ji Xinyue collapsed to her knees, breathing heavily. Her father knelt beside her, grabbing her wrists. His eyes welled with tears, part relief, part sorrow. You're safe, he whispered. But Ji Xinyue wasn't thinking about herself. Tears streamed down her face. Father, Jiang Chen is still inside. We have to save him. He gently squeezed her hands, trying to calm her down. Don't worry. As long as Jiang Chun and your great-grandfather coordinate their attacks from both inside and outside, we can break through again. The grandfather's expression darkened. He unsheathed his sword, blue energy radiating from his body. His voice was calm, yet resolute. Prepare to strike. Gu Kaitian nodded, drawing his own sword. No need to say it. I'm ready. Just as they were about to attack. Rumble? Veins pulsed across the tomb's surface, spreading like twisted roots. A sinister energy oozed from the ancient corpse, dark and foreboding. They froze. Ji Xinyue's father clenched his fists. What's happening? The grandfather's face turned grim. The corpse's defenses have changed. This isn't just passive regeneration anymore. Something inside is controlling it. Gu Katian's mind raced. Something is awakening? The grandfather's gaze was heavy. Yes. And if that's true, then no matter how hard we strike from the inside or outside, there's no way to create another opening. Gu Katian refused to accept it. With all his strength, he unleashed a devastating slash at the tomb. The sword's energy blazed through the air. Clang! The attack did nothing. Not even a scratch. The grandfather exhaled slowly, putting his hands behind his back. Without another word, he turned away, closing his eyes as he walked. Stop wasting your energy, he said. This isn't just a wall anymore. It's something alive. Gu Kaitian tensed. Then what do we do? The grandfather's voice was heavy with authority. We keep watch. The mutation of the ancient god's corpse is no small matter. If it starts spreading beyond this place, we will have no choice but to exile it into the void. Ji Xinyue's heart clenched at those words. If they abandoned the corpse, they were abandoning Jiang Chun, and she refused to accept that. Ji Xinyue clenched his teeth, his eyes burning with rage and disbelief. He had no idea what was happening, but the realization that Jiang Chun was trapped inside filled him with fury. Beside him, Ji Xinyue covered her face with her hands and broke into tears. Her father and a young girl hurried to console her, but their words felt empty. Meanwhile, the grandfather turned away from the group, his expression unreadable. Don't do anything reckless, he warned Gu Katian. Closing his eyes, he lowered his head. His fist trembled. He hated feeling powerless. He hated not knowing how to save Jiang Chun. Hua Yunfei, who had just regained consciousness, sat up groggily. As she took in the situation, her gaze settled on the sealed tomb. Her face turned grim. The painful reality set in. Jiang Chun had given his life to save them. But inside the ancient corpse, Jiang Chun had no intention of dying. His grip tightened around his sword, his body radiating suffocating energy. His mind swirled with chaotic thoughts, but one stood out. Fleeing wasn't an option. There was something greater waiting ahead. His gaze turned toward the brain of the ancient god. An opportunity lay there, one he couldn't ignore. Without hesitation, he took off toward it. Meanwhile, in a dark, hidden space, Duanxiu watched Jiang Chun's every move through a glowing magic ball. A sinister smile stretched across his face, his eyes brimming with excitement. The fish has taken the bait, he murmured. Everything was going according to plan. Once Jiang Chun reached the brain, Duanxiu would seize his body. With a fresh, living vessel, he would finally return to life and escape this wretched prison. After several minutes of navigating the corpse's eerie interior, Jiang Chun finally arrived at the brain. Before him stood a colossal stone door, ancient and imposing. On one side, words were carved into the stone, their strokes precise and powerful. His heart pounded. These words, etched over a century ago, still held a terrifyingly dominant energy. They hadn't faded with time. This was left by the god of the sword, he muttered. For the first time, he felt a chill run down his spine. Beyond this door lay the brain of the ancient god. Bracing himself, Jiang Chun pressed both hands against the heavy stone and pushed. The door groaned as it slowly swung open. Little Nine, little Jia, he said firmly. Hide. Don't come out unless I call for you. They were his trump cards, his hidden ace. With cautious steps, Jiang Chun entered a dimly lit hallway. Immediately, an oppressive energy seeped into the air. The walls pulsed with an unnatural presence. And then, whispers. They slithered through the darkness, crawling into his ears, into his mind. He gritted his teeth, pressing his hands to his head. The whispers grew louder, more relentless. They weren't just voices. They were invading his thoughts, warping his sense of self. His breathing grew ragged. His balance wavered. And then, he wasn't in the hallway anymore. In an instant, he found himself in a different place. The air was still, yet heavy. Above him, a figure slowly descended from the sky. A man with long, flowing white hair. Jiang Chun, still clutching his sword, looked up, his mind clouded with confusion. Who was this? Then, the figure spoke. I've been waiting for you for hundreds of years. Jiang Chun's eyes widened. A warmth spread through his body. An unfamiliar, yet undeniable sensation. The man landed before him, his presence overwhelming. "My name is Duanxiu," he said, his voice echoing through the void. "I am the ancient god." Jiang Chun remained still, his gaze locked onto the strange figure before him. His instinct screamed at him to be cautious, but he had no idea how to react. Then, without warning, Duanxiu's body began to shift, morphing, twisting, until he looked exactly like Jiang Chun. A chilling smile crept onto his face as he stepped forward, extending a hand. "You are me, and I am you," he said cheerfully. "We should become one." Jiang Chen's breath hitched. His mind raced. Was this real? Or was it a trap? Instead of answering, his grip tightened around his sword. Without hesitation, he swung. Slash! Duanxiu barely dodged in time, his expression unchanging. But Jiang Chen saw it, the flicker of amusement in his eyes. "You're pretending to be a god to trick me," Jiang Chen said coldly. Duanxiu's smile widened as his form melted away, revealing his true self, a sinister presence with eyes gleaming with excitement. Crack! With a single hand, he caught Jiang Chen's sword energy, shattering it into fragments like it was nothing. "You surprise me," Duanxiu murmured, his gaze filled with intrigue. "I didn't expect human martial arts to reach this level in the new era." Jiang Chen clenched his jaw. His strongest attack had been neutralized with ease. Duanxiu flicked his wrist, and in an instant, the sky above them darkened. Then, roars filled the air. Jiang Chen looked up, his stomach dropped. Countless small dragons emerged from the shadows, coiling through the sky like a storm. Duanxiu extended his hand to one side, grinning wickedly. "If your body wasn't so valuable, I would have chosen a more terrifying way to kill you." Jiang Chen's pulse quickened. What does he mean by that? His eyes darted between the dragons, his mind rapidly analyzing their power. 6th level transformations. No, some of them were 9th level. His heart sank. No wonder the sword god had almost died here. Even if he summoned all his offspring, all his creatures, there was no way he could win this fight. His fists clenched. His expression hardened. "Then I won't fight him like a dead god. I'll treat him like he's still alive." "Little Nine, Little Jia, everyone come out," he ordered. Nothing happened. Jiang Chen's face paled. A cold wave of fear crashed over him. He couldn't sense them. He couldn't contact Little Nine, Little Jia, or any of the insects. Before he could react, the dragon struck. Their powerful bodies wrapped around him, locking him in place. Duanxiu stepped closer, his gaze drilling into Jiang Chen's. "You should be honored," he mused. "You're about to become something greater." Jiang Chen struggled, but the dragons held him tight. His breathing grew ragged as Duanxiu placed a hand on his shoulder. Then, agony. A searing pain shot through Jiang Chen's body as something foreign began invading him. His mouth opened in a silent scream, his soul feeling like it was being ripped apart. Duanxiu chuckled, his voice like silk. "Don't be afraid. I'm going to help you live better." But just as his consciousness began slipping away, boom! A powerful force erupted around him. Roots surged from the ground, piercing through the dragons and sending shockwaves through the air. A sacred energy filled the space. Jiang Chen's blurred vision focused on the source. His breath hitched. It was the ancestor tree of all things, and it had come to save him. Behind them, a powerful presence emerged. Duanxiu's eyes widened in shock. His mind reeled. What? How did this thing get in here? Before him stood the ancestor tree of all things, its towering form radiating an unfathomable energy. But what truly caught his attention was the fruit hanging from its branches. A rainbow-colored fruit, something that had never been seen before. The moment the tree appeared, Duanxiu's form wavered. He released Jiang Chen instantly, vanishing into thin air. Jiang Chen dropped onto the ground, gasping. His body ached, his mind hazy. What just happened? His gaze locked onto the tree. He wasn't in the physical world anymore. He was inside his sea of consciousness. The last thing he remembered was being possessed by the ancient god. But now, his thoughts were a mess. Questions flooded his mind. But before he could process them, the fruit began to glow. A bright, almost divine radiance filled the space, drawing his full attention. Jiang Chen's heart pounded. The ancestor tree of all things is bearing fruit. Again? This one was different from any before. He stepped forward, studying it closely. With the tree's current level, it shouldn't have been able to produce a fruit this extraordinary. Then, ding! A system window appeared before him. Fruit status: unripe. Description: a fruit formed from an extremely powerful divine soul. It contains the source of divinity from that soul. Requirement for maturation: must be regularly nourished with the divine souls of living beings. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, a slow grin forming. So that's what happened. The tree had absorbed the divine soul of the ancient god. Duanxiu had tried to take over his body, but instead his soul had been transformed into this fruit. While the tree couldn't block curses, Its control over divine souls and consciousness was unmatched. Jiang Chen chuckled. Looks like you got outplayed, old man. But his amusement faded quickly. There was a catch. For the fruit to fully mature, he would need to feed it divine souls, and not just any souls, but the ones of living beings. That's a pretty steep price. As he mulled over his options, a familiar voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Father, you finally woke up. Jiang Chen blinked. His head snapped toward the source of the voice. The moment he turned around, his breath caught in his throat. Standing before him was a massive, terrifying beast, a fusion of a giant dragon and a six-eyed bat. Its powerful body radiated overwhelming strength, its crimson eyes locked onto him. And sitting right on its head was Little Jia. The little guy looked smug as he casually patted the creature beneath him. Father, look, I tamed this thing. Jiang Chen's brain short-circuited. His body instinctively stepped back as pure fear ran down his spine. Wait, what? Little Jia tamed it? Jiang Chen's eyes darted between Little Jia and the beast. These creatures were from the Sea of Consciousness, legendary beings that not even the great cultivators of the past had managed to tame. Even the infamous sword god had failed. And yet here was his son, casually riding one like it was a pet dog. Little Jia noticed his father's reaction and tilted his head. Father, why are you so quiet? Don't you think my new pet is imposing? Jiang Chen remained frozen, his thoughts in shambles. What the hell is happening? The sky was swarming with beetles, each one commanding the fiercest creatures of the Sea of Consciousness. Jiang Chen could hardly believe what he was seeing. His mind struggled to process the fact that Little Jia and Little Nine had managed to tame so many terrifying beasts. Little Jia, still perched on the dragon's neck, slid off with ease. He grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, his face unusually serious. Father, this pet is really docile, he said confidently. I know Little Nine won't like it, but I'm sure you will. You should try riding it. Jiang Chen hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to be cautious. Could Little Jia really control this thing? But Little Jia was persistent. In the end, he convinced Jiang Chen, and the two of them climbed onto the dragon's massive head. Jiang Chen felt his entire body tense up. This is a terrible idea. Little Jia placed both hands on the dragon's head. All right, big guy flies. With a mighty roar, the dark demon dragon lifted its head, its wings spreading wide. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Dark demon? He had heard of these creatures before. According to his knowledge, eternal hell was filled with monsters like this. Beasts so powerful that they were forbidden by the human race. Little Jia, completely unfazed, casually explained, Father, all you need to do is mark this beast with a seal, and it becomes a mount. Jiang Chen was taken aback. A 9-transformation monster as a mount? That would be insanely useful. The dragon flapped its wings, preparing for takeoff, but suddenly, Jiang Chen hesitated. His expression turned uncertain. Wait, can we even take this thing outside? Little Jia sighed. If we try, the path of heaven will erase it. Creatures like this aren't meant to exist in our world. They belong to the depths of eternal hell. A wasted opportunity. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. If they could use this beast freely, it would be a game changer. But now, they were running against the clock. Even if they couldn't take it outside, it could still be useful in a critical moment. Then a thought struck him. Wait, weren't there 5 more monsters like this? Jiang Chen's eyes scanned the surroundings. He remembered sensing 6 powerful beings, but right now, he only saw one. Little Jia, he said slowly, suspicion creeping into his voice. Where are the others? Little Jia's face went pale. His tiny body stiffened, sweat forming on his forehead. Oh well, Jiang Chen's stomach dropped. He already had a bad feeling about this. Little Jia swallowed hard and blurted out, I ate them. Silence. The dark demon dragon froze. Jiang Chen blinked. His brain refused to process the words. You what? Little Jia scratched his head, giving a sheepish smile. Well, I got hungry, and I also just reproduced again. Jiang Chen dragged a hand down his face, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. This kid, he placed his other hand on Little Jia's shoulder, shaking his head in disbelief. At this point, he just had to accept it. Fine, you did what you had to do. Still sitting on the dragon's head. Jiang Chen let out a deep breath and muttered, let's just leave this place and find some peace. Little Jia tilted his head, watching his father with a confused expression. Jiang Chen didn't even have the energy to explain. Jiang Chen climbed off the dragon, wiping his face, but there was no hiding it. He was on the verge of tears. His son was wasting fortune like it was nothing. 6 powerful beasts gone. Just like that. He had to force himself to see the silver lining. At least one monster was still alive. As a human being, he reminded himself, he should be grateful for what he had. The dark demon dragon and Little Jia stared at him in confusion. Little Jia tilted his head. Father, why are you acting weird? Before Jiang Chen could answer, loud knocks thundered from the massive door. His gaze snapped toward it. It was Gu Katian. Jiang Qin's mind worked quickly. The divine soul of the ancient god has been sealed. The dark demon has been captured. That means the outer defense would soon disappear. Sensing his master's energy, Jiang Qin knew the Ji family would arrive soon. He turned to little Jia, his expression calm but firm. Little Jia, have the insects devour everything quickly. Pack up anything valuable. We need to leave. Little Jia pouted. But father, I'm still hungry. Jiang Qin's eye twitched. This is not a restaurant, he snapped. This is a god's treasure trove. Little Jia groaned, touching his chin with a finger. His eyes filled with sadness. Can I at least eat next time? Jiang Qin let out a deep sigh. He wasn't sure what terrified him more, the sword god's descendant outside or little Jia's bottomless stomach. He pushed aside his frustration and focused. He could already imagine Sa Shu's great-grandfather standing outside, his overwhelming energy pressing down on everything around him. If that old monster gets in here and sees what we've done, yeah, that would be a problem. Little Jia, realizing his father was serious, got to work. Using his power, he drained and compressed everything the insects couldn't consume, turning the remains into giant floating orbs of liquid. There was just one problem. I can't store them, little Jia admitted. Jiang Qin turned around. Don't worry, your sister will handle it. At that moment, little Nine manifested. She took one look at the massive, floating orbs, and her face twisted in horror. Her hands went to her hips. You're telling me I have to clean up this mess? In her eyes, these orbs weren't treasure. They were just giant piles of disgusting, foul-smelling dung. She was done with her brother's nonsense. Jiang Qin, however, just smiled. Now that little Nine had taken care of everything, it was time to go. He took to the air, flying toward the exit. Outside the tomb, Gain attacked again. This time, his sword strike cut through the corpse's wall, creating an opening. His sharp eyes locked onto the wound. Something was different. The wound isn't healing, he murmured. Jinna's head snapped toward the opening. His brows furrowed. Not only had the defense of the ancient god's corpse weakened, it almost seemed like it was about to disappear entirely. Gain, arms crossed, grinned. We could finally go in and save Jiang Qin. But Ji Lingxiu, eyes narrowed. He was suspicious. Something wasn't right, and he was going in to find out what. Before anyone could act, Jiang Qin shot through the air, flying toward them at full speed. His eyes locked onto his master, hand outstretched in desperation. Master, take me with you. Ji Xinyue and Ji Lingxiu stared at him in silence, their expressions unreadable. The moment Jiang Qin emerged from the corpse, Ji Xinyue ran straight at him. She threw her arms around him, clutching him tightly. Tears streamed down her face as relief overwhelmed her. You're okay, she sobbed. You're really okay. Jiang Qin's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected this reaction, but despite the warmth of the moment, he knew this wasn't the time for reunions. Even Gu Katian, standing nearby, felt a wave of peace upon seeing Jiang Qin safe. But Jiang Qin didn't hesitate. He pushed Ji Xinyue aside, his expression dark and urgent. Leave. Now. There's no time. Ji Xinyue's tears stopped mid-fall. Her heart pounded in confusion. Jiang Qin, what's going on? She could see it in his eyes, fear. Jiang Qin turned to Gu Kaitian, his master. His gaze was sharp, unwavering. If we don't leave now, he said gravely, we're all dead. Gu Kaitian's expression shifted. Jiang Qin wasn't the type to panic. If he was this serious, something was very wrong. Without hesitation, he nodded. Get on. Jiang Qin leapt onto the blade of his master's sword, and with a flick of his fingers, Gu Kan soared through the sky like a bolt of lightning. As they disappeared into the distance, Jiang Qin's voice echoed behind them. I'm never coming back. Ji Xinyue felt her heart drop. What? Her mind swirled with emotions. She couldn't help but wonder, did Jiang Qin hate her? Meanwhile, her father's face twisted in fury. His voice boomed across the battlefield. I gave that brat divine and demonic blood, and this is how he repays me. He doesn't even know how to treat a lady properly. Ji Xinyue's fists clenched. She whipped around, eyes burning with anger. How dare you insult Jiang Qin? She snapped. He risked his life to save me. Her father froze. A long silence hung between them. He closed his eyes, rubbing the back of his head, suddenly feeling a little awkward. If Jiang Qin had been willing to risk his life for his daughter, that meant she was important to him. Ji Xinyue's face flushed deep red as realization hit her. Jiang Qin cares about me? Her hands flew to her mouth as her heart pounded wildly. But then, her expression hardened with determination. If Jiang Qin fought for me, then I'll fight for him. Her eyes flashed with resolve. She placed her hands on her hips, lifting her chin. I won't let him down, she vowed. In the upcoming Prodigies of Heaven tournament, she would show the world her best version, and she would make sure Jiang Qin never regretted saving her. Ji Xinyue's father couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as he watched his daughter's determination solidify. But not far from them, Ji Lingxiu stood silently, his eyes fixed on the tomb of the ancient god. His sharp instincts told him something was off. Jiang Qin's panic-stricken escape hadn't been natural. His eyes narrowed. Something had happened inside that tomb. Without a word, he stepped forward, carefully inspecting the interior of the corpse. And that's when he noticed it. The treasure. It was all gone. Not just the treasure, but every single monster that had once existed in the sea of consciousness. His brows furrowed. Before, this place had been teeming with life. Now it was an empty shell. Pressing a hand to his forehead, he sighed, already picturing the scene in his mind. Jiang Chun, fleeing with Gu Kaitian on the sword, looking as guilty as a thief caught in the act. That brat. Ji Lingxiu clenched his fists, his fury boiling over. Not only had Jiang Chun taken everything, but he hadn't even left a single monster for him. When he had entered the corpse, he'd faced 5 terrifying beasts so powerful that even he had struggled. How did Jiang Chun escape from level 9 monsters unscathed? He stepped forward, running his fingers along the veins of the corpse. One thing was clear, Jiang Chun was not someone ordinary. Despite leaving him with a bitter future, Ji Lingxiu was willing to accept it. But what Jiang Chun didn't know was that he had completely underestimated his power. High above, Gu Katian's sword streaked through the sky, carrying both master and disciple. Gu Katian, his expression unreadable, turned to Jiang Chun. Did you really empty out the sword god's treasure? Jiang Chun casually scratched the back of his head. Yep. Gu Katian let out a deep sigh. For the 3rd time, he began to question his life choices. His first disciple declared himself the king of the bloody knife and started an all-out war in the Qinglian war zone. His second disciple stole the National Guardian's fiancée and nearly caused a diplomatic disaster. And now his 3rd disciple? I don't even know how to describe this one. Gu Katian muttered to himself. Jiang Chun, completely unfazed, grinned. Only 3 days left before the prodigy ranking competition. Master, do you think I can win against Jiang Wushuang and Ji Xianyue? Gu Katian turned to him, silent. Jiang Chun continued, stretching his arms lazily. Ji Xianyue is strong, but I don't think she'll be too much trouble. Jiang Wushuang, though, I've heard he's improved a lot these past few days in Magic City. His 8-armed god of war body isn't something to take lightly. Gu Katian's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Chun had confidence, but this tournament wasn't going to be easy. Far away, in a different part of the continent, a different storm was brewing. At the center of Red Lake, a lone figure stood atop the water, his body radiating an immense pressure. It was Injan, the #1 celestial genius of Jiang Chen's generation. His talent? Unmatched. For 800 years, no one in Xia had come close to his level. A powerful aura surrounded his body as he lifted his hand, his piercing gaze locked onto it. Most job changers reached spiritual maturity at 18, allowing them to awaken a professional class. But Injan was different. At 3 years old, he had already activated his class, earning recognition from the divine weapon, the human emperor's sword. At 9, he wielded the legendary blade. At 12, he conquered a forbidden zone and returned alive. And at 15, he vanished into the military region of the capital, training in absolute seclusion for the past 3 years. Now he was back, and he wasn't just aiming for the prodigy ranking. He was aiming for the throne of the strongest. Jiang Chun had always known that Injan awakened his class at an early age, but something didn't add up. For someone hailed as a once-in-800-years genius, his current level barely reached the 3 transformations. That didn't make sense. Gu Kaitian, arms crossed, explained, it's because he doesn't just rely on the system. He also cultivates the supreme techniques of all celestial races. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. All of them? Gu Kaitian nodded. High above Red Lake, Injan wiped his chin, his piercing gaze reflecting the moonlight. His blood of the murderous emperor was almost fully awakened. Soon, he would step into a new realm of power. But at that moment, he had only one question on his mind. Where is Jiang Chun? Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and Gu Kaitian soared through the night sky. The sword beneath them cut through the air like lightning. Jiang Chun's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He stretched out his hands, as if trying to grasp the answer. Master, he asked, can I also cultivate the techniques of all celestial races? Gu Kan remained silent for a moment, his gaze shifting toward the horizon. That, he finally said, is a question even I cannot answer. He sighed. Many have tried to walk that path. Almost none have succeeded. The techniques of different races often clash with the heavenly Tao. But, he added, his voice heavy, Injan was the only one in hundreds of years to succeed. Jiang Chen's gaze dropped to the ground below, his mind deep in thought. Even if he had Injan's talent, even if he wanted to walk that path, who could teach him the techniques of all the races? Even Gu Kaitian, a legendary master, didn't have that ability. Injan's bloodline was different. He was a descendant of the human emperor of Great Xia. Back then, the human emperor led an army against the 10,000 races, capturing many powerful beasts and beings. But times had changed. Now, the martial god, Jiang Shui, only defended the entrance to the realm of the 10,000 races, instead of waging war against them. Gu Kaitian's fingers flickered with energy, and their sword shot forward like a streak of lightning. If you take first place in the prodigy ranking competition, he said, I'll use my authority to transfer some elite units from the capital to your side. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. That was huge. For the first time that night, a grin spread across his face. Sometime later, night had fallen. Jiang Chen returned to his apartment in the city, stretching his arms as he finally relaxed. He lifted his palm, and little Jia's energy flickered around it, dancing like embers. Jiang Chen smirked. The journey to the ancient god's corpse had been beyond worth it. His insects had grown exponentially, not just in number but in strength. Tonight, Little Nine's offspring and Little Jia's red beetles would reproduce again. But just as he was about to rest, a familiar presence stirred within his divine consciousness. Jiang Chen's body tensed. His heart pounded. Slowly he turned around, and there it was. The ancestor tree of all things had appeared again. His eyes widened, but something was different this time. Hanging from its branches was a new fruit, a color he had never seen before. A glowing green fruit. Jiang Chen's breath caught in his throat. His instinct screamed at him. This wasn't ordinary. He stepped forward, extending his hand. As soon as his fingers touched it, the fruit detached, landing softly in his palm. A system notification flashed before his eyes. New fruit acquired. Green lightning fruit. Effect. Grants the user the chance to awaken a unique hidden profession. Sovereign of electricity. Abilities unlocked. Lightning bolt. Allows the user to transform into an electric current and teleport within their own electrical field. Jiang Chen's breath hitched. A unique hidden profession? And lightning teleportation. His grip on the fruit tightened. This was big. The electrical field range was currently 50 meters, allowing Jiang Chen to ignore obstacles and move instantly within it. The second ability, Ray Fusion, let him absorb electrical energy into his very cells, storing it like a living battery until he was ready to release it in a devastating attack. The third and final ability, Divine Judgment, allowed him to transform his palm into a conduit of pure electricity, unleashing a blinding electric current on impact. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a grin as he took in the statistics. With this fruit, I can awaken a second profession. He wouldn't just be a divine-level spiritual breeder anymore. He was about to become a job changer with a dual class, a sovereign of electricity. Lightning and insects, two unstoppable forces in one body. Before he could fully process the sheer power boost, a sudden system notification snapped him out of his thoughts. Ding! Breeding cycle complete. Jiang Chen blinked. Then his eyes widened. The red armor beetles had produced 30,000 offspring. The 9 miasma wings had reproduced 12 million hatchlings. Wait, 12 million? Just then, boom! An explosion erupted behind him, and the sky darkened as it filled with a storm of tiny beetles. Little Nine was furious. Little Jia, you did it again, she yelled, her voice filled with pure rage. Little Jia, floating smugly in the air, tilted his head. I was just following my instincts. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. His entire body radiated power. The surge in strength was unbelievable. The hatchlings, combined with Little Jia's new offspring, had boosted his stats dramatically. A status window popped up before him. Jiang Chen's current stats. Level 36. Transformation, second. Title, Sovereign of Insects. Professions. O Divine Level Spiritual Breeder. O Sovereign of Electricity New. Talent classes. O First Talent. Universal Growth, Divine Evolution, Ancestor Tree of All Things. O Second Talent. Hidden Lightning, Lightning Fusion, Divine Judgment. Sword Skills. O Human Sword, Earthly Sword, Heavenly Sword, Great Tao of the Sword. Calamities. O Insect Mother, Little Nine. Level 36, 12 million insects in her progeny. O Little Jia. Level 32, 30,000 insects in her progeny. Attributes. O Strength, 409. O Agility, 428. O Energy, 379. O Constitution, 498. O Combat Power Evaluation, 410 stars. As he clenched his fist, electricity crackled around his arm, flickering like a storm waiting to be unleashed. His eyes gleamed with confidence. Even though he couldn't use Little Nine's power in the Prodigy competition, with his new class and enhanced abilities, he could dominate the battlefield with ease. And if worst came to worst, he could always unleash Little Jia's power and summon the Dark Demon, a weapon of absolute destruction. The night was deep, and the jagged peaks of Qinluo War Zone loomed like silent sentinels under the vast, starlit sky. A massive blue dragon soared through the darkness, its scales gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Somewhere below, nestled in the rocky terrain, a group of men and a lone woman gathered around a sturdy wooden table, their expressions tense. Suddenly, the dragon descended with a powerful sweep of its wings, landing gracefully. A man with disheveled black hair, dressed casually in a light summer shirt, slid off the dragon's back. His laid-back appearance clashed starkly with the formal attire of the others. As he approached, a faint, forced smile tugged at his lips. "Let's not overreact now," he quipped, brushing off invisible dust. "I'm impressed you all made it on time, considering I had to drag myself here all the way from Guanghai War Zone. I'm beat." The woman, eyes closed as if meditating, cracked a smile and turned toward him. "Someone from Guanghai War Zone, dressed like that? Bold choice, considering how formal everyone else is. Aren't you supposed to be a country protector like us?" A gray-haired man seated beside her chuckled, his gaze sharp. "You're talking about oddities? In that department, you're practically world-famous." His tone was sardonic, and the woman shot him a mock glare. The man in the summer shirt, unfazed, didn't even bother sitting down at the table. Instead, he casually plopped down on the dragon's side, leaning back as if settling in for a nap. "People from Guanghai War Zone appreciate flair," he said with a lazy grin. Before long, the bickering kicked off. Voices rose, sarcasm flying like arrows, until a muscular man slammed his fist against the table with a resounding thud. "Enough," he growled, his face set in a scowl. "Let's get to the point." A long-haired man resting nearby placed a calming hand on the big guy's shoulder. "Keep your temper," he murmured. The tension simmered down, and an older man with deep-set eyes cleared his throat. His expression was grave. "This year's Celestial Genius competition won't be like the last one. There's been a shift in power." He glanced around the group before continuing. "Aside from the capital, which is always the strongest, we've got regions like Madu and Jiangnan rising fast. In Jiangnan, they've got Jiang Wushuang, and now Jiang Chun." The mention of Jiang Chun made the room fall silent. The old man's voice dropped lower, thick with seriousness. "He's stronger than most of Demon City's so-called geniuses. And here's the problem. Jiangnan's war district used to ally with us to fight Madu and the capital. This time they're going solo." The gray-haired man leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "Maybe it's because of Xiao Yuanshan." His voice dripped with amusement. "Remember him? Your old buddy? Got exiled to the underground abyss. Wonder what that's about." The woman smiled brightly, as if they weren't discussing betrayals and dangerous exiles. "So, what's the plan? Team up and take out Jiangnan first? Let's face it, when we went head-to-head with the capital last time, it didn't exactly go in our favor. Second place might be more realistic." Her suggestion hung in the air, and several heads nodded thoughtfully. The old man sighed, then said, "We'll settle this with a vote. Raise your hand if you're in favor of allying against Jiangnan." Without hesitation, the gray-haired man raised his hand. "Wuxiang War Zone is in," he said, flashing a grin. Xinghe, the woman from Tianfu War Zone, followed suit. "I'm in." The muscular man from Qinglian's 9th War Zone lifted his hand too, his expression still grim. Slowly, more hands went up until everyone had agreed. Everyone except one. All eyes turned toward the man in the summer shirt. Yun Zhantan leaned back lazily, his expression one of pure indifference. He stuck a finger in his ear, then flicked it out with an exaggerated yawn. His lips curled into a scornful smirk. "Are you done talking?" His tone was laced with disdain, and his eyes gleamed with barely concealed contempt. Yun Zhantan's gaze dropped to the ground, his lips curling into a smirk. With a sudden movement, he strode forward and slammed his palm against the table, making the wooden surface tremble. His voice, filled with unwavering confidence, echoed through the mountains. "I didn't come here to form an alliance," he declared. "I came to tell you all something important. This summer, in the Daxia Genius competition, Guanghai War Zone's War District is taking the championship." The scene fell into a stunned silence. The only person who reacted was the gray-haired man, his eyes darkening with anger. His fists clenched, knuckles whitening as he glared at Yun Zhantan. "What the hell are you talking about? Are you out of your mind?" But Yun Zhantan only repeated himself, letting the words roll off his tongue with satisfaction. "Guanghai War Zone's taking the win." Singing out loud felt good, really good. The gray-haired man's fury surged, and with a sharp crack, the glass in his hand shattered into pieces. Across the table, Xinghe's eyes shot open, her usual playful demeanor gone. Instead, she fixed him with an icy stare, her gaze brimming with hostility. Yun Zhantan merely chuckled unfazed. "Well, this has been fun, but I got places to be." He turned on his heel and leaped onto the back of his dragon. As the creature spread its massive wings, he threw a final glance over his shoulder, smirking. "Relax. I won't be bothering you anymore. And don't worry, I won't go blabbing about this meeting either." With that, The dragon let out a low growl, then shot into the night sky, disappearing into the darkness at an incredible speed. The muscular man stared at the empty space where Yun Tian had just been and muttered, "Did he hit his head or something?" The gray-haired man scoffed, shaking his head. More like he got kicked by a donkey. Or maybe, his eyes narrowed. Maybe he's got something up his sleeve that we don't know about. A heavy silence fell over the group as they pondered the possibility. But in the end, there was no point dwelling on it. The old man picked up a fresh glass, his expression serious. As long as the four great war zones unite and form a flawless strategy, Jiangnan will fall. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Chujiang City, shadows lurked atop a towering cliff. A group of men, dressed in dark robes, knelt before a figure clad in a flowing red cape, the leader of the Church of the Ancient God. He stood at the edge of the cliff, his piercing gaze fixed on the city below. "How's the Divine Sun's progress?" he asked, his voice cold and commanding. "Have you noticed any unusual movements?" One of the kneeling men quickly responded, "There's nothing to be concerned about. The Great Divine Sun has successfully infiltrated Guanghai War Zone's war district as their top genius. He has already earned the full trust and support of Yun Tian, Guanghai War Zone's national protector." Upon hearing this, a slow, satisfied grin spread across the leader's face. So, the supreme honor of Daxia has already slipped from the hands of the so-called invincible protectors of the country. He lifted his hand, palm facing the distant city. "I can't wait to see the looks on their faces." The plan was already in motion. All that remained was for the genius ranking competition to begin. The entire nation of Daxia would have their eyes on it. A low, sinister laugh rumbled from the leader's throat. He lifted both hands to the sky, and a dark energy began to pulse from his body, twisting and writhing like living shadows. The air itself seemed to tremble as an ominous force spread across the land. At that moment, a beast tide was set in motion, an unstoppable wave of destruction, ready to sweep through all of Chujiang City. Sensing the surge of energy, the gathered cultists pressed their hands together in eerie unison. Their voices rose in a haunting chant. "With the sacrifice of Chujiang City, the ancient god shall return." The next day, in Jiangnan's war zone, the central plaza was packed with young warriors. The best geniuses from each region had gathered, their eyes fixed on a massive screen at the front. The air buzzed with anticipation. Only one day remained before the Daxia Genius competition began. Standing at the center with his hands behind his back was Duan Xinghai. With a sharp gaze, he cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. "For those who might have forgotten, or just weren't here, I'll go over the rules again." Jiang Chun, standing among the participants, tilted his head in curiosity. He hadn't been present for the initial explanation, so he figured this recap was for his benefit. Duan Xinghai activated the screen, his expression turning serious. "The competition consists of participants from the 8 great war zones. In total, we have 80 celestial geniuses." His voice carried across the plaza as he continued. "The competition is split into 2 rounds. First, the team survival round. Second, the individual ranking battle." A murmur spread through the crowd, but Jiang Qin remained calm, analyzing the rules as Duan Xinghai elaborated. For the first round, small teams from each war zone will enter a secret realm located in Qinluo's area. Your goal is simple: survive. The 4 war zones with the fewest survivors will be eliminated. At this, the crowd stirred, some whispering about the brutal nature of the event. "This round is about teamwork," Duan Xinghai added, his gaze sharp. "No matter how strong you are, if you can't protect your teammates, you lose." Jiang Chen smirked slightly. "Interesting. Additionally, there's no hiding," Duan Xinghai continued. "Anyone who stays in one spot for too long will be struck by lightning. Every hour, the range of the battlefield will shrink. If you're caught outside, you're eliminated immediately." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and an excited grin crept onto his face. Lightning strikes if I stay still? That was perfect for his new technique. He could use the storm to fuel himself, gathering electricity to enhance his power. His body involuntarily sparked with energy at the mere thought. One of the guys standing next to him noticed the sudden crackle of thunder and took a nervous step away. Duan Xinghai pressed on. After the first round, around 30 participants will remain for the second phase, the individual ranking battle. The rules are simple. Win, and you advance. Lose, and you're out. With that, he turned to the group. "Now, you need to decide on a team captain." The plaza erupted in chatter as people debated amongst themselves. Jiang Chen could already feel eyes turning toward him. Just as he started to act like he hadn't noticed, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind him. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu, grinning from ear to ear, dramatically formed a heart shape with their arms. "We vote for Jiang Chen as captain," they declared in unison. Jiang Chen froze. A faint heat rose to his face. "Why are these guys like this?" He sighed, dragging his hand down his face, pretending not to know them. Then, another one of his friends stepped forward smirking. He mirrored the heart gesture and nodded. Yeah, we want Jiang Chun as captain too. The last of his close friends didn't bother with theatrics. He simply turned to Jiang Chun, gave him a thumbs up, and said sincerely, I agree. You're the best choice. Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Finally giving in, he reached out and completed the heart sign with his companions. Fine, fine. Let's win this thing. Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. Sure, being nominated as captain was flattering, but at the same time, why me? Meanwhile, Bai Feng and Zhang Wushuang stood nearby, observing the debate with calm expressions. Bai Feng cleared his throat and spoke up. Tang Ying, and I think Zhang Wushuang should be the captain. His reasoning was simple. While Jiang Chun was undeniably strong, Zhang Wushuang had a more stable and reliable presence. Zhang Wushuang, standing in the crowd, glanced at Jiang Chun with a thoughtful expression. He still didn't quite understand why everyone was so set on him leading. Just then, a girl standing next to Jiang Wushuang spoke up. I think Zhang should be the captain too. Her reasoning? Because he's super handsome. A blonde-haired man immediately chimed in, nodding enthusiastically in agreement. Jiang Chun blinked, rubbing his temple. With a forced smile, he looked at them and deadpanned. I don't even know who you guys are. The girl placed a hand on her chest, her expression soft. My name is Libing, she said sweetly. Beside her, a blue-haired boy grinned and pointed at himself with his thumb. And I'm Prince Wangzi, he declared with absolute confidence. Before Jiang Chun could respond, Jiang Wushuang stepped forward and casually placed a hand on his shoulder. With a kind smile, he said, I vote for Zhang too. Jiang Chun turned around to see the growing number of votes against him and felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He immediately clutched his chest dramatically and blurted out, Look, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I really don't want to be captain. That's way too much pressure. A brief silence fell over the group. Then, on the other side of the plaza, Duan Xinghai's face darkened. His expression twisted in frustration as he snapped. Jiang Chun, drop the act. You think you can fool me? You'd need another 800 years before you'd even come close. Jiang Chun instinctively took a few steps back, his eyes widening slightly. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction from the old man. Duan Xinghai exhaled sharply and extended his hand to the side. In an instant, a grand staircase of ice materialized in front of them. The shimmering steps reflected the sunlight, cold and imposing. The Jiangnan war zone has been looked down on for years, Duan Xinghai declared. His gaze swept across the group. This is your chance to change that. Your fate is in your own hands. The staircase led to a teleportation space, a gateway prepared for them. This is my gift to you, Duan Xinghai continued. At the top, the king of the celestial sword awaits. He'll act as the country's representative and escort you all to the Qinluo war zone. Meanwhile, in the Qinluo war zone, a lush green island served as the entrance to the Eternal Kingdom. The entire place was teeming with ancient trees and dense foliage, a stark contrast to the tension in the air. Gathered on the island were all the military commanders from the great war zones. Among them sat Ji, Xianyue's father, resting his chin on his hand as he observed the proceedings with sharp focus. Next to him, Gu Kaitian stared at the massive screen in front of them, waiting for Jiang Chun and the others to arrive. Moments later, the teleportation gateway shimmered, and Jiang Chun and his group stepped onto the island. Luo Sandao immediately turned to Jiang Chun with a bright grin. Hey, did you see? The Tian Daowang is sitting in the first row of the Warzone Guardian. Jiang Chun's eyes shifted to the side, taking in the scene. With a calm expression, he nodded. Makes sense. But then his gaze landed on someone else. His brows furrowed slightly. Jihangyin? The sealed king himself was seated in the same district. A question lingered in Jiang Chun's mind. Why is he here? Behind them, Mu Hanxiu stood silently, her gaze cast downward, lost in thought. Just then, Ji Xianyue appeared, her face as red as a ripe tomato. She hesitated, avoiding eye contact as she placed a hand on her arm. The reason I'm here, she mumbled, shifting awkwardly. The Magic City War Zone currently has no national protector, so my father is taking charge. Before Jiang Chun could even process her words, Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu reacted instantly, their expressions darkening. They stepped in front of him, spreading their arms out protectively like bodyguards in a bad drama. She's a captain from an enemy team, Luo Sandao hissed. She's trying to steal Jiang Chun. Mu Hanxiu added, his eyes burning with suspicion. Jiang Chun, caught in the middle of the absurd situation, stood frozen, utterly confused. What is even happening right now? He remained silent, unsure whether to laugh, protest, or just quietly walk away. But before he could figure it out, a crack split open in the sky. A massive flying warship descended from the heavens, its presence alone sending ripples of pressure through the air. The ship was manned by elite warriors from the capital's war zone. At the front stood a general and an older man with stark white hair. The ship itself was a floating fortress, its combat strength comparable to that of an 8th-rank national protector. Then, with an almost theatrical level of confidence, a figure leaped off the ship. His aura alone was enough to make even the strongest warriors feel a hint of fear. His piercing eyes radiated an indomitable will. Injan, the legend, the so-called star of the capital. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Huh, not bad. Before anyone could fully digest his arrival, another crack split the sky. If the capital's entrance had been arrogant, then the arrival of Guanghai, war zone was straight up outrageous. A colossal golden dragon, boasting multiple heads, burst forth from the void. But this wasn't just any dragon. It carried a massive, chained coffin on its back. And standing atop this spectacle, Yun Zhantian. The man lounged on the dragon as if it were his personal ride, his summer shirt fluttering in the wind. His expression was practically glowing with joy. With a smug grin, he dramatically extended a hand toward the coffin. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, rebirth towards death. With those words, the chains snapped, and the coffin came crashing down onto the dragon's back before finally slamming into the ground. Cracks spread across its surface before it shattered completely, revealing the warriors of Guanghai, war zone. Among them stood a man with long hair, his presence exuding quiet dominance. Yun Zhantian laughed, spreading his arms wide. First place belongs to us this year. Get used to it. Now that all the major war zones had gathered, a massive portal materialized before them. Some warriors immediately stepped forward, entering without hesitation, while others stood still, silently assessing their competition. The first round was about to begin. The rules were brutal. Out of the 8 great war zones, only 4 would advance. The battlefield within the secret realm would shrink every hour, forcing teams into combat. And, to make things worse, if anyone remained motionless for too long, they'd be struck by lightning. One by one, teams entered the portal. Jiang Chen's team was the last to step through. As soon as they emerged on the other side, they found themselves standing in a dense forest, surrounded by ruins of old buildings. This was their battlefield. The sky above them shifted, and in an instant, the portal behind them vanished. There was no turning back now. The team immediately turned to Jiang Chen. So, Captain, one of them asked, "What's the plan?" Jiang Chen blinked. What? His confusion must have been obvious because Bai Feng calmly extended a hand, gesturing toward the battlefield. Among the 8 great war zones, the chance to participate in this competition is 1 in 1,000. If we want to eliminate our opponents, we have to take the initiative. Silence fell over the team as they all processed his words. On the other side, Mu Hanqiu's glare locked onto Bai Feng, her frustration boiling over. "How can you speak to the captain like that?" she snapped. "Show some respect." Before things could escalate into a full-blown argument, Jiang Chen stepped in. He placed a hand on her head, gently ruffling her hair as he sighed with a forced smile. "Relax," he muttered. "Bai Feng's right. We need to get organized." With that, he reached into his storage space. The team's tension eased slightly, thinking their captain had some brilliant strategy prepared. Their eyes brightened in anticipation. And then, Jiang Chen pulled out a sofa, then some meat, then vegetables, and finally a grill. He sat down comfortably, rested his hands on his knees, and calmly observed his stunned teammates. "All right," he said, "let's get started." The silence was deafening. Luo Sandao, Bai Feng, and Tang Ying all stood frozen, their mouths slightly open in shock as they processed what they were seeing. It took only a few seconds for the realization to sink in. Jiang Chen was setting up a barbecue. He casually started skewering the meat, completely ignoring the stares of his bewildered teammates. Mu Hanqiu's fist clenched, her whole body trembling. "Are you serious right now?" she shouted, barely restraining herself. "We're in a survival competition. This is a matter of life and death. And you think now's the time for a barbecue?" Luo Sandao immediately sided with her. "She's right, Jiang Chen. We need to strategize, not sit around grilling meat like it's a festival." Tang Ying, meanwhile, turned around and covered her face in pure secondhand embarrassment. Why did I expect anything different? Jiang Chen blinked, genuinely surprised at their reactions. "What?" he asked, turning back to the skewers. Bai Feng stepped forward, staring at him with an utterly confused expression. "Do you not remember the rules?" he asked hesitantly. "If we stay still for too long, we'll get struck by lightning." The man standing next to him was just as stunned. "I can't believe this is happening." Jiang Chen, still completely unbothered, placed the skewers over the fire. Yeah, I know the rules," he said nonchalantly. "But let's be real. How are we supposed to fight on an empty stomach? You can't win a battle if you're starving." Silence. Then, out of nowhere, Jiang Wushuang placed a hand on his jaw, his eyes widening in realization. Wait, this is actually brilliant. The others turned to him in horror. Jiang Wushuang smiled. Think about it. If we eat now, we'll have the energy to fight later. Jiang Chun is just thinking ahead. Without hesitation, he sat down next to Jiang Chun and started helping him prepare the barbecue. The rest of the team stood there, completely dumbfounded. Not only do we have one unreliable person, but two. Or was there actually some hidden, deeper meaning behind this? Luo Sandao clenched her fists, her eyes lighting up with newfound realization. Finally, she understood what Jiang Chun was trying to do. One by one, the others began to believe it as well. The man beside her stroked his chin, a thoughtful smile creeping onto his face. Jiang Chun, you genius. Another guy, arms crossed, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Slowly, the whole team began shifting their perspective. Seeing everyone embrace the idea, a red-haired girl happily grabbed a skewer and started adding roasted potato slices, her absolute favorite. Jiang Chun, his brows furrowing in confusion. His expression changed as he looked around. Wait a minute, why is everyone actually buying into this? The truth was, Jiang Chun had started the barbecue simply because he was hungry. Ever since his body started adapting to the strange energy fluctuations in his system, his appetite had been nearly insatiable. He wasn't worried about getting struck by lightning. In fact, he was looking forward to it since it would help him recharge his abilities. But now, looking at his teammates' expressions, he realized they had completely overanalyzed his actions. As he was lost in thought, Mu Hanxiu suddenly approached him. She gave him a knowing smile. Now I understand, she said. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Understand what? She scratched the back of her head and closed her eyes. Well, since everyone else figured out your deep plan, if I said I didn't get it, I'd look like an idiot. Jiang Chun blinked. Huh. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang placed the skewers on the grill with practiced ease. As he watched the flames flicker, his admiration for Jiang Chun only grew. This strategy, it's only ever appeared once in history. If he hadn't studied the lists of geniuses from centuries ago, he might not have understood it at all. He never expected Jiang Chun to go this far, just for this battle. To him, Jiang Chun was a captain truly worthy of the title. He continued cooking, occasionally glancing at Jiang Chun. His plan is brilliant. He's waiting calmly, letting the other teams exhaust themselves before making a move. Act weak to lure in the strong. Pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. It was a risky strategy, but one that could work if executed perfectly. But what if the other teams figured it out? Jiang Wushuang's gaze sharpened. Would he be able to handle it if they all joined forces against him? Jiang Chun, feeling the weight of his stare, turned to him and raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Wushuang remained silent for a moment before thinking. Could this be what they call an invincible heart? He had heard stories of his grandfather's interest in Jiang Chun, but now he understood why. Compared to Jiang Chun, Jiang Wushuang himself didn't lack talent or strength. But what he lacked was something deeper, something far more important. The unwavering courage to never fear anything. Jiang Wushuang, still focused on grilling the skewers, let out a casual remark. I'm not as good as you. Jiang Chun glanced at him, then suddenly stood up. Your skewers are burning. Wushuang snapped his head back to the grill, his calm demeanor cracking as he hurriedly flipped the skewers. Meanwhile, on the giant screen broadcasting the competition, the entire world was now watching Jiang Wushuang and Jiang Chun preparing skewers. An awkward silence filled the viewing area. Gu Kaitian's face twisted with rage and disappointment. His fists clenched as he seethed. While others are strategizing or investigating, this guy is actually having a barbecue. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Is this something he learned from Hong Yao? As a captain, he should be leading by example, not embarrassing himself like this. How the hell is he going to face old Duan after this? A sharp laugh broke the tension. A red-haired warrior sitting among the spectators sneered as he mockingly clapped. Well, looks like Jiangnan really came prepared this year. His words immediately drew the attention of Xianyue's father, whose expression darkened. His intense gaze locked onto the red-haired man with growing fury. Gu Kaitian, sitting nearby, also turned to look at him, his eyes narrowing. Memories of a past competition resurfaced. The era of the human emperor Renhuang. Back then, during his youth, the human emperor had slaughtered countless opponents using the dragon sword. In one particular instance, he had deliberately stood still, allowing lightning to strike him. His seemingly reckless move had lured 4 teams into investigating, leading to a battle where he massacred them all single-handedly. His ferocity, his ruthlessness, his sheer dominance. It had been an era-defining moment. No one had managed to replicate his feat since. The red-haired man, basking in his own arrogance, crossed his arms and continued to mock them. First, they learned useless things like chicken droppings and dog excrement. And now they think they deserve to be here? Pathetic. Others quickly jumped in, arguing against him. A deserter like you has no right to speak. But the red-haired man just laughed. Xinhua father placed a hand on Gu Kaitian's shoulder, forcing a strained smile. Calm down, Gu Kan gritted his teeth, clearly still irritated, but he chose to remain silent. Just then, another voice cut through the discussion. Did you hear? The Qinluo, Wuxiang, Qinglian, and Tianfu war zones are forming an alliance again. The capital's about to have a real problem on its hands. Gu turned sharply, his eyes piercing as he stared at the speaker. This generation of geniuses isn't weak. If the capital underestimates them, they will run into trouble. The man who made the announcement smirked, extending his hand. Trouble? A bunch of nobodies can't stand up to the capital's best. His confidence was absolute. At that moment, the screen shifted, displaying a detailed map of the battlefield. Gu's eyes immediately sharpened as he studied it. It didn't take him long to realize something crucial. The 4 elite regions weren't targeting the capital. They were targeting Jiangnan. They're not going after the strongest. They're going after the weakest. The red-haired man burst out laughing. Looks like they finally learned how to play the game. This is going to be fun to watch. Deep within the secret realm, a team of elite warriors moved carefully through the dense forest. One of them suddenly stopped, his sharp gaze scanning the distance. I've found them, he muttered, eyes locking on a Jiang Chen's group. The rest of his squad turned to look. There, in the middle of an open clearing, Jiang Chen's team was having a barbecue. No defensive formations. No scouting parties. Just a bunch of people casually grilling meat in the middle of a high-stakes survival battle. The long-haired man furrowed his brows in confusion. Why are they eating right now? Something felt off. No sane warrior would be this relaxed in enemy territory. Could this be a trap? Luo Shun, the pride of Tianfu and their team captain, clenched his fists, his energy flaring up. He locked his gaze on Jiang Chun and the others. Enough speculation, he ordered. No matter what they're up to, we stick to the plan. We attack now. His team snapped to attention. They still had scouts posted nearby, and their plan was precise: strike fast, overwhelm, and eliminate. The 20 elite warriors split into 3 groups. One team, led by Wu Qingqing, would focus entirely on Jiang Chun. She was the top celestial genius of Kaiyu and a master of daggers. Confident in her speed, she smirked as she summoned her weapons. As long as they didn't give Jiang Chun a chance to unsheath his sword, he was as good as dead. Another team, led by Dan Li Shuang, had a more challenging task, handling the rest of Jiang Chen's team. The first genius of Wuxiang, she clasped her hands together, summoning water that rippled through the air. Her determination burned bright. I'll cleanse them all, she whispered. Finally, Luo Shun's main squad would focus on locking down Jiang Wuxuang. He was the real threat. If they could neutralize him early, the battle would be over before it even began. Meanwhile, Lu Heng, the top genius of Qinglian, extended his hand, activating his spatial powers. A portal shimmered into existence behind them, ready to reinforce their comrades at a moment's notice. With everything in place, they launched their attack. Back at the viewing platform, tension filled the air. Gu Kaitian wiped the sweat from his forehead as he stared at the screen. This doesn't make sense, he muttered. The enemy was already less than 500 meters away, yet Jiang Chen's team still hadn't noticed. Even if Jiang Chen himself was distracted, there was no way Jiang Wuxuang shouldn't have sensed them by now. If this keeps up, they're all going to be wiped out. Meanwhile, the other generals watching the battle were in a much better mood. The gray-haired man smirked. Lu Hang's spatial ability is unmatched. No one can escape his grasp. The muscular warrior beside him crossed his arms and let out a booming laugh. And Wu Qingqing? The best assassin in the world. There's no way Jiang Chen makes it out of this one. A female strategist leaned forward. Dan Li Shuang isn't just powerful. She's the first water element goddess in all of Daxia. There's no counter for her abilities. Even the white-haired general, who had been silent until now, slammed his fist on the table. Luo Shun is the best tactician. This battle is already decided. All eyes turned to the screen, where Jiang Chun was still casually eating skewers on a sofa. Jiang Wuxuang, however, had finally sensed something. His body tensed, and he immediately stood up, his entire posture shifting into battle mode. He scanned the forest. This isn't right. He turned toward Jiang Chun, who was still calmly munching on grilled meat. The enemy! They're already less than 100 meters away, Jiang Wuxuang thought, his expression darkening. Yet Jiang Chun had done absolutely nothing. There was only one explanation. He hasn't even noticed them. Jiang Chun casually grabbed another piece of meat and took a bite. The enemy was now less than 10 meters away. Luo Shun's eyes gleamed with confidence. Victory was within their grasp. Jiang Chen's team was completely unaware, distracted, vulnerable. Or so he thought. Just then, Jiang Chen abruptly stopped chewing. His face twisted with disgust as he spit the meat out. Ugh! Who the hell roasted beast claws without cooking them properly? Without thinking, he flung the half-chewed claw away. It soared through the air. and smacked Luo Shan right in the face. Luo Shan's body tensed as he froze in place. For a moment, he wasn't sure what was worse, getting hit in the face with someone else's food or the horrifying realization that Jiang Chun might have just exposed him. Had they been discovered? His doubts were confirmed the next second. Jiang Wushuang, still seated moments ago, suddenly released a powerful surge of energy. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he launched himself into the air, his gaze locking onto Lu Heng, who was hidden inside the portal. A smirk tugged at his lips. Jiang Qin knew this whole time. Wushuang felt a deep sense of admiration. Jiang Qin had remained calm, waiting for the perfect moment to act. Even the discarded bone, it wasn't just a random toss. It was a warning to his team. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, still seated, rubbed his chin, watching everything unfold. I was just mad about the food. In the next instant, Jiang Wushuang punched the portal. A violent shockwave rippled through the air. The intricate triple void restriction surrounding it shattered instantly. The illusionary barriers collapsed. Luo Shun and his entire squad suddenly became visible. Panic flashed through their eyes. Impossible. Their concealment had been perfect. Fury twisted Luo Shun's expression. He had no idea Jiang Chun had sensed them the whole time, and he was humiliated to realize they had been toyed with. Jiang Wushuang landed smoothly, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the stunned attackers. Enough talking, he said coolly. Let's get this over with. Luo Shun gritted his teeth. We can't retreat now. If they turned back, they were as good as dead. Attack, he roared. Jiang Chen's team immediately snapped to attention. They had been waiting for this moment. As Jiang Chen stood up, his teammates erupted into cheers. That's our captain. He had this under control the whole time. He even accounted for the enemy's emotions. Mu Hanxiu rushed up to him, her eyes shining with admiration. With a bright smile, she declared, Now I finally understand your plan. Luo Sandao appeared beside her, nodding seriously. Same here. I get it now too. Jiang Chun blinked. His forced smile twitched. You guys realize it wasn't that deep, right? But seeing how everyone was looking at him with admiration, he decided to just roll with it. Well, since I absolutely planned this, let's get to work, he said, cracking his knuckles. Without hesitation, he took off running straight into the fight. But before engaging, he turned to Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu. You two protect Li Bing and Prince Wangzi, and don't let anyone steal the kills. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu's eyes widened in surprise. He's entrusting us with a mission. Excitement filled their faces as they both nodded eagerly. We won't let you down. In reality, Jiang Chun just wanted to get some exercise. Meanwhile, Luo Shun's forces lunged at Jiang Wushuang. Big mistake. Before they could even react, Jiang Wushuang grabbed one of them by the head and slammed him into the ground with bone-crushing force. A scream of agony erupted from the downed warrior. Two enemy swordsmen saw an opening and lunged at Jiang Wushuang, hoping to catch him off guard. Big mistake. Without even turning, Jiang Wushuang activated his technique, 8-armed war god body. A flurry of energy fists erupted from his body, hammering into the two attackers and sending them flying before they could even swing their blades. But one of the energy fists surged toward Luo Wen, who instinctively unsheathed his sword and barely managed to deflect it at the last second. Jiang Chun had initially considered helping him, but after seeing how easily he handled the attack, he realized this guy didn't need any backup. Meanwhile, Luo Shun was not having a good time. The relentless force of Jiang Wushuang's attacks grew stronger by the second, pushing him further back. The intensity of the battle had shifted entirely against him, and panic flashed in his eyes. His only hope now was reinforcements. Lu Heng! Luo Shun shouted desperately. Get support now! Lu Heng, lost in thought, snapped back to reality. His face turned serious as he reached behind him, summoning a portal. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he urgently called out to Dan Li Shuang's group. Send reinforcements. Now! At first, they hesitated. Things weren't going according to plan, and their strategy was crumbling. But with no better option, they finally agreed. Just then, a shadow loomed above Lu Heng. His instincts screamed danger. He looked up. Jiang Chun. Sword unsheathed. Gaze piercing. Support class, Jiang Chun noted immediately. If Lu Heng got a chance to use his powers, things could get messy. Jiang Chun wasn't about to let that happen. He descended like a thunderbolt, blade gleaming as he slashed fiercely. But at the last possible moment, Lu Heng vanished into the portal, barely escaping by the skin of his teeth. Jiang Chun landed, his eyes narrowing. That was close. On the other side, Lu Heng emerged in the void, his chest heaving with rage. He clenched his fists. Why the hell hasn't Wu Qingqing's group taken care of Jiang Chun yet? The reality? Wu Qingqing was in trouble. Tang Ying had unsheathed her daggers, her eyes gleaming with malice. With a sly smile, she struck. Clang! Wu Qingqing blocked the attack, her own small knives meeting Tang Ying's head-on. The shock of the exchange flickered across Wu Qingqing's face. "I'm being held back," she reported to Lu Hang through their communication link. Both were assassins. People had always said Wu Qingqing was number 1, and Tang Ying was number 2. Today, Tang Ying wanted to settle that debate. Lu Hang gritted his teeth. "Where's Dan Lishuang? She should have been there by now." Bad news. Dan Lishuang was also occupied. As she moved to attack Jiang Chen's team, a figure stepped into her path. By phone. He unsheathed his sword, his eyes burning with fury. "If you want to hurt my teammates," he said coldly, "you'll have to go through my dead body first." Dan Lishuang narrowed her eyes. Activating her power, a brilliant blue energy surged around her, crackling with divine force. "Then I'll purify you first," she declared, "and then I'll purify the rest." Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Jiang Chen's team held their ground. Luo Shun's forces clashed against them, but Jiang Chen's team had 2 strong warriors blocking every major attack, just as planned. Following Jiang Chen's orders, Luo Sandao had rushed to protect Li Bing, who was seated on the ground, clutching her bow. Luo Sandao crossed her arms in front of her chest. "Stay behind me," she commanded. "Eternal Earth Shield, activate." In the blink of an eye, a powerful barrier of energy formed around Li Bing. From within its safety, Luo Sandao gave a nod. "Support the others. We'll hold them off." Now that Li Bing no longer had to worry about an ambush, her eyes turned sharp with focus. Without hesitation, she spun around and unleashed a powerful ice arrow straight at her opponents. At the same time, Mu Hanxiu unsheathed her sword, her eyes glimmering with intensity. She charged toward Luo Shun, barking a command to Prince Wangzi. "Cast the curse and cover me." Prince Wangzi nodded and extended his hand, summoning a discouragement curse. An ominous energy spread through the battlefield, filling the air with dark intent. Sensing the curse, one of Luo Shun's men activated his mental defense. But in the blink of an eye, Mu Hanxiu vanished from sight and reappeared beside him, her blade flashing like lightning. A cruel gleam flickered in her eyes. Slash! Her sword cut deep into his abdomen. The man's mouth opened in a scream of agony as blood spilled from his wound. Meanwhile, Lu Hang remained hidden inside his portal, watching Jiang Chen carefully. He gritted his teeth. At this rate, Luo Shun's forces were going to be completely wiped out. Jiang Chen, however, had already sensed the portal's presence. Annoyed, he swung his sword and slashed through the portal itself. He sighed. "Man, you really love playing whack-a-mole, don't you?" Lu Hang flinched. Jiang Chen smiled. "Fine, I'll play along." Lu Hang was trying to escape, but with Jiang Chen keeping him pinned, spatial teleportation was no longer an option. At that moment, 2 more warriors tried to ambush Jiang Chen from behind. They had already noticed. Without even turning, Jiang Chen casually threw his sword over his shoulder. The blade pierced straight through their chests, cutting deep before returning to his hand like a boomerang. With an amused grin, he tilted his head. "Huh, looks like I can search for moles and cut them down at the same time." Meanwhile, Luo Shun, wounded and bleeding, coughed up blood. He turned to look at the battlefield. Jiang Wushuang was still standing, completely unscathed. The ground around him was littered with corpses. Luo Shun's eyes shook with disbelief. "Even with 8 men attacking him at once, we couldn't land a single hit?" Jiang Wushuang cracked his knuckles and smirked. "Maybe you guys should call 9 more warriors and try again." Luo Shun clutched his shoulder, his confidence crumbling. His group's formation was in total disarray. Jiang Wushuang was too strong. Jiang Chen was still fighting freely. If this continued, they were doomed. But then, the sky darkened. Black clouds gathered above them, rumbling with ominous energy. Thunder crackled across the battlefield. Luo Shun clenched his teeth. Was this the end? Then he noticed something. Hope flickered in his eyes. The storm wasn't natural. This was a power of calamity. Relief washed over him. The lightning was coming. "Dan Lishuang," he shouted. "Now!" Dan Lishuang nodded. She extended her hands, and a brilliant blue energy pulsed around her body. But Bai Feng's grip on his sword tightened. With a burst of speed, he rushed toward her, his sword poised for a strike. Dan Lishuang immediately summoned a protective barrier, blocking his advance. Jiang Wushuang's gaze sharpened. It only took him a second to realize. This was Luo Shun's true plan. "Everyone kill Dan Lishuang first." Jiang Wushuang roared. Hearing this, Luo Shun's lips curled into a smirk. He pressed his hand against the ground. An eerie energy surged across the battlefield. His voice was low and triumphant. "It's already too late." Jiang Wushuang's body trembled as the surge of energy overwhelmed him, forcing him to drop to one knee. One hand braced against the ground, the other gripping his knee tightly, his teeth clenched in frustration. He had been too careless. Now immobilized, Bai Feng turned his attention to Dan Lishuang, preparing to strike. Luo Shun, aware that his illusions wouldn't hold Bai Feng for long, knew 10 seconds was all he needed. By the time Bai Feng broke free, Jiangnan would already be eliminated. Do it now, Luo Shun ordered. Without hesitation, Dan Lishuang activated Water Dragon Dance. Divine and demonic energy swirled around her, creating a devastating surge of power. The attack shot toward Bai Feng like a tidal wave. He barely managed to block it with his sword, but the impact sent him flying backward, forcing him to retreat. Dan Lishuang's eyes gleamed as she raised her hands to the sky. She unleashed her strongest technique, Blue Sky Water Serpent Dragon. A forbidden spell activated, causing blue energy to descend upon Jiang Chen's team. Within moments, glowing marks appeared on their foreheads. Jiang Chen rested his sword on his shoulder, calmly observing his allies, confusion flickering across his face. Why were these marks appearing? Before anyone could react, a massive dragon form from pure lightning appeared in the sky. Its piercing gaze locked onto them, exuding an overwhelming presence. Luo Sandao and Li Bing paled, their mouths agape in terror. Thunder punishment. The power of this divine retribution was on par with a sealed king of 7 transformations. The attack covered an immense range. Escaping was impossible. Meanwhile, Tang Ying stood victorious, though barely. She had struck her opponent 3 times, nearly losing her life in the process. Across from her, Wu Qingqing was in bad shape. One arm missing, a deep wound cutting across her chest. Clutching her injury, she staggered toward Lu Hang's portal, a smirk playing on her lips. Doesn't matter if you win this fight, she taunted. Losers are forgotten in the Celestial Geniuses rankings. Great Xia only remembers the strong. Jiang Chen's team, still marked by thunder punishment, looked toward the sky, frustration and uncertainty gripping them. Victory had been so close. Was this fate playing a cruel joke? Bai Feng, enraged, let his energy surge wildly. He prepared to strike once more, but Dan Lishuang had already made her move. Her ability to escape into the void activated, and as she stepped into the portal, she turned to Bai Feng. You're already as good as purified, she said coldly before disappearing. The prince watched the looming thunder with dread. His hands clenched into fists as he declared, Then we'll perish together, Muhan Xiao. But Muhan Xiao hesitated. Her hands clutched her head as tears welled up in her eyes. No, I don't want to die with you, she cried. She turned away, her heart set on a different fate. She wanted to go with Jiang Chen. Bit by bit, Jiang Wushuang fought off the illusion, his eyes burning with an unquenchable thirst for revenge. Luo Shun smirked. It's over. Jiang Nan has lost. None of you from the 4 great war zones will advance. Jiang Wushuang knew thunder punishment wasn't strong enough to kill him. He swore to hunt them down to the ends of the earth. As they exited the secret realm, Luo Shun stepped through the portal, throwing a mocking glance over his shoulder. You want revenge? First, you better make sure you survive. Just then, a shadow lunged forward. It was Jiang Chen. Without hesitation, he threw himself straight toward the raging thunder punishment. The dragon in the sky locked eyes on him, its crackling energy intensifying. Jiang Chen's gaze was steady, unwavering. Why are you all so afraid of a little thunder? He asked, his voice calm. Luo Shun and the others, watching from the portal, burst into laughter. Has he lost his mind? Does he really think thunder punishment is weak? But Jiang Chen only smiled, extending his hand toward the dragon. I've been waiting for this moment. His voice carried absolute confidence. Is this really your trump card? Pathetic. At that moment, the sky split open, and 9 enormous lightning dragons roared into existence. Their sheer power sent waves of panic through the onlookers. They rushed toward Jiang Chen, their presence overwhelming. Dan Lishuang, what are you waiting for? Make them attack the others, someone shouted. Dan Lishuang hesitated, extending her hand. But instead of control, only fear filled her eyes. The dragons refused to obey. Impossible. How can I not control my own calamity? Jiang Chen landed gracefully, his body brimming with electric energy. The dragon's furious lightning surged into him, but instead of harming him, it was absorbed. His eyes gleamed with excitement. He chuckled. Looks like your water isn't as pure as you thought. Without missing a beat, he activated Lightning Fusion, his Thunder Dominator ability. Bolts of energy crackled around him as he rose into the sky. The battlefield fell silent, all eyes fixed on him. This time, Jiang Chen declared, You are the ones who will lose. Stunned silence. Shocked faces. None of them had expected this. Jiang Chen raised his hand, summoning arcs of electric energy. The realization hit them. He wasn't just a poison master. He had 2 classes. How many more secrets was he hiding? A smirk played on his lips as he locked onto his prey. All right then, let the hunt begin. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed Sky Blade, Thunderblade, lightning crackling in his grip. His challenge was clear. Let's see who's faster, my thunder or your portal. Luo Shun's subordinates rushed into the portal, thinking they were finally safe. But Jiang Chun, now crackling with the electric energy of the dragons, had other plans. His glowing eyes and confident smirk sent a chill through the air. Without hesitation, he moved like a streak of thunder, activating Thunder Sword. In an instant, lightning-infused slashes tore through the void, striking down the enemies hiding within. Their bodies were sliced apart before they could even react. Luo Shun's jaw dropped. Sweat beaded on his forehead as panic set in. He can cut through the void itself? The reality hit him like a hammer. His plan had completely collapsed. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, now surrounded by an overwhelming aura, soared through the sky, hunting down the fleeing opponents. On the battlefield, Jiang Wushuang, still on one knee, was breaking free from Luo Shun's ability. Seeing this, Luo Shun stepped out of the portal, his gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. He barked orders to his allies. Break the formation. Now! If Jiang Chun can turn Thunder Punishment into his own power, there's no stopping him. Luo Shun shouted, urgency in his voice. Dan Liang's face was a mix of disbelief and confusion. Wu Qingqing had just emerged from the portal, but her attention was immediately drawn to Luo Shun's growing desperation. On the other side, Lu Hang stood frozen in shock. Luo Sandao, however, wasn't about to let them escape so easily. Her eyes blazed with determination. Stretching out her hand, she summoned a massive barrier. If you want to leave, she declared, you'll have to break this first. A reinforced eternal shield of life materialized, a shimmering blue wall encasing the battlefield. Trapped inside, Luo Shun's forces had no choice but to fight their way out. Wu Qingqing unsheathed her blades, analyzing the shield. We need to attack together. That's our only chance. Before they could act, Tang Ying suddenly appeared in front of her, dagger in hand, eyes gleaming with excitement. She smirked. Going somewhere? She asked, tilting her head. I'm your opponent. Wu Qingqing had no choice but to activate her power, preparing for a fight. I'll kill you first, she spat. Dan Lishuang tried to intervene, but Bai Feng stepped in, sword flashing as he launched a devastating strike toward her. Dan Lishuang barely lifted a hand, blue energy swirling around her palm as she effortlessly blocked his attack. Her serious expression didn't waver. You're not even worth my time, she said coolly. Bai Feng smirked, gripping his sword tighter. Guess we'll find out soon enough. Elsewhere, one of Luo Shun's subordinates attempted to flee. But before he could make it far, a man with a ponytail moved in a blur. With a precise strike to the back, he cut the fleeing man down, blood spilling from his mouth. Turning your back on the enemy, he said, shaking his head. Not very smart. Nearby, a shirtless warrior turned to his companion. Standing around isn't helping Jiang Chun, he muttered. Cracking his knuckles, he grinned. Let's fight. Mu Hanchio's eyes sparkled with excitement as she watched Jiang Chun cut down their enemies. Not one to be outdone, she decided to show off as well. With a flick of her daggers, she ended the life of another opponent with deadly precision. The prince, unwilling to fall behind, extended his hand, his expression serious. You're right, Mu Hanchio, he muttered. If we're the perfect couple, we need to kill a few more together. Above them, the sky rumbled with thunder as Jiang Chun zipped through the air, his speed leaving crackling energy in his wake. With another swift strike of Thunder Sword, he cut down two more enemies still hiding inside the portal. Casually slipping a hand into his pocket, Jiang Chun watched his victims writhe in pain, his cold gaze unyielding. Luo Shun's expression darkened. Another two down. He turned to Lu Hang. Get rid of him. Now. Inside the portal, Lu Hang locked eyes on Jiang Chun, his face unreadable. He gave a silent nod, accepting the order. In an instant, he vanished, using spatial jump to reappear directly behind Jiang Chun, aiming for a sneak attack. But Jiang Chun only grinned, a sharp, almost sinister smile. Too slow. With lightning-fast reflexes, he blurred out of reach before Lu Hang's attack could land. In one fluid motion, he struck again, cutting down yet another man still inside the portal. Turning to face Lu Hang, he smirked. You're late. Every time you jump, I'll take another one of your allies. Lu Hang's confidence wavered. He's too fast. I can't keep up. Luo Shun, sensing the shift in momentum, activated his ability. His eyes gleamed as they locked onto Jiang Chun's movements, syncing his consciousness with Lu Hang's. Now, you won't escape, Luo Shun sneered. Lu Hang's eyes also glowed, but almost immediately, a sharp pain shot through his head. Jiang Chun suddenly appeared behind him. I've been waiting for this, Jiang Chun murmured, his voice laced with cold amusement. His piercing gaze held nothing but vengeance. You're just a sewer rat, and this time, you're too slow. Lu Hang's breath caught in his throat. He's behind me? Panic surged through him. There was no escape. With a single motion, Jiang Qin unleashed a devastating thundersword strike. A massive lightning bolt crashed down upon Lu Hang, its sheer force shattering the ground beneath him. As the dust settled, Jiang Qin's expression turned satisfied. He glanced to the side and chuckled. This moment should have belonged to Jiang Wushuang. I wouldn't want to steal his fun. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang's body pulsed with an intense red energy as he finally broke free from Luo Shun's curse. His eyes locked onto Luo Shun, burning with unrestrained fury. Luo Shun staggered back, raising an arm defensively. Blood dripped from his mouth, his body no longer able to maintain control over Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang clutched the wound on his shoulder, but remained standing. As Luo Shun collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath, the battle was far from over. Luo Shun's remaining subordinates emerged, weapons drawn, their faces set with grim determination. With no escape left, their only option was to fight. They vowed to protect Luo Shun at all costs. Now fully free from Luo Shun's curse, Jiang Wushuang stomped the ground, launching himself forward. Before the nearest enemy could react, he drove a powerful fist into his face, sending the man flying. Without pausing, he grabbed another opponent by the head and slammed him into the ground with bone-crushing force. His furious roar echoed through the battlefield. "You're all courting death." The others hesitated, fear flashing in their eyes. They knew they were completely outmatched. From above, Jiang Qin hovered, watching Jiang Wushuang with amusement. A small smirk formed on his lips. "You finally broke free. But this is nowhere near enough." Jiang Wushuang's eyes burned with hatred. He turned to Jiang Qin. "Then we'll just have to settle this with speed. Let's see who can kill more." Before their contest could begin, Dan Lishuang stepped forward, her expression filled with fury. "You're celebrating too soon," she growled. Raising her hand, she summoned a surge of water from the ground. The liquid twisted unnaturally, wrapping around Bai Feng's neck and legs, trapping him in its crushing grip. "This is Belo's water. It strangles and purifies the soul," she declared. Bai Feng thrashed, his screams of agony filling the air. "Help me! I!" His cries were cut off as the water tightened around him. Jiang Qin moved like a flash of lightning, his celestial sword slicing through the water in a single swift motion. The liquid dispersed instantly, and he caught Bai Feng's unconscious body before it could hit the ground. Dan Lishuang's jaw dropped. "Impossible," she whispered. Jiang Qin's speed was unreal. Not far from them, Luo Sandao and Li Bing stood watching. Jiang Qin glanced at them and activated growth of all things. A thick root sprouted from the ground, carefully carrying Bai Feng's limp body toward them. "Luo Sandao, catch him." "Li Bing, heal him," Jiang Qin ordered firmly. Meanwhile, Luo Shun's fear deepened as he observed Jiang Qin's movements. His eyes narrowed. A 50-meter electric field. Jiang Qin wasn't just fast. He was moving through the electric field like an extension of an electric current itself. "Dan Lishuang," Luo Shun barked. "Shut down his field. Isolate him now." Dan Lishuang's eyes steeled with focus. Extending her hand, she conjured golden water, releasing a torrent that formed a barrier around Jiang Qin. The water shimmered with power, sealing off the electric field. Jiang Qin immediately realized her intent. "She wants to trap me inside." Without hesitation, he unsheathed the celestial sword, gathering all his strength. His first strike left a thin cut in the barrier, but within seconds, it closed again. His eyes narrowed. "So that's how it is?" Jiang Qin quickly realized that cutting the barrier was useless. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he studied Dan Lishuang with a calm expression. She floated above him, a smug look on her face. "Haven't you heard? A sword can't cut water. It only makes it flow. Water strengthens what has no edges. The harder and sharper your blade, the stronger my barrier becomes." Jiang Qin's lips curled into a smile. "Is that so?" With that, he called Little Nine, "Hold on to my sword for me." A small portal appeared, and Jiang Qin slipped his weapon inside. "Don't eat it," he added playfully. With his sword stored away, he clenched his fist, little Jia's energy surging around it. "Let's see if hitting harder really makes this barrier stronger." Dan Lishuang sighed, watching him from above. "You really are stubborn." Jiang Qin's eyes gleamed. "Guess we'll never know if we don't try." Channeling his power, he activated Divine Prison Fist. A crimson energy burst from his body, shaking the ground beneath him. The impact of his stance alone sent cracks through the earth. A massive fist, forged entirely from energy, shot toward Dan Lishuang with terrifying force. Her confidence shattered the moment she saw the barrier rip apart like fragile glass. "Impossible!" Before she could react, the energy fist slammed into her, sending her plummeting. Blood sprayed from her mouth as she crashed into the ground with a violent thud. Jiang Qin strolled forward, looking down at her battered form. "You really brought this on yourself." Seeing her barely able to move, blood dripping from her head, he smirked. Don't die just yet. Summon a bit more water. I need to wash my hands. Luo Shun staggered to his feet, completely stunned. The golden water barrier, broken? One of his subordinates, unwilling to accept defeat, drew his sword and lunged at Jiang Wushuang. At that moment, Jiang Wushuang still had an enemy in his grasp, his fingers wrapped around the man's skull. But when his gaze flicked toward Jiang Chun, seeing that he had ended his fight in just 10 seconds, irritation flared in his eyes. I'm still wasting time while he's already finished. Frustrated, he activated Body of the God of War and slammed his foot into the ground. Gigantic hands, made of raw energy, erupted from his body, crushing his enemies effortlessly. Luo Shun's panic deepened. He raised his hands, desperate for a way out, his glowing eyes frantically searching for an escape. But there was none. With a last-ditch effort, he unleashed his strongest technique, double pupil, extinction of the desolate horizon. 3 spectral eyes appeared behind him, radiating immense power. Their piercing gaze locked onto Jiang Wushuang, threatening to pull him into their deadly grip. But Jiang Wushuang just grinned. Again, he scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Luo Shun, you're really useless if you think this trick will work on me twice. 3 ethereal eyes materialized around Jiang Chun, their ominous gaze locked onto him. But he remained calm. Illusions? He almost laughed. With the power of the ancestral tree, illusions held no sway over him. Meanwhile, Luo Shun made his final move. With a desperate roar, he launched himself toward Jiang Wushuang. Even if I fall, I'll take one of you with me, he bellowed. His reasoning was clear. If he could eliminate at least one of them, the remaining warriors from the 4 war zones would still have a fighting chance. But Jiang Wushuang simply turned, watching Luo Shun's reckless charge. He didn't move until the very last moment. Just before impact, he struck. A devastating punch landed square on Luo Shun's back, sending him crashing into the ground with bone-crushing force. Jiang Wushuang's eyes burned with fury. I swear, he growled, I'll wipe out the 4 great war zones myself. Then he turned to Jiang Chun, a rare smile breaking through his rage. I have to admit, this was all thanks to your tactics. Jiang Chun raised a single finger, his expression unreadable. Don't get ahead of yourself, he warned. Look up. The moment he said it, the air began to shift. The secret realm's boundary was collapsing. The battlefield shrank rapidly, forcing everyone to act. Panic set in. They had to finish this fight fast. In another location, a grand hall displayed the battlefield on a massive screen. Among those watching were Ji Lingxiu and Jiang Xinji. They were visibly taken aback. Jiang Chun had just revealed his sovereign of electricity class, a hidden level of power none of them had expected. Floating nearby, Jiang Xinji narrowed his eyes at the screen, deep in thought. Jiang Chen's growth was accelerating at an unbelievable pace. If he continued down this path, combining his talent with the 9 miasma wings, he might one day ascend to the legendary golden list of the 10,000 races. Beside him, Ji Lingxiu observed calmly, a slight smile on his lips. Jiang Chun is impressive, he admitted. But my grandson, Jiang Wushuang, also has great potential. Even Luo Shun and Dan Li Shuang performed decently. Then, as if remembering something unpleasant, he sighed. His thoughts drifted to his granddaughter, Xinyue. A frown formed. Instead of seizing the opportunity to prove herself, she had squandered her time. Jiang Xinji placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't be too harsh, he said gently. Even geniuses can lose their way. On the other side of the hall, tension crackled. Xinyue's father had his eyes locked on Gu Kaitian, his expression filled with barely contained fury. You hid this from me? He snapped. Your disciple has an electricity-based profession, and you didn't say a word? Gu Kaitian, who had also just learned of Jiang Chen's hidden class, clenched his fists but remained silent. His mind raced. Jiang Chun hid this from me? Unforgivable. But he couldn't let anyone see his frustration. Instead, he folded his arms, staring at the screen, forcing himself to remain composed. Better to stay silent, and let them think I knew all along. Then, in a sudden shift, his lips curled into an envious smirk. Electricity is the most powerful offensive class, he muttered. His gaze flickered toward Gu Kaitian. You're incredibly lucky to have taken Jiang Chun as your disciple. Gu Kaitian crossed his arms, watching Jiang Chun closely. There was no denying it. Jiang Chun was making him look good. And honestly, he wasn't even surprised. Before entering the secret realm, Jiang Chun had promised him a surprise. And he had definitely delivered. A statistics table materialized on the screen, revealing the standings of the war zones. Capital, Jiangnan Magic City, Guanghai War Zone, 10 people remaining. Wuxiang, Tianfu, Qinlian, Qinluo War Zone, 5 people remaining. A pity that old Duan, Jiangnan's commander, wasn't present. He'd be so thrilled, he'd probably start doing military boxing drills on the spot. Upon seeing the rankings, the protectors and the others began to murmur among themselves, frustration evident on their faces. A gray-haired man sighed and addressed them. "Half of our geniuses have been wiped out," he stated bluntly. "Face it, our warriors just aren't on Jiangnan's level." The gray-haired man leaned forward, hands resting on her stomach, and gazed at the screen with a calm expression. "There are still 2 hours left," she said. "Let's hope the others know how to hide well." Beside her, a muscular man scowled, arms crossed. Jiang Chun and his war district really know how to fake weakness before striking hard. It's infuriating. Further down the hall, Gu Kaitian, Xinhua father, and the others listened in silence. But Protector Xingha's patience wore thin, and she turned her sharp gaze toward Gu Kaitian. "When it comes to playing dirty, Jiangnan always wins," she snapped. Old Gu Kaitian trained them well in that regard. Gu Kaitian didn't flinch. His eyes remained calm as he responded. "Anyone who wants to kill should be prepared to be killed in return." He let out a smirk. "A sewer rat tried a sneak attack and got countered. That's all there is to it. Seems like some people just can't handle losing." A few murmurs went through the crowd. The discussion shifted. "Jiang Chun, he really might take first place this time. And if that happens," someone whispered, "even the capital might suffer its greatest defeat." The general of the capital, sitting nearby, placed a hand on his knee and shot them a confident look. "The capital isn't full of useless people like you lot." He pointed at the table. "Instead of whining, why don't you check how many geniuses you have left?" Just then, someone spoke up. "The Guanghai War Zone is actually doing the best." The muscular man's head snapped to the side. His expression darkened when he spotted Yun Zhantian. "Even you betrayed us?" he growled. Yun Zhantian, unfazed, lazily dug a finger into his nose. Without opening his eyes, he smirked. "I'd be an idiot if I didn't take advantage of this opportunity." Then, without hesitation, he flicked his snot at them. The room fell silent for a second. Then chaos erupted. "You filthy scoundrel!" The Protector's others cursed him out, furious at his shamelessness. Back in the secret realm, several men crept toward 2 unsuspecting girls, weapons drawn. But before they could strike, Xing, the brown-haired girl, spun, sword in hand, her determined gaze burning as she sliced through her attacker, ending his life instantly. Her companion reacted just as swiftly. With a flash of her weapon, she took down another enemy. Both girls raised their voices in defiance. "We won't let anyone near Song Changji." Unbeknownst to them, a lone figure watched from atop a cliff. His hands rested behind his back, his black hair swaying slightly in the wind. Song Changji, Guanghai War Zone's top genius, gazed down at the scene, a small smile playing on his lips. So even the so-called useless ones have their uses. The identity assigned to him by the Church of the Ancient God this time wasn't bad at all. A few days after his sudden arrival in the Guanghai War Zone, the geniuses refused to accept him. So, naturally, he had to convince them. The women, their eyes blazing with hatred, had been furious. But as he approached, he reached out and gently caressed one of their cheeks, his lips curling into a kind smile. The woman shuddered. At first, her face twisted with resistance. But then, she blushed. The hatred in her gaze softened, replaced by something else entirely. Power, manners, strength with humility. That was all it took for Song Changji to win them over. After all, humans couldn't resist a powerful and refined man. After finishing off their enemies, the brown-haired woman dropped her sword to the ground. She turned towards Song Changji, her eyes lighting up with admiration. The other woman followed suit, closing her eyes and greeting him with a warm smile. Little did they know, once Song Changji secured first place in the genius rankings, he planned to absorb their vital essence. Sure, their divine souls and bloodlines weren't exceptional, but something was better than nothing. Besides, there were even stronger women in other war zones. He'd get to them soon enough. They turned to him expectantly. "We've cleared the enemies, but the secret realm is shrinking fast. Where do we go next?" Song Changji remained calm. "We eliminate Magic City's war zone first. That will make things safer for us." They agreed without hesitation. Not far away stood a ruined city, surrounded by jagged mountains. The terrain was treacherous, and the only way in or out was via a narrow stone bridge. Here, Injan, the leader of the capital's genius team, stood with his forces. His calm gaze swept over his comrades as he made his decision. They would block the bridge. Like predators lying in wait, they would strike the moment their prey arrived. His voice was steady, but filled with determination. "This year, we eliminate the other 7 teams. The capital's geniuses will take over the top 10 rankings." Excitement rippled through his team. They clenched their fists, shouting in agreement. A statistics board appeared before Injan. Capital Jiangnan, Magic City, Guanghai, War Zones. 10 people remaining. Wuxiang, Tianfu, Qinglian, Qinluo War Zones. teams eliminated. Injan frowned, gripping his fist tightly. For teams gone already? It was surprising. No casualties for the remaining teams? Who else besides me has this kind of strength? Could it be the geniuses from Jiangnan? Or perhaps Madu? His excitement grew. Turning to the side, his glowing eyes shone as he summoned his dragons. Change of plans, he announced with a grin. Winning like this is boring. The thrill of the hunt called to him. Instead of waiting, they would seek out their enemies head-on. Move out. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, Ji Xinyue's team stood in stunned silence. One of the men spread his hands in confusion. How did 4 teams get eliminated in less than 30 minutes? They had barely figured out the right path, and already the battlefield was closing in. Hua Yunfei's face twisted with frustration. The captain led us on the right path, he snapped, glaring at his teammates. Ji Xinyue's expression turned serious. Enough talking. Keep moving, she ordered, her voice calm but firm. Yet, despite her composed exterior, sadness flickered in her eyes. I wanted to prove myself in front of Jiangchun, but I never got the chance. Her mind drifted to the 4 eliminated war zones. They had always worked together to attack the capital, and this year was no exception. If they were gone already, then the capital was likely responsible. Still, relief settled in her heart. At least Jiangnan's team is intact. Like her own team, they had likely avoided major combat so far. Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden burst of wings. Birds erupted from their nests, fleeing into the sky. Her instincts screamed danger. She drew her bow, lifting a hand to stop her team. Her sharp gaze scanned the surroundings. Something's wrong, she warned. Stay alert. Someone's planning an attack. Her voice was steady, but tension filled the air. Then, from a nearby portal, a figure stepped out. Song Changji. His confident eyes locked onto her as he smirked. Ji Xinyue, he said smoothly. I know you hold the divine-level profession, God's Sun Extinguisher, along with the Extreme Flame Bow. More figures emerged behind him, his team, silent, watching. From a cliff above, Song Changji observed her, amusement dancing in his gaze. It's no surprise you're ranked second on the great genius list, he mused. A shame, really. If we met under different circumstances, I might have shown mercy. His smirk widened. But this is the genius rankings, and I have no choice but to eliminate you. Ji Xinyue's eyes burned with fury. Go to hell? Song Changji raised an eyebrow. So, you're ready to die? Ji Xinyue said nothing. Her answer came in the form of an arrow. She activated Celestial Fire Meteor, releasing a blazing projectile surrounded by divine flames. Hua Yunfei froze, mouth slightly open. The sheer power of the attack left him stunned. The sky lit up as the fire arrow streaked toward its targets, its overwhelming presence blinding everyone. Song Changji's subordinates shielded their eyes, some even turning away. The pressure of a divine profession weighed heavily on them. Amid the chaos, the brown-haired woman standing beside Song Changji remained calm. Hold your ground, she instructed. We have Song Changji with us. As the fiery arrow neared them, Song Changji finally moved. Without hesitation, he extended his hand, eyes glinting with intrigue. Impressive talent, he murmured. Then, he flicked a thread into the air. The fine strand of energy wrapped around the blazing meteor arrow, catching it as if it were nothing. Silence. Ji Xinyue breath hitched. He caught it? Her strongest attack, stopped by a thread. Song Changji twirled the captured arrow in his hand, channeling his energy into it. Blue light wrapped around the flames, distorting their brilliance. His gaze landed back on her, filled with cruel amusement. I'll be courteous, he said. I'll let you die knowing the truth. I have 2 divine-level professions. Song Changji twirled the arrow in his fingers, his smirk widening. The profession I used to catch this? Celestial Weaver of Stars. His eyes gleamed with malice as he fixed his gaze on Ji Xinyue. And my second profession? He chuckled. Divine Shadow of the Great January. As he activated his power, a perfect copy of his body emerged beside him. Then another. And another. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of identical copies surrounded them, blocking every escape route. Song Changji's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable arrogance. Individually, these professions can't compare to yours. But together, under my control, their power is terrifying. The members of Ji Xinyue's team stood frozen in disbelief. 2 divine-level professions? One of the men swallowed hard, panic creeping into his voice. How? How is this even possible? Ji Xinyue wasn't shaken. She grabbed an arrow from her quiver and turned toward Xiao Song, the perceptive class warrior on her team. Can you find the main body? She asked. Xiao Song stretched out his hand, eyes glowing as he activated his ability. But when he spoke, his voice trembled. All the clones have anchor points, he revealed. The main body can transfer to any one of them at will. That means any clone could be the real one. Silence. Ji Xinyue's eyes narrowed. So that's why the Guanghai war zone never bothered to attack the capital directly. They specialize in deception and ambushes. But there was no time to dwell on it. She steadied herself and gave a firm command. Stick to the plan. If you can fight. If not, look for an opening and break through. Her team immediately responded. Swords drawn. They formed a defensive circle around her. Song Changji tilted his head, watching with mild amusement. Interesting, he muttered. But before he could make a move, boom! A blazing arrow shot into the sky, igniting in an explosion of golden flames. Ji Xinyue activated Scorching Sun above, then immediately followed it with Golden Crow's fire rain. Above them, the fire coalesced into the shape of a massive flaming crow, its wings stretching wide as it screeched. The sheer heat made the air waver. Song Changji's team panicked as the crow spread its wings and began incinerating the clones one by one. Still, Song Changji remained unfazed. He simply watched, smirking. Beautiful technique, he admitted, but useless. He stepped forward, raising his hand toward the sky. This is getting boring. He activated 1,000 threads. A massive celestial and terrestrial web appeared above them. With a flick of his finger, the fine golden thread shot toward the fire crow, ensnaring it in an intricate web. The moment the crow struggled, the net contracted, crushing its form. A series of violent explosions followed, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Ji Xinyue's breath hitched. Her strongest attack, defeated effortlessly. Behind her, two teammates stepped forward, forming a defensive shield to buy them time. Her closest allies analyzed the situation quickly. The net is still closing in. He's trying to trap us to death. Ji Xinyue clenched her fists. I won't let that happen. She raised her bow and shouted, Use your ultimate abilities now. The team obeyed immediately, summoning a powerful barrier to hold the net at bay. Ji Xinyue activated Extreme Flame, causing a colossal bow to materialize in the sky. This is our chance, she commanded. Find an opening. Break through. Elsewhere in the secret realm, a massive explosion rippled through the air. Jiang Chun and his team, already near the area, felt the impact. His eyes sharpened. That power. Could it be Ji Xinyue and her team? The man beside him noticed his reaction. Something wrong? Jiang Chen's gaze darkened. They'd gotten themselves in a serious trouble. Without hesitation, he turned to his team. We're heading to Magic City, team, he declared. Now! Song Changji raised his hand, threads of energy unraveling into the air. His eyes locked onto Ji Xinyue with a smug expression, a smile tugging at his lips. The crowd stood frozen, shock rippling through them. 2 divine-class abilities? That level of power was unheard of. Not even Emperor Ji had reached such heights in Xia's history. Ing and the others finally understood why Orange Shirt Man had been acting so oddly, and why he'd refused to ally with them. Now it all made sense. With a triumphant smirk, Orange Shirt Man raised his hand. His voice dripped with arrogance as he mocked them, saying they never even crossed his mind. In his eyes, Jiang Wushuang, Jiang Chun, and Ing Zhan were all beneath him, worthless compared to Song Changji. Xiaoya's father's face went pale. He stared at the battlefield, gripped by fear. He wasn't concerned about winning or losing anymore. His only worry was his daughter's safety. Orange Shirt Man threw his head back, eyes closed, laughing maniacally. He was convinced his war zone would claim victory. But White Hair and Beard Man turned to Xiaoya's father calmly, asking him to ignore Orange Shirt Man's delusions. He revealed that Jiang Chun was already on his way to back up Ji Xinyue and the team. This fight wasn't over, not yet. Ji Xinyue lifted her bow skyward as Hua Yunfei and the others raised their hands, erecting a barrier. But one of the girl's eyes went wide. Something was wrong. In a panicked voice, she told the captain the illusion of the extreme flame bow was fading. One of the barrier users broke into a sweat, his voice shaky as he admitted he couldn't keep it up much longer. Ji Xinyue gasped for air, her body trembling from exhaustion. Was the magic war zone about to be wiped out? She'd trained relentlessly for this moment, just to make Jiang proud. Suddenly, Hua Yunfei stepped forward, raising his hands. A deep blue aura surged from his body. He was summoning the spirit of the night. Ji Xinyue watched, startled. What are you doing? She asked. Hua Yunfei's eyes lit up with fierce resolve. He vowed to protect their captain to the very end. With a single command, his knight charged forward, aiming straight at the threads above. The knight's strike landed, and slowly, the tension in the threads began to unravel. Hovering in the sky, arms behind his back, Song Changji narrowed his eyes. Do you really think that pathetic spirit and a divine sacrifice can destroy my threads? He scoffed. You have some skill, but not enough to impress me. But something changed. His eyes shifted as Hua Yunfei's power began to surge. The glow around him intensified. He was burning his vital essence for a final burst of strength. Song Changji stared in disbelief. Was this guy actually trying to kill himself? And then, boom, Hua Yunfei's body shattered into pieces. Ji Xinyue collapsed to her knees, tears flooding her eyes. But the sacrifice wasn't in vain. Empowered by Hua Yunfei's final act, the spiritual knight sliced clean through the threads, ripping apart the net above them. Just as hope returned, Song Changji extended his hand once again. "Star Weaver," he called out. Another net materialized in the sky, shocking everyone. His eyes burned with fury as he wove fresh threads through the air, fingers dancing with precision. "Did you really think you could end this by throwing your life away?" he spat. "Fool, I can spin this web as many times as I want." He'd had enough. No more playing games. He was going to kill them. The new net began descending. Barriers cracked and flickered under the pressure. Ji Xinyue dropped to the ground, overwhelmed. The net of threads shattered the protective barriers, tearing them apart. One by one, Ji Xinyue's teammates were overwhelmed, their bodies writhing in pain as the threads cut through them mercilessly. Clutching her bow in one hand, she pressed the other to the ground. With a heavy heart, she whispered an apology. She had let Jiang down. Meanwhile, members of Song Changji's team erupted in celebration. Victory had come too easily. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Thick black clouds gathered overhead, thunder rumbling through the air. Then, without warning, a phoenix made entirely of lightning soared down from above, carrying someone on its back. All eyes locked onto the thundering beast. No one could make sense of what they were seeing. Before they could react, the Thunder Phoenix shot straight through the battlefield, zapping everything in its path. Screams erupted as bolts of electricity struck Song Changji's team. Hearing the cries, Song Changji turned to the cliff and froze. His eyes narrowed. His team had just been wiped out. For a moment, he thought it might have been divine retribution. But no, the punishment of thunder only struck those who remained still. This was something or someone else. High above, the Thunder Phoenix flew majestically through the sky. Atop it was none other than Jiang Chun, his expression grim. He called out to Ji Xinyue, urging her to hold on just a little longer. Her eyes widened. Was that Jiang, riding a phoenix made of thunder? A spark of hope lit up within her. Jiang didn't hesitate. He gave the order. The phoenix dove again, blasting apart Song Changji's clones with electrifying precision. The raw power left even Song Changji stunned. He hadn't expected this level of strength. While Jiang struck down clone after clone, Song Changji finally turned his attention to him. In this new era, the heavenly path had become far too generous. One profession shift, and these newcomers were unlocking ancient powers that took other races centuries to cultivate. To Song Changji, it was pure injustice. Jiang descended from the phoenix, fists clenched. He stepped forward, eyes locked onto his target. Pointing at the clones, he gave a sharp command to the phoenix to keep attacking them. Then he turned and charged the net. Summoning the power of the divine elephant body, he let out a roar and unleashed a crushing punch that shattered the thread net with ease, sending up a thick curtain of dust. When the smoke cleared, Jiang's eyes narrowed. The net had already reformed, but he didn't flinch. He launched a rapid barrage of punches, aiming to break it faster than Song Changji could weave it. Blow after blow landed, the force behind them shaking the sky. Eventually, the net began to break apart. Grinning, Jiang looked at Song Changji and pointed at the net with his thumb. Too slow. Ji Xinyue was still struggling to hold back the net's energy with her bow. She trembled, eyes squeezed shut. Her strength was nearly gone. A wicked smile appeared on Song Changji's face. He raised his hand, admitting that Jiang's strength was indeed impressive, but warned him that letting his guard down had been a fatal mistake. With that, he activated Thousand Threads. A massive tornado spun into existence, hurtling toward Jiang with violent force. Jiang raised an arm to shield himself, whispering under his breath for Black Hair Girl's help. He asked it to quietly consume the threads. No need to draw attention. Black Hair Girl responded. Tiny glowing dots appeared, swirling around and devouring the thread tornado bit by bit. Song Changji stared in disbelief. How could such small lights eat through his technique? Jiang didn't pause. He rushed to Ji Xinyue's side, placing a hand on her shoulder. She looked up, eyes wide with shock and something deeper, relief. He was here. He had come for her. Jiang's gaze hardened as he turned towards Song Changji. Get out of here. Now, he told her firmly. Above, the Thunder Phoenix soared through the battlefield, blasting apart the remaining clones with wave after wave of lightning. But its energy was fading fast. Jiang urged her again. She had to leave, and quickly. Just then, Ing Zhan and his forces arrived. He looked around, surprised to find everyone gathered in one place. A cruel smile crept across his face. Perfect, he said. None of you are escaping today. Jiang and Ji Xinyue turned instantly, eyes locked on the new threat. Zhang's instincts flared. This wasn't over. But before anything else could happen, Jiang Wushuang and the others finally arrived. They stood tall, ready to fight. Jiang turned around just as the others arrived, nodding in approval. Perfect timing, he said before sprinting off. His target was Song Changji. He left Yingzhan to Jiang Wushuang. Jiang Wushuang stepped forward, eyes glowing fiercely. Energy burst from his body, forming massive fists that launched toward Yingzhan. "You're mine today," he declared. Yingzhan didn't flinch. He calmly leapt into the air and met the attack head-on. With one devastating punch, he shattered Jiang Wushuang's energy fists. "Your war god body won't cut it," he said coldly. Jiang Wushuang's expression hardened. He took a step back, eyes burning with resolve. Then, with a furious roar, he broke the 9 restraints binding his body. Chains snapped and fell away as he unleashed his technique. Invincible war god's body. A massive spirit emerged from him. 9 arms, towering presence. His full power was finally out. Yingzhan watched in silence, his eyes slowly lighting up with excitement. He raised his hand and summoned his own force. An enormous blood-red dragon coiled behind him, roaring with primal energy. He smirked. "Rumor has it your grandfather wiped out the dragon race in the underground caverns," he said. "Let's see if his grandson is just as strong." The clash began. Jiang Wushuang's giant spirit versus Yingzhan's blood dragon. The earth trembled with each blow. Meanwhile, White Dress Man and Hua Yunfei arrived on the scene. White Dress Man placed her hands firmly on Ji Xinyue's shoulders. "Come with us," she said sternly. "It's time to face the ones from the capital." Hua gave a careful look. "We can't interfere with Zhang's battle," he added. Ji Xinyue hesitated. Her eyes flicked between them, and then she nodded. Back on the battlefield, Song Changji was watching the chaos unfold. His gaze suddenly shifted. Something or someone had caught his attention. The Thunder Phoenix landed beside Jiang. He gently stroked its head, eyes steady. "Ready?" he asked, smiling. Song Changji's eyes lit up with excitement. He started absorbing the remaining energy from his clones, his smile growing wider. All 4 divine geniuses of Great Xia were now present. Jiang Chun, Yingzhan, Jiang Wushuang, and Zhan Chu Andu. There was no more need to wait for the genius rankings. No more need to pretend to be one of the lower races. Song Changji decided it was time to reveal his true self. "I'll use 30% of my power," he declared. Zhang's expression shifted, suspicion creeping in. "What do you mean?" he asked. Song Changji raised his hand. Angelic wings burst from his back. His eyes turned stark white. With a serene smile, he unlocked the origin seal, revealing his true form as a member of the tanking divine clan. He waved his hand. A pulse of energy sealed the secret realm, blocking all entry and exit. A glowing platform appeared beneath his feet. Zhang's eyes narrowed. It didn't take long to recognize the truth. Song Changji was one of the 10,000 ancient races from the caverns. Across the battlefield, Yingzhan went pale. His eyes widened in fear. He turned and shouted, "Everyone, get out of the secret realm, now." But it was too late. A wave of pressure crashed from above. Jiang Wushuang dropped to his knees, fists clenched. I can't move." He gritted through his teeth, worry written across his face. Song Changji's eyes glinted with cruel delight. He raised his hand again and smiled. "No use struggling," he said. "This realm belongs to me now. No one could move. No one could escape. And no one from the outside could enter." He continued, "Before, if you died here, you could still be revived outside. But now that I'm here, and your divine souls have been fully refined." He paused, eyes glowing with finality. "There's no coming back." With the power of the angel wings, Jiang Chun took flight. A twisted grin stretched across his face, his eyes darkening with cruel intent. He knew Jiang Xuanji and Ji Lingxiu were watching from outside the secret realm. Turning his gaze toward them, he taunted them both, asking how it felt to watch this unfold. He reminded Xuanji of that brutal day on the northern battlefield, when he slaughtered his sister in that cave. And today, he was here to completely sever the roots of their so-called greatness. Everyone's attention, including Jiang Xuanji's, was locked onto the surveillance screens. Confusion rippled through the crowd. How had someone from the Taiying Divine clan managed to infiltrate? The feeds had no audio, so no one could hear what Jiang Chen was saying. But then, one observer, skilled at reading lips, decoded his words. Something had gone wrong inside the secret realm. Jiang Chun had trapped the remaining geniuses, and now he planned to execute the strongest of them, right in front of everyone. Jiang Chen's eyes burned with fury. He raised his hand toward Jiang and the others, summoning his power. Thin, glowing threads extended from his fingertips. Both Xiaoqin and Yun Zhantian's father locked their eyes on him. A chill swept over them. The father instantly recognized the technique. It was the Taiying Divine clan's terrifying ability, Thousand threads. Panic spread. The thousand threads could weave together countless souls, binding them like a cursed net, deadly to divine souls. Ji Shaoqian tensed. This wasn't just dangerous, it was catastrophic. Those trapped in the secret realm couldn't even self-destruct to escape. If their souls were erased, they'd be truly dead. Back in the capital war zone, the general erupted in rage. His attack thundered across the ground, shattering it as he launched a furious strike at Yang Zhan, betrayal written all over his face. Yang Zhan raised his arms to block the blow, gritting his teeth. He swore he had no idea Jiang Shan was from the Taiying divine clan. But the general's fury didn't waver. His eyes burned with hate, his fists clenched. Yang Zhan had betrayed Xia. And worse, he was the only bloodline left of the human emperor, their final hope. Even facing death, Yang Zhan held his ground. He shouted that no matter what, he had no ties to the Taiying divine clan. And even if he died now, it wouldn't change what was happening to Yang Zhan. Before the next blow could land, a surge of powerful energy smashed into the ground between them. Everyone froze. Yang Zhan turned, stunned by the sudden pressure in the air. The general halted mid-strike. They all felt it. This was the energy of the sword god and the god of war. Yang Zhan's eyes widened. Ji Lingxiu and Jiang Xuanji had arrived. Ji Lingxiu clenched his fists and glanced around, his expression grim. He couldn't believe everyone was already in disarray over something like this. They'd been at peace for far too long. Jiang Xuanji stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back. He looked at the general calmly and asked, if the underground cave were attacked and destroyed one day, would they all just roll over and surrender? The general said nothing. He just stared at Yang Zhan, throat tight. Then, Yun Zhantian approached the Celestial Sword King, his eyes fixed. He asked one question. How many offspring had Tane Dawang's miasma wings produced? If the number exceeded 100,000, they could turn this whole disaster around with a single devastating explosion. Fuck Kashan's eyes went wide. He didn't know what to say, his gaze filled with uncertainty and shock. He answered honestly. He had no idea. He never thought to ask Jiangshan about it. Yin Zhantian's expression grew serious. Just a week ago, he'd seen Jiang use over 1 million offspring, raising another 100,000 now. That wasn't just difficult. It was impossible. While he was lost in thought, H approached with a skeptical look. He said it outright. Sure, it was tragic that the lives of the geniuses were at risk, but didn't this all seem just a little too perfectly timed? That snapped Jiang Xuanji out his thoughts. A mix of curiosity and unease crept into his mind. Ji Lingxiu spoke up. The Taiying divine clan, he said, was buried deep within the underground cave, disguising themselves and blending in with Xia. That wasn't something easily done. He couldn't shake the feeling that similar events were about to unfold elsewhere too. Yin Zhantian looked troubled. He nodded in agreement, but reminded Ji Lingxiu that his main body was still suppressing the underground cave. There shouldn't be any issues there. Still, his thoughts turned to Xia's core, a scientific facility, perhaps. If more of these strange incidents were about to happen, then their next target could be Xia's main headquarters. And not just that, there were also the 9 forbidden zones, places like the White Bone Temple, buried deep in Qinling. Ji Lingxiu suddenly stiffened. He turned around sharply, eyes full of dread. Something was coming, and it was coming fast. At the top of the cliff, a red temple materialized out of thin air, radiating a sinister energy. A man stood before it. Everyone turned, stunned. They didn't know if it was real or some kind of illusion, but what they saw chilled them. The man wasn't quite human and definitely not alive in the usual sense. An old figure stood there, eyes gleaming with twisted intent. A slow grin spread across his face as he began to speak. He claimed that the very idea of self was an illusion. To have no form was to be beyond form, and those who transcended all appearances were called Buddhas. He recognized 2 familiar faces in the crowd and casually introduced himself. A monk of the Diamond Sutra. Without hesitation, Ji Lingxiu drew his sword and pointed it straight at him, his voice sharp with anger. He demanded to know why a monk from the White Bone Temple had shown up here, of all times, to stir chaos. Jiang Xuanji turned slowly, eyes settling on the monk. Calm but focused, he began to study the intruder closely. The monk's grin widened. With clear malice, he declared that every young person here was about to hear his sutra, and with it, they'd reach enlightenment. Ji Lingxiu tensed, spinning around. He still couldn't tell what the monk's true plan was. But suddenly, the air began to shift. A strange energy spread through the area, slowly, steadily. The geniuses began to change. One by one, their eyes turned white. In that instant, Ji Lingxiu realized what was happening. The monk's real targets were Xia's geniuses. Jiang Xuanji's eyes flashed. He shouted urgently, calling out to the geniuses telling them to snap out of it, to resist, to stay awake. His voice broke through. Many of the young cultivators jolted back to consciousness, their eyes wide with panic, cold sweat running down their faces. Fear took hold, but not all of them woke. On the far side, a brown-haired girl suddenly opened her eyes. Her breath came in short, terrified gasps. The boy beside her turned toward her, and his eyes went wide in shock. He pressed his hand to his chest, panic creeping in. He had no idea what was happening. Anger flared as he shouted that blocking others from enlightenment was against the will of the heavens. He warned them divine retribution would come. That made both Ji Lingxiu and Jiang Xuanji snap to attention. But before they could respond, horror struck. The heads of the geniuses who hadn't woken were suddenly sliced apart. The boy and girl turned just in time to see the gruesome scene. Their faces froze, jaws slack, eyes wide with fear. The monk, unfazed, calmly explained. Those geniuses had already ascended. He almost sounded disappointed. If Jiang Xuanji hadn't interrupted, a few more seconds, and more of them would have reached supreme bliss. Ji Lingxiu had had enough. He surged forward, fury in his eyes, blade in hand. He wasn't letting this demonic monk cause another second of harm. As he moved in, he warned Yang Zhan. The shift in the secret realm was just the start. One tremor could shake the whole foundation. He told them to hold the line and return to the cave. Yin Zhantian caught sight of something in the distance. Black smoke. His eyes narrowed. A disaster was unfolding. It was aimed straight at Xia. He straightened and raised his voice, calling out to all the guardians of the kingdom. His command was clear. Return to your war zones and hold the line. No mistakes. None. Without hesitation, the guardians leapt into action, heading back to defend their posts. They understood the stakes. As they moved, they swore to Jiang Xuanji they would protect Xia with their lives and repay their past sins through merit. Both Song Changji and Jiang Chun watched in silence, arms behind their backs, deep in thought. Then Jiang Chun turned away, his eyes hard with resolve. He spoke without hesitation. If Tain Daowang died inside that secret realm, then once this battle was over, he'd follow Xuanji into the cave and wipe the Tanging divine clan from existence. Jiang Xuanji was quiet at first, but then something on the screen caught his attention. His eyes went wide. The feed showed what was happening inside the secret realm. There, Jiang stood tall. In front of him, kneeling and bloodied, was Jiang Chun. A sudden laugh escaped Jiang Xuanji's lips. He didn't know the details, but clearly, something had shifted inside the realm. And now that Jiang Chun was down on his knees, facing Tain Daowang, they could finally breathe easier. Just 5 minutes earlier, Yang Zhan had placed his glowing hand to the ground, commanding his blood-armored dragon to attack. Not far off, Jiang Xuanji gave his own order. His god of war body was to rip Jiang Chun apart. Most of them were wounded, but their eyes burned with determination. Up above, Jiang Chun hovered in the air, watching them. He laughed coldly. Why waste your energy? He taunted. Didn't they know? The more they resisted, the more their own powers would backlash against them. He told them not to be in such a rush. Once he finished refining the souls of the beautiful girls, they'd be next. With a flick of power, glowing threads wrapped around the bodies of Xiao Jiu, Mahinu, and Luo Shan. Screams erupted as the threads dug in. Jiang Chun was breaking their spirits, starting with their spiritual cores. Jiang, still on one knee, slowly stood up. His eyes lit with rage. Teeth clenched. Little Nine, hungry for a fight, stirred. She was ready to tear someone apart. But Jiang stopped her. Not yet. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she wasn't to show herself. He needed to think. There had to be another way. As much as Little Nine wanted blood, Jiang had promised not to use her in this tournament. But she wasn't his only secret weapon. He stared down his enemy. He had plenty of cards left to play. But without fully understanding the opponent, he couldn't afford to act recklessly. If he gambled wrong, he might survive, but his friends wouldn't. Jiang Chen's eyes turned white, a twisted smile on his face. Jiang activated his system. A status window flickered into view. Name, Shulan Duo. Race, Taiying Divine Clan. Position, 19th heir in a line of succession. Power level, 6. Affiliation, secret agent for the Church of the Ancient God. Mission, infiltrate Xia through an abyssal rift, suppress the source, and pose as a dual-profession genius. The Taiying Divine Clan ranked 61st among the 10,000 races, a secondary branch of the 3 main primordial divine bloodlines. On top of that, Jiang Chun possessed the Taiying, an artifact powerful enough to block the perception of the heavenly Tao. Jiang stared at him, intrigued. Then an idea sparked. He turned and asked Xiao Jia if they still had any of the divine and demonic blood essence they had once sealed within Julie's sacred treasure. Just a drop would do. Xiao Jia, who had been sleeping like a rock, blinked awake and yawned. He sheepishly admitted there was nothing left. He'd eaten it all. Then, with a flicker of transformation, Xiao Jia's form changed. His eyes lit up, and he extended a hand toward Jiang. If needed, he said, Jiang could take a drop directly from his body. The blood he'd refined was nearly identical to the original, just with fewer side effects, and no risk of spontaneous combustion. That made Jiang's face light up. A smile broke across his lips. He decided to use just a little to break the restriction and save the rest for what came next. Xiao Jia handed him the drop, and as soon as Jiang absorbed it, his body surged with power. A powerful aura burst outward. Jiang Chun snapped his head toward him, stunned. He couldn't understand how Jiang had broken free. He should have still been bound by the thread web. Jiang rose to his feet and summoned a shimmering barrier. Jiang Chun burst into laughter, completely misreading the move. He mocked Jiang, asking if he was trying to muffle his own screams during death. Was he worried others might hear and be embarrassed for him? But Jiang didn't flinch. He stood tall and called him by his true name, Shu Lan Duo. That stopped Jiang Chun in his tracks. He lowered himself to the ground and walked forward cautiously, eyes on the dirt. He asked in disbelief, who was Jiang, and how did he know that name? The true names of the 10,000 races were never meant to be revealed. Jiang's body radiated with a fierce, cutting energy. He didn't bother giving his name back. He simply said that someone like Shu Lan Duo wasn't worthy of knowing it. Jiang Chun had to shield his face from the pressure. Jiang's aura was intense, overwhelming. Was he from Ming clan? Jiang walked forward, eyes cold, full of hatred. He stared down Shu Lan Duo and asked how the Taiying divine clan had fallen so far, how the 19th heir in their line could be so foolish. Shu Landuo's eyes widened. Panic set in. He wiped the sweat from his face, horror creeping into his expression. Jiang knew his exact position in the succession line. That meant, could this man be someone even higher ranked than the head of his clan? His voice trembled. Are you part of the divine clan? Jiang's eyes began to glow, his presence overwhelming. He pointed directly at Shu Lan Duo. You can't feel it? He asked. The aura of the ancient god. Shu Landuo's blood turned cold. His breath caught. He was going to be crushed. Jiang's expression hardened. Furious, he muttered that the Church of the Ancient God was far too reckless. Sending someone like Shu Lan Duo without proper intel, it had ruined everything. As far as Jiang was concerned, Shu Lan Duo and the church both had to die. Shu Lan Duo collapsed to his knees, head bowed low. Please, he begged, spare my life. He tried to reason with him, said it was all a mistake. They hadn't known the ancient god was present. It was a misunderstanding. He reminded Jiang that the Taiying divine clan was once part of the primordial divine lineage, that they came from the same root. They were family, in a sense. Still kneeling, he pleaded, spare me. Jiang looked at him, silent, cold. Jiang Chun kept his head lowered, eyes locked on the ground in silence. Jiang watched him carefully, eyes narrowing with a serious gleam. Meanwhile, little Nine touched her cheek, eyes sparkling, mouth practically watering. But Jiang understood, if he pushed too hard and forced a direct fight, his own weaknesses might get exposed. The smarter move? Trap Jiang Chun inside his sea of consciousness and let little Nine handle the rest. As long as she didn't appear outwardly, it wouldn't count as breaking the rules. Just then, Jiang Chun bowed deeper, almost worshipfully, as if Jiang were a divine being. Jiang blinked back to focus, his face calm. He admitted Jiang Chun had a point. They shared the same origin and essence. And luckily, his own plan was already well underway. He decided to spare him. Jiang Chun let out a deep breath and thanked him earnestly. Jiang held his gaze, stepped forward, and raised a hand. His voice was steady and sure as he activated his power. He said he knew Jiang Chun wanted to return to the cave, but told him that was no longer possible without damaging his own source. The only way now was to enter his body, and he promised to take him back personally after this was all over. Jiang Chun considered it for a moment. Then, without hesitation, he agreed, thanking Jiang again and swearing he'd never forget his kindness. Jiang summoned his power, extended his hand, and absorbed Jiang Chun into his body. A faint smile crept across his face. Too soon for gratitude, he whispered. Inside Jiang's sea of consciousness, Jiang Chun materialized, only to find himself surrounded by swarms of writhing insects. Worse still, the ancient dragon Jiang had found in the tomb loomed nearby, and riding atop, it was little Nine. Jiang Chun turned, eyes darting, panic blooming fast. He had no idea what he just walked into. Little Nine rested her chin in her hands and stared at him. Her cheeks flushed, tongue slipping out slightly. It had been a long time since she'd gotten to devour someone this powerful. Jiang gave her the signal. In a blink, she transformed into the mother insect. Her glowing eyes locked onto her prey as she launched forward, tearing into him without mercy. Jiang Chun screamed in agony, pleading for help as she began devouring him alive. Outside, Jiang casually wiped his hands, then looked over at Jiang Xuanji and Yang Zhan. "Why are you two still kneeling?" he asked. The two of them were frozen, eyes fixed on Jiang, still trying to process what had just happened. Yang Zhan's face turned pale. Sweat beaded down his brow as he swallowed hard. He had seen Jiang Qin kneel to Jiang. Jiang Xuanji tried to stay composed, but his mind was racing. The battle hadn't even started. What had Jiang said to make Jiang Qin fold like that? Then, the threads wrapped around Yun Zhantian and the others suddenly vanished. She got to her feet, pressed a fist to her chest, and blushed. Once again, Jiang had saved her. Luo Shun walked up to him, eyes closed, a gentle smile on her lips. She threw her arms around Jiang's neck and whispered her thanks. Mu Henu's eyes glimmered with admiration, and something more. Smiling softly, she called Jiang her one and only god. Jiang stood there, silent, unsure how to respond. Everyone else stared, unable to hide their jealousy. One of Yang Zhan's men leaned in, hand over his mouth, and said honestly, "Jiang is too powerful. Should we even keep fighting?" Yang Zhan turned, a little embarrassed. His eyes narrowed in frustration as he barked back. "He saved all our lives. If you still want to fight him, do it after the classification battle." Jiang gently patted Luo Shun on the head. His eyes lit up, full of quiet joy. He turned toward the group and couldn't help but grin. With less than an hour left and no one eager to keep fighting, he suggested they head to the center of the secret realm to relax and maybe enjoy some barbecue while waiting for the time to run out. Muhu looked at him, her eyes full of admiration, a soft smile forming on her lips. They made their way to the center. Using his system's inventory, Jiang pulled out a full barbecue setup. As one of the women got busy preparing the food, Jiang and the others sat down to enjoy a rare moment of peace. Yang Zhan grabbed a skewer, gave it a curious sniff, then took a bite. His eyes lit up. It was actually really good. Luo Shun sat beside Jiang, smiling as she teased him about having such a strong appetite. Just then, a system window popped up in front of Jiang. His eyes widened in shock. He had just leveled up from 39 all the way to 48. 9 levels, instantly. He froze, stunned. Had Little Nine already finished devouring Jiangqin? Inside Jiang's sea of consciousness, Little Nine sat contentedly, having already consumed him. She blinked, feeling something strange in her mouth. Reaching in, she pulled out a shimmering thread, thinking it was just some leftover thorn. The thread, slick with Little Nine's drool, caught Jiang's attention. He narrowed his eyes. This wasn't ordinary. It was Shu Landua's soul thread. A system prompt appeared, revealing its nature. It was a first-level divine weapon with multiple powerful abilities. Lucer's soul collapse, a devastating technique that injected spiritual energy into the enemy's sea of consciousness, shattering their essence. Soul Lock absorbed ambient spiritual energy and converted it into the wielder's own. Soul Descent summoned residual souls to form a powerful auxiliary spirit body in battle. The weapon was composed of countless souls and had been nurtured with spiritual energy for over 100 years. But it was still incomplete, requiring more souls to fully evolve into a true first-level divine weapon. The more souls it devoured, the stronger it would become. However, it had a unique limitation. It couldn't be used directly or temporarily activated. It needed to be nurtured with spiritual power and fully bound to a single user. Jiang appeared within his sea of consciousness, studying the thread with a serious look. Now it made sense why Jiang Chun had needed more time. He wasn't refining the souls just for power. He was trying to complete the weapon. With this, Jiang now had a new hidden trump card. He decided to nurture the thread first, using the tree that resided in his consciousness to help it recognize him as its master. Though nurturing weapons wasn't as efficient as raising insects, this one was worth the effort. Little Nine floated beside him, confused. She didn't understand any of what was happening. The tree's branches reached out, wrapping around the thread. A moment later, a system window appeared, nurturing complete. The thread was ready to accept a master. Jiang was stunned by how fast it worked. He had planned to use divine soul energy to speed things up, but the tree had done it effortlessly. This tree wasn't just a protector of his divine soul. It could block illusions from even the great dreamer. When the ancient god tried to take over Jiang's body, the tree turned him into a fruit. Now, it had also revealed a new ability, nurturing divine weapons. Jiang took the thread in his hands. Another system message popped up. Divine weapon has recognized you as its master. His eyes lit up, a joyful smile spreading across his face. This reminded him of the day he obtained the Xia sword from the divine emperor of Julie. And now another powerful card had just fallen into his hands. Jiang glanced at the thread again and smiled. He decided to give it to the tree so it could continue nurturing it. Little Nine, eyes curious, hovered nearby and silently observed the thread. Then, something else caught Jiang's attention. fruit had grown on the tree again. This time, one was green and two were blue. Jiang lit up with excitement. The fruits didn't seem especially high level, but the fact that there were multiple meant something valuable had come from all this. A system prompt popped up. Green fruit contained a triple experience card, which would multiply all experience gained by 3 for a total of 3 hours after activation. Blue fruits. Each contained a class change mission exemption card, allowing Jiang to skip the class change mission for a single profession. He stroked his chin, eyes focused on the system window, absorbing the info. 2 exemption cards. Perfect timing. At level 48, he was already closing in on his 3rd class change. And now, with these cards, he could skip the hassle entirely, making the process fast and clean. Then his status screen appeared. Current state, 2nd transformation. Level, 48. Combat power, 447 stars. Little Nine glanced over at the stats window, her eyes going wide with surprise and confusion. Jiang snapped his fingers, remembering the triple experience card. Once they left the secret realm, he needed to find a spot to grind levels. If all went well, he could push into the 3rd transformation in one go. Meanwhile, deep inside the Great Hall of the Church of the Ancient God, someone in a red hood sat watching. Through a glowing portal, they observed Jiang Chen's fate. This person, known as the Lover, one of the church's 7 pillars, rested their chin on their hand and chuckled. They thought they'd have to wait for the ranking tournament, but hadn't expected the Divine Sun to wipe out Xiao Jia's divine-level geniuses so swiftly. With a flick of the hand, the Lover closed the portal. No need to keep watching. It was time to move. Standing on a cliff high above the others, the Lover extended a hand and gave the order. Notify all headquarters. Their allies in the underground caves, the marine race, and the forbidden zone of the depths were to begin operations immediately. Xiao Jia's waters were about to boil. Jiang Xuanji would be busy defending the cave. Ji Lingqiu was occupied with the old monk. The great dreamer wouldn't awaken for some time, and by the time she did, it would be too late. Chaos would have already swept across the land. The realm guardians and the sealed kings would be stuck, trapped in the mess. No one would be able to break free. The Lover, a red-eyed woman, pulled back her hood. Her eyes glowed with confidence. A smile touched her lips as she declared that Jiang Xuanji would be left with no reinforcements, abandoned. Once the city was sacrificed, the rift beneath Jiang Xuanji would open just enough to allow the arrival of the ancient god. And when that happened, the impure human blood in their bodies would be cleansed. The cult members all raised their fists in unison, shouting in celebration of the ancient god's descent. Back at the city wall of Jiang Xuanji, the Night Watch stood on high alert. Perched on the wall were Chu Jiang and Tiang. They just received grim updates. Of Xia's 9 great regions, all but Yunming and Jiangnan had fallen into complete rebellion. Chu Jiang scanned the city, voice calm but heavy, reporting that both the marine race and the cave races were moving. All 8 war zones across Xiaojia had entered a first-level state of preparation. Jiang Xuanji might not be a strategic powerhouse, but they couldn't afford to drop their guard. Tiang, seated nearby, smiled and told him not to worry. The city's grand defensive formation was already warming up. Within 30 minutes, it would be fully activated. Chu Jiang's face turned grim. They had no clue how Tane Daowang was doing, but the intel suggested the Jiangnan team had broken into the top 3. Tiang raised a finger with a knowing grin. This time, with Tane Daowang and Jiang Xuanji leading the charge, she believed they wouldn't just hold on a 3rd. They'd challenge for the top. She was confident Jiang could take 1st place in the genius rankings, but it all depended on the remaining battles. Just then, small explosions echoed through the city. Chu Jiang spun around, heart pounding. He couldn't see what was going on. That's when Duan Feng and the others arrived, running breathless toward them. They shouted out, the transportation center had been destroyed. All communication systems had been cut off. And worse, Chujiang City was being surrounded. A massive beast horde was closing in from every direction. The beast horde surged forward, crashing against the city's defenses. Chujiang's expression turned grim. With communication lines down and the transmission center destroyed, Jiang Xuanji City was now completely isolated. He understood instantly. This was no coincidence. The chaos was a smokescreen, a coordinated distraction designed to pull their focus while the city was hit head-on. Chu Jiang rushed to the others. He kept his voice steady, urging them not to panic. The worse the situation gets, the calmer we need to be. He gave quick, decisive orders. Duan Feng were to hold the wall and find a way to speed up activation of the grand defensive formation and get the nuclear weapons online. Xiaoke was tasked with triggering the backup emergency plan. She needed to locate any of the transferred who could still transmit sound. If they couldn't, she'd have to fall back on loudspeakers and manual relay. As for Bulang, his mission was to gather all the transferred within the city and bring them to the front with Chu Jiang, to push back against the beast head-on. Everyone's eyes lit with resolve. They nodded without hesitation. Chu Jiang drew his sword, his gaze burning with fury, and leapt from the wall, charging toward the front lines himself, trusting the rear defense to the others. Meanwhile, Jiang and the others emerged from the secret realm. Yang Zhan glanced around, visibly relieved to be out. Jiang's expression was peaceful, but something felt off. The city was too quiet. Jiang Xuanji crossed his arms, scanning the empty surroundings. "Where is everyone?" he muttered. "I've got a bad feeling about this." Xuanji materialized, eyes heavy with news. He stepped forward, his voice serious. "I've got two updates," he said. "First, Shao Jia's main forbidden zones, the marine race, and the cave races, they've all made their move. Each war zone's high command has been forced to respond." The group went silent, absorbing the weight of the words. "The second," Xuanji continued, "is that half an hour ago, an urgent message came from Jiang Xuanji, one of Jiangnan's war zones." Jiang froze. His jaw dropped slightly, eyes wide with sudden fear. His master, his senior sister, were they still there? Shuji stepped forward, eyes glowing faintly. "The southeastern coast is in chaos. The marine race rebelled, and forces were sent to suppress them." Jiang looked at him sharply. "Then who was sent to Jiang Xuanji?" Xuanji hesitated for a moment. "No one," he admitted. The answer landed like a punch to the chest. Jiang Xuanji was ranked last among Jiangnan cities, and in a cold, calculated emergency session, Shao Jia's high command had made the decision to abandon it, choosing to protect more valuable targets. Jiang's fist clenched, knuckles white. They didn't even consider that this might be a diversion. Yang Zhan's eyes widened, stunned by the fury behind Jiang's words. Xuanji spoke, gently. "They did consider it. But compared to Jiang Xuanji, there are cities where failure is not an option. No one could say for sure if Jiang Xuanji was the real target, or just bait." He paused, then added, "Gu Kashin didn't want you to know, but he left behind a residual projection just in case." Xuanji extended his hand toward Jiang. "What are you going to do?" Jiang looked down for a long moment. Then he spoke, voice steady, filled with weight. "For Qinji, Shao Jia is our home. That's what we've always believed. And I get it. That's how people think." But then his eyes lit with fierce determination. His hand clenched into a fist. Insects deploy. A wave of insects erupted around him, surrounding him like a living aura. "I'm going back to Jiang Xuanji," he said. "It doesn't matter how small or forgotten it is. It's still my home, and I will never abandon it." Jiang Xuanji looked over at Jiang, cracked his fingers, and smiled. "If Chu Jiang is in trouble," he said, "then it's the Jiangnan team's duty to help. I'm coming with you." Yang Zhan's eyes lit up with joy. A grin spread across his face. "Count me in too," he said. "You're not going alone." Jiang Chun clenched her fists, eyes wide with determination. "If one of us is in danger," she said, "then it's all of our responsibility to help." Jiang turned to face them, speechless. He couldn't believe they were all willing to go with him, risk everything. Xuanji watched in silence, quietly observing our boy's reaction. Jiang's eyes began to glow, and a warm smile formed on his face. He thanked them, truly, from the bottom of his heart. But Yang Zhan's expression turned serious. He raised his hand, and a large hologram appeared, showing a monstrous beast tearing into the city. His voice dropped low. "A beast tide is attacking Jiang Xuanji," he warned. "Even top-tier warriors would struggle to survive, let alone young geniuses like you." He looked at them with intensity. "You all have bright futures ahead. Are you really prepared to throw them away?" The lilac-haired woman clutched her chest, concern flooding her face. She knew this wasn't a fight she belonged in. Beside her, Guanghai trembled. His eyes darted nervously, and he couldn't stop himself from swallowing hard. One by one, fear began to take hold among the group. Many realized that going would only slow the others down. Their strength wasn't enough. Yang Zhan's gaze sharpened with frustration. He stepped forward and shouted, "Anyone weak, anyone afraid, get out now. If you can't fight, you'll only drag us down." Several geniuses, including Guanghai, quietly turned away. They couldn't meet anyone's eyes as they left. Xuanji looked at Jiang. "Are you sure?" he asked. "You still want to go?" Jiang's eyes narrowed, filled with unshakable resolve. "Even if the entire world turns its back on me, I'll still go," he said. "I'm saving my city." Yang Zhan stretched his arms, his voice calm but firm. "If the descendants of the human emperor were alive today," he said, "they'd be proud of Tane Daowang." Jiang Xuanji closed his eyes, joining his hands in silent meditation. He spoke to his grandfather in spirit. "I've obtained an invincible heart. From this moment on, I begin my true journey." Jiang Chen's fists trembled in anger. "Not a single person from my city has stepped up," she snapped. "How can that be?" Her words lit a fire in the hearts of the others. They couldn't just sit back while their own city needed them. They stepped forward, one by one, fueled by the same determination. Shuji looked at them all, hands stretched to the sides. His eyes glowed with admiration. "You're brave," he said. "I'm not surprised. You're the prodigies of the new generation of Great Sea." But he drew a line. Only the top 10 of the prodigy ranking may go. The rest will be disqualified. Gasps filled the air. The geniuses clutched their heads, panicking at the sudden announcement. Shuji continued. "The next phase of the competition has been cancelled. From now on, it's a battle of merits." He activated his power, summoning glowing bracelets onto the wrists of Jiangnan and the others. Jiangnan glanced down. His eyes widened with curiosity, studying the item. Jiang Xuanji quietly observed his own bracelet, saying nothing. The bracelet would track merits earned during combat. The final rankings will be determined by the results of this live battlefield. Jiangnan, standing nearby, rubbed his chin, then gave one final warning. "The great Shao Cook can't afford to lose. If you die out there, it'll just prove you weren't strong enough. Don't delude yourselves. If you want to survive, you fight." He opened his eyes, only to see no one was even listening. A portal opened in the distance. Jiangnan, Xuanji, and the others were already heading straight for it. Jiang Xuanji turned to glance at his grandfather. With a confused look, he muttered, "Old man, why do you talk so much?" Yang Zhan, walking beside him, gave a small smirk and called back to Yang Zhan, "Thanks for caring, but your persuasion trick's not going to work on us. We're not dying that easily." Shuji stood still, silently watching them vanish into the portal. Then he scratched his beard, gazed up at the sky, and let out a sigh. "Old," he muttered with a half-smile. "Let's see if they still say that after I drag them into the depths of the cave and show them my real power." Despite his grumbling, his heart was full of admiration. He sincerely hoped they'd survive what was coming. Back behind the group, the lilac-haired woman dropped to her knees, tears spilling as she buried her face in her hands, begging for forgiveness. Guanghai also collapsed, sobbing. "I'm sorry," he choked out. "I was just afraid." One of the older men nearby stepped forward, gently placing a hand on their shoulders. "Stop crying," he said. "As long as you're still alive." Some whispered that even if Jiangnan and the others died, they wouldn't lack opportunities to rise. After all, it might just clear the way for them to climb the rankings. Meanwhile, on the defense line of Jiangnan's eastern sea, a massive horde of savage sea beasts surged toward the coast, destroying everything in their path. The line's cannons roared to life, bombarding the incoming wave of beasts. Atop the wall stood Gu Kaitian and Duan Feng. Their eyes stayed locked on the tide of monsters. Xiaoqun frowned. Something didn't feel right. "This beast tide," he muttered. "It's massive, but why is the battle so soft?" Duan Feng, arms crossed, observed the creatures more closely. "It's like they're holding back," he said. "This might be a distraction." Hyukin stepped forward, confirming their suspicion. The sea beast assault was likely just bait to draw the elite forces away. Duan Feng knelt, eyes narrowing. If that's true, then their real target lies elsewhere. Xiaoqun's expression darkened. "You think it's Jiangnan's city?" Duan Feng stood slowly. "I'm not sure, but Jiang Xuanji is just one of several small, remote cities under siege right now. 5 in total, and all far from our main military bases." Bulang listened in silence, curiosity rising. Duan Feng continued. "We can't say for certain which is the true objective, but Jiang Xuanji is definitely under attack." Even as the cannons continued to fire, Duan Feng added another piece of critical news. Xuanji sent word. Tain Daowang and his group have already teleported from the Saiwo war zone to city in the Jiangnan war zone. Gu Kaitian froze. His chest tightened. He hadn't wanted Jiang to know about the Jiang Xuanji beast tide. He'd specifically told Song Changji not to inform him. And yet, he spun around and started running across the wall, rage burning in his eyes. "Traitorous dog," he snarled. "Yang Zhan, you defied me." He wasn't about to lose another disciple. He had already lost one before. He wouldn't let it happen again. Duan Feng chased after him, trying to calm him down. "Xiaoqun, don't rush off. Remember, Jiang Chun isn't alone." Yang Zhan, Jiang Chun, Jiang Xuanji, the entire Jiangnan team went with him. Before Xiaoqun could respond, the sea beneath them exploded. A monstrous beast emerged, the FC Emperor. Its presence shifted the tide entirely. Both Duan Feng and Xiaoqun locked eyes with the creature, recognizing the danger instantly. If this beast broke through the wall, it would spell disaster for Jiangnan. Xiaoqun gritted his teeth. He couldn't leave now. He leapt into the air, drawing his sword. "Then I'll kill it here," he roared, charging toward the beast with deadly intent. Back in Jiangnan City, the warriors formed a defensive shield around the perimeter. The monstrous tide slammed against the barrier, slowly cracking it apart. Commander Ji Hongyin stood firm at the front. He extended his hand toward the oncoming beasts and gave a thunderous command. "All battalions, move in. Patch the barrier breaches now." He didn't flinch. "If I die, the captain takes command. If the captain falls, the lieutenant steps up. If the lieutenant dies, then the sergeant leads." I don't care about numbers. What matters now is buying time for those in the rear. On the outskirts, Chu Jiang swung his sword, cutting down wave after wave of beasts with calm precision. Nearby, Tiang launched herself into the air, her eyes blazing with rage. She landed a devastating kick that cleaved a flying beast clean in half. Qing activated his celestial armor. His muscles bulged with power as he grabbed a charging beast and ripped its arm straight off. Xiao Xingguo raised her hands, her eyes glowing with sacred light. She chanted a blessing and cast sacred light buff on Bulang, warning him not to drop his guard. A devouring crow was closing in fast. Bulang finished off a beast, turned, only to find the crow already lunging. Its dark tentacles had already begun to coil around his arm. Panic set in. From atop a turret, Duan Feng saw it all. With a sharp exhale, he loosed an arrow from his bow, striking the beast just in time to save Bulang. He couldn't help but express his gratitude. Jiang had shown up at the perfect moment. Exhausted but composed, Chu Jiang got to his feet. His eyes shifted toward Duan Feng. He pointed out that if both of them, especially as commanders of the Night Watch, were to fall here, the Night Watch would be finished. But Duan Feng quickly shut that down. Stop being so grim, mystic, they said. They still had Tane Daowang. As long as he was alive, the Night Watch would never fall. From the turret, Duan Feng spotted 5 level 5 Sky Eagles and 2 level 6 Celestial Apes heading their way. They weren't even going for the shield. They were coming straight for them. Duan Feng knew what that meant. A full-on battle was about to erupt. But he didn't flinch. The order had already been given. If the shield failed, they'd drop 8 nukes on the beasts. Chu Jiang's eyes flared with fury. He lifted his sword high and called out to the Night Watch, reminding them of the oath that united them all. With that, Chu Jiang and Aunt Tiang charged toward the incoming monsters. Xiao Xinghua, trailing behind, cast holy light buffs on them to power them up. Jiang Chun joined the front line too, rushing into the chaos. Chu Jiang swung his sword with brutal force. One of the beasts lunged at Aunt Tiang. She leapt up and, with one crushing kick, sliced its head clean off. Xuan caught another beast mid-charge and slammed it into the ground, while SII hit him with a buff to keep him going. Then SII looked up. Her expression turned to panic. She screamed, warning everyone. The level 6 Celestial Great Ape had arrived. It roared in and swung a monstrous punch. But Chu Jiang and the others managed to block it just in time. Aunt Tiang was starting to wear down. Chu Jiang locked eyes with the beast. Its pressure was suffocating. Dodging was pointless now. They have to face it head-on. They've been fighting for hours. Every move was a struggle. Then the ape struck. They were all sent flying. Weakened and barely holding on, Chu Jiang and Tiang dropped to their knees. The ape marched toward them, eyes locked in, ready to finish it. Chu Jiang planted his sword in the ground. His heart sank. Was this really how it ended? He hadn't even seen Jiang take first place in the genius rankings. He hadn't bragged to his master yet about reaching the 4th transformation. He hadn't mastered his sword. But just before the final blow, the beast's head flew off. Chu Jiang and Tiang stared in disbelief. What has happened? It was Jiang, calm and composed. He placed his hand on the fallen beast's head. Poisonous mist poured from his palm, devouring it slowly. His eyes gleamed with joy, a smile spreading across his face. I'm back, he said, and I'm here to save the Night Watch. Then he raised his hand. A glowing shield burst into existence. With a firm look, he told Chu Jiang and the others to get inside and recover. He'd handle the rest. Chu Jiang's jaw dropped. Was he dreaming? Tiang couldn't help but grin. It's not an illusion, she said. That's really Tane Daowang. Chu Jiang panicked. This is a beast tide, he shouted. You came here alone. You'll die. The Night Watch, it's over. Jiang turned and smiled. No one here knew what had really gone down when he unleashed Little Nine against Iozinu. The poisonous mist continued to spread, slowly consuming the ape's corpse. Jiang stepped forward, eyes on the battlefield. Don't underestimate me, he said. Watch closely. All eyes locked onto the scene. This was the power of Calamity 9, Miasma Wings. The moment Chu Jiang saw Jiang's poisonous mist in action, his eyes widened, jaw dropping in disbelief. Jiang had just taken down a level 6 beast, one with the power of a 6 transformation star rank fighter. Aunt Tiang stood frozen, her confusion growing. This level of power. Tane Jiao wasn't just talented. He was on another level entirely. Now, the city of Jiangnan had hope. Jiang turned toward them, relief washing over him. He'd made it in time. With a confident grin, he announced, This time, I didn't come alone. His allies had arrived too. This wasn't just a rescue mission. It was the final phase of the genius ranking competition. A battle for glory and merit. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Tang Ying and Bai Feng fought side by side, backs to each other as they took on a wave of beasts. Tang Ying glanced at Jiang, confusion all over her face. She couldn't wrap her head around it. It takes us minutes to bring down a level 4 beast, and yet he just erased a level 6 monster in seconds with that mist. To her, the merit ranking felt pointless. A beast lunged at by foam, but he was faster. With one swing of his sword, he split the creature's skull in half. He looked at Tang Ying and said calmly, "It's not as unfair as you think. Merits earned through the 9 miasma wings, they only count as 1/10 of the normal score." Not far off, Lei and his friend joined the fight. Lei's eyes lit up with excitement. This was his first real beast horde. He charged a beast, slamming it to the ground and ripping a limb off. But the beasts weren't letting up. They kept coming. His friend raised his hands, using his power to reinforce Lei. "Stay sharp," he warned. "These aren't the same as those back at the genius camp. One slip, and the stronger ones will take you out by surprise." Meanwhile, Muhu and Luo Sandow had also come to support Jiang. Muhu drew her twin daggers, swiftly taking down a flying beast. But before she could catch her breath, another one came from behind. Thankfully, Luo Sandow raised a barrier just in time, blocking the ambush. With a serious look, Luo told her, "As long as I've got your back, you've got nothing to fear." Muhu nodded with fierce determination. "I'll give everything I've got to protect Jiang's city." For them, the rankings meant nothing. Let the others chase glory. They were here for Jiang. Shout Jiao didn't want to sit back either. She raised her bow to the sky and unleashed the scorching sun technique, Golden Phoenix Fire Rain. A blazing phoenix burst from her bow, flames tearing through the sky. She hadn't made much of a mark during the secret realm, but now was her moment to shine. She would give it her all for Jiang. Jiang Wang pressed his palms together, golden energy erupting from his body. He activated the War God's Body technique. A massive 9-armed spirit materialized beside him. A beast rushed in, but the spirit met it head-on, smashing it with a single punch, ripping it apart. Jiang Wang wasn't about to let Tane Dao Wang be the only hero. He wanted to master the invincible heart. He'd fallen short in the secret realm, but now was his time. And as the chaos raged on, Ingzhan's eyes lit up with pure, unfiltered excitement. He had already taken down a massive number of beasts, and beneath his feet was a mountain of corpses. But it wasn't over. Several powerful beasts now soared toward him through the air. Ingzhan grinned. It was time. He called upon the human emperor's sword. A terrifying weapon wrapped in suffocating energy began descending from the sky. Back in the secret realm, he thought he wouldn't need it. But now, if he wanted to defeat Jiang, he had to go all in. As the sole heir of the human emperor, he made one thing clear. First place in the genius rankings would be his. Watching the intensity of their power, Aunt Tiang grabbed Chu Jiang's arm. Her eyes were wide. This new generation, they're incredible. Chu Jiang's expression darkened. He realized, with a twinge of fear, they were getting old. Jiang clenched his fist, his poisonous mist swirling around him. He was genuinely excited. Jiang Wushuang had grown, stronger than ever since the secret realm. And now, even Ingzhan had drawn the human emperor's sword. Aunt Tiang and Chu Jiang glanced at Jiang, confused by the smile on his face. They didn't understand what he was thinking. But Jiang knew exactly what he was doing. Even with Little Nine as his trump card, he couldn't afford to just stand and watch. With joy gleaming in his eyes, Jiang kicked off the ground and launched toward the incoming beasts. "Watch closely," he said to Chu Jiang and Aunt Tiang, "because today, I'm not just ending these beasts. I'm taking the top spot in the rankings." The two veterans stared at him, and for the first time, they truly believed he could do it. Xiao Xinguo rose to her feet, stretching out her hands toward Chu Jiang and the others. Her power surged as she began healing them. Nearby, Jiang approached with clear concern written across his face. Something didn't feel right. He told Ji Xianyu they needed to move fast. The protection spell had to be repaired. She turned to Chu Jiang, gave a sharp nod, and without hesitation, followed. Far from the main fight, on a distant cliff above the city, she stood watching. Her eyes burned with rage at the sight of Tane Daowang. He was still alive. They all were. Then came the explosion. Poisonous mist spread across the air. She stood frozen, unsure if the young divine had survived. She had heard whispers about the 9 miasma wings, but she never imagined it was this overwhelming. Without hesitation, she leapt into action, racing toward the underground rift beneath Jiang Xuanji. She had to report to the ancient god immediately. Her command was swift and cold. Send word to the Abyss Spider Queen. Only she can deal with the 9 miasma wings. The hooded figures bowed and vanished into the mist. Back on the battlefield, Jiang drew his sword, lightning sparking around him. With a flash of movement, he unleashed the Thunder Sword technique, tearing a beast to pieces in one swift strike. Sword resting on his shoulder, he stared ahead, confidence surging through him. Little Nine appeared, but now, fully transformed into her mother insect form. She tore into a beast with ease and turned to Jiang with a sharp, hungry look. "I've eaten another one," she said. Jiang chuckled. "Keep going. Eat until you're full." And she did. With every beast she devoured, his system flooded with experience. Over 60,000 points. In a flash, Jiang leveled up. From 48 to 57. Suddenly, he was in his sea of consciousness. Little Nine was still eating. Jiang raised his hand, and a set of cards appeared. The rewards he'd gathered from the tree's fruits. His eyes sparkled. A wide smile stretched across his face. Thanks to the double experience card, he and Little Nine had both reached level 57. This beast horde wasn't just a battle. It was the perfect chance to power up. And it wasn't just that. They still had the exemption card for the third transformation. Tonight, they were going to complete it and earn a brand new mother insect. Just then, Tianjiao stepped forward. She held out her finger, her expression sincere. On the battlefield, a chorus of souls echoed around him, offering to help collect the others. Hearing the voice, Jiang turned and looked over, eyebrows raised in confusion. "You don't want to devour the souls?" he asked. Tianjiao lowered his gaze, lightly touching his fingertips. "These things don't interest me," he muttered. "You promised me a feast, remember?" Jiang gave a slight nod, but clarified. "The tree's fruit needs to be watered with souls. Go collect them, but keep a low profile." His tone turned serious. "You're my secret card. Don't reveal yourself unless there's no other choice." Tianjiao nodded silently and disappeared into the mist. Meanwhile, the Grand Xiao merit list had just been updated. At the top was Jiang Xuanji. Second, Ji Lingxiu. Third, the great dreamer, Huan Yue. Gu Kai Tian sat in 28th. Jiang Chun had surged up to 296th. Ying Zhan was ranked 401st. And Jiang Wushuang sat at 468th. Holding the human emperor's sword, Ying Zhan glanced at his bracelet. His jaw clenched. Tane Daowang, who was ranked in the 900s not long ago, had jumped into the top 300. Ying Zhan, still outside the top 400. His fury surged. Without a word, he shot forward, slicing through beast after beast. But he knew that raw kills wouldn't be enough. Merits weren't just earned through battle. They could be gained through contribution too. With a horde this size, there had to be a rift nearby. If he could find it and destroy it, he'd shoot past Jiang. Up on the city walls, Ji Xianyu stood, breathing hard. "I've repaired the protection spell," she said, resting her hands on her knees. Jiang sat nearby, watching Jiang intently. "Why'd he push so deep into enemy lines?" he asked. Jiang Chun crossed his arms. "He's got nothing to fear. With the 9 miasmal wings, he's carving his own path. To him, this battlefield is his domain." Chu Jiang's eyes lit up. He pointed down toward Jiang. "He's using this chance to level up and push straight into the third transformation." Xu Bing's eyes widened. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. The third class change. It was a turning point. A point where warriors could not only evolve but redefine their profession. He himself had been stuck at that stage for 4 years. Chu Jiang's gaze stayed locked on Jiang. He pictured Jiang Yangzhan, Gu Kai Tian, and Jiang himself. The third, sixth, and ninth class changes. "They're the biggest hurdles in an awakener's life," he said. "Many never break through. But this generation is different." Ying Zhan, Xin Yue, and Jiang Wushuang had all achieved their third class change before the competition even started. Some were already close to their fourth. By comparison, Tane Daowang had been a step behind. But suddenly, the ground shook. Jiang's ancestral tree manifested. Everyone turned. Chu Jiang, Chul, and Sei stared with wide eyes, jaws dropped. Jiang had entered the third class change. They were stunned. His profession was evolving. Directly. No trials. No mission. Just transformation. "Ow!" Chu Jiang muttered. Did he have some kind of legendary item to skip it? Then, realization hit him, and panic set in. If Jiang had been sent into the initiation space, he'd be vulnerable, wide open to danger. Tang Ying, still clutching the body of a fallen beast, turned her attention to the massive ancestral tree rising in the distance. Beside her, Bai Feng was also staring, locked in awe. To both of them, Jiang's decision to attempt a breakthrough right in the middle of the battlefield wasn't just bold. It was fearless. They exchanged a glance and instantly moved. They had to protect him. On another front, Luo Sandao leapt forward, calling out to Mu Hu Hanku. "Don't get caught up in the fight. We need to protect Jiang." Jiang Wushuang's eyes lit up. He knew he wasn't strong enough to surpass Jiang just yet, but he could help. So he followed, ready to defend. Meanwhile, Ying Zhan had reached a massive beast, one capable of establishing a long-distance transmission link. 2 beasts control the connection, Yin and Yang. The one in front of him was Yang. The other, Yin, had to be buried deep underground. Ying Zhan studied the creature carefully. He was in luck. He only needed to take down one to cut off the transmission. He tightened his grip on the sword. This was a level 7 beast, but it didn't matter. He was the human emperor's heir. With a confident look, he drew 3 forbidden spell seals. That was more than enough to finish it. First place in the genius rankings would be his. Then, a strange pulse rippled through the air. The portal behind him flared to life. Ingzhan turned confused. What now? Someone stepped through. Or rather, something. His eyes widened in horror. All his confidence vanished. A towering spider emerged from the portal, its gaze fixed directly on him. To her, he looked like a tasty morsel, and he recognized her immediately. The abyssal spider queen. Compared to her, Ingzhan was nothing. A mere insect. She had survived countless encounters with the sword god, Javong Chun. This wasn't someone he could handle. Even forbidden spell seals were useless against her. Panic hit. He had to get out. Jiang was still deep in his breakthrough. He had to warn them. The spider queen attacked. A razor-sharp leg sliced through the air toward him. Ingzhan dodged just in time, leaping out of range. He didn't hesitate. He activated the blood explosion technique and took off, fleeing as fast as he could. Behind him, the spider queen watched quietly, then struck again. You think you can escape? She whispered. A thread of silk shot from her leg, wrapping tightly around his arm. His eyes widened. He gritted his teeth. Without a second thought, he raised his sword, severed his own arm, then both legs. Blood sprayed through the air like jets. Ingzhan activated another technique, concentrated blood mist. With it, he rocketed toward the ancestral tree. The spider queen's eyes gleamed. She could feel it. His body was brimming with vitality. 2 hooded cult members knelt before her. Tane Daowang is in the middle of his breakthrough, one of them said. His consciousness is in the initiation space. This is the perfect chance, added the other. If we strike now, he won't be able to resist. End him before he becomes a problem. At the eastern sea defense line of Jiangnan, Gu Kaitian launched himself into the air. With a powerful slash of his sword, he sent a wave of energy flying toward a sea beast. The strike landed clean. One of the beast's limbs was severed instantly. Roaring in fury, the beast's glowing eyes locked onto him for a moment. Then, without warning, it turned and dove into the sea, fleeing. The severed limb splashed into the water and vanished. Xiaoqin stared after it, disgusted. He couldn't believe creatures like that existed in the marine race. Cowardly enough to run after taking a single hit. He called out to the beast. If you don't want to fight, don't make noise next time. Beside him, Duan raised his hand, summoning a layer of ice across the surface of the sea. Then he turned to Gu Kaitian, his face serious. I've got news from Chang, he said. Jiang Xuanji held off the beast horde. And Jiang Chun. He's broken into the top 300 of the great Siam merit rankings. Xiaoqin froze. He slowly turned toward Duan, eyes wide and mouth hanging open. Jiang Chun made it into the rankings? He was stunned. Very few masters had ever reached that level in their entire lives. Before they could say another word, the sky burned red. All eyes shifted upward. It was the legendary warning signal. The Tianyuan alert. Dukashin's expression turned grim. It's real. I haven't seen this in years. The alert had been created by the human emperor of Great Xia himself. Activated only when a level 1 or higher threat appeared, and no expert was present to stop it. A portal formed within the red light. It showed a live feed. The Abyss Spider Queen. Her eyes gleamed with dark intent. Dukashin and Duan exchanged looks. This was bad. Very bad. At that moment, the sea beast returned, bursting up from the water with renewed rage. Gu Kaitian turned to face it, sword already drawn. His blood boiled. He was done letting it run. This one's mine, he said firmly. You go to Jiang Xuanji. Make sure he stays alive. Don't try to fight the Spider Queen. Just protect him. Duan nodded and took off, calm and focused. I'll do everything I can. Elsewhere, deep in the Chujiang defense line, an underground cave brimming with elite soldiers in black knight armor stood ready. Suddenly, a glowing portal formed in front of them. Something was coming through. The god of war raised his voice with authority. If the 10,000 races of the Abyss dare set foot here, they die where they stand. The soldiers tensed, watching the portal. Cries echoed. Great Xia will not fall. Jiang Songchang stepped forward, drawing his spear. His body surged with energy, fury burning in his eyes. Then a voice echoed across the battlefield. Jiang Xuanji must die. They claimed that the 9 miasma wings would bring disaster, a force that could destroy the entire world. Then it appeared, a colossal level 9 demon, Tu Yang, eyes filled with malice, smile curling wide, stepped through the portal and stared straight at Jiang Yangzhan. I know you've been raising the spawn of the 9 miasma wings, Tu Yang said coldly. Millions of insects, hiding in Zioa territory. Floating in the air, Zuandra remained silent. Tu Yang narrowed his gaze. Do humans really think the abyssal races won't unite to wipe you all out? Jiang Song Chang Gay locked eyes with the demon. His voice came low and sharp. Have the 10,000 races already resolved their grudges? He knew the abyssal races would never abandon their grudges. Not over a few million insects. At best, they'd unite to stir up a little chaos. Jiang Yang Zhan's body expanded, becoming massive. With fury in his eyes, he grabbed Tu Yang's shoulder, raised his spear, and growled. You demons have no right interfering in human affairs. He reminded Tu Yang how he'd cut him to pieces with his axe the last time they met. Didn't you learn your lesson? Tu Yang stood frozen, staring at Yang Zhan, unsure what to say. Then, red energy surged behind them. Xuanja turned, his eyes narrowing. The Tianyuan alert had appeared once again. Tu Yang grinned wickedly. With a flash, he raised his spear and lunged. The 9 miasma wings are nothing, he spat. Today we wiped them out, along with all the so-called geniuses of Zioa. Xuanjiri acted instantly, dodging the blow, then countered with a powerful strike of his own. The battle began. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. In the chaos, Xuanja barked an order to Shinta Fei, commander of the Blue Dragon camp. Go to Jiang Xuanji. Reinforce the defenses. Shinta Fei paused only a second, then nodded and took off. But Tu Yang laughed. They won't even make it in time to collect your corpses. Behind him, the portal widened. Demons poured through. Some flew on wings. Others emerged cloaked in shadows, wielding spears. This is the day Great Xia falls, Tu Yang declared. Yang Zhan's rage flared. His grip tightened around his spear. You're dreaming, he growled, then turned to the warriors. Kill every demon. Meanwhile, on Jiang Xuanji's battlefield, the Abyss Spider Queen towered over the cult members, staring them down. Her voice was sharp and cold. Is Gailan dead? She made one thing clear. If he arrived before she did, she would annihilate the entire cult of the ancient god. Fear spread across their faces. But one cultist spoke up. Don't worry. Monk Chu Jiang and Ji Lingqiu are already in the forbidden zone of the 100,000 mountains. Right now, they're locked in battle with a 9th-level blood dragon. He added, Ji Lingqiu won't escape that easily. The Spider Queen didn't respond. Instead, she extended her legs and released a swarm of spiders. She had no intention of underestimating anyone. The smaller spiders were ordered to scout Jiang Xuanji City to make absolutely sure Ji Lingqiu hadn't returned. Tane Daowang, deep in his breakthrough, sat within the ancestral tree. His body was surrounded by radiant energy. Nearby, Gang and the others had arrived. They immediately formed a perimeter to hold back the beast horde and guard him. Beasts filled the area. The pressure was mounting. Suddenly, Ingzhan came flying toward them. Jiang Wushuang spotted him, eyes widening. He could see the blood, the pain. Why are you injured? He asked. Ingzhan's face twisted with fear. Run, he said. The Abyss Spider Queen, she's here. A wave of silence fell over the group. Then panic. But Jiang remained steady. Poisonous mist rolled off his body, spreading across the field. Z raised her hands and began healing the wounded. She kept her focus sharp and energy flowing. Chu Jiang drew his sword. With a steady voice, he reminded everyone. Tane Daowang is inside the spiritual tree. We can't move him. If we want him to survive, we hold this ground. Suddenly, a glowing blue shield appeared. Gang turned to the group. Get inside. Heal up. We wait for support. The Grand Defense spell had already been reinforced. They could hold for a little while longer. Ingzhan, still airborne, made his way to the shield to recover first. They all knew the Spider Queen was not someone they could face head-on. Bai Feng and the others followed behind him, entering the shield one by one. Lei folded his arms, glancing at his friend. This place isn't safe, he said quietly. Maybe we should get out while we still can. I sat quietly and opened a small portal, watching it with a calm, confident look. There's an old saying, I murmured, the heavens protect the lucky. After running the calculations, I knew this wasn't a dead end. From the portal, BZY pulled out a treasure. If it really comes down to a fight, he said, I'll have no choice but to ask Grandpa Monkey for help. He summoned the magic gourd, commanding it to assist. Closing his eyes, he raised the treasure toward the sky. Grandpa Monkey, he whispered, we need your help. We're in danger. The treasure started to glow. Lei, arms still crossed, silently watched with a curious expression. Then an eye appeared inside the treasure. Grandpa Monkey had arrived. He didn't mince words. He admitted he was no match for a level 8 opponent like the Spider Queen, but he was willing to push her to her limits. Instead of charging to help, Grandpa Monkey opened a path with his powers, and both BZY and Lei were suddenly absorbed into the treasure, leaving them disoriented. Watching it unfold, Kong Ing drew her dagger, her face hardened. Muhu closed her eyes and raised a clenched fist to the sky, seething. They couldn't count on people like Lei and BZY in moments like this. Jiang Chen's eyes flared with resolve. She swore she'd never abandon Tane Daowang, even if it meant using every last treasure she had. Luo Sandao clenched her fists. "We fight," she said flatly. "Until the end." Jiang Wushuang glanced at them, stunned. He let out a quiet sigh. He was afraid, sure, but there was no way he'd run now, not while they stood their ground. If he turned his back, how could he ever claim to have an invincible heart? Chu Jiang, gripping his sword tightly, turned toward the tree. "Jiang," he said softly but firmly, "wake up. We're not afraid to die, but what we fear is failing to protect you." Inside the origin space, Jiang stood alone, lost in thought. He hadn't expected this. Using the class change mission exemption card had sent his consciousness here, straight into the origin space. Glowing runes floated in the air around him. Snapping out of it, Jiang studied them. He understood the stakes. Canceling the class change now meant he'd have to redo the entire third class change mission. But with so many insects waiting outside, most only around level 30, the conditions weren't that bad. He looked closer. These weren't ordinary class runes. They were advanced. Then the system window appeared. He had completed the third class mission, Thunder Dominator. Now it was time to select a rune from the Thunder system. Thousands of runes had already gone extinct. Only a few remained, and all of them surpassed the level of a typical Thunderlord. Jiang stretched out his hand, smiling. The system made its choice. 9 runes remained. One entered his mind, and in an instant, his unique profession, Lord of Thunder, evolved into something greater. God rank, God of Thunder. A new status window appeared. Jiang now had 3 new abilities. First, Punishment of Thunder. A thunder eye formed in the void, capable of attacking an enemy's mind directly. Second, 3,000 Cataclysms of Thunder. A devastating area attack. Jiang could rain down thunder punishment across a wide battlefield. Third, God of Thunder. An eternal domain, 100 meters wide. Anything inside would have its elemental powers stripped and its properties weakened. The domain could also devour any lower-ranked domains that crossed its path. Jiang reached toward the system screen, eyes narrowing. Every single skill was powerful. And then he remembered. Most Awakeners only gained access to domain skills after completing the 6th class change. Jiang reached out and touched the system window, wondering how his new domain would compare to that of his master, or his older sister. Just then, something strange happened. The once dormant class runes began to glow again. He turned, confused, watching as thousands of extinguished runes suddenly lit up all at once. Then, the ancestral tree appeared before him. In silence, he stared. He had used the mission exemption card to skip the 3rd class change mission. But this time, the system wasn't done. It had activated a 2nd class change. Master of Divine Creation. The system immediately began sorting runes related to his new divine rank class. Master of Divine Creation evolved. Its new name, the beginning of everything. Another burst of energy. Another wave of new abilities. First ability, Supreme Path. By mastering this technique, every skill he used would have a chance to level up automatically. Second ability, Evolution to Complexity. An upgraded version of Growth of All Things. Jiang could now boost the growth and reproduction of living beings, randomly increasing their speed by 50 to 200 times and their quantity by 2 to 10 times. He clenched his fist. Lightning sparked in his palm, and he opened his hand. A root appeared, pulsing with life. Compared to the Thunder God class, this one was on a whole other level. With Supreme Path, he could learn techniques from all races, just like Yingzhan. With Evolution to Complexity, he could massively accelerate the reproduction of insects. It was like having cheat codes. Little Nine's next breeding cycle would yield 10 billion insects. If luck kicked in, that number could skyrocket past 100 billion. Then, right before his eyes, a new insect mother appeared. She stepped forward, hand on her chest, and sweetly introduced herself. Xiaojiao. Jiang was stunned. He hadn't even used the Growth of All Things ability, nor triggered the life rank evolution. Yet here she was, already in human form. Outside, the Spider Queen began unleashing her swarm. She and Little Nine were equals in rank, so her spiders quickly outnumbered Jiang's forces. Chu Jiang stood firm. If we want to protect Jiang, we rely on the insects. He gave the order. Hold the line. Fight until death. Jiang Wushuang activated the body of the god of war, summoning a massive, 10-armed spirit. Xian Yue Andu fired an arrow into the sky, summoning a blazing fire phoenix. Chu Jiang drew his sword. The battle began. Spiders swarmed the battlefield. Little Nine shifted into her 9 miasma wings form, and with a razor-sharp gaze, charged at the Spider Queen. Luo Sandao extended her hands, summoning divine barriers around Jiang. Her eyes glowed with fury. If they get close, she said coldly, the divine weapon detonates. The Spider Queen struck first. She leapt into the air and released a devastating shockwave. None of you are my match, she said with a murderous grin. The force of the blast was overwhelming. Bodies flew in every direction. No one could hold their ground. Luo, Sandow hit the ground, coughing up blood. On Jiang's shoulder, little Nine trembled. Tears welled in her eyes. Please wake up. She's already killed so many. Jiang's eyes snapped open. He turned his gaze toward the Spider Queen. Then, smiling gently, he whispered, Don't cry. Your father's awake now. Jiang drew his sword, eyes locked sharply onto the Spider Queen. Then, without a word, he placed his hand on the ground. Growth of all things. Roots burst forth, twisting up from the soil. He stood up and extended his hand toward Luo, Sandow, and the others. The roots will take you back to the city, he said. Little Nine, protect them. The roots moved quickly, wrapping around each of them. Muhu froze. She didn't understand what Jiang was planning. Ziku and turned around, watching in disbelief. He couldn't possibly plan to face the Spider Queen alone. Luo Sandow's eyes widened in panic. No, I'm not leaving, she shouted. I can still fight. She wasn't the only one. None of them wanted to abandon Jiang. But Jiang stood tall, eyes shining with calm confidence. He rolled his shoulder, loosened his grip, and told them, Enough. Go heal, somewhere safe. With you all here, I can't move freely. And besides, this isn't the first time I've faced a level 8 monster. The Spider Queen's gaze shifted to him. She burst into laughter. Humans and their pathetic emotions, she sneered. You're all so sentimental. And so stupid. Jiang didn't respond. He just stared back in silence. Little Nine tugged gently at his shoulder. Are you going to make the insects self-destruct again? Tears welled in her eyes. I don't want you to do that. I feel so sad. Jiang gave a soft smile. There's no need for that. If I make them explode again, even I'll feel guilty. You just take care of the Spider Queen spawn. I'll handle the queen myself. The Spider Queen touched her chin, eyes glinting with malice. Even the level 9 sword god couldn't kill me. And you? A mere awakener with 3 transformations? Please. Jiang slowly raised a single finger, then smiled. Who says the sword god compares to me? I'm now a master of 3 transformations. He was baiting her. He wanted her to underestimate him. And she did. Her grin widened. She laughed loud and wild. One of the cult members nearby grew tense. He reached out to her. Stop laughing. Hurry. If you wait too long, Gailin or Q might return. And then it's over. She waved him off. Don't scare me. This one's hilarious. Jiang's eyes didn't leave her. With a calm but commanding voice, he called out, Xiaojiu, give me a full drop of the ancient god's blood. He added, This time, I don't need you to bear it for me. Xiaojiu appeared, hesitant. He took a drop from his fingertip, confused. Are you sure your body can handle on its own? Jiang smiled. I'm sure. Xiaojiu handed over the drop. The blood fell, splashed onto the earth, infused with Jiang's own. Jiang activated the supreme elephant's body technique. Instantly, his body was overwhelmed by a surge of dark power. Blades of blood and violent energy burst from his skin. He clenched his back, screaming as the transformation ripped through him. His hair turned stark white. Evil energy coiled around him, pulsing with force. He slammed a foot into the ground and stared straight at the Spider Queen. Her eyes widened as she saw what Jiang had become. The Spider Queen froze. Panic flickered in her eyes. Jiang's aura now carried the weight of a 7th transformation. She had no idea what he had consumed to gain such overwhelming power. One of the cult members stepped forward, stunned. He fused a drop of the ancient god's blood with his own. A 3-transformation awakened body can't survive that. His body should have exploded already. But Jiang stood strong. Adopting an offensive stance, he smiled coldly. Not only had he survived, he thrived. His body had endured the blood of a 7th transformation. His eyes locked onto the Spider Queen. Thunder sparked around him as he launched forward, promising death. As he closed the distance, the Spider Queen remained calm. No fear, just realization. So this is why he was so confident. He had a hidden card, a power that let him rival a true 7th transformation. With a smirk, she leapt into the air and fired silk from her abdomen. Don't be naive, she said. Even if you borrow that power, you won't defeat me. Jiang's eyes flared with rage. He quickly read the angle of the silk and dodged with precision, leaping out of its path. The Spider Queen paused, eyes wide. Her prediction had failed. She'd anticipated his move, and he still evaded it. At first, she assumed he'd read her actions. But no, his level was too low for that. It couldn't be. While she was distracted, Jiang jumped again. Thunder wrapped around his body. Don't be so arrogant, he said. That snapped her out of it. Eyes sharpening, she braced for his strike. Jiang raised his hand, and above him, the eye of evil appeared, massive and glowing in the sky. The Spider Queen froze. Fear crawled into her mind. She didn't know what to do. Jiang turned his face away, throwing an arm over his eyes. Don't look, he shouted. It'll damage your essence. Jiang Wushuang did the same, shielding himself, still stunned that Jiang's thunder class had reached the divine level. Ingzhan shut his eyes as well. He was in disbelief. Jiang now had 2 divine rank classes. There was no competing with that anymore. Hovering in the air, Jiang stared down at the Spider Queen. Lock her sea of consciousness, he commanded. The eye of evil turned its focus on her. It glowed, and a surge of thunder tore from the sky. The Spider Queen's eyes widened. She stared up in panic. Demonic beasts had one major flaw. Their spiritual essence was far weaker than humans. She braced herself. Just before impact, she conjured a blood shield, barely blocking the thunderous blow. Jiang, body wrapped in lightning, landed in front of her. The Spider Queen turned, analyzing him closely. She spoke with a snarl. Sure, our essence may be weaker, but our physical bodies? That's our true power. Furious, she charged, swinging a blade-like leg toward him. But Jiang vanished in a flash. Lightning bolt. His body transformed into pure thunder, dodging the strike. She stumbled mid-swing, her eyes filled with confusion. He had evaded her, again. Was it prediction? No. Even perception class awakeners couldn't do this. She shook the thought away. It's just luck, she told herself. Jiang didn't stop. He turned his back to her and shot forward again, streaking across the battlefield like a living thunderbolt. The Spider Queen quickly caught on. Jiang wasn't just fast. He was moving at the speed of light, harnessing the electric field of his Thunder God domain. Infuriated, she began firing silk in every direction. To her, Jiang was flaunting his power, showing off right in front of her. In an instant, silk burst from her body, weaving into a dense barrier that encased the area. Jiang immediately realized her plan. She was trying to trap his electric field inside her web, using it to track his movements and teleport directly into his path. Suddenly, her sharp leg appeared, slashing toward him out of nowhere. Got you, bastard, she hissed. This time you won't escape. Jiang looked up, eyes wide. Fear, surprise, but then calm. He met her gaze head-on, and with deadly confidence said, No, the one who can't escape is you. The Spider Queen struck with her sharp leg, but Jiang blocked it. Then, blade of heaven and thunder. Jiang swung his sword with everything he had. A surge of thunder erupted from the blade, and in the blink of an eye, he cut her leg clean off. She didn't even have time to react. The severed limb hit the ground, and the Spider Queen screamed in agony. Every pair of eyes on the battlefield widened. The ants froze in stunned silence. Chu Jiang's jaw dropped. That attack, it carried the same force as one of Master Jiang Chen's strikes. Could Jiang have a hidden perception-type class? He kept reading her attacks, again and again. Ji Xianyu, still healing the others, turned her gaze toward him. Speechless. How could someone with just 3 transformations have a perception ability that outclassed a level 8 monster? Even sealed kings couldn't do that. Jiang stood tall, body wrapped in power. He stared silently at the Spider Queen. He hadn't expected that one strike to injure her this badly. But now he knew. Her body couldn't handle the force of an attack enhanced by ancient god's blood. Still, that last move had drained most of his power. The effect of the blood wouldn't last much longer. He needed to end this. One more hit. It had to be fatal. The Spider Queen glared at him, bleeding and furious. She couldn't believe an insect like him had wounded her. The majestic queen of the 8th level. Jiang smirked. A level 8 monster? Not a big deal. No wonder you've been hiding in the earth for centuries. He wanted to enrage her, make her lose control. It worked. Her eyes turned wild. Silk shot from her body like a storm. You want death? Fine, I'll grant it. She revealed that her essence had been damaged in her last battle with Gailan Inu. She hadn't wanted to use it again, but now she would. This was her true domain, the ability of an 8th level beast. Fear swept through the battlefield. Could Jiang survive this? Some were sure he wouldn't. But Jiang smiled. At last, she was using her real power. With a calm, steady voice, he said, Too bad. You're already too late. He raised his hand. Thunder sparked in his palm. Then he pressed it against the ground. Eternal Domain, Thunder God class. A massive field of thunder exploded outward. Lightning crashed down onto the Spider Queen's body. She dropped, slamming into the dirt. And for the first time, she felt fear. She didn't understand. How did he know I was deploying my domain? And how could his be this strong? She tried to raise hers again, but it failed. Jiang stepped forward, energy swirling around him. He lifted his hand toward her, gathering power. A slow, confident smile formed. There are 2 reasons, he said. First, you're too slow. Second, my domain is stronger. The Spider Queen began to tremble. Terror crept in. This can't be happening. Jiang's eyes turned cold. There was nothing more to say. He raised his hand and summoned a devastating thunderbolt from the sky. It struck the Spider Queen's body with brutal force. She screamed, writhing in agony as the lightning ripped through her. Jiang stood motionless, watching in silence. Souls began rising from her broken form. Eyes wide with fear, the Spider Queen lowered her head before him. I swear, I won't cause trouble again, she pleaded. Please, spare me. But Jiang's eyes narrowed. He didn't buy it. Even in this broken state, she was still dangerous. Her physical body was gone, but her spiritual essence remained. The celestial thunder was still working, but it needed more time to completely destroy her soul. Her body finally collapsed to the ground. Jiang stared at her, not letting his guard down. Little Nine, he said, keep an eye on her. Once she's no longer a threat, devour her. Little Nine nodded silently. But just as he gave a command, Jiang's vision blurred. A wave of dizziness hit him, hard. His body had reached its limit. He sank to the ground, sat down slowly, and closed his eyes. One hand covered his face as he tried to steady his breath. Then, Xiao Jiu appeared. She rushed to his side, worry in her eyes. Sitting beside him, she gently asked, Are you okay? Xiao Jiu gently placed one hand on Jiang's chest and the other behind his back, helping him to his feet. Her voice trembled with guilt. She blamed herself, called herself useless. Jiang, I still shut, rose steadily. He clenched his fist, then looked at her with resolve. Don't blame yourself, he said firmly. If it weren't for your power to glimpse the future, I'd have never won this fight. Xiao Jiu's gaze dropped. Her eyes shimmered with doubt. You're giving me too much credit, she whispered. Suddenly, a system window appeared. It displayed Xiao Jiu's stats. She had been born as the source of the river of time, on par with time itself. Her unique ability, Eye of Time, let her see 3 seconds ahead by consuming 10 subbodies. It was a stackable skill, with a cap allowing glimpses up to 10 years into the future. At present, she was level 0. She had a star affinity of 100 and only 18 subbodies left out of her original 48. 30 had already been used up in the fight against the Spider Queen. Her true talent was still sealed. She had 2 methods of reproduction. Natural, where her main body could produce 1 subbody every hour, and special, where she could sacrifice at least 1 year of her life to generate 1,000,000 subbodies. Jiang breathed calmly, the weight of battle settling. He pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. I'm going to rest. You did enough, he told her, but stay hidden unless absolutely necessary. Her form shifted into pure energy and vanished into Jiang's mind. Right then, a surge pulsed through the air. Thunder crackled around Jiang as his domain grew more intense. From the cliff above, Gang and the others turned sharply toward the disturbance. Jiang had reached his 3rd transformation, and unbelievably, he'd already awakened a domain. That usually didn't happen until the 6th transformation. Whispers stopped. Eyes widened. 2 divine-level classes, it was unheard of. Down below, Yin clutched the wound on his arm, eyes burning with fury and helplessness. Jiang was battling the level 8 Spider Queen alone, while he hid, barely holding on thanks to his spiritual pills. They were all divine-level awakened ones, yet Jiang Chun made them feel insignificant. As rage brewed, Jiang Wushuang quietly placed a hand on Yan's shoulder, trying to calm him. Yan exhaled hard. It's maddening, he muttered. We're from the same generation, yet he's so far ahead. But as the descendant of the human emperor, he refused to be left behind. Even if I lack the talent, I'll dive into the deepest caverns if that's what it takes to catch up. Nearby, Luo Sandu, eyes closed, spoke softly. Jiang's talent is on another level. Trying to surpass him is pointless. Her words hit Yin like a blade. His focus snapped to her, pain flickering behind his stare. Meanwhile, in the hidden altar beneath Jiang Xuanji, the blood cult gathered in a circle. At the center stood their highest-ranking priestess. She stepped forward, eyes alight, and summoned a crimson magic circle. Her voice echoed as she addressed the great deity. I am your loyal servant, the 7th seat of the Church of the Ancient God. Kneeling, she pressed her palm to the ground, her tone grim. The beast tide has encountered complications. Someone from Great Xia can control the offspring of the 9 miasma wings. The circle pulsed, and then dark energy began to rise. God was listening. It was unthinkable. A massive eye opened in the sky, burning with hatred. God's gaze locked onto his servant. The memory returned. The offspring of the 9 miasma wings had always been forbidden throughout all of history. And now, if Jiang Xuanji dared to let his people raise them, then he had declared war on all races. Kneeling below, the priestess lifted her head and swore she was speaking the truth. With a wave of her hand, a portal opened, revealing a grim sight. Swarms of insects feasting on the corpses of fallen beasts. The god's fury erupted. His voice roared. Jiang Songchong, Ji must die, and all of Great Xia had to be wiped out. Terror spread across the priestess's face. She trembled as she begged him to remain calm, explaining she had already deployed the Spider Queen to contain the threat. The god's eye glowed brighter with rage. Evil energy surged forth, pouring in her body. Within seconds, she screamed in torment. The power continued flooding into her, forcing her eyes to burn with dark light. He was not done. A portion of divine energy flowed into her, and the god declared she would soon possess the strength of an awakened one with 9 transformations. Her mission was clear: destroy the descendants of the 9 miasma wings and kill Jiang Songchangji. Even if it meant sacrificing every life in the city, she was to ensure his descent. 10 minutes later, the transfer was complete. Her eyes gleamed with malevolence. Bowing before him, she pledged her life to the task. The god narrowed his gaze, informing her that the Spider Queen had already been defeated. Her new directive: retrieve the divine soul of the queen. A soul at that level was worthy of sacrifice. She lowered her head in submission and vanished immediately to carry out his will. Meanwhile, beneath the dragon's defense line in a hidden cave, Jiang Zuanja gripped his axe tightly. Surging with energy, he brought it down with full force. Tu Yang barely managed to block the strike, but the impact shattered his weapon completely. Tu Yang stared in disbelief. All eyes turned toward the fight. Jiang Yangzhan's fist clenched. His eyes lit up, and a twisted grin spread across his face. He slammed his foot into Tu Yang's chest, knocking him back. "You were right," he said. "I won't make it in time to collect the corpses of the geniuses." He leaned in closer. "But I will collect something else, the Spider Queen's remains." At that moment, a red portal ripped open behind him, oozing with sinister energy. Jiang Zuanja spun around, eyes narrowing. Tu Yang smirked. "You thought the Spider Queen was our last card?" he asked, stepping aside as the portal pulsed. Jiang Zuanja studied the portal closely. Confusion flickered in his eyes. This wasn't part of the plan. An enemy with 9 transformations had entered Jiang Xuanji. But who sent them? Was this the demonic race's doing? Tu Yang stood, his gaze now filled with a wicked glow. He pointed straight at Jiang Yangzhan. "Let's play hide and seek," he taunted. "You find me, but if you try to run, I'll level the city." Jiang Zuanja met his gaze, unmoved. The demons had gone too far. But if Tu Yang wanted a game, he'd get one, and Jiang would see it through to the bitter end. His axe rose high into the air, rage flashing in his eyes. Godslayer army attack. Swords gleamed, spears clashed, and the Godslayer forces charged forward. War broke loose. Tu Yang's troops collided with Jiang Yangzhan's warriors, chaos exploding across the battlefield. From the backlands, the demon commander snarled, commanding the demonic race to burn the city to the ground. In the midst of the battle, Tu Yang stared across the field at Jiang Yangzhan. "Are you insane?" he yelled. "You've spent decades protecting that place, and now you're throwing it all away to start a total war with us." Jiang's response came not in words, but in the thunder of his charging army. Tu Yang glared at Jiang Yangzhan, his voice rising with disbelief. "You're really going to start a war between all races for Jiang Xuanji? For a few geniuses?" But Jiang didn't hesitate. His axe came down in a flash of fury. Tu Yang barely blocked in time. "To you, they're just kids," Jiang growled, stepping forward. "To me, they're the future of Great Xia. And since ancient times, anyone who dares insult Xia dies." His eyes locked on Tu Yang. "Touch them, and I'll take your head." As the clash raged, a chilling presence arrived above Jiang Xuanji. The 7th seat of the Church of the Ancient God descended from the sky. Her body pulsed with evil energy as she hovered over the battlefield, arms crossed, eyes locked onto Jiang's domain. A twisted smile crept across her lips. So, this is his domain, and the Spider Queen still lost. With a flick of her hand, she unleashed a massive wave of energy. It tore through the sky and shattered Jiang's domain in a blink. Jiang dropped to his knees, sword barely in hand. The Spider Queen, still lingering nearby, sensed the aura and instantly recognized it. Her body stiffened. The energy, it belonged to the ancient god. Jiang gasped for breath, one hand gripping his sword, the other digging into the ground for support. His strength was gone. He couldn't even stand. The 7th seat stepped forward, her eyes glowing with delight. "I'm a lover. 7th seat of the Church of the Ancient God. It's an honor to meet you, Jiang." She extended her hand. In an instant, the corpses of the insects around them began to float. She grinned. "Let me send you all to the underworld." Jiang's gaze darted to the floating bodies. He could see now. These weren't ordinary insects. Their original forms revealed the terrifying power she commanded. Then came the fireworks. With a burst of her power, the insects exploded into fragments, scattering across the field like ash. Little Nine, clinging to Jiang's shoulder, burst into tears. "Please protect me." Jiang gritted his teeth. "Don't be afraid. Stay hidden. I'll keep you safe." But the lover wasn't done. She lifted Jiang into the air with her energy, tilting his body upside down. "You don't look impressed," she teased. "Maybe I'll turn you into fireworks too." Jiang clenched his jaw, helpless. Nearby, Jiang and the others collapsed to their knees. Her power overwhelmed them. Fear took hold. No one knew who could save Jiang now. Yang Zhan's hands trembled. His voice cracked. We're all going to die. Jiang was still suspended, spinning midair. He screamed, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Xia, manifest. Release the dark demon. A surge of blue energy exploded around him. And then, emerging from his body, came the dark demon. Its eyes glowed with wrath. The moment it appeared, the battlefield fell silent. The lover's grin faded, replaced with confusion. What is this? She muttered. The demon's energy poured into the air, suffocating everything in its presence. Jiang's body dropped back to the ground. He slammed his sword down, using it to rise. You shouldn't have killed those insects, he said, voice like steel. Now you die. The dark demon opened its jaws, gathering energy into a massive sphere. The sky darkened. The lover didn't run. Instead, she unleashed the ancient god's power, forming a shield to face the attack head-on. Jiang's eyes sharpened. Xia appeared on his shoulder, calm and focused. She's strong, Xia said quietly. But even she can't stop the dark demon. The dark demon had power beyond comprehension, but it came with a limit. 10 seconds. That was all it had. Any longer, and a celestial mandate would erase it from existence. Jiang knew it. He stared ahead, calm despite the weight pressing down. There's no other way, he said. If it has to vanish, it might as well take her with it. Just then, a sharp gust swept the battlefield. His sister appeared, eyes blazing with fury. Without a word, she drove her sword straight at the lover's neck. I'm here to save Jiang Chun, she declared, her voice like thunder. Behind her, another figure descended, Shintu, from the Blue Dragon camp of the Godslayer army. He raised his blade high, eyes locked on the chaos around them. These demonic beasts won't lay waste to this place. Not while I'm here. A flash split the sky. The celestial mandate had arrived. Jiang Chun turned to Xia without hesitation. Now, absorb the dark demon. Xia gave a single nod, then opened his mouth wide. The dark demon's body shimmered, its energy compressed into a glowing mass. In one swift motion, Xia absorbed it. The battlefield quieted, but only for a moment. Jiang's sister's blade plunged into the lover's body. The seventh seat screamed, her voice raw with pain. Her body writhed, energy flickering wildly. She gasped, eyes wide with desperation. Wait, don't kill me. Blood on her lips, she pleaded. I know something, a secret. I'll tell you. Just let me live. With their weapons drawn, Yang Zhan and Chu Jiang slammed the woman to the ground with brutal force, ready to take her head. Panic washed over her. She opened her mouth in desperation, pleading for her life, swearing she'd reveal everything she knew. As Yang Zhan's body radiated with intense energy, she stepped down hard on the woman's chest. Her voice was sharp but calm. Her eyes, burning with fury, met Chu Jiang's. Wait, she said. If she talks, we spare her. Chu Jiang landed silently beside them, saying nothing. The woman's eyes darted back and forth, wide with fear. Sweat dripped from her face as she began to talk. Beneath Jiang Chun, there's a rift. An altar was built over it. Chu Jiang drove his axe into the ground, just inches from her head. She froze, knowing this wasn't a good sign. With her voice trembling, she continued. The altar, it drains the blood and souls of the living in Jiang Chun. All of it feeds the corpse of an ancient demonic god buried deep underground. If enough lives are taken, that god will rise and descend upon Daisia. Silence fell. Yang Zhan and Chu Jiang stared at her, unsure if she was lying or telling a twisted truth. Yang stepped closer, watching her carefully. Is that everything? He asked, suspicious. The woman nodded quickly. I swear on the ancient god. That's all I know. But Yang wasn't convinced. He could feel it. She was hiding something. Suddenly, Xiao Jiu appeared. He opened his mouth wide and lunged forward. The woman's gaze locked onto him, panic exploding in her eyes. She had no idea where this monstrous being had come from. Before she could react, Xiao Jiu devoured her in a single bite. He smirked afterward. Tastes like ancient god residue. Not bad. Across the field, the Spider Queen, still pretending to be dead, felt a flicker of hope. Quietly, she began crawling away, using the last of her strength to escape. But Yang noticed her movement. Almost forgot about her, he muttered, turning calmly. Little Nine, he called. A figure materialized. Mist curled off her body as her focus locked onto the fleeing queen. Without a word, Little Nine moved in, sat atop the Spider Queen, placed one hand on her head, and began ripping flesh away with the other. As she tasted the queen's meat, her eyes closed in delight. A faint smile formed on her lips. The Spider Queen's eyes widened. Terror. Shock. She knew this was the end. Then, a system alert blinked to life. 2 million experience points awarded. Suddenly, a glowing symbol appeared in the sky. Tyanian's warning. Yang Zhan's eyes snapped to Little Nine, then to Yang. A shiver of fear ran through her. What kind of monsters does he command? She whispered to herself. Chu Jiang turned as well. His face darkened. Tianian sign could mean only one thing. Daisia was on the edge of collapse. At that moment, Yang dropped to his knees. His hair turned ghost white. Spikes burst from his body. One hand clutched the ground, the other his arm. His eyes began to glow. Yang Zhan rushed over. What's happening to you? She cried out. Dark energy poured out of him. His body trembled. His teeth clenched. The scream that followed was filled with unbearable pain. Jiang, Tang, and the others sprinted toward him, clueless about what was happening. Then the spikes retracted. Jiang caught Yang in his arms. His face turned pale. He knew exactly what this was. The side effects of using the blood of the ancient god. He knew there was no time to waste. Jiang had to be taken straight to the military hospital at the main base in Jiangnan. That was the only place with top-level priests and the rarest medicinal herbs. Xian Huang and Aunt Tang stood over Jiang, unsure if he'd pull through. Yang Zhan's expression turned grim. She placed a hand over her chest and spoke up. The portal's been destroyed, she said, then offered to help transport Jiang to the hospital. Chu Jiang, standing beside her, nodded. I'll help too. But Jiang raised his hand to stop them. Don't forget, he said sternly, the rift under this city still needs to be dealt with. Xiao knelt next to Jiang, placed her hands over him, and began channeling her energy to heal him. Her eyes burned with focus. Jiang's voice rose in anger. Xiao, heal him faster. Then he turned toward the shadows. Jiang, insects, come now. If you want to save your master, help carry him. Instantly, thousands of tiny insects emerged and swarmed around Jiang, responding to the call. Xiao kept healing him, her power pulsing in waves. Meanwhile, Jiang turned to the others and gave a simple order. Clean up the battlefield. They all nodded without hesitation. Mohinu dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Seeing Jiang like this shattered her. Lu Sandu sat behind her, placed gentle hands on her shoulders. Don't cry, she said softly. Jiang is strong. He'll be fine. If he could defeat a level 9 monster, he'll survive this too. Xian Huang, standing close by, watched them quietly. There's no time for tears, he said firmly. We still have monsters to kill. Thanks to the healing barrier, the wounded geniuses began to recover quickly. Jiang Wushuang emerged from the barrier, clenching his fists. We may not be on Jiang Chen's level, he said honestly, but taking down a few more monsters is still something. Jiang looked at his once severed arm, now fully healed. He clenched his hand tightly and smiled. He's right. If we can't match Jiang Chen, we fight harder. Meanwhile, Yang Zhan and Chu Jiang had reached the underground altar. With precise, powerful strikes, they unleashed their weapons, slashing the altar to pieces. Dark energy burst from the rubble. The ancient god's eye lit up, furious. He stared at them, seething, and called Yang Zhan a foul name. Without hesitation, she lashed out with her sword, slicing his energy clean in half. Chu Jiang stood behind her, quietly watching. For him, it was no surprise. She was the disciple of the celestial sword king. After all, the ancient god growled, even if the altar is destroyed, you're far too weak to defeat me. Before he could say another word, White-Hair Man raised his axe and swung it with force. Save your breath, he said flatly. The god's eye widened with fury. Their defiance had pushed him past the point of toying with them. Then, the god's energy began to seep into the ground. Yang Zhan's eyes snapped toward it. Something was off. What was he doing? The god laughed darkly. This little setback cost me nothing. How about time? I'll return stronger. Yang Zhan's fury boiled over. He was trying to flee, without a fight. She prepared to chase him, but White-Hair Man placed a hand on her shoulder. His voice was calm, but serious. He's right. As we are now, we can't beat him. They knew what had to be done. Only the great martial god could awaken the great dreamer and seal the rift. It had to happen fast. A week passed. Jiang now lay inside the military hospital at Jiangnan's main base. His body was fully submerged in a special healing liquid, hooked up to a ventilator. The scent of medicine and the hum of machines gave it away. It didn't take long for him to realize exactly where he was. His memory came rushing back. He'd collapsed on the battlefield, completely drained after using the blood of the ancient god. He had no idea how much time had passed, or what had happened since. Then, he heard a familiar voice. Little Nine appeared, smiling as she wrapped her arms around him. Everything's settled now, she said gently. And guess what? My little insects can reproduce now, too. Feeling her warmth, Jiang opened his eyes fully, curiosity flickering in them. He held her in his hand and stroked her head, praising her. You did well, he said, but he paused for a moment. Their current place was far too cramped. Once the new insects arrived, space would be a serious issue. He told her to wait just a little longer. Once they had a bigger home, they'd move forward with a plan. Little Nine returned to his sea of consciousness, smiling brightly. Just the thought of Jiang preparing a bigger home made her happy. From behind a pillar, Xiao Jiu peeked out. He looked slightly puzzled. Now that they'd unlocked the power to evolve into more complex forms, reproduction was about to begin, with hundreds of millions on the way. Jiang quietly hoped that the ancestral tree would soon bear the nest fruit, one that could house up to 10 billion insects. He removed the mask from his face with one hand. Xiao Jiu appeared on Jiang's shoulder. "I'm about to start dividing my offspring too," he announced. "So, when do we move into a bigger house?" Jiang turned to look at him and smiled. "What? You don't like living with Little Nine?" He pointed at Xiao Jiu playfully. "Wait until your sister moves out, then her room's yours." Xiao Jiu crossed his arms and scowled. "I'm not a kid anymore. Why do I always get what's left over from her?" Jiang chuckled. All right. How about this? I'll take you to the Nine-Lai Sanctuary one day. You'll feast on a buffet of demons and gods." Xiao Jiu stood proudly on Jiang's chest. "If there's food, I don't care where I live." Jiang sighed, covering his face with his hand. Having so many children, it really was exhausting. Then Xiao Jiu pointed at the glowing liquid around Jiang's body. "Hey, can I drink this?" Jiang looked down. "That's God and demon-grade healing fluid, though this batch is third-rate at best. If you want some, go ahead." Without hesitation, Xiao Jiu closed his eyes and started drinking. Jiang watched him, amused. "So," Jiang asked with a smirk, "how's it taste? Does it have that old dad's foot smell?" Xiao Jiu froze mid-sip, visibly disturbed. Then he leapt into the air, and suddenly, hundreds of tiny beetles appeared. Jiang's eyes widened, completely stunned. He raised a finger. Jiang opened his system window. Back on the battlefield, he hadn't had the chance to inspect Xiao Qin's abilities closely. Now, lying in the healing chamber, he figured it was the perfect time to take a deeper look. The system revealed something extraordinary. Xiao Qin had been born at the very origin of the River of Time. She didn't just flow with time. She was time existing on the same plane. A primordial source. Jiang's curiosity deepened. Was she on par with the ancestral tree of all things? He folded his arms, eyes scanning the data. There it was, confirmation that, as a primordial source, she possessed hidden abilities. But her talent remained locked. The system didn't list it. It made him wonder, did he need to perform a life-level jump to unlock her full potential? "Xiao Chun," he called, "come out for a moment." A small, elegant insect fluttered toward him. Then, in a blink, transformed into her human form. Jiang's eyes widened. His focus locked onto her. She stepped forward, gently placed her hand on his chest, and looked at him with soft eyes. Caught off guard, Jiang's face flushed. You're standing a bit too close," he muttered. Xiaoqin closed her eyes and wrapped her arms lightly around his head. "Sorry," she said quietly. He reminded himself. She had just been born. She probably hadn't experienced divine evolution or a life-level jump. Xiaoqin looked away, placing a hand under her chin. "Growth," she said, "requires time. But I am time." Jiang stared at her, stunned. Her words echoed in his mind. He reached out and summoned his power, letting green energy flow gently into her. She was right. Her true talent could only be unlocked through a life-level jump. Opening the Divine Evolution panel, he checked what materials were required. The system gave him options, 4 different conditions to trigger Xiao Qin's evolution. First, 10 drops of water from time. Second, 1 tributary from the River of Time. Third, 3 fragments of time. Fourth, 3 divine weapons aligned with the laws of time. Jian Cheng ran his fingers through his hair, clearly puzzled. He had never even heard of these materials before. With no other choice, he figured he'd have to ask the old goo about it later. His body had already been soaking in a strange liquid for quite a while. Reaching out, he flicked the switch off with his finger. Just then, a woman, completely unclothed, appeared beside him. "Major Jiancheng, you're finally awake," she said. Jiancheng's eyes shot open in confusion. "Major? Why had she just called him that?" Noticing his bewildered look, the woman gestured to the side and calmly explained. "While you were unconscious, the top 10 geniuses in Tian Jiao's ranking were promoted to major." She smiled with her eyes closed and continued. "When Jiang rushed you to the hospital, almost all your body tissues were at the brink of failure. No one thought you'd make it." Then she asked gently, "How are you feeling? Any discomfort?" Jianchen glanced at her and replied, "I feel totally fine, completely healed." She walked over to the capsule, preparing to retrieve what remained of the Divine Soul liquid and vital liquid stored in the chamber. Highly valuable resources that had been rushed in from the capital just for him. Since Jian Cheng hadn't used all of it, she thought they could save the rest for future patients. But as soon as she laid her hands on the capsule, her jaw dropped. Jian Cheng stepped out, scratching his head. With an awkward chuckle, he said, "I was really thirsty when I woke up, so I drank all of it." Little Xiao was perched on his shoulder. Jian Cheng closed his eyes for a moment, a faint blush creeping onto his face. If kids misbehaved, it was the parents' responsibility, and he knew that weight was on him. Just then, Old Gu walked in and pointed straight at Jian Cheng. "You're seriously lucky," he said. "Back on your feet in just a week." Jian Cheng turned his attention to his Old Gu and smiled, raising a hand in greeting. The woman moved toward Old Gu and Commander Duan. Her eyes shut and her voice low, she admitted. Jian Cheng drank all the liquid. Old Gu and Commander Duan's eyes widened. "What?" he exclaimed. Old Gu looked confused. "Is that a problem? I mean, he just drank a little, right?" Old Gu and Commander Duan's expression turned serious. "He drank 10 full doses of soul essence and vital essence. That's worth 200,000 merit points." He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Should Jian Cheng be made to pay for it? Old Gu, clearly annoyed, snapped. "Then you pay for it. It's not like it's easy for him to earn merit points." Then he strolled over to Jian Cheng, threw an arm around his shoulders, and gave him a proud look. "Still, well done, kid. You drink it all. Even a little of that stuff can keep someone healthy for years." Jian Cheng looked up at his Old Gu, a slow smile spreading across his face. He finally understood why little Xiao Jia had gone all in on that liquid. Old Gu gave him a wink and grinned. "You really don't get the value of merit points yet, do you? With enough of those, there's nothing you can't have." "Wait," Jian Cheng asked eagerly, his eyes lighting up. "So anything money can buy, merit points can get too?" Old Gu nodded, but before Jian Cheng could celebrate, he continued with a stern face. "Don't get ahead of yourself. Some things merit points can't buy." Excited and curious, Jian Cheng quickly asked, "Can I trade merit points for the water of time?" Old Gu's expression darkened. "No, that's a legendary treasure, born from the very core of heaven and earth. No one's ever laid eyes on it. It's just myth." Jian Cheng pressed on. "What about a stream from the river of time?" Again, Old Gu shook his head. "No one's ever managed to get their hands on that either." "How about divine weapons related to time? Level 3, or 4 maybe?" Jian Cheng asked, holding onto a sliver of hope. Old Gu gave him a deadpan stare. "Stop dreaming." Realizing his usual options were useless, Jian Cheng lowered his voice and hesitantly asked, "Then can I trade for fragments of time?" That question made Old Gu pause. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then glanced over at Old Gu and Commander Duan. "Old Gu might still have some," he muttered. Commander Duan's attention snapped toward them, eyes wide. His mind flashed back to what those fragments were. With a serious look, he explained, "Fragments of time are formed when ancient dimensional ruins collapse. Only 2 fragments remain in all of Tianjiao. They're worth 150,000 merit points each." Jian Cheng's eyes lit up with renewed hope. He walked over to Commander Duan, placing a hand over his chest and extending the other outward. "I want both," he said. "And is there any way to get one more?" Commander Duan raised a hand. "There aren't any left," he said flatly. "Ancient ruins exist in their own space-time. No outside force can trigger their collapse. They have to fall apart on their own. And when they do, the time within them solidifies, becoming the fragments you want." He paused before adding, "If you really need another, you'll have to ask the Great Dreamer when she returns." Jian Cheng's brows lifted. "Where is she now?" Commander Duan closed his eyes, picturing the rift in his mind. "She's out sealing the Chujiang rift. She should be back any time now." The sun hung high in the sky. It was full daylight. Now that Jian Cheng had made a full recovery, Old Gu decided it was best to head home and get some rest. "The ceremony is in 3 days," he reminded everyone. Commander Duan nodded in agreement. "This one's important. We should prepare while there's still time." But Jian Cheng hesitated. "I'm not going," he said quietly. "I'd rather lay low for now." Old Gu chuckled. "Too late for that. You killed the Spider Queen, took down the lover. Everyone knows your name." Later, back at his apartment, Jian Cheng dropped onto the sofa and folded his arms behind his head, staring at the ceiling. His thoughts drifted. Little 9-winged miasma and red armored elephant were about to reproduce. Xiaojia was ready to extract new abilities, and the ancestral tree of all things had sprouted new fruits. He needed to take care of all that before the Great Dreamer returned. He raised his hand. Energy shimmered and began to form in his palm. First things first, he'd extract the power of the red-shelled beetle. A system window flashed before him. Red-shelled beetle, catastrophe-level calamity. Its first trait, supreme attack technique. By condensing particles and shifting them in specific patterns, it could summon an infernal vision and unleash a melody drawn straight from the underworld. The power of the red-shelled beetle's ability depended entirely on numbers. This technique had 9 stages, each one exponentially stronger than the last. To even reach level 1, Jian Cheng would need to gather a jaw-dropping 129,000 red-shell beetles. And with every level up, the requirement would multiply tenfold. He reached out and tapped the system window. His eyes widened, stunned. This wasn't just any technique. This was a supreme attack technique. One thing was clear. If he tried it now, his apartment would be reduced to rubble. He'd have to save it for a real battle. A boss-level threat. Next, he shifted his focus inward, deep into his sea of consciousness. A new fruit had appeared on the ancestral tree. He crossed his fingers, hoping it would grant him a nest capable of housing 10 billion insects. Activating the functional fruit, Jiancheng smiled as a notification popped up, a hive with room for 100 billion insects. The ancestral tree never lets me down, he thought. His eyes lit up with satisfaction. Raising his hand, a swarm of insects began pouring out. "Little Nine," he called out with a grin, "your new home's ready. Time to settle in and grow your family." She chirped happily and immediately commanded the swarm to move into the nest. With the insect matter handled, Jiancheng pulled out another fruit, one formed from divine souls. He held it up, studying it closely. In the last battle, Xiao and the others had gathered wandering souls to nourish the fruit, helping it ripen. Now, fully matured, he activated the ability fruit. It burst apart, releasing divine energy that coalesced into a divinity from the GI clan. The system chimed in. "Do you wish to fuse the divinity?" Jiancheng's eyes gleamed. Raw power pulsed from the energy in front of him. Without the ancestral tree stabilizing his consciousness, his mind would have shattered under the pressure. He remembered what his old Gu had once told him. For an awakened one to advance from level 9 to divine rank, there was only one path: fuse with a divinity. He made his choice. The divinity surged into his forehead. Pain exploded through his skull. His eyes lit up, and system windows flooded his vision. New class acquired: Supreme Warrior, Divine Level God of War. Abilities gained: Invincible Divine Fist, War God Transformation, Imperial War Formation. New class acquired: Supreme Warrior, Divine Level God of War. Abilities gained: Invincible Divine Fist, War God Transformation, Imperial War Formation. Jiancheng clenched his fist and stared at it. His third divine class. The name was a bit over the top, sure, but it was perfectly tailored for close-quarters combat. Now, he had another trump card in his arsenal. With this class, combined with the body of the elephant god, he was confident he could finally surpass even Jian Chengwuang's divine form. Suddenly, another system alert appeared. Little Nine has given birth to 8 billion insects. Xiao Ji's beetle swarm now totals 6 million. Jiancheng gawked at the numbers. The transformation skill, its wild growth and random surge in quantity, was absurdly powerful. His insect army was growing faster than he imagined. Just as he was processing everything, a knock echoed at the door. He paused. Could it be the Great Dreamer? He wondered. Opening it, he found Old Gu and Commander Duan standing outside. Commander Duan rubbed the back of his head, looking nervous. "We need to talk," he said. Old Gu cleared his throat. "We brought someone with us," he said. "The Great Dreamer. Thought you should greet her properly." Jiancheng stood still as Old Gu clenched his fist, casting a sharp look his way. Moments later, the Great Dreamer placed her hand on the doorframe and stepped into Jiancheng's apartment. Her expression was firm. "Leave," she said without hesitation. That single word caught everyone off guard, especially Old Gu, whose eyes widened in surprise. She didn't repeat herself. She walked right in and gave them all a pointed look. Old Gu let out a nervous chuckle and whispered to Jiancheng from the side of his mouth. "If you can't resist, just surrender gracefully. If a woman's 3 years older, gift her gold. If she's 30 years older, give her an empire. But if she's 300 years older, bet her hand over an immortal pill." Commander Duan rubbed his temple and groaned. "Don't drag me into this, man. I still want to live." The Great Dreamer placed her hand on the sofa and, looking at Jiancheng with a soft gaze, called him silly. And suddenly, Jiancheng understood exactly what Old Gu had meant. She stepped closer, and Jiancheng found himself blurting out, "Why are your clothes different from last time?" Without answering directly, she leaned in and took an assent. Smiling, she asked, "Did you become a god?" Jiancheng quickly looked away. No way, it must be the lingering blood scent from the ancient god, he thought, confused. She chuckled and took a seat beside him. "Relax. You're only on your third transformation. No way you're divine yet." Sweat rolled down Jiancheng's neck. Better not bring up the whole fusing with divinity thing, he thought. "I've already drawn enough attention as it is." Noticing his tension, she grinned. "Why so nervous? I'm just your sister. I'm not going to eat you." Then her expression shifted slightly. "I heard Old Gu mentioned you were after fragments of time." Jiancheng perked up. "Do you know how to get them?" She nodded slowly. "They're no longer available within Great Xia's borders, but there is still a place where you might find them. Have you ever heard of the 3 overseas islands?" Jiancheng shook his head. She turned to face him fully. "They're southeast of Great Xia. Once ancient ruins, but over time, they merged with the real world. Now, they're 3 distinct islands: Pinglai, Fangzhong, and Ingzhou. That caught Jiancheng completely off guard. His eyes lit up in surprise. She continued, 500 years ago, Great Xia witnessed the rise of its first invincible figure with 9 transformations, the human emperor. Not long after, another reached the same level. He was called the Lord of Fire. She leaned back and began recounting the history. The human emperor believed in conquering the underground caverns. The Lord of Fire believed in peace. Their ideals clashed endlessly. In the end, they parted ways bitterly. The Lord of Fire left Great Xia, taking his followers to the overseas islands to start a new domain. As she spoke, she reached into the air, summoning a rift and pulling something from it. He took many treasures with him when he left, including the fragments of time. Jiancheng leaned forward, intrigued. So, is the Fire Lord dead now? She calmly pulled a Chou from the rift and replied, the lifespan of someone with 9 transformations is up to 3,000 years. He's still alive. Then she looked him in the eye. If you're thinking of going after those fragments, don't try to take them by force. Even though the 3 islands can't compare to Great Xia in size, she said, they've spent centuries building up their strength. Right now, they've got more warriors with 7 and 8 transformations than we do. Jiancheng raised a brow. So why haven't they tried to take Great Xia back? She broke the Chou in half and handed a piece to Jiancheng. Because Great Xia is protected by national fate, she said simply. The Fire Lord's followers wouldn't dare act recklessly. Still curious, Jiancheng asked, then, is there any other way to get those fragments? Taking a bite from her Chou, she gave him a calm look. Even though we severed ties long ago, the 2 sides never stopped competing. For 100 years after the split, the best talents from both sides would face off regularly. But she continued, about 400 years ago, Great Xia closed its borders. They stopped letting challengers in. Why? Jiancheng asked. She chewed slowly before answering. Because Great Xia lost. Every single time. For 100 years straight. We couldn't win, couldn't even hold our heads up. So eventually we just stopped. Jiancheng's eyes narrowed in thought. But this year, she nodded. This year we have you. With you around, the competition can reopen. Jiancheng's mind raced. If I win, I might be able to get the fragments. But the great dreamer raised a hand. Don't rush. There are rules. Procedures. You'll be notified when it's time. She gave a knowing look. Both sides must send someone under 30. In that area, you're at a disadvantage. Jiancheng just smiled. I don't care about that. If I can get the fragments, I'll do whatever it takes. The great dreamer stood up, a faint smile playing on her lips. Ambition's good, she said, but never underestimate your enemies. She turned to leave, but paused at the door. Her gaze locked on him. Don't go outside for now. Jiancheng looked puzzled. She continued, your name's now on the heavenly level assassin list, and several top warriors have accepted the mission to kill you. They're coming from different nations, so be careful. The high command of all Great Xia had gathered at the main base in Jiangnan. It was August 13th, year 793, in the era of job changers. Today's decoration ceremony was the largest in Great Xia's history. To the public, it was awe-inspiring. Jiancheng Chun, a mere awakened with only 3 transformations, had stood toe-to-toe with a monster of the 8th transformation, and even a 9th. Now, a new star had risen in the war zone of Jiangnan. She looked over at Jiang with curiosity. Is it true? She asked. You're stepping down from your position to train in the caverns. Jiang raised his hand. The higher-ups already approved it. Once this ceremony's over, I'm heading straight into the caverns to begin training. Behind him stood the rest of Night Watch. Boy pointed proudly at himself with his thumb. It's not just Jiang going. We're all in. Commander Duan laid a hand on his shoulder, but said nothing, quietly watching her from the side. Elsewhere, both shared a knowing smile. Jiang blinked in surprise. I thought I was going alone, he began. Jiancheng hadn't expected everyone to want to follow him into the caverns. But as he looked around, he could feel it. The same energy, that old fire, now burning bright in them too. His determination had lit a spark in everyone. She stepped forward, extending her hand with a smile. The caverns, it's where all races collide. Strange creatures, unimaginable power. Anyone who enters comes out changed. A little distance away sat Jiancheng and Ying Jian. Ying Jian stared intensely at Jiancheng, his eyes filled with quiet resolve. He knew training within Great Xia wasn't enough. If he wanted to surpass Jiancheng, he'd have to enter the caverns too. He turned to Jiancheng. What about you, he asked. How do you plan to grow stronger? Then, after a beat, he added with a slight grin. We could go together. Killing foreign races in the caverns earns divine rewards. It's perfect for both of us. Jiancheng folded his arms, closed his eyes, and finally smiled. He gave a nod. Seeing it, Jiancheng smiled too. That's the spirit of Grandpa's legacy, he thought. But he didn't forget. We still haven't finished our fight, he reminded. On stage, Commander Duan stepped up, his gaze sharp. I am Commander-in-Chief of the Jiangnan War Zone, he declared. Then, in classic leader fashion, he launched into a long-winded monologue. A full half-hour of vague patriotic talk. The crowd grew restless. Some yelled for him to get to the point. A few even grumbled that their butts had gone numb from sitting too long. Masters and warriors alike couldn't wait any longer. Commander Duan glanced at the crowd, amused, and lifted his hand. Suddenly, a rift shimmered open on stage. Time to skip the speech. He grinned. Look at what you're all really here for. It was time for the decoration ceremony. Commander Duan called forward one of Great Xia's top 3 warriors, an expert with 9 transformations. Supreme Commander of the Night Watch. Chief of the Imperial Capital War Zone. The one and only Great Dreamer, Sister. She would be the one to present Jian Shang with his official title. The rift activated. Sister appeared, holding someone's hand. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. With a teasing smile, she said, "Don't be shy, Jian Shang. There's no sister out here bad-mouthing her little brother." They emerged together from the portal and stepped onto the stage. She placed a hand on Jian Shang's shoulder and smiled. Nervous? Jian Shang, dressed in the official Warzone commander uniform, adjusted his cuffs and gave her a cool, confident grin. Not at all. The golden badge gleamed on his chest. From the crowd, she stared, stunned. Her hand flew to her mouth as her face flushed. Even as his older sister, how is he this handsome? Jiang crossed his arms, watching Jian Shang with a steady, unreadable gaze. A girl rested her hand on her chin, blushing. She'd never seen anyone this breathtaking before. Even Commander Duan was stunned. Damn, he muttered. He's glowing. Up in the stands, she shot to her feet, eyes wide, heart pounding. Behind her, she smiled quietly. On the other side, Xiaoqiu raised both hands to her. Xiaoqiu covered her mouth with both hands, cheeks turning red the moment she saw how striking Jian Shang looked. Sister tilted her head, brushing a hand against her cheek as she admired him. That uniform really suits you, she said with a playful smile. Jian Shang started to sweat. She's messing with me again, he thought. Commander Duan stepped forward, deciding it was time. He raised his arm. Everyone, shout his title. As one, the crowd cupped their hand around their mouths and shouted. Demonic insect. Jian Shang froze, eyes wide. What? That's my title? He couldn't believe it. They really call me that? Dressed to impress, standing proud, and now this? They couldn't pick something a little more dignified? Still, he stepped up with Sister. Silent, hands behind his back, he stood tall on the stage. Sister lifted her hand skyward. By the will of the people, she declared, on behalf of the Night Watch and the armed forces of Great Xia, I hereby grant Jian Shang of the Jiangnan War Zone the title, Lord of Heavenly Disasters. That one hit differently. Jian Shang turned to her, eyes lighting up. Now that, he said with a grin, sounds way better than demonic insect. Sister stuck out her tongue, smirking. She'd clearly set that whole thing up just to tease him. And just like that, Jian Shang understood. It had all been a prank from start to finish. The giant screen behind him lit up, flashing Jian Shang's information. Sister turned to him and the others, her tone shifting. Her eyes sharpened. Jian Shang Chun, she announced, is being granted the title of Guardian King of the Seas. The crowd went still. The 4 maritime regions, she continued, are now under his command. He holds the power to defend this nation. He's not bound to a single war zone. He could travel freely across Great Xia. His authority over life and death is absolute. In his presence, even the Invincibles must treat him as an equal. Bueling blinked in confusion. Wait, what does that even mean? Her eyes widened. Jiang stepped forward, his voice serious. It means exactly what she said. Jian Shang is now the kingdom's guardian. Shock rippled through the crowd. He was only 18 and already the nation's guardian king. It felt like he'd just shattered every rule written by heaven. In the stands, his father kept his eyes on Jian Shang. The moment he heard the title Guardian King of the Seas, something clicked. The High Command, he muttered. They're planning to reopen relations with the 3 overseas islands. He turned to Old Gu. They're giving him the 4 maritime regions as a personal domain. Doesn't any of this concern you? But Old Gu, sitting calmly beside him, smiled faintly. Worrying about things that don't matter? I've never had much interest in that. Back on stage, the Great Dreamer opened a sleek golden box. Inside a gleaming badge, Jian Shang reached out, eyes locked on it, admiring its shine as he prepared to accept it. Sister's voice rang out. The great era is upon us. And now, it's time to reclaim the 3 islands of the foreign domain. As the words echoed in her mind, the Great Dreamer stepped back, and Old Gu quietly watched from his seat. What others failed to achieve, maybe my disciple will, he thought. Sister turned to Jian Shang and handed him the golden badge. This is the peerless decree, she said. Guard it well. Jian Shang bowed his head slightly. Thank you. Just then, a powerful gust swept across the stage. A ninja clad in sleek armor appeared, riding atop a massive white tiger. "I am Sasajin," he announced, "from the Sakura Kingdom. By decree of the great god Yamada no Okami of Takamajahara, I've come to honor Jin Chung Chun of Great Xia with a challenge." Jinhai's father leaned back on the sofa, eyes narrowing as he studied the visitor. A third transformation, yet with the power of a peak fifth. He hadn't expected such strength from a small country like Sakura. Commander Duan raised a brow and stepped forward. "You're interrupting the ceremony. The great dreamer is still speaking." But Sister's eyes darkened instantly. Her expression turned cold and dangerous. The moment Sasajin dared to speak, her gaze locked on him with killing intent. She was just about to act when Jian Chung held out a hand in front of her. "I've got this," he said calmly, determination gleaming in his eyes. "No need for you to swat a fly." She studied him for a moment, then slowly stepped back. She wanted to see how far her little brother had come. Sasajin dismounted, standing tall on the stage beside his roaring tiger. "Your reaction makes sense," he said. "I challenge you directly because I know how much Great Xia values formality and respect. When friends travel from afar, they should be welcomed properly." Jian Chung said nothing at first. Mist began to rise from his body as his eyes narrowed. "Enough talk," he said. "You call yourself an assassin, but you're standing in broad daylight. Why the ambush? Who sent you?" His voice was sharp. "Or are you just a sacrificial pawn?" Sasajin lifted a finger and pointed at Jian Chung. "You'll only know that after you fight me." Then, with a mocking smirk, he added, "Do you dare face me without using your 9 miasma wings? Or are you too scared to admit you can't?" Thunder crackled around Jian Chung. His eyes glowed with excitement. "Your provocation's clumsy," he replied with a smirk, "but I'll play along. This stage doesn't deserve to be ruined by poisoned mist anyway." He took a step forward. Lightning surged through the air. God of Thunder Domain activated. Electricity exploded outward, forming a protective storm barrier around the arena. Then, with a flash of movement, Jian Chung launched his attack. 3,000 lightning bolts of judgment. Bolts rained down like divine punishment, crashing into Sasajin. The white tiger shrieked, mouth wide open in pain as lightning surged through its body. Jian Chung tilted his head. "You really thought you could challenge me?" Suddenly, the white tiger leapt forward with a roar, but something wasn't right. Sasajin's form flickered and vanished in a shadow. An illusion. Jian Cheng's gaze sharpened. With a snarl, he activated the divine elephant body and slammed his fist into the tiger's jaw. Crack! Its teeth shattered on impact. The beast's body was launched through the air like a broken doll. The tiger's broken body flew across the stage, crashing to the side. But the shadow it left behind began to swirl and reform. Jian Cheng's eyes narrowed. Another illusion. Above him, a figure appeared, Sasajin. Hovering midair, his eyes glowed with power. "You've already lost," he said calmly. "What you struck before. Just a shadow, one of my skills." Then his tone sharpened. "And I'll let you in on a secret. My power is completely immune to electricity. In fact, it's made to destroy anything thunder-related." Jian Cheng's expression hardened. He instantly shifted into high alert. Sasajin dove toward him, activating a move called Killer Thunder. But just before the strike landed, Jian Cheng's body dissolved into a streak of lightning and blinked out of range. The assassin's punch cracked the ground where Jian Cheng had just been. Without missing a beat, Sasajin hurled a volley of daggers. They sliced through the air, grazing Jian Cheng's skin and leaving shallow cuts. Blood trickled down. Jian Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. "You think you're fast?" Sasajin sneered. "Compared to an elite assassin like me, your thunder is sluggish." He took a step closer. "You've only won before because of luck. But not today. You've already been poisoned. No antidote. You're as good as dead." From the stands, both Old Gu and Sister felt their fury rising. Their eyes glowed with raw hatred. Energy began to crackle around them. But before they could intervene, Jian Chung raised his hand. "Don't move," he said calmly. "If I don't finish this fight myself, everything, this ceremony, these honors, they'll all mean nothing." Sasajin extended his hand, chuckling darkly. "So, what's your plan now? Use your 9 miasma wings and ruin your reputation? Or maybe drink the blood of an ancient god and faint for a week again? Summon your demonic dragon and let the heavens destroy it." Jian Chung said nothing, but a red aura began to surge from his body. Energy boiled around him. Perfect, he thought. A good chance to test something new. Sasajin drew his sword, eyes wide with disbelief. Why hasn't the poison affected him yet? Jian Chung grinned. "You really don't get it, do you? They call me the poison demon. Weak stuff like this won't do a thing." He raised his hand, energy spiraling into his palm. His expression darkened. "Spear of the god of hell." His arm transformed into a spear, glowing with black, hellish power. He lunged. Sasajin blocked the strike, but the blade of his sword began to crack under the pressure. His eyes filled with fear. This is a dark-type technique? Does he have dark power too? The sword trembled. It began to break. Sasajin's instinct screamed, I need to retreat. Energy wrapped around his body as he began to vanish. Farewell, Jian Changchun. But Jian Cheng's eyes lit up with excitement. A wicked smile tugged at his lips. You really think you can escape? Suddenly, a rift tore open behind Sasajin. Out of it emerged the spear, Jian Cheng's spear, moving like it had a will of its own. Sasajin spun, stunned. Does that thing have a soul? He leapt back, desperate to flee, but the spear extended in a flash and shunk. It tore straight through his chest. Pain exploded through him. Jian Cheng calmly reached out and yanked the weapon free. Sasajin's body collapsed. With steady steps, Jian Cheng turned and walked back towards Sister, lightning still humming around him, red energy fading. Confident, unshaken, Jian Cheng looked out over the crowd, his gaze steady. The fly's been swatted, he said calmly. Let's continue. The entire arena fell silent for a heartbeat, then exploded into gasps and stunned whispers. Everyone was in disbelief. Jian Cheng had taken down a 5th transformation assassin, without using the 9 miasma wings, without the sky sword, without thunder. No one even knew what that black spear technique was. Jinhai's father leaned back, hand near his mouth, smirking. You rushed again, old goo, he said playfully. You don't know your disciple at all. Old goo, wearing a dazed look, replied, I do know him. It's just he paused, sighing. I got too worried. That's all. But deep down he was burning. Just how many secrets does this kid have? Jian Cheng climbed back up on stage. Sister flashed him a thumbs up and praised him. Nice work, she said with a proud glint in her eyes. Old Gu turned to Old Jai, his voice low. I'm not a class changer. This stuff isn't my specialty. You saw it. What was that black spear? Old Gu stroked his beard. From what I could tell, it looked like a divine-level dark class. Rare. Powerful. Old Gu's expression tightened. Has he awakened another class? That'd make 3 divine classes. How could a 3rd transformation soul possibly hold all that? Meanwhile, Sister continued to praise Jian Cheng with warmth in her voice. You handled that beautifully. Jian Cheng gave a modest nod. I wouldn't say it was anything special, he said sincerely. Next time, I'll finish it in 1 strike. Just then, a group of mages ascended the stage. With a flourish of magic, colorful confetti burst into the sky, showering the entire stadium. The crowd erupted into cheers. Lord of heavenly disasters, King of the seas, Jian Cheng stood with his arms behind his back, eyes scanning the stands, until they landed on her. Luo Sandow. She stood beside her father, eyes glowing with joy. In her hands, a beautifully crafted box. Her father stepped forward, placing a hand over his heart. I'm the head of the Luo family, he said proudly. Together with my daughter Luo Sandow, we have come to present this divine sword, an offering in honor of the Lord of heavenly disasters, the King of the seas. Off to the side, a man standing near the sofa clenched his fists, frustration etched across his face. His glare fell on the man seated beside Old Gu. This is your fault, he growled. I wanted to be the first to give a gift. And now Luo Badeo beat me to it. The man beside Old Gu looked bewildered. Hey, don't blame me. I never imagined the Luo family would make such a bold move. Jinai's father shook his head and stared at Old Gu. Thanks to you, I missed my chance too. Spent too long chatting. Old Gu crossed his arms and responded coolly. This has nothing to do with me. On stage, Luo Sandow carefully opened the box. A surge of power erupted from the sword as it unleashed a fierce aura, catching Jian Cheng off guard. The moment he grabbed it, the energy began pouring into his body, fast, overwhelming, almost hostile. That's when it hit him. The sword wasn't offering power. It was trying to consume him. Suddenly, the ancestral tree of all things appeared. Jian Cheng tightened his grip on the sword, his eyes gleaming with a dark light. He wasn't someone who could be easily taken down. He called upon the tree for help. Responding to his request, the tree aided him in subduing the weapon. With his eyes now burning with excitement, Jian Cheng smiled and swung the blade several times, powerfully and with intent. It was clear this sword had a new Old Gu now. Watching from a distance, Luo Badeo's eyes widened. The sword had accepted Jian Cheng. He could barely believe it. Beside him, Luo Sandow was beaming. She turned to her father and said proudly that Jian Cheng truly was something else. Badeo nodded. It was obvious now. This sword was meant for Jian Cheng. His daughter had chosen well. Embarrassed, Luo quickly told her father to stop teasing. Badeo raised his hand and revealed the weapon's name, Heavenly Sin. A 4th-tier divine weapon, ranked 11th among all divine blades in the Great Xia. Known as one of the deadliest among weapons, heavenly sin always demanded a sacrifice. If it wasn't fed a life, it would turn on its wielder. Jian Cheng's curiosity spiked. He studied the sword closely, not saying a word. Badeo cleared his throat and shared something unexpected. He once gifted heavenly sin to Master, back when he was crowned the Heavenly Sword King. Hearing this, Commander Duan awkwardly coughed, sweat forming on his brow. Badeo admitted that Jian Cheng's old gu had never liked the sword. With a sheepish expression, the old dreamer told Jian Cheng that although Commander Duan was thrilled to receive it, he couldn't handle the blade. It nearly tore him apart. Jian Cheng was stunned. He had just tamed a sword that even his old gu couldn't control. All eyes shifted to Commander Duan. Feeling the heat of their gaze, he closed his eyes and blushed. Still, he tried to play it off, saying it was only natural for a student to outgrow the old gu. He even threw in a jab, claiming no one else here would ever have a disciple like his. Old gu, a bit lost, asked if Commander Duan was angry. At that moment, girl stepped forward with her grandfather, carrying a sealed box. The room quieted. People recognized her grandfather immediately. He was King Mu Henian of the southern war zone of Great Sea. They had come bearing a gift, the Pearl of the Sea God, an offering to the Lord of Heavenly Disasters and King of the Seas. The crowd buzzed with awe. That pearl was no ordinary treasure. It had been seized by Jian Cheng's southern army 3 decades ago. Contained within it was the heart of an entire ocean. Unleashing it could flood a vast region, or if one preferred, use it as a hefty brick to clobber someone. Jian Cheng took the box carefully, visibly nervous. "Thank you," he said. She blushed. She clenched her fists and, with a shy smile, replied, "Thank you." Grandfather Muhinian gave her a light pat on the back and, with a warm smile, told Jian Cheng he was being far too formal. They were family, after all. Right then, Boy and her father stepped up to the stage with their own tribute. Istang Wanchan, the crowned king of the southern war zone of Great Sia, nodded at Muhinian and politely asked him to step down now that his offering had been presented. He then unveiled their gift, 38 transformation demonic spheres. Not long after, a girl and her father made their way forward. Ji Hongyin, commander-in-chief of Great Xia's war zone, announced his contribution, 20 drops of god and demon blood for Jian Cheng. In the crowd, she looked down at the ground, disheartened. Unlike the others, the Night Watch had nothing grand to offer. Old Gu Commander Duan, with an honest expression, admitted the truth. They weren't just empty-handed. Sometimes they even had to rely on Jian Cheng to get by. Jiang stood up and, fists clenched, declared something with firm resolve. Yes, they were poor, but they still had something of true worth to give. Stepping up to Jian Cheng, his eyes lit with joy, Jiang opened his hand to reveal a single potion. With a proud smile, he offered it in the name of the entire Night Watch. It was a strand from the source of faith. Jian Cheng's eyes locked onto the potion. His heart swelled. This meant something. From the side, she gave her old Gu a puzzled look. "Isn't that gift a little light?" But old Gu's eyes glimmered with quiet confidence. Faith, he explained, couldn't be weighed like gold. It was pure, burning, selfless. The value wasn't in its cost, but in its meaning. As Jian Cheng took the potion, emotion overtook him. Tears welled up in his eyes. His hands trembled. This strand of faith, he revealed, carried the prayers and strength of over 800,000 citizens from Chujiang City. It could absorb an impact strong enough to shake a nation. Overcome with gratitude, he hugged Jiang tightly. Now he understood. This was why Jiang had been so busy. He'd been preparing this gift all along. Jiang gently told him they'd soon be heading into the underground cave. And this was the last thing he had to offer. At that moment, Commander Duan and she stepped onto the stage, their expressions solemn. Commander Duan handed over a talisman. Today was a major turning point for Jian Cheng, and as a so-called useless old Gu and mistress, they had to give him something special. This was the Heaven-slashing talisman. Forged using the essence of the Heaven Sword, it could block a single devastating strike, enough to flatten an entire nation. One use only, but at the right moment, it could mean everything. Jian Cheng took the talisman into his hands. Her lips curved into a soft smile. He looked up and asked, "Can I use it however I want?" Commander Duan nodded. "It's yours now." Jian Cheng turned to Uncle Ji, offered the talisman to him, and bowed. Knowing they'd soon enter the depths of the cave, he asked Ji Gang to carry it with him for protection. Uncle Ji looked puzzled. Commander Duan, too, was caught off guard. People often called Jian Cheng foolish, said he overestimated himself and didn't take others seriously. But in truth, the only ones he ever considered family were the people standing beside him now. Now that Jian Cheng had reached the 6th transformation, the god of war wasn't about to let him join the mission into the cave. And honestly, Jian Cheng couldn't relax. He needed to know Jiang and the others would be safe. With a firm hand on Jian Cheng's shoulder and a steady gaze, Jiang gave his word. He promised to follow Jian Cheng's orders and fight by his side as a true warrior. Then, he asked Jian Cheng to accept the strand from the source of faith. Jian Cheng smiled and opened a box filled with every gift he'd received that day. Your family, he said simply. Inside the box were his old weapons and gear, along with the many treasures offered to him earlier. He handed it all to Jiang, asking him to share it with the rest of the Night Watch. Jiang froze. He didn't know how to respond, but Jian Cheng, still smiling, told him not to overthink it. Just take it. Still confused, Jiang finally accepted. He had already said he would follow Jian Cheng's lead today, and that's what he'd do. From the side, she and the others wiped their eyes. She couldn't help but cry. Why did it always feel like they were taking advantage of Jian Cheng? Old Gu and Commander Duan gently reminded everyone. They were family, not outsiders. They had to work even harder to become strong enough to stand beside Jian Cheng with pride. Just then, the sky split open with a flash of red. Everyone looked up, bracing for another enemy attack. But from the rift came not a threat, but a powerful presence. A man, riding atop a massive dragon, emerged through the portal. It was none other than Ling Xiao. Wearing a confident grin, Ling Xiao jabbed his thumb at the dragon beneath him. He stood proudly on its head, declaring that this was his gift. The beast, a 9th-level demonic dragon, was now Jian Cheng's. All eyes locked on the monstrous creature. Jian Cheng, impressed, declared that this was indeed an excellent offering. A beast of that level would be perfect, especially for Little Nine and the others. Since their last reproduction cycle, it had been hard to keep them fed. She pointed excitedly at the dragon, eyes wide in disbelief. Of course Ling Xiao would bring something this crazy, she said. Turning to her old Gu, she asked when they'd ever reach his level. He laughed and said they still had plenty of training to do. Ling Xiao raised his glowing sword, declaring loudly that the flame of Great Xia's rise would never die. The crowd erupted, fists raised, voices unified as they shouted Jian Cheng's name again and again. Meanwhile, deep in the chaotic space of the underground cavern, four powerful figures stood before a swirling portal. All of them had heard the recent news. On Great Sea's homeworld, millions of creatures from the 9 miasma wings had emerged. Last time, the 10th seed of the Church of the Ancient God had unleashed divine power to wipe out those creatures by the millions. Even so, the threat hadn't vanished. It had only grown. Jiang Changyi had led the god assassins into the depths of the cavern and completely wiped out the 13 demonic cities. Had it not been for the intervention of the ancient demonic ancestors, whose fearsome power still echoed, the situation would have spiraled beyond control. Among the gathered was Demon Lord, a force from the ancient demon race. With a cold, steady look, he raised his hand and revealed what was to come. In Great Xia, there was an old saying, when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold. The message was clear. If one ally falls, the others are left vulnerable. Demon Lord stood tall, calling for a united front. All the races, he declared, should join forces and wipe out Great Xia. But not everyone agreed. An old man with a massive head, stroking his beard calmly, stepped forward. He was none other than Elder, a respected figure from the ancient immortal race. He made his stance clear. His people would not get involved. In his view, the demons had brought this massacre upon themselves. Great Xia, he said, had always been courteous and respectful, never the first to strike. More importantly, his race had formed an alliance with the humans 4 centuries ago. Betraying that promise wasn't on the table. Demon Lord's face twisted with rage. He pointed directly at young Su and snapped, telling him to stop spouting nonsense. Everyone here knew the truth behind the immortal race's supposed alliance. For the last 400 years, they'd been secretly supporting the 3 overseas islands, hoping to take control of the entire planet. Their plan? Conquer Great Sea. But Demon Lord made one thing absolutely clear. That plan was doomed to fail. He stayed calm. He said Demon Lord's accusations were baseless. Just by attending this meeting, the immortal race had already done them a favor. Demon Lord scoffed. No one from the other ancient races took the immortals seriously anymore. Then, Dragon God of the Dragon race stepped in. His voice cut through the tension as he asked why they were arguing among themselves. They'd come here to talk about a possible alliance, not start another war. While the Dragon race didn't support attacking Great Xia outright, someone had to make the first move. He laid out the situation. Within the caverns, Great Xia had only 3 main strongholds: Tearing Star, Greedy Wolf, and 7 assassins. Taking them down would be simple. But once they stepped out of the caverns and reached Great Xia's core territory, everything changed. There, they would face the Great Dreamer. She had lived since the era of transformation, a supreme-level transformer. If she tapped into the spiritual energy of all 100 billion citizens of Great Xia, her strength could rival that of an ancestral god. A direct assault now would be suicide. He explained that such a move would cost them hundreds of ninth-level warriors, and none of the cave races could afford that loss. Instead, he suggested a strategy. Let the demonic race lead the charge, while the dragon race supported from behind. Demon King of the demonic race stepped forward. He reminded them of one crucial thing. The path of heaven had placed a seal on all beings above level 9. Anyone who dared to defy that limit would be obliterated by the will of heaven itself. Launching an attack now would be no different than drinking poison to quench thirst. But there was hope. The seal on the 10th level was already halfway undone. In less than half a year, it would be completely lifted. When that moment came, the ancient races would be free to unleash their level 10 warriors and strike without restraint. He stretched out his hand and revealed that Great Xia only had 3 9th-level cultivators. All 3 were still in the process of ascending. That would be the perfect time to strike. Elder nodded thoughtfully. He turned to Demon Lord and said plainly, no one here was willing to pay the price for reckless decisions. The demonic race had no interest in charging into a battle they couldn't win, especially not just before the moment of triumph. Both nodded in agreement. For now, it was best to stick with the original plan, support external human forces, and chip away at Great Xia's strength from the outside. Still, there was a lingering worry. Sooner or later, they might regret letting things drag on. The portal shimmered, and an image of Jiancheng appeared. They weren't afraid of him, just a warrior with only 3 transformations. What could he possibly do? Besides, their demonic clan had already secured powerful assassins from across multiple nations. With their forces united, they were confident Jian Changshan would be dealt with swiftly. And even if they failed, it wouldn't matter much. The Great Tianyan tournament between the 3 overseas islands and Great Xia was just 3 months away. Their preparations were already in place. They'd even granted dragon blood to the marine race of Origin Star. A dark gleam lit up Demon Lord's eyes. His lips curled into a sly grin. When the tournament arrived, the marine race's dragon prodigy would enter the arena, and that would be the end of Jiancheng. No escape, no survival, just death perfectly timed. Back in Jiancheng's apartment, he turned to Commander Duan and asked, when can I go out again? It had already been 3 days. Commander Duan strolled closer, saying he'd actually come with news about that. The situation with the infiltrating assassins was almost completely under control. So far, they had taken out 8 6th-transformation assassins, and 3 at the 7th transformation. Jiancheng dropped onto the sofa and asked, so, am I safe now? Commander Duan shook his head. Not quite. One assassin at the 8th transformation was still at large, and the higher-ups were worried that if these attempts failed, even stronger ones might be sent next. Hearing that, Jiancheng went quiet. There would always be people trying to kill him. Would he really have to live his life like this, sheltered, constantly watched, unable to grow freely? He clenched his fists and spoke with clarity. I've got plenty of skills, plenty of hidden cards, but even so, I can't handle everything alone. Still, being protected like this, isn't it just another kind of cage? Doesn't it limit how far I can go? Without warning, Jiancheng reached into a rift beside him and pulled out her by the cheek. She yelped in surprise. My dad told me to stay hidden. Jiancheng smiled and thanked her, but gently told her to rest. She nodded, embarrassed, and headed toward the door. Old Gu blinked in disbelief and pointed. Wait, when did she hide there? Jiancheng, still calm, said, she's been there for a while. She suppressed her energy, but she couldn't hide from me. Commander Duan looked even more confused now. What's going on here? Jiancheng's face turned serious again. Do you remember Songchanga? Commander Duan's eyes narrowed. That guy from the Heavenly Tribe? Jiancheng nodded. Do you know how I tricked him? He raised a hand, and with quiet confidence, explained, within a 30,000-meter radius, my eyes can see everything. Every detail about anyone. Old Gu, now sitting beside him, slung an arm over Jiancheng's shoulder. He laughed. Well, I didn't see that coming. Jiancheng's hidden ability caught even his old Gu off guard. But rather than dwell on it, Commander Duan made a decision. He would let Jiancheng handle the assassin problem himself. With the chaos brewing across the 3 overseas islands, Great Xia was stretched thin. If Jiancheng was willing, they needed his strength. A thrill ran through Jiancheng. His face lit up with excitement. Instead of waiting around to be attacked, he was going to strike first. Passive defense wasn't his style. He was going hunting. Old Gu raised an eyebrow. Youth and courage were great, sure, but he reminded Jiancheng not to let that courage turn into carelessness. Underestimating an enemy could get him killed. Jiancheng nodded, taking the advice seriously. Just then, she entered, placing 2 cups of tea on the table. She offered it with a gentle smile. Commander Duan blinked, surprised to see her here. Jiancheng casually explained, Luo Sandao's making my bed. On the other side, Ji Xuanyue using her firepower to roast meat. That's when it clicked for Commander Duan. Our boy wasn't just living well, he was soaking in the pleasures of life. Standing up, Jian Chung stretched and grinned. Today's work is done. Take tomorrow off. New mission. Head to the secret sanctuary. Hunt the fiercest beasts you can find. The stronger, the better. Luo Sandow and the others gave a firm nod. Far away, 2,000 kilometers southwest of Manhua's border city, a knight crossed the desert with urgent news. The good news, he said, is that Great Xia has relaxed its watch over Jiansheng. He's finally free to leave his apartment. The bad news, he added, almost all the assassins sent by various nations have been eliminated. This knight was part of the Order of the Templars. He had been tasked with ensuring the next phase of the plan went smoothly, and most importantly, that no internal conflicts broke out. If this operation worked, every participating nation would receive a key to enter the 9th turn. Looking around at the gathered warriors, he noted the numbers. We have 6. The other countries only brought 3 each. And yet, the reward is equal. Seems fair enough to me. Just then, a man with a ponytail appeared, challenging the knight's words. What's unfair about it? He asked. He was from Sakura, home of the Sakura Assassin Corps. Their god-ranked assassin, Mr. Saito, had also arrived. The knight's gaze shifted. He recognized the man. This wasn't just any fighter. It was Kato AI, ranked 7th among the world's top assassins. He extended a hand in greeting, smiling coolly. If it weren't for the divine artifact I wield, he said, raising a flute, none of you could stand against Jian Changqin's army of 9 miasma wing insects. The flute of summoning worms. Its reputation alone was chilling. The knight gave a grudging nod. Impressive, he admitted. But where is this so-called god of assassins? I don't see him. One of the men scoffed. That guy's all talk now. He's ancient. His title's more ceremonial than real. Before anyone could blink, the air turned deadly. Someone had overheard their insults. In a flash, the knights who had spoken were dead, cut down without hesitation. The killer stepped forward, sword gleaming. Speak again, and I'll silence the rest of you. He was Mr. Saito, from the Sakura country, ranked 8th among the elite assassins. And now, the number of players in this deadly game had increased once more. Saito stood calmly, not at all bothered by the earlier disrespect. He even told everyone to greet him properly. The knight stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I apologize, he said. It was my fault. I failed to control my men. Saito nodded, accepting the apology. With that out of the way, it was time to discuss strategy and divide responsibilities. Just then, a woman walked over with a bright smile and a magical crystal ball in her hands. Her name was Yun Jin, from the Frozen Nation. She was at the peak of the 7th transformation and ranked 5th among the world's top assassins. Beaming, she announced that her country, Han, had already sent 2 assassins deep into Great Xia, sent specifically to hunt Jiancheng. She declared her intention to take Great Cold as her origin element, and the crystal ball she held was designed to trap Jiancheng's thunder-based abilities. Saito turned toward her, his tone shifting. Let's not talk origin just yet, he said flatly. Still, seeing her potential to restrict Jiancheng's thunder powers, he admitted she might actually be useful. He went on to explain that the 9 miasma wings would be controlled by a member of his own country, Kato EI. He also shared intel. A genius from the Sasagen clan had challenged Jian Changchun and narrowly escaped with his life. That encounter had revealed a critical detail. Jian Chang possessed a darkness attribute skill, and that made him far more dangerous than they thought. High on a mountain nearby, a monk was meditating. From the realm of Shiva, also ranked 4th in the assassin hierarchy, he too had reached the peak of the 7th transformation. With glowing eyes, he spoke softly to the divine forces of Shiva. The darkness element, he explained, did not belong to this world. It had to be pulled in from the 9 underworlds of hell. If they could seal off the dark fissures, they could block Jian Sheng from using his shadow-based abilities, especially that deadly spear. Back on the ground, Saito turned to the knight with a more serious look. He had 2 questions. First, how do they plan to deal with the dark demon of 9 transformations? Second, since this area was close to Mount Kunlun, both a divine energy site and just 1,000 kilometers from the cave entrance, how would they prevent other powerful forces from getting involved? The knight reached into a rift and pulled out a gleaming object. He held up a sacred scroll. This, he said, is the refraction of sacred light. Everyone leaned in as a light mist formed around him. He explained that this divine artifact would hide all aura and energy signatures. Unlike normal concealment techniques, this one didn't just block detection. It transported them into a mirror dimension. He activated the artifact. A brilliant flash lit up the sky, and a barrier shimmered into place. Gasps echoed. No one knew what was happening, or if they had just been sucked into another realm. The knight reassured them. Even if the old goo of the cave, due to his role, couldn't physically leave it, they had a plan. If they could lure Jian Chengchun into the mirror world first, then it wouldn't matter how many times he transformed. Outside, there would be no sign of him. He would be completely isolated. And as for the dark demon of 9 transformations, this time they would do the opposite of before. The moment it appeared, they would strike without hesitation. They planned to layer another round of sacred light refraction, this time to trap the dark demon temporarily. The effect wouldn't last long, but even 10 seconds was enough. If it stayed confined that long, the heavenly Tao would erase it completely. Approaching Saito, the knight explained the full scope of the plan. With this, he said, we don't need to worry about the 9 miasma wings, thunder powers, dark energy, or even the abyssal demon. Saito nodded slowly, realizing the implications. Even if Jian Cheng managed to hit the 7th transformation using ancient god blood, he was confident he could still finish him in a single strike. Meanwhile, back at Jian Cheng's base, crowds are beginning to gather. Everyone's eyes turned to the sky. Among them stood a strikingly beautiful woman and a small girl. The streets buzzed with awe. The Sovereign of Calamities was walking openly through Great Xia. Floating above the city, Jian Cheng hovered atop a sea of poisonous mist. His intent was clear. If he wanted to draw the assassins out and crush them, he had to make himself a target. On his shoulder, Little Nine and Xiao Jia appeared. Are we going on a trip? They asked. Jian Cheng gave a sharp nod, eyes focused, mind set. As they soared through the air, Xiao Jia pointed to a group of children walking below. They look like us, she said. Why do they all have backpacks? They're going to school, Jian Cheng replied. Xiao Jia looked up. Can we go too? We'll talk about it later, he said, gliding through the city. Little Nine leaned closer. So what's the plan? Jian Cheng's voice dropped. We're looking for a mom. Just then, his gaze landed on the woman and girl below. They smiled and waved cheerfully at him. The system chimed in. The woman was Jean Meiji, a 6th transformation assassin from the Geld Nation. Beautiful, deadly, obsessed with killing. The little girl beside her was Quan Zixuan, another assassin from the same nation. She was 7th transformation, skilled in disguise, stealth, escape, and silent execution. Jian Cheng didn't linger. He flew off, knowing better than to provoke a fight in the heart of the city. If they wanted him, he'd give them a chance, but not here. Somewhere remote, somewhere empty, where innocent people wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. Jean Meiji's eyes gleamed with malicious delight. His location's no secret, she said. No guards, no escort. He's completely exposed. Her voice sharpened with ambition. Our superiors said we should try to kill him ourselves. If we succeed, the name of our icy nation will soar. But if it's too difficult, she added, we'll fall back on the plan. Lure him to the Gobi desert and ambush him. She glanced at Quan Zixuan. You ready? Quan Zixuan's eyes sparkled with thrill. Already on it. Hours later, Jian Cheng reached a dense forest. He slowed the swarm of insects behind him, just enough to make sure his pursuers wouldn't lose his trail. Down below, Jean Meiji sat on the ground, clutching her leg. A snake bite. Beside her, Quan Zixuan's eyes welled with tears. Please help, she cried to Jian Cheng. She's been bitten. She's dying. Despite how pitiful the scene looked, Jian Cheng descended into the forest clearing, observing the scene with quiet disbelief. These two, their performance was sloppy, clearly amateurs. Still, he approached calmly. Seeing him draw near, Quan Zixuan's eyes sparkled. She looked genuinely relieved. Jian Cheng knelt beside Jean Meiji, offering a warm smile. You're a beautiful girl, he said gently. Don't worry. I'm here to help. Tears welled in her eyes. She looked up at him, joy and hope written all over her face. Jian Cheng met her gaze with quiet intensity. There's something about you, he murmured. The moment I saw you, something moved in my heart. I don't just want to save you. I want to marry you. He sat down in front of her, hand over his heart. Come here, he said with soft sincerity. I'll carry you to the hospital. As she leaned forward, Jean Meiji's hand shifted behind her back. A sudden gleam flashed. The weapon she'd kept hidden was now in her grip. With a deceptively grateful smile, she whispered, Thank you. At the same time, Quan Zixuan launched her strike from behind, her eyes glowing as she moved in for the kill. You really are kind, she said sweetly, just before her blade came down. Jian Cheng simply smiled. In a flash, he shifted, his elbow crashing into Quan Zixuan, followed by a crushing punch that struck Jean Meiji square in the cheek, sending her reeling. Suddenly, clouds of poisonous mist began creeping in around them. Quan Zixuan's face twisted in fear. She'd been tricked. She turned to flee, moving at lightning speed. Don't kill me, she shouted. I'll give you every treasure I've hidden. I swear. But Jian Cheng was already moving. He activated his Thunder class skill, poisonous mist swirling from his body as he surged forward. He watched her vanish through the trees. Even he was caught off guard. Her speed exceeded his lightning flash. That move was ideal for short bursts, but for long-distance pursuit, it required constant repositioning. Slower overall. His eyes lit up, and a sly grin crept across his face. She was leading him into an ambush. Perfect. It meant he wouldn't have to hunt them all down one by one. He'd take them out in one strike. Far to the north, in the depths of Tianyuan Demonic Valley, 70,000 li from Pajun City, chaos had erupted underground. A red-haired man sprinted through the flooded tunnels, laughing wildly. His name was Ding Chuanxiu, a fifth transformation warrior. "Run for your lives," he shouted gleefully. "The Sea of Desires is coming." Behind him, the flood he'd unleashed tore through the caverns. He had diverted a channel of water from the Sea of Desires directly into the valley. The others weren't fast enough. The current caught up quickly. Shouts of rage echoed behind him. "Ding Chuanxiu, you bastard. You deserve to die." But Ding Chuanxiu only laughed harder. "You think 6 transformation elites like you can catch me?" he yelled back. "You can't even outrun a dog." After some time, the soaked, furious warriors emerged from the rushing waters and collapsed in a nearby cave, gasping for breath. They were exhausted and confused. Why had Ding Chuanxiu risked his life pulling a stunt like this? Ding sat down beside a rock, smiling smugly. "Here's the deal," he said. "According to what I've heard, the Tanking Divine Clan lost one of their divine sons at Great Xia's headquarters." The others looked at him, still trying to catch their breath. He continued, "A few days ago, another divine son showed up here in Demon Valley with a full team. They're looking for revenge. Try to wipe us out." He leaned back against a rock. "But we're not easy prey. If we can't win in a straight-up fight." They had no choice but to fight dirty. That's why Ding Chuanxiu unleashed the current from the Sea of Desires, drowning the valley in its power. Among the group stood a green-haired woman, Nangong Yin, a 6th transformation warrior. She stepped forward, clearly irritated. "You're not afraid that your own desires will drag you under?" she asked sharply. Ding Chuanxiu smirked. "I'm a dark water mage. As long as I stay focused, I'll be fine." He casually mentioned he'd already wiped out over 90 enemies this time. Unfortunately, the divine son slipped away. Nangong Yin walked ahead, brushing past him. "You just got lucky," she said bluntly. Then, turning to the others, she called out, "Get ready. We're heading back to the Great Sea. The next battle's bigger. We're up against the 3 overseas islands. And this time, we're fighting for our nation's pride." Ding Chuanxiu's expression grew serious. "That won't be easy," he warned. "Those islanders, they follow a completely different path. They've surpassed us in discovering new classes, elements, and inscription techniques. While his people had the upper hand in complex battle environments, straight-up combat was a different story. They were at a clear disadvantage." Nangong Yin frowned. "Why are you giving up before we've even started? It's been 50 years. You really think their new generation is unbeatable?" Ding Chuanxiu extended his hand slowly, mulling it over. "You're right. A lot can change in 50 years. His gaze sharpened. "Word is, the reset this time was triggered by a prodigy who appeared at headquarters." He paused, then added with a glint in his eye, "A boy named Jian Cheng, leader of the Genius Rankings, 793rd generation. One of our own. Rumors said this Jian Cheng wielded a double divine level class and could control the forbidden plague of the 9 Miasma wings. That plague had already infected millions." Nangong Yan's eyes narrowed. Even the god of war, Jian Cheng, stepped in for him, modified Grand Z's forbidden laws on his behalf. Ding Chuanxiu pointed over his shoulder with his thumb, chuckling. "So, you do know your stuff. No wonder you led the 793rd generation of geniuses." He had heard all about that generation's strength. Nangong Yin had single-handedly led the Kingland War Zone to victory, claiming the top spot with overwhelming force. Nangong Yin stared at him. "You weren't bad yourself," she said coolly. "Second place in the 788th generation rankings isn't easy." Ding Chuanxiu scowled. "Why'd you have to bring that up?" He crossed his arms. "Trying to provoke me?" She waved him off. "Stop talking. Even if you tried, you couldn't beat me. And I'm not here for trouble." Her tone turned serious. "This time, the top 3 from every generation between 781 and 792 will be competing. But from the 793rd, only Jian Cheng remains." She hesitated. Jie Yin, the prodigy from the Gu family, 784th generation, was captured by the primordial gods, tortured to death. She looked away. Less than half of those geniuses are still alive. And then, with quiet weight in her voice, she said, "The leader of the 781st generation. He was still alive, and not just alive, but leading their team in this competition. 3 years ago, this man had taken down the 2nd-ranked genius of the demon race. But 2 years back, he vanished after an ambush by the primordial demons. He had managed to kill 3 rank 6 demons and then disappeared without a trace. Nan Gongyin placed her hand on her waist and said calmly, "He returned to Pajan City to meet with the god of war, Jian Cheng. He'll be rejoining us soon." The moment Ding Chunxiu heard the news, his eyes lit up. The man wasn't dead. A huge grin spread across his face. He was going to see his idol again. In Pajan City, deep inside a secluded cave, Jian Cheng stood with Wuji. The old man observed him quietly. The last time he'd seen Wuji, the young man had been full of raw ambition and talent. He never imagined that, in just 10 years, Wuji would earn the fearsome title, Sword Demon. With sincerity in his voice, Wuji responded, "Senior praises me too much. I just survived. That's all." He studied him closely. "Do you have confidence in leading the team against the 3 foreign islands?" He then revealed the unsettling truth. Those islands had taken the class change system to the extreme. They'd even succeeded in artificially creating divine-level beings. Wuji didn't offer blind confidence. "I can't promise victory, but I'll do everything I can. This isn't the final war anyway, just the beginning. Win or lose, we press on." He paused, then asked, "Is Jian Chengchen the one who started all of this?" He nodded. "Yes." King Jinhai said, "If this competition goes well, he's willing to let Jian Cheng take control of the 3 islands." Hearing that, Wuji's eyes gleamed with determination. "I'll protect Jian Cheng." He raised a brow in surprise. Even though Wuji practiced the emotionless sword Dao, the characters for Yin and Huang still burned in his blood. Some instincts ran too deep to erase. "Jian Cheng Chun carries our hopes," he said quietly. "He's the future of Great Xia. Keeping him safe, that's your duty now." For the first time in a while, he felt at ease. He leaned back against a railing and looked out. "We'll take the long route. First stop, Gobi Desert, 2,000 li southwest of Mu City." He explained he had sensed a strange energy there, an unfamiliar aura that flared up and vanished. It smelled like a trap. Worse, that was exactly where they were taking Jian Chengchen. Wuji looked confused. Why didn't Kuji stop them? "Because Jian Cheng's old goo believes he needs challenges," he said, "even if it means getting hurt. The boy's holding on to many hidden cards. He won't fall that easily." He sighed. "All we can do is shadow him, not interfere. That's what his old goo asked for." Wuji furrowed his brow. "Why?" He closed his eyes and gave a faint smile. Some secrets aren't meant to be spoken. Meanwhile, Jian Chengchen had already stepped into the Gobi Desert. He was alert. The woman he was chasing was absurdly fast. Since fleeing the base, she had already changed direction 3 times. And now here, at this vast, open wasteland, she'd vanished once again. She was gone. Not a trace of her aura remained. Even the Eye of the Void couldn't locate her. Something wasn't right. Jian Cheng didn't hesitate. He called on Zayakin to predict the next 30 seconds. Zayakin, resting atop the ancestral tree, responded without protest. Jian Cheng shut his eyes. In the vision, he saw himself surrounded. Multiple enemies were closing in, one of them an 8 transformation warrior. But there was something else. A barrier. It blocked everything from the outside perfect. Within it, he could strike without holding back. High above, watching from the cliffs, the knight and her group kept their eyes locked on Jian Cheng. Quanzi turned to Decius. "Why isn't he moving?" "Maybe he sensed us?" she asked uncertainly. Decius shook his head. "No chance. If he had, he'd be long gone by now." Still, something about the sudden disappearance had clearly made Jian Cheng wary. He wasn't coming any closer, and they were already at the edge of the sacred light refraction's range. They needed him to move forward. But advancing on him would expose them. The light would reveal everything. Just as Decius was weighing their options, a sudden presence surged in the distance. Reinforcements. Ding Chunxiu, Nan Gongyin, and the others had arrived. Ding shouted up to Jian Cheng, warning him, "It's a trap. Don't move. Wait for us." Jian Cheng stood there, eyes narrowed. He already knew it was an ambush, but Ding Chunxiu and his group, they didn't seem like enemies. He glanced at the shimmering veil of the sacred light refraction, then extended his hand toward it. His eyes hardened. He couldn't drag them into this. He had to end it alone. Without another word, Jian Cheng stepped into the mirror realm. Ding Chunxiu and the others were stunned. They thought he'd mistaken them for the attackers. But before they could explain, the barrier snapped shut behind him. They rushed to the edge of the seal. Too late. Ding Chunxiu lowered his head. "We'll have to wait and trust him." Inside the mirror world, Jian Cheng faced his enemies. Decius sneered. What a fool. Just to protect a few strangers, he walked into a trap alone. And now that the refraction seal is closed, no one's coming to save you. Jian Cheng's gaze turned cold. "Enough. If you're going to fight, show yourselves." But Decius and the others only chuckled. "We're assassins," one said. "Rule number 1, stay hidden. No assassin shows their face." Jian Cheng's fury flared. "If you won't come out, Then don't blame me for dragging you out. He unleashed a swarm of insects. They surged out in every direction, ripping through the illusions. The so-called concealment was nothing but a cheap trick. The barrier only kept people out. Inside, their little games were useless. Kato Ei lifted his flute, summoning control over the 9 Mismo wing insects. Attack now, he ordered his team. Without those bugs, he's finished. Little Nine's voice rang in Jian Cheng's mind. They're hijacking the insects. Jian Cheng's eyes locked on Kato Ei. Stop pretending, he said flatly. You're already losing control. She gritted her teeth, trying to hold on. But it was clear she couldn't kill the insects. She could only redirect them. All she needed to do was keep pushing them toward Jian Cheng until they exploded, taking him down with them. Jian Cheng's body erupted, releasing a flood of insects, millions upon millions. He smirked. You thought I only had a few million? Your intel's way off. Kato Ei's expression twisted in panic. The swarm was too vast. He couldn't control them anymore. Then, suddenly, black daggers of energy rained from the sky. Jian Cheng raised his arm to shield his head, puzzled. He didn't recognize this technique. It wasn't a normal attack. It was aimed at both his soul and his body at once. Eyes glowing, he activated the power of his divine elephant body and called on the ancient tree. Let's end this. More enemies emerged from the shadows, closing in. But Jian Cheng was ready. He summoned the eternal domain of the god of thunder. Behind him, a colossal eye formed in the sky, and a wave of lightning surged forward. Yunjin reacted fast. She raised her crystal orb and absorbed the incoming thunder. Jian Cheng narrowed his eyes. They were well prepared. Gripping his fist tightly, excitement sparked his gaze. Time for the spear of the god of the underworld. But before he could strike, the monk stepped forward. Golden light burst from his body. With a single thought, he could become Buddha. With another, a demon. He glared at Jian Cheng. My disciples gave their lives to bring the protection of hell into this world. From now on, not a trace of dark energy will remain. Jian Cheng raised the spear, lips curling into a confident grin. This isn't dark energy. He turned to Xiao Jia, Lord of Hell. Tell me, what comes to your mind when someone says hell? Xiao answered bluntly. The monk's powers are useless. Good. Jian Cheng's tone turned icy. Then eat him. With a glint of bloodlust, Xiao Jia lunged at the monk. Confused at first, the monk quickly realized this wasn't just energy. This was actual hell closing in on him. He countered with the golden light mantra, summoning a radiant barrier to block the strike. But Jian Cheng's eyes flared with rage. He fused Xiao Jia into the spear of the god of the underworld. With that, the enhanced spear tore through the golden light and stabbed directly into the monk's chest. Jian Cheng's arm melded completely with the weapon. He wasn't done. Next target, Yunjin. She narrowly dodged, fear flashing in her eyes. I can't hold off his thunder much longer. Attack, now. Meanwhile, the uncontrollable swarm surged toward Kato Ei. He was struggling to manage them. I can't hold them back. If they explode, we're all dead, he shouted. Attack now. Hearing that, Decius and the others finally charged in. Jian Cheng turned toward them, momentarily distracted. As the knights closed the distance, Jian Cheng ordered Xiao Jia to stop fusing the spear to his arm. The moment they struck, he didn't dodge. He tanked their blows head-on. Their swords slammed into him, then bounced off. A shockwave burst from Jian Cheng's chest, hurling the knights back and sending their weapons flying. They stared in disbelief. Their attacks hadn't even scratched him, and they had no idea what kind of monstrous constitution he possessed. Jian Cheng clenched his fist, flames flickering to life from within. I've heard of the Temple Knights, he said. 400 years ago, they marched to the edge of Great Xia and took down 3 8-transformation cardinals. Without warning, he struck. His punch ignited into a blazing inferno, tearing through one of the knights in a single blow. All Decius could see was the knight's horse, split clean in half. This wasn't a melee strike. It was an execution. Mr. Saito, move. Decius shouted. Suddenly, a strange aura rippled through the air. Jian Cheng's expression shifted, confused, cautious. Was this Mr. Sato's curse? He didn't wait to find out. He called on the ancestral tree to cleanse it instantly. Hidden behind a boulder, Mr. Saito watched in disbelief. The curse had failed? Was Jian Cheng immune? If he couldn't kill him in one strike, he might be the one in danger. Jian Cheng's fury surged. His eyes burned with rage. He had to act fast. One mistake, and they'd surround him. He couldn't afford to be flanked. Xiaojia, shouted Parboy. Summon the infernal demon. A monstrous entity erupted onto the battlefield, roaring furiously. Mr. Saito peeked from cover. His face went pale. It's here. Now, he shouted to Decius. Decius launched the refraction of sacred light. The light flared up, shimmering violently. In the blink of an eye, it began drawing the demon in. No, destroy that space now, Jian Chung ordered. But it was too late. The infernal demon was sucked away, completely consumed. Jian Chung stood frozen. His eyes flared, fists trembling with fury. Enough. He charged with the fist of the divine elephant, his next target, the knights. Seeing no other choice, Theseus hurled the mirror of transmutation into the air. It was a sacred artifact, sacrificed in desperation. Jian Cheng's fist surged toward them, only to collide with the mirror. Boom! He was thrown backward by his own power. The mirror glowed, reflecting his attack perfectly. Jian Cheng examined it quickly. It didn't take long to figure out the trap. He couldn't attack head-on, but they were wide open from the back. He smirked. No more holding back. He summoned another strike from the divine elephant's fist. And this time, he funneled 6 million red armor beetles into the infernal god's spear. Meanwhile, Xiao Jia, on the verge of launching an attack at Yun Jin, paused and turned back toward Jian Cheng. Yun Jin exhaled in relief. The spear was gone. She could finally breathe. Jian Cheng's fist blazed with fire once more. Theseus raised a mirror again, convinced Jian Cheng had lost his mind, blinded by his own strength. This ends here, he muttered. Jian Cheng's fist struck the mirror, softly. It lacked force. Theseus blinked in confusion. Then he heard it. A scream. He spun around. Xiao Jia, now fully transformed into a spear, had struck the knights from behind. Theseus froze in panic. And Jian Cheng? His eyes were glowing. His lips curled into a smile. This isn't over yet, Jian Cheng said coldly. He appeared behind them, spear in hand, and with one swift strike, shattered the mirror from behind. He knew its weakness. The back couldn't reflect. Breathing out, Jian Cheng relaxed for a moment. That trap was done. From the rocks, Mr. Saito stepped out. Strange energy flowed from his body as he stared directly at Jian Cheng. It didn't take him long to understand. The spear's structure was tightly linked to Jian Cheng's own physical power. And now, he realized something else. This was the moment when Jian Cheng's body was at its most vulnerable. Suddenly, behind Jian Cheng, a giant skull appeared. He turned to look and froze. He felt nothing. No presence. No aura. Just emptiness. Then, as quickly as it had come, the skull vanished. A surge of energy burst from Jian Cheng's body. He stretched out his hand, and, to his surprise, the source of faith had activated. On its own. Mr. Sato's eyes widened in horror. He was sweating now, unable to believe how many layers Jian Cheng still had left. Trick after trick. It seemed endless. Fueled by fury, Jian Cheng launched an attack with the infernal spear. All of this. You made me waste the trust Jiang gave me. And the people of Chu Jian Cheng, he said through clenched teeth. He struck. The spear pierced through Yun Jin's chest, shattering her crystal ball. In that instant, the Thunder Domain surged back into the battlefield. Blood poured from Yun Jin's mouth. Kato Ei reacted, throwing up a barrier around himself. Jian Cheng turned to him. Little Nine, quit slacking. Release every last insect. Now, or no food for 3 days. And forget the new house. That did it. Little Nine, stop holding back. She unleashed the entire swarm. The insects surged at Kato Ei's barrier, hammering it from all sides. Fear consumed his face. The shield began to break, bit by bit, under the relentless onslaught. He scrambled, putting the flute to his lips, pouring every ounce of strength into his last song. Desperate. This was it. His final chance. He was ready to sacrifice everything. But just then, Mr. Saito appeared behind Jian Cheng. Hands clasped together, he summoned a strange, shifting energy that filled the air. Destiny is coming for you fast, he said calmly. Even the strongest fall when they repeat their tactics. Jian Cheng locked eyes with him. This fight was far from over. He called on Zayakin again. Still perched beside the ancestral tree, Zayakin gave a quiet nod. Sato's summoned skull finished opening its mouth. A blindingly bright light shot out. Its eyes burned with pure anger. Jiang Chun watched it carefully, his face serious. Without wasting time, he used his flashing lightning ability. His body instantly turned into crackling electricity, letting him dodge the skull's deadly beam. Right after dodging, Jiang Chun called upon the ancestral tree. He needed it to handle the curse Saito had unleashed. The massive tree appeared with a deep rumble. Powerful energy pulsed out from it like waves, spreading rapidly across the entire battlefield. Seeing the ancestral tree, Sato's eyes filled with rage. He gritted his teeth hard, feeling completely confused. How did Jiang Chun dodge my ultimate attack so easily? Saito thought, struggling to understand. He tried to regain control over his summoned insects. Nearby, Little Nine had just finished her fight. Katahide's body lay motionless on the ground. Her swarm of insects covered him, eating with obvious satisfaction. She turned towards Jiang Chun, her voice cheerful. Master Jiang Chun, Katahide is defeated. Jiang Chun gave her a quick nod of approval. Good work, little nine. He then focused back on Saito. He stretched out his hand and summoned the spear of the god of the underworld. Xiao Jia, he commanded. Capture Sato's soul. Xiao Jia, who usually looked like a small beetle, instantly transformed into a dark, menacing spear. His eyes glowed with a dangerous light as he shot straight toward Saito. Sato's escape and shock. Saito reacted just in time. He threw himself sideways, barely avoiding the speeding spear. Xiao Jia flew past, hitting the ground where Saito had been standing moments before. Saito stared at Jiang Chun, his eyes wide with fury and disbelief. How? Saito thought, panic rising. My concealment technique is the best in the world. No one should be able to see me. How did he pinpoint my exact location? While controlling the spear with one hand, Jiang Chun lifted his other hand. Crackling thunder gathered around his fingers, sparking dangerously. His gaze was deadly cold. Little Nine, he ordered. Release the insects. Attack. Little Nine obeyed instantly. Her massive swarm buzzed angrily and surged forward like a dark wave, rushing straight towards the stunned Saito. Meanwhile, outside the glowing barrier trapping Jiang Chun and Saito, a group of powerful warriors arrived. They saw the barrier still standing and Jiang Chun hadn't come out yet. Some of them started talking. He must be dead by now, one warrior said dismissively. He looked foolish, not like the stories say. Another warrior shook his head. Don't be so sure. He has the 9 miasma wings. He might still turn this around. A third warrior chimed in, sounding worried. But the enemy set this ambush. They planned everything carefully. They were ready for him. Fengyan Wuji, the leader of the group, stared intensely at the shimmering barrier. His expression was grim. Even if all of us went in together, he stated flatly, there's no guarantee we'd win. Jiang Chun stands even less chance. He's only a warrior with 3 transformations. He sounded almost scornful. He might be talented, but he lacks brains. Fighting mindless soldiers in the caverns is one thing. Coming with us to challenge the 3 foreign islands? He'd just be a burden. Fengyan Wuji turned away, clearly disappointed. It's a shame Xian Nation placed their hopes on someone like him. He gestured for the others to follow. Let's go. This boy isn't worth our time. The other warriors nodded, starting to move away. Only one, Ding Chunxiu, hesitated. He looked sadly back at the barrier. I don't want to leave Jiang Chun alone, he thought, feeling torn. Just as they were about to leave, a tremendous crack echoed through the air. The glowing barrier shattered into thousands of pieces, like broken glass. It dissolved into nothingness. Everyone spun around, eyes wide with shock. A huge cloud of dust and smoke billowed out from where the barrier had been. A figure emerged from the smoke, his eyes glowing with an unsettling, dark light. He stared directly at the group. The warriors immediately sensed the overwhelming power radiating from him. An awakened one, Fengyan Wuji realized with a jolt. 8 transformations. He drew his sword instantly, his voice sharp with command. Prepare for battle. Now, Ding Chunxiu also drew his sword. On the other side, Nan Gongyin, her face furious, gathered swirling energy in her hands, ready to strike. As the smoke began to clear, the scene became visible. Kaido was kneeling on the ground, his head bowed. Standing calmly in front of him was Jiang Chun. Behind Jiang Chun stood Xiao Jia, back in his beetle form. Ding Chunxiu stared at Jiang Chun, his mouth dropping open in disbelief. He defeated them all? By himself? He was stunned. Nan Gongyan's eyes were equally wide with surprise and confusion. What just happened? A minute ago, he was trapped, rewinding just a minute inside the crumbling barrier. Jiang Chen's crackling thunder and Little Nine's swarming insects were closing in on Kaido. Overwhelmed by terror, Saito dropped to his knees. He threw his hands up in surrender. Wait, he yelled desperately. Stop. I surrender. I'm sorry. Please, spare me. Jiang Chun walked slowly towards him, a slight smile on his face. That's a classic trick, he said coolly. Trying to buy time? Play dirty? Do that and you die right now. His gaze hardened. If you truly want to save yourself, just saying sorry isn't enough. Saito looked up, utterly confused. Then, what do I have to do? Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed. He pulled out an ancient-looking scroll from his robes. This, he announced confidently, is the soul contract scroll. You sign this. You become my servant. That's how you live. Saito hesitated, his pride warring with his fear. A warrior can be killed, he protested weakly, but not humiliated like this. Mist began to swirl around Jiang Chen's body. His smile remained. Become my servant, he offered, and I'll help you break your limits. I'll help you ascend to the 9 transformations. Sato's eyes widened. 9 transformations? That was the dream of every powerful warrior. But could Jiang Chen really do that? He was deeply confused. Is this a trick? To prove his point, Jiang Chun stretched out his hand. Power gathered, and he summoned the Void Stone. Its dark surface shimmered. Saito stared at it, recognition dawning. That's the key. The key the great Xia awakened need to advance. Suddenly, a magnificent golden door materialized right in front of Saito. Brilliant light poured from it. Saito instinctively reached out towards the door, his heart pounding. Is this the door to the 9 transformations realm? Jiang Chun stepped close. He placed a firm hand on Sato's shoulder. The golden door instantly slammed shut and vanished. Sato's eyes filled with utter despair. His chance was gone. Jiang Chun watched him closely. He's desperate for power, Jiang Chun realized. Do you want the 9 transformations? Jiang Chun asked directly. Do you want to become strong? Without a moment's hesitation, Saito slammed his forehead onto the ground. I swear, he declared, his voice trembling with conviction. Saito, swear to become the loyal subject of Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun summoned the soul contract scroll again. He unrolled it, revealing strange, glowing symbols. Sign it with your finger, he instructed Saito. Saito pressed his finger against the parchment. Energy flowed from him, writing his name in shimmering light. As he signed, he understood the terms. If he ever broke this contract, the cosmic laws themselves, the heavenly Tao, would reject him. Worse, Jiang Chun could end his life instantly with just a single thought. Once Sato's signature was complete, the scroll rolled itself up tightly and vanished into light. Jiang Chun's eyes shone with excitement. Perfect. No matter where he is, if he betrays me, he's dead. Follow the rules exactly, Jiang Chun warned Saito, his voice serious. Saito clenched his fist, determination hardening his features. Master Jiang Chun, he asked urgently, are you planning to conquer Sakura? If you are, I will serve you like a dog or a horse. I will risk my life without hesitation, even if it means fighting against my former allies. Jiang Chun blinked, momentarily taken aback. Whoa, that's enthusiastic. He coughed lightly to hide his surprise. Deep down, his plan was much simpler. He just wanted Saito to be a spy inside Sakura. But hey, he thought, remembering Sakura's culture, they do admire strength above all else. This might work even better than I hoped. As Saito pledged his loyalty, the last remnants of the magical barrier created by the Sakura Knights shattered completely. It dissolved in a sparkling dust and disappeared. Jiang Chun looked around curiously. I wonder if the underworld demon summoning was destroyed by the cosmic laws? Xiao Jia, perched nearby, chirped in. Because it couldn't manifest fully within 5 seconds, he explained matter-of-factly, I ate the underworld demon. Jiang Chun wasn't angry. Actually, he thought it was pretty useful. One less problem. Saito, however, stared at Xiao Jia in utter shock. He ate the underworld demon. That was supposed to be an immensely powerful entity. Jiang Chun saw Sato's stunned expression and coughed again. Don't ask questions, he said simply. The barrier was almost gone. Saito nodded numbly. Now that the artifact powering it is destroyed, he explained, the barrier collapses by itself. Return to Sakura, Jiang Chun ordered Saito. Organize things. Plan carefully. In the future, Jiang Chun added, I will grant you the title of Great General. Saito bowed deeply. Yes, Master Jiang Chun. As the smoke finally cleared completely, Fengyan Wuji stood facing Jiang Chun, his sword drawn, his eyes deadly serious. This outcome was completely unexpected for him. Behind Jiang Chun, Saito knelt respectfully. Fengyan Wuji's gaze locked onto Saito. That's Saito, he exclaimed, recognizing the infamous assassin, first on the wanted list. He was utterly confused to see Saito kneeling before Jiang Chun. Is this a trick? Fengyan Wuji demanded, pointing his sword at Saito. Are you planning a surprise attack? Jiang Chun stepped forward calmly. Saito is my subordinate now. Fengyan Wuji lowered his sword slightly, still wary. Who are you? He asked Jiang Chun directly. Jiang Chun met his gaze. Who are you? Fengyan Wuji crossed his arms. I am Fengyan Wuji, he announced formally. Leader of Grand Xia's Genius List, 781st edition. He gestured to the powerful warriors behind him. These others? They were all top 3 in past editions. You, Jiang Chun, are coming with us. You will represent Grand Xia in a competition against the 3 overseas islands. Nangong Yin nudged Ding Chunxiu, looking annoyed. Is this how weirdos talk? She whispered loudly. Ding Chunxiu was still staring at Jiang Chun, amazed he was alive and seemingly unharmed. He was also baffled that Fengyan Wuji seemed to believe Jiang Chun so readily. Master Fengyan Wuji, Ding Chunxiu said, stepping forward. Asking questions is just a way to observe the situation. Nangong Yin rolled her eyes. It's a miracle you survived so many years in the caves, she retorted sharply. Ding Chunxiu, flushed with anger. Why does she always pick on me? He wondered, frustrated. Jiang Chun and Fengyan Wuji ignored the others. They stared intently at each other. An intense, invisible energy began to build between them, making the air feel heavy. The other warriors shifted uncomfortably. Should we step in? They wondered. Nan Gongyin sighed, understanding what was happening. They're just silently sizing each other up, she explained to Ding Chunxiu, silently admiring each other's strength. Ding Chunxiu looked impressed. The 9 miasmal wings, they're even more formidable than I imagined. Jiang Chun finally broke the silence. He nodded towards Fengyan Wuji. You're strong, he acknowledged. Your sword, it makes a good impression. Fengyan Wuji's expression remained serious. I am a warrior of 6 transformations, he stated. You only have 3. Yet, I'm not certain I could defeat you in a fight. He paused, a new respect in his eyes. No wonder God Jiang Chun Wu is training you as a successor. His voice turned cautionary. But know this, in the competition against the 3 islands, you might not be able to use your 9 miasma wings. Be careful. Fengyan Wuji struck his fist firmly against his chest. Determination shone in his eyes. When the time comes, I will protect you with everything I have. That is the promise I made to God Jiang Wu. Ding Chunxiu stepped closer, looking at the darkening sky. Nightfall is coming, he reported. We should return to the city's main base. We can talk more there and plan properly. Jiang Chun turned to Saito. Go back to Sakura, he instructed, his voice calm but firm. Follow the plan we discussed. Saito placed his hand over his heart and bowed deeply. As you command, Master Jiang Chun. He rose and quickly disappeared into the gathering shadows. Jiang Chun, Fengyan Wuji, Ding Chunxiu, Nin Gongyin, and the other warriors turned and began walking away from the battlefield. Behind them, Saito paused and let out a long, shaky sigh of relief. Fengyan Wuji is a fool, Saito thought, a smirk touching his lips. He thinks Jiang Chun is only strong because of those wings. He has no idea of the real power Jiang Chun commands. As Jiang Chun walked beside Fengyan Wuji, he thought carefully. Fengyan Wuji was 29 years old and at the absolute peak of the 6 transformations level. Could I have beaten him today, Jiang Chun wondered, without the insect system? Without Little Nine and Xiao Jia? He wasn't sure. And if the Great Xia tournament has rules limiting extreme powers like the insects, if I have to rely only on my own strength, what chance will I have? He felt a flicker of doubt. He had just over 2 months left. He needed to level up his core skills, from level 1 to level 3. His thoughts shifted. He appeared within his own mind, in his sea of consciousness. Before him stood the immense ancestral tree. He looked at it carefully. I remember, he thought the ancestral tree gave another fruit recently. Last time, eating that fruit had granted him a spark of divinity and activated a major skill, setting him on the path towards the legendary 10 transformations. Xiao Chan, who could transform into a human, floated down from the tree branches towards Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun looked at her curiously. What power will this new fruit give me? He reached up and carefully picked the glowing fruit. He held it, examining it closely. Last time, he recalled, it ripened because of the scattered souls Xiao Jia collected on the battlefield of Chuzhong. He frowned, but this time, it ripened all by itself. Why? Xiao Chan's eyes widened in surprise. When you made Saito your subject, she explained, the ancestral tree absorbed all the leftover soul energy on the battlefield. That's what made the fruit ripen so fast. Jiang Chun was stunned. The tree can collect souls by itself? That was a powerful and unexpected ability. Xiao Chan smiled and gently hugged Jiang Chun from behind. Jiang Chun closed his eyes, focusing his energy into the fruit. It began to pulse with a brilliant, warm light. A clear, mechanical voice, his system, spoke in his mind. Functional fruit unlocked. Special item obtained. Steel Faith Seal. Information flooded Jiang Chun's thoughts. Activation requirement. Destroy its deity. Break its spine. Ruin its civilization. Effect. This seal can be used on an entire race or a specific group of living beings. Jiang Chun stared at the system window, stunned. He now had the ability to control an entire species or a force, binding them at the soul level. No matter how powerful they became, even across time itself, once marked by the Steel Faith Seal, their loyalty would be eternal. Not even reincarnation could undo it. Rebirth, bloodlines, descendants. None of them could escape the effect of the Steel Faith Seal. Its power was absolute. Another system window popped up, outlining the activation condition. Destroy their gods, crush their backbone, and dismantle their civilization. Jiang Chun stroked his chin thoughtfully. The conditions were tough, but for a skill of this magnitude, something beyond human, they made sense. He reflected further. Destroying their gods. In the case of the 3 overseas islands, for example, That might mean taking down the Lord of Flames. The rest of the requirements still needed confirmation. The system asked if he wanted to link the Mark of Faith. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. Moments later, a pitch-black symbol etched itself into the center of his palm. He examined it closely. A strange, pulsing energy began to radiate from it. Xiaochan stepped forward, noticing the change. She leaned in, curiosity in her voice, and asked if he was okay. Jiang Chun reassured her. It was nothing urgent, just deep thoughts. He raised his hand slowly, expression growing serious. His master had once told him a massive shift was coming. A new era was on the horizon. Xiaochan had urged him to use this time, while his influence was rising, to build real power. But Jiang Chun understood the danger of trust. Even the human emperor from 400 years ago had been betrayed by his own people, ripped apart in the caverns by those closest to him. With this new ability, Jiang Chun could erase such threats entirely. And where better to start than the 3 foreign islands? It was the perfect proving ground for the Steel Faith seal. He turned to Xiaochan and asked what she thought. She stepped closer, eyes steady. "You're right," she said, "and I'll stand by you always." Suddenly, Jiang Chen's status window materialized. Third transformation, level 69. Multiple professions. 3 mother insects. Little N, level 69, progeny, 800 million. Xiao Jiao, level 43, progeny, 6 million. Xiaochan, level 2, progeny, 168. A few hours passed. Jiang Chun returned to his apartment and sank into his sofa. But peace didn't last long. Xiaochan stormed in, his face flushed with anger. He marched straight toward Jiang Chun. The Heavenly Punishment Squad was in disarray. He said, "Because of you." After all their careful planning, strategic tracking, and covert operations, Jiang Chun had walked directly into the enemy's ambush and taken out every single assassin by himself. Worse, he had subdued an 8th transformation assassin. Jiang Chun blinked, caught off guard. Xiaochan's furious gaze locked onto him. "How'd you do it?" he demanded. "Was it the 9 miasma wings?" Jiang Chun froze, mind racing. He panicked. Then slowly he nodded. Xiaochan's scowl deepened. "How many insects do you have?" he growled. Jiang Chun stayed silent. Xiaochan leaned in closer, eyes narrowing. "More than 10 million? Still, Jiang Chun said nothing. Sweat formed on his brow as Xiaochan leaned even closer. "More than 12 million? Jiang Chen's heart pounded. He couldn't answer. With intense suspicion, Xiaochan climbed onto the sofa, placed both hands firmly on Jiang Chen's shoulders, and asked, "Is it more than 20 million? Jiang Chen didn't say a word. He lowered his hand under. Jiang Chun looked away, hand under his chin, trying to dodge the question. His silence only made Xiaochan more suspicious. With a twitch in his eye, Xiaochan finally snapped, blurting out one last guess. "Do you have more than 80 million insects?" Just as Jiang Chun opened his mouth, Xiaochan clenched his fists and stared at the floor, overwhelmed. His mind raced, trying to piece everything together. Jiang Chun stayed quiet behind him. He figured, telling the truth right now might actually give the old man a heart attack. At that moment, Du Chantian walked in and took a seat beside Jiang Chun. Calm and composed, he explained that while the Great Dreamer had blocked all external transmissions from Great Xia, the outside world would still assume Jiang Chen's insect count was under 10 million. He advised Jiang Chun to keep it that way. Only by hiding this trump card could he use it to full advantage later on. Jiang Chun turned toward him, clenched his fist, and gave his word. He wouldn't breathe a word to anyone. Then, curious, he asked, "How many insects from the 9 miasma wings would it take to bring down the Lord of Flames?" Xiaochan's face went pale. His eyes widened in shock. "You want to kill the Lord of Flames?" Jiang Chun quickly clarified. "Just a hypothetical." Still, Xiaochan's mind began replaying ancient memories. The Lord of Flames, a warrior who reached 9 transformations over 400 years ago. No one knew his current strength, but rumors said the 3 overseas islands had even begun crafting artificial gods to counter him. Xiaochan finally answered, "At least 100 million insects. And even then, you need to trap him in a miniature abyss just to create an opening." His voice wavered. The realization hit hard. Jiang Chun might actually pull it off before the Tanyan tournament. Just 6 months ago, the boy barely had a few million insects. Now he had over 80 million. Still stunned, Xiaochan turned to him. "How did you multiply your swarm tenfold? It can't be that simple to raise them, right?" Jiang Chun rubbed his head, visibly nervous. He admitted he'd used the battlefield to feed them enormous amounts of wild beast meat. Xiaochan stared. "Just meat? That didn't sound difficult at all." But Jiang Chun lifted his hand and shook his head. The problem was quantity. Even the Bloody Dragon King, a gift from the God of Sword, hadn't been enough to give each insect a single bite. Xiaochan stood, suddenly inspired. Use the supreme martial decree. Mobilize the nation to hunt beasts. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. "Can I really do that?" Xiaochan nodded. "I'll authorize it myself." He knew Jiang Chun couldn't rely on the 9 miasma wings alone. Not in this competition. Every match had 2 rounds. Each side picked one mode. And for the first elimination round, the rules were always chosen by the opponent. No doubt, they banned any kind of external aid. Jiang Chun stood, clenching his fist. Quietly, he stepped forward, placed a hand on Xiao Chan's shoulder, and locked eyes with him. His gaze was unshaken. He was ready. With a confident smile, Jiang Chun told Xiao Chan not to worry. He still had over 2 months left. Alongside raising his insect army, he planned to focus on training his own body. Xiao Chan couldn't help but feel proud. His disciple never failed to exceed expectations. It was already late, so Xiao Chan took his leave. Jiang Chun remained on the sofa, hand resting under his chin, casually scrolling through the system window. His focus shifted to the Supreme Warlord class. It was still only in its first transformation. To keep up in the coming tournament, he had to push it to 3rd transformation, and from there, aim for the 4th. Now that he had activated 3 divine rank classes, things would move slower. The fruit enhancements would take longer to absorb, since the experience was divided across all 3. Still, the condition for leveling up Supreme Warlord to the 2nd transformation was straightforward. He had to use class-related skills to hunt 10,000 wild beasts. Jiang Chen's gaze turned sharp. If he truly wanted to reach his peak, he needed to make things harder on himself. After all, high risk meant high return. Once the Supreme Martial Decree was issued, the 9 miasma wings could likely reproduce again, maybe even reaching 80 billion. But he also knew he couldn't keep relying on the ancestral tree to generate new insect nests. Instead, he thought of a new base, the abyss where the 8th transformation Spider Queen had once ruled. That would make the perfect stronghold for raising insects and grinding through his mission. He set his mind to it. He'd complete the hunting quest right there. Meanwhile, in Demon City, beneath a blooming peach tree, 3 figures gathered in the Jai family courtyard. Jiang Wuxian, the great dreamer, Ji Lingku, and Ji Xuanyue's father, who was pouring tea. As the petals drifted down around them, Jiang Wuxian commented that the Jai family really didn't know how to enjoy beauty. She gestured toward the tree, its blossoms vibrant and rare. Ji Xuanyue's father explained with pride. This peach tree had been transplanted from the tree spirit tribe deep in the caverns. By some miracle, it survived. Keeping it alive had been no easy task. With a serious tone, Ji Lingku turned to Hong Yan and asked him to leave. They couldn't afford to let anyone near this place and risk someone stealing the tree. Hong Yan bowed respectfully and quietly stepped away. Ji Lingku wasted no time. A new era is coming, he said, and war is building in the caverns. The great dreamer lifted her hand, expression calm. She said that Great Sea's main headquarters had to be secured first, and to do that, they had to retake the 3 overseas islands before war erupted. Now is the time to plan how to do it. Ji Lingku sipped his tea, his eyes serious. The great dreamer reminded him. This wasn't a new idea. She had proposed reclaiming the islands 200 years ago and had drafted dozens of plans since. But Ji Lingku remained skeptical. None of the plans ever seemed solid. One obstacle always remained, the Lord of Flames. He admitted, point blank, that the Lord of Flames was stronger than he was. If they didn't take him out first, they'd never reclaim the islands. Jiang Wuxian added that her true body had to remain in the caverns. Its presence was needed to maintain pressure. Leaving was not an option. The great dreamer rested her cheek on her hand and turned her gaze away. Her power only worked within Great Sea's main base. She was far better at defense than offense. Ji Lingku's eyes darkened with fear. He realized something unsettling. They had no one strong enough to stop the Lord of Flames. Ji Lingxiu slowly set his cup of tea on the table. His mind churned. He figured old Jiang Chun must have a plan, so he asked him to speak. Xuanji's eyes glimmered with a hidden light. He didn't give them a strategy. Instead, he gave them a command. Protect Jiang Chun with everything you've got. He paused, then added, Jiang Chun wasn't just a distraction. He looked both of them in the eye and asked, aren't you curious why I went out of my way to save Jiang Chun when he was marked by the forbidden? Ji Lingku lowered his gaze, thoughtful. The great dreamer leaned forward, finally asking the question aloud. Ji Lingku answered first. Even though things appeared stable on the surface, he knew better. Danger ran deep. Deception, unrest, secret forces, all of it quietly brewing. The spread of insects through the caverns? That was a powder keg waiting to blow. He warned that such an event could undo a century of war victories. Insects had long been seen as an ancient curse. Letting them run wild was too dangerous. Ji Lingku urged Xuanji to order their immediate extermination. He couldn't understand what would make someone like Xuanji risk everything and endure such pressure just to protect Jiang Chun. With glowing eyes, Xuanji admitted they were right, but he couldn't explain why. If he told them, they might not survive the consequences. Both of them fell silent, eyes locked on him. Xuanji stared into the distance, remembering. He described a moment, 10 years in the future. A stranger had come to see him. On their shoulder rested a cicada. The great dreamer slammed her hands on the table, realization hitting her hard. A warrior from the future, at least a 10 transformation level. But Xuanji raised his hand to silence her. No more questions. If I keep talking, karma will kill all three of us. The room stilled. The great dreamer slowly sat back down, her voice soft. So, the only mission is to protect Jiang Chun? Xuanji nodded. Protect him, with the full strength of the nation. Ji Linku, still confused, questioned the logic. If Jiang Chun was that important, wouldn't it be better to keep him out of the Great Tanyan competition? But the great dreamer, her face full of dread, explained. The three overseas islands could create beings on divine levels. Even with Fengyan Wuji by his side, she feared Jiang Chun wouldn't survive the first round. Xuanji made one thing clear. They were to protect him, but not interfere. Intervening would cause karmic backlash for Jiang Chun himself. In short, support him, protect him, don't control him. With that, Xuanji stood, ready to return to the caverns. As he walked away, his eyes shimmered, not with fear, but with something darker. Amusement, maybe even malice. The great dreamer rose, saying nothing. Behind her, Ji Linku called out. Is the future of Great Xia promising? Xuanji didn't answer right away. Instead, a vision filled his mind, a battlefield strewn with corpses. His own head, impaled on a sword. Ji Linku's body, pierced by countless blades. The great dreamer, turned completely to stone. And yet, with a calm smile, Xuanji turned back and said, the future of Great Xia is always promising. In the ceremonial temple of the sanctuary on Pinglai Island, one of the 3 sacred islands abroad, an assembly of powerful figures stood gathered. At the front, a man with a long ponytail took his place behind the podium. Seated before him were several high-ranking figures. In the name of Sovereign Yan, the man at the podium had summoned the high commands of the 7 armies and the 12 great families. His name was Yang Ming, the bloody Azura, and the first great disciple of Sovereign Yan. He stood calmly, eyes closed, smile faint, and wasted no time getting to the point. We're not just entering the Great Tanyan tournament to win, he said. We're going to crush them. He glanced toward old Jiang and added with a smirk. Word was, despite being Sovereign Yan's first disciple, Yang Ming was supposedly the least talented of them all. Old Jiang turned to his companion, confused. Yang Ming didn't even seem to have surpassed the 7th transformation. How could someone like that represent Sovereign Yan at a meeting of this scale? The bearded man beside him looked uneasy. Be quiet, he whispered sharply. Yang Ming rarely showed up in public. The Mo family, tucked away in some far-flung region, likely didn't know the full story. He pictured it clearly. Yang Ming, standing over a corpse, sword in hand, body radiating overwhelming energy. Talent aside, Yang Ming was the most terrifying of Sovereign Yan's disciples. 400 years ago, he had served as the personal guard to the human emperor of Great Sea, and he betrayed him. It was Yang Ming who allowed the warriors of 10,000 races to descend and tear the emperor apart. Then he disappeared, only to resurface as a disciple of Sovereign Yan, eventually rising to become his most trusted follower. Cruel, unshakable, unforgiving. Yang Ming's reputation as Sovereign Yan's mouthpiece was no exaggeration. Now, he stood at the podium, hands pressed flat on its surface, and a kind smile tugging at his lips. The entire room fell silent, shocked. This man was that legendary traitor. Suddenly, a wave of suffocating energy pulsed from his body. He opened his eyes, dead serious. Any elder here disagree with me taking the floor? Not a single one dared respond. In fact, they quickly insisted, of course not. They wouldn't dare. Yang Ming relaxed, scanning the hall. Then, he gave his real orders. Before the Great Tanyan tournament, all undercover agents within Great Xia were to be activated. At the same time, they would spread chaos, twist the image of the human emperor, portray him as weak, corrupted, a puppet of the past. According to Yang Ming, the 3 overseas islands were the true heirs of Great Sea's legacy. And during the tournament, Fengyan Wuji, the sword demon, must die. So must King Zhenhai and Jiangchun. That, he said, was the will of Sovereign Yan. He then asked plainly, is that clear? A roar of voices responded. Some shouted in confusion, some in acceptance. Many didn't know if this tournament was just a prelude to something bigger. Others thought it was all too sudden. Old Zhang's expression hardened. His eyes narrowed. Are we really going to counterattack? After all this silence, haven't our hearts gone cold? Yang Ming placed one hand firmly on the podium. With the other, he gestured toward the crowd. His tone turned grim. A great shift is beginning. A new era is rising. Over 4 centuries have passed. Great Xia gave you everything. And now, It's time to collect what's owed. Old Jiang's eyes widened. Old Jiang stared at Yang Ming, eyes filled with doubt and unease. His voice was low but firm. Even if our top-tier power outclasses the enemy, what about the mid and low-level ranks? If a full-scale war breaks out, I'm not sure we can hold the line. And then he added, don't forget, Great Xia still has the Great Dreamer. Yang Ming's response came with a confident grin. They really thought they were alone? He asked the room, do any of you know why Sovereign Yin didn't come today? He paused, picturing the mighty Sovereign himself. He's having tea with the Marine tribe. Yang Ming revealed that when the time came, the Marine tribe would fight beside them. This alliance would mark the beginning of the Great Unification. But that wasn't all. For the upcoming Great Tianyan tournament, the Marine tribe would send its strongest prodigies to represent the 3 islands in battle. Then, with another smile, Yang Ming raised his hand and summoned a system window. In it floated 3 symbols, an eye, a hand, and a heart. There were still 2 months left. And to guarantee complete victory, the sanctuary would inject its chosen prodigies with divine components. The divine eye, the divine hand, the divine heart. With this power, he was certain the 3 islands would crush Great Xia. At the same time, far away, Tan Lang and Bai Fong were out in the wild, hunting monsters for class advancement materials. In one quiet academy dorm, a group of boys lounged around. The door suddenly swung open. A brown-haired boy stood in the frame, eyes blazing with determination. It's time to hunt monsters. His friends stared at him, confused. One of them, still seated, scowled. What are you going on about? We got class this afternoon. Graduation's around the corner. Monster hunting isn't as important as credits anymore. The brown-haired boy grinned and pulled out his phone. Jiang Chun just issued an invincible order, he said, tapping the screen. It overrides everything, even the national order. Every job changer in the country has been summoned. The others scrambled to check their own phones. As the notifications rolled in, their eyes widened. Even a martial academy had gone into full mobilization. They exchanged glances. Academic credits? Suddenly meaningless. With fresh resolve, they all grabbed their gear and bolted out of the room, racing through the streets. Their only goal? Answer the call. Outside the city, the monster hunt had already begun. Killing a level 3 fierce beast earned 1 merit point, double the value of normal battlefield kills. The Martial Academy sent out another update. The more monsters they brought down, the more extra academic credits they'd receive. On the outskirts, warriors dragged back beast corpses. But they quickly noticed something strange. There were more job changers than monsters. Without wasting a second, they changed direction, heading toward the Howling Cemetery, a place teeming with beasts. This time they were going all in. Full credits. Maximum merits. A bald man watched them move, stunned by the momentum. Meanwhile, back at the main base of the Jiangchen battlefield, a number of high-ranking officials were assembling. A mustached man stood at the edge of the gathering, face lighting up with joy. Zhao Zainu's father. Grinning, he declared, the invincible order, only issued once in a century, has been activated. I'll be backing my son-in-law to the fullest. Beside him, a man with a long ponytail nodded seriously. I've got reserves. I'll send everything I have to support Jiangchun. A purple-haired man nearby caught their words. His expression shifted, determined and resolute. He, too, was ready to put everything on the line for Jiangchun. Deep beneath the Jiangnin war zone, in a massive underground warehouse, Jiangchun stood with Xiaochan, who held a long list in hand. Xiaochan explained, the invincible order went out half a day ago, and already every last bit of Great Xia's inventory has been delivered. Jiangchun stared, stunned by the speed of their response. Without wasting time, Xiaochan led him into the storage vaults. Mountains of fierce beast corpses lined the warehouse. These were the fruits of the nationwide hunt, and the system window lit up to display the totals. 26 level 8 beast corpses, 1,904 level 7 corpses, 376,000 level 6, 7 million level 5, and over 53 million level 4 corpses. Xiaochan's eyes gleamed in disbelief. Even the Chamber of Commerce had pitched in, donating nearly 1/10 of the haul. Jiang Chen's heart swelled with gratitude. The Mu and Tang families had gone all in, practically emptying their entire stockpiles just for him. As they walked closer, Xiaochan turned to him and asked, "Aren't you going to release the insects? We're going to run out of room soon." Nearby, Little Nine cupped her face, eyes wide, mouth practically watering at the sight of the feast. But Jiang Chen's face was serious. First, he ordered Little Nine to take 80 million newborn larvae to feed. He instructed her to focus on the high-level beasts. The weaker ones were to be saved for the young. She asked excitedly, "Can we all go out together? We'll finish faster." Jiang Chun shook his head. "Too risky. If they all appear at once, they'll attract too much attention. Besides, it won't even satisfy their hunger." They'd eat in waves, leveling up gradually and methodically. He raised his arm, and a swirling portal opened. The swarm began to pour out. With a single motion, Jiang Chun unleashed the insects, and they surged forward, tearing into the beast corpses. Xiao Chan's jaw dropped. He was looking at more than 80 million insects, maybe even more. He turned to Jiang Chun and asked, "After feeding on all this, can they reproduce again?" Jiang Chun's tone was flat, but clear. "No, not yet. Most of these are low-level beasts. For reproduction, they need 10, maybe 100 times more." Xiao Chan blinked in shock, and then started to smile. He watched the insects strip the massive corpses down to bare bones. Their appetite was monstrous, but made sense. They were the descendants of the 9 miasma wings. Feeding them wasn't easy, but the fact that they could survive on regular beast meat, that was a blessing. And with the entire nation hunting nonstop, gathering 10 or even 100 times more wasn't out of reach. Xiao Chan figured give it a month. The swarm would be ready to reproduce again. Jiang Chun turned toward him, calm and focused. "When the 9 miasma wings reproduce next time, I won't." Jiang Chun's body could no longer hold any more insects. His plan? Let them spread through abyssal land and turn it into the future heart of their swarm. With a calm look, Xiao Chan offered a simple solution. They just needed to send in troops. As insects crawled out from Jiang Chun's hand, he stood firm. This time, he wanted to head into abyssal land himself. It wasn't about trusting others and definitely not about relying on the 9 miasma wings. He wanted to grow stronger on his own terms. Xiao Chan's face tightened with worry. It was far too dangerous. But Jiang Chun didn't back down. He reminded Xiao Chan of the first-round rules of the tournament. Putting an arm around Jiang Chun's shoulder, Xiao Chan sighed and told him to be careful. Jiang Chun just smiled. He had plenty of hidden cards to play. Whether he used them or not was his choice, but he wasn't walking into danger unprepared. He turned to leave, deciding to let the insects remain and continue feeding. By the time he returned, they'd be done. Just then, little 9 landed on his shoulder. "Why didn't you go out to eat?" Jiang Chun asked. Her gaze was low. "I didn't want to stay here by myself. I want to go with you. I'll still get to eat if I'm with you anyway." Jiang Chun didn't say no. Still, it surprised him that she thought of him even while hungry. Suddenly, Xiao Jiu popped up on the other shoulder. "Are you taking us to an all-you-can-eat buffet?" he asked, eyes gleaming. Jiang Chun pulled out a bottle of blood, closed his eyes, and made a promise. Once the tournament ended, he'd treat them to one. To keep Xiao satisfied for now, he handed over the bottle. Xiao started drinking right away. "You better not be the kind of guy who promises and forgets," he muttered. Jiang Chun winced. Fooling Xiao was getting tougher by the day, but he did plan to bring Xiao Jiu along, to explore the hidden treasure of Emperor Gili. He had his eye on the Tiger Soul Sword. The only problem? That treasure was buried deep within the forbidden zone of Tanian, in Guanghai's war district. Rumor had it that more than one mysterious entity with 9 transformations roamed there. The treasure was dangerous enough on its own. Jiang Chun figured it'd be smarter to wait until after the Tianyu tournament. By then, they'd all be stronger. Meanwhile, in the demonic city, the Jai family was stirring. The great dreamer hugged her pillow, face twisted in irritation. She'd been seconds from falling asleep. Again, when Ji Lingxiu called her. If people would just stop interrupting her naps, she'd have reached 10 transformations by now. Ji Lingxiu didn't waste time. "This is urgent," he said, studying her closely. With a heavy sigh, she sat up and crossed her arms. He explained that across the Daxia territory, voices had erupted, fueling wild discussions about the Tianyu tournament. Some had even linked it to the injustice surrounding Yin Wang, claiming the 3 islands were the rightful heirs. The great dreamer narrowed her eyes. This wasn't just a tournament anymore. It was turning into a battlefield of opinions. The chaos had been stirred up by troublemakers. And in times like these, the great dreamer believed in dealing with such people harshly. Elimination was on the table. But Ji Lingxiu quickly assured her they were already handling it. Standing up with a bright, almost playful expression, she stretched out her hand. In her words, rumors always quiet down in front of the wise. And the dreams of millions needed cleansing. Her fist tightened, and her gaze sharpened into something serious. Ji Lingxiu extended his hand in respect. "You truly are the guardian goddess of Daxia." She waved him off. "Drop the flattery. Say what you really came here for." Ji Lingxiu didn't waste another second. He revealed that Jiang Chun had issued an invincible order, all under the guise of a class change mission. The real goal? Harvesting corpses of fierce beasts. She immediately picked up on the flaw. No class change, not even one requiring 6 transformations, needed that many corpses. Ji Lingxiu admitted the ruse was too thin. If anyone looked closely, they'd see through it. With a calm gesture, she placed her hand on the table and proposed a better story. Say that Daxia was crafting Imperial-level weapons. Hunting fierce beasts was just part of acquiring the high-tier materials. Lingqiu nodded. That could work. Then he asked, any idea where Jiang Chun is now? Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was deep in battle, fists flying. With one blow, he knocked a beast clean off its feet. Eyes lit with resolve, Jiang Chun was ready to put his new class, Tyrant God of War, to the test. Channeling the invincible fist of the immortal god, he landed a brutal strike straight to a monster's face. But surprisingly, the beast didn't die. It stumbled dazed and ran. Jiang Chun stared at his hand, puzzled. That wasn't enough? He had expected a one-shot kill. After all, it was only a second-class, fierce beast. That hit him. His class might be divine, but without sharpening his skills, he couldn't bring out its true strength. Just as that thought settled in, a whole pack of beasts appeared behind him, their glowing eyes fixed on their next target. Jiang Chen's face grew serious. 3 of them lunged at once. He wasn't sure his current speed could dodge them all. At that moment, Little Nine emerged in her 9 miasma wings form, devouring several of the beasts mid-air. She turned to him, gaze firm, and told him to be careful. But Jiang Chen wasn't thrilled. His eyes narrowed as he stared at her. Who told you to interfere? He asked sharply. Her surprise attack had scared off the rest of the beasts. Looking at the ground, he sighed. Stay in the nest. Let me finish them off. Then you can eat. Little Nine shifted back to human form. It's dangerous out here alone, she said quietly. Jiang Chun placed a hand on her head and spoke gently. Don't worry about me. I've got more than just insects on my side. I've got other classes, Thunder Growth of all things, and the Celestial Blade. He was confident. Those beasts wouldn't lay a finger on him. All he needed was a bit more time to toughen up his body. Little Nine nodded slowly. While the remaining beasts fled in panic, Jiang Chun leapt forward again. His eyes locked on them, burning with focus. He wasn't done. Not yet. He still had to master the invincible fist of the immortal god. Sensing his approach, the monsters turned back, and panic spread through their ranks. Jiang Chun landed squarely on the beast's back and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. If one strike wasn't enough, then he'd overwhelm it with dozens. Blow after blow, the monster's body crumpled under the force. A bright light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes as the system flashed, plus 1,000 experience points. A grin spread across his face. 15 days had passed. Deep inside the cave, Jiang Chen had been doing nothing but hunting. His kill count? 998 fierce beasts. Standing atop a mountain of corpses, he finally let out a long breath, arms stretched, muscles aching. He'd gathered all the experience he needed. The next step, complete the class change mission. According to the requirements, he had to eliminate 10 level 3 fierce beasts within a 3-hour window. No room for mistakes. But first, dinner. Lighting a small bonfire, Jiang Chun roasted some meat. One hand gripped a juicy drumstick while the other casually reached into the portal nearby. He stayed calm, thoughtful. No rush. First, he'd eat well. Then he'd sleep like a rock. He gave Little Nine full clearance to hunt and consume anything level 3 or below in the Earth Abyss. Little Nine appeared on his shoulder, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Without wasting a moment, she took off, releasing the nest of insects and unleashing them on the lower-ranked beasts. Not long after, the mission was a success. 2 months later, Jiang Chun was scouting a new region when he came across something massive. A scorpion-shaped monster towered over the land, its cold gaze locked onto Jiang Chun as it readied its venomous stinger. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. A level 6 beast. Finally, the scorpion struck, but Jiang Chun reacted instantly, leaping to the side just in time. The beast tried again, but Jiang Chun kept his distance, its tail slamming the earth where he just stood. From afar, Jiang Chun watched closely. Its venom looked deadly. Then it happened. As the scorpion yanked its stinger out of the ground, Jiang Chun made his move. He darted in from the side, fast and fierce, and slammed his invincible fist into its flank. The beast was thrown back by the force. Enraged, it whipped its tail high and launched a cloud of poisonous mist. Jiang Chun dropped low, pressing one hand to the ground as he rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding the toxic blast. He scanned the air. It was thick and dangerous. That poison wasn't just lethal, it was brutal. Time to end this. He activated the god of war transformation, and a surge of red energy exploded around him. His shirt shredded from the force, but he didn't care. This was the perfect chance to test his power. The scorpion lunged once more, its stinger flashing. But this time, Jiang Chun didn't dodge. He blocked it with his bare fist. Then he struck. With a single crushing punch, he shattered the stinger into pieces. He couldn't help but laugh. What could argue now? The beast panicked. It turned to flee. But Jiang Chun was already in the air, voice ringing out. Too late. Energy surged around Jiang Chun as he launched himself down at the fleeing beast. His fist slammed into it like a meteor and a sheer force sent the monster crashing into the ground, lifeless. The system blinked, plus 100,086 EXP. Jiang Qin's level shot up from 61 to 69. Then came a congratulatory system prompt. He'd completed the third transformation of Dominant God of War. Several abilities were instantly boosted. Invincible Fist now boosted combat power by 10%. God of War transformation extended to 10 seconds, during which Invincible Fist packed 10x its normal force. Imperial Army form gained 10% more support power, scaling with the strength of his soldiers. Standing on the beast's corpse, Jiang Chun stared at the system window, face darkening with confusion. This time, there was no further advancement unlocked. No additional class path. Is this already the pinnacle? He wondered. His thoughts were cut short as a group of high-level beasts began to charge in his direction, eyes filled with bloodlust. The earthly abyss was teeming with threats, and the tournament was just around the corner. He didn't have time to spare. He gave the command. Little Nine and the insects were free to devour any beast they wanted, regardless of level. This place is your new home, he said. Little Nine reappeared, and from her body swarmed a tide of insects that flooded across the battlefield, overwhelming everything in sight. Hours later, Jiang Chun arrived at Zhongyin's underground warehouse. Tired, shirt in tatters, he peeled the torn cloth from his body while scanning the ground with a weary expression. First priority, new clothes. Xiaochan stood with arms crossed, eyes gleaming with amusement as he looked over Jiang Chen's near-naked state. Clearly, the earthly abyss hadn't gone easy on him. Jiang Chun snapped out of his thoughts when he heard Xiaochan's voice. He turned, caught off guard, and gave a small nod. What he didn't say, he was the one who tore his clothes during transformation. With a chuckle, Xiaochan pushed open the warehouse door. Try not to be shocked when you see how many fierce beasts we've collected, he said with a grin. Jiang Chen blinked, confused. Did you hunt that many? Xiaochan admitted he hadn't entered the secret realm recently, but when he checked the records, it looked like nearly every fierce beast in the Daxia realm had already been wiped out. But when the door creaked open, the warehouse was empty. Jiang Chen's face froze. What happened? Xiaochan's jaw dropped. His eyes widened in disbelief. The insects had devoured everything. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, let out a sigh, and shook his head. Their appetite had clearly grown, again. He raised his hand and summoned the gluttonous swarm back, commanding them to return to the nest. Beside him, Xiaochan stood in stunned silence. Little Nine cupped her hands near her mouth, glowing with delight. The feast had been a success. Jiang Chun looked over the horde, watching closely. Some of the insects had now gained the ability to reproduce 2 or 3 times in succession, and a massive swarm in the abyss was already preparing to multiply. Things were only getting started. Xiaochan raised an eyebrow, curious. With this batch, could the 9 miasma wings finally hit 100 million? Jiang Chun glanced at his hand, confidence radiating in his eyes. He gave a firm nod. Xiaochan's jaw nearly hit the ground. 100 million? He gasped. With that many, you could create a small abyss, one strong enough to challenge the Lord of Flames himself. But Jiang Chun wasn't even close to finished. He explained that with the blessing of evolution toward complexity, the number of insects could multiply 100-fold. His swarm wouldn't stop at 100 million. It could go far beyond. As the insects continued tearing into beast corpses, Jiang Chun made a decision. For this round of mass reproduction, he'd need to return to the earthly abyss. He turned to his master. I'll need your help. Without hesitation, Xiaochan declared the earthly abyss a forbidden zone. From now on, no one else could enter. Jiang Chen looked down at the ground and gave the command. Begin reproduction. And then it began. Millions of insects poured from his body, swirling into the air like a black tornado. The countdown flashed in his mind. 10 minutes. 9. When it dropped to 3, a strange sensation surged through him. Jiang Chun raised a hand to his face, his eyes burning with energy. Suddenly, a voice echoed inside his head, cold and overwhelming. The calamity will sweep across the world. All shall be consumed. Panic gripped him. He felt as if his mind, his very soul, was being swallowed by something dark. 80 billion insects. That was the number now. Was it getting out of control? Then, something even more disturbing happened. An unknown force began devouring the ancestral tree. Sitting on one of its branches, Xiaochan sensed it immediately. Her eyes narrowed with worry. She called out to Jiang Chun. It's the desire for annihilation from the 9 miasma wings. If this keeps going, it'll consume you. Only Little Nine can't suppress it. Jiang Chen's body began trembling. His vision blurred. His strength faltered. He collapsed to his knees, hand clutching his chest. Little Nine, he gasped. And she answered. Her gaze sharp. Little Nine appeared above him, wings spread wide. She soared into the sky and activated her skill, Abyss Concentration. With her arms extended, she focused on every single insect, commanding them, controlling them. While Jiang Chun lay on the ground, breath ragged, Xiao Chan and Zio appeared at his sides, hands on his shoulders, faces tight with concern. Jiang Chun pressed his palm against the earth, struggling to catch his breath. The power of the abyss, it was overwhelming. Not even the 9 transformations had pressed him like this. Then came the system alert. Reproduction complete. Total swarm size, 80 billion insects. Slowly, Jiang Chun stood. Looking at his hand, he issued a new command. All elite insects, return to the nest. The rest, head to the earthly abyss. Continue the purge. No one retreats unless I say so. Excitement surged through him. He touched his neck, and a wicked smile spread across his face. 80 billion. More than enough to erase Emperor Yin and destroy the 3 foreign islands. Meanwhile, at Jiang Chen's main base, the ground began to tremble violently. Xiao Chan and Duanfang froze, alarm flashing across their faces. The rumbling grew louder, deafening. What's going on? Duanfang shouted. The earth beneath them quaked, and instinctively, they knew. This wasn't a natural disaster. Jiang Chun was up to something again. And whatever it was big. Back in the abyss, the sudden eruption of the 9 miasma wings sent a wave of panic across the base. Duanfang's face paled. Has he lost control of the insects? Fear filled his eyes as he turned to old Gu. What's going on? He demanded. We need backup. Call Giant Chin immediately. But Xiao Chan stayed calm. Without saying a word, he drew his sword. His eyes glinted with sharp focus as he drove the blade deep into the ground. I'll stay here and protect the base, he said flatly. You go. Duanfang didn't hesitate. He spun around and ran. From the ground, a poisonous mist started rising, thick, dense, ominous. Xiao Chan locked onto it. He knew what it was, abyssal aura. The number had crossed 100 million. He was sure of it. He thought back to when it jumped from 8 million to 80 million. If it multiplied again, 800 million. The realization struck him like a lightning bolt. It was almost impossible to believe. Just then, Ji Lingxiu arrived overhead. With a swift wave of his hand, he cast a powerful, soundproof barrier around the entire city. Descending quickly, he landed behind Xiao Chan. Talk, he said sharply. How many insects does Jiang Chen have now? Even he, one of the strongest, was rattled by the vibrations shaking the earth beneath them. Xiao Chan stayed silent, eyes locked on the ground, unsure how to answer. For beneath the earth, insects began to crawl out. But suddenly the tremors stopped, and Xiao Chan realized something shocking. Jiang Chun had controlled them. All of them. It was staggering. Ji Lingxiu stepped forward, expression deadly serious. I need answers. After the Tanian tournament, it's almost guaranteed Daxia and the 3 overseas islands will go to war. And the insects, he said, lowering his voice, they're one of Daxia's trump cards. If we don't know their status, we can't plan. He stared Xiao Chan down. You can't keep this secret any longer. Xiao Chan sighed. He rubbed his chin, turned slightly, and with a reluctant expression muttered, Jiang Chun has 800 million insects. Ji Lingxiu froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. 800 million, he whispered. It's an estimate, Xiao Chan said, still stunned himself. As the two stood in tense silence, a powerful aura approached. Jiang Chun emerged, calm and composed, surrounded by a heavy pressure that radiated from his very being. He greeted his master first. Then his eyes landed on Ji Lingxiu. I just got back, he said casually. The streets were in chaos. I saw the city's defensive formation has been activated. What happened? Ji Lingxiu spun to face him, eyes still wide. Xiao Chan stared as Jiang Chun calmly approached, his presence monstrous. There was no wild fluctuation of energy, yet just standing near him, Xiao Chan felt his own spirit tremble. An unconscious instinct to bow clawed at his chest. Ow! How does he still have the nerve to ask what happened? Xiao Chan thought. Ji Lingxiu narrowed his eyes. Jiang Chun, do you even know what destiny rank pressure is? Jiang Chun stood still, puzzled. He had no idea what destiny rank pressure even meant. As the wind swirled around them, Ji Lingxiu explained. It's a kind of suppression, exerted without using any energy at all. You just exist, and your presence alone overwhelms others. He paused, eyes narrowing. An entity like that has already surpassed the destiny rank. Whether it's a god or something else entirely, no one knows. But one thing is certain. He looked Jiang Chun dead in the eye. 400 years ago, when the human emperor fell, it was an entity of that level who intervened. A vision formed in his mind. Jiang Wuxian, standing within the caverns during the beast tide of Chu Jiang Chun. The war god, enraged, led the God-Slayer army into the heart of Demon City. And in their path stood an old man in a tattered cloak, silent and still. He extended one hand, and from it, a radiant red sigil shimmered into the air. Ji Lingxiu still remembered the dread. Just the appearance of that mark from the void had filled both him and the dreamer with an indescribable fear. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's gaze turned grim. He might have 80 billion insects, and among humans, that number was overwhelming. But deep within the underground caverns, there were still forces far beyond anything he could handle. His swarm had a fatal flaw. Most of the insects were still just level 1. Looking thoughtful, Jiang Chen stepped forward. If that demon clan elder was so powerful, he asked, why didn't he kill Jiang Wuxian back then? Was he restrained somehow? Ji Lingqiu's eyes lit with gravity. He raised his hand. Do you know, he asked, why the rankings of divine weapons only go up to level 6? Jiang Chen shook his head. That cap isn't random, Ji Lingqiu said. It's the result of a greater restriction, something called the Seal of the Heavenly Path. Behind him, a massive portal began to open. This seal was created with the dawn of a new era. Its purpose? To maintain balance. He began to visualize 3 powerful swords in the air. Take the Human Emperor Sword, for instance. It's ranked number 1 in all of Daxia, but even that blade has been limited to level 6. In truth, its true power goes far beyond that. But under the seal, it's shackled. Jiang Chen's thoughts drifted to the legendary warriors of the past, Jiang Wuxian, Ji Lingqiu, and the Great Dreamer. 4 centuries ago, when the Seal of the Heavenly Path was fully activated, it imposed a hard cap, 9 levels only. That era gave rise to some of the most powerful figures in Daxia's history, the Human Emperor Yinzan, the Sovereign of Fire, and many others. Ji Lingqiu turned toward Jiang Chen. It's that very seal, he said slowly, that prevents beings from the 10th grade underground caverns and above from interfering. If they do, they'll be destroyed by the Heavenly Path itself. Beside them, Xiaochan turned his head, eyebrows raised. I'm not even a job changer, he admitted, and this is the first I've ever heard of any of this. Jiang Chen stood silently, absorbing it all. That hit him. His system had recently flashed a warning, prohibiting further reproduction after the last wave. And now he understood why. The Seal of the Heavenly Path. Ji Lingqiu extended his hand and summoned a colossal sword, driving it into the earth. There are only a few days left until the Great Tanyan Tournament, he said. When the time comes, I'll be departing from the war zone port in Demon City. Ji Lingqiu asked Jiang Chen to return with him first. They needed to regroup. Xiaochan nodded in agreement. Raising his hand, Jiang Chen asked, then take me with you. With that, they all climbed aboard the flying sword. As they soared through the sky, Jiang Chen glanced at Ji Lingqiu, curiosity in his eyes. When exactly will the Seal of the Heavenly Path for level 10 fully activate? Ji Lingqiu turned, his expression grave. It's already begun. Slowly, he said, but according to prophecy, in 3 months, the seal will be fully awakened. He looked away, voice quieter now. I once found a path to the 10th level, deep within the sea of consciousness of the ancient god. But someone took it, completely erased it. Jiang Chen's eyes widened, a flicker of regret passing over his face. That's a shame. They continued flying over the city. Jiang Chen, still deep in thought, asked, what happens when the 10th level seal is fully unlocked? Even Du Qianqian leaned in, eager to know. Ji Lingqiu explained, once the seal is fully opened, the divine source buried in the depths of Clan will fully awaken. Images of the ancestral tree flashed in their minds. Ji Lingqiu continued, the divine source is a shortcut, a direct path to level 10. When the seal breaks, the Clan divine source tree will immediately produce 10 divine fruits. After that, it will bear 1 new fruit each year. He paused before giving the warning. Consuming a divine fruit gives you a high chance of breaking into the 10th level. But his voice dropped, the cost is steep. If you use the fruit to ascend, you'll be trapped at that level forever. No further advancement. No exceptions. Daylight bathed the streets of Demon City as they arrived. A voice called out to Jiang Chen from ahead. It was Ji Xinhue, dressed in vibrant red. She waved at him cheerfully, a gentle smile lighting her face. Jiang Chen blinked in disbelief. That's Ji Xinhue? She smiled sweetly, eyes closed in amusement. But Xiaochan didn't share the mood. His expression twisted in anger as he pointed at her. Ji Lingqiu, this is the kind of respect the Jai family shows now. Ji Lingqiu, calm with his hands behind his back, replied evenly. Enough, old man. No need for the drama. Qianqian tried to smooth things over, chuckled, and reminded them that the great competition was close. No harm in relaxing a bit, as long as they stayed alert. Jiang Chen simply covered his face with his hand, staying silent. Meanwhile, Xinhua waved goodbye to Xiaochan and smiled. Don't worry, she said playfully. Demon City is my domain. Nothing will happen to Jiang Chen while he's here. Jiang Chen glanced at her, still puzzled. You misunderstood, he said. He's not worried about me. He's worried about you. Do you get that? Xinhua froze. Her eyes went wide with surprise and confusion. She looked away, flustered, not knowing how to respond. Jiang Qin's mind spun with questions. Without saying another word, she stepped forward and slipped a ring onto Jiang Qin's finger. "This contains the divine and demonic blood of the gods," she said softly. "My great-grandfather wanted you to have it." Inside the ring was the entire inventory of the Jai family. "Please," she added, "accept it." Jiang Chun stared at her, smile tugging at his lips, eyes narrowing as he tried to make sense of it all. Jiang Chun stared at the ring on his finger, puzzled. Why was she being so generous? He turned to Xianyue and asked bluntly, "What's the catch? Why give me all this divine and demonic blood?" She clasped her hands together, her eyes steady and glowing with sincerity. "There's no condition," she said with a gentle smile. "My great-grandfather only said this. If you ever have children, they should take the Jiangchen surname. And if you have any extras, maybe let them take the Jai surname instead." Before Jiangchen could respond, she grabbed his hand and tugged him forward. "Come on, we'll talk later," she said, already pulling him along. "I want you to meet some new sisters I just made friends with." Jiangchen blinked, caught completely off guard. They headed toward a sleek car. Inside, seated calmly in the trunk area, was a stunning woman with a fox tail draped beside her. Xianyue turned to him, smiling. "This is Su Qianqian, the saint of the King Fox tribe from 10,000 B City," she said. "Her great-grandfather arranged for her to support you during the Great Tianyan tournament. She's promised to take very good care of you." Qianqian's eyes sparkled with warmth. "I've heard a lot about you," she said softly. "You're younger than I expected, and even more handsome." Jiang Chun scratched the back of his neck, giving her a nervous smile. Then it all clicked. That's why Xuanyue's been acting differently. She'd made friends with a fox. "All right, you two, get in the car," Xianyue said, opening the door with a grin. "And just so you know," she added, "Qianqian's already at the peak of the 6th level. She's not weaker than Fengyu and Wuji." She held up a finger playfully. "Everyone knows you're only at the 3rd level. Competing in the Tianyan tournament like that. Let's just say it's a bit of stretch. But hey, no pressure," she continued with a teasing smile. "If you can't win, we'll just take the loss and move on." Jiang Chun didn't reply. He stayed quiet. Qianqian smiled, brushing her tail lightly. "Let's head to the hotel first." Sliding into the car, Jiang Chun looked around, then asked curiously, "Why are we going to a hotel?" Xianyue instantly turned red. She looked away, flustered and silent. Qianqian spoke up smoothly. "We're heading for Pinglai Island, one of the 3 overseas islands." At that same moment, on a distant, scorched battlefield, Sebastian, the first celestial prodigy of the Divine Academy, stood waist-deep in lava. Burns streaked across his back, not from the molten rock, but from battle. Above him, a flock of monstrous bird-shaped beasts dove toward him, bloodlust in their eyes. Without hesitation, Sebastian turned. Raising his arms, he activated his secret power, Eye of the God of Fire. Lava surged upward, flowing straight into his eye socket. Then with a single burning gaze, he unleashed his technique, Fire of Purgatory. A searing beam of pure flame exploded from his eye, slicing the sky, and the beasts, clean in half. As the ashes settled, he stood tall, watching them fall. "One glance," he muttered, and a level 6 beast turns to dust. Still, he wasn't satisfied. Despite being in his second transformation, he was still only at level 6. The full power of the God of Fires, I was out of reach, for now. But even so, he was certain, for the Tianyan tournament, he would be ready. Sebastian clenched his fists, eyes blazing. The Fire God's eye, even in its incomplete state, was already a divine weapon. That alone was enough. And with it, he had only one goal in mind, Jiang Chen's head. From Daxia, and into his hands. At the heavily reinforced entrance of the War God Institute's gravity training room, now operating at 100x gravity, someone arrived. Inside, a fierce battle was underway. A towering rock monster swung its arm at a warrior, only for the figure to leap and dash across the creature's arm. With a burst of speed, she clenched her fist, then spun and delivered a devastating kick straight to its face. Her eyes lit up with furious focus. She channeled energy into her fist and then leapt again. This time, she fused her skill, Divine Hand, directly into her strike. Then came her technique, Mountain Collapsing Fist. One punch, a seismic shockwave shattered the monster into rubble. Breathing heavily, she dropped to the floor, hand on her waist, catching her breath. This was Ouyang Yi, the top prodigy of the War God Institute from the 3 overseas islands. Just then, the heavy door creaked open. A man dressed in gray entered, arms behind his back. "How's the synchronization with the Divine Hand coming?" he asked calmly. Hearing her master's voice, Ouyang immediately brought her hands together and bowed her head. She climbed onto a pile of rocks and replied sincerely, Synchronization is at 95%. Under regular conditions, I can use all my melee techniques flawlessly with the Divine Hand. But she added, there are still flaws with the 2 golden level skills. I haven't fully perfected the spiritual energy flow. Her master studied her quietly. He raised a hand and said, 95% is an extraordinary rate. You're still in a mortal body. Wielding the arm of a god with only 6 transfers? That alone is an incredible feat. Perfect mastery is unrealistic. Then he smiled as he stepped closer. With your current strength, not even a 7-transfer cultivator could take you in a straight fight. Still, she hesitated. Master, she asked, is it true? The rumor about someone in the sanctuary. A 6-transfer who can wield 3 divine parts. The master nodded. It's true, he said, and I don't think he's reached his limit yet. Ouyang listened, saying nothing more. Her master's eyes darkened as he recalled the figure. He's the first holy son of the sanctuary. The pride of the Flame Emperor. The most terrifying genius across all 3 islands. In Wuxia. He visualized In Wuxia sealed in divine magic. This time, the Flame Emperor sent him for one purpose only, to make the Daxia team break and kneel. He went on, the entire tournament will be broadcast live. I want to see the looks on their faces, the moment they realize who they're up against. October 24th, year 739. At Magic City Port, Jiang Chun finally arrived, escorted by guards. Joy gleamed in his eyes as he stepped forward. All around him, people waved banners and signs. Jiang Chen's name was everywhere, plastered across banners, signs, and shirts. His fan club was out in full force, proudly claiming he was the strongest of them all. With his legendary 9 miasma wings, they were convinced he'd wipe the floor with the 3 overseas islands. But not everyone was buying into the hype. Some fans pushed back, telling others to stop spouting nonsense. Jiang Chun, after all, was only in his 3rd transformation. His opponents? Already at the 5th or 6th. It wasn't about crushing anyone. It was about holding his own. Others chimed in, saying the Real win was just showing up. Why heap pressure on him for no reason? Jiang Chun heard all of this, and for a moment he looked lost. High above on the city wall stood Ji Xianyueyu's father alongside Xiao Chan. Watching the crowd, the elders spoke. You know, before the era of professional transformations, there was a phrase, top influencer or dominant figure. I never truly got it until now. Seeing Jiang Chun, I finally understand. Fans swarmed Jiang Chun, wrapping him in hugs. He tried to speak, but words failed him. The wave of attention left him stunned. From afar, Xiao Chan took it all in, quietly marveling. In all his years, he'd never seen anything like this. While he and Ji Lingxiu stood on the ship, Kaiken helped Jiang Chun climb aboard. The moment his feet hit the deck, he collapsed completely drained. Kaiken gently placed a hand on his back, trying to ease him. For Jiang Chun, this was more exhausting than any battle. Xiao Chan stared him down, scolding, you little brat. Acting all innocent now, after stealing the spotlight. Then Ji Lingxiu stepped forward, extending a hand with a confident grin. I searched everywhere, he said, and found the perfect teammates for you. Jiang Chun slowly got up and took a good look. Qian Qian quietly hid behind him as he stared at the newcomers. The man in glasses stepped up first. Mang Xingshan, head of Heian Academy, 6th-level practitioner, and the supreme sage of Confucianism and Taoism. A soft glow flickered around him as mystical circles formed at his sides. Adjusting his glasses, he grinned. Don't worry about being alone. The world already knows who you are. Next came the long-haired one, Jiang Chunmingqiu, the top prodigy of Wuhan, also 6th level. He held the supreme secret of tea. Energy pulsed around him as he gave a quiet, knowing smile. Qian leaned in and whispered, one to show off, the other super serious. Easy to tell apart. Jiang Chun chuckled. You know what? That actually helps a lot. He looked back at the two and bowed slightly. I'll be in your care. They smiled and nodded. We've got your back. Watching from the side, Xiao Chan and Ji Lingxiu looked at each other, clearly puzzled. Ji Lingxiu flopped onto a couch, casually resting his head on the armrest. Then he turned to Ji Xuanyu's father, Hong Yin, and said calmly, mind explaining the competition rules? Hong Yin nodded, lifted his hand, and a magical hologram lit up the space before them. The battle will take place on a small island between Demon City and the 3 overseas territories. It's called Tanion Island, and that's where the Tanion Grand Tournament will begin. Everyone turned their attention to the hologram, eyes locked in silence. A serious tone settled as the details of the competition began to unfold. The first round, Hong Yin began, is the Void God ranking qualifier. This system was created by the 3 overseas islands. He explained that the Void God realm was formed from the spiritual sea of a 9th-level demonic whale's consciousness. Within it, no external forces were allowed, no equipment, no power boost, no enhancements of any kind. Everything came down to personal skill alone. The Void God ranking was an individual trial. Each participant had to clear 5 stages and defeat 6 generals. Your position on the ranking would depend entirely on how fast you completed it. Those 5 stages? They were built to test your core attributes: strength, speed, constitution, endurance, and spirit. Nothing flashy, just raw, fundamental power. Ji Lingxiu raised a hand and smiled. When we say defeat the 6 generals, we mean exactly that. 6 androids guard the gate. You beat them, you move on. He added that in this first round, everyone would go in alone. No interference, no team-ups, just you and the challenge. Out of 100 total participants, only the top 50 would advance. They all sat down in front of the glowing hologram, eyes sharp with new resolve. Hong Yin continued. Those who pass will move on to round 2, fought within a secret realm provided by our great Xia. He paused. Details will come later, but know this: the number of qualifiers from round 1 will directly impact your advantages in round 2. So take this seriously. With that, he pointed to the glowing portal high in the sky. A shimmering curtain of water flowed from it. This, he said, is your broadcast feed. Everything you do will be shown live. So if you win, win with pride. And if you lose, do it with dignity. Then he turned toward Fengyun Wuji. You're the captain of this team. That's no small job. His voice softened. Technically, Jiang Qin's level isn't high enough to enter this tournament. But as the Sea Protector King, his absence would be impossible to explain. He looked at the others. That's why I need all of you to watch his back. Think of him as your lucky charm. Support him. Protect him. Qian reached out and playfully poked Jiang Qin's cheek with a grin. Jiang Qin blinked, caught off guard. Fengyun Wuji stood tall and gave a firm nod, ready to lead. Jiang Qin stared at them, puzzled. Were they seriously treating him like a pet? Did he have no pride left? But then, he realized they meant well. Their concern was real. He smiled. As Qian continued to mess with his cheek, Hong Yin reassured the group. The first round shouldn't be too big of an issue. As for round 2, which allows for open combat, I don't expect major trouble either. Xiao Chan stepped closer to Jiang Qin, eyes locked on him. Still, for you, that first round might be rough. The Void God realm isn't rich in elemental particles. Your thunder-based powers might not work the way you're used to. Jiang Qin's eyes locked onto his master. Calm and confident, he reassured him, don't worry. I just need to make it through the first round. That's all I'm aiming for. The moment had come. The ship pushed off and began cutting across the sea. Jiang Qin glanced up and was stunned. This warship was massive, even more impressive than the one they'd captured in their previous battle. Xiao Chan caught his reaction and nodded with pride. It should be. This one's a level 3 divine weapon. Their destination, Tan Island. As the ship soared forward, conversations broke out all around. The mood was high. Everyone was sure Daisy would come out on top. After several hours, the island finally came into view. The terrain was beautiful, and rows of stone seats waited, ready for the arriving warriors. Qian took a seat first. As Jiang Qin moved to sit down, he looked around with curiosity. Turning to Hong Yin, he asked, "Is this a chessboard? It looks incredible." Hong Yin, lounging with arms and legs crossed, replied, "This is the Board of Stars. It's a first-level divine weapon, mostly for show. Not much practical use. At best, it might trap someone." Just then, a woman with long purple hair stepped forward, holding a tray of badges. With a polite smile, she explained, "These are your identity tokens for the Void God realm. Take yours based on your name, and keep it in your hand." Jiang Qin picked one up, eyeing it with interest. Then he turned to Qian and asked, "So, the others haven't shown up yet?" She grinned. "What's the rush? We've still got 10 minutes." As if on cue, a group of warriors descended from the sky, landing on Tan Island in full view. Their gaze went straight to Jiang Qin. Among them was Yin Wuxia. Van Gongyan shot up from his chair, fuming. Who are they trying to fool? What's the joke? Using a magical treasure just to make a flashy entrance. With arms folded, Ding Chunqiu calmly told him to stop making a scene. Fengyun Wuji's eyes narrowed. He could sense it, an intense pressure coming off of them. At least 5 were carrying divine parts. And Yin Wuxia? He had 3. Van Gongyan slumped back into his seat, still seething. Arrogant bastards, not even trying to hide their strength. Ding Chunqiu stayed silent. Fengyun Wuji leaned toward her. "The first round will be fine, but I need you to find me after it ends. We'll talk then." Meanwhile, Qian licked her lips playfully. "That big idiot from the Magic Institute. The one fused with the Eye of God? I've got a 50-50 shot against him." Mang Xingchan watched their opponents carefully. With a calm voice, he said, "Leave the one from the 5 Elements Institute to me. I might not beat him, but I can keep him busy." Beside him, Jiang Qin Mingqiu adjusted his glasses with confidence. "I'll handle the beauty from the Academy of the God of War." With a smug grin, Jiang Qin Mingqiu added, "When the time comes, I'll teach her how to recite poetry mouth to mouth." Fengyun Wuji's eyes lit up, not with amusement but fury. He turned to Jiang Chun and said seriously, "If you ever come face to face with Yin Wuxia, don't try anything. Just surrender. Get out of there." Jiang Chun blinked in disbelief. If even Fengyan Wuji wasn't confident, what kind of monster was this guy? Meanwhile, Yin Wuxia's twisted smirk widened. He pointed to himself with a slow, deliberate motion, then to Jiang Chun and Fengyan Wuji. His meaning was crystal clear. Both of them were as good as dead. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes and gave a bold thumbs down. "Are these guys really that terrifying?" he asked, smirking. "I'd better memorize every one of their faces, just in case I forget to finish one off." Suddenly, the sky split open. A swirling red portal appeared above them. As the crowd stared in confusion, someone muttered, "So many old friends. Seems like it's time for a proper reunion." All eyes locked onto the portal. From it stepped a man with a ponytail, smiling as if returning to an old neighborhood. It had been years. His name was Yang Ming, the traitor of Daxia. Ji Xinghuis's father immediately stood and unleashed a surge of energy from his hand, ready for battle. Ji Lingqiu unsheathed his sword, eyes like steel, locking onto Yang Ming. The moment his identity was clear, the crowd buzzed. So, he really had been hiding on the overseas islands all these years. "You're going to die today," someone called out. Xiaochan didn't hesitate. Sword in hand, he declared coldly, "Don't bother. I'll handle him myself, with one strike." Behind Yang Ming, a glowing system window began to materialize. He raised his hand and chuckled. "No need to get worked up. If you want to catch up with me, do it after the tournament." His smile turned razor sharp. "If you win the grand tournament," he said, "I'll accept my death. No arguments." The system interface fully took form. Yang Ming pointed at it. "This is the virtual god ranking. Through it, everyone will see the first round play out live." He paused, then delivered the catch. "No one is allowed to quit midway. Once it begins, you either pass or die. There is no time limit," he clarified, "but the last 50 ranked participants? They'd be eliminated. No exceptions." Xiaochan's face went pale. His eyes widened, jaw clenched. "Wait, they never said anything about no early withdrawals," he muttered. Did they plan this just to trap Jiang Chun? He began to panic. With no outside support allowed in the Void God realm, Jiang Chun could be in real danger. Maybe it was best to pull him out now. But Ji Lingqiu turned to him, calm as ever. If he withdraws before it starts, Daxia's morale and reputation will take a massive hit. Xiaochan clenched his fists, torn between reason and instinct. Then, eyes burning with worry, he moved toward Jiang Chun. "I don't care about morale. My disciple's life means more than anything." Seeing Xiaochan step forward, the others followed. He was right. What mattered most now was Jiang Chen's safety. Suddenly, a timer lit up above the arena. 9 seconds left. Hovering in the air with a wicked grin, Yang Ming pointed at the countdown. "Better get ready," he said. "The divine virtual realm is about to open." The numbers ticked down. Xiaochan rushed to Jiang Chen's seat. His face was tight with worry. "Take off the teleportation ring," he urged. "We're pulling out." Jiang Chun sat still, arms crossed, staring at the floor. Then he slowly lifted his head, eyes burning with resolve. "If I leave now," he said, "Daxia loses everything, and we can forget about reclaiming the overseas islands." The teleportation ring began to activate. Xiaochan placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "If you don't leave now, it'll be too late." But Jiang Chun just closed his eyes and said nothing. In a flash, the portal swallowed him whole. From across the sky, Xiaochan reached out desperately. His heart pounded. There was nothing he could do now. Yang Ming floated above it all, watching like a god. Xiaochan turned away from the portal, fists clenched in rage. "If anything happens to him," his voice trembled, "I swear I'll spill blood across all 3 islands." Ji Xinghuis's father stepped beside him. Calm and steady, he placed a hand on his arm. "Let it go. Fear only clouds the mind. At this point, all we can do is wait. Who knows? Jiang Chun might surprise us all." Inside the divine realm, Jiang Chun appeared before a colossal stone door, a glowing symbol carved deep into its center. He stared at it, puzzled. A system notification appeared. First trial, outer exam. Break through 50 stone doors to escape the corridor. Simple and brutal. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He tightened his fist, and flames erupted around it. "Let's go," he muttered. With a leap, he launched forward and struck the first door with everything he had. Invincible divine fist. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone. But then, they started to vanish. The door was healing. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. It can regenerate? No time to hesitate. He struck again, faster, harder. His plan was clear now. Break it before it could repair itself. Boom! The first door exploded into rubble. Moving on, Jiang Chun paused before the second door. This one was different. More intricate carvings, stronger aura. He studied the symbol. These are going to get harder. It dawned on him. The door's strength matched the level of 5th and 6th transformation cultivators. His eyes narrowed. He gathered thunder in his fist. The energy in this realm was thin, but not gone. Sparks lit up around him. He lunged forward. Invincible thunder fist. A blinding strike smashed the second door clean through. Without hesitation, he spun, raised his arm again, and unleashed a bolt of thunder. Jiang Chun crushed through the third stone door without much effort. Seeing that his plan was working, a spark of satisfaction lit up in his eyes. Still, he knew brute force alone wouldn't cut it for long. He placed a hand on the fourth door, eyes narrowing in thought. If he relied only on power and instinct, he'd fall behind the fifth and sixth transformation cultivators in no time. He needed precision, a strategy. Earlier, he'd noticed something. When he struck different parts of the door, the inscriptions glowed at varying intensities. The dimmer the glow, the weaker the structure. That had to be it. He decided to analyze each door, searching for a pattern or weak point. Sharpen the axe before chopping the wood, he reminded himself. If he was right, the technique could save time and energy. Meanwhile, the leaderboard appeared on the system window. At the very top was Yin Wuxia from the 3 overseas islands, already clearing door 17. Close behind were Yang, Yi, and Zhu Beishan, both also from the islands, sitting at door 15. Daxiao's best performer, Feng Yunwuji, held 4th place with 13 doors cleared. Su Qianqian trailed in 10th, having broken through 11. But the very bottom, ranked 100th, was Jiang Chun. Only 3 doors completed. The room tensed. With only 2 Daxia representatives in the top 10, the situation didn't look good. Su Qianqian pointed toward the display, frowning. This isn't fair, he said flatly. No one can use outside support. But divine classes? They're allowed. Zhak Xuanyu's father, arms folded, explained, if a divine class can be fused into the body, it's considered part of the individual. There's no rule against it. He added, unfortunately, that puts Jiang Chun at a disadvantage in this round. The elders from the 3 islands burst out laughing. Seeing Jiang Chun dead last, they mocked Yinzan for ever being worried about him. Across from them, Yang Ming sat silently. Then he clasped his hands and spoke, cold and calm. As the saying goes, caution keeps a ship afloat for 1,000 years. His gaze hardened. Yinzan is the wisest man in the world. Just because Jiang Chen's in last place doesn't mean those concerns were wrong. The laughter died instantly. The elders lowered their heads in shame, realizing how foolish they'd sounded. Suddenly, the system projection zoomed in on Jiang Chun, still standing before the next door. Spectators looked on, puzzled. He had breezed through the first 2. Why was he stuck now? Some guessed he wasn't actually stuck. He was simply thinking, looking for the best way forward. Ji Lingxiu watched the screen closely. He's improving fast, he said, though his tone was measured. But the gap between him and the others, it's still pretty wide. Xiao Chan, face filled with concern, replied softly, that doesn't matter. I don't care if he finishes last. As long as he makes it out alive, that's all that counts. Ji Lingxiu blinked, stunned at Xiao Chan's words. He hadn't expected that level of worry from the normally stern master. Elsewhere in the realm, other geniuses were beginning to reveal themselves. On the leaderboard, positions 19 through 22 were held by members of the human dragon race. Unlike Jiang Chun, who was meticulously analyzing each door, these talents moved slowly, casually, even only striking once they reached a door. No one could quite figure out why they were holding back. Then, without warning, the top prodigy of the human dragon race, Ao Kuan, sprang into motion. A surge of raw power erupted from his body. With confident eyes and immense force, he hurled himself at the stone door ahead. It shattered instantly. That was the signal. The others followed suit, picking up their pace and quickly climbing the rankings. Ao Kuan smashed through the stone doors like they were nothing more than dry leaves. Though not in the top ranks yet, his momentum was undeniable. He was quickly closing in on the top 10. By the time the system refreshed, Ao Kuan had reached stone door number 23, putting him in 11th place. Close behind him was Alcan, now in 13th after clearing his 21st door. Zhak Xuanyu's father stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes dark with realization. In less than 2 minutes, he muttered, he's already overtaken Feng Yunwuji. Even Xiao Chan blinked in disbelief, stunned by how quickly Ao Kuan was rising. Ji Lingxiu, arms crossed, said nothing, his silence louder than any words. Then, all eyes turned back to Jiang Chen's screen. Nothing but trails of lightning. Everyone stared, confused. Where had he gone? Suddenly, boom, a flash of thunder lit up the system feed as Jiang Chun shattered another stone door with ease. His fist crackled with electricity. The elders watched closely. Thunder energy wasn't abundant here. Not nearly enough to break through a stone door in one hit. Something else had to be going on. Was this a thunder displacement technique? The leaderboard updated. Jiang Chun moved from rank 51 to 49. He'd passed door 19. Ziku and Yu's father tapped Xiao Chan's shoulder. Look again. Xiao Chan blinked and looked up. His jaw dropped, and then a smile spread across his face. Jiang Chun was climbing. Fast. He was in the top 50 and still rising. Within moments, Jiang Chun reached position 30. Walking down the corridor, he rubbed his wrist. The doors were getting harder. Each one drained more energy. He realized something. This pace wasn't sustainable. He could push through, but not for long. And using his ancient god essence? That would leave him unconscious for a week. Not an option. If only I could merge with the red armored beetle colossus particles, he thought. That would help. But that wasn't possible here. Then, suddenly, he heard a voice. One of his mother insects was reaching out. His eyes widened. Xiaochan. He hadn't expected her to contact him in this realm. It shouldn't have even been possible. But high above, sitting atop the branches of the ancestral tree, Xiaochan extended her hand with a puzzled expression. Don't joke around, she said gently. My essence is made of light and time. No realm can limit me. She paused, then dropped the real revelation. I've discovered something. The divine classes your enemies have fused with their bodies? They can be used here. Jiang Chen's eyes went wide. He appeared inside his sea of consciousness. His mind raced. How could he forget something like that? Divine classes, if fully merged without passing through an external channel, could indeed function in this realm. Xiaochan slowly descended from the tree, nodding calmly. Xiaochan calmly explained, the red armored beetle colossus can't manifest physically in this realm, but that doesn't mean it can't fuse with you. She added with a smirk. Honestly, the only thing in here that can truly be restricted is your 9 miasma wings. Jiang Chun ran a hand through his hair. Then his eyes lit up, followed by a grin. He gave the command. Fuse all the red armored beetles into my body. But Xiaojia, who was nearby adjusting his glasses, shook his head. Sorry, I'm busy studying right now. No time. Jiang Chun blinked. What? Xiaojia was seated on a branch, calmly flipping through a book. Jiang Chun stared, utterly confused. When did this little guy even get all that stuff? Adjusting his glasses again, Xiaojia muttered, Last time I saw you, the other kids were heading off to school. Jiang Chun stepped forward, placed his hands firmly on Xiaojia's shoulders, and spoke evenly. We don't have time for this. He leaned in. Start the fusion now. And when this is all over, I'll take you to school myself. Xiaojia's eyes widened at the promise. Cut the chatter, Jiang Chun said, or I'll use the insect race's family discipline on you. That did the trick. With a dramatic sigh, Xiaojia finally agreed. The fusion began. All 6 million red armored beetles were absorbed directly into Jiang Chen's body. Red energy began to pulse from his skin. His fist clenched tightly as a crimson aura flared around him. He could feel the power rising, violent, raw, unstoppable. His eyes narrowed. His body tensed. If just a few hundred beetles let me unlock the nervous network of the ancient god, he thought, then with 6 million, these stone doors are nothing. Focused and calm, Jiang Chun raised his arm and summoned his strength. Dominant, divine fist of the heaven of the prison. A surge of red power exploded from his fist. Then, boom, the stone doors shattered like glass under his strikes. One after another, they crumbled like paper before him. Back in the system's control center, the virtual god ranking updated. First place, Jiang Chun of Daxia. He had finished the strength test and already moved into the next phase, the speed trial. In second place was Yin Wui from the 3 overseas islands, stuck at stone door 50. Behind him came Jian Jiang at door 47, O Yanging at 46, and Shambadai at 45. Sixth place was held by Fengyan Wuji of Daxia, also at 45. All eyes locked onto the ranking board. Gasps filled the room. Jaws dropped. Whispers turned into stunned silence. Jiang Chun had completed the entire strength test in just 1 second. Unbelievable. Xuan Yu's father stood frozen, eyes wide, speechless. He turned to Xiaochan, completely baffled. How is this even possible? Just a few months ago, in the Abyss trial, he was nowhere near this level. Xiaochan couldn't respond. His expression was just as shocked. Off to the side, Jilingxiu said nothing. He simply watched the board, his eyes locked on Jiang Chen's name. Meanwhile, the elders from the 3 overseas islands were left in a stunned daze. Their jaws hung open. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Jiang Chun, someone they had dismissed, had just knocked Zubitin, one of their top contenders from the Institute of Magic and Divinity, down to 5th place. As soon as Jiang Chun shot to the top of the rankings, accusations erupted. He's cheating, one elder shouted. No way he did that clean. He must have taken something. But while suspicion spread like wildfire, Yang Ming just sat back and smiled, visibly amused, and maybe a little excited. Inside the realm, Jiang Chun had entered a massive hall filled with towering stone pillars. Each one pulsed with glowing runes. Just as he was taking it all in, a system window appeared. Second trial initiated. Speed test. The rules were clear. Option 1. Stand still and endure the barrage for 3 minutes. Take more than 3 hits, and you're out. Option 2. Navigate the labyrinth and find the exit. 5 hits max. And one final rule. Destroy even a single pillar and you're immediately disqualified. Jiang Chun frowned. Sword waves in a maze? Twisted design, he muttered. But honestly, he sounds like a gift. He activated Void Eye. His vision instantly expanded, revealing the full map of the labyrinth. The pillars lit up, releasing a cascade of glowing sword waves. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he activated his Thunderclass, electricity crackling through the air as he launched himself forward at full speed. Shirao Jiang, he called out calmly, give me a 3-second future scan. Inside his sea of consciousness, Shirao Jiang closed her eyes, placed a hand to her chest, and summoned her power. Insects flowed from her form like stardust. Thanks to her Chujiang insects, Jiang Chun could now see 3 seconds into the future. With a calm grin, he dashed through the waves like it was a playground. Every blast missed. Every turn, perfect. As long as he had Shirao Jiang's ability, no attack could touch him. He became lightning itself, gliding through the maze, reacting before anything even happened. Then, just like that, the virtual god ranking updated again. Jiang Chun of Daxia has completed the speed test. Now entering. Trial 3, Constitution. The entire audience froze. He'd passed the second test in 1 second. Impossible. Everyone knew that the maze reset for each individual. There were no shortcuts. The director of the Three Islands Institute of Engineering stood up, jaw slack, utterly stunned. Even he didn't know the way out of the maze, and he built the system. As murmurs grew louder, several elders from the islands stormed over to Yang Ming. This is cheating, one of them demanded. He must be suspended for a full investigation. Yang Ming remained silent, staring down at the floor without a word. That's when Gu stood. He pointed directly at the accusing elders, face steady and bold. You're just mad he's better. He kept going. Let's not forget, you're the ones who designed this exam. You set the rules. You control the system. And now that one of our own is breaking your expectations, you're crying foul. The elders flinched. One of them stepped forward, eyes burning with fury. Watch your mouth. Jiang Chun is only in his 3rd transformation. There's no way he did this without cheating. Gu's gaze snapped to him, sharp, unflinching. His anger began to rise. Gu stood his ground and stared coldly at the elder. 8 transformations, and still spouting nonsense, he scoffed. Tell me, does someone that impure even deserve to call himself an elder of the Divine Warriors Institute? The elder's expression darkened. And you, he added, you know I'm a pillar of Daxia, and yet you still question my dignity? His rage was barely contained. Then, with a bold smirk, Gu slid into his seat and casually flipped them the middle finger. He'd had enough of their baiting. To think you've been the lapdogs of the immortal and marine races for so long, he muttered. It's no wonder your minds have rotted. The elder's eyes lit with fury. One of them jabbed a finger toward Gu, ready to retaliate. But before the conflict could explode, Yang Ming finally stood up. He raised his hand. Enough. His voice silenced the chaos. As acting referee for this round, he said, I'm ordering a pause in the competition to investigate suspicions surrounding Jiang Chun. Gu's eyes narrowed. Fury exploded through his veins. He stood once more, golden energy pouring off his body. In a flash, he drew his sword and unleashed a powerful energy slash aimed directly at the elder. But the elder was quick. With a steely expression, he raised his hand and countered with his own wave of energy. Seeking death, are we? The clash was seconds away from erupting, until a wave of power surged between them. Everyone froze. A massive burst of energy had cut clean through the center of the arena, halting both attacks mid-air. Eyes shifted toward the source. Ji Lingqiu had arrived. Calmly, he tossed a wooden log to the ground, took a seat, and said plainly, clear the area. I'm drinking tea. Don't interrupt. The arena fell silent. All eyes locked onto him in stunned silence as he lifted a cup to his lips and began sipping. Yang Ming grit his teeth. Rage flared behind his eyes. Are you trying to set a trap, Ji Lingqiu? Is that what this is? But Ji Lingqiu didn't flinch. With a single flick of his power, Yang Ming was blasted backward, sent flying straight into his seat. Still sipping tea, Ji Lingqiu said coolly, you don't belong at this table. Flies should stay in their place. The impact left the elders frozen in disbelief. What had just happened? Suddenly, a voice echoed inside Yang Ming's mind. Calm. Steady. Don't do anything rash. It was Prince Jiang Chun. Yang Ming furrowed his brows. Why was the prince trying to stop him now? Was he really suggesting they sit back and let Jiang Chun run ahead, especially when this entire round was taking place on their turf? But Jiang Chen's voice remained composed. Yang Ming's aggressive, I'll admit, but he doesn't know how to keep calm. This is only the second trial. No need to panic. Elsewhere in the realm, Jiang Chun continued walking with casual curiosity, unaware of the uproar outside. Prince Jiang Chun continued. He's just having his moment. That's all it is. If we're going to eliminate him, we'll do it in the stage of the 6 generals. That's the real test. That's where we strike. He paused. If we lose our grip now, it'll be hard to justify the rest of our plan. Yang Ming remained silent, but a question gnawed at the back of his mind. What exactly is this elimination of the 6 generals? It finally became clear what Prince Jiangchun had meant earlier. Ji Lingxiu, watching from the sidelines, called out to both him and Yang Ming. Come, he said calmly. Let's talk. He'd heard the name Jiang Chun countless times, but had never seen the man in person. Both Jiang Chun and Yang Ming turned to him, their expressions marked by surprise and uncertainty. From a swirling portal, Prince Jiang Chun emerged, hands clasped behind his back. A subtle joy lit his face when he noticed the tea set Ji Lingxiu had prepared. With a small smile, Jiang Chun joined him and took a seat. Ji Lingxiu studied him in silence. To see the real Jiang Chun, it felt like a legend from 4 centuries ago had come alive. In his mind, he thought, if the human emperor were still alive, Daxiao might have become a glorious empire. But Jiang Chun's expression turned sharp. Glory, he said, to me, that means destruction. Any nation obsessed with war is bound to fall. And Daxiao's no different. He didn't hold back. You cling to the past. You cry for the emperor like dogs who lost their master. You've forgotten your ancestors' teachings. Ji Lingxiu remained calm, eyes drifting down to the cup in his hand. He smiled. Maybe the emperor loved war, he said, because his knees refused to bend. To be destroyed while standing is better than living on your knees. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh, he replied with a grin. Are you challenging me to a debate? Ji Lingxiu placed the teacup gently on the wooden log. With that same serene smile, he shook his head. Not at all. I only invited you here to make sure the young ones get a fair fight. Meanwhile, deep in the virtual realm, Jiang Chun looked up at the ceiling in silence, lost in thought. Nearby, Jai announced, by the time it takes to finish a single cup of tea, Jiang Chen's already cleared the 3rd trial, physical constitution. Ian Wookiee's just now finishing the 2nd. Even Prince Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. A slow smile spread across his face as he rested his chin on his hand. Impressive. A real prodigy has finally emerged in Daxia. But a quiet thought remained. Could someone like Jiang Chun really endure what came next? Ji Lingxiu didn't flinch. He lifted his cup again and said, don't worry. There will be no traitors rising from Daxia this time. Jiang Chun had now entered the 4th of 5 trials, the endurance test. His objective, survive the worm and reach the exit. A warning flashed before him. Halfway through, the worm would compress its body at random intervals. He was not allowed to destroy it. Only endurance was permitted. Suddenly, the sky split open. A massive worm descended toward him, casting a shadow across the ground. Jiang Chun watched carefully. Thunder elements in the realm were vanishing. At this rate, even a full-powered lightning strike might not be enough to push through. Still, he remained composed. Yes, his prison overlord body could protect him, but activating it might damage the pathway. And if he held back too much, he'd be reduced to pulp. This trial, by far, was the most brutal. He raised his hand. No hesitation. It was time to use his main class. Skill activated, growth of all. From the ground, a massive root burst forth. Jiang Chun had summoned it through his growth of all ability. Without hesitation, the roots surged upward, plunging into the worm's open maw. Then, Jiang Chun followed. Activating his lightning skill, he stepped into the beast's mouth and placed a hand on the root, using it as a guide. But suddenly, his eyes widened. The skill had ended. He needed more energy to activate it again, and right now, he was running low. Inside the worm, razor-sharp teeth started tearing into the root, inching closer to him. The pressure was building. Jiang Chen's heart pounded. He could feel the worm compressing itself around him. The walls were closing in, and the teeth were almost at his arm. He didn't have much time. Eyes flashing with urgency, he extended both hands and summoned a vine upward. As the worm's mouth continued to close around him, he started climbing, fast. But it wasn't enough. One of the worm's massive fangs was about to sink into his flesh. Panic struck for a split second, but Jiang Chun made his move. With no other option, he called on lightning one more time. In an instant, his body transformed into thunder. Crack! He shot out of the worm's mouth and crashed onto solid ground. He stood slowly, breathing hard. Then, before him, a shining door emerged. The 5th trial, mental resistance. To complete it, he had to endure a series of mental attacks and reach the exit without breaking. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and studied the area ahead. A calm smile formed on his face. He reached over, placed his hand on his shoulder, and whispered encouragement. Not to himself, but to the ancestral tree residing within him. This one's yours, he said softly. Our next target is right in front of us. It was daytime in the land of Daxia. High in the mountains stood Mount Cland, a special place where Daxia's power began. It was beautiful and separate from Daxia's 8 main war zones. Deep inside the mountain was the entrance to vast underground caves. Nearby was Panga City. Standing on top of a temple in the city, the great dreamer stretched out her hands. Her eyes glowed brightly as she concentrated. A symbol appeared on her forehead. High in the sky above her, a large portal opened. Bursts of powerful energy rained down from it. She turned to Lord Fong, who stood not far away. Lord Fong, she announced, the barrier blocking heavenly secrets is now covering the entire city. Her expression was calm. The city is completely hidden now. No one can spy on us using any ability. We are safe. Lord Fong, the guardian of the cave entrance, turned towards her. His face was calm and serious. He nodded his head in agreement. Welcome, he said firmly, to the god-slaying army. As he spoke, a large red portal swirled open nearby. From it, row upon row of knights on horseback rode out. They were the god-slaying army. They streamed steadily from the portal and into the city. The great dreamer watched them carefully. She noticed something. Individually, these knights don't seem that special, she thought. But together, their formation is incredibly strong. She could feel their combined power pushing against the barrier she had just created. This is the true spirit of the army, she realized. Old Jiang has truly forged the god-slaying army into something remarkable. Just then, Jiang appeared behind her. His arms were crossed, and powerful golden energy radiated from his body. He looked pleased. Hearing her praise was a great honor for him. Hearing him, the great dreamer turned around. Don't get too proud, she said directly. Why is the god-slaying army here? Aren't they supposed to be guarding the cave entrance? You brought half of them back. She looked at him intently. Do you plan to attack the 3 islands? He met her gaze calmly. I did have that thought, he admitted. But that's not the most important thing right now. Protecting Jiangchun is our main concern. His expression grew serious. I feel something big is about to happen. The great dreamer looked curious. Oh, he pictured the young man, Jiangchun, in his mind. He saw him surrounded by countless tiny insects. Jiangchun's 9-winged fog, he revealed. It has already reproduced, exceeding 10 billion insects. The great dreamer's eyes widened in surprise. 10 billion? Jiang never told me this. Don't blame Jiang, he said quickly. I told him not to tell you. He looked straight at her. After all, not everyone can act well or keep secrets. Only someone who genuinely doesn't know something can hide the truth perfectly. The great dreamer put her hand on her hip. She thought for a moment, then nodded sincerely. You're right. Neither Master Gui nor Sayo are good at keeping secrets. She looked back at he. So, is this the big thing you felt coming? His eyes glowed with intensity. On the side of the underground caves, he explained, an ancient being has awakened. It might have sensed Jiang Chen's power. This entity has ordered Jiang Chen's elimination, no matter the cost. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. The ancient demon races, the immortal races, the dragons, the beast clans, they've all put aside their differences. They've united unusually. They've given us an ultimatum. His voice was grave. If we don't hand over Jiangchun within 3 months, all 10,000 races will attack Daxia together. The great dreamer's eyes widened again, this time in shock. But her expression quickly hardened into fierce resolve. No matter how many come, she declared, her voice sharp, I will kill them all. He shook his head slightly. He pictured Little Nine, Jiang Chen's fog. This time is different, he said. Our enemies could have waited the full 3 months until the heavenly path seal lifts. But they are impatient. Why? Because of the 9-winged fog. He looked at her meaningfully. That fog is far more terrifying than they ever imagined. When it grows beyond a certain point, it evolves. It becomes the 9 abysses. He leaned closer. And it seems those ancient beings fear the 9 abysses deeply. Understanding dawned on the great dreamer's face, mixed with concern. So, you mean Jiang Chun, while on the 3 islands this time, he might actually encounter those ancient beings? He closed his eyes briefly. He walked past her, then nodded. Yes, but, he added, turning back slightly, we still have time. Just then, rain began to fall. Gentle drops pattered on the temple roof and the stones of the city. He lifted his hand, gently placing it over the great dreamer's head, shielding her slightly from the rain. Don't sleep so much from now on, he advised softly. His tone was caring but firm. Look more at the lands of Daxia. Travel more, and... Jiangchun took a moment to appreciate the time spent with his daughter. He truly valued it. An old saying echoed in his mind. At 3 years old, a daughter was worth a bar of gold. At 30, she'd be worth a kingdom. At 300, she'd be worth an immortality potion. The thought warmed him briefly. Back inside the virtual challenge realm, Jiang scanned his surroundings, the environment shimmering with unstable energy. Then, the system's voice boomed, announcing the fifth test. Mental evaluation. The rule was straightforward. Resist the mental attacks within the designated area and reach the exit. That was all. Zhang's eyes widened slightly, but his expression radiated confidence. This should be manageable, he thought internally. He wasn't worried at all. Losing the ancestral tree's direct help might be inconvenient, but he felt certain it wouldn't hinder him significantly. This test seemed easy to him. Just then, the air before him rippled violently. A huge, grotesque monster materialized, blocking his path. Its eyes glowed with a palpable evil intent. It threw its head back and roared, a sound meant to shatter nerves and instill terror. Jiang stayed perfectly calm, his body relaxed. Inside the shared space of his mind, Xiaochan reacted differently. She instinctively hugged the old tree tightly, her small form trembling. It's scary, she thought desperately, silently pleading with the tree to destroy the terrifying beast. Outside, in the physical space of the trial, Jiang simply raised his hand and covered one side of his face, leaving one eye exposed. He stared hard at the monstrous illusion. His exposed eye began to glow with an intense, deep red light. He focused his formidable mental power. A powerful beam of crimson energy lanced from his eye. It struck the monster and passed straight through its illusory body as if it were made of smoke. The beast dissolved instantly, utterly overwhelmed and vanishing without a trace. It was no match for his focused will. Watching this display through the viewing portal, Xishuanyu's father abruptly stood up from his seat. His eyes shone with unmistakable joy and pride. Beside him, Master Gu clenched his fist tightly, a broad smile breaking across his face, feeling intensely happy and relieved. They exchanged a glance, both struggling to believe Jiang Chun had passed yet another test within mere seconds. The display clearly showed he was now a solid 5 minutes ahead of the second-place contender. The atmosphere was different among the elders from the three islands. They felt furious, their faces darkening. They clenched their jaws tightly, grinding their teeth in frustration. This is impossible, one thought vehemently. Even a cultivator specializing purely in mental powers couldn't dismantle an attack that quickly. They silently agreed amongst themselves. Jiang Chun must be cheating somehow. There was no other explanation. Nearby, Ji Lingxiu sat with his head resting heavily on his fist, looking bored. He noticed a tiny mosquito land clumsily on the surface of his expensive, fragrant tea. Disgust twisted his features. With a flick of irritation, he deliberately knocked the cup over, spilling the precious liquid onto the polished table. The prince, seated close by, noticed the deliberate action. He stared at Ji Lingxiu, a flicker of confusion crossing his composed features. Was the tea not to your liking? The prince inquired smoothly, his tone neutral. Ji Lingxiu didn't answer directly. He simply reached out his hand in a dismissive gesture. Perhaps my eyesight fails me, he admitted dryly, his voice flat. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. You are correct, Prince. With esteemed company, such as yours present, no mere fly would dare intrude upon this moment. Yang Ming then leaned closer to the prince, genuine fear showing in his eyes. Jiang Chun has far surpassed the holy prince's time, he whispered urgently. The gap widens. Are you absolutely certain your plan will work? Are you sure you can kill him in the six-cut stage? The doubt was evident in his voice. The prince's calm facade cracked instantly. Anger flashed across his face at being questioned so directly. Yang Ming immediately dropped to his knees on the floor. Please calm your anger. Your Highness, he begged, his voice tight with apprehension. I meant no disrespect. The prince visibly forced himself to relax, the anger receding. He didn't understand Yang Ming's sudden haste. The 5 trials, he explained patiently, his voice regaining its controlled calm, are not truly about combat lethality. They test endurance, mental fortitude, elemental affinity. With the aid of potent, lucky medicines or unique artifacts, even a mediocre cultivator can scrape through. But the 6 cuts, he paused for emphasis, are entirely different. He continued, outlining the brutal reality. Jiang Chun is only a 3-transformation warrior. He will face 6 attackers simultaneously, each possessing the strength of a 6-transformation level fighter. He must rely solely on his physical body and innate techniques within the virtual space. No external aids. Defending against 6 attackers of that caliber, with just his physical form? That borders on the impossible. The prince revealed the core of his strategy. Among the 6 attackers Jiang will face, I have personally concealed one who is not a simulation. He is a divine spirit warrior, loyal. Jiang watched the knights carefully. He realized they were strong warriors, known as warriors of 6 transformations. Using Xiaochan's power to see a few seconds into the future, he jumped sideways. He barely dodged their attack. The knights attacked again immediately. This time, Jiang jumped high into the air. From above, he saw clearly that 3 knights carried swords. His eyes focused intently. He clenched his fist tightly. He decided to use his strongest defense, the divine elephant body technique. Jiang landed hard on the ground. He slammed his fist down with full force. The impact crushed one knight instantly. Another knight tried to sneak attack him from behind, but Jiang was ready. He moved quickly to the side. He grabbed the knight's spear. With a powerful twist, Jiang snapped the spear in half. Before the surprised knight could react, Jiang drove his knee hard into the knight's face. The force sent the knight flying backwards. He landed right in a strange red liquid nearby. The liquid started burning the knight's body immediately. He screamed and twisted in terrible pain. 2 more knights began charging straight at Jiang. Watching the knight burn in the liquid, Jiang thought to himself, do these guys even feel fear? Using Xiao Chan's power again, Jiang threw a massive punch. The punch hit both charging knights squarely, knocking them off their feet and into the deadly red liquid. These guys won't learn until it's too late, Jiang realized grimly. Just then, the last knight, the one holding a sword, fixed a cold, evil stare on Jiang. This is the end for you, the knight declared. He sneered, adding, though I admit, the fact you managed to wake me up shows you have some skill. Outside the battle, observer room, Master Gu put his hand under his chin, watching the screen closely. He smiled. Jiang already defeated the 4th general, he said. So this round is secured. Xiao Chen's father stood nearby, with his arms crossed. A smile appeared on his face too. In Wuxia has also sped up, he admitted, but he's fallen too far behind. He won't catch up to Jiang now. The elder of the 3 islands looked furious. If things keep going like this, he growled, clearly worried, I fear we're going to lose. Yang Ming rested his head on his fist, looking completely confident. He smiled. Elder, don't panic, Yang Ming said calmly. Remember, the real winner is the one who laughs last. Ji Lingxiu picked up a cup of tea, looking very serene. He smiled at Venerable Yinzuan. Venerable Yinzuan, Ji Lingxiu asked smoothly, has your manager Yang suddenly become completely sure of victory? Prince Yinzuan raised his hand slightly. His expression was perfectly calm. This is merely a small lesson I gave him, Prince Yinzuan explained. He added, in any competition, keeping a good attitude is the most important thing. Back in a virtual battle inside the virtual realm, the remaining knights gripped their swords tightly. Powerful energy began glowing around their bodies. They charged straight at Jiang once more. Jiang stayed calm. Xiao Chan, he thought urgently, predict the next 3 seconds for me. The knights attacked. Their sword strikes were incredibly fast and aimed perfectly. But thanks to Xiao Chan's future sight, Jiang dodged each swing without too much trouble. He watched their sword moves closely. Honestly, he thought, with skills like that, they couldn't even earn money doing street performances. Suddenly, one knight leaped high above Jiang. Tyrant saber slash, the knight yelled. He started falling towards Jiang, sword raised for a devastating blow. Jiang looked up and his heart pounded. This is bad. Panic shot through him. The knight descended slowly but powerfully. Jiang's eyes widened with fear. He quickly realized the attack was actually incredibly fast. Dodging was impossible. Jiang braced himself. He decided to block it directly. The knight swung his sword down hard. A huge wave of destructive energy burst from the blade. Jiang reacted fast. He crossed his arms tightly in front of his chest. Using Xiao Chan's power again, he managed to block some of the attack's force. But it wasn't enough. The sword energy sliced deep into Jiang's chest. Pain exploded through him. Ack! He gritted his teeth, mind racing with shock and confusion. This sword energy, it's different. Why can't I move? He was frozen in place. He couldn't block. He couldn't dodge. Seeing their chance, 2 other knights attacked instantly. Tyrant saber slash, they both shouted. They unleashed 2 more massive waves of sword energy. The energy slammed directly into Jiang's injured chest. No! Fear surged through him. He knew he was in terrible danger. The brutal force hit him like thunder. It hurled his body backwards violently, straight towards the pool of red liquid. Jiang cried out as he flew through the air. Blood poured from his mouth. He was badly hurt. Observer room reaction, Master Gu stared at the screen, horrified. His eyes widened with deep worry. His jaw dropped open in shock. Something's very wrong, he thought frantically. That sword energy didn't hurt him before. What's happening now? Nearby, Xiao Chen's father clenched his fist tightly. His face showed a fierce, confident expression. He believed the situation was turning. The accusations of cheating slammed into Gu like a physical blow. Every instinct screamed at him to charge forward, to smash through whatever barrier stood between him and Jiang, to rescue his friend from whatever trap was unfolding. He lunged, muscles coiling, but the older man's arm clamped around his waist like an iron band, halting him mid-stride. Gu twisted, frustration and fear making him reckless. Let go, he snarled, his voice tight. The older man's face was a mask of stern authority, his grip unyielding. "Calm down, Gu," he commanded, his tone low and urgent. "Rushing in blind helps no one. The competition rules are clear. Outsiders cannot interfere until it's officially concluded. You'll only cause more trouble or get yourself disqualified." Gu's chest heaved, his eyes blazing with a fierce, almost desperate resolve. He glared past the man, towards the projection showing Zhang's peril. "Rules be damned," he spat, the words raw. "If they're cheating to kill him, then even if it kills me, I'll find a way into that virtual realm. Watch me." Nearby, the prince observed the scene with detached amusement. He leaned his head languidly on one hand, a smirk playing on his lips. He extended his other hand in a mocking, sweeping gesture towards Jilingxiu. "Seems the shoe is on the other foot now, Master Jilingxiu," he taunted, his voice dripping with false sympathy. "Can't handle the possibility of your champion losing fair and square, resorting to baseless accusations." Jilingxiu met the prince's gaze without flinching, his own expression unreadable as stone. He took a deliberate sip from his teacup, the simple act radiating a chilling calm. "If you truly cannot accept the concept of defeat, Prince," he replied, his voice level and cool, "then you already know the truth of it in the deepest recesses of your heart. No words of mine will change that." The prince's smirk hardened into a sharp, brittle line. He gave a single, sharp nod. "Oh, I know perfectly well what the outcome will be, and I intend for the entire world to witness it." Clearly, Jilingxiu set his cup down with precise control, his eyes never leaving the prince's face. Internally, a cold knot of concern tightened. The competition's result meant nothing to him. Only Zhang's survival mattered. If the boy dies in there, Jilingxiu thought, the weight of the responsibility settling heavily, explaining it to Gu will be impossible. The fallout alone. Meanwhile, inside the virtual realm, Jiang was in freefall, the ground rushing up to meet him in a terrifying swirl of churning crimson liquid. Panic seized Xiaochan. Her form flickered wildly as she screamed, "Jiang, look out! Below you!" The sound pierced Zhang's adrenaline-dulled senses. His eyes snapped open, instantly stinging with the salty tang of his own sweat. The sensation of the energy-blocking barrier was abruptly gone, vanished the moment he'd been hurled downwards. Movement! His mind screamed. Milliseconds before impact, instinct took over. He thrust his hand downward, palm out, channeling his growth of all things skill with desperate focus. Thick, gnarled roots erupted violently from the surrounding stone walls with a tearing sound. They snaked and wove together with astonishing speed, forming a dense, springy platform directly beneath him just as he hit. He landed hard on the makeshift net, the impact driving the air from his lungs in a painful gasp. He lay there for a second, blinking sweat from his eyes, his heart hammering against his ribs. Then, forcing calm, he pushed himself up onto one elbow. His expression smoothed into analytical focus. These knights, they registered as only 6 transformation warriors. They shouldn't possess the raw power to breach my city prison body defense. Something else is at play. He decided his best move was observation. Let them think they had him cornered and weakened. Their overconfidence could be his sharpest weapon. His gaze, sharp and calculating, locked onto the 3 armored figures standing below. Almost instinctively, his eye of the void activated. His left eye pulsed with a brief, intense light. From his elevated perch on the root platform, their vital statistics materialized before him like ghostly system readouts. Knight A315. Strength 6 transformation level. Knight A316. Strength 6 transformation level. Knight A317. Body strength 6 transformation level. Spiritual soul strength 8 transformation peak. Name: Hu Qiandao. Origin: 3 Foreign Islands. Profession: divine level mad warrior. Skills: energy blocking, demon shadow. Hu Qiandao's eyes, visible through his visor, glowed with a palpable, malicious glee. Him. He's the core of this, Jiang realized with chilling clarity. The stats confirmed his suspicion. Hu Qiandao had concealed a peak 8 transformation spiritual soul within the shell of a 6 transformation knight's physical form. Clever, Jiang conceded internally. Dangerously so. His true killing power is masked within the sword energy itself. To any observer outside, it will look like I was simply overwhelmed by 3 simultaneous, mundane 6 transformation attacks. A perfect, deniable assassination attempt. This wasn't just cheating, it was a meticulously crafted death trap designed solely for him. Jiang glances down at his chest and sees a deep X-shaped cut carved into his flesh. His eyes widen with shock and confusion. He turns to Xiaojia, asking how they managed to break his defense. Xiaojia explains that the low-level insects fused into his chest have been wiped out by the energy, and now he is focusing on repairing father's wounds. Spotting the injury, Little Nine's expression twists into fury. Without hesitation, she declares, "You dare hurt my daddy, I'm going to eat him." Jiang retreats into his sea of consciousness, uncertainty clouding his eyes. He is not sure if she can even manifest herself here. Little Nine's gaze burns with rage. She tells him, "Before I could not. But now I can, and I can even tear this virtual realm apart." Jiang reaches out, gently patting her head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He urges her to calm down, explaining that it is not yet the right time to reveal herself. This is not the moment, and it would not be proper. He asks her to wait a little longer, as he already has a plan to overcome this trial. Her fists clenched tight, eyes still blazing. Even so, she gives a sharp nod, choosing to listen to our boy. Then she steps toward Xiao Jia, fixing him with a deadly stare. The air around her thickens with murderous intent as she warns that if Jiang is injured again, she will eat him and his offspring without hesitation. Fear pricks at Xiao Jia's heart. He can tell she means it, as she is not even speaking in her usual sweet cutesy tone anymore. Meanwhile, Xiao Chan's eyes glimmer with calm as she approaches Jiang. She says, "I have a plan of my own." Jiang's eyes soften, quiet confidence settling over him. He cannot help but smile, because he too already has a plan in mind. Jiang's eyes burned with an intense, unnatural light as a spike of cold fear shot through him. Is Jiang still alive? Did he fall into that thing? Driven by this urgent dread, he started moving cautiously towards the edge of the swirling red liquid, needing visual confirmation. Suddenly, thick, whip-like roots erupted from the ground, lashing towards them with terrifying speed. Reacting instantly, Jiang tapped into his class growth of all things skill. "Clones," he commanded mentally. 3 perfect replicas of himself materialized in a shimmer of displaced air, their eyes mirroring his own furious glow. Without hesitation, the copies lunged at the bewildered knights. The knights were utterly confused. One moment they were facing a single opponent, the next there were 4 identical figures attacking. What kind of sorcery is this? Their training faltered momentarily under the unexpected assault. One knight, gritting his teeth with fierce determination, swung his heavy broadsword in a powerful horizontal arc. The blade connected cleanly, shearing one clone diagonally from shoulder to hip. The two halves dissolved into shimmering motes of light before hitting the ground. Seeing it wasn't the real Jiang, the knight froze, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. An illusion? That split second of hesitation was fatal. While his focus was shattered, the real Jiang materialized right beside him. Jiang felt power surge through his arm as he focused his energy, coiling it tightly into his fist. He drove it forward with brutal force, punching squarely into the knight's armored chest. There was a sickening crunch of metal and bone. The knight was hurled backwards as if hit by a battering ram, crashing hard onto the unforgiving stone floor, unmoving. The knight crumpled lifelessly. First, Jiang thought grimly, his eyes fixed on Huqi and Dao. I eliminate these annoying obstacles protecting him. Huqi and Dao stood impassively nearby, merely observing the carnage. Jiang stretched out his hand towards a discarded sword lying near a fallen knight. Instantly, a thick root snaked across the ground, coiled around the hilt, and delivered the weapon into his waiting grasp. Seeing Huqi and Dao still maintaining their deceptive facade, hiding his true nature, anger flared in Jiang. "I'll completely destroy your soul," he snarled. He shouted directly at the figure. "Keep pretending, then." Jiang gripped the sword's hilt tightly, his knuckles turning white, his eyes blazing with that intense light. Huqi and Dao flinched, genuinely startled. How does he know my name? Panic surged through him. This is dangerous. He knows too much. I can't let him leave this place alive. Just then, the glowing ranking board embedded in the cavern wall flickered and updated. The new information displayed clearly. First place, Ding Cheng, Great Xia. Eliminated 6 generals, latest, 6th general. Second place, In Wuxia, 3 overseas islands. Also eliminated 6 generals, latest, 2nd general. Nearby, watching through a scrying portal or similar means, Gu couldn't contain his excitement. A wide grin split his face as he clenched his fists triumphantly. "Xiao Chen is doing great," he exclaimed, practically bouncing. "Even without making a huge spectacle, this is seriously impressive work." He quickly scanned the implied rules in his mind, reassuring himself. Picking up a discarded weapon, that's definitely within the bounds. It's resourceful, not cheating. He leaned forward, cupping his hand around his mouth as if Jiang could hear him, and yelled, "Use the heaven-opening blade against him. Finish it." Across the observation area, Xiao Chen's father felt a rare smile touch his lips. He was a man renowned for his unshakable calm, a pillar of stoicism. Yet, watching this brutal, high-stakes confrontation had sent his heart pounding erratically against his ribs. The tension was physically agonizing, he felt a cold sweat prickle his skin and a tightness in his chest that bordered on terrifying. "It feels like I might have a heart attack just watching," he admitted silently, forcing himself to take a slow, steadying breath. Guiling's attention locks on the ranking board. A faint smile curves his lips as he turns to the prince, asking who could possibly afford to lose now, since the answer should be obvious. Yinzuan lowers his gaze to the ground, at a loss for words. The soldier focused their energy, unleashing the technique known as Tyrant Blade Slash. Uproot the grass from its roots. A violent surge of power sweeps across the ground, tearing the roots apart and scattering them into the air. Jiang takes a step back, his eyes beginning to gleam. Our boy cannot believe he is still keeping up the act. Determined to force him into revealing his true form, he orders Xiao Chan to activate full prediction at 3-second intervals. She nods without hesitation. Jiang then commands Xiao Jia to fully activate the divine elephant domain body. In response, his rival's facade shatters and his true form emerges. He is a man with white hair, eyes burning with excitement as a sinister energy seeps from his body. Seeing this, Jiang wastes no time. He triggers the full power of the war god transformation and summons the heaven-cleaving blade. Jiang Chun, now fully transformed, draws his sword and steadies himself for the attack. The warrior gathers momentum, surging forward toward our boy. Jiang unleashes the prison-suppressing blade, dropping to the ground as his strike tears through the earth. A wave of force erupts, sending deadly slashes bursting from the ground right behind his rival. He spins around, eyes widening in shock. Our hero can hardly believe he managed to anticipate his movements. The trooper reacts just in time, raising his sword to block. The impact sends him flying backwards and the ground shattering beneath him. He swung it hard several times, sending powerful blasts of energy straight towards Hu Oyandeo. Hu Oyandeo quickly stood up, grabbing his own sword tightly to block the attack. But Jiang didn't stop attacking. Hu Oyandeo tried desperately to defend himself, but it was useless. The energy slashes from Jiang's sword hit Hu Oyandeo with full force. The impact lifted Hu Oyandeo off his feet and threw him backwards. He crashed down into the pool of bubbling red liquid. His body started sinking into the thick liquid. The pain was instant and terrible, making him scream loudly. Jiang walked calmly to the edge of the cliff. He stood there silently, just watching Hu Oyandeo struggle in the red pool. Anger burned in Jiang's eyes. This fight felt boring to him. He thought to himself, if Hu Oyandeo keeps pretending to be weak, he's actually going to die down there. Finally, Hu Oyandeo stopped pretending. He revealed his true form. He transformed into a huge, old man with long white hair. His body grew gigantic. His eyes glowed with fury as he prepared to fight. He yelled at Jiang, calling him shameless and way too arrogant. Jiang stayed calm. He felt curious, wondering if his soul was fully separated now. Hu Oyandeo stared hard at our boy. He declared, "I can't hide anymore, but if I kill you, I can still earn some merit back." Looking closely, Jiang realized Hu Oyandeo was actually a very powerful divine soul. He was almost at the 9th level of transformation. It was clear his real enemies had tried hard to kill him. Hu Oyandeo summoned a dangerous-looking sword made of dark, evil energy. It was called the demonic shadow of the Mad Sword. He held it ready in an attacking pose, clearly planning to kill Jiang. Suddenly, a glowing circle appeared right on Jiang's chest. Jiang looked down at it, his eyes wide with surprise and confusion. He understood it was his vital life energy. Hu Oyandeo had somehow blocked it using his own powerful aura. Hu Oyandeo's eyes blazed with rage. He swung his evil sword with all his might. As he swung, the sword energy transformed into several massive, powerful dragons. These energy dragons locked their fierce, piercing eyes directly on Jiang. Jiang quickly moved away, trying to get out of their path. He watched carefully, realizing he could sense the energy coming and maybe dodge it. But the area the sword attacks covered was just too huge. He couldn't move fast enough to escape them all. A strong red aura started glowing around Jiang's body. He stopped running. He gripped his own sword tightly. Determination shone in his eyes. He remembered his powerful war god transformation ability was almost out of time. He knew he had to risk everything right now. Jiang unleashed his special technique, Hell Prison. In an instant, he swung his sword hundreds of times. The countless slashes cut through the air, hitting the energy dragons and slicing them all into nothingness. Seeing his dragons destroyed so easily, Hu Oyandeo couldn't hold back his fury. He was shocked that Jiang had shattered his summoned dragons with just a sword. Meanwhile, high up, Xiao Chan was sitting on a thick branch of the ancestral tree. She looked seriously at Jiang and explained, "Jiang, your Overlord war god ability has a hidden technique called Imperial Prince True Formation. Because of this, both the Nine Wings and the Red Armor Beetle are actually your troops. Jiang looked confused. He touched his head, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Down below, Hu Oyendao's eyes glowed intensely. He prepared his final, deadly attack aimed at Jiang. Our boy knew he couldn't wait. Using his sword, he first focused on cutting the vital energy connection Hu Oyendao had created. Jiang jumped backwards. His eyes shone with firm resolve as he stared hard at Hu Oyendao. He activated his defensive technique, Imperial Armor of 1,000 Shields. Fire burst out from his clenched fist. Hu Oyendao swung his sword again, creating more powerful energy dragons that roared towards Jiang. Jiang decided to meet them head-on. He threw a fierce punch, sending his fiery energy straight at the dragons. The two forces collided violently. "Xiao Jia!" Jiang yelled. "Hold them back for me." Instantly, Xiao Jia appeared. His eyes glowed brightly as he stretched out his hands, straining to block the massive energy attack from the dragons. Our boy added firmly, "If you don't hold them, my sister will devour you." Once Xiao Jia successfully blocked the dragon attack, Jiang focused all his energy. It was time for his counterattack. He unleashed his power and completely destroyed the remaining dragons, shattering them into pieces. Little Xiao Jia quickly transformed back into his beetle form and flew safely out of the way. Jiang couldn't help but praise him. "Good job." Jiang decided to use his powerful attack called the Supreme Divine Fist of Hell Domination. Hu Qiandao stared at him, eyes wide with fear and surprise. He didn't understand what was happening. Before he could do anything, Jiang, covered in strong, glowing energy, punched him hard in the face. Hu Qiandao was confused. How could this young guy be so strong? Jiang then focused his energy. He used the Imperial Army Formation technique, gathering power into his fist. His fist started glowing bigger and bigger. Hu Qiandao fell to the ground. He quickly realized this was very bad news. Jiang's giant glowing fist suddenly changed shape. It turned into a powerful energy dragon. The dragon slammed down forcefully, attacking Hu Qiandao right on the neck. Hu Qiandao cried out in terrible pain, his mouth wide open. While the dragon attacked, Hu Qiandao's eyes suddenly looked confident. He felt sure that Jiang couldn't actually kill him. Hearing this confidence, Jiang decided not to hold back at all. He started throwing a rapid chain of punches. Each punch transformed into another energy dragon. The dragons kept hitting Hu Qiandao. Poor Hu Qiandao screamed in agony again and again. Seeing that Hu Qiandao couldn't take much more, Jiang noticed something important. Hu Qiandao's divine soul, his core power and life force, was getting weaker and weaker. Jiang looked at his own fist next. He was surprised to see that his own energy was fading fast too. Hu Qiandao's soul was almost completely destroyed. Hu Qiandao stared at Jiang and, strangely, couldn't help but smile weakly. Exhausted, Jiang placed his hand on the ground. His powerful god of war, fighting state deactivated. Hu Qiandao felt relieved. He had been seconds from death. Hu Qiandao both silently watched Jiang. They saw he was completely out of strength. Now that Jiang was weak, Hu Qiandao looked at him with an evil expression. He prepared to attack. Hu Qiandao was certain Jiang was about to die. Jiang panicked. Was this really the end? Just then, Jiang noticed little Xiao Chan sitting on his shoulder. He felt confused about why she was there. Inside Jiang's mind, in his sea of consciousness, Hu Qiandao's leftover soul was like a tiny fly buzzing around. Near the big ancestral tree in this mental space, Xiao Chan turned around. She looked serious and spoke to her master, the tree. "Master," she said, "Hu Qiandao's soul is too noisy. It's disturbing your nap." As the fly-like soul buzzed closer to the ancestral tree, something happened. The soul of Hu Qiandao began getting pulled into Jiang's real body. Jiang was still sitting there, exhausted. Suddenly, Hu Qiandao started screaming like a madman. He couldn't believe it. His divine soul was being absorbed. He was being sucked in. A glowing system window popped up in front of Jiang. It gave him an update. His Overlord War God power had advanced to Heaven-Slaying War God. The power of his unbeatable Divine Fist War God transformation and Imperial Execution battle formation techniques had increased by 30%. Jiang stared at the system window, filled with surprise. His Overlord War God had just leveled up, but reaching the 3rd stage before hadn't caused an upgrade. He thought, this must be because the ancestral tree absorbed Hu Qiandao's leftover soul and gave some of its power to me. Feeling relieved, Jiang wiped sweat from his face. He wondered, if the tree has this ability, why didn't it help me earlier? At the same time, the system updated the global virtual god ranking list. 1. Jiang Chun Daxia, time, 32 minutes 17 seconds. 2. In Wuxia oversees 3 islands for killing the 6th general. The people of Daxia watching the rankings erupted in celebration. They shouted loudly about God Zhang's victory. Amazing Sea King, they cheered. They mocked the overseas 3 islands, calling them shameless. Even cheating couldn't help them win, people yelled. Shouts of devotion for Chunba filled the air. A glowing portal appeared. Jiang stepped out of it. He touched his head and smiled at his master, Gu. Master, he said, my ranking is pretty good, right? Gu, along with Xiao Chen's father, stared at Jiang. Gu spoke firmly, not just pretty good, Jiang. You got absolute first place. Gu looked serious. You almost scared me to death. I'm sure you went through hell in that fight. Let me check your injuries. Ji Lingqiu watched Jiang, his eyes shining with happiness. He thought, I bet Prince Yinzuan didn't expect Jiang Qian to come out alive. He must be really upset now about losing that powerful 8th-level peak, Divine Soul. Indeed, Prince Yinzuan's eyes burned with rage. He thought about Hu Qiandao. Useless piece of trash, he fumed. He deserved to die 1,000 times over. His death is no loss at all. He completely ruined my great plan. Yin Wuxia emerged from the shimmering portal, blinking against the brighter light of the arena. His confident stride faltered slightly. The prince himself is waiting? He hadn't expected such a direct audience. Seeing the prince's focused gaze land on him, Yin Wuxia quickly strode forward. He dropped to one knee, pressing his forehead low against the cool stone floor in a deep, formal bow. Your disciple, we won first place, he declared, pride ringing clear in his voice. He didn't disgrace you. He awaited praise. Instead, the prince's eyes narrowed, burning with sudden, cold anger. Yin Wuxia felt a chill. Nearby, Ji Lingqiu couldn't contain his amusement. He threw his head back, laughing loudly. Huh, you really should have glanced at the ranking board before celebrating, no matter how sure you were. He mocked, pointing a finger. Even if you're too blind to look, just listen. Whose name is the crowd roaring for? Ji Lingqiu's words hit Yin Wuxia like a physical blow. Panic surged. He whipped his head around, desperately scanning the massive, floating ranking screen. First place, Jiang Chun. Second place, Yin Wuxia. He hadn't won. The shock was so profound, so utterly devastating, that a metallic taste filled his mouth. He choked, and a spray of crimson blood spattered onto the floor before him. The prince rose smoothly from his seat. Control yourself, Yin Wuxia, he commanded, his voice firm and cutting through the younger man's daze. The second round remains, the battle inside the secret realm. Focus. Yin Wuxia didn't look up, his gaze locked on the bloodstains on the stone, silent. Young Ji shimmers with magic and tells him to come on, explaining that in war, victory and defeat are just 2 sides of the same coin, and there is no need to get so worked up. Senior Yinzun speaks next, asking if he is leaving so soon and calling him his Young Ji friend. Young Ji turns and replies that the tea has gone cold anyway, adding that he will treat him to something better after the second round tomorrow. Senior Yinzun laughs and answers that he will be waiting then. But Jin presses his teeth and grows furious as he warns Jiang Chun to remember to hide his strength in the second round. Our hero only looks at him silently while thinking that this person is hiding some kind of terrifying world-shattering power. He questions within himself whether it is because of the gourd parts, reminding himself that he has the Eye of the Void, the Spring and Autumn Cicada, and Old Man Tree, yet was still only 10 seconds ahead of him on the Void Gourd rankings. He then recalls that in the first round he had used a hidden card while the other did not. When he considers it from that angle, he decides it is not such a big deal. In the worst-case scenario, their trump cards will simply have to clash against each other in the second round. Whether real God or fake it does not matter. He resolves that he will fight him all the same. Half an hour later, the list of the Void God rankings arrives. Our heroes stand at the first position, Jean at the second, and San at the third. As San looks at his third position, he shrugs it off and says that he will just have to be more serious next round. The white-haired guy, while looking at the ranking, remarks that Jianshun does not really need their protection. A pink-haired girl laughs and comments that this ranking is so interesting, pointing out that Jianshun may have taken first place, but the total number of Daxia members who advanced is worryingly low. One guy adds that out of 50 people, only 12 from Daxia advanced, while the others have more than 3 times as many people moving forward. Young Ji then speaks and says that the prodigies who were eliminated should not be discouraged and that it is good enough they made it out alive. After that, he instructs Old Gu along with the Hong Palace to help him get them situated and to see that the injured receive proper treatment. They comply, so Young Ji tells all the advancing prodigies to follow him back to the hotel to discuss strategies. When they get to the room, Young Ji sets forth the isolation barrier, and when everyone is gathered inside, he points at the plain area beside the Rocky Mountain and explains that this is the complete map of the secret realm for the second round. He reminds them that they should have already seen it, and that the overseas 3 islands also possess it, but since they're the ones providing the secret realm, they have naturally held something back. He tells them that they must memorize these locations. He describes Flame Maple Valley as a place teeming with potent fire element energy and assigns it to Nangong Yin, reminding him that with his fire-type class, he can treat it as his home turf. He then explains that Ice Fiend Grotto is a ley-lined maze with an ice jiao dwelling deep inside, and he instructs Ding Chunxiu that he can lure people into the grotto since it is the perfect place to unleash his power fully. After that, he addresses Feng Yun, telling him to rendezvous with Jian Shun at the first opportunity and protect him. He then calls upon Su Qian, Meng Xing, and Zhang Ming Chu, assigning them the same duty as Feng Yun's deputies in protecting Jian Shun. The pink-haired girl voices her doubt by asking if Sword God really thinks Jian Shun needs their protection, and the glasses-wearing guy agrees, pointing out that Jian Shun's performance in the Void God realm was stronger than any of theirs, and that he can also use the 9-wing miasma within the secret realm. Young Ji says that he understands what they mean, but they have to prepare for the worst. As the king who pacifies the sea, ensuring that Ji and Chen simply make it out alive is in essence their greater victory. They all unanimously respond with understanding and assure him that he can count on them, calling him Sword God. He then instructs everyone to return and get some rest, adding that they will gather again tomorrow morning. Ji and Chen do not leave and instead remain there, so young Ji asks if there is something he needs. Jian Shun tells the Sword God that he must stop. At that point, young Ji encourages him to just say what is on his mind. Young Ji thinks to himself that after all, Jian is still a kid and must be a little nervous. But our hero speaks plainly and says that he wants to kill Yin Zun. Young Ji was so shocked that he smashed the table involuntarily, and he straight up declared that it was absolutely not possible. Although 800 million 9-wing miasma could indeed fight in 9th rank, Yin Zun was no ordinary opponent. He was a figure from the same era as a human emperor and far beyond imagination. Young Ji admitted that even he probably would not last 3 minutes against him. Yin Zun could equip young progenies with God's parts, to say nothing of himself. The power of a peak 9th rank combined with God's parts was overwhelming, and Young Ji warned him not to dare think that 800 million was enough. Our hero then spoke and explained to the Sword God that he had not meant to hide this from him, revealing that he actually possessed more than 800 million 9-wing miasma. That revelation shocked Young Ji even further. He blurted out in disbelief, asking if it was 80 billion, and scolded him that he should have said so earlier, questioning what the point was of making all those arrangements. He exclaimed that he had to tell his wife right away. Our hero calmly responded that War God Yang had known all along and was the one who told him to keep it a secret. Young Ji was stunned and cried out that they were both in on it, calling them the old fox and the young cub, and accusing them of being devious together. On the other hand, Yin approaches Yin Zun and asks his master to allow him to install the 10th god part. Yin Zun responds by saying that 9 is already his limit and that his divine soul is overloaded as it is. A 10th part would shatter his divine soul. He adds that 9 god parts are already more than enough for him to kill all the progenies from Daxia, and that there is no need to take such a risk. Yin replies by reminding him that his master had said before that 3 parts would be enough to crush everyone in the first round. At that, Yin Zun turns and slaps him directly across the face, swearing at him and shouting if he dares to second-guess him. Yin quickly answers that he would not dare, and that he only feels there are far more Jiangchun than they first thought. To ensure nothing goes wrong, he declares that he is willing to take the risk. Yin Zun tells him to get up and says he will grant his request. Yin asks in surprise if he really means it. Yin Zun then produces a divine source fruit and explains that it is half finished and the only one of its kind which he had traded 3 spirit mines for from the Oceanic clan. As he hands it to Yin, he says that after consuming it, the fruit will be enough to fortify his divine soul and allow him to install the 10th part, the God's consciousness. Once he installs it and activates them all, he will be able to wield nearly the full power of a 10th rank true God. But he warns him that he must remember he can only maintain it for 3 minutes at most. If he exceeds that limit, his divine soul will be completely annihilated. Yin thanks his master for granting him this item and declares that he will obliterate the king who pacifies the seas in front of all the Daxia, and that neither Feng Yun nor his millions of 9-wing miasma will be able to save him. Yin Zun smirks and thinks to himself that once Jian Shun is dead, Daxia will lose all of its faith, the entire nation will fall into despair, and the power of the great dreamer will be sharply reduced. At that time, it will be the moment to remove the holy temple completely. So he instructs Yin that after entering the secret realm, he must find a chance to have Jiang Chan kill Ao Qian and make sure it is done discreetly. Jin interjects and asks about Ao Qian, saying that the Oceanic clan are supposed to be their allies. Yin Zun immediately denies it and says that they're only barely bound by mutual interest. He explains that only when Ao Qian is dead will they be dead set on fighting Daxia to the bitter end. When that happens, the Oceanic clan can be pushed to deal with the greater dreamer, while they themselves will be able to preserve much of their own strength. Een answers that he understands. The evil Yinzun then thinks to himself that this time, by conquering Daxia, he will finally complete the ancient immortal clan's mission. They will enfeoff him as the king of Daxia, and the preserved Daxia land of origin, along with its hundreds of millions of citizens, will be sheltered under the ancient immortal clan. As Een devours the fruit, he silently wonders if he will finally prove that the path of the human emperor was wrong. The scene shifts to the star chessboard, and the story reveals that it is the Ling Yun's secret realm, the site of the second round of the Tian Yun Grand Tournament. The master steps forward and announces the rules. The first rule is that 1 or 2 Ling Yun flags will appear randomly every hour, and for the total line, whoever holds the most flags at the end will be declared the winner. The second rule states that the secret realm will last for 5 hours. During the first hour, no one will be allowed to leave, but after that time, players can activate the Ling Yun mark on their hand to exit. The third rule explains that everyone's starting position will be random. This entire competition will be broadcast live without interruption. Our hero's starting position is revealed to be the Black Leaf Forest, and he comments that his luck is rather crappy since he has started at the southernmost end of the secret realm. He remembers that every hour the black leaves in this forest will turn into white leaves, and all the trees will awaken, their roots merging to form a behemoth capable of rivaling an 8th rank. Suddenly, a serpent launches an attack on him from above, and he feels a tinge of disappointment, because in a remote place like this, he expects only a piece of trash from Daxia to show up as his so-called good luck. As our hero turns his head, he realizes that the serpent is a 6th-tier demon beast. He observes closely and notices that these insect beasts are all being controlled, which makes him wonder if the newcomer is a beast tamer. A figure buzzing with green energy appears and confirms it, taunting him that it is his misfortune to have run into him and warning that he will be devoured down to the last scrap. He declares his ability is beast taming, though he admits that he has not yet installed any god parts. Our hero smirks and asks if that is so. The green energy cultivator attacks with his serpent, calling his name as it strikes, but with a single slash our hero cuts the serpent clean into segments. He declares that yes, it is indeed him, and adds that he had been starting to worry he would not find anyone. Then he scoffs at his opponent, saying that playing at beast taming in front of him takes a lot of nerve. The beast tamer starts running away in fear, thinking about how unlucky he is to have run into this guy right off the bat. He decides he must lure the monsters over in order to escape. He shoots a flare into the sky, and it erupts with a giant lightning flash. He tries to summon myriad beasts without borders, yet nothing happens. Confused, he wonders what is wrong. Our hero laughs and points out that the entire place is filled with dark energy, telling him that he will admit defeat if the beast tamer can find a single beast nearby. Our hero adds that if he were not interested in that single flare of his, he would already be dead 2 seconds ago. Our hero reflects that before the tens of millions of 9-winged miasma, a mere 5th rank is nothing more than a free skill and a free kill. He thinks that now he only needs to wait for the others to arrive so that he can kill them, and decides not to release any more 9-winged miasma for now, since there is no need to shock everyone and derail the competition. On the other hand, among the 3 masters, one of them is furious, declaring that there must be tens of millions of these 9-winged miasma. He calculates that there must be more than 10 million, but admits he would rather keep some hidden for now, because he cannot let them see all of his trump cards. Then he watches our hero killing the beast tamer and cannot understand what he is doing. He questions why, if he could crush him with the tens of millions of 9-winged miasma, he would instead let the man send out a signal. He wonders if our hero actually believes that tens of millions of 9-winged miasma make him invincible. At the same time, he acknowledges that Gu has raised a fine disciple, but thinks that he has ruined the entire plan, because now everyone will rush to the Black Leaf Forest, that godforsaken place, where there will truly be 12 of them against more than 30. Young Ji cuts in and dismisses the panic, saying there is nothing to be worried about. He advises them to sit back and enjoy the show, especially since one of them has already crowned himself as the king of faking it, and should play the part properly. He says there is no need for all this fuss. They should just wait and watch as Jiang Chun presents them all with an appetizer. The old monster widens his eyes in shock, questioning what the grandpa means by that. He wonders if Jiang Chun is being reckless, but then recalls that the grandpa was the one who laid out the previous plan. So why is he so calm now? He suspects that Jiang Chen's trump card may not just be the tens of millions of 9-winged miasma. The white-haired master feels flustered at Jiang Chen's actions, but the sword god remains calm. The sword god thinks back to how he himself had been the one to tell her about the 800 million, and yet even when facing a siege of a horde of 6th tiers fused with god parts, she still appears to hold complete confidence. At the Lingyun secret realm's central region in the human world, the greatest creation must be its cuisine. Ao Qian is munching on a beast after killing it and laments that it is a shame because the heart and the liver of the demon beast are nowhere near as tasty as human ones. He muses that if it were the heart and liver of the king, who pacifies the seas, he bets it would be exquisite when toasted. Just then he watches the flare in the sky and realizes that Jiang Chun has been found. He immediately shifts into his demonic serpent form and rushes in that direction, thinking of Grandpa's birthday, which is coming soon. After he slays Jiang Chun, he will turn its skull into a divine urn, because Grandpa will definitely love it. Back then, the Jiangxin War Zone attacked the Oceanic clan and stole 2 sea god pearls, so this time he will take back that interest. Enan looks up in the sky. He also realizes that it is Jiang Chun, but he does not understand why he exposed his location so early. Then he opens his wings of God, and a purple energy shoots up, shattering the stones in that area. As he activates it, he flies towards that location without a second delay. On the other hand, a guy laughs while looking at a white-haired guy and tells him that his king who pacifies the seas has been found and that he will not let him get away. Even though the other is ranked 5th in the Void God ranking, and he is 15th, he claims that even if he can kill him, he has no problem holding him down and says to just wait, because before long the king who pacifies the seas will be finished. But just as he is about to finish the sentence, blue sharp strings wrap around his body. The white-haired guy passes by him, pulls the strings, and cuts him into pieces, reprimanding him for being too noisy. Then he also flies towards the Jiangchen location. Now all of these players are rushing toward our hero's direction. It has been only 2 minutes since the competition started, yet they are already converging for what looks like the final battle. The masters watching realize that Jiang Chun really does not play by the rules. The enemies see him only as prey, but they do not understand that he is the true apex predator. Ao Qian is the first to arrive before Jiang Chun. He says that as the crown prince, he needs to borrow Jiang's head. Jiang Chun replies that he got here quickly, but perhaps he should lend his own head to play with instead. Then Ao Qian opens his mouth and unleashes the sea god pearl skill, which suspends the boundless sea overhead. A vast sea surface forms in the sky, pressing down on the forest below. Jiang Chen looks at this move and remarks that it feels similar to Xiao Yuanshan's techniques. Ao Qian narrows his eyes and asks how the move could possibly look familiar. He points out that Zhang's Daxiao once stole 2 sea god pearls from his clan, and one of them is in Zhang's hand right now. Jiang Chan pauses, recalling a memory from his childhood. Back then, someone had indeed given him a pearl, but he found it useless at the time and casually passed it on to someone else. Qian roared in fury when he learned the pearl had been given away. He shouted that Jiang was nothing but a treasure-stealing rat who did not even know how to use what he possessed, and that today he would die under the power of his clan's own sea god pearl. With a wave, Qian summoned 1,000 dragons from the sea and ordered them to seize the 9-winged miasma. Jiang Chen instantly understood that his enemy was targeting his wings, but he stayed calm. Not everyone had arrived yet, and he had no intention of revealing more of his trump cards. Instead, he reached into a portal and drew out a dark dagger. Since Qian wanted to play a different game, he would gladly play along. The dagger was no ordinary weapon. It was tied to the prison-suppressing physique, a divine armament said to descend from the underworld king himself. With one strike, the blade of great Tao sent out ripples of red energy, splitting apart the boundless sea Qian had summoned. Jiang Chun leapt forward and unleashed his technique, the 3,000 thunder tribulations, his eyes glowing with malevolent glory. The heavens split apart as thunderbolts fell, striking Qian and locking down his body. Even his divine sense was bound, severing his connection to the sea god pearl. Qian ground his teeth in fury as Jiang hovered above him. He activated his dragon-scale body protection through his divine weapon and lunged to stab Jiang directly. Jiang only smirked, saying that without relying on his 9-winged miasma, he could still kill him without ever needing the sea god pearl. Qian swore that no mere human could dare challenge a dragon in close combat. But just as their blows were about to meet, Jiang's body surged with black energy. He transformed into a war god, his fist hardened like a boulder of divine steel. With a single slash, he carved across Qian's chest. Blood burst forth as Qian howled in agony, his dragon scales shattering under the blow. Shock spread through him as he realized Zhang's physical strength had grown to an unimaginable level, far beyond anything he had prepared for. From a distance, Yin watches the entire fight and remarks that Qian is merely being used as a tool. That suits him fine because the killing of Qian by Jiang Chun serves part of his mission. Now that he has seen Zhang's move, he decides it is his turn to put him down. Qian eats the sea god pearl, and that makes Jiang pause for a moment. Jiang activates his defensive blessing, while Qian says that Jiang is no longer worthy or strong enough to fight him. Jiang gives him a calm look and says Qian has already lost his skills, and now all he can do is talk big. Their weapons clash, and lightning bursts out around them. Qian declares that he will cut Jiang down today. Someone watching starts to think that Cheyenne with the pig's thigh that carries the true dragon bloodline along with the sea god pearl is definitely a powerful opponent. Old Gu watches and thinks even he wouldn't be confident going head-to-head with Qian, but Jiang is managing it. He remembers that Jiang was first in the opening round, and that means something. Jiang tries to slash Qian again, but Qian commands the sea god edges to protect him. Qian realizes his heaven-cleaning blade, even in war god mode, can't break through the sea god purge defense. He thinks he needs to tell his uncle about this, so they can study the technique. Jiang watches as Qian becomes angrier and notices the signs of the true dragon bloodline awakening. Qian believes that this is the end for Jiang, and the dragon form takes shape. Qian tells Jiang that he is not just going to kill him, but will also slaughter his entire family and drown Da Xiao in despair. But Jiang looks at the dragon with no sign of fear. Jiang reminds himself that he got carried away in the fight and forgot that war god transformation has a time limit. Still, it doesn't really matter to him. He notes that he has only used 1 million red armored elephant beetles for his current suppressing physics. The Sword Master begins to wonder if Jiang is taking things too far. Even though the human dragon clan has impure blood, it still carries some true dragon blood, and that can be used to trigger a terrifying divine ability, especially if it's burnt. The dragon wraps itself in a blue globe made of mana. Qian tells Jiang to stop wasting time and release the 9-wing miasma already. If he doesn't do it now, it might be too late. But Jiang just keeps going forward and attacks with Thunder Flash. Qian then activates the combustion of his true dragon bloodline, and the dragon opens its mouth. Everyone watching shouts out Jiang's name in fear. Jiang suddenly appears right on the green eye of the dragon. Qian realizes that Jiang is trying to keep up with his speed, but believes Jiang is not on his level. Jiang looks at him, unleashing a strong wave of mana, and says that after fighting with him for this long, he now understands all of Qian's moves and that they don't matter anymore. Jiang calls out a powerful red mana and activates the divine elephant's prison, suppressing physics. He then releases 6 million 9-winged miasma beetles. Qian is stunned, seeing the prison suppressing command and the 1,000 armors appearing together. Jiang doesn't hesitate and launches an attack on the dragon. Qian quickly activates his Heaven Cleave Edge and the Heavenly Dragon Cloth. Jiang counters with his Imperial Annihilation formation and cuts into the dragon. A flash of red mana slices through part of the dragon, but Qian refuses to back down. Qian tells Jiang to just wait and watch as he wins, and says that the Dragon Imperial from the Sea Tribe will kill every single person from Jiang's clan. Jiang powers up again and charges forward, striking the dragon 1,000 times and making it bleed. He then tells his little bugs in the water to stop messing around and come eat the dragon. The 9-winged miasma surrounds the dragon from behind. Vuji appears and compliments Jiang on his performance. Jiang gives Vuji a side glance and asks if he is done enjoying the show from the sidelines. Vuji appears beside him and tells Jiang to die peacefully. Jiang gives a small smirk and says if it's Vuji, then he can definitely rest easy. Just then someone else shows up and tells Vuji to come with him, but another person interrupts and tells him not to get involved in the Holy Sun's battle. That person turns to Jiang and says that Jiang's opponent is him and that no one is coming to rescue him. Jiang looks at them and says it's a good show. Jiang then loses all restraint and goes wild. He calls out all of his bugs and orders them to come out. The 9-winged miasma covers the entire area. Jiang tells the bugs to surround everyone and eat based on their faith, but to leave their own people alone. Jiang starts to feel nervous when he realizes he has more than 10 million 9-winged beetles. Vuji looks at the massive swarm and wonders if this is Jiang's final trump card. He tries to count the 9-winged miasma and feels shocked. Everyone else watching is amazed and can't believe what they're seeing. The girl says it looks like Jiang doesn't need any help from them anymore. The rare thing is Jiang has great taste in men, and even she feels like she's about to fall for him. The old man adjusts his glasses and says that with Jiang's body, which has fought across 1,000 leagues as 9-winged miasma, is strong enough to go against 1 million soldiers. The sword god jumps in and tells the old man to stop being poetic and just start killing people already, or they'll miss out on the fresh ones. Olgu laughs and says this is exactly how it should be, and adds that Jiang's control and discipline is incredible. The man beside him wonders if he's the only one who doesn't know what Jiang's real trump card is. He thinks Jiang is planning something big, but he still trusts him. He starts to wonder if it's a good thing that Jiang has 10 God's parts inside him. Maybe that gives him a real chance of winning. He sees the hundreds of millions of 9-winged beetles flying around and says they're an overwhelming force. Now he understands why the catacombs want Jiang dead so badly. If this is Jiang's trump card, then it might not scare him, but it sure explains a lot. Then, right in front of everyone, Jiang activates his divine body. His eyes glow with the power of the eyes of God. His hands become the hands of God. His feet stomp with the force of the foot of God. His wings stretch out with the wings of God. His blood flows like the blood of God. His heart beats like the heart of God. Jiang activates every one of his abilities. His divine soul shines at its peak. Standing tall, he tells all of his enemies to die. He has become a god himself. As Yin activates his divine soul, thunder lightning shows up on him and reflexes of himself appear. He shouts that it's equal to 10, 100, 1,000 standing tall in front of him. Yin says the 9 god parts already let him push open the door to the 9th rank, and he still has one more. A mark shines on his forehead as Yin activates his god's consciousness, creating reflexes of himself and fully deploying his domain. It brings out a strong aura around him. Everyone feels amazed at his divine power, and they cheer saying the Holy Sun is mighty and has to achieve godhood today, and the 3 islands will prevail. Yin says hundreds of millions of 9-winged beetles are unexpected, but still not enough to change the tide. He calmly enjoys the view of the battle. The next moment his eyes spark with an evil thought, and he thinks that once his domain is open it will cut off everything. Even if all the 9-winged beetles self-destruct, they can only slow him down for a few seconds. By then his opponents will already be long dead. The Sword Master feels worried about Yin and wonders how his divine soul can take the weight of 10 god parts, which is like pushing open the door to the 10th rank. This probably won't be an easy fight for Yin's opponents. The purple-haired girl shouts at old Jiang, asking if he has another trump card besides the tens of billions of 9-winged miasma beetles. Old Jiang says he doesn't know, but he tells her that Jiang will absolutely not die there. Old Jiang thinks of a memory where Jiang gave him something and tells the girl that someone who came back from the future left behind 3 prophecies. One of them was to give Jiang a broken box meant to deal with something above the 10th rank. The old man says Jiang hasn't used the 80 billion 9-winged miasma beetles yet and hasn't killed Jiangxin or drawn out the ancient existence. So it's clear he can't die so easily in the secret realm. The girl stands quietly next to him, watching the scene and thinking about Jiang's figure. She sees that the size is like the ancient god's core in the Ji family's secret realm. If he releases all 10 billion 9-winged miasma beetles, she's afraid the secret realm would collapse. She thinks maybe he should start with 1 billion first. Jiang tells the others they remember him as the king who pacifies the seas, but they forgot he has another title, which is the Scorch Monarch. He holds all the 9-winged miasma towards himself and says his other title, making his opponents feel terrified. Jiang wonders if the 9-winged miasma is really as big as 1 billion. Then he raises his hand and commands 300 million 9-winged miasma to go and kill the trash. After that, the 9-winged miasma flies into the enemies, making them scream. Then Jiang tells 700 million 9-winged miasma to follow him to destroy his opponents. He orders them to kill, and they take the shape of a beast charging at his opponent who is ready to fight. Jiang makes a fist and punches the ray of a 9-winged miasma with his strong aura. He asks his opponent if he really thinks he can win just by using these insects. Jiang lifts 2 fingers and draws a slash and thinks that even if it's sad to die, for nothing he might just self-destruct a wave of them. The next moment, the insects fall on him, causing an explosion that makes Jiang scream in pain. He quickly raises his hand and brings out a weapon, activating his 5 elements as a blade. Then he slashes the insects with his sword and thinks that with this kind of power, he is a god, and today, he'll give his enemies and their insects a proper end. Everyone watches the scene and wonders how Jiang used the 5 elements as a blade like the god of the earth element. Master Ji feels scared and thinks Jiang won't be able to survive that blow. Jiang speaks to his insect and says a wave of white explosion is behind them, so the rest should fall back. At the Qian time, Jiang goes wild, ready to take down every 9-winged miasma insect, activating the shield of royal earth. He raises his hand and a blue aura appears as he says he is the monarch and the insects are soldiers. Jiang looks at Jiang and tells all his insects to lend him their origin power. Right after that, the 9-winged miasma covers his body and Jiang screams loudly. Jiang wonders and says that his divine soul strength can only support a military formation with 400 million 9-winged miasma beetles. Anything more is too much, and even the current old mantra can't hold it. His divine soul will break, and after using this move, he will need a long time to heal. Then Jiang stops the 9-winged miasma and brings out his divine weapon Heaven, Sins, which glows red. A white ancestral tree appears behind Jiang while he glows red. The insects fly over, and Jiang says that today the ancestral tree must slay a god with him. Everyone sees the tree and feels shocked at how terrifying it is. The girl says just looking at it makes her feel like her divine soul is about to be torn out and she can't keep looking. The purple-haired girl and the old man are shocked that Jiang's military formation can use 400 million 9-winged miasma beetles. The old man says that even a 10th ring divine soul can't take that level, and Jiang's body still hasn't collapsed. Back in the Void God realm, during the fight with Ashian, he thought Jiang used a military formation, but since the broadcast had no sound and no visible soldiers, he wasn't sure. Now he's certain. The purple-haired girl stays silent while the old man says he thought the 80 billion nine-winged miasma beetles were Jiang's scariest trump card, but now he knows he was wrong. The old man strokes his beard and says no wonder the ancient existence in the catacombs wanted to die with him instead of letting him live. If Jiang grows up and uses 80 billion nine-winged miasma beetles in a military formation, then the girl cuts in and says she knows about the divine tree. She asks if the old man remembers when Jiang self-destructed 1,000,000 nine-winged miasma beetles to fight Shirao, and he asked her to wipe everyone's memory. She says when her dream energy entered Chansey of consciousness, she kept seeing a tree, and then she was blocked. The old man gives her a side glance and says when Jiang awakened his profession, that tree appeared too. Jiang has a divine grade spirit cultivator. The girl thinks about the pyramid grade and the top rank and says the spirit cultivator isn't for Jiang or for herself. She says she doesn't know exactly what it is, but it's definitely outside the profession system. If she had to rate it, the profession linked to the divine tree is ranked above divine grade. The old man looks at the battlefield screen and wonders that even if Hans has been asleep, she's been around for a long time, and she's a mental-type profession, so she can't be wrong. Something above divine grade, what could that be? The girl tells him to stop thinking about it and asks if Jiang's military formation can fight Jiang. The old man tries to explain and says military formation powers have levels, and the tanks they can control are different. A low-level military formation can use only 2 layers, while a mid-level can use 5 layers. And says that if someone borrows the strength of a 100,000-strong God-slaying army, they can fight over 10 peak 9th-rank experts and maybe kill 1 or 2. But Jiang has 400 million nine-winged miasma beetles, and the power he's using now reaches at least 10 layers. Only with this can he trigger the origin of the 9-winged miasma and create a deadly attack. Seeing the divine tree, Jiang himself feels scared. The old man tells the girl Jiang is just a false god who uses outside power. Even if he were a true 10th-rank expert, he would still die without question. Jiang sees Yin terrified. He wonders how long he can last and thinks he wants to test whether it is 1 minute or 2. In the next moment, he swings his sword and holds it tight and says that the 5 elements are his to command. He claims that the elements of heaven and earth are at his disposal. With that, he swings the sword to create blue mana aiming at the divine tree. He seems ready to smash the power of the entire secret realm at the tree. As Jiang holds his sword, he makes red mana appear in front of the tree. He tells the tree that it is just an old man, so it should prepare for a big strike. He makes rays of purple light and activates the fire that inhales flames and ice that inhales frost. He also activates the metal that collapses heavens and the earth that splits the ground. Meanwhile, Jiang stands in front of the tree and activates the wood of soul devouring and creates red mana in the middle of the 9-winged miasma. He forms an abyss that rises. But Jiang is already determined that he may die. The moment Yin releases purple energy toward Jiang, the tree and abyss try to block it. The abyss rises to protect Jiang, who is holding himself steady. Yin is surprised that the strong monolith is still not enough to hold back Jiang as the abyss protects him. Yin wonders whether the elemental power of the entire secret realm has been devoured, and is surprised, and he asks whether it is even possible. Jiang stands still, raising his hand toward the monolith to control it. Jiang says arrows change, and mighty yard races will be worn down by the great Tao, but insects never will. Yin rises over Jiang, saying that he does not believe any of it. As he tries to slash, he activates the slash of wine breaths. Jiang creates a blue monolith from his hand, and all over his body, and his eyes turn blue as well. Jiang says that believing or not is not up to him, and that in his current state, his military formation can accommodate 400 million 9-winged beetles at most. Jiang raises his Monarch toward the sky to protect himself from Yin's slash of blade aura, adding that it is more than enough to kill a false god like Yin. As Jiang blocks the slash of blade aura with a single hand, Yin wonders how Jiang has handled it with his bare hand. Then Yin realizes the power of Jiang's military formation by seeing how Jiang protects himself with the sword. The sword begins to scatter. Then Jiang commands the sword to shatter. With that, the sword shatters into small pieces that fall on the face of Jiang, who screams about how his blade and divine power have shattered. Jiang moves toward Jiang with fast speed and says that he has used up all his strength and that it is his turn. Although Jiang is big in size, Jiang is not ready to believe that Jiang can have the power to defeat him. In the very next moment, Jiang raises his foot and tries to put on Jiang, saying that he has become a god, so he can crush anyone. Jiang does not feel scared and immediately moves toward Jiang, saying that he does not care if Jiang has become a god. Jiang activates the blade of the great Tao to wake up and help him, and with that he slashes the back of Jiang with his sword, making Jiang scream in pain. Jiang screams loudly, unable to keep his balance. In another moment, Jiang activates the thunder flash of his sword and commands the Great Tao to cleave the heavens, which starts sparking on his forehead. With that he straps the sparking symbol of God on the forehead of Jiang. Immediately, the symbol unleashes great light, causing Jiang to scream with pain. With this, his divine soul breaks, and his divine power drains away immediately. Jiang's divine power is draining, and he shows that he cannot accept this ending and cannot hold on. With an explosion on the scene, all of his divine power is removed. Everyone wonders at the immense energy, and they tell others to avoid getting hit by the explosion energy, commanding them to dodge it quickly. Everyone becomes aware of the danger, and it is clear that it is hazardous for all the players. So the players activate their protection, creating a blue globe around everyone. They're afraid that if this wave hits the entire secret realm, might collapse. They wonder at the scene and ask whether Jiang will be alright. From outside the globe, someone tells everyone not to let their guard down, as there might be a delay in holding everything. The girl puts her hand under her chin, saying that it is fine now and that everyone should get up. She tells everyone to have a look at themselves to make sure that everyone is safe. In the next moment, the scene shifts to Jiang, who commands the abyss to devour and absorb all that energy. Jiang says that if the handsome guy wants to get fresh with her, he should just say so, but instead keeps quiet. The guy asks whether she has a boyfriend, and she replies that she does not have one. However, the red-hair guy interrupts, asking why they are looking at him, and telling them to look at who is more handsome. Jiang has overused his power, which hurts him a little, causing him to fall over the ground. Everyone sees him, and the girl increases her hair length and runs toward him to save him. She immediately catches him and comments that it seems Jiang has someone to look after him. Weiju looks at the nine-wing miasma and says that Jiang is exhausted and the nine-wing miasma is following him back. Weiju observes the scene and comments that there are still a few remnants on the field with god parts barely hanging on, and she knows what that means. Everyone turns toward Weiju, and he instructs them to leave the place as soon as possible so Jiang can receive proper treatment. The members follow the captain's command. The scene shifts to another location where Yinzuin crushes a chair with his hand, becoming aggressive and wild. He thinks that Jiang has killed his beloved disciple, and today he will not let him leave the island. One of the opponents jumps high into the sky to go after the man with glasses, activating the foot of the god to crush the mountains and press down the peaks. The man fixes his glasses with a relaxed gesture, calling his move a desperate struggle. The boy shows off his power, saying their general is raising his banner and his advance can't be stopped. He says he can take over kingdoms with a laugh. But the man just lifts his sword and lets out strong yellow mana, slashing the guy and knocking him back. He can't even get through it. At the same time, Young Ji uses the Taiji trigram lock, saying that even though his opponent has God's part, he's still weak. Water and fire mages bring out the Water Black Demon and Vermilion Bird's Tribulation Flame to beat their enemies. Another guy uses the Pupil of God and Cinder Flame Overload skills on Ji, but she dodges all the red holes with ease. She says the dark-skinned man's got quite a temper and asks if he wants his sister to help cool him down as she runs fast toward him. She hugs the man, glowing with red mana light in his eyes. Ji stretches him backward and also stretches other muscles, saying her brother really has a fiery temper. She wraps him completely in her hair, which tickles him. She thinks it's not a bad way to die. Wuji lands some slashes on a young lady, who calls him a real monster. Then Wuji sprints toward Jiang, who's running low on mana. He tells everyone to gather up and get ready to leave the secret realm. The defeated players kneel, gasping from being utterly smashed, stunned that even the Holy Sun has fallen, and unable to fathom how this could be possible. Yinzun stares at Daxiao in disbelief. He steps forward to confront Young Ji and demands that their side unseal the secret realm so they can retrieve the bodies and heroic souls of the prodigies from the three islands. Young Ji replies that if they want the realm unsealed, they must wait for his people to exit first. Yinzun erupts with fury and challenges Young Ji, asking if he will stand in his way. He rages that he poured decades of effort into Een, treating him like his own son and teaching him without reservation, and now Een lies dead. He glares down at Young Ji, while Young Ji remains silent. Then Yinzun warns that he can kill Young Ji in fewer than 10 moves and issues an ultimatum. Hand over Jiang Chun and Daxiao's safety will be guaranteed, otherwise Young Ji will die and everyone there will perish, and even the Daxiao mainland will face catastrophe. At this, Young Ji immediately summons Xiao Jiao and tells her to greet her uncle Yinzun. She walks up to Yinzun and calls him uncle. Yinzun asks Young Ji what the meaning is of calling out a little girl. She angrily declares, do not think he will not kill her just because she is a little girl. He then demands Jiang Chun be handed over, asking which is the best option for Daxiao to choose right now. Young Ji then tells Xiao that this bad uncle wants her daddy killed, and asks what she's going to do. She answers that of course she will eat this guy and turns toward him with palpable killing intent. Suddenly Yin-Zun notices a swarm of insects moving toward him and realizes they're the 9-winged miasma, numbering in the tens of billions. He understands that this is not a little girl at all, but the original mother insect of the 9-winged miasma, and concedes that young Ji was right. He erupts with brute force and summons fire while shouting that someone who tries to kill him is not worthy, invoking the heavenly cinder fire art. Young Ji steps up and tells Zhao to go play with Grandpa Gu first, and Zhao agrees. Yin-Zun summons the 9 heavens dragon flame and orders the dragon to kill her, intending that the 9 dragon-winged miasma be reduced to leaderless worms and corpses. Suddenly young Ji erects a sky-high astral wall that blocks the fire dragon path and commands 10,000 swords, turns to the origin to hold it back for him, having already expected such energy from the human emperor level of combat. Grandpa Gu declares that this is no longer something he can partake in. The other masters have seen many kinds of fire, yet this reaches an insane level, and they wonder aloud whether grandfather can endure it. Zhao scoffs that Yin-Zun is merely a fire starter and questions whether he is truly that impressive. The masters can only hiss in reaction. Yin-Zun snarls that young Ji is not even worthy of being called the sword god of Daxia, and rages that in a time without heroes a mere knave dares to make a name for himself. He then unleashes Amaterasu's myriad karmic flame, surrounding the area in hellish fire as he orders the sea to burn and the heavens to boil. Young Ji struggles under the overwhelming pressure and pleads with old Jiang to make a move, because if he does not they will die right in front of him. Suddenly a slash cleaves through the hellish fire and stuns Yin-Zun. An old man laughs that he was merely testing Yin-Zun's true strength and finds him unable to take 2 moves. Yin-Zun looks up to see Jiang Xuanji arriving from the catacombs and grows further enraged as Xian declares he returned just to slaughter a god like Yin. Yin seethes with anger and swears revenge. Meanwhile, our hero finally rises with the support of other players. Yin-Zun, watching him, turns furious and calls his name, but then Xian slashes and warns that if Yin wants to kill Jiang Chun, he must kill Xian first. Yin dares him to intervene and insists that Jiang Chun needs to die. Jiang's ally cuddles him as he returns. Others ask if he is all right. Jiang Chun replies that he is fine, but exhausted, and admits fear that he cannot face Yin-Zun in battle. Xiao reassures him that he need not worry, because when her insects arrive, she will eat Yin-Zun alive. Yin-Zun burst out in flames and called in his 3 elite forces of the island. A massive warship appeared, packed with tens of thousands of soldiers charging in as Yin shouted to wipe out Grand Xia. The soldiers roar that they will prove to be victorious. Xian grips his axe and shoots golden aura and says although Yin had an ace up his sleeve, he must not forget that he is not only ace here. Xian called the Elder Fong, saying he needs his help. Elder Fong says he understands and it's no trouble at all. Then he uses his staff and forms the teleportation array. A red energy surges out from the staff, and from this gate, many soldiers in armor march out, leaving the cloud of dust behind. Then he welcomes his god-slaying army, which he brings to counter 3 elite forces of islands. The second elder was shocked to see Elder Fong, the legendary space element mage from 600 years ago and master of the human emperor. He could hardly believe he was still alive, remembering him as the guardian of the catacomb passage during his youth. The team on our hero's side observes that 200,000 people have gathered from Kunlun Punga City to Heavenly Cloud Iceland, a district with more than 100,000 residents. Such a feat could only be achieved by a 9th-ranked expert. While munching on the food Xiao gives her, our hero looks disappointed, realizing that their Grand Xia Punglun City had been hiding an invincible 9th rank all along. Meanwhile, Yin burns with fury and faces Elder Fong, saying he never expected an old fossil like him to appear. He adds that it's fine since it saves him the trouble of hunting him down. He mocks that if they think a few 9th ranks, a 200,000-strong god-slaying army, and those 9-winged miasma beasts are enough to defeat him, they are gravely mistaken. Elder Fong raises a spatial formation prison lock. A blue lock appears in his hand, and he tells Yin he talks too much, which is a bad habit. Suddenly, the prison lock expands, and an island soldier of Yin gets trapped inside while they are in a boat. They shout that they are trapped, and one orders the others to attack, now, and form a counter-formation. The attacker replies it is useless, as the formation has hundreds of layers. From above, Elder Fong holds the layers tight and says this is the old man's formation, something the likes of you cannot trick. When Xian moves into hand-to-hand combat with Yin, he vows to kill him and unleashes the flaying venerate move, declaring your opponent is me. A fire explosion erupts as their weapons collide. Yin warns Xian he is alone, so he should not bring about his own death. From the flames, Yin warns again that his 10 billion 9-winged miasma beast heads for the catacombs will invade Grand Xia. In 3 months, the 10th rank, Heavenly Dao Seal, will open, then the catacombs' powerhouses will invade, then what will you use to stop them? Xian answers he will use his own life to stop them, and he drives his act harder, saying he will start today by killing Yin as a sacrifice for his banners. He points his sword and calls the tyrant martial army formation. His army takes position with red flags, and a red blazing dragon appears. The soldiers cheer at the gathering of the souls of the 200,000-strong god-slaying army. Xian spreads his arm as the dragon enters his body. Yin finally takes on the body of the war god and becomes titanic. He looks down as he fully unleashes his war god domain, but before he pulls his ultimate move, Xian tells all Grand Xia soldiers to kill Yin together. The soldiers charge all at once, following the Golden War god Xian to kill Yin. An epic clash erupts as they collide with explosive force and fire. Yin accuses him of being like the human emperor who endangered Grand Xia for his own district and shouts that for the sake of Grand Xia, he must eliminate him today. He activates a divine component and, using the power of the true god descendant, unleashes the holy god domain. His body transforms into a giant fire unleashing titan, now far larger than Xian. Xian swings his axe with the dragon-slaying sword ability, releasing a massive burst of power, but Yuan remains unfazed. He thrusts his palm forward, pressing down a wave of fire. Xian raises his axe to block it. Yuan mocks him, saying that a mere dragon soul dares to flaunt such childish tricks before him. But suddenly, a white light bursts out of Xian, catching Yuan off guard. He can't understand what just happened as Xian's body surges into berserk mode, his energy violently opposing Xian's mana. He has activated the Thousand-Hand War God, his arms multiplying to 4. Xian scoffs that Thousand-Hand must be an exaggeration and asks if he really thinks he can fight the flame with just that. He draws an enormous arrow capable of striking down titans, and energy ripples across the battlefield as 1,000 acts of annihilation shoots from his bow. Xian meets the attack with his palm forward, unleashing an even greater torrent of mana and flames. He laughs that it's a joke for an ant to try to shake a tree, then summons the endless karma flame. The second elder commands the other players to retreat, saying this battle belongs only to him, while the enemy forces roar and launch the endless assault. Elder Gu pulls the 1,000 swords, pierce the heart skill, and sends sharp blazing blue waves that ripples though air and strikes on enemy, dead seeding in pain. Elder Gu stabs Yang Ming from behind, calling him a traitor, and says by killing him, he meant what he once said. One guy from the enemy throws giant rocks on the old man, but the heaven-dipped formation of the old Gu blocks any impact. The enemy is furious at him and lifts more rocks to slam towards old Gu while swearing on him. Meanwhile, from the ground, my boy watching the fight with curious Xiao says that Master Gu and Sword God shouldn't have trouble dealing with these people, but he observes Yan's flame venerate to be too strong, and he fears that Xian might be in a tough spot in a combat. While Yan's is actually fighting with all might, Xiao reassures our hero not to worry because her bugs babies will be arriving soon, and then they can eat up Yanzun alive. Our hero asks if she is sure she can eat him because Yin has a tough body. He says he is afraid that Zioa might need to self-destruct nearly half of the 9-winged miasma beast this time. But Xiao says she worked pretty hard to raise the baby bugs, so she didn't plan to blow them up. Even though he doesn't taste good, Little Nine is still very strong. She even tells our boy that if her Little Nine eats away Yin's son, he might be able to meet her for a while. As she looks above, she is shocked because her Little Nine bug babies finally arrive. As she proclaims, Xian feels relieved because he is getting dominated by Yin. Xian's sight the bugs are finally here. But the colossal dragon of Yin appeared and burst out fire at Xian, while Yin says to him that his army pressure and God War physique is at his limit. Resultantly, Xian caught up in fire and slams away. Elder Fong leaps up to save him by using a heavenly evolution dipper wall. But when Yin throws his flame at everyone, the insects halt the flame like nothing. Enter Xiao in a dramatic way and loudly proclaim that she's going to eat Yin now. She immediately uses 9-winged miasma, a nascent 9 serenities, and looks at Yin with playful killing eyes. Deep inside the immortal clan, one elder warned that letting the hundreds of billions of 9-winged miasma multiply in a 9 nether would one day bring disaster. They had fought Heaven Dao to survive, not to become food for monsters. Another voice agreed, saying the plan was clear. Jiang Chan must die, and Yin Zun must be saved, since they were still important pieces on the board. Elder Yin Su scoffed, asking who among them could actually do it. Crossing the barrier of space and time was only possible if they woke the slumbering ancestor. One guy says the name of an immortal elder of ruins, but a red-robed immortal snapped back, reminding everyone that beneath the seal of Heaven Dao, of the ancestor, takes action death certain. A black-haired elder suggested waiting 3 months until the 10th seal was lifted, saying they could recover divine bodies and 10th-tier cultivation, and also they could sweep through crushing Grand Xia easily then. But the platinum-haired sovereign frowned, asking who could promise that in 3 months the 9-winged miasma wouldn't become a nightmare. He questioned why the patriarch couldn't sacrifice for them instead. Voices clashed until Yin Su cut them all off. He told them this was a game of patience. Others were even more restless than them, and whichever side moved first would have to pay the price. The palace shook as a dark aura ripped through the clouds, leaving the immortals on edge, wondering if the Nether clan had made their move. Yin Su stayed calm, mocking that Zhao Yu was just opening the abyss to form the Yellow Springs, and in the end, the Nether clan would only end up as the tale of fate. He added that even the Abyssal clan monsters were probably stirring. Some immortals say it is truly decisive for risking an ancient monster just to kill Jiang Chun. Yin Su says that they could just sit back and enjoy the show. Down in the abyss, Yin sneered as the prototype of Nine-Wing Massima pulled off. Our boy, while sitting, casually scattered 80 billions of mites like trash and dared Yin to survive it. Then Xiao lit up, becoming the heart of the swarm as she rose into the sky and ripped space apart, declaring the birth of her divine realm. Yin panicked, realizing his plan had been shattered. The Grand Xia elders trembled at the sight of entire domains collapsing, something never seen before. Other warriors also panicked and asked the captain what was happening, and the captain also just sighed, telling them to stay quiet since they were powerless here. Xiao spun above like a living galaxy, sending out endless swarms that poured down like a waterfall. Her voice shook the world as she summoned humanity itself, daring them to run. Yin roared back, summoning a fire dragon and unleashing a sea of flames, but when it clashed with the 80 billion insects, the fire fizzled out like nothing. Shocked, he shouted that his power had become useless. Xiao smirked, teasing that his meat was tough and disgusting. Furious, he swore and tried to strike again, but she opened the abyss, summoning a monstrous face within the cycle of reincarnation that left him pale. Still, he snarled that if she was too troublesome, he'd just kill Jiang Chun instead. He launched the Fire Origin Dragon straight at the old man, but 3 allies jumped in at once. One roared out a heaven-cleaving blade, another unleashed 10,000 swords as one, and the third raised mountains with Earth's wrath. Their combined strike lit up the battlefield as the fire dragon screamed and tore at the sky. Ji Lingqiu warned the others that Yan's strike was rule level and blocking it meant certain death. One elder reluctantly pulled out a treasure he'd saved for a bigger enemy, cursing that he now had to waste it here. Meanwhile, our boy sat calmly, thinking the old dog wasn't strong enough to kill him anyway. With the prophecy in his hands, he believed everything was under control. His relaxed words only angered the elders, who rushed forward recklessly to block the fire. Even the younger disciples tried to form a battle formation, leaving Jiang Chun sighing in despair, wondering why the heavens forced such drama on him. But before the flames could hit, the 9 silk swarms swooped down like a giant curtain and devoured the fire. Our boy just shrugged, reminding them he had warned Yin couldn't kill him. Old Gu stood stunned, while the elder who pulled out the treasure quickly hid it away, relieved he hadn't wasted it. Then the scene shifted. Xiao appeared, sitting on a strange boat rowed by an old man, happily waving at Jiang Chun and calling him father. Jiang Chun squinted, greeted her back, and asked about the old man. On the other side, Yin fumed at being ignored, grinding his teeth at how they had turned the fight into a family reunion. Enraged, he roared that he'd rather burn his soul than accept defeat. His power exploded in a violent wave, blasting away the insects swarm in front of him. Right as Yin exploded with rage, the old Earth Sovereign flicked his hand, and a black noose dropped from above, snapping tight around his neck. His fury turned to panic as he thrashed and begged to be freed, but the rope only dragged him up like a caught fish. The Earth Sovereign just chuckled coldly while Xiao stood proud, grinning that this uncle was only here for a ride. Yin coughed blood, body trembling as he begged for his life. His followers were frozen, horrified that their great leader now hung helpless like a criminal. Some muttered in fear, others urged retreat, too scared to share his fate. Our boy watched them flee, sighing at how overwhelming Zhao's power had become. The elders beside him stared in awe, while Jiang Chun quietly wondered about the strange Earth Sovereign Xiao could summon. Then he glanced at Yan's dangling body, smiling faintly as he imagined the strength he might one day wield. But before the thought could linger, the sky ripped open with a thunderous crack. A massive hand descended from above, the heavens themselves roaring in fury at Joyu, and vowing this time there would be no escape. From the torn void, a giant hand from the Min clan shot out, claws aiming straight for the Earth Sovereign and Xiao. She panicked and called for the Earth Sovereign, who calmly raised his hand and sent out dark whips. The hand grabbed them with ease and mocked the Earth Sovereign, calling him nothing more than a servant and laughing at how far he had fallen. Once feared by even the 10 kings of hell, now he stood silent against the taunts. Xiao says that the enemy is no different. The enemy's patience snapped. He shouted for the nonsense to end. The hand instantly turned on Xiao, mocking her for being weak, and tried to finish her with Netherworld Soul Devour. She fought back, summoning countless dust mites that surged like a flood and turned a tornado of bugs around the hand. The ancient monster roared, saying he had already died here once and didn't care if it happened again. He swung down with a massive palm at Feng Wui and Toon, shouting that humanity must perish as darkness swallowed everything. Fear and despair spread, as no one could see or move. Just then, Xian pulled out a wooden box, declaring it was time. It burst open, releasing golden power that shattered the box and formed into a glowing longsword. He stood shocked, realizing it was pure sword intent. The blade shot forward, stabbing straight into the monster's hand. The ancient being recoiled in terror, screaming as both his hands were severed, forced to pull back while cursing through the pain. Jiang Chun stared at the glowing sword, feeling a rush like aura, but far stronger. The blade carried the word amber, and he realized it was the divine weapon he had always dreamed of. His chest burned with desire while Xian stood like an unshaken pine, leaving even Jiang Chun shocked that the martial god had such a hidden trump card. Xiao grinned at the severed hands dropping and quickly sent the dust bugs to feast, calling it the perfect tonic. The swarm devoured eagerly, though Jiang Chun regretted they only got the hands. If the whole body had come out, the larvae could have evolved. Just then, strange energy rippled behind them. All turned wary as a familiar tree trunk appeared. Someone reveals that 3 lords have descended. Its branches stretched into the still-open spatial crack, and Jiang Chun froze, questioning if it truly had its own will. Before he could decide, the tree roared, tightened its branches, and dragged out a withered corpse that looked like an ancient mummy. The flames were swallowed up at once. Jiang Chun is stunned that the streak of energy surges towards him. Suddenly, our hero finds himself in a different dimension where he looks at a colored flower in a tree. He wonders if it's tree lord. He can't believe they are throwing honor like this. He asks if it's alive. It must answer. In answer, the creature only listens and laughs. The scene shifted to Xiao, sitting on a strange boat rowed by an old man. She asked the old dude if he was leaving. The old dude's name is Earth Sovereign, who just glared back without saying a word. In the ground, our boy observes the Earth Sovereign look. All the elders are around our boy, asking if he is right. Our hero's mind is racing with the thought that if the Earth Sovereign knew him. Suddenly, he watches the 9 nether prototype vanished. He wonders where the little 9 is gone. Xiao says to our boy that she wants to sleep after a hefty enemy. Her body starts to condense into energy, so our hero days he will definitely get her to lunch after she revives. Our hero asked the girl standing behind him to assist in looking after Xiao, and she assured him there was no need to worry. The second handler was left stunned and confused, asking if anyone could explain what he had just witnessed, as he hadn't even blinked yet still couldn't understand what had happened. He then turned to the old man, asking for an explanation of that strange dream. Xian calmly replied that the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Our boy then stepped in, saying it was enough and that they needed to focus on cleaning up the battlefield since the capture of the 3 islands was still pending. He also mentioned that some enemies had escaped and told everyone not to dwell on it. Finally, our hero warned the remaining foes to surrender or die, unleashing a swarm of insects that attacked them mercilessly. The enemies screamed in agony, crying out that they weren't even given the chance to surrender. Young Ji, looking at our hero's actions, questioned the cruelty. Old Gu replied a true emperor couldn't be soft. Elsewhere, Mr. Fong held the rest of Yan's troops until Xian allowed their release. Ding Chun complained the fight was dull compared to the secret realm. Jiang Ming praised both prodigies, but noted the gap between them, and Tuyen vowed with a smile to conquer our boy someday. With the battle settled, Xian ordered his forces to take them to 3 overseas islands. But Jiang Chun stopped him, insisting they first lead the army back to the burial grounds. Purple flame rose from his hand, ancient symbols flickering within. Smiling, our boy told Xian that conquering 3 overseas islands was nothing. He alone was enough. The scene kicks off with Yan Zun crying out in pain as energy bursts violently from his forehead. His followers are frozen in shock, realizing their prodigy has been taken down. They start murmuring, calling out to their lord, their flame, their sovereign, struggling to wrap their heads around the shocking news. Suddenly, one of them breaks down, admitting that their god is dead, and everyone collapses to the ground, trembling in despair, questioning what the future holds for the 3 islands. They're filled with doubt about whether there's any hope left, but their thoughts are interrupted when someone spots something in the sky. A dark mass swirls above them, causing panic to spread as one person shouts that it's the 9th wing miasma, while another yells in fear that he doesn't want to die. In the midst of all this chaos, a boy stands firm, eyes steady, declaring that the prelude is done. He claims he's taken out their prodigies, crushed their hopes, and slain their gods, announcing that the time for harvesting has arrived. He lifts his hand high and commands everyone, Penglai, Fonghang, Yingzhou, the academies, the 12 clans, and the 5 billion people across the 3 islands, to kneel before him. As the crowd struggles to open their eyes against the blinding red energy flooding the sky, they marvel at the odd light. Slowly, they lift their heads, some moved to tears by the immense power before them. The boy lowers his hand, smiling calmly, and admits it feels like nothing has changed, yet those around him find their hearts ignited with hope, reminiscing about their past lives. Suddenly, they all kneel, calling out in unison, welcoming their new lord and offering up prayers to Jiang Chun. The boy chuckles lightly, declaring that the big threat has finally been taken care of, giving credit to the Zanahi king. He thought it would be a fierce battle and wasn't expecting such a sudden finish. Jokingly, he mentions that his disciple resolved a conflict that lasted centuries in just a few minutes, which must excite those who oppose them. He proclaims that everyone will now carry the identity of Daxia forever, insisting their actions should always benefit Daxia. The crowd echoes back to him, chanting blessings for Daxia and the Zanahi king. Turning to his buddies, the boy insists Uncle Jiang and Uncle Ji should just call him Xiao Chun, admitting that otherwise his master would scold him nonstop. Surprised by his words, they realize he's back, and old Gu steps up with a playful rebuke, calling him a little brat who's only polite on the surface. The old man then asks when he ever scolded him, laughing when he realizes he fell into a word trap. Jiang warmly thanks Xiao Chun for his hard work and reassures him not to stress about managing the overseas islands. He promises to send someone to look for the fragments Xiao Chun has been waiting for. The boy nods, admitting he almost forgot about them, and thanks his uncle for handling it. Old Fong jumps in, insisting they get back to the abyss fast before things get messy. Jiang gives him a nod for his work and commands the God-slaying army to head back to Kunlun right away. The scene shifts to the chaos of the abyss, where folks from the top 50 races are all gathered. One guy remembers how he once pushed everyone to band together and attack Pajuan City, but now he's calling the others cowards. The Immortal of Cloud Runs tries to cool things down, saying nobody wants to get killed before the big events coming up. Suddenly, the red-eyed Demon Lord blows up, accusing Cloud Runs of secretly backing the Flame's sovereign and cashing in, leaving everyone else with nothing now that the sovereign is gone. Cloud Runs just laughs it off and suggests they focus on how to solve their issues instead of blaming one another. He pitches the idea of each tribe sending 10 warriors to take down the 3 major cities of Pajuan, Tanlang, and Chisha when the Heavenly Dao Seal opens up in 3 months. One by one, the clans agree, including primordial demons, dragons, 5 elements, underworld, and abyss clans, some even offering 20 warriors instead of just 10. The Demon Lord is all for it, thinking that with 500 level 10 warriors, taking the 3 cities should be a breeze. Then, the strategy talk kicks in, and Cloud Run suggests using the ancient Immortal clan as the front line, promising they'll bring along level 10 warriors and Imperial soldiers to smash the Great Dreamer. The narrative flips to a parallel world, 10 years later, where the blue star has bloomed massively as it keeps evolving into nothingness. By then, Daxia is all ripped apart and erased, its sacred lands split among feuding clans. Back in Tianfeng City, a kid asks Xiao Chan if Tianfeng City sounds cooler than Chujiang City. She coughs but says Chujiang is better, so he sweetly tells her to lean on him if she's struggling. He then declares that since Chujiang City is gone, this place doesn't need to stick around either. With that, he raises his golden tiger swords and unleashes their blade intent. Memories of Jiang and Zanaji hit him hard, filling him with grief as he realizes Daxia is no more. Overwhelmed by despair, he hopes Daxia is doing all right somewhere else. Right then, an angry member of the ancient Immortal clan accuses him of wiping out their people and vows revenge. The kid calmly calls out to Chan, saying it's time to split, and she agrees, reminding him she's always been looking for him. He tells her all the time that fragments are gathered, and now he can help her transition to a new life. Standing before her, blue energy spreads out, and he kicks off the process. The system checks the conditions and confirms they can move forward. The divine evolution happens, and the life transition of the Chrono Cicada. The scene opens with the girl standing in front of the boy, her voice steady as she tells him he needs to get a handle on things right away. A glowing screen pops up, showing all kinds of details about her, and the boy realizes that the talent column has finally unlocked. He checks it out and sees that the sub-cicadas reproduce every hour and are mainly for everyday battles, but there's not much else special about them. Then he spots the 2 bigger talents listed. One lets the sub-cicadas rewind time within 100 meters for a minute, while the other is a crazy ability to time travel, but it costs 30% of the host's life. As he thinks it over, he knows these abilities are super powerful, but the downsides are hard to ignore. Time reversal takes 10 million sub-cicadas, which Xiao Chan can only produce over 1,000 years. He could trade years of his life for cicadas. 1 year equals 1 million insects, but he thinks that's a pretty foolish choice. Even if he could live longer and reach higher levels, there's no way he'd trade away his life like that. Plus, it would really mess with Xiao Chan's health. Still lost in thought, he hears the girl tilt her head and ask what's on his mind. Without missing a beat, he says he's thinking about her. She looks surprised, covers her mouth, and quickly flies up to a tree branch. He wonders if he messed up, but she just looks down, murmurs that Xiao Jiao is still asleep, and thanks him for his help. Then he glances at the tall ancient tree, calling it Grandpa, and asks if the rainbow fruit hanging there came from the ancestor of the Nether clan. This time, the tree responds right away, saying the fruit grew naturally without any spiritual help. Suddenly, a little boy runs up, calling him Dad and reminding him about the promise to take him to school. The boy smiles faintly, confirms he meant it, and tells the kid he can choose any school he likes. Just say his name and he's in. The child thanks him and runs off excitedly, leaving the boy shaking his head, muttering that the kid's thought process is definitely unique. The ancient tree rumbles softly, noting that every child has to find their own blessings and it won't step in. With a serious look, the boy lifts his hand and says that as a responsible master, he has duties to attend to first. A bright screen then shows up, announcing that the function fruit rainbow is unlocked, giving him a special item called the Eternal Light Tower. Another screen explains that the tower can be put anywhere, allowing him to set rules for entry, trials, pacing, and more. Other notes come up, saying that time inside the tower doesn't count against lifespan, and dying in there means rebirth. But the pain? That's fully real and pretty relentless. The boy can't believe his eyes as he holds the glowing rainbow fruit in his hand. He exclaims that this is way too incredible. With all the races restless and gearing up for war, this tower is exactly what he and Dacia need right now. He decides to tell his master and friends ASAP so they can pick a spot and start testing it out. Looking up at the huge tree, he feels like Grandpa Tree has been looking out for him all along, since the good stuff always shows up just when it's needed most. He hugs the massive trunk, calling it his dear grandpa, playfully accusing it of being cold-hearted if it doesn't like him. Then, we jump to the G family in Magic City. G speaks seriously, saying time is running out. In just 3 months, the Heavenly Tao Seal will open up the path to 10th advancement, yet the tribes from the Abyssal Catacombs are gearing up to attack Dacia. They all wonder how to stop them. Manhua says with a sigh that her abilities only work at Dacia's headquarters, and if she could have just hibernated for a few more centuries, she might have grown stronger. Jiang insists there has to be another option, while Ji explains that sure, they might be able to take down a level 10 enemy, but the Abyssal Catacombs has more than one, and the mother insect is sleeping too deeply to use her 9th art. The mood shifts when they bring up the Kunlun Chinyan source, which, once the seal opens, will produce 10 fruits that can elevate a cultivator to the 10th level. But that advancement is final, cutting off all future paths. Ji explains that it's like drinking poison to quench your thirst, admitting that without it, Dacia might not make it. Jiang thinks about setting up a proper formation after advancing, while Ji points at Huanyue, reminding them that, unlike them, she gets stronger simply by sleeping, making her Dacia's secret weapon. Suddenly, a soldier rushes in, asking the 3 invincible warriors to head to the Jiang War Zone main base. When Jiang asks why, the soldier reveals that young disciple Jiang Chun has found something that could save Dacia, a structure called the Eternal Light Tower. He mentions that Lord Gu has already gone inside for a trial. In the tower, they can choose different trial modes based on their level, from newbie monster hunting to enlightenment for higher levels, and even duel and challenge modes. The best part? The tower speeds up time 100 times faster without cutting anyone's lifespan. With some focus, the acceleration can be thousands of times. Ji realizes in amazement that 3 days outside could be like a whole year inside, while Jiang figures out that if they focus, the tower could give Dacia hundreds of years of training in just a few months. The excitement builds as they hurry to the tower. At the top, Jiang Chun greets them with a smile, serves tea, and invites them to sit. Ji is taken aback, calling him a stinky little brother and asking if he's really the master of the Eternal Light Tower, to which he confidently replies, "Yep, that's me." They ask him more questions, and he explains that the tower can help even 9th level cultivators, but to hit the 10th level, they need to condense godhood. Inside the tower is a trial called the Leader to God mode, which has 108 steps, and completing it will almost complete one's godhood. He jokingly reminds Ji that last time he was in Magic City, he cleared out the ancient god crops from Ji's place, and this tower should make up for it. Ji pats him on the shoulder, approvingly, but they all agree they need to fine-tune the acceleration functions before diving deeper into trials. The boy figures out that if only a few strong folks enter, the tower's energy can boost their cultivation 1,000 times over. That means 3 days outside could turn into 3 years of training inside. Plus, with multiple levels sped up at once, a few months could become 300 years of progress. Huanyue gives a faint smile, musically saying that such a stretch will be just enough for her to snooze until the stars fade. 3 days later, the boy kicks back in the Eternal Light Tower, enjoying some food and claiming this place is perfect because it lets him enjoy life without any interruptions. Between bites, he shares that he can create clones inside to battle monsters and level up. Despite juggling 3 divine classes, he's already hit the threshold for the 4th advancement in just 3 days. Then a glowing screen pops up, announcing that it's time for the 4th job advancement assessment, which he needs to complete to keep leveling up. Just as he reads this, another card shows up, the exemption card that Grandpa Tree thoughtfully gave him the night before. With a grin, he skips the task, and levels up instantly. Another screen lights up, showcasing the insect Overlord system, and he has just announced that he wrapped up the 4th upgrade, which means he can now draw a random mother insect. His hand is buzzing with excitement as he hovers over the draw button, pumped to see what the 4th mother has in store. As the draw wraps up, a wave of green energy flows towards the boy, and a screen pops up, announcing that he scored the Primordial Calamity level mother insect, the 5-element sky-devouring Lucas. Another screen reveals that this being was around in the ancient prehistoric era, soaking up the essence of the 5 elements and creating the first of those catastrophic trophies, which eventually led to the Zur Calamity disaster. There's even a note saying it was ultimately wiped out for trying to devour the Heavenly Tau. The screen keeps going about the 5-element sky-devouring Lucas, saying it can shift into any of the 5 elements and gains different abilities and durations based on which one it takes on. The boy realizes that while both Xiao Jiao and Xiao Jia are Calamity-ranked mother insects, this one's a Primordial Calamity, setting it a level above them. It hits him why the Zerg are seen as such a threat. They can reproduce without limits as long as they keep consuming enough, making their numbers surpass even the 9-winged Zed miasma. Then a prompt shows up asking if he wants to activate the creature, and without thinking, he hits the activation button. A figure comes out, saying that at the root of the 5 elements, fate has called her to be his pawn, and she adds that he's struck a gold mine. The boy just casually replies that she'll figure it out eventually, then coughs and accepts her pledge like he's some emperor. But he quickly catches on that her voice has this chatty, prideful vibe like a Thunder Girl, way different from the fierce presence he thought he'd get. He decides to call her Xiaowu, and she arrogantly says it's fine by her. When he suddenly jokes about her weight, Xiaowu fires back that it's not fat, just the heaviness of her Genji metal body, and she lets him off easy cause he's clueless. Right then, Xiao Jiao calls out to him sweetly, and the boy comments that she's still the least troublesome. Xiaowu picks up on that and gets jealous, threatening to gobble up her rival, and the boy mutters that he's not used to hearing that kind of talk from a locust. Not wasting any time, he goes for divine evolution, and Xiaowu transforms into a human form. The system announces her transformation and lists her cool skills like Metal Body and Weapon Breaker. It turns out she can tap into the essence of the 5 elements from her body, too. The boy is blown away to learn that her Weapon Breaker skill lets her munch on divine weapons like their snacks, making her both an unbeatable healer and a flexible fighter who can heal, hit hard, and team up with others. He thinks Xiaowu is the ultimate fighting asset, but she can't help but brag that her emperor-like power is already known throughout the heavens. He rolls his eyes at her endless boasting and checks the requirements for her life transition. He sees several conditions for sacrifice, and his heart sinks when he realizes the first 3 are almost impossible to get, even in the catacombs. The last requirement? The Chunyuan elixir, which is super rare. Only one is in Daxia, and there's probably one in each nearby nation, too. When Xiao sees his worried face, he brushes it off and tells her to go hang out in her insect nest. She brags that only the best place is good enough for her, but she agrees to do what he says. Out of nowhere, the boy's phone rings, snapping him back to reality. On the line, Jiang Xiao Jia's teacher introduces herself and asks if he's the boy's dad. She explains that ever since Xiao Jia started school, different women have been picking him up every day, and when she asked him about it, he called them all his mother. She lists their names, Lu Sundao, Mu Hanxiu, Tang Ying, Xuanyu, and Su Kaiyan, and points out that the last one seems kinda weird. The boy coughs awkwardly and explains that kids say silly stuff sometimes. Those women were just friends who comforted Xiao Jia after his mom passed. The teacher seems to buy it, but he can tell she has her doubts. Once the call ends, Xiao gets all fired up, saying anyone who talks trash about her master needs to be eaten. He quickly shuts her and the others down, feeling overloaded. But before he can collect his thoughts, he suddenly drops to his knees as a sharp pain hits his head. A new screen pops up, warning him that he's being attacked by some unknown force using soul corrosion. But thankfully, the ancestral tree of all things is blocking the damage. Still, it feels disgusting, and he figures the soul curse must be linked to Saito Kinshi and is probably coming from Kinshi country. A follower rushes in, saying that the Saito family has shown up outside the Eternal Light Tower. A girl drops to the ground and introduces herself as the granddaughter of the Saito Kenichi family. She tells him that her clan got wiped out by the 8 great shrines, and that her ancestor was corrupted and taken to Takamagahara. Before everything went downhill, her ancestor told her to seek shelter in Daxia, so she's now pledging to be his servant. Xiaowu rolls her eyes at the thought of someone so crude serving the same master, but the boy shuts her down and tells the girl to follow him into the tower. Another guy shows up, confirming that the Saito family has been completely taken out, and this girl is the last one standing. The boy figures the Yamada might have set this whole thing up to draw him into Sakura country, but he reassures his followers that he knows what he's doing. Deep down, he thinks that Xiaowu's life change needs 5 containers of Chunyuan elixir, and since he can't steal Dashia's only stash, his only choice is to snag one from somewhere else. Meanwhile, far away in the Yamada Shrine Council Hall, Saito Kenshi is locked up in Takamagahara. The elders admit they've fully dealt with the Saito family, and that they intentionally let the girl, Ayaka, escape so she would run to Dashia and ask Jiang-chun for help. They figure Jiang-chun will take the bait because if he doesn't, his soul curse will get to him. A few of them are worried, though, since Jiang-chun is said to control hundreds of millions of nine-winged manhwa, and they wonder if he could turn into a demon king. President Iya brushes off their worries, bragging that Sakura Country now has a 10th advancement god and the divine Kazang sword, so if Jiang-chun shows up, he'll just meet his end and won't get out alive. The scene kicks off in the main conference room of the Jiangnan War Zone's base, where everyone's feeling the heat but also determined. The commander announces that they just got a message from the Heavenly Blade King a few minutes ago, telling them to gather materials of the 5 elements for the Jinahi King. He reminds everyone that the last time the Jinahi King asked for this, they fell behind in collecting the precious beasts, so now that this info is only known within their zone, they got to step up and reclaim their honor. One officer immediately stands up and declares he'll take his team to hit all the relevant dungeons and secret realms nationwide, while a young woman jumps in, saying she'll contact all the major chambers of commerce to start buying up materials. Another guy admits that his transport capacity let them down last time, but he promises it won't happen again. Their leader gives an approving nod, signaling that the race is on. The focus shifts to other war zones, where people are running around in a frenzy. One guy is shouting that the Jiangnan War Zone is being sneaky and trying to hog the task for themselves. Another scoffs, saying their efforts to keep things quiet failed since the chaos they're causing is catching everyone's attention. Before long, other zones are gearing up, ready to take the lead in this collection race. Meanwhile, Jiang-chun, the Jinahi King, stands perplexed in front of his master. He recalls how that morning he casually mentioned bringing back some 5-element materials from the Jiangnan War Zone, and now it's turned into a massive nationwide effort. His master smiles slightly and says this just shows how much influence Jiang-chun has, since his word alone are enough to rally the whole nation without making an official order. Jiang-chun chuckles, realizing his plan to keep it low-key has totally backfired, and decides to treat this as a big military training exercise to boost national unity. He jokingly brings up Yun Jintian, the proud guardian of the Guanghai War Zone, who's now sending agents overseas to grab materials. His master replies it's not surprising. Those Eternal Light Tower perks are hard to resist. Jiang-chun mentions he heard the guardian from the Wuxian War Zone broke through the 9th level right after entering the tower. He wonders why his master hasn't checked it out, and the master explains it's because, as a non-job advancer, he hasn't made much progress and doesn't want to waste a spot. The master talks about the Abyssal Catacombs, a mysterious place called the Eternal Blade Domain that's filled with the legacies of countless blade masters. Jiang-chun asks if his master is planning to go there. The master gives a nod, saying his time in Dashia has come to a close, and he's off to find new chances in the Abyss, where the 5 big rankings, Divine, Heavenly, Earth Profound, and Yellow, are up for grabs for the brave. He shares that his senior brother, Ji-gang, is already in the top 10 of the Profound ranking with the Heaven-Splitting Sword, and is close to hitting the 7th level. With a smile, the master declares that he wants to at least reach the Heavenly ranking, too. Jiang-chun looks at him with admiration, saying that just his existence is a miracle deserving of the Divine ranking. The master laughs and appreciates the compliment, but then gets serious, warning him that his journey is going to be tougher and way heavier than anyone else's. He reassures Jiang-chun that he won't be alone. His friends and mentors will always have his back. Jiang-chun bows deeply and thanks his master for everything as the master bids him farewell. A week later, in the underground warehouse of the Jiangnan War Zone, Xiao Wu grumbles that the food they've gathered isn't enough to even fill the gap in her teeth. Jiang-chun notices that while the sky-devouring Lucas has insane combat power, its appetite is just as monstrous. Even with 5-element materials they've gathered from all over, they've fed it only once or twice. He realizes that creating a beast of that level comes with a huge price tag. Xiao Wu smirks and asks if he's unhappy with these results, but Jiang-chun fires back that the transformation of the 5 elements isn't their best strength. Curious, Xiao Wu raises her arm and explains that the real danger of the sky-devouring Lucas is its ability to merge the 5 elements into one. Jiang-chun's eyes widen as he starts to grasp the full potential of the creature. When he asks if it can unleash the power of the 10th level, Xiao Wu snorts, saying that the beast is already ranked 10th among all beings, and its power even breaks past the Heavenly Tao's seal, though can only hold that power for 10 seconds. Still, she's sure that with endless devouring, it will eventually be able to swallow the Heavenly Tao itself. Jiang-chun laughs and tells her to hold off on devouring the Heavenly Tao for now, because he wants to take her to Sakura Country for a feast first. He raises his hand and calls forth the crimson-armored elephant beetles, ordering them to merge with him. Next, he tells the sky-devouring Lucas to head into Hive number 2. Xiao Wu's eyes light up as she says that Sakura Country is going to tremble when their emperor arrives. We jump to the border of Sakura Country, where Saito Ayaka is standing next to Jiang Chun. He says it's time to go into the country to rescue her grandfather and collect some debts on the way. She looks a bit uneasy and asks if Daxia is really willing to send troops, but Jiang Chun shakes his head, clarifying that it's just him. She warns him that even though Sakura Country is smaller, it still has several powerful 8th-grade shrines. Jiang Chun grins slightly and asks if she really knows nothing about him or Daxia. Ayaka admits that her nation doesn't have solid intel on Daxia and that her grandfather only mentioned Jiang Chun as his master. Jiang Chun sighs and tells her to stick with him if she wants to see for herself. As they cross through the wilderness of Sakura Country, a group of guys are hanging out near a teleportation array, arguing. One of them complains that the ultra-long-distance teleportation can only be activated once, so there's no way back to Daxia. Another tells him to stop whining, saying they're waiting for none other than the Jinahi King himself. Chun Liang laughs in disbelief, claiming he's never heard of that title and thinks it might be a joke. Their captain, a woman named Yin Feng, hushes him, reminding everyone that they're the Night Watch recon squad and need to follow orders. When Jiang Chun and Ayaka finally show up, the soldiers realize the so-called king is right in front of them. Yin Feng introduces herself respectfully, while Jiang Chun casually mentions Ayaka as the pride of the Saito family. The squad is shocked until he adds that she's now his servant, which just confuses them even more. Jiang Chun brushes off their doubts and asks if they know where Takuma is. Just then, an eerie vibe fills the air as a forbidden seal activates, causing the soldiers to panic and shout for everyone to run. Jiang Chun demands to know what's happening, and one of them rushes to explain that the extra moon up in the sky, Tsukuyami Mikoto, is part of a divine surveillance system. Anyone who says Takuma without permission is instantly marked for execution for blasphemy. Before they can get away, a blinding light floods the area as divine enforcers swoop down. The Night Watch curses their luck, pointing fingers at Ayaka for not warning them. Jiang Chun calmly lets out a wave of purple energy, scoffing at the fake moon and calling it just a phony light in the sky. The others are left in awe as he unleashes his true power, sending the attackers scattering like leaves in a storm. As the soldiers drop under his strength, Jiang Chun strides forward and declares his title with firm confidence. Scourge Monarch, Jiang Chun, marking the start of a new disaster for the land of Sakura. The team is panicking and yelling while the young guy tells them to fall back quickly. The watchmen stand frozen, and one of the female guards stutters that the creature they just saw was a level 7. Trying to push through their fear, the young man asks if it's cool to talk now and how he can get to Takuma. One of the watchmen steps up cautiously and explains that Takuma has always been completely off limits, making it a total mystery. He mentions that maybe only the shrine masters of the 8 great shrines know where it is, since even their own patriarch, before being taken, only knew the name but not the location. Curious, the young man asks which of the 8 shrines is closest, and another watchman replies that the Akahata Shrine is right in the city ahead. It ranks among the top 3 of the 8th grade shrines, with tons of followers. Its shrine master is at the peak of the 8th rank and is said to have the power of Takuma, which lets him unleash a 9th rank combat force for a short time. Saito warns that if they go there openly, they might walk straight into a trap. The young man just smirks and says he'll be the one setting the trap instead. Meanwhile, inside the Akahata Shrine, the elders and priests are gathering as they hear news from the divine Takuma. A messenger reports that the Zainahi King of Daxia has entered Sakura Country, but they don't know exactly where he is. Shinjin, the shrine master, declares that all 8 great shrines will secretly compete to find and capture Jiang Chun, promising that whoever pulls it off will be rewarded by the divine Takuma. He insists that Akahata Shrine needs to lead the charge and become the greatest shrine in the nation. One of the captains speaks up, worried about how many warriors from Daxia have come in or what their power levels might be. But Shinjin stays sure of himself, thinking that with Takuma's blessings, even Jiang Xuanji would be finished if he dared to show up. Suddenly, they get an urgent report. Captain Kato and his whole law enforcement squad have been wiped out. The soul lanterns of all members have gone dark, including Tsukuyami no Mikoto, a divine relic thought to be unbreakable. The elders are shocked, realizing everyone who fought was at least level 5 or higher, and Kato himself was a level 7. Shinjin bursts out laughing, saying that the heavens are totally on their side now that the Zainahi King is hanging out in their city. He orders everyone to follow him to hunt down the intruder, feeling sure that Jiang Chen's divine soul, which got wrecked earlier by Yagami Okamai, won't put up much of a fight. Before long, Jiang Chun and his crew reach the big staircase at Akahata Shrine. He tells his team to hang back and just observe. 2 shrine guards step up, asking who the heck is trespassing on sacred ground. Jiang Chun brushes them off as weaklings barely breaking into the 5th level and sends out a swarm of insect soldiers. The guards freak out and dash off to warn the Shrine Master. Xin Jin shows up, shooting a fierce look at Jiang Chun and calling him bold for showing up at their doorstep. He mocks him as just a hairless brat. Jiang Chun stays calm and asks if Xin Jin is the Shrine Master, then demands to know where Takuma is, promising to let him live if he spills the beans. Xin Jin scoffs, saying a mortal like Jiang Chun has no business asking about divine stuff. Jiang Chun warns him that if he doesn't cooperate, he and the whole shrine will be wiped out. Xin Jin roars that he holds the fate of Sakura country in his hands, and that the power of Takuma is with him. He channels a wave of golden energy, bragging that he could destroy anything with just a wave of his hand. Jiang Chun tells his insect soldiers to leave the old man to him and to take care of the rest of the shrine. He thinks to himself that even though the Shrine Master can't beat his 9-winged miasma army, he wants to avoid any unnecessary losses. In the next moment, Jiang Chun activates the divine elephant prison body and the god-slaying martial transformation. Lightning crackles as he radiates insane power, leaving Saito and the others staring in awe. She realizes that this transformation isn't just about looking different, it creates an electric domain. Even 6th-level lightning cultivators wouldn't be able to pull this off, and she wonders what kind of being her master really is. The Shrine Master throws his arms up and laughs, saying that trying to fight him up close is a death wish. He charges in with his secret technique, Elephant Sword, but Jiang Chun counters with a fist wrapped in crimson energy, using the wand of the underworld to slay the heavens. Their powers clash, and Jiang Chun's energy totally overpowers the Shrine Master's golden aura. The impact sends Xin Jin tumbling down the shrine steps, his body cracking from the force. He can't believe it, realizing that Jiang Chun's strength is on par with a 9th-level awakening. Jiang Chun comments that the Shrine Master is actually weaker than Ao Qian from the Sea Clan, and that if he'd known that earlier, he would have gone all out from the start. He remembers how Ao Qian, even at just 6th level, had strength that rivaled a peak 8th-level warrior. Now that Jiang Chun is at the 4th level, his power is way beyond what it used to be. The crowd is left speechless. One of the guards exclaims that their master defeated a 9th-level opponent in one hit. Saito whispers in awe that her master is like a god. But the Shrine Master isn't backing down. He taps into his divine energy again, calling on the power of Takuma and bragging that the Shrine Masters of the 5 great shrines are basically immortal. With a cocky attitude, he dares Jiang Chun to try to kill him, fully believing that death can't touch him. Jiang Chun narrows his eyes as the Shrine Master makes a hand seal in front of him, activating the secret technique, Locus of the Phantom Knight. Darkness spreads throughout the hall, but Jiang Chun is totally unfazed. He sees right through the illusion and thinks that this kind of trick is just a child's game against the eyes of void. The scene opens with the Shrine Master using a secret forbidden technique called the Golden Vajra Shock on the Empress monster. But the monster remains unhinged. Xiao says this tiny bit of gung metal power isn't enough even for this Empress to fill the gap between her teeth. The Shrine Master is stunned that his secret technique was swallowed like nothing. The monster moves in close. The Shrine Master yells and tries to run in panic, but Xiao Wu attacks him fast and cut off his arm, leaving a green area behind. Xiao orders its monster to eat the Shrine Master alive, while runs away yelling in pain. Xiao Wu comments the taste is just average, not worthy of this Empress, but since she is magnanimous, she'll tolerate it. The Shrine Master screams and calls on Takuma Ga Hara's divine power to regenerate his flesh. Xiao Wu, while feeding, thinks that although this ingredient's quality is low, at least it can be refilled. The Shrine Master screams again as Xiao Wu attacks and bites his half-body, and says this Empress is slightly interested. Xiao Wu savagely eats the Shrine Master with its monster's sharp fangs. She asks its monster if it already finished eating, then asks which god is next, and tells them to hurry up. As everyone flees, Xiao Wu shouts about what to the promised regeneration and accuses the Shrine Master of deceiving the Empress. The Shrine Master's minions ran in panic, shouting that their master was eaten. Our boy stands and watches. He thinks both the body and soul were devoured until nothing was left. What is left? He wonders if regeneration can bring that back. He scolds someone for talking like a chunny and wonders if they feel any shame. Then we see a family, standing in a distance with all wide eyes looking shocked at our hero. A little girl named Ayaka among them is more shocked, as she has freshly got her consciousness back and was getting butterflies to glance at the 9th-level master in front of her. She wants to marry our hero so bad. Our boy tells them to stop standing there. His monster needs a moment to finish eating, and then they should head to the main hall together. The girl agrees promptly. They enter the main hall. Our boy asks if the 8-headed snake in the painting is the Yamada no Orochi of Takuma Ga Hara. He's told that Yamada no Orochi is a primordial creature with immense strength. Once the Heavenly Tao Seal is unlocked to a certain level, one can directly ascend to that realm. Every year, the top genius of Sakura country can enter Takuma Ga Hara and receive personal guidance from Yamada no Okami. Even Dashia's Kunlun has its own primordial beast, the Qilin. Someone remarks that unlike Yamada no Orochi, the Qilin is stingy and occupies vast areas of precious land. A dragon adds that those beasts don't help Dashia and even look down on humans. Long ago, Martial God Jiang went to parley with the Qilin and got half killed. Our boy scoffs, asking what kind of beast thinks it's the master, promising that when he has time he'll tame it and vend on behalf of Martial God Jiang. Qingma leans in and explains it's not just Sakura and Dashia Pharaoh country's divine source land. Sun City has a primordial creature too, a giant golden lion named Mahesh who became that nation's god. Northern Europe's Asgard has Fenrir, a mountain-sized wolf, now the king of Asgard. Our boy then asks how they know intel about other countries, since they're supposed to handle intelligence gathering for Sakura. The girl answers that before coming to Sakura, Qingma was the chief commander of Dashia's Night Watch Intelligence Department. Our boy declares that once he conquers Sakura country, all of them will join him. He's thinking about swimming through every one of the countries they mentioned. A man asks if he's really just going for a stroll. Our boy laughs and says he's heading out to collect debts. If they pay, it's a casual visit. If they don't, he'll destroy the country. The mood turns serious, a sound spreads, and Xiaowu appears saying the offering tastes decent enough, still unworthy of the Empress, then announces they should go to the most powerful Yamada Shrine and greet Shrine Master Kimura of Yamada Shrine. The scene shifts to a castle where a voice respectfully invites all heads and senior officials of the Great Shrine to Yamada Shrine's main hall to discuss a plan. Their Akahata Shrine has been destroyed, and now it is their turn to make a move. He is Lord Kimura, who sits on the throne and urges everyone to set aside internal prejudice and work together to kill the Daxias, specifically Dashia's Jinhai king. One dude argues that Jiang Chun obliterated Takeda Shinjin with a single punch. He can't be only a fourth level of awakening. Besides that, there are hundreds of millions of nine-winged miasma and a second mysterious insect swarm that wiped out Takeda Shinjin, who had divine power. Even gathering all Sakura's 7th and 8th level awakeners might not be enough. Kimura fires back, asking why they boost others' ambitions and destroy their own prestige, calling Jiang an evil demon relying on borrowed power. Others point out their fact, they're all only 8th level. Someone proposes that if they want to deal with Jiang Chun, they must ask Yamada no Okami for help. Kimura shuts that down, saying Yamada no Okami can't leave Takuma Hara even with the Heavenly Tao Seal. Then Kimura drops a bomb. He broke through to the 9th level 3 years ago. In Dashia terms, that cultivation level is called the Invincible Realm, and Kimura claims the divine weapon bestowed by Yamada no Okami, the Yamada no Kagami. With National Fate's blessing and Takuma Ga Hara's divine power behind them, what harm could a mere insect demon do? At least a genuine 9th level wielding the Yamada no Kagami gives them hope. Outside the capital, voices of coughs could be heard from afar, rushing and saying they need to get all the bodies to the meat processing plant before dawn. If they fail, they'll be eaten. Another complains about running out of energy and asks why this is happening in the capital. The scene circles back to our boy observing all this from the 3rd district, the outskirts part of the capital. Ayaka says ordinary people live as if trapped in hell. Our boy explains that unlike Dashia, Sakura has strict hierarchies. Anyone who falls into menial jobs is branded slave. Slaves trade like goods and are treated like pigs. Since the class change era began, many countries fell into this pattern, and no one fought back. For 800 years, resistance armies have risen and failed repeatedly. Ayaka notes that even their own family is vulnerable before the powerful 8th grade shrines. The original plan was to crush the 8th grade shrines and Takamagara, then use the brand of faith to claim all of Sakura. Our boy thinks that now many of those plans may be impossible because the prerequisite to trigger the brand of faith is to destroy hope and annihilate the gods. But is there any hope left for the people here? Will they still believe in gods? How do you destroy something that no longer exists? Someone points at our boy. He realizes it doesn't matter if he's been discovered when there's no faith left. He'll survive as a guide. In the name of calamity, this nation will be reforged. A new god has arrived. A new god has arrived. The scene kicks off with warriors trembling in fear, dropping to their knees, crying, and screaming for mercy. They keep begging for their lives, totally terrified. Then our boy shows up, calm and confident, and tells them to inform Ayaka that she's about to become their new god. Ayaka freezes, panicked and confused, asking what he means. He explains that when he said he destroyed the country, he was only referring to wiping out the 8 great shrines, but now, It turns out that's not enough. Once the 8 shrines are gone, 9 more will rise. He gives her 3 days to establish herself among her people and become the savior of Sakura country. He declares that in 3 days, he'll cleanse this land of sin, remove every obstacle, and turn any disobedient professionals from Districts 1 and 2 into food for the new winged miasma. He adds that when the time comes, those people will finally understand what it feels like to be treated as expendable. Ayaka looks at him in shock and drops to her knees, calling him master. He tells her she doesn't need him to teach her how to build her image, and she quickly replies that she understands and will act immediately, calling herself a knight devoted to his cause. Her group watches, totally stunned and panicking at what they just witnessed. The scene cuts to Kimura, furious and yelling with one of his eyes turning black. He announced the capital city of Sakura country, District 1's central Yamata shrine. Enraged, he shouts that Jiang Chun has killed his way up from District 3, slaughtering over 1,000 people. He calls Jiang Chun a butcher pretending to be a king, declaring that today they'll execute this thief in the name of heavenly justice. As Kimura stands before his audience, a voice suddenly echoes and someone calls it all a joke. He looks up to see our boy standing there, hand raised, saying that since Kimura did this to the common people, it's only fair he suffers the same. He tells him that real pain is only understood when the blade cuts your own flesh. Watching from the side, our boys' team comments on the insane situation of one guy taking on an entire country. One of them admits that their entrance was epic but complains they're stuck just watching. Another adds that they're not alone in feeling useless. But honestly, this kind of battle is way beyond their level. Back on the field, our boy stands firm, raising his hand and releasing waves of insects across the area. Kimura laughs, saying that all the elite shrine masters from the 8 great shrines have gathered, saving him the trouble of hunting them down. His comrades soar into the air, surrounding him as someone reports that the defense array is active, creating a massive barrier around the area. Kimura then steps forward, commanding his people to hold off the 9-winged miasma, while he takes on Jiang Chun himself. He declares that once Jiang Chun dies, the miasma will crumble on its own. Then, shouting in rage, Kimura brings his hands together, points his fingers at Jiang Chun, and unleashes his secret art. His body glows with a pale purple light, energy pulsing everywhere as he activates his divine manifestation. His sword slams into the ground as he calls upon his divine weapon, Qingming. Meanwhile, our boy's energy flares red hot. He smirks, saying that a real 9th rank opponent is just right for practice. He activates his technique's divine elephant prison, suppressing body heaven, and slaying martial god transformation all at once. Kimura launched his attack called Sky Python, void splitting slash, leaving a white laser. But our hero stands behind avoiding contact. From the sidelines, one of our boys' comrades yells that this is Kimura's signature move, the one he used to kill a 7th rank fighter when he was only 5th. Another warns that Jiang Chun isn't dodging, calling it dangerous, but a third one laughs, saying there's no need to worry, their god Jiang Chun once took down a 9th rank while he was still 4th. Jiang Chun's red energy surges as his eyes burn with fury. He charges up his heavenly slaying prison-suppressing fist and throws it forward with unstoppable power. The two forces collide. Kimura counterattacks with his sword, the shockwave tearing through the air. But impact shatters Kimura's defense and crumbles it into pieces. Our hero's attack hit Kimura square and hit him in the face, and he yelled in pain. Jiang Chun's allies gasp in shock when they see Kimura's attack shattered. Kimura laughs, surprised that Jiang Chun could withstand his move with his own body. Kimura lost balance, shouting that it's impossible for a 4th rank to take that hit without using a defensive weapon. He mocks Jiang Chun, calling him a turtle hiding in his shell, and vows to smash it. Then he draws upon golden energy, yelling blessing of the country's fate, Takamaje Ihara's divine force, as the divine light floods into his body. Our boy recognizes the golden glow and mutters that he hopes it's not too weak this time. Kimura suddenly performs another secret art. His energy explodes outward, forming countless illusionary clones in the sky. He mocks Jiang Chun, saying he wants to see how his power compares to the Tian King Divine Clan's clone technique. Unfazed, Jiang Chun's red aura thickens as he raises his sword and summons his own divine weapon, Tianzue. Surrounded by Kimura's mirrored shadows, he cuts through the air, unleashing a massive red wave with his blade of the Great Tao. His attack tears through the sky as he roars, prison-suppressing, heaven-slaying slash. The explosion hits Kimura hard, making him scream in rage. Jiang Chun taunts him, saying his power isn't anywhere near the level of the Tian King Divine Clan. Then black smoke bursts into the air. Kimura's comrades panic, shouting that the Shrine Master was killed in one move. The barrier starts cracking and collapsing, and they all begin to flee as the sky fills with smoke and destruction. From above, Jiang Chen's allies stare in disbelief, saying they can't even see the attack. It's too terrifying. One curses, asking if Kimura's dead. Another notices something shimmering and realizes a mirror appeared to block the blow. Someone recognizes it's Yada no Kagami, the strongest defense artifact in the universe. Kimura reappears, sneering that Jiang Chen's blade is useless against his divine weapon. But Jiang Chen just steadies himself and swings again, sending another prison-suppressing, heaven-slaying slash his way. Kimura braces himself, crossing his arms, summoning golden power, and shouting Yada no Kagami, divine power manifest. The two forces collide violently, red and gold light devouring each other until a thunderous burst erupts. Jiang Chen steadies himself amid the chaos, watching the glowing white energy nearby. He mutters that it kind of feels like he's getting beaten up by his own reflection. Then Kimura laughs, mocking him and saying this is what it means to give someone a taste of their own medicine. He declares that Jiang Chen will never break through the Yada no Kagami, and that he can just wear him down until he dies. Jiang Chen sighs, thinking that he had planned to handle this himself, but since his martial god transformations timer is running out, he'll have to sharpen his skills later. He then calls out for Xiao Wu, asking her to handle it. Xiao Wu appears, unimpressed, saying that a 5th-rank divine weapon isn't enough to take down an empress like her, but admits this mirror does look tough to chew. Her massive beast strikes the ground, and the area vibrates, yelling that they'll just have to take it on together with her 5 elements unites. As Wu turns, towering into a giant, Kimura freaks out and blurts, devouring sky locust, wondering what kind of monster this is. He immediately uses his secret move, Yamada Blood Sacrifice, and a golden ring of energy starts spreading out the strongest defense in the universe. He stands in the center like an immovable shield as the golden power expands, chanting Yamada Blood Sacrifice. Wu walks closer and casually asks if that is his last trump card, calling it a paper tiger. Kimura shouts that the absolute defense of the Yada no Kagami cannot be broken. But our hero's monster just smashes that golden field. The blast scatters stones into the air and snaps at him that he talks too much. The heavy blast knocks Kimura down, and Wu's paws close in on him. He panics, saying it's impossible, while Wu stands steady on the mountain edge and tells the old man that this empress will show him what's possible. Then she shoots forward at insane speed, declaring that as long as this empress exists, nothing is impossible. She laughs, energy exploding around her as she raises a paw toward Kimura and says it tastes good, worthy of her personal taste. Kimura screamed in terror, calling out for his Yada no Kagami. Nearby, their comrade Scott shouted that a national tier weapon couldn't be destroyed like that, and that even a 5th tier divine weapon, or one at 9th level, shouldn't be able to take that kind of damage. Kimura panicked and tried to run, crying for someone to save him, but Wu blasted green energy in front of him and drove her claws into the ground. He begged her not to kill him and promised he would tell her anything. At that moment, our boy told Wu to stop. Kimura twists his neck to look at our boy and then tells him to return. Our boy puts his sword to Kimura's chest and orders him to say where Takuma Hara is, giving him 3 seconds before his head falls. Kimura stammers that he's never been to Takuma Hara and that nobody knows its exact location. He explains that after every Akisu Grand Tournament, a passage descends from Takuma Hara to welcome geniuses, but there's never a fixed passage, and anyone who enters never returns. Our boy points the sword closer, telling Kimura to think again if he has any valuable clues and promising to spare him otherwise. Panic finally breaks Kimura, and he blurts that the divine power of Takuma Hara seems to come from MT Fumi and that the entrance is probably there. He doesn't finish the sentence before our boy slashes him, golden energy bursting from Kimura's neck as he screams. That sudden burst confirms something for our boy. The golden light looks like the divine power of Takuma Hara. He mutters that killing to silence someone was the right move, curses the day the 8 great shrines were destroyed, and guesses that the Zainahi king is coming. Our boy then announced that he already knew where Takuma Hara was and that he would go there alone. He told everyone to return to Dacia and said there was no point lingering in Sakura country. Some protested, asking if he would go by himself, while others said they hadn't seen enough. He cut them off, telling them to just listen and, if they couldn't help, at least not to cause trouble. The scene jumps to the Eternal Light Tower, trial mode, ladder to God. Old Jiang climbs toward the top and says that after all these years of trials in the Eternal Light Tower, he's finally reaching the summit. Someone congratulates Old Jiang. Ji feels ashamed, saying his comprehension isn't as good and he's lived a hard life. But then Old Jiang notices a commotion and asks what's happening outside. Ji, sitting on the stairs, relays the news from Yin Yun Peak. Jiang Chun has gone to Takamaji Hara alone, and a 70 billion nine-wing miasma from the abyss is heading towards Sakura country. Old Jiang worries he might be in trouble and plans to head there. Old Jiang immediately says they should go together. Ji objects, pointing out that Old Jiang is about to condense his godhood and enter the 10th level, and that a delay could affect his path. Daxia can't afford delays. Old Jiang argues back that making the 10th level is icing on the cake for Daxia. If anything happens to our boy, Daxia will collapse. He is their only hope. They can all die, but he cannot. He insists on going. Back at Takamaji Hara, someone mentions Saito Kenichi and how considerate his master has been, and how people are actually coming to Takamaji Hara. Kenichi weeps that his lord is coming. Takamaji Hara's first prodigy, Susanoo, shrugs and asks what's the point of coming, claiming that with Yatama Okami's help he has already reached the 10th level. Then Susanoo asks him if he wants to know the 10th level, but then he mocks Kenichi, forgetting that Kenichi is only an 8th level mortal and scoffs that a mortal can't even imagine a god. Kenichi cries out that his master's power is beyond imagination. Susanoo sneers that whatever little skill Kenichi remembers won't be enough. He admits that if his mentor hadn't forbidden him to level Takamaji Hara, he would be a corpse already. Susanoo reveals that he had planned to open the passage directly, but feared he wouldn't dare enter, so he lured him in step by step. He has fallen into the trap and come willingly. No matter how talented he is, he's just insect food under Susanoo's divine might. The scene shifts to empty MT Fumi. Our boy stands there and says he still can't see the entrance. Our boy says Xiao Wu looks at the mountain and asks about whether she can swallow it. She says the Empress has eaten a few mirrors before and needed days to digest them. Our boy then thinks this mountain is too big and the Empress doesn't like eating rocks. There aren't enough buglings and their levels are too low. It would take at least 5 years to eat the mountain. Our boy shrugs and thinks to himself that this mountain is the birthplace of Sakura country's god. If she wants to destroy it, she will devour it. It will help her recover. Then he calls out, "Grandpa, he can speak now." Our boy looks up at the huge tree and says that it's the first time Grandpa Tree has spoken to him on its own. He tells it to keep swallowing as much as it wants, then casually asks if there are any rainbow fruits this time. But Grandpa Tree doesn't reply and just keeps working, tearing into the mountain. Our boy frowns and asks why it suddenly goes silent again, reminding it not to just keep eating, but to answer his question. Then Grandpa Tree lightly bonks him on the head and finally replies that there are rainbow fruits. Excited, our boy says that's great and praises Grandpa Tree for being so reliable. He says to himself that with the Grandpa Tree around, even the Western Temple, the Shiva Temple, and the Divine Essence Source Elixir of Asgard in Northern Europe won't be able to escape. Meanwhile, Susanoo is sitting on the mountain, ready to attack. He senses our boy's presence and says that he'll go pick him up himself. Once the boy dies, his master will devour the essence of a ninth, and Susanoo will also swallow their god-level inscriptions. But when he looks toward Grandpa Tree, Susanoo freezes in shock. He yells in disbelief, wondering what kind of tree dares to devour the sacred mountain. Then a giant golden eye appears, looking down at him. The eye speaks, telling Susanoo that if Mount Fumi is destroyed, Takamagara itself will disappear. Surprised, Susanoo asks who's speaking, and the massive eye tells him that it's his master. The master orders Susanoo to confront the boy instead. He must bring Jiang Chun into Takamagara and kill him, along with Jiang Xuanji and Ji Linxiu from Dexia. The master reminds Susanoo that he's already at the 10th level and has the Kusanagi sword, so this task should be easy. Susanoo nods and agrees. At the same time, Ji points at the horizon and tells old Jiang to look at Xiao Qin's divine tree that is swallowing the sacred mountain. Shocked, they both rush toward the scene. Our boy turns around, sees them, and shouts in surprise. Then a strange hole appears in the air near the tree. Out of it come several red-eyed snakes, hissing that a mere tree dares to devour their sacred mountain. They swear to uproot it. Ji quickly realizes that it's the phantom of Yamada no Okami, attacking from afar because its real body can't appear. But then suddenly our boy and Ji jump into the hole. Old Jiang finds himself surrounded by smoke and thinks he might have arrived in Takamagara. He panics, calling out for Ji and Xiao Chun, but gets no answer. Realizing they've been completely separated, he tries using divine sense detection, but finds it useless. The fog is poisonous and corroding everything it touches, even the soul. Determined, he swings his heaven-splitting axe, releasing a wave of golden energy that spreads around him and activates his martial god domain. But he immediately realizes the problem. The domain can only expand 100 meters, and he can only use about 70% of his power. The suppression from Sakura country's fate, the divine source land, and Takamagara itself is too much. The poisonous mist eats away at his strength, and he fears that Ji and Xiao Chun might be in danger too. He starts running at full speed with a blaster at his side, hoping the divine tree can hold off the enemy long enough for him to find the others. Meanwhile, our boy stands firm in the fog, unimpressed. He scoffs at the poison mist, saying it's overestimating itself to appear before the poison demon. He isn't too worried about Yamada, Ano, Orochi, or other divine creatures either. Anyone who meets Grandpa Tree will probably end up defeated. Still, he's frustrated because the thick fog makes it impossible to tell directions. He needs to find the divine source elixir somehow. Then he remembers that Xiao Jia has an incredibly good sense of smell for high-quality ingredients. A moment later, Jia appears and asks if his father is looking for him. Our boy says yes and asks for help finding the elixir. But Jia, instead of answering, begs for help with the trigonometry problem first. He says it's super hard and that he's been stuck on it for 3 days. It's from a high school second-year exam, so it should be easy for his dad, right? Our boy blinks and asks how Jia went from elementary school to high school so quickly. Jia proudly replies that he's a top student who skipped a grade. Our boy sighs, saying he's already forgotten everything his teachers taught him, but he'll try anyway. He tells Jia to stay calm, start writing the solution, and act confident, even striking a pose while thinking. Then he says he's done. Jia is amazed, saying his father is awesome for writing the answer down so quickly. Our boy smirks and says of course, but admits he still doesn't really know the solving method. It's just too complicated. He tells Jia to help him find the divine source elixir first, and then he'll teach him the solution later. Jia agrees happily, points ahead, and says the elixir is in that direction. As they fly forward together, our boy hears the sound of swords clashing and realizes it's Uncle G fighting Susanoo. The battle is intense. Sword strikes echo through the air. Susanoo mocks G, saying someone like him doesn't deserve to be called invincible. G shouts back that Susanoo is already at the 10th level, and Susanoo arrogantly confirms it, saying he'll kill G like a dog. Then Susanoo lifts his sword high, calling upon its full power with the attack Godslayer Slash. Encounters with Myriad Sword return to the origin, but Susanoo's strength completely overwhelms him. G's sword shatters, and he slams into the ground. He looks heartbroken, seeing his blade destroyed. Susanoo approaches him, energy crackling around him, ready to strike again suddenly. But then our boy appears and shouts for Uncle G. The scene kicks off with our hero heading toward Uncle G, but before he can get close, Susanoo suddenly releases a thick, poisonous fog that swallows everything around them. The mist is so dense it basically blinds the entire area. Meanwhile, Uncle G is trapped inside a glass-like structure, a divine, soul-burning heaven wall, unable to break free. Susanoo stands there laughing like a maniac and tells our boy that he will handle things here, so he shouldn't come any closer and should hurry to find Uncle Jiang. Susanoo plants himself in front of Uncle G, still laughing, his eyes glowing with a red, murderous aura. He claims the biggest prey has finally taken the bait and says he is done playing the Lingqi torture game. He plans to give G a fast death and tells him to be grateful. Just as Susanoo is about to finish G off, Uncle Jiang suddenly arrives and smashes his axe onto the ground. A surge of heavy red energy erupts as he unleashes his heaven-splitting axe technique. Uncle Jiang takes his position firmly. Susanoo freezes for a moment, clearly shocked, and comments that all the important fish have gathered. He says he might as well send all of them straight to the Western Heaven together. Uncle Jiang's temper flares, and he instantly unleashes his 1000-axe annihilation slash, causing a massive explosion of power. But Susanoo isn't even bothered. He laughs and says the attack isn't bad at all. He grins and rushes at Uncle Jiang, pointing out that this axe aura carries a hint of the 10th level of cultivation. He admits Jiang has actually managed to reach the 10th transformation without relying on the Kunlun killing, and that Jiang truly lives up to his name. Susanoo then attacks Jiang viciously, reminding him that he can only use 70% of his strength here in Takamijahara. No matter how talented he is, Susanoo claims Jiang will still die today. Uncle Jiang struggles, but he manages to block the strike with his axe. He thinks to himself that the 10th level paired with the Kusanagi sword isn't normal at all. Right then, our boy bursts through the poisonous fog and calls out to Uncle Jiang and Uncle G, saying he has arrived. Uncle Jiang immediately tells him the escape route is in the southwest. He pushes the boy to run, repeating something someone once told him, that the boy will one day make their land, Yanhuang, forever remembered. As Jiang tries to run, Susanoo shoots toward him, yelling at him for trying to escape. He strikes Jiang down, slamming him hard onto the ground. Susanoo then turns toward our boy and Xiao Wu, blocking their path and asking if they are trying to run. Our boy gets furious and tells Uncle Jiang and Uncle G to rest now, promising he will handle this bastard himself. Susanoo responds calmly, almost chillingly, saying he admires the boy's courage. Since they aren't planning to run, he says he will take his time torturing them all. Our boy turns to Xiao Wu and orders her to go. She obeys instantly. He catches her hand and tells her he wants Susanoo to die in the most painful way possible so she better understand him clearly. Xiao Wu stares at him, widens her eyes, and reminds him who she is. She says she is the eternal supreme devourer of the heavenly Tao. She inches closer and tells him not to worry because she will personally make sure the task is done perfectly. She then looks toward the sky and summons the buglings. A green, mysterious fog spreads around her, and a giant locust fuse from 5 elemental forces appears, with huge red eyes. These are the 5 elements devouring sky locusts. Xiao Wu hops onto its back and says that to complete the master's mission properly, the Empress herself will participate this time. She flaps her massive wings, creating a shockwave across the entire area. Susanoo stares at the Empress in disbelief. The aura she releases stirs up a storm in Takamijihara. He recognizes the power, at least 10th level, and launches an attack at her. He wonders how she is completely unaffected by Takamijihara suppression. Deciding he has to act quickly, he leaps toward her with the Kusanagi sword, using God-slaying slash, hoping to get the upper hand since they are both 10th level existences. The sword hits her, but the Empress snaps back in anger, asking if he really thinks he can fight her with that broken weapon. Susanoo's eyes widen as he realizes his sword is being completely controlled. The Empress mocks him and says that these so-called 3 national godly warriors of Sakura country think too highly of themselves, calling themselves gods when they are basically just snakes. She strikes Susanoo with her claws and sends him crashing to the ground, telling him to try slicing her to death before talking big. Susanoo tries to get back up and casts a defensive technique, the ancient wall microcosmic shield of Shumi, but the Empress shreds it instantly with a swipe. The Empress says that all defenses in front of her are nothing but paper tigers. She unleashes the foot of Gong, a metal vessel of leaf fire, and orders everything to break for the Empress. A green energy ring blasts outward and wraps around Susanoo, burning him painfully. He screams and begs as the energy rips into him. Xiao Wu says that since he likes Ling Qi so much, she will happily grant his wish. She then orders the devouring sky locusts to cut only tiny slices each, reminding them not to get greedy. Susanoo panics and yells that he doesn't want this, but the Empress says he won't be allowed to die quickly unless she says so. She slowly approaches him while he cries out for the master to save him. The scene shifts to our boy, with Jia perched on his shoulder. Jia watches everything unfold and says that while the master can probably handle anything thrown at him, Grandpa Tree definitely can't. He admits that their new little sister is way more ruthless than expected. Uncle Jiang is also watching, stunned, saying this is a 5-element core, being close to the peak of the 10th transformation. It is terrifying. He realizes now why the boy has nearly emptied out all the resources from Daxiao recently. He shakes his head and says it is ridiculous that they thought they were saving the boy when in reality the boy has been raising an actual god. Now, they're the ones who need rescuing. Uncle Ji cuts in, saying they can talk about that later and that Jiang should take care of him first. Jiang sighs, telling Ji that his handsome face finally looks ugly for once. But he reassures him he won't die. He says he will help stabilize him, but the sinister sword chi inside Ji is too violent. It refuses any external healing and is already corroding his soul. Not only can it not be removed quickly, but it will also block his future advancement. Right then a sword slams into the ground nearby, and he says that if they want to break the sword chi, there is only one way.